I, who have cultivated bitterly in the immortal realm for 3,000 years, exhausted 90% of my divine power to tear through spacetime and return, only to find that barely 5 years have passed on Earth. I thought I could make up for my loved ones, only to witness my daughter being bullied by thugs and my wife forced to kneel before the powerful to protect our child. Even my daughter's eyes became targets for those vile criminals, used as bargaining chips for their own gain. The raging fury ignited the last tenth of my immortal power. The divine pressure of the immortal venerable that once awed all realms descended once more. Slap my daughter? I'll break every bone in your body. Dare to lay a finger on my wife? I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. But this is just the beginning. None of those shadowy hands lurking behind the scenes shall escape. Chapter 1, Pitch Black Thunder. Under the scorching summer sun of Shenyang City, a pitch-black bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and the tremendous clap of thunder startled everyone. Subsequently, major television stations were vying to report on it, and this peculiar natural phenomenon has gone viral across major short video platforms. At this very moment, on the outskirts of Shenyang City, a man in tattered clothes stood trembling unsteadily. The soil beneath his feet was scorched black and searing hot, still flickering with red sparks. Shin Feng gazed at the densely packed high-rises in the distance, unable to conceal the smile at the corners of his mouth. Mooching, I'm back. It has been a full 3,000 years since I finally returned to my homeland. 5 years ago according to Earth time, Shin Feng was carrying the Mu family's funds to negotiate an important cooperation deal, but unexpectedly got ambushed on the way. What surprised him even more was that his soul had crossed over into the cultivation world, where it took 3,000 years to finally ascend as a true god. He exhausted 90% of his power to finally return to Earth. Everything that was lost, everything that was missed, he will make up for them one by one. Although 3,000 years have passed, the face of that woman and the small cabin where they once lived are deeply imprinted in Shin Feng's mind. Meiyuan Community, Unit 2, Number 3. Shin Feng's body moved toward the city like a phantom. As he walked, the tattered clothes on his body gradually shed, transforming into a pristine white robe. In just a few breaths, Shin Feng had already arrived at the destination. Once a fairly decent neighborhood, it had been completely left behind over the past 5 years. The cracked cement paths in the neighborhood were riddled with crevices overgrown with moss. Even standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, one could still smell the foul odor mixed with urine and mold wafting from the stairwell. Shin Feng was no longer certain whether that woman still lived here, and could only proceed inside step by step. Just as I entered the neighborhood, I saw 3 boys surrounding a little girl and laughing heartily. It wasn't until I got closer that I realized they were picking up damp soil from the ground and throwing it at the girl. Her little face was dirty, and her dress was in complete disarray. But she kept pouting and fighting back at the boy without shedding a single tear. Looking at the girl's stubborn demeanor, Shin Feng couldn't help but think of Mu Qing, who was just as headstrong. Just as Shin Feng was about to step in and stop these brats, several adults rushed out from the stairwell, making him halt in his tracks. It's you again, you little bastard, daring to bully our Debeo. Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? The overweight woman charged out of the stairwell and, without a word, grabbed the girl's ear, twisting it a full 180 degrees. The girl's face flushed red with pain, while the remaining 3 boys grew even more unrestrained. The slattern surnamed Mu, who knows how many men she hooked up with to have a bastard like you. The obese woman intensified her grip while hurling abuse. Don't you dare insult my mother, you wicked woman. Hearing the obese woman's humiliating remarks, the girl broke free with a fierce struggle. He grabbed the chubby woman's calf and took a big bite. Ouch! You little bastard, I'm gonna beat you to death. The fat woman let out a shriek, grabbed the girl's hair, and slapped her twice across the face. Shin Feng was suddenly startled when he saw the snow lotus embroidered on the struggling girl's skirt. Mooching loved snow lotuses the most, and they had once said that if they ever had a child, they would embroider its clothes with snow lotuses. Shin Feng looked closely, her delicate nose and eyes were exactly like Mooching's, but her expression shared 80% resemblance with his own. Especially that unyielding, stubborn spirit she carried, which made Shin Feng's heart tremble with emotion. Judging by the timeline, if Mu Qing had been pregnant when I left, the child would be about this age now. At this thought, Shin Feng's fingers trembled uncontrollably. He immediately lunged forward and grabbed the fat woman's wrist. Looking down at the girl with swollen cheeks, he asked in a grave voice, "What's your name?" I'm Qin Xiaonan. Your surname Qin," Shin Feng murmured as he gazed into the girl's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. This was a bloodline connection spanning 3,000 years. Even as the immortal venerable Qin Feng, he couldn't suppress the ripples in his heart. Seeing his own flesh and blood endure such humiliation day after day, with that flushed little face and stubborn expression, it made Qin Feng's heart burn with even greater fury. She's only 5 years old. What's it to you? You meddling in other people's affairs, huh? I don't care if you're that slut's lover, I'll deal with you too. The fat woman raised her hand high, intending to slap Qin Feng with all her might. But the fat woman's speed was worlds apart from Qin Feng's, before she could even touch him. And Qin Feng's palm, carrying a fierce gust of wind, had already reached the fat woman's face. The powerful force sent the plump woman flying, spinning a full 360 degrees in the air. He had confirmed that the girl before him was his own flesh and blood. How could he let this disgusting, fat woman off now? The fat woman's body slammed heavily onto the ground, making everyone nearby feel the impact beneath their feet. The children nearby were all dumbfounded. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer, stay away. The obese woman sat on the ground, clutching her swollen right cheek, looking at Qin Feng in terror. What am I doing? I've only slapped you once so far, but you hit him twice earlier. That means we're still one short. A devilish smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as he stepped closer to the obese woman. The fat woman's face gradually turned pale, with several children nearby glaring at Qin Feng furiously. Helping this bastard bully my mom, I'll kill you. The children were clearly spoiled rotten. Instead of throwing damp dirt at Qin Feng, they were now hurling bricks at him. Although the child's strength wasn't great, getting hit by those bricks certainly wouldn't feel pleasant. The children were even more reckless, with one brick even flying straight toward the daughter's head. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng delivered a mid-air kick, causing the brick to instantly shatter into pieces. The scattered stones left several bratty kids bleeding from their heads and wailing loudly. Qin Feng merely snorted coldly, then took the little girl's hand and headed upstairs. Xiaonan, don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you. Where's your mom? Qin Feng carried Qin Xiaonan into the hallway, and although Qin Xiaonan was young, he knew that the man before him was protecting him, and a sense of reliance naturally arose in his heart. Mommy is meeting a bad uncle upstairs and won't let Xiaonan watch, so she sent me down to play. But uncle, Xiaonan doesn't like being downstairs, they all bully me. I want to stay with mom. Qin Xiaonan brushed the dirt off her skirt, but the fury in Qin Feng's eyes was barely contained. Seeing how those brats just behaved, my daughter must have been bullied for quite some time, yet Mu Qing actually sent the child downstairs alone. What's worse is the reason she sent her daughter downstairs to suffer bullying. She was actually upstairs meeting a man. Recalling the filthy words from that fat woman, Qin Feng could barely suppress the violent spiritual energy surging within him. Holding the child, he arrived at the door. Staring at the rusty iron gate, Qin Feng's ears twitched slightly as sounds from inside seeped through. Brotherly, come on, let me refill your glass. Have another drink. Hey, brotherly, don't rush, why so impatient? The room echoed with a woman's coquettish, unrestrained laughter, intermingled with a man's raucous guffaws. Qin Feng turned to look at Qin Xiaonan and asked repeatedly, are you sure this is the right house? Is your mother's name Mu Qing? Qin Xiaonan nodded heavily upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng clenched his right fist tightly, his inner rage becoming unbearable. 3 millennia had passed, with countless near-death experiences just to return to Earth, only for this to be the outcome. The spiritual energy surged through the extraordinary meridians, concentrating all of Qin Feng's fury into his fist as he smashed it directly into the iron gate. With a thunderous boom, the iron gate collapsed to the ground, revealing the scene inside. The woman was indeed his long-awaited wife, Mu Qing. Yet at this moment, she was holding a wineglass, seated on another man's lap. Seeing Qin Feng in that moment, his face was filled with utter astonishment. Chapter 2, Beyond Divine Forgiveness. Qin Feng. Mu Qing's delicate fingers trembled slightly. The wineglass fell straight to the ground, shattering into pieces. Mu Qing also sprang up from the man's lap as if electrocuted, her face filled with panic. Like a child caught by their parents while doing something bad. Mom, Xiaonan was being bullied downstairs again, and this uncle helped me. Qin Xiaonan struggled to jump onto the ground and dashed straight to Mu Qing's side. Where the hell did this bastard come from, daring to spoil my mood? You looking to die? The man kicked aside the fragments on the ground and stood up, tucking his small briefcase under his arm. At this moment, Qin Feng finally turned his gaze toward the man. With a slicked back, glossy hairstyle, he wore suit pants paired with leather shoes, a leather jacket draped over his shoulders, and a small leather briefcase tucked under his arm. This was the complete getup of a street thug. Qin Feng racked his brains but could never have imagined that Mu Qing would end up with such a man. Although they hadn't met for 5 years, she had indeed grown much more haggard, yet her beauty still rivaled that of years past. 3,000 strands of black hair were coiled at the back of her head, and emerald green earrings sparkled brightly under the sunlight. Her tall stature rivals any supermodels, and her delicate features are no less striking than any celebrities. He was completely incompatible with the thug by his side. Brother Liang, this has nothing to do with him. Have a drink to calm down. Get the hell out of my way. Liang didn't spare Mu Qing any face at all. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he sent both her and the wineglass crashing to the ground. Mu Qing stumbled and fell, sending a pang of pain through Qin Feng's heart. But he couldn't bring himself to step forward and offer a helping hand. You damn bitch, how much have you made me drink? All I want is to fuck you, and you're trying to get me drunk? I'm telling you, you're not getting away tonight. You wretched woman, if you can't serve me well tonight, not only will you be kicked out of this house tomorrow, but your daughter's eyes might not be spared either. Liang raged at Mu Qing loudly, yet the greed in his eyes was impossible to conceal, especially when his gaze drifted over Mu Qing's slender calves, even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. Upon hearing him mention her daughter, Mu Qing quickly pulled Qin Xiaonan into her arms. Don't you dare bully my mom. Qin Xiaonan stood in front of Mu Qing, spreading his not-so-sturdy arms. But his small frame was no match for Liang, who sent him sprawling with a single slap. "Shut the fuck up, you little, when you grow up, you and your mother will both serve me." Qin Feng gazed at the arrogant Liang, listening to his words, and vaguely understood bits and pieces of the situation. Mu Qing must have some weakness that this guy has a hold of. Noticing Qin Feng still standing motionless at the door, Liang completely lost his temper. "Who the fuck are you staring at? Get the hell out now, you wanna watch me handle business?" Liang smiled faintly and deliberately hitched up his belt in front of Mu Qing, who had fallen to the ground. This action completely enraged Qin Feng. He couldn't imagine what kind of life the mother and daughter had endured for 5 years under someone else's roof. "But I came back today. Those who have humiliated his family, he won't let any of them off. This Liang before him will be the first to face his reckoning." "Are you fucking deaf? Can't hear me talking?" Liang angrily strode toward Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Mu Qing shook her head at Qin Feng, barely holding back the tears in her eyes. "Leave now, I don't know you, stay out of this. Brother Liang's sister is the CEO of Fushan Group in Xunyang City, you can't afford to mess with them." Mu Qing warned Qin Feng sharply, knowing full well the consequences he would face if he left her. But she also knew what consequences Qin Feng would face by offending this brother Liang, and she would rather sacrifice herself. "Got that, punk? I'm not someone you can mess with, now back off before I act." Before Liang could finish his boastful words, Qin Feng grabbed him by the collar and flung him out with force. The arrogant Liang was like trash in his hands. The sheer, fierce force was simply unbearable for him. In the blink of an eye, Liang was grabbed by the collar by Qin Feng and slammed to the ground like a rag doll. A series of cracking sounds came from within his body, who knew how many ribs were broken, as blood sprayed directly half a zhang away. The once impeccably styled slicked-back hair had now lost its shape. Liang stared at Qin Feng before him, his eyes like those of a demon from the abyss. 3,000 years of enduring hardship and cultivation, 3,000 years of loneliness and grievances, seemed to erupt from the depths of Qin Feng's heart in this moment. Monster, monster. Liang had lost the ability to stand and could only stumble his way downstairs. But he didn't have the strength left, tumbling down the stairs like a lump of meat until he hit the wall and stopped. Liang leaned against the wall, clutching his stomach, gazing at Qin Feng standing on the steps above as if he were a deity. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood loftily and descended the stairs step by step. In his eyes, Liang before him was nothing more than an ant. How could a mere mortal dare insult a divine being? In his mind, Mu Qing was humiliated day after day, wiping her tears alone every night. His daughter endured bullying every single day, merely a 5-year-old child, yet bearing it all in silence. The spiritual energy within Qin Feng could no longer be restrained, his white robes fluttering without wind, rustling fiercely. Leaking spiritual energy filled the entire corridor, and faint scratches began appearing on the gray-white walls. It was as if countless ethereal blades were swirling and dancing endlessly around Qin Feng's body. With each step he took down the stairs, cracks would appear beneath his feet, and countless sword marks would emerge on the walls. Step by step, deeper and more intense. The overwhelming pressure closing in on him made Liang wet his pants. "You, stay away from me. Help, cough, cough, help." Liang weakly kicked his legs. "Don't come any closer. My sister is a big boss, she can make your wife and children disappear. You wouldn't dare touch me, you can't." Liang wanted to retreat, but there was no way back anymore. A fierce smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. "Humiliate my wife and daughter, even gods won't absolve you." Chapter 3, Fushan Group. As Qin Feng's voice grew ominously low, Liang, slumped on the floor, slowly extended both palms. This was an action he could not control at all. Invisible shackles in the air prevented him from pulling his hands back. "I'll make these filthy hands of yours taste a bit of your own suffering." The moment Qin Feng finished speaking, Liang's wrists began to twist violently. A blood-curdling scream, like that of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the hallway. Beneath the screams lay the sounds of snapping bones, tearing flesh, and severed tendons. Only after his hands completed a full rotation did Liang pass out from the agony. His hands dangled limply on the floor. Qin Feng stood before him, surveying his handiwork, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction. Yet a nagging doubt surfaced in his mind. After all, Mu Qing was backed by the Mu family. Why was she being humiliated by such a lowlife? Don't kill me, don't kill me." Liang opened his eyes groggily, and upon recognizing the figure before him, his eyes widened in terror. All his hopes vanished in the face of Qin Feng's sinister grin, leaving only pleas for mercy on his lips. "Spill it. What's the deal with that cornea you mentioned earlier?" Qin Feng scrutinized Liang as he demanded answers. At that moment, Liang couldn't utter a single false word. To save his own life, he'd betray even his own parents. It's about this big sister I know. She's the CEO of Fushan Group, but she has an eye problem and needs a retinal transplant, so..." Liang's voice trailed off as he spoke. Qin Feng understood the whole story the moment he heard that. His daughter's eyes had inherited Mu Qing's clarity and brilliance. This Liang must have pushed his own daughter forward to curry favor with that so-called big sister, then used her to blackmail Mu Qing. He thought he could profit from both sides, a clever scheme indeed. Too bad he ran into Qin Feng. "Big brother, I've told you everything. Please don't kill me." Liang watched Qin Feng's expression shift, fear gripping his heart. I won't kill you today. Go back and tell your so-called big sister to clean her neck and wait for me. Get out. Qin Feng's cold rebuke felt like a royal pardon to Liang, who scrambled down the stairs. Though gravely wounded and both hands utterly crippled, the sheer will to survive propelled him stumbling down the stairs. After descending just a few steps, he saw 7 or 8 people climbing up the stairs, armed with sticks and shovels. Among them was the fat woman Qin Feng had slapped earlier. The plump woman was muttering under her breath, "Follow me, everyone. That S-lover is upstairs. That bastard." Before she could finish, she jerked her head up and saw Liang standing before them, covered in blood, his hands exposed to the bone. The group froze instantly, halting their advance. Looking up behind Liang, they saw Qin Feng standing on the stairs, staring at the fat woman with a calm expression. What? Just finished dealing with her, and you want to come up and try your luck? Qin Feng stamped on the blood spilled by Liang on the floor, flashing a defiant grin. The aggressive group of women, seeing this, shuddered and quickly turned tail, scurrying back down the stairs. Only then did Qin Feng turn back toward the room. Qin Xiaonan, terrified by the earlier screams, had already curled up in Mu Qing's embrace. The collapsed iron gate bore several footprints. Qin Feng awkwardly propped it back up and forced it shut. Mu Qing, that Fu Xiang group he mentioned earlier, is it? Qin Feng began fixing the door while speaking, trying to break the awkward silence. Mu Qing, however, brushed the dirt off Qin Xiaonan's clothes and walked into the room on her own, tossing the blanket onto the sofa. I don't want to know why you absconded with the money back then, nor do I want to know what happened to you. Stay here tonight, but leave tomorrow. Mu Qing's gaze was resolute as she tossed the blanket aside and returned to her room. Qin Feng knew full well Mu Qing wouldn't be as cold-hearted as she claimed, for her daughter still bore the Qin surname. All these years, though she harbored resentment, a part of her heart still belonged to her father. Though Mu Qing stormed off to her room in anger, Qin Xiaonan was intrigued by the man before her. For in Qin Feng, she sensed the paternal love she had been missing all these years. The little one cautiously crouched beside Qin Feng, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity as she studied him from head to toe. "Uncle, are you my daddy?" the little one tentatively asked. Qin Feng smiled as he stroked his daughter's little head, his eyes brimming with affection. "Xiaonan, do you think I'm your daddy?" Qin Feng didn't confirm it outright but asked her instead. Xiaonan pursed her little mouth, feigning deep thought. "I don't know what my dad looks like, but since you protect Mom and me, you must be my dad." Qin Xiaonan looked at Qin Feng with a hint of dependence. Qin Feng smiled gently. "Alright then, Daddy has a question for you. What does the image of your daddy look like in your mind?" I don't really like my dad. Everyone says he's a liar. It's because he cheated my grandparents out of their money that Mom and I got kicked out. I don't like him. I want Uncle to be my dad." Qin Xiaonan clung to Qin Feng's arm, her face full of dependence. Qin Feng sighed softly, a twinge of pain in his heart. He truly didn't know how to explain this to his 5-year-old daughter. Inside the room, Mu Qing's hushed voice reached Qin Feng's ears. Mu Qing seemed to be apologizing to someone in a submissive tone, her pleas sounding utterly pathetic. But Qin Feng knew she was still furious. Going in now would only lead to trouble. As night fell, Qin Xiaonan slept soundly on the sofa, as if she were Qin Feng himself. Mu Qing seemed to have tacitly accepted this arrangement. Qin Feng assessed his internal condition. Though only 1/10 of his power remained, it was more than sufficient in this world. As the morning sun rose, Mu Qing tiptoed out of the room, moving so lightly she feared disturbing Qin Feng and her daughter. She grabbed her bag and left the house. The moment the door closed, Qin Feng was already standing by the window. He knew Mu Qing was heading to Fushan Group to beg that so-called big sister to spare their daughter. But Qin Feng understood clearly, people like this wouldn't learn unless they were taught a lesson. And for daring to set her sights on his daughter, he would teach her a lesson. Qin Feng turned to tuck the blanket around his daughter before following Mu Qing straight to Fushan Group. Chapter 4, Refusing the Offer. Mu Qing exited the residential compound and hailed a taxi bound for Fushan Group. Qin Feng followed behind at a leisurely pace. Though his strength was now less than 10% of what it once was, his swift pace made him utterly invisible to passers-by. They could only feel a faint breeze brush past them, nothing more. After more than 20 minutes, the taxi finally pulled up in front of Fushan Group. Mu Qing encountered trouble upon entering the company. Without an appointment and lacking a distinguished status, she was stopped at the entrance by security. Qin Feng considered stepping in to assist but then reconsidered. If he forced his way in with Mu Qing, it would likely cause even more trouble. Wouldn't it be more convenient to resolve all the trouble before Mu Qing even entered? At this thought, a faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips as his fist slowly clenched. If Liang's so-called big sister knew her place, this matter could be settled. But if she refused to take the hint and chose to be stubborn, then he'd settle all old and new grievances with her once and for all. Qin Feng turned away from the main entrance and sought out a side door to slip inside, only to be stopped by security once more. "Who do you think you are, just barging in? Do you even know what kind of place this is?" The guard blocked his path, sizing Qin Feng up from head to toe. Xin Feng merely turned his head, his gaze cold and distant. The overwhelming aura radiating from him made the guard flinch. I was invited by Brother Liang. Xin Feng didn't even glance at the guard, merely uttering the words in a detached tone. Judging by the aura radiating from Xin Feng, the guard concluded this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Oh, so you're Brother Liang's friend? He's on the 17th floor meeting with the boss right now, though he doesn't seem to be in the best mood. The security guard led Xin Feng inside with utmost respect, whispering a few words in his ear. Xin Feng merely smiled faintly at the remark. After breaking both his hands yesterday and scaring the out of him, it would be strange if he were in a good mood. But Xin Feng didn't care about that. He stepped into the elevator and went straight to the 17th floor. In a few strides, he stood before the office door. Through the wooden door, the sounds from inside reached his ears. You useless piece of trash! How could you fail to deal with that? What good are you to me? A woman's furious voice echoed from inside, and Liang's breathing grew tense. Sis Wan, this really isn't my fault. That woman brought some random guy out of nowhere, and Liang's voice was meek and submissive, yet when he mentioned Xin Feng and Mu Qing, there was not a shred of respect. Oomph. In all of Chunyang City, no one dares cross me, Sister Wang. That little bastard's eyes? I'll make sure he pays for it. What kind of bastard man is he? If I catch him, I'll make sure he never gets to be a man again in this lifetime. Sister Wang's venomous voice pierced through the door, causing Qin Feng's brow to furrow slightly. Then, with a slight flick of her finger, a surge of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertip into the wooden door. A loud bang echoed. The wooden door crashed to the ground, revealing a slightly overweight woman in Liang, his arms wrapped in bandages. Xin Feng glanced at the fallen door before stepping inside. Fu Xiang Group, huh? Your wooden doors sure aren't sturdy, are they? Xin Feng flicked his sleeves dismissively, muttering his complaint. Which department are you from? How dare you come here? Sister Wang, naturally unfamiliar with Xin Feng, immediately snapped at him. Meanwhile, Liang plopped down onto the sofa with a thud. He was so scared he couldn't even speak. I'm asking you a question. Which department are you from? Don't you want to keep your job? Sister Wang's furious outburst made it clear she was used to bossing people around. Xin Feng merely smiled faintly. I'm the man you're talking about. You wanted to teach me a lesson, didn't you? So I came myself. Xin Feng shrugged his shoulders slightly. Sister Wang shot a questioning look at Liang. Meeting her gaze, Liang nodded frantically. Sister Wang's gaze grew meaningful, though she still didn't take Xin Feng seriously. So you're that tough guy from the wild, huh? That woman mooching? She's nothing but a. You'd be better off with me. Sister Wang here has plenty of money. Come work for me. What do you say? Sister Wang walked up beside Xin Feng, her strange gaze sweeping up and down his body. She even stuck out her tongue and licked her slightly yellowed teeth, her expression utterly repulsive. Xin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her words. You think you're worthy? You'd better take a good look in the mirror, you pig. Xin Feng laughed as he spoke, and the last two words made Sister Wang's eyes bulge. What the hell did you say? I could kill you with one finger. Sister Wang roared at Xin Feng. At that very moment, a timid voice drifted in from the doorway. Hello, Ms. Wang. I'm Mu Qing. The group turned to look, catching sight of Mu Qing standing in the doorway. Mu Qing, upon seeing Xin Feng in the room, also froze slightly. Sister Wang smirked. Oh, so it's just the two of you playing the lovey-dovey act. Sister Wang, I'm so sorry, I truly don't know how he got in. I came to beg you to spare my daughter. If you can just let my daughter go, I promise. Shut up. Before Mu Qing could finish, Sister Wang snapped angrily. I'm taking your daughter's eyes. And I'll gouge them out right in front of you two bastards. I'll make her scream in agony, and I'll make you both watch as I take her eyes and put them in my own. Smack. Before Sister Wang could finish her sentence, a sharp slap echoed through the room. No one caught Qin Feng's movement, only the fiery red imprint of a handprint on Sister Wang's face. Everyone was utterly stunned by Qin Feng's sudden action. Even Mu Qing gaped at Qin Feng. They had come here to beg for mercy, after all. Qin Feng, you. Don't worry. You can go back first. I'll handle this matter. Qin Feng flashed Mu Qing a reassuring smile. Mu Qing knew that whenever Qin Feng wore this expression, it meant he was already certain of victory. Even though years had passed since Qin Feng's departure, she instinctively chose to trust him. Without further explanation, she left the office. Once the office was left with only the three of them, Sister Wang's fury erupted completely. Like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey, she glared at Qin Feng, her eyes narrowed and her expression fierce. Qin Feng could see her pale right eye and the large pores on her face. Kid, you liked playing dumb when that woman was here, didn't you? Now she's gone, and you're going to pay the price for what you did. Sister Wang glared at Qin Feng, her teeth clenched. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. You've got it wrong. Now that she's gone, you're the one who'll pay the price. Make me pay the price? Ha 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 ha. What a laughable joke. With just you. Sister Wang ranted on, but Qin Feng had no desire to listen further. He flipped his palm into a fist, channeling spiritual energy into it the instant he clenched. Without another word, he drove his fist straight into Sister Wang's bloated belly. Sister Wang's eyes bulged instantly as a mouthful of blood spurted forth, splattering all over Liang's face. Don't get ahead of yourself. What you're about to endure has only just begun. Qin Feng shook his fist, a cold, ruthless expression spreading across his face. Chapter 5. This is my brother. You dare hit me? You dare hit me? Someone, help me. Help! Sister Wang clutched her stomach and bellowed at the sky. Security guards outside rushed in at the sound, flooding into the office in an instant. Ms. Wang, what's going on? What happened? The security guards looked at the three people, rubber batons in hand. Ask? Ask what, you idiots? Just beat him up already. Sister Wang pointed at Qin Feng and bellowed. All the guards, eager to prove themselves to Ms. Wang, charged at Qin Feng like mad dogs. Facing these insignificant minions, Qin Feng didn't give them a second thought. He simply leaned back. A surging wave of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. A bunch of ants daring to challenge a divine sovereign? Get lost. With Qin Feng's furious rebuke, he spread his arms wide, executing a sweeping outward motion. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like crashing waves. Dozens of security guards were flung outward like drifting ants in the ocean. The horrifying spectacle left them all frozen in shock. Having dealt with these minor thugs, Qin Feng strode step by step toward Sister Wang. Sister Wang, her earlier defiance now gone, retreated step by step until she was backed into a corner. Don't come any closer. The moment you joined this company, I sent men to seize your daughter. By now, that might have been captured too. If you dare lay a finger on me, I swear I'll make sure they both end up with no place to bury their bodies. Sister Wang's threat halted Qin Feng in his tracks. He turned his gaze toward Liang. Liang shook his head frantically. I didn't do it. She paid someone to do it. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing Qin Feng hold back, Sister Wang grew bolder. Well, scared now? Get down on your knees. Or I'll have them both killed today. Sister Wang stood with her hands on her hips, her authority restored. Qin Feng merely shook his head indifferently. None of it matters anymore. Sister Wang frowned at his words. Are you out of your mind? They're in my hands. One phone call from me and they're dead meat. Qin Feng ignored Sister Wang's threats entirely. True. But you'd better be alive enough to make that call, right? Qin Feng stared at Sister Wang, his eyes suddenly blazing with an intense, murderous intent. You're going to kill me? No, you wouldn't dare. You absolutely wouldn't. Ugh. Before Sister Wang could finish, Qin Feng's hand shot out, clamping down on her throat. As his grip tightened, her face turned the color of braised pork. I. Sister Wang struggled to speak, but Qin Feng's grip didn't loosen at all. He was a divine sovereign, having lived through 3,000 years of bloodshed and decisive action. He knew all too well that leaving such troubles behind would only complicate matters further. When it must be cut off, it must be cut off. Killing Sister Wang was no different than crushing a bug. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Liang, who was now cowering on the sofa, utterly petrified. In his eyes, Qin Feng was a madman, someone who could casually order the execution of a powerful figure like Sister Wang. When Qin Feng's gaze fell upon him, Liang was utterly petrified. Big brother, you did the right thing. That woman, that fat cow, was a wicked villain. She was always jealous of sister-in-law, jealous of your daughter's beautiful eyes. If you hadn't come today, they would have been finished. I'll call them right now and make them release the hostages. Please don't kill me. I'll call them immediately. Desperate to save his own skin, Liang quickly dialed the kidnapper's number to demand their release. Hello? Release them immediately. No questions asked, just do it. Brother Qin has already settled the terms. Release them now. Liang yelled into the phone, berating them relentlessly. Having spent years groveling to Sister Wang, he had long become the company's second in command. These people still obeyed his every word. Qin Feng waited until Sister Wang drew her last breath before releasing his grip. Slowly, he produced a vial of liquid. Starting today, Fushan Group is yours. If I catch you making any sudden moves, your fate will be. Qin Feng tilted the vial. A single drop of crimson liquid touched the corpse, and the flesh instantly dissolved into red dust, dispersing into the air. Understood. I'll follow Big Brother's orders from now on. I'll follow yours. Having settled matters at Fushan Group, Qin Feng returned home as calmly as he had arrived. Pushing open the door, he found Mu Qing and her daughter still sitting on the sofa, their nerves frayed. Qin Feng didn't ask questions. He simply sat down, placed his daughter on his lap, and gently stroked Mu Qing's hair. Daddy, will those bad guys really never bother us again? The little one looked up at Qin Feng, pouting her lips. Qin Feng smiled and nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, Daddy took care of it. No one will bother us again. Qin Feng, thank you for today. Mu Qing, who had remained aloof, offered a rare expression of gratitude. Just as Qin Feng was about to respond, a knock sounded at the door once more. The sudden noise startled both mother and daughter, who clearly hadn't yet calmed down from the recent turmoil. It's okay, I'll handle it. Qin Feng rose and walked to the door. No matter who came looking for trouble now, he would make sure they never returned. Qin Feng opened the security door, but the two figures before him caused him to pause in surprise. It felt as though all his strength had suddenly drained away. It really is you, you bringer of misfortune. You actually have the nerve to come back. Standing at the doorway was a middle-aged couple. The woman pointed her finger at Qin Feng's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. These were Mu Qing's parents, his own father-in-law and mother-in-law. Back then, he had been attacked in the night, causing the Mu family to lose a large sum of money. He had no idea how they'd learned of his return, but here they were, storming in with such urgency. Clearly, they had come to collect what was owed. Facing his father-in-law Mu Shan's dark expression and mother-in-law Wang Li's venomous glare, Qin Feng momentarily lost his words. Wang Li threatened, "Don't even think about running today. If you can't pay back the money, we'll make you pay with your life." With Wang Li's roar, a group of tattooed young thugs puffing on cigarettes stormed in. Seeing the situation escalate, Mu Qing stepped in to mediate. "Dad, Mom, Qin Feng isn't that kind of person. You ungrateful brat, get out of my way." Wang Li showed no mercy toward her adopted daughter. She slapped Mu Qing aside, knocking the meddlesome girl to the ground. This action instantly ignited Qin Feng's anger, darkening his expression. He forced himself to calm down. "We're all family. There's no need to make things this bad, is there?" Qin Feng looked at his parents, struggling to maintain his composure. The Mu family was nothing but a third-rate small company, while Fuxian Group was the leading enterprise in Xunyang City. Even Sister Wang had become a casualty under his command. The Mu family before him was utterly insignificant. Family? Who says we're family? Pay up today, or I'll make you pay. Wang Li had long disliked this son-in-law. She'd come here looking for trouble, and today she was determined to teach Qin Feng a lesson. The tattooed thug closed in step by step, the confrontation on the verge of erupting. "Damn it, who dares to touch him? You wanna mess with my brother Qin? You wanna die?" Just as everyone thought a fight was about to break out, a group of men in suits burst in. Leading them was none other than Liang. Wang Li looked at the bandaged Liang with suspicion, not taking him seriously at all. What kind of low-life friends are these, thinking they can meddle in my Mu family's affairs? Wang Li sneered at Liang. Liang shot Wang Li a dismissive glance. The Mu family? What kind of Thai workshop is that? They think they can challenge my Fuxian Group? Liang's words left Mu Shan and Wang Li stunned. Fuxian Group? But you just called him Brother Qin. How could you possibly be? Mu Shan was utterly shocked. Liang smiled faintly. What's wrong with calling him Brother Qin? I am the acting president of Fuxian Group Lin Liang. Chapter 6, Welcome Banquet. Brother Qin? Both Mu Shan and Wang Li frowned at Liang's title. Even Mu Qing shot him a questioning look. This move caught Qin Feng off guard. He simply didn't want Sister Wang's death to plunge Fuxian Group into chaos, which could implicate him. That's why he'd enlisted Liang to take the fall temporarily. But he never expected this guy to be such an ultimate sycophant, immediately handing him such a huge gift. Seeing his mother-in-law's stunned expression, Qin Feng felt quite pleased. He had to admit Liang truly had a knack for flattery. Qin Feng. I never would have guessed after all these years away, you've really made something of yourself. Wang Li hurriedly reached out to help Mu Qing up, not forgetting to flatter Qin Feng. Ahem, well, we're all family. This afternoon, I'll personally host a family banquet to welcome Qin Feng back. Let's head back now to prepare. Mu Shan also flashed a smile at Qin Feng at that moment. The thugs gathered around in the room were all dumbfounded. The tension had been palpable just moments ago. They'd even gripped their weapons tightly. Now, with this sudden harmony and talk of a welcome banquet, they were momentarily at a loss. Hey, Mr. Mu, are we still fighting today? The leader of the thugs asked in confusion. Fight? What fight? We're all family now. Qin Feng, I'll be waiting for you at home, okay? Mu Shan gave one last instruction before dragging Wang Li away, leading his gang of thugs off in a huff. Brother Qin, how did I do? Pretty good, right? Liang looked at Qin Feng, eager for praise. Mu Qing watched the scene unfold before her, momentarily speechless. This was a far cry from the Liang she had known before. Qin Feng, noticing Mu Qing's confusion, quickly smiled and gave Liang a respectful bow. Brother Liang, didn't we settle this at the company? Why did you go out of your way to come to my place? Liang paused slightly at the question, but quickly regained his composure. Ahem, well, I just came by to tell you that our business is settled. After going through the motions of saying a few more words, Liang left the neighborhood with his men. Mu Qing grilled him relentlessly, but Qin Feng finally managed to dodge her questions. After all, her terrifying identity still needed to be concealed. Currently, Mooching was still basking in the joy of family reconciliation and didn't press further. Mom, I don't want to go to Grandpa and Grandma's house. They don't like Xiao Nan and will hit her. Xiao Nan seemed reluctant, suggesting that after he left, the two of them had endured much humiliation from the Mu family. Xin Feng smiled and ruffled Qin Xiaonan's hair. It'll be fine. This time, Daddy will protect you. After packing their belongings, the family gathered some gifts and headed to the Mu residence. The Mu family had more than just Mu Qing as their daughter. Mu Shan and his second wife, Wang Li, had another son and daughter, which is why they went out of their way to marginalize Mu Qing. Xin Feng knew that the injustices Mu Qing endured stemmed largely from this family's snobbishness. This so-called family gathering would likely be filled with nothing but cold sarcasm and snide remarks. He was determined to make them pay for all the injustices he and his mother had endured over the years. Mu Qing was filled with joy and had even prepared some small gifts before the family set off for the Mu residence. The half-hour drive felt neither long nor short. Xin Feng stepped out of the car and surveyed the imposing little villa before him. Then he thought of the run-down apartment complex where his mother and sister lived, where even the stairwell reeked of mold. It was clear what the Mu family thought of him and his mother. Let's go inside. Just keep your temper in check, Mu Qing said, having read Xin Feng's thoughts. She gently hooked her arm through his and whispered the warning. No one knows me better than my wife. Given his current temper, if that stepmother Wang Li or those so-called younger siblings spoke out of turn, he wouldn't hold back. But he also knew Mu Qing yearned for reconciliation, for the family to live in harmony. Yet Xin Feng also knew those people were stubborn and unyielding. Reconciling with them was probably wishful thinking. For Mu Qing's sake, he would certainly exercise restraint. But if those people refused to take the hint, he wouldn't swallow his pride either. Xin Feng gave a slight nod before letting Mu Qing pull him to the door. Before her hand could touch the doorknob, the old wooden door swung open. It was none other than the head of the household, Mu Shan, who had heard the slightest sound and come specifically to open the door and welcome them. Oh, Xin Feng has arrived. Quick, come in. We've all been waiting for you. Mu Shan, shedding his earlier cold demeanor, was now exceedingly attentive toward Xin Feng. Xin Feng was warmly ushered into the living room by Mu Shan. He found the table already crowded with men and women. Over 20 dishes adorned the table. What are you standing there for? Sit down already. Mu Shan pulled Xin Feng to a seat at the table. Xin Feng glanced around. Wang Li looked rather awkward. Seated on either side of her were Mu Feng, Mu Qing's half-brother, and her younger sister, Mu Yuxia. The two of them didn't give Xin Feng the slightest bit of a friendly look. Their eyes rolled back and forth, as if they wanted to tear a piece of flesh from Xin Feng. Beside Mu Yuxia sat a young man. Xin Feng, let me introduce you. This is Yuxia's boyfriend, Gong Ming. He's the future heir to Shanhua Group. You two should definitely support each other. Mu Shan enthusiastically introduced Xin Feng, while Gong Ming flashed him a smile, one that was utterly sinister. As the Mu family's son-in-law, I'll certainly lend my full support. I hear Mr. Qin is still unemployed, right? My company happens to need a security guard. Why don't you come try it out? Gong Ming said with a smirk, his words dripping with sarcasm. Xin Feng remained calm and unmoved. 3,000 years of arduous cultivation had taught him to endure such taunts. But his dismissive attitude was too much for Mu Yuxia, standing nearby, to stomach. What's the matter? You're a son-in-law who's been gone for 5 years. We're doing you a favor by letting you work as a security guard at our family's company. You show up empty-handed? And you have the nerve to be picky? Seeing her sister pick a fight, Mu Qing quickly pulled a box from behind her back. These are small gifts we brought, specially for our younger siblings. Mu Qing lowered her posture and handed the gifts to the two with both hands. Mu Yuxia opened the box with a hint of disdain and glanced inside. She flung the gift straight at Mu Qing. You think you can fool us with this junk? Do you really think we're junk collectors? Well, it's not very valuable, but it's our heartfelt gesture. Look. Mu Qing held out the gift again with both hands, her face pleading. Mu Yuxia's attitude left her feeling utterly humiliated. Are you deaf? I said I don't want your junk. Can't you understand a word I say, you cheapskate? Mu Yuxia snatched the gift and slammed it hard against Mu Qing's forehead. Xin Feng slammed his palm down on the table and shot to his feet. Chapter 7, All a Joke. These people had just hurled a few sarcastic remarks at him. Xin Feng could have endured it all for Mu Qing's sake. But Mu Yuxia's humiliation of Mu Qing had crossed his line. Xin Feng was on the verge of losing his temper. Mu Yuxia not only showed no restraint but escalated her taunts. What? You think you can hit me in my own home? 5 years apart, and you've gotten pretty bold, haven't you? Mu Yuxia planted her hands on her hips, glaring at Xin Feng. Gong Ming, standing nearby, refused to be outdone. This was precisely the moment to demonstrate his manliness. Xin Feng, you'd better watch your attitude. The power of the Gong family isn't something a good-for-nothing like you can afford to offend. Xin Feng clenched his fists, glaring at the clowns before him. A revered Immortal Sovereign would never tolerate such insolence from petty thugs. Mu Qing sensed something amiss and hurriedly pulled Qin Feng back, shaking her head at him. Relying on Gong Ming's authority, Mu Yuxia grew even more intimidating. She thrust her face right up to Qin Feng's, taunting him. Go ahead, hit me. What's the matter? You're not so tough now, are you? A worthless coward, a worthless woman, and a worthless bastard, not a single decent soul in that family. Mu Yuxia pointed at Qin Feng's family, cursing each one in turn. Qin Feng watched Mu Yuxia's snarling expression and could no longer contain himself. You venomous, foul-mouthed. I'll teach you how to speak. Qin Feng roared in fury, gathering spiritual energy in his chest before lashing out with a backhand slap. A loud smack echoed through the room. Before Mu Yuxia could utter another word, she flew backward, chair and all. If you won't learn on your own, I'll teach you a lesson. Though Qin Feng's words were aimed at Mu Yuxia, they were directed more at Mu Shan and Wang Li. These two old foxes had tried to use him to climb the social ladder. Yet just now, they hadn't uttered a single word, wanting to see if he could still be manipulated at their whim. Mu Yuxia sat on the floor, dazed, clutching her right cheek now swollen like a mountain, unable to process what had just happened. Damn it! You dare touch my woman? I'll make sure you don't walk out of here alive today. Gong Ming stared at Mu Yuxia, who was still reeling from the shock. His hair stood on end with rage. He'd just finished putting on a show, and Qin Feng immediately lashed out. It was like slapping him in the face. I'll kill you! Gong Ming roared, charging forward with his fist raised. But he was no match for Qin Feng. Facing the hurtling fist, Qin Feng didn't even flinch. He countered with a backhand slap. Gong Ming, who had trained in boxing for a while, flew straight through the air. He landed squarely on top of Mu Yuxia, who had just regained her composure. By then, Qin Feng had already stepped before her. It's true, birds of a feather flock together. A nest of snakes and rats. Qin Feng flicked his sleeves, his eyes blazing like lightning. Things had escalated to this point. He had no intention of sparing the Mu family even the slightest shred of dignity. Today, he would show this family whether he, Qin Feng, was still as easy to bully as he had been 5 years ago. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, Mu Shan rushed forward to intervene. Qin Feng, calm down, Before Komushin could finish, Wang Li beside him couldn't stand it anymore. She slammed her hand on the table and leapt to her feet. You bastard! Think you can run wild just because you're hooked up with Fushan Group? We invited you here out of respect, and you have the nerve to hit someone? Do you think you can run wild? Wang Li truly lived up to being Mu Yuxia's biological mother. She planted her hands on her hips, stepped right up to Qin Feng, and pointed her finger at his nose as she cursed him out. She was the spitting image of Mu Yuxia moments ago. Qin Feng merely furrowed his brow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What? You think I won't teach you a lesson? Wang Li immediately took 2 steps back. Had she not moved quickly, Qin Feng's palm would likely have struck her face. Enough! Stop it! Both of you! Mu Shan slammed his hand on the table and roared. Wang Li's curses and Mu Yuxia's wails abruptly ceased. Mu Shan stared at Qin Feng's impassive expression, struggling to suppress the rage boiling within him. How could years of prejudice simply vanish? But today, they needed Qin Feng's help, so he endured it time and again. Enough! Stop this nonsense! Let's eat! Mu Shan asserted his authority as head of the household. But Gong Ming wasn't buying it. He wasn't part of the Mu family. Gong Ming rose from the floor, wiping the blood from his nose. Uncle Mu, if you can't give me a satisfactory explanation for today's incident, I'm afraid the business partnership between our two families will have to come to an end. Mu Shan froze upon hearing Gong Ming's words. He glanced at Qin Feng before turning his gaze back to Gong Ming. Let's not act impulsively. Qin Feng is connected to the Fushan Group. He's the one who can negotiate partnerships for both the Gong and Mu families. If we can establish ties with Fushan Group, then... Mu Shan didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear. This instantly silenced the furious Gong Ming. Who didn't know the name Fushan Group? If Qin Feng truly managed to connect with them, it wouldn't just benefit his Mu family. Even the Gong family could ascend to new heights. Gong Ming, say something. He hit me, you have to stand up for me. Mu Yuxia, still unclear about the situation, threw a tantrum at Gong Ming. But Gong Ming knew exactly what mattered most. Ahem, Mr. Qin, I didn't realize you still had ties to Fushan Group earlier. I was out of line. Please accept my apologies. Let's sit down and eat. Come. Gong Ming's attitude shifted abruptly, acting as if he and Qin Feng were old friends reunited after years apart. Mu Shan chimed in from the side. Exactly. We're all partners now. We should support each other. If we can secure this partnership with Fushan Group, our two companies will be on the rise like the sun at noon. Mu Shan was grinning from ear to ear, lowering his stance as he poured Qin Feng a glass of wine. Mu Qing, however, was a bit bewildered. Qin Feng glanced at the wine glass on the table without speaking, then looked up at Wang Li and Mu Yuxia. Though still fuming, the mother and daughter had put aside their anger for the sake of the family's future. Little Nan, Grandma will pick out a chicken drumstick for you. I've been so neglectful before. Here, let me pour you another drink. Wang Li feigned affection, serving the child food and pouring drinks, feigning boundless fondness. Mu Yuxia also bowed her head slightly toward Qin Feng. The entire family, who had previously disliked Qin Feng, now fawned over him. Even if they'd been slapped, they could only swallow their anger. In everyone's eyes, Qin Feng was now a walking fortune god. Whoever met his gaze was forced to plaster on a smile. Seeing Qin Feng had fully displayed his authority, Mu Shan finally got down to business. He poured another cup of wine for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, now that we've put our differences behind us, when shall we discuss the cooperation with Fushan? Mu Shan broached the subject, and those around them all looked at Qin Feng with eager anticipation. Just as they all anticipated a golden opportunity, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. What Fu Xiang group? What partnership? I don't even have a job. What partnership are we talking about? Qin Feng uttered these words as he lifted his cup. Everyone froze, their expressions abruptly shifting. Qin Feng, don't joke around. We saw you calling the president of Fushan Group brother with your own eyes. This shouldn't be too difficult, right? Mu Shan, thinking Qin Feng was still upset, tentatively asked. Oh, you mean that Liang guy? We only met once. There's absolutely no connection between us. You've all got it wrong. I can't help you with this. Qin Feng took a sip of wine with a calm expression, then said with a smirk. You bastard. Mu Shan's pent-up rage erupted violently, and he slammed his wine glass onto the floor. Only then did the entire family realize they'd been played by Qin Feng. Chapter 8, Steel Fist Biaozi. Qin Feng, you're playing games with us, aren't you? If you can't help the Mu family, what are you doing here eating our food? Mu Shan bent over, glaring at Qin Feng as he fired off the questions. Qin Feng heard his words and grinned. That's an interesting question. Didn't you invite me to your family banquet? His attitude pushed the others past their breaking point. Any clear-eyed observer could see the Mu family's overtures were motivated by ulterior motives. Qin Feng clearly had no intention of aiding the Mu family, yet he accepted their hospitality without complaint. He accepted every apology and compliment, yet offered no assistance in return. This was utterly unacceptable to everyone present. Mu Yuxia, who had just been slapped, was already seething with resentment. She had endured it all for the sake of the Mu family's partnership, but hearing Qin Feng's words, she couldn't take it anymore. You can't help our Mu family, so why are you trying to show off? You good-for-nothing piece of trash. How dare you hit me? You. Mu Yuxia's rage boiled over. She grabbed the wine jug from the table and aimed it at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Go ahead, try it. At those words alone, Mu Yuxia froze as if struck by a spell. Holding the wine jug aloft, she dared not smash it down, yet putting it back down would cost her face. The scene descended into awkward silence. Qin Feng. You've got some nerve. Even as an outsider, I can't stand by and watch this. Gongming slammed his hand on the table and stood up. After all, Mu Yuxia was his woman. If he didn't stand up for her now, it would be a complete loss of face. Qin Feng. 5 years ago, you absconded with my Mu family's assets. Today, I'm settling that score with you. Mu Shan gripped his phone in one hand, eyes blazing with fury, radiating an aura that screamed he was about to summon reinforcements. Gongming also pulled out his phone. Qin Feng, I won't make things difficult for you. Kneel down and apologize to Yuxia today, or else I won't let you walk out of this door alive. Facing the threats from the crowd, Qin Feng remained calm and composed. But Mu Qing and her daughter beside him were trembling with fear. Qin Xiaonan still clutched the chicken drumstick Wang Li had just picked out for her. What are you eating? You little bastard, you have the nerve to eat. Wang Li swatted the chicken drumstick right out of her hand with her chopsticks. Her snarling expression looked as if she wanted to devour someone. Qin Xiaonan cowered into Mu Qing's embrace. Mu Qing tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve. Qin Feng, maybe we should leave. Leave? Do you think you can just walk out? If you don't cough up the Mu family's money today, you won't leave here alive. Meanwhile, the hot-headed young Mu Feng was flexing his muscles. All three clutched their phones, ready to call for backup. Qin Feng, however, turned to comfort Mu Qing, gesturing for her not to worry. Hey, why'd you shut up? Keep laughing. Wang Li scolded Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced up at the group. There was no avoiding this confrontation today. Besides, he'd come here today precisely to deal with them once and for all. What are the three of you standing around for? Didn't you all pull out your phones? Call someone. Get help. Qin Feng calmly picked up another chicken drumstick and handed it to his daughter. Fine, fine. You little brat really won't take the hint. Just wait, I'll make sure you won't even get a chance to beg for mercy. Gongming seethed at Qin Feng's arrogant demeanor. He dialed the number directly. Mu Shan and Mu Feng beside him followed suit. Before long, 3 groups of people rushed over. Mu Feng summoned all the street thugs he'd befriended in the underworld. Mu Shan, meanwhile, summoned all the security personnel from his company. Gongming was the most ruthless, specifically paying to hire people from the underworld. Clearly, they intended to take down Qin Feng for good. Combined, the 3 groups numbered over 40 men. They burst in all at once, surrounding Qin Feng completely. Hey, Gong, is it really worth bringing this many guys just to deal with one kid? The tattooed leader, cigarette dangling from his mouth, eyed Qin Feng up and down with utter contempt. Beat him to death. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Gong Ming glared at Qin Feng, his teeth clenched. He'd never lost face like this before. The flattering words he'd just spoken to Qin Feng burned like fire on his face. Kid, you wanna walk out here and get your ass kicked, or do we need to escort you out? The tattooed man eyed Qin Feng with a smirk. Qin Feng didn't even flinch. With just the lot of you, I doubt you have the ability to escort me out. Qin Feng's words instantly enraged the thugs. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. I'll show you if I've got what it takes. Without another word, the tattooed man swung his solid steel baton, aiming it squarely at the back of Qin Feng's head. If that baton connected, it would likely shatter his skull. Qin Feng's ears twitched slightly. Without lifting his head, he countered with a punch backward. The fist wind whistled like a dragon's roar, its force carrying the might of a colossal serpent. The powerful fist collided directly with the solid steel rod. A loud clang echoed through the living room. The deadly steel rod clattered to the floor. The tattooed man's hands shook violently from the impact, blood seeping from his knuckles. Glancing down, he saw the solid steel rod lying bent on the floor. Cold sweat drenched the tattooed man's body. He knew exactly how much force he'd just unleashed. This was a solid steel rod, after all. Why stop fighting? Qin Feng set down his wineglass, glancing over casually. The tattooed man, who had been so arrogant moments ago, suddenly stumbled back several steps. His street smarts told him this man was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. But the few thugs Mu Feng had brought along couldn't stand by and watch. What kind of big shot did you bring? He's scared out of his wits. Let me handle this. The young thug, fearless and reckless, rolled up his sleeves and strode up to Qin Feng. So you're the one who's been trash-talking our boss Feng, huh? I'm gonna teach you a lesson today. Remember my name, Steel Fist Biao. The thug finished his threat and immediately launched a punch straight at Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng flicked his head aside and countered with a backhand slap. The seemingly light slap landed squarely on the thug's face. The thug's body flew backward instantly. His body smashed through a glass window and crashed onto the street. He rolled several times before coming to a stop. The fighter known as Iron Fist Biaozi lay motionless, resembling nothing more than a dead dog by the roadside. Oomph, Iron Fist Biaozi. How laughable, Qin Feng sneered, a mocking curve playing on his lips. Any of you want to try too? Qin Feng asked the tattooed man. Chapter 9, Vengeance. The tattooed man met Qin Feng's gaze and immediately stumbled back several steps. Gong Ming, look at the trash you brought. You're just going to let this weakling hit me? I don't care. If you don't get me revenge today, you're not a man. Mu Yuxia raged like a madwoman, her eyes shut as she threw a tantrum. These words left Gong Ming momentarily at a loss. He'd already made his threats, yet the men he'd brought were no match for the few thugs Mu Feng had summoned. Sure, they got knocked flying by Qin Feng. At least they had the guts to fight. But these so-called professionals he'd hired didn't even budge, leaving Gong Ming utterly humiliated. What are you standing around for? Did I pay you to watch the show? Get over here and teach this kid a lesson. Gong Ming glared at the tattooed man, his voice dripping with fury. The tattooed man clenched his fists, but when his gaze met Qin Feng's eyes, his courage instantly evaporated. Qin Feng didn't even lift his head, nearly murmuring, "Aren't you going to get lost?" The tattooed man responded with surprising efficiency, pulling out a stack of cash and slamming it onto the table. "Young Master Gong, we're afraid we can't help you with this matter. You'll have to find someone else." The tattooed man tossed the money down and turned to leave with his men. Gong Ming watched their retreating backs and cursed furiously, but it was all for naught. The security guards Mu Shan had called stood there frozen, utterly helpless against Qin Feng. "Alright, I'm done eating. Since there's nothing else, we'll be on our way." Qin Feng pulled out a tissue to wipe his daughter's little hands and mouth. He then scooped her into his arms, took Mu Qing's hand with his other, and headed straight for the exit. "Dad, are we just letting him go like that?" Mu Feng tugged at Mu Shan's sleeve, muttering in disbelief. Mu Yuxia continued wailing uncontrollably. The entire family watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, their teeth gritted in fury. "I'll make sure he pays for this." Gong Ming clenched his fists. This feud was now set in stone. After leaving the courtyard, the family walked slowly along the road. Dark shadows had already begun to fall across the sky. The orange glow of streetlights stretched their shadows long behind them. "Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insisted on dragging you to this family dinner." Mu Qing spoke first, breaking the silence. Her dream of mending fences and restoring family harmony had shattered completely today. Qin Feng noticed Mu Qing's distress and gently squeezed her hand. "It's fine. That family is beyond redemption. We just need to live our own lives well." Qin Feng held their sleeping daughter close, savoring this moment of pure contentment. This was the life he had yearned for day and night for 3,000 years. "By the way, where exactly did you go these past 5 years?" Mu Qing looked at Qin Feng and asked. The question caught Qin Feng off guard, and he stammered out an excuse. Mu Qing merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, not pressing further, as if preoccupied with something else. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Xin Feng noticed Mu Qing's unease and asked. Mu Qing remained silent for a long while before finally voicing her doubts. Xin Feng had thoroughly offended both the Mu and Gong families today. Though neither family was a colossal conglomerate dominating the local scene, they could still easily cause trouble for the couple. Mu Qing's current job as an accountant paid very little. Their daughter, Xiaonan, still hadn't secured a school placement. If the two families interfere, life won't be easy for the young couple. Xin Feng, hearing Mu Qing's worries, merely smiled. Don't worry. Go to work as usual tomorrow. I'll handle these matters. It'll be fine. Gazing at their sleeping daughter in his arms, Xin Feng offered Mu Qing a reassuring smile. His carefree demeanor made Mu Qing sigh. But she didn't voice any complaints. After all, Xin Feng hadn't returned for 5 years, and she didn't want to burden him with too much pressure. As they chatted and strolled, they found themselves back home before they knew it. After placing their daughter in bed, the couple finally embraced and fell asleep. Breathing in the scent of her dark hair, Xin Feng finally drifted into peaceful slumber. It was the most peaceful sleep he had experienced in 3,000 years. By the time he woke up the next morning, Mu Qing had already left the house. Stepping into the living room, he found his daughter quietly playing with a worn-out second-hand toy. Xiaonan, where's mommy? Mommy went to work. She told me not to wake daddy up. Daddy, I'm hungry. Xiaonan rubbed her tummy and muttered pitifully. Xin Feng smiled slightly and made some food for his daughter. On the table, he also spotted the name of Mu Qing's workplace, just an ordinary clothing company. Xuanxi Garments. Xiaonan, be good at home. I'll be out for a bit. Xin Feng instructed his daughter as she sat quietly eating at the table. He opened the door and headed straight for Mu Qing's workplace. He knew full well that with a petty villain like Gong Ming and a vindictive viper like Wang Li, there was absolutely no chance of making them back down. He had dozed off for just a moment, and who knew how much trouble that had caused. In the blink of an eye, Xin Feng arrived at the entrance of this small company. At this level of company, security guards were typically men in their 50s or 60s. With the sweltering heat, the guards were all inside drinking tea and cooling off under fans, paying Xin Feng no mind whatsoever. Xin Feng slipped inside with surprising ease. As soon as he reached the second-floor corridor, he heard a barrage of angry shouts. I took pity on you because you have a child to raise, but what the hell have you done? Get out of here. This company doesn't need you. A woman's shrill voice rang out. Manager, I'm so sorry. I'll fix the forms right now. Please give me another chance. Mu Qing's pleading voice echoed from inside the office. But the supervisor remained unmoved, her words dripping with contempt. Stop wasting my time, will you? Just because you're a little pretty, you think you can flirt your way into the boss's good graces? No one can save you now, you cheap woman. Get out of here. As the supervisor's words ended, a sharp slap echoed through the office. Moments later, Mu Qing emerged clutching the forms. The moment she stepped outside and saw Xin Feng, she immediately covered her flushed left cheek. Xin Feng, why are you here? Let me see. Xin Feng gently removed Mu Qing's hand and softly stroked her cheek. I'm fine. If it comes to it, I'll just find another job. It's nothing. Mu Qing forced a faint smile, trying to reassure Xin Feng. Before they could finish speaking, the supervisor emerged in high heels and glared at them. You cheapskate, get out of here. Waiting for me to kick you out? The woman muttered under her breath before striding upstairs. Xin Feng, let's go. Honestly, I've wanted to quit this job for ages. It's okay. Wait for me back there. I'll just go upstairs for a moment, just sit for a bit. Xin Feng pulled Mu Qing back to her workstation and urged her to sit down for a moment. But the jealous co-workers around them, envious of Mu Qing's beauty or talent, weren't about to let things rest. Hey, Mu Qing, how thick-skinned can you be? They're kicking you out, and you still won't leave? Exactly. Can't you survive away from this place? Or are you really having an affair with the boss? Their teasing carried a sharp edge of sarcasm. Ignore them. I'll be right back. Xin Feng patted Mu Qing's hand and strode out of the office lobby, heading straight for the boss's office upstairs. Standing at the doorway, the voices inside drifted out. That woman's got some nerve. If you ask me, just kick her right out. The supervisor's whiny voice echoed out. Haha, that little minx is pretty as hell. I'd love to sleep with her, what a shame she's leaving so soon. The boss's lecherous voice prompted the woman to start cooing again. Xin Feng frowned slightly and immediately dialed the number for Liang, the acting president of Fushan Group. The moment the call connected, Liang's flattering voice filled the line. Enough with the nonsense. Get yourself over to Xuanxi Garments. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Move it. Xin Feng hung up immediately and kicked open the boss's office door. Chapter 10, Borrowing the Tiger's Might. The office scene came into view. Just an ordinary desk, flanked by a simple sofa and coffee table, extremely modest. Nothing like the grandeur of Fushan Group. The previously arrogant female supervisor was now sitting on the boss's lap. The balding middle-aged boss stretched out his lecherous hands, a sleazy grin on his face. Both were startled by Qin Feng's sudden intrusion. The female manager jumped to her feet, while the bald boss glared at him angrily. "Who the hell are you? Who let you in?" the boss barked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't even glance at the female manager. He spoke cleanly and decisively. "I'm giving you 5 minutes to reinstate Mu Qing's position. Then get this woman out of here." Qin Feng stared at the boss, held up 5 fingers, then pointed at the female manager standing nearby. The sudden command left both of them stunned. After a moment of stunned silence, the female manager burst into a shrill, piercing laugh. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know who I am? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The female manager stared at Qin Feng, doubled over with laughter. The boss felt both exasperated and amused. A thief had suddenly barged into his own company. Daring to give him orders? Absolutely ridiculous. "Mr. Wang, this guy is that Mu Qing's lover. I just saw him." The female manager nestled against the boss, stirring his desire. "Enough, enough. Whoever you are, get the hell out of here. Don't waste my time." The boss waved his hand impatiently. His entire focus was on the female manager. He couldn't be bothered with Qin Feng. "You've got exactly 3 minutes left." Qin Feng glanced at the wall clock and said calmly. "You're not leaving, are you? Fine, then you're not leaving today." The balding man's face darkened with anger as he grabbed the phone on his desk. "Security! Get up here now," he bellowed into the phone, his voice booming with authority. The female manager by his side only fanned the flames. "Mr. Wang, you ruined the mood completely. You can't just let him off the hook. Rest assured, if I don't break at least one of his legs today, it'll be a mercy." Mediterranean stared at Qin Feng, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. After that phone call, the old men who had been guarding the entrance charged forward, clubs in hand. Seeing these security guards, whose average age was at least 50, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, reluctant to resort to violence. "What are you lot standing around for? Get moving." Mediterranean scowled at the stunned old men, his voice crackling with fury. Qin Feng paid no attention, merely glancing up at the clock on the wall. "Didn't you hear me? Get moving. Do you think I pay you 2,000 a month just to sit around doing nothing?" Seeing the old men still unmoved, the balding man was so furious he nearly jumped out of his skin. All right, no need to yell. You don't have a choice now." Qin Feng waved his hand, cutting off the middle-aged man's tirade. The remark genuinely startled the balding man. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? You'll find out soon enough." No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than the office door swung open again. Liang scrambled in, hands braced on his knees as he gasped for breath. Qin-gu, I finally made it. This place is so remote." Before Liang could finish, a dozen or so well-dressed black-clad bodyguards also burst in. Though not as dramatically as Liang, they were all panting slightly. It was clear that Liang had rushed here non-stop after receiving the message. The old man eyed the henchman he'd brought, clearly not in the same league. "Well, Mr. Wang, we're not taking this month's pay. We can't handle this job." Seeing it wasn't going to work, the old men simply dropped the job and walked away, leaving the balding man dumbfounded. "Brother Qin, is this the fool who crossed you? He's got some nerve, doesn't he?" Liang sized up the balding man, a flash of contempt in his eyes. "It's not about provocation. He fired my wife and spoke disrespectfully." Qin Feng watched Liang's arrogant demeanor, then casually plopped himself down on the sofa. Who the hell are you people? Do you even know where you are? Our company is backed by the Gong family. You're asking for trouble." Seeing Qin Feng's formidable presence, the man with the receding hairline immediately invoked his powerful backer. But mentioning the Gong family only made Qin Feng frown deeper. Well, what a small world. Looks like the Gong family only produces trash like you lot." Qin Feng sighed. Liang immediately caught the drift and launched into a tirade at the balding man. "What the hell kind of family is the Gong family? Do they even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as my Fushan group?" Liang seized every chance to show off, barking the rebuke. This left the Mediterranean-haired man slumping heavily to the ground. A behemoth like Fushan Group was beyond even his powerful backer, the Gong family, let alone his own small operation. The female manager nearby hurried over to help the middle-aged man up. Mr. Wang, don't listen to our nonsense. If he really knew the boss of Fushan Group, would his wife be working as an accountant at our company?" The supervisor's words made the bald guy breathe a sigh of relief. He turned and thought about it, realizing she had a point. Just look at this Fushan Group CEO, he's clearly a fraud. Mediterranean glanced up and down at Liang as he listened to the female supervisor's words. The recent sprint had left him looking rather disheveled. He glanced back at Qin Feng. Though he carried himself with quiet confidence, his entire outfit looked like it cost less than 200 yuan. The more Mediterranean thought about it, the more confident he felt. He slowly stood up. "A bunch of penniless nobodies trying to scam me? I'll call the Gong family right now and make sure you regret this. Fushan Group, my ass. If you're from Fushan Group, then I'm the richest man in the city. His loud rant stunned Liang. You bastard, you don't know when to quit. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. As Liang moved to signal his men to attack, Xin Feng stepped forward to block him. The moment he mentioned the Gong family, Xin Feng had already made up his mind. At the Mu family dinner, Gong Ming had been utterly arrogant. Today, Mu Qing's dismissal and humiliation surely involved his meddling. Instead of lecturing this sucker, it was better to strike a blow directly at the Gong family. What's your game, brother Qin? Liang was puzzled by Qin Feng's intervention. Xin Feng merely smiled faintly. Have him call them summon the entire Gong family. That'll make things more interesting. Within 20 minutes of a single phone call, a large group surged forward. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, followed closely by none other than Gong Ming. The two bore a striking resemblance, sharing at least 70% similarity in appearance. I am Gong Chang, the boss of the Gong family. I'll see who dares to cause trouble on my turf. Chapter 11, Who's the Clown? Gong Chang's voice preceded his arrival. He was the CEO of the Gong family group and also Gong Ming's father. Upon hearing that people from Fushan Group were causing trouble here, he naturally rushed over to verify the truth. When Gong Ming spotted Qin Feng and Liang, however, he couldn't help but chuckle. I wondered who it could be. Isn't this that good-for-nothing Qin Feng? Fushan Group? Do you take us for fools? The head of Fushan Group is Sister Wang. She's a woman, got it? Gong Ming stared at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with nothing but scorn. Gong Chang frowned. What? You know them? Dad, these two are total frauds. That Qin Feng is just the useless son-in-law of the Mu family. How could he possibly know anyone from Fushan Group? Gong Chang nodded slightly at his son's words, his mind already made up. You two dare to cause trouble at my company? Don't blame me for being ruthless today. As Gong Chang spoke these words, the female manager and the man with the receding hairline present both smiled faintly. Gong Ming, meanwhile, sat back, eager to watch the show unfold. The situation had unfolded exactly as Qin Feng had anticipated. He simply patted Liang on the shoulder. The rest is up to you. At those words, Liang snapped like a mad dog freed from its leash. Damn it! You think you can bully me now? Brother Qin has spoken. You lot better get ready to go down today. Gong Ming and the others watched Liang's show of bravado, each finding it laughable. Just a clown. Take care of him. Gong Chang waves dismissively, unwilling to give him another thought. Gong Ming glared at Qin Feng, grinding his teeth in fury. Qin Feng, you've finally fallen into my hands. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you today. The balding man and the female manager were grinning from ear to ear. You two think you're so tough? You're from Fushan Group? Keep showing off then. The female manager laughed so hard she was shaking, enraging Liang, who pulled out his phone. Hello? This is Liang. Terminate all collaborations with the Gong family immediately. Liang shouted into the phone. This amused the few people nearby. Canceling all cooperation? You're putting on quite the act, ha ha ha. Qin Feng, I never knew you knew such a professional actor, ha ha ha. Gong Ming stared at Qin Feng, his exaggerated laughter echoing. Before their mocking could subside, Gong Chang's phone buzzed in his pocket. What? Say that again. You're sure? Gong Chang held the phone, his expression shifting rapidly as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead like soybeans. Gong Ming noticed something was wrong with his father. Dad, what's wrong with you? Gong Chang glanced at Qin Feng and Liang, then looked up at his son. He raised his hand and slapped Gong Ming across the face. You ungrateful son. You're going to ruin the entire Gong family. Gong Chang glared at Gong Ming with disappointment. The slap left Gong Ming utterly bewildered. Qin Feng merely watched the father and son with a faint smile. Dad, why did you hit me? Qin Feng is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Are you actually afraid of him? Gong Ming clutched his face, looking at his father in confusion. How dare you speak nonsense? Just now, all of our external partnerships were severed, costing us millions in losses. And while we're talking right now, we're losing millions more. Do you understand? Gong Chang clenched his phone tightly and roared. The words struck like a thunderbolt, freezing Gong Ming in place. He turned to Qin Feng in utter disbelief. No! Impossible! Qin Feng is nothing but a good-for-nothing. This has nothing to do with him. Gong Ming shook his head violently, as if struck by a massive shock. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat calmly on the sofa. He intended to watch this brazen little man kneel before him and beg for forgiveness. Well, Mr. Gong? Still think I'm a fake president of Fushan Group? Liang was thoroughly satisfied with their reactions. Brother Liang, we were wrong. Please spare us, spare the Gong family. Gong Chang had shed his earlier arrogance, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. Gong Ming, standing nearby, suddenly fixed his gaze on Liang, a glint flashing in his eyes. I know. Brother Liang, you must have been deceived by that good-for-nothing Qin Feng, right? Let me tell you, that kid is just the useless son-in-law of the Mu family. He's not even worth a dog's bark. You absolutely can't let him fool you. Gong Ming couldn't fathom that Qin Feng actually knew someone like Liang. He kept stirring up trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang slapped Gong Ming across the face. Others might not know, but he was well aware of Qin Feng's capabilities. You dare speak ill of brother Qin? You think I won't wipe your Gong family off the map? The moment Liang heard anyone speak ill of Qin Feng, he immediately bared his teeth menacingly. Brother Liang, Master Liang, I beg you, spare our Gong family. Gong Chang stared at the rapidly plummeting stock prices on his phone, his entire being utterly shattered. Liang looked at the father and son with utter contempt. What good is begging me? Go over there. Only if that guy nods will it matter. Liang rolled his eyes, gesturing for everyone to look at Qin Feng on the sofa. Gong Chang was now in a panic. He threw himself down with a thud before Qin Feng. Master Qin, I failed to teach my son properly. I'll discipline him severely when I return. Please spare him. Qin Feng appraised the middle-aged man before him, his eyes devoid of pity. If it weren't him sitting here today, but an ordinary man seeking justice for his wife, without his own connections reaching to the heavens, what Gong Chang had done would likely be 10,000 times worse. Dad! How could you kowtow to him? He's nothing but a worthless coward. Gong Ming watched his father's humiliating posture, and rage flared within him. Especially since it was Qin Feng, the man he despised most, making this humiliating gesture. Gong Chang, you saw it yourself, your son is deeply dissatisfied with me. If I let you two go back, who knows how much trouble he'll cause me in the future. Qin Feng glanced at Gong Ming, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had no grudge against the Gong family. But this brat not only caused trouble for Mu Qin but also tried to take him down. He couldn't let that slide. Gong Ming, come here and kowtow to Master Qin to beg for forgiveness. Plead for him to spare our Gong family. Gong Chang looked up at his son and barked in order. Though 1,000 grievances churned within Gong Ming's heart at that moment, he had come to realize that Qin Feng was someone he simply couldn't afford to provoke. Yet he refused to accept it. He couldn't bear that a son-in-law from the Mu family could lord over him. Kneel! Gong Chang roared again, forcing Gong Ming to finally bend his knees. Though he knelt before Qin Feng, the resentment in his heart was written plainly on his face. I apologize. I'm sorry. Gong Ming glared at Qin Feng through gritted teeth, spitting out the words with venom. Is this your attitude? I detect not a shred of sincerity in such an apology. Qin Feng glanced down indifferently, muttering the words without care. This remark ignited a surge of anger within Gong Ming. He lifted his head slightly, his teeth clenched so hard they made a grinding sound. Qin Feng! I warn you, don't push your luck. Fushine Group can protect you for now, but not forever. If I retaliate behind the scenes, you won't be able to handle it. Gong Ming muttered the threat at Qin Feng, laying bare his intentions. Qin Feng smiled at Gong Ming, who knelt at his feet yet still dared to issue threats. Chapter 12, Flaunting Power. Gong Ming's threats meant nothing to Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely smiled indifferently. Then how exactly do you plan to retaliate against me? His expression relaxed. As a revered immortal sovereign, how could he possibly fear such a mere puppet? But Gong Ming mistakenly believed his threats had struck fear into Qin Feng, prompting him to escalate further. I know you have a 5-year-old daughter. If you don't spare my Gong family, I'll... Before Gong Ming could finish his threat, Qin Feng's hand shot out, clamping down on his throat. The overwhelming force instantly cut off his air. You think you have the right to threaten me? Qin Feng's icy words echoed like the whisper of death itself. Gong Chang was frantically kowtowing, leaving patches of blood on the marble slab. Master Qin, I beg you to spare us. I swear the Gong family will never cross your path again. Please. Gong Chang pleaded earnestly, his demeanor utterly sincere. Only when Gong Ming's eyes rolled back did Qin Feng abruptly release his grip. Freed from his bonds, Gong Ming collapsed onto the ground like a dead dog, gasping for fresh air. The aura of death slowly receded from his body. Get out of here! Qin Feng barked coldly. Gong Chang dared not delay for a moment. He hurriedly helped his son to his feet and rushed out of the company. The middle-aged man and the female manager were both frozen in terror. Recalling their earlier words to Qin Feng, they felt a chill run through their bodies. Even Gong Chang was reduced to kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. What right did they have to be shouting at him? Brother Qin, I'll be heading out now. If you need anything, just give me a shout and I'll be right over. Liang called out to Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng nod, he finally left the company with his men. Only 3 people remained in the office now. A deathly silence hung in the air. Qin. Brother Qin, this was my oversight. Mediterranean Zhang opened his mouth, struggling to find words. A single word from Qin Feng now could reduce his small operation to ashes. The female manager's face was deathly pale. After all, she'd been the most vocal just moments ago. Enough, stop this nonsense. Qin Feng stood up and waved his hand, signaling both of them to shut up. Whether this company survives depends entirely on your performance. Qin Feng left only that brief statement before turning and walking out. The two men scurried after him like loyal attendants. Qin Feng walked over to the work area. Mu Qing, who had been sitting there waiting, now had her cheeks flushed bright red. Even though so much time had passed, the gossip around her still persisted. Hey, Mu Qing, that guy just now, is he your husband? Look at how shabby he's dressed. Do you really expect him to help you? A few women stood nearby, pretending not to care as they teased her. Exactly. Can't you survive without this job? Why cling to it so stubbornly? The mocking whispers gradually turned into curses. Mu Qing looked up and saw Qin Feng returning. She immediately stood up, grabbed his arm, and turned to walk out. What's wrong? Qin Feng, I really don't want to work here anymore. Let's go. A pleading look appeared in Mu Qing's eyes. This sight pierced Qin Feng's heart with pain. Though she'd endured such vicious remarks before, she'd gritted her teeth and endured it all for her daughter's sake. But today, the news of her dismissal hit. These people grew even more brazen. Never mind that Mu Qing had once been the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Even an ordinary person couldn't endure such gossip. Is it because of these gossiping women? Qin Feng pointed at the group and asked. Though Mu Qing didn't nod, the women immediately bristled at the accusation. Hey, kid, who do you think you're talking about? You think you can just point fingers at us? One woman clasped her hands on her hips, adopting a defiant stance. Shut up, all of you. I'll tear the mouth off anyone who dares bully Mu Qing. The female supervisor charged forward, looking ready to devour someone. It takes a badass to handle a badass. Seeing the female supervisor's fierce expression, the colleagues immediately shut up. Mediterranean rushed over then, pointing at the two gossiping women. You two, get out. Don't bother coming back. Our company doesn't welcome you. What? Fired? Mr. Wang, aren't you the one who hates mooching the most? And you, supervisor, aren't you? The women froze. The very supervisor standing before them was the one who'd led the bullying of mooching all along. What's that? From now on, anyone who bullies mooching in this company will be fired on the spot. Got it? The female supervisor adopted an air of authority. This furious rebuke left Mu Qing frozen in place. All good now, right? You can relax here. Qin Feng smiled at Mu Qing. Qin Feng, what's going on here? How could this? Mu Qing asked in surprise, knowing this must be connected to Qin Feng. Oh dear, I need to get back and cook dinner for Xiaonan. We'll talk about it when you get off work. Qin Feng feared revealing any clues in their conversation. He quickly made an excuse and left the company. Left bewildered, Mu Qing was treated like a goddess by her boss and supervisor. After all, this was Qin Feng's wife, someone connected to the Fushan group. If they treated her well, wouldn't it be as easy as saying a word to turn this small workshop around? Qin Feng left the company and let out a heavy sigh. The family matters were temporarily resolved, but his own unfinished business remained. He still didn't know who had plotted against him all those years ago. This matter definitely required thorough investigation. But right now, the most urgent matter was truly to go home. It was already afternoon, and he couldn't help but worry about Xiaonan being home alone. His mind churned with thoughts of the past as he walked home. As soon as he entered the residential compound, he spotted several figures lurking suspiciously near the stairwell entrance. Qin Feng pretended not to notice and headed upstairs. As soon as he reached the stairs, he heard whispers. Hurry up and pick the lock, will you? What if that good-for-nothing gets back soon? The voices sounded familiar to Qin Feng, and he hurried up the stairs. Sure enough, at his own door, his mother-in-law, Wang Li, was with a man picking the lock. Wang Li froze completely upon seeing Qin Feng appear. Qin Feng's expression darkened. At this hour, only his daughter, Xiaonan, should be home. It was obvious what Wang Li was up to. What are you glaring at me for? Can't I come see my granddaughter? Wang Li played the victim, rolling her eyes at Qin Feng. I didn't know you were so fond of our Xiaonan. Tell me, what are you doing here? Qin Feng stared at Wang Li, his eyes flickering with a hint of murderous intent. In this world, he had only two remaining relatives. He would never allow anyone to harm his 3,000-year-old hope. I'll do whatever I want. Or do you plan to hit me? Wang Li stared back at Qin Feng, showing no sign of fear. After all, she was Mu Qing's mother, Qin Feng's mother-in-law. She was certain that no matter how formidable Qin Feng was, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on an elder. Wang Li also knew today's matter was impossible to resolve. She shot a glance at the man beside her. Let's go. Who needs this dump anyway? Wang Li slung her small bag over her shoulder, wrinkled her nose in disgust, and started walking toward the exit. Stop. Did I give you permission to leave? Qin Feng roared, blocking her path. He was determined to eliminate every potential threat to his loved ones, especially his daughter. If even the slightest oversight led to anything happening to this child, not only Mu Qing, but even he himself would never forgive himself. Haven't seen you in 5 years and you've gotten sassy? Think you can block my path? You're not quite up to it. Wang Li didn't give Qin Feng a second thought, striding toward the stairs. Qin Feng wasted no words, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Chapter 13, Uninvited Guest. Caught completely off guard, Wang Li froze. A solid slap landed squarely on her cheek. The force sent her tumbling backward, landing squarely on her backside. Her expensive designer pants were now covered in dust. Wang Li sat there, clutching her face, frozen in shock for a full 5 or 6 minutes. You actually dared to hit me? Do you have any idea how much these pants cost? Now they're ruined. Can you even afford to replace them? Wang Li stood up, still covering her face, and glared at the dust on her pants, her temper flaring first. Xin Feng shook his head helplessly at the sight. It was clear his mother-in-law was utterly obsessed with money. Despite being slapped, her first concern was that her expensive pants were now stained. If you don't answer my question now, I'm afraid it won't just be your pants that get dirty. Speak up. What are you doing here? Xin Feng's eyes flashed with icy coldness. This made Wang Li feel a twinge of fear. Xin Feng's slap had already made her realize the gravity of the situation. In Xin Feng's eyes, her status as his mother-in-law meant absolutely nothing. I really just came to see my granddaughter, Wang Li stammered, still trying to put on a show. You think I'd believe your nonsense? Looks like you won't talk unless you're hit. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Qin Feng, unleashing a terrifying aura that radiated outward. Before Wang Li could flee, Qin Feng instantly seized her by the throat and hoisted her off the ground. Wang Li kicked weakly with her legs, her high heels tumbling to the floor. The locksmith, seeing this was about to turn deadly, dared not linger. Terrified, he scrambled down the stairs. Qin Feng paid no heed to Wang Li's face turning increasingly purple, his gaze fixed solely on her eyes. If I let go and don't hear an answer, you won't be leaving this hallway alive. Qin Feng meant what he said and immediately released his grip. Wang Li collapsed back onto the floor, no longer caring about soiling her clothes. She blurted out everything in one breath. It was all Gong Ming's idea. He told us you really did have connections with Fushan Group. As long as we kidnapped your daughter, we could control you however we wanted. I was just a messenger, it had nothing to do with me. The terror of death still clung to Wang Li's heart. All she could think about now was staying alive. As long as she didn't die, even betraying her own mother wouldn't matter. The moment Qin Feng heard Wang Li utter the name Gong Ming, his murderous intent flared. At Xuanqi Company, he had spared Gong Ming out of respect for Gong Chang's status as a father. But the bastard hadn't given up his scheming ways. He turned around and plotted against him. This time, he wouldn't show any mercy. Qin Feng opened the door to find Xiaonan exhausted from play, fast asleep on the sofa. Quietly tucking a blanket around his daughter, Qin Feng then led Wang Li downstairs. Qin Feng, listen to me, this really has nothing to do with me. I promise it won't happen again. Wang Li kept babbling, desperately trying to distance herself from the situation. Cut the nonsense. Drive me to the Mu residence. Aren't they all waiting to see me? Qin Feng shoved Wang Li into the car and climbed in himself. Now Wang Li was truly panicking. She had come to kidnap Qin Feng's daughter, but now she hadn't gotten the girl and had brought Qin Feng back instead. Wasn't this openly betraying them all? Gong Ming had warned her repeatedly not to betray him. Taking Qin Feng back now would make things incredibly awkward. Qin Feng, I promise I won't do it again. Can we just forget about this whole thing? Wang Li tentatively inquired. To Qin Feng, these words sounded nothing short of laughable. Kidnapping his daughter and expecting him to just let it go? That's like murdering someone's parents and telling them to just get over it. Qin Feng paid Wang Li no mind whatsoever, sitting in the car as he drove straight to the Mu residence. The car finally came to a stop at the entrance of the small villa. Wang Li's pleading continued unabated. If you don't want to make a scene inside, you'd better stay put in the car. Qin Feng offered Wang Li a word of caution before stepping out and walking toward the villa. Inside the villa at that moment, Gong Ming was sipping tea and chatting with the 3 members of the Mu family. Smiles graced every face. Gong Ming, if this plan succeeds, the Mu family will rise to great heights, ha ha ha. Mu Shan had already calculated how to leverage Qin Feng to transform the Mu Corporation into a major conglomerate. Meanwhile, sinister smiles spread across the faces of Gong Ming and Mu Yuxia. Rest assured, uncle. A good-for-nothing like Qin Feng? How could he possibly stand a chance against us? They intended not only to ruthlessly exploit Qin Feng's worth but also to watch him kneel at their feet. They would repay him with every ounce of humiliation he had endured. Just as they were basking in this smug satisfaction, the living room door burst open. Hearing the commotion, they all jumped to their feet in excitement. If Wang Li's plan went smoothly, everything would fall into place. But when they looked toward the doorway, the hearts that had already soared into the sky plummeted straight into the abyss. For Wang Li was nowhere to be seen at the doorway. Only Qin Feng stood there, striding toward them. Qin Feng. Gong Ming froze in terror at the sight of him, stumbling backward several steps. This time, he had acted behind his father's back. And he knew exactly what he was about to face. What? Weren't you lot planning to kidnap my daughter? Weren't you trying to coerce me? Now that I've come directly to you, why don't we discuss your next move? Qin Feng's aura was thick with suppressed killing intent, and the faint smile on his face sent a chill down one's spine. Qin Feng, you, calm down. I did all this for the Mu family. It's all to build up the Mu family and give Mu Qing a better life. Mu Shan took a few steps back, yet his words played on emotion. Step aside. I'll deal with him first, then come back to settle accounts with your Mu family. Qin Feng shot Mu Shan a glare before striding directly toward Gong Ming on the sofa. Gong Ming's face was now deathly pale, his lips trembling. What do you think you're doing? There are witnesses here. What are you trying to do? Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Qin Feng, Gong Ming pointed at the people behind him and muttered. But Qin Feng paid no heed whatsoever. If he wanted to kill someone, he had countless ways to do it. There was no way he'd leave any loose ends. I warned you. But you've repeatedly courted death. I can't spare you now. Qin Feng seized Gong Ming's throat with one hand, hoisting him against the wall. Qin Feng, you dare kill someone in my Mu family? Do you truly believe no one in Chunyang City can hold you accountable? Mu Shan watched as Gong Ming's tongue flicked out, then immediately shouted angrily at Qin Feng. But Qin Feng showed no sign of letting go, merely curling his lips into a faint smile. Maybe there is. But it certainly won't be any of you lot. Chapter 14, Unpredictable. Stop. I agree to let Mu Qing return to the Mu family and give her a good job. Let go of Gong Ming. Seeing Qin Feng truly intent on killing, Mu Shan grew fearful. After all, if Gong Ming died on Mu family property, it wouldn't just tarnish the Mu family's reputation. But the Gong family would likely hold him personally responsible for the incident. Hearing Mu Shan's words, he slowly released his grip on Gong Ming's neck. Yet in the instant his grip released, a sliver of white light shot from his fingertips into Gong Ming's body. This spiritual energy seeped into Gong Ming's meridians like an invisible blade. Cough. Cough cough cough. Gong Ming, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath. Though his breathing had returned, his face remained deathly pale, and his entire body felt excruciatingly painful. Qin Feng turned to Mu Qing and smiled faintly. Then I'll grant you this favor, Ms. Mu. I'll be waiting for you to arrange Mu Qing's employment tomorrow. If you dare deceive me, the consequences speak for themselves. Qin Feng swept his sleeve and left the Mu residence without another word. He wasn't worried about Mu Shan deceiving him, as today's events had already served as sufficient deterrence. Truthfully, he didn't want Mu Qing confined to that small workshop as an accountant either. Mu Qing possessed remarkable business acumen. He certainly had the means to secure her an exceptional position. He didn't want Mu Qing to harbor suspicions about him. Now that Mu Shan had made this offer, why wouldn't he seize the opportunity? After Qin Feng left, Wang Li also strolled in from outside. Gong Mingke steadied himself against the wall, rising shakily to his feet. At that moment, Gong Ming felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. His face was deathly pale, and his lips trembled. This matter isn't over. Unless Qin Feng is eliminated, the cooperation between our two families will never happen. Gong Ming seethed with hatred toward Qin Feng, glaring at Wang Li before storming off with a parting threat. Mu Shan could only sigh repeatedly. In truth, the Mu family was now teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, relying entirely on the partnership with the Gong family to avert disaster. But now Qin Feng was no longer someone he could count on. Gong Ming's words plunged him into an even greater dilemma. Qin Feng left the Mu residence and returned to the neighborhood, where he happened to run into Mu Qing on her way home from work. But Mu Qing looked utterly dejected. What's wrong? Did that group bully you again? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. But no matter how he thought about it, that balding man and the female supervisor probably didn't have the guts to offend Mu Qing anymore. Mu Qing sensed Qin Feng's concern, but only sighed softly. I don't want to work there anymore. It feels unbearable. Mu Qing clenched her fists, her brow furrowed. Those people had been cold and sarcastic toward her before, yet turned around to flatter and fawn over her. It made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Yet she was the sole breadwinner for her family. She had no choice, which was why her face was clouded with worry. Qin Feng watched her expression and smiled gently. It's okay. If you don't want to do this, we won't. Tomorrow will bring better opportunities. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Mu Qing, patting her shoulder gently as he offered his reassurance. Mu Qing could only offer a bitter smile in response to Qin Feng's consolation. To her ears, those words were nothing more than empty consolation. After all, Qin Feng was currently unemployed, and all the household expenses depended solely on her. Such pressure left her with no room for choice. Seeing Mu Qing's bitter smile, Qin Feng said nothing more. The two of them went upstairs, and the family of three finished their meal. Xiaonan began packing an old, worn-out backpack. Mom, didn't you say before that Xiaonan should go to school? When can Xiaonan go to school and play with the other kids? Xiaonan muttered as she packed her backpack. After all, she was still just a child. Staying home every day naturally made her feel bored. She wanted to play with a group of good friends, just like the children she saw on TV. Mu Qing's face showed a hint of reluctance upon hearing this. In a couple of days. I'll find you a good school, and then you can go. Xin Feng watched the mother and daughter, his mind already turning to calculations. Getting his daughter into the best school was just a matter of him saying the word. But what excuse could he use that wouldn't arouse Mu Qing's suspicion? Glancing at the cracked plaster peeling from the walls, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. The mother and daughter had been crammed into this 30-square-meter apartment for 5 whole years. Frequent power and water outages made daily life incredibly inconvenient. As night fell, Xin Feng kept mulling over his plans, and the night slipped away. The next morning, a series of loud knocks on the door roused the two. Who could it be, coming over so early? Mu Qing frowned as she sat up, then got out of bed to answer the door. Xin Feng lay silently in bed. Who would have thought Mu Shan would be so attentive, arriving this early? Just yesterday Mu Qing had been thinking about changing jobs, and now Mu Shan was already here this morning. This was his little surprise for Mu Qing, after all. Xin Feng lay in bed for a long time, quietly waiting for Mu Qing to come and tell him the good news. But he waited, and still Mu Qing didn't return. There was no sound at the door either. Mu Qing? Mu Qing? Xin Feng called out twice as he got out of bed. The room remained utterly silent, offering no response. Xin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of panic rushing straight out of the bedroom. The door swung open, but Mu Qing was nowhere to be seen. Only a slipper remained by the entrance. Daddy, what's going on? Where's Mommy? Little Nan emerged, clutching a teddy bear toy and rubbing her sleepy eyes. It's okay, Xiaonan. Daddy has to run an errand. Go back to sleep. Xin Feng instructed his daughter before rushing downstairs. He had been so careful, yet his wife had been snatched right from under his nose. If anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. His fists clenched as he raced downstairs. The only ones who could have come to their house this morning were from the Mu family. He had already warned that Mu Shan once. Failing to kidnap his daughter, he now set his sights on his wife. Such provocation was absolutely unforgivable. Xin Feng burst onto the first floor just as Mu Shan and Wang Li were about to enter the stairwell. Without a word, Xin Feng grabbed Mu Shan by the collar. At that moment, all thoughts of seniority vanished from his mind, only concern for Mu Qing remained. Speak! Where is Mu Qing? Xin Feng growled. Ma Shang froze at the murderous glare in Xin Feng's eyes. Xin Feng, what are you talking about? I don't understand, has Mu Qing disappeared? Mu Shan frowned, but Wang Li, standing nearby, perked up at the mention of Mu Qing. Xin Feng released Mu Shan and continued chasing toward the community gate. From the exchange between the two just now, Xin Feng understood. The couple knew absolutely nothing about this matter. Someone else had abducted Mu Qing. The elderly couple standing at the stairwell entrance froze, exchanging a stunned glance. Who came up with this brilliant idea? Kidnapping Mu Qing or his daughter, either way, they could blackmail Xin Feng. Wang Li slapped her forehead in regret. Mu Shan sighed as well. Why didn't we think of this brilliant idea sooner? After exchanging sighs and expressions of regret, the two left the residential compound, deeply frustrated. Xin Feng stood at the empty entrance of the residential complex, his fists clenched tightly. Hatred surged within him. Once he caught the mastermind behind this, he would spare no means to make them wish they were dead. Lost in thought, Xin Feng returned home. The moment he stepped inside, the phone on the table rang. He quickly answered it, only to hear a voice distorted by a voice changer. Well, Xin Feng? Feeling pretty desperate now, huh? The voice on the line was dripping with mockery, and Xin Feng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. With his keen hearing, he recognized the voice instantly despite the distortion. It wasn't the gravely injured Gong Ming. He was incapable of such a thing now. The kidnapper of Mu Qing was none other than her half-brother, Mu Feng. Chapter 15, Thunderous Retribution. What do you want? Xin Feng cut straight to the chase. He cut straight to the chase, demanding his purpose. He understood their motives all too well. This had nothing to do with Mu Qing. They were all after him. The voice on the other end of the line sneered relentlessly. Fine. If you don't want that to get hurt, then get your ass out here to the feed mill outside the city. Don't bring the cops. Or I guarantee you'll only find a corpse waiting for you. The voice-altered line cut off abruptly. Before leaving, Xin Feng prepared a meal for his daughter and made a special call to Liang. He instructed him to send 2 men to his residential complex to secretly protect his daughter. Xin Feng himself headed straight for the feed mill outside the city. He had some recollection of this place. It was an abandoned factory. Since it was out in the suburbs, there was usually not a soul around. Even if a huge commotion erupted there, the noise wouldn't reach the city center. If he were in their shoes, he'd have chosen that spot for his crimes too. But Mu Feng had picked the wrong target this time. That place would not become the scene of his crimes. Instead, it would become a domain where he could run rampant without restraint. Once outside the city limits, Xin Feng shed all pretense, unleashing his full spiritual power. His figure flickered and vanished, instantly arriving at the abandoned factory. Xin Feng strode in with an air of confidence. Several thugs stood guard at the factory entrance. Seeing him approach, they sneered. Kid, you actually had the guts to show up? Looks like that pretty lady really has some pull. I'll have to give her a try later. The thug at the entrance grinned lewdly, his words unfiltered. Qin Feng merely frowned, not responding. Right now, his mind was consumed solely by Mu Qing. These lowly thugs weren't worth his attention. He had no intention of letting anyone walk out alive today. Where's Mu Feng? Take me to him. Qin Feng's words caught the two men off guard. Clearly, they hadn't expected him to know who Mu Feng was. But they didn't waste any more words, leading Qin Feng straight into the factory. Inside, Qin Feng saw Mu Feng sitting on a concrete slab, playing with a fruit knife in his hand. Mu Qing was tied to a nearby concrete pillar, blindfolded and gagged, her face bearing several bright red handprints. Qin Feng. I never thought you'd actually dare to come. You calculated everything, but never imagined you'd fall into my hands, Mu Feng's hands, did you? Mu Feng wore a smug smile, his satisfaction palpable. Qin Feng's eyes remained fixed on Mu Qing. Those marks on her face, did you do that? Qin Feng asked, avoiding the question. The remark stung Mu Feng. He never regarded Mu Qing as a person at all. He had kidnapped Mu Qing solely to get back at Qin Feng. It was all for the shock and terror he'd see in Qin Feng's eyes when he saw him. But Qin Feng's entire focus was on Mu Qing, the very woman he didn't even regard as human. This instantly ignited his rage. This got beaten by me, and I'm still not satisfied. Later, I'll use this knife to carve a flower on her face. Mu Feng waved the knife back and forth in front of Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. I'm afraid you won't get the chance. Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng, you don't seriously think I'd let you two walk away, do you? Let me tell you this, you fell into my trap today. Both of you are going to die right here. Mu Feng's eyes flashed with malice as he clenched the knife, his henchmen closing in around him. Qin Feng swept his gaze over them, a sneer on his face, deliberately goading him. You think a bunch of minions like you can kill someone? Mu Feng exploded at the words. He couldn't stand Qin Feng's arrogant attitude and raised the knife in his hand. Then I'll kill one of you first to show you. With that, Mu Feng hurled the fruit knife at Mu Qing. Qin Feng had intended to provoke him into attacking himself, but never expected the man to throw the knife at Mu Qing instead. Qin Feng swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, catching the knife mid-air. The sharp blade hung suspended in Qin Feng's hand, instantly warped into scrap metal under the intense pressure of his powerful spiritual energy. The thugs flinched backward, clearly terrified. What are you running from? We're all armed, can't we take down just one guy? Seeing his companion's fear, Mu Feng shouted loudly to bolster his own courage. Hearing his words, the others drew their meter-long machetes. Qin Feng tossed aside the scrap metal and stood with his hands behind his back. Though these men now held weapons in their hands, their feet were creeping backward. Clearly just street thugs, they might have committed countless heinous crimes, but they'd never killed anyone. Qin Feng turned to face the thug who had guarded the door earlier. What's the matter? You were so fierce at the door just now. Now you're backing down? You're just a bunch of low-level thugs. Better find a boss to hide behind. Qin Feng's words made their eyes red with rage, and their reason shattered instantly. Damn it! Think you're tough? I'll cut you down today. The taunted thug steeled his resolve, raising his cleaver to swing at Qin Feng. Out in the open countryside, Qin Feng had nothing left to lose. All the spiritual energy within him erupted, and he delivered a punch straight at the incoming cleaver. The steel blade collided with Qin Feng's fist, producing a metallic clang. The thug's expression froze, but Qin Feng gave him no chance to react. Shatter! Qin Feng thrust his fist forward slightly. The immense spiritual energy surging from his fist instantly shattered the machete. Shards of iron flew back toward the thug like darts. Before he could flee, dozens of steel shards pierced through his body. They only stopped when embedded 3 inches deep into the nearby concrete wall. In that instant, the thug's body was riddled with wounds like a honeycomb. Spurting blood splattered all over Mu Feng and several other thugs. Qin Feng stared at the bloodstains on the wall, his lips curling into a cold smile. Next. Who's coming? At that single question, the remaining thugs discarded their machetes and turned to flee. Mu Feng stood frozen in place, utterly unable to move. Only now you think to run? But can you even run? Qin Feng glanced at the machete on the ground and kicked the handle with his foot. The force sent it spinning through the air. The gleaming blade sliced through the air like a saw cutting through the heavens. Before the thugs could get far, blood spurted from their necks as they collapsed dead. Qin Feng felt no hesitation or pity for eliminating these men. Though he was a divine sovereign, he harbored no false compassion. He showed no mercy to those who sought his life. Only because later generations added mystical intricacies, misleading my thunderous resolve to strike down. Qin Feng murmured softly before turning his gaze toward Mu Feng. Mu Feng, stripped of his earlier arrogance, now stood trembling in place. Water stains trickled down his trouser legs, pooling on the floor. Mu Feng, for your sister Mu Qing's sake. You're sparing me? Brother-in-law, I knew you. Mu Feng's eyes lit up at Qin Feng's words. Before he could finish his thanks, Qin Feng waved him off. For her sake, you can choose how you die. I'll leave you with a whole body. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Mu Feng collapsed to the ground like a pile of rotten flesh. Chapter 16, Arriving upon hearing the news. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. I can't die. Mu Feng was utterly petrified. He crawled along the ground, shaking his head incessantly. His face was deathly pale, his lips trembling. Today, Qin Feng had truly terrified him. But what terrified him most wasn't the lethal skill. It was the utter calmness with which Qin Feng had taken a life. Qin Feng shot Mu Feng a dismissive glance before turning to untie Mu Qing first. He wasn't worried about this kid escaping. Was because Mu Feng now lacked even the strength to stand. And out here in the wilderness, even if he had 10 legs, he couldn't outrun me. Mu Qing, I'm here to save you. Qin Feng loosened the ropes and removed her blindfold. The moment Mu Qing saw Qin Feng, she clung to him with both arms. Qin Feng gently stroked her back, whispering soothing words into her ear. Just as the two were locked in a deep embrace, Mu Feng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Qin Feng wasn't about to give him that chance, immediately kicking a pebble his way. Ouch! Mu Feng's hand stung as the phone clattered to the floor. Qin Feng picked it up and saw it was a call to Mu Shan. If you make a sound once this call connects, I won't even leave you a whole corpse. Qin Feng's threat made Mu Feng nod like a bobblehead. The call connected quickly. On the other end, Mu Shan's voice was filled with delight and praise. Feng, son. Who knew you had it in you? Even Dad never thought of kidnapping Mu Qing. You've done our Mu family proud. Your mom, sister, and I are heading to the feed mill right now. Hello? Say something. When Mu Shan called out several more times with no response, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Mu Shan and Wang Li were certainly unaware of the kidnapping at first. It seemed Mu Feng, confident of victory, had called his parents early to claim credit. Qin Feng stared at Mu Feng, a cold smile curling his lips. Looks like you're pretty confident, huh? Seeing the murderous glint in Qin Feng's eyes, Mu Feng knew he wouldn't let him off the hook. He immediately grabbed Mu Qing's calf. Sis. I get it. Please don't let my brother-in-law kill me. If he kills me, the Mu family line will end. Dad would be heartbroken. Please don't let him kill me. Mu Feng clung to her as if she were a long-lost relative. Mu Qing, who he usually bullied, was now nothing but a lifeline in his eyes. Mu Qing's heart softened under his desperate pleas. Watching Mu Feng weep bitterly, she frowned and turned to Qin Feng. Come with us. If you dare reveal the murder, no one, not a soul, can protect you. Qin Feng shot Mu Feng a glare, and Mu Feng quickly nodded. The three walked out of the factory. In the distance, Mu Shan and Wang Li were waving as they approached. Son, we're here. You're amazing, you actually caught that Mu Qing. Wang Li ran over joyfully, while Mu Shan's face bore an approving look. You're amazing, little brother. Hurry up and bring Mu Qing over, let me vent my anger. Mu Yuxiao laughed, rolling up her sleeves as she strode forward. But the closer they got, the more something felt off. Standing beside Mu Feng wasn't just Mu Qing, there was also Qin Feng. Could my son have captured Qin Feng too? That's incredible. Wang Li couldn't stop praising her son. But Mu Shan quickly sensed something was terribly wrong. Mu Feng's face was deathly pale, his eyes vacant. The damp patch in his crotch clearly told a different story. As the three approached, Mu Shan frowned deeply. Qin Feng, what's going on here? Mu Shan's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the bloodstains on his son. Seeing the others feigning ignorance, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. What's going on? Don't you two know exactly why you're here? Facing the accusatory pair, Qin Feng cut straight to the chase. The remark left them momentarily stunned. An abandoned factory outside the city, in the middle of nowhere. No one would believe this was a leisurely outing. This was all Mu Feng's impulsive decision. We heard the news and rushed over to rescue him. Mu Shan, ever the cunning veteran, swiftly changed his tune. Had Qin Feng not already overheard the phone call earlier? He might have actually been fooled. Right. My son acted out of ignorance. We came to rescue Mu Qing, we meant well. Wang Li chimed in, echoing Mu Shan's words. Only Mu Feng wore a bitter expression. He knew all about Qin Feng's phone call, everything had already been exposed. Qin Feng draped his arm over Mu Feng's shoulder, causing Mu Feng's body to tremble. Looking at the elderly couple before him, Qin Feng smiled faintly. Do you really think I'm some little darling? What Mu Feng did today probably isn't as simple as it seems. Though Qin Feng didn't spell it out, his meaning was crystal clear. They wouldn't be able to take Mu Feng away so easily. Today's business wasn't over. Mu Feng remained frozen in place, pinned by Qin Feng. The usual little bully was now utterly terrified. Qin Feng, what do you think you're doing? You wouldn't dare kill my son right in front of me, would you? Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Mu Shan knew pleading wouldn't work. He immediately switched his tone. Mu Shan tried to intimidate Qin Feng, but Qin Feng wasn't someone he could threaten. If one were to judge by psychological maturity, Qin Feng was truly an old fox. So with every word Mu Shan spoke, Qin Feng understood exactly what he was thinking. Killing him in front of you would be unwise, but crippling him right here? That's no problem at all. Qin Feng's sinister smile shattered Mu Shan's psychological defenses. The scene of him punching a thug flying through the air was still vivid in his mind. Gong Ming had been crippled by him. All these scenes had played out right before Mu Shan's eyes. Therefore, this old man would never doubt the truth behind his words. So what do you want? Mu Shan demanded. Get Mu Qing hired at Mu Company as the head of the PR department. Qin Feng immediately stated the demand he'd long prepared, certain Mu Shan would agree. The company's PR department handled negotiations with other firms, and Qin Feng's connections could prove invaluable. Moreover, Mu Shan understood that placing Mu Qing in the PR department wasn't necessarily a bad move. But if the Mu family truly made a comeback in the future, this department would effectively hold the lifeline of the Mu family. After deep contemplation, Mu Shan nodded slightly. Fine. I agree. Mu Shan gave his consent, but Mu Yuxia, standing nearby, objected. After all, the PR department head position was meant for her. Now that Mu Qing was taking it, she naturally refused to stand for it. No way. I won't agree. I've spent so much time cultivating relationships with all those executives. You just think you can come in and take it? I won't stand for it. Mu Yuxia shook her head and waved her hands frantically, like a vicious dog guarding its food. Shut your mouth. Do you want to see your brother crippled? Mu Shan roared at Mu Yuxia. She could only glare fiercely at Mu Qing. Her gaze seemed ready to devour Mu Qing alive. Enough. Get out of here. Qin Feng, having achieved his goal, shoved Mu Feng aside. At that moment, Mu Feng was utterly distraught, his soul seemingly departed. Only Mu Yuxia, before leaving, shot Mu Qing a vicious glare and muttered under her breath, You dare to steal my position? I'll make you pay. Mu Yuxia muttered under her breath, intending to follow her family out. Qin Feng frowned sharply. Stop. Chapter 17, The Lower Beam Bends. His thunderous shout froze the Mu family members who had already boarded the car. Mu Feng, terrified, scrambled into the car first, curling up in the back seat, his body trembling. Qin Feng, I've already agreed to your terms. What more do you want? Mu Shan and Wang Li shielded their son inside the car, blaring at Qin Feng. These two doted on Mu Feng immensely. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoiled him rotten, allowing him to bully Mu Qing. In their eyes, Mu Feng was the rightful heir to carry on the Mu family line. Rest assured, I won't touch Mu Feng. I want your second daughter to stand still. Qin Feng looked at Mu Yuxia and commanded. Mu Shan and Wang Li looked puzzled, while Mu Yuxia was even more astonished. Her muttered words just now went unheard even by her parents walking ahead. Could Qin Feng have heard them? Before she could resolve her confusion, Qin Feng had already stepped in front of her. What did you just say? Say it again. Qin Feng stared intently into Mu Yuxia's eyes. Mu Yuxia instinctively covered her right cheek, fearing Qin Feng might slap her. I didn't say anything. Mu Yuxia retorted, her eyes wide. But Qin Feng showed no intention of letting her off the hook. In his eyes, a fool like Mu Feng was utterly insignificant. It was ruthless women like Mu Yuxia who were the most terrifying. Her heart was venomous and utterly despicable. To smooth the path ahead for Mu Qing, Qin Feng naturally needed to give her a stern warning. Mu Yuxia, your crutch, Gong Ming, is finished. If you dare to meddle again, I guarantee you won't be as fortunate as Mu Feng. As Qin Feng spoke, spiritual energy radiated from his body. The overwhelming pressure made Mu Yuxia's palms sweat and her face turn pale. Get out of here. With a wave of his hand, the entire family finally got into the car. Qin Feng, I really have to go work at the Mu company? I'm scared. Mu Qing clung to Qin Feng, hesitation evident in her voice. Truthfully, she longed to go. A company like this was where she could truly shine. But this was the Mu family's domain. And the PR department thrived on connections. She'd been away from the business world for so many years. What connections could she possibly leverage for partnerships? Mu Yuxia had even thrown caution to the wind by dating Gong Ming. That's how she secured the deal with the Gong family. And now Qin Feng had come along and ruined everything. Qin Feng understood Mu Qing's worries but only offered a soft reassurance. When they returned home, Mu Qing was still shaken. While preparing dinner for mother and daughter, Qin Feng's mind was racing with calculations. The Gong family had now severed ties with the Mu family. The Mu family primarily operated in the apparel business. But now they were stuck with a huge backlog of goods. Clothing quickly goes out of style. If this shipment sat around for a year or two, it would become worthless. Thus, the Mu family now teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. To survive, they urgently need a powerful partnership. This also presented an opportunity for him to help Mu Qing regain her standing within the company. Even as darkness fell, Qin Feng lay in bed still pondering this matter. The next morning, Mu Qing rose early to get ready. Though her heart fluttered with apprehension, she felt immense joy at the prospect of returning to the company. Sliding back into her professional office attire, her jet black hair neatly pinned at the nape of her neck, she looked crisp and sharp. The crisp white blouse and form-fitting pencil skirt accentuated her flawless figure. Her willow-like brows were naturally green, her vermilion lips naturally red. Even with just a touch of makeup, Qin Feng couldn't tear his eyes away. What do you think? Do I look good? Mu Qing turned to ask. Dressing up again after all these years made her feel a little timid. She studied her family before her starry eyes shifting subtly, beautiful without being seductive, radiant without being vulgar. Beautiful. You look like a heavenly maiden. Sheen nodded with a smile, not holding back his praise. Mu Qing continued getting ready, though she was eager for today's work. He didn't forget to prepare breakfast for father and daughter. Alright, breakfast is on the table. You take your daughter to eat. I've already eaten. I'm off. Mu Qing picked up her briefcase. Sliding into her shiny silver high heels, she smiled and stepped out the door. After his wife left, Qin Feng lingered in bed for a while longer. If only life could remain this peaceful and pleasant forever. Why couldn't he give up his immortal status? But there was nothing he could do about it. Some people simply refused to let him live in peace. Moreover, the true culprit behind the murder and robbery that cost him his life back then remained unfound. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng rose and woke his daughter. After breakfast, Qin Feng headed out toward the Fushan Group. Fushan Group was the company that could solidify Mu Qing's position. But to keep Mu Qing from finding out, Qin Feng had to go to Fushan Group himself and make careful plans. Upon reaching the company, over 20 security guards loitered at the entrance. Since Liang became president, he carried himself with even more swagger than that Wang sister back in the day. What's your business? Do you have an appointment? Just walking in like that? The security guard stepped forward to block his path. People came and went here daily, either wealthy or influential. Qin Feng's plain attire naturally drew their suspicion. I'm here to see Lin Liang. Please let him know I'm here. Qin Feng didn't complain but politely stated his request. This remark rubbed the guards the wrong way. You're really something, kid. Think you can just call out Lin Liang's name like that? The guards' expressions darkened, mirroring the attitude of that Liang back then. Qin Feng sighed. What kind of boss you have, that's the kind of underlings you get. He had already dealt with that jerk Liang and reformed him. But instead of toning down, his crew had grown even more arrogant now that Liang had become president. All you need to do is make a call and tell him Qin Feng is here. Everything will become clear. Qin Feng really didn't want to waste any more time, so he steeled himself to repeat the request. But these security guards weren't having it. They'd finally found a chance to flex their petty authority. Why should I make a call for you? Who the hell is Qin Feng? Get lost. The security guard waved him off, club in hand. Realizing this was going nowhere, Qin Feng beckoned to the security guard. Come on over here. The security guard peered over, extending his head closer. What do you want me for? Trying to buy me lunch? The guard scowled, thinking Qin Feng was trying to bribe him. Qin Feng gave a cold laugh. I'll treat you to this. Before the guard could react, Qin Feng delivered a direct punch. The sheer force of the blow was far beyond what the security guard could withstand. His body flew backward like a stone from a slingshot. He smashed right through the floor-to-ceiling glass door. The remaining guards were stunned into silence before scrambling to shout into their walkie-talkies. Call for backup. Some guy named Qin Feng broke into the company and assaulted someone. At the shout, more security guards in uniforms rushed over, clubs in hand. As luck would have it, Liang emerged from the elevator just then. Seeing the chaotic scene, he frowned. What's going on? What happened? Mr. Liang, you need to get out of here. Some guy named Qin Feng broke in. I'll definitely stop him and protect you. The security guard shielded Liang behind him, hastily pledging his loyalty. Hearing this, Liang couldn't stand it. He kicked the security guard hard in the back, sending him flying. Get the hell out of my way. That's my brother Qin. Chapter 18, A Light Knock. How could Liang not know the character of this group of security guards? He knew exactly what was going on the moment it crossed his mind. He rushed to the door and yelled at the security guards until they all left. Those bastards must be blind. Don't get angry, brother Qin, I'll fire them all right away. Liang muttered cheerfully to Qin Feng as he watched him. Qin Feng studied Liang before him, a crisp suit, an expensive watch on his wrist. Previously, he'd always bowed and scraped before him. But now he dared to stand straight and speak to him, looking every bit the big boss. Alright, we need to discuss something. Let's head to your office. Qin Feng muttered before striding into the elevator, with Liang following closely behind. Once they reached the office, Liang sat down in the executive chair and looked at Qin Feng. Brother Qin, please have a seat. Liang reclined in the chair, lit a cigarette, and gestured toward the sofa. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, there was a knock on the office door. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a slightly flat nose bridge, walked in. His expression froze momentarily upon seeing Qin Feng. Get to the point. This is my brother Qin, not some stranger. Liang waved his hand dismissively, and the middle-aged man shot Qin Feng a flattering glance. Anyone Liang called brother must be someone even more formidable. Since his boss had spoken, there was no need to hold back. Mr. Liang, we recently took in a shipment of clothing, but due to quality issues, we lost everything. What? Liang shot to his feet at the news. The rage on his face was exaggerated, as if he were putting on a show for Qin Feng. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of fear at the sight of Liang's furious outburst. Wang Zhong, how the hell did you handle this? Losing so much money, don't you want to keep your job? Liang's rage grew with every word, flinging his cigarette butt at Wang Zhong, sending sparks flying. Xin Feng sat silently on the sofa, watching Liang's performance with a cold smile on his lips. Even Wang Zhong himself didn't know why Liang was venting such fury over a loss of a few 100,000 yuan. Fushan Group ranked among the top 3 companies in the city, with a market value nearing 1 billion yuan. Losing his temper over a few 100,000 was utterly absurd. After ranting for a while, Liang finally ordered Wang Zhong to get out. Having been subjected to a torrent of abuse, Wang Zhong was filled with resentment. He could only slink out of the office. Once the office door closed, Liang finally sat back down in his executive chair, a smile spreading across his face. Brother Qin, sorry to make you witness this. My staff are such useless fools. Liang lit another cigarette with a chuckle. By the way, what was it you wanted to discuss earlier? Facing Liang's question, Xin Feng remained silent, instead walking step by step to the desk. He reached out, snatched the cigarette from Liang's lips, and flicked it onto the floor. Mr. Liang sure looked impressive just now. Are you trying to rub it in my face? At Qin Feng's words, Liang's eyes flickered. Brother Qin, what are you implying? How could I dare to show off in front of you? But I'm still the boss, and we're friends outside of work, right? The moment Liang uttered the word friends, Xin Feng slammed his palm down on the desk. Vast spiritual energy erupted from his palm. Spider-web-like cracks instantly spread across the solid rosewood desk. Now you dare call me a friend? Xin Feng withdrew his hand as he finished speaking. The massive desk shattered into pieces before Liang's stunned eyes. This was no human power. No matter how world-class a master you are, no one could shatter a solid wood desk like this with a single palm strike. Liang's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Brother Qin, I was blinded by greed. I got carried away with a little money. I was wrong. Please spare me. Liang kept banging his head on the floor, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from his forehead. Liang, don't forget how you got this position, and don't forget how the previous one died. That sister Wang might be more cunning than you, but in my eyes, she's nothing more than an insect. Do you understand? Xin Feng looked down at Liang at his feet, his voice devoid of emotion. To him, Liang was nothing more than a puppet. If he proved unsatisfactory, replacing him would be as easy as lifting a finger. Xin Feng released his spiritual energy, and the overwhelming pressure left Liang too terrified to lift his head. It felt as though a cold sight was pressed against his throat. Enough. Get up. My wife recently joined the Mu family's public relations department. The Mu family now requires a business partnership. Xin Feng walked to the door, muttering casually. Liang's mind raced, instantly grasping Qin Feng's meaning. Brother Qin, I get it. I'll make sure sister-in-law gets firmly established at the company. Hearing Liang's reply, Xin Feng walked out of the office without looking back. A guy like Liang was destined to be a small-time thug. The slightest bit of power made him swell with arrogance. Give them a little pushback and they'd be scared out of their wits. You can't trust people like that, but as long as you're strong enough, he wouldn't dare show you any mercy. With the return of the immortal Qin Fengxian, dealing with a thug like this was a sure thing. He strode confidently out of Fushan Group, watching the stream of vehicles on the street. By now, Mu Qing should have already gone to work. But the Mu family would certainly make her life miserable. Especially that Mu Yuxia, she'd undoubtedly find every possible way to make things difficult, forcing Mu Qing to resign. Today was his first day on the job. If he made any mistakes, his future would be anything but smooth sailing. Xin Feng couldn't shake the worry from his mind, so he set off for the Mu family's company. The Mu family company was only a few blocks away from Fushan Group. It took only about 10 minutes on foot to arrive. The company before him was far superior to the small Mediterranean workshop. But compared to Fushan Group, it was worlds apart. Moreover, not a single security guard was stationed at the entrance at that moment, lending the place an air of desolation. Xin Feng walked in without hesitation. The moment he entered, he heard angry shouts of voice that sounded vaguely familiar. Peering around the corner, he spotted Mu Yuxia leaning against the door, suppressing a giggle. The moment she smiled, Xin Feng knew trouble was brewing. As he approached, the voice grew increasingly familiar. What the hell is wrong with your Mu family? Do you have any idea how much money we've lost because of this batch of substandard clothing? Hundreds of thousands. I'm sorry. I just started today and don't know much about the previous situation. But I'll get it sorted immediately, right away. Mu Qing's voice joined in, soft and gentle. Xin Feng's brow furrowed at this. It was Mu Qing's first day on the job. How could she be held responsible for past issues? And seeing the sly smile on Mu Yuxia's face, Xin Feng knew she was definitely behind this. Xin Feng hurried forward. The office door was open, and he peered inside. Mu Qing kept bowing her head and apologizing repeatedly, while the middle-aged man standing before her was livid, his face ashen with rage. Yet this man caused Xin Feng to pause in surprise. He wore glasses and had a flat nose bridge. It was none other than Wang Zhong, the very employee Liang had just reprimanded. Chapter 19, Thick-Skinned. As their eyes locked and Qin Feng froze, Wang Zhong quickly composed himself, shedding his anger. He hastily smoothed his clothes and adjusted his glasses on his nose. After all, this was the man even their boss Liang addressed as Brother Qin. Qin Feng noticed his movements and shook his head slightly. Wang Zhong was no fool. Though he didn't grasp Qin Feng's meaning, he halted his bow. Qin Feng? What brings you here? Step outside for a moment, I've got something to attend to. Mu Qing spotted Qin Feng and promptly pushed him toward the door. The clothing issue was undeniably the Mu family's fault. Though newly appointed, she had to handle this matter, inevitably having to bow and scrape. But she knew Qin Feng's temper and feared any slip-up. Mu Yuxia at the door wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. She was practically begging Qin Feng to lash out and escalate the situation. Where do you think you're going? They've come right to our doorstep. If we don't handle this, what credibility will the Mu family have left? Mu Yuxia blocked the doorway outright, refusing to let Qin Feng leave. A look of distress flashed across Mu Qing's face. Though Qin Feng remained silent, Wang Zhong understood perfectly. This woman was Qin Feng's wife, and clearly unaware of his true identity. Mr. Wang, right? This incident was the Mu family's mistake. Let's give them another chance. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Zhong's name tag and spoke in a gentle tone. Before Wang Zhong could respond, Mu Yuxia hurried over from the side. Qin Feng, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much damage the Mu family's shipment caused? And you're still thinking about continuing our partnership? You're delusional. Mu Yuxia kept stirring the pot, as if she wanted chaos to erupt. Some employees nearby looked displeased. They dared not speak up, knowing she was the boss's daughter. Sigh, the Mu family is truly finished now. We'd better start looking for another supplier soon. Yeah, with a daughter like that in the company, it was bound to happen sooner or later. The employees whispered and murmured among themselves. Mu Qing clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. After all, Mu Yuxia was still family. And to pour fuel on the fire at a time like this. Mu Yuxia watched Mu Qing's troubled expression and couldn't contain her glee. She couldn't care less about the company as long as she could humiliate Mu Qing, she'd go all out. Though Mu Yuxia kept stirring the pot, in Qin Feng's eyes, she was nothing more than a clown. Wang Zhong smoothed his clothes and pulled an invitation from his bag. Alright. Since this is your first offense, I won't make a big deal out of it. In 3 days, Fuxiang Group's headquarters will hold a commercial bidding event. Here's the invitation, you're welcome to attend. Wang Zhong's attitude shifted completely, making no mention of the earlier incident. Instead, he handed a gold-embossed red invitation to Mu Qing. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, feeling the invitation in her hand weigh heavily. A tender from Fuxiang Group's headquarters. Only the top 20 companies in the city were qualified to compete for such opportunities. The Mu family's company was now on the brink of bankruptcy. It was entirely possible that tomorrow, the entire family would be out on the streets. This invitation was the Mu family's lifeline. Standing nearby, Mu Yuxia stared at the invitation in Mu Qing's hand, her eyes welling up. Before Mu Qing could even thank Wang Zhong, Mu Yuxia rushed over and snatched the invitation from her hand. Thank you, Mr. Wang. You truly honor our Mu family. I thank you on behalf of my father. Wang Zhong could only smile and nod at the scene unfolding before him. He had no idea what exactly was going on between Mu Yuxia and Qin Feng. After offering a few more words of advice, he departed from the Mu family's company. Finished looking? Hand it over. Qin Feng fixed Mu Yuxia with a cold stare as he issued the command. Mu Yuxia, who had been examining it closely, quickly clutched the invitation tightly to her chest. What are you doing? Stealing it outright? Why do you think Wang Zhong gave the invitation? Just because of Mu Qing, who started work today? Mu Yuxia clutched the invitation like a guard dog protecting its food. What? Are you implying this invitation was given because of your influence? Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold sneer. He'd never seen anyone so shameless. Even the surrounding employees couldn't stomach it, shooting her contemptuous glances one after another. But Mu Yuxia couldn't care less, wearing an expression of utter entitlement. Of course. I've been the manager for so long, they're obviously after my reputation. You think you can steal my credit on your first day? I'd tear it to shreds before giving it to you. Mu Yuxia clutched the invitation in her arms, looking as if she'd risked everything. Her younger brother, Mu Feng, hadn't even left the house since yesterday's incident. Who knew what the future held for him? If she could use this invitation to catapult the Mu family to new heights, the future heir might just fall into her lap. Qin Feng glared at this shameless creature, his patience snapping. Just as he was about to step in and teach her a lesson, Mu Qing quickly pulled him back. Qin Feng, don't be impulsive. It doesn't matter who gets it, anything that can save the Mu family from this crisis is worth it. Mu Qing frowned, genuinely afraid Mu Yuxia would tear up the invitation. Besides, she had no idea what was going on and didn't consider this her achievement. Seeing Mu Qing relent, Mu Yuxia grabbed the invitation and strode out of the office with an air of superiority. Qin Feng watched his wife, who understood the bigger picture and prioritized the greater good, and sighed softly. If the Mu family were truly entrusted to Mu Qing's management, she could undoubtedly achieve great things. But alas, her contributions would surely go unnoticed by Mu Shan. The moment Mu Yuxia left with the invitation, Mu Shan immediately convened an emergency company-wide meeting. Everyone from supervisors and managers down to team leaders had to attend immediately. Qin Feng knew this meant Mu Yuxia had met with Mu Shan after receiving the invitation. Qin Feng, I'll head to the meeting now. Wait here for me. No problem. I'll accompany you. I'll just wait downstairs. Qin Feng smiled and followed Mu Qing. He was curious to see what kind of nonsense Mu Yuxia would come up with. Little did she know that although Wang Zhong had extended the invitation, Fushan Group recognized the invitation, not the person. Qin Feng followed Mu Qing upstairs. Though the Mu family had fallen on hard times, they were still a major corporation. 3 or 4 dozen people crowded the staircase all the way up to the large conference room on the 5th floor. Mu Qing informed Qin Feng briefly before ascending the podium. Mu Shan and Mu Yuxia sat together with several other high-ranking officials. Qin Feng found a corner to sit in, silently observing the proceedings. Mu Shan's face betrayed an uncontrollable smile. After a rousing speech, they finally got down to business. The matter of the invitation was announced, and Mu Yuxia was selected as the representative to attend the bidding conference. The audience erupted in applause, and Mu Yuxia bowed dramatically. Thank you all for your support. I will not let you down. Mu Yuxia's insincere act made Qin Feng feel a bit sick. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. If there are no further objections, we'll adjourn. Mu Shan took down the microphone, and the crowd rose to leave. Only Qin Feng rose from the backstage area and strode directly toward the podium. I have an objection. Qin Feng's shout, amplified by spiritual energy, boomed through the room. Everyone froze in place. Chapter 20, The Bidding Venue. All eyes turned to Qin Feng. None of them had any idea who this unknown nobody was who dared to challenge the assembly. Only Mu Shan frowned deeply, wondering what trouble Qin Feng had come to stir up. Mr. Mu, I must say I disagree with your decision just now. The PR department is now headed by Mu Qing. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to send her? The moment Qin Feng spoke, Mu Yuxia clenched her teeth in fury. Qin Feng, this is an internal matter for the Mu company. You're an outsider, keep your mouth shut. Mu Shan glanced at Qin Feng below the stage and waved his hand impatiently. He knew Qin Feng had his ways. But the Mu family was no longer what it once was. Once they secured the powerful backing of Fushan Group, they would be at the height of their influence. By then, a mere nobody like Qin Feng wouldn't even register on his radar. This invitation was secured by this lady herself. What business is it of yours? Get out immediately, or I'll call security. Mu Yuxia's eyes blazed with venom, wishing Qin Feng would vanish on the spot. Enough, enough. The decision is final. Mu Qing can come along the day after tomorrow. Once there, observe and learn how Yuxia negotiates partnerships. Meeting adjourned. Mu Shan was now overjoyed and couldn't be bothered to argue further. At his decision, Mu Yuxia grinned from ear to ear, shooting defiant glances at Qin Feng and Mu Qing. Hey, Mu Qing, you hear that? Learn from me properly when the time comes. Don't be useless like that standing in the outhouse without doing your business. Mu Yuxia shot another withering glance at the pair before turning to leave. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure, a cold smile curling his lips. It's fine, Qin Feng. I'm just happy to be back at work. This achievement wasn't mine to begin with, no need to fight over it. Mu Qing took it in stride, even turning around to comfort Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely smiled and nodded. Even Liang was bowing and scraping before him over a mere invitation. With Liang handling things, come the bidding conference the day after tomorrow. If the other side recognized the person but not the invitation, that would be the moment of embarrassment for Mu Yuxia. It was almost time to leave work. Qin Feng lingered for a moment before heading home with his wife. The moment they stepped out of the company gate, they saw Mu Yuxia tangled in a tug-of-war with a man, seemingly in the midst of an argument. As Qin Feng drew closer, he recognized the man as none other than Gong Ming. But at that moment, Gong Ming was gaunt and emaciated, his face deathly pale. He looked as if his days were numbered. Yuxia, I truly love you. Why do you always avoid me? Let go of me. Our Mu family is on the verge of partnering with Fushan Group. What do you think you are? Don't ever come near me again. Mu Yuxia shook off Gong Ming, her tone haughty and dismissive. But I truly love you. Gong Ming frowned deeply. He too had heard rumors of the Mu family's impending rise to prominence. That's why he rushed over to patch things up, hoping to climb the social ladder early. But there was no one in this world more snobbish than Mu Yuxia. Like my ass. Get the hell out of here now, or I'll have someone break your legs. Get out. Sickly weakling, you think you can climb up to this lady? Dream on. Spit. Mu Yuxia spat viciously at Gong Ming. As she turned to leave, Gong Ming tried to grab her arm, only to be kicked hard to the ground. The couple passed by Gong Ming. Gong Ming pushed himself up against the wall, his eyes filled with bitter hatred as he watched Xin Feng and his wife walk arm in arm, looking so intimate. Xin Feng paid him no mind. He saw no need to stoop to the level of a dying man. The invisible sword chi had already destroyed 70 to 80% of Gong Ming's meridians. At most, within another week, Gong Ming would suffer agonizingly before dying violently. The couple returned to their neighborhood. All things considered, today had been a decent day. In the days that followed, Mu Qing went to work as usual. Back in her beloved workplace, her demeanor grew increasingly poised and capable. Meanwhile, Xin Feng spent his days taking his daughter sightseeing and casually touring several schools. He planned to secure a good school for her by month's end. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the day of the bidding conference arrived. Xin Feng made a point of accompanying Mu Qing to the company. At that moment, Mu's company resembled a newly opened store. The entire family was dressed impeccably. Mu Yuxia even wore her most expensive gown, determined to make a grand impression today. Enough. Whether the Mu family rises to prominence or not depends entirely on today. Yuxia, don't forget to bring that invitation. Mu Shan adjusted his brand new suit and gave a special reminder. Once the family was fully prepared, they boarded the car bound for the bidding venue. But with Mu Shan, his wife, Yuxia, and his senior executive all crammed into one small car. He hadn't even considered where Mu Qing and Xin Feng would sit. Only after the car started moving did Mu Shan lean out the window. If you two want to go, take a taxi yourselves. If not, stay at the office. It won't make any difference either way. With that, Mu Shan rolled up the window and sped away. Mu Qing stared at the taillights. Xin Feng could tell she wasn't eager to steal the spotlight. But he had no intention of letting Mu Yuxia steal the spotlight by stepping on him. Therefore, this trip was non-negotiable. Before Mu Qing could refuse, Xin Feng pulled her toward a taxi and they headed straight for the bidding venue. This time, the venue was a subsidiary of Fuxiang Group. The spacious lobby was already packed with people. As Xin Feng pulled Mu Qing inside, he immediately spotted several members of the Mu family. Mu Yuxia, dressed in an evening gown, held her invitation and basked in the admiring glances of those around her. Though many had come, not everyone held an invitation. Only a select few prestigious companies had earned the privilege of being invited. What Xin Feng found hard to believe was that he spotted an unexpected figure among the guests. That was Gong Ming. And in Gong Ming's hand was a gold-embossed invitation as well. When Xin Feng and his wife approached, Mu Shan gave them a cold reception. Daring to show up dressed like that? You're an embarrassment to the Mu family. Get lost. Mu Shan waved them away, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority. One might think the Mu family had already achieved success. Yuxia. What a coincidence you're here too. Gong Ming approached, looking rather under the weather as he held out his invitation. How did you get an invitation? Mu Yuxia asked, slightly surprised. Hearing this, Gong Ming immediately straightened his back and deliberately glanced at Xin Feng. Our family has some connections with the Fuxiang Group. Getting an invitation wasn't difficult. Gong Ming waved dismissively, while Mu Yuxia's eyes darted around several times. So that's how it was. I knew you were no ordinary person. That day, actually, I was testing you. The two exchanged words, their insincerity reaching its peak. Xin Feng, meanwhile, studied the invitation in Gong Ming's hand, raising an eyebrow slightly. Liang knew full well the nature of his relationship with the Gong family. Therefore, there was no way Gong Ming could have obtained the invitation. The invitation in his hand was most likely fake. One clutched a fake invitation, the other a stolen one. Both believed they had already infiltrated high society. Xin Feng smiled faintly, quietly watching the two put on airs. Soon he would catch them both red-handed. Let them have their moment in the spotlight. Chapter 21, Please step outside. Just as the crowd was engaged in mutual flattery and the Mu family members were floating on air with pride, the bidding conference officially commenced. The bustling hall fell silent as those holding invitations gathered at the office entrance. This bidding process differed from previous ones. Companies would enter one by one for negotiations. However, to enter and discuss cooperation with Fuxiang Group, one had to undergo multiple layers of scrutiny until deemed qualified. But if you held an invitation, no screening was required, you could enter directly. Moreover, you could easily secure partnership qualifications. Those without invitations raised their voices one after another. They produced stacks of certificates to prove their company's strength. Amidst the envious stares of the crowd, only Mu Yuxia strode confidently into the office with her invitation in hand. She walked slowly, thoroughly savoring the attention. Even Mu Qing, usually so composed, couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Don't be nervous. When you go in to discuss the partnership later, feel free to name your terms. Xin Feng squeezed Mu Qing's hand gently, his voice soft and reassuring. These words left Mu Qing momentarily stunned. You, what do you mean? Me going in to negotiate the contract? Mu Qing couldn't make heads or tails of what Xin Feng was saying. But Qin Feng offered no further explanation. At that moment, Mu Yuxia entered with the invitation in hand. The representative from Fushan Group, a man who appeared quite capable, was there to negotiate with him. Hello, I'm the representative of the Mu family. I'd like to discuss a clothing business partnership with Fushan Group. Mu Yuxia obediently handed over the invitation. Upon hearing the Mu family's name, the man's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. This was precisely what their CEO, Lin Liang, had specifically instructed. Any woman from the Mu family coming to discuss a partnership. No matter what the demands, they must be met. Not only that, but they were to subsidize the deal to ensure the Mu family made a fortune. The moment the man heard they were from the Mu family, he hastily pulled a contract from his briefcase. You must be the eldest Miss Mu, Mr. Qin Feng's wife, correct? Here, this is the cooperation contract. We've had it ready for ages. The man hastily pushed the contract toward Mu Yuxia, holding a pen in both hands as he handed it over. Qin Feng? What does that good-for-nothing have to do with any of this? I am indeed the miss of the Mu family. I'll sign this contract with you right now. Mu Yuxia had eyes only for the contract now. She couldn't care less about anything else. She picked up the pen and signed her name. It's done. May our Mu family and Fushan Group jointly create the future of the apparel industry. Mu Yuxia kept smiling and showering compliments. But the man held the contract in his hand, studying it carefully. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Miss Mu, I need to confirm, isn't your name Mu Qing? The man looked at the woman before him with confusion and asked. After all, the boss had specifically instructed that Qin Feng's wife, Mu Qing, must secure this partnership. He dared not make the slightest mistake. Mu Yuxia, who had been smiling cheerfully moments before, froze in place. What Mu Qing? Mu Qing is nothing but trash. I'm the Mu family's daughter and the company's manager. Signing this deal is definitely my place. Mu Yuxia waved her hand dismissively, completely unaware of where the problem lay. Upon hearing her words, the man frowned. Then I'm afraid we can't proceed with this partnership if you're not Miss Mu Qing. The man's icy words left Mu Yuxia completely dumbfounded. What do you mean? We've already signed the contract, and now you're telling me we can't proceed? Seeing the man's attitude, Mu Yuxia instantly turned her back on him. She had entered this meeting carrying the hopes of her entire family. Her arrogant triumph outside had drawn so much envy. If she didn't seal the deal before leaving now, she'd be finished. Miss, I've already stated we only work with Mu Qing from the Mu family. You'd best leave now. Upon learning the woman before him wasn't the one Lin Liang had mentioned, the man's expression turned as cold as ice. He refused to give Mu Yuxia even a shred of courtesy. But Mu Yuxia could no longer tolerate it. Mu Qing, all you ever talk about is Mu Qing. She's nothing but trash, a complete waste of space. Why did you let her in? To embarrass us? I have an invitation anyway, so sign it now. Seeing the man ignore her, Mu Yuxia began throwing a tantrum. The man frowned and slammed his hand on the table. Get the hell out of here. This is Fushan Group. Do you think we'll tolerate your insolence? Get out. The man's furious rebuke was echoed by several others nearby who also took defensive stances. Mu Yuxia, who bullied the weak but feared the strong, realized the deal was dead in the water. She glared, pursed her lips, and stormed out of the office. As soon as she stepped outside, a crowd of people waiting for the deal immediately swarmed around her. So, did the deal go through? Was that guy inside strict or what? What did he ask you? Does he require super high qualifications? Say something. The surrounding voices chattered incessantly, but Mu Yuxia couldn't utter a single word. She kept her head down as she walked forward, completely ignoring those around her. She walked all the way to Mu Shan's family, still unable to speak. Qin Feng stood a short distance away, smiling as he observed everything. He knew the situation remained firmly within his grasp. So, Yuxia? How did the negotiations go? How much cargo can Fushan Group take? Will they do brand promotion for our company? Mu Shan clasped Mu Yuxia's hands, firing off questions one after another. Wang Li beside them was also pacing anxiously. Why isn't this girl saying anything? Is she too thrilled for words? Wang Li looked at Mu Yuxia, her face still wearing a smile. Seeing Mu Yuxia's prolonged silence, Mu Shan sensed something was amiss. What's going on? Did something go wrong with the partnership? Mu Shan frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Yuxia. There was no hiding it now. Mu Yuxia could only nod. That's right. We didn't secure the contract. The moment those words left her mouth, both Mu Shan and Wang Li's expressions fell. Their family had been filled with joy, and just moments ago, they'd been boasting about it non-stop. Most crucially, the Mu family was counting on this partnership to turn their fortunes around. This news undoubtedly kicked Mu Shan, who had already drifted off to heaven, right back down to hell. What? Why would they refuse to cooperate? Didn't we have an invitation? Mu Shan clutched Mu Yuxia's hand, his brow furrowed in utter bewilderment. Mu Yuxia stammered, momentarily speechless. She pondered over and over in her mind, hesitating whether to tell Mu Shan what the man had said. She desperately didn't want Mu Qing to steal the spotlight. Yet she feared Mu Shan wouldn't let her off the hook once he found out. Just as she hesitated, Qin Feng pulled Mu Qing over. The deal fell through because they only signed a contract with Mu Qing, right? Qin Feng's abrupt remark instantly made both of them frown. Before Mu Yuxia could speak, Wang Li jumped up. Get lost. What does Mu Qing think she is? Can she even compare to my daughter? You two go sit somewhere cool. You're so desperate for attention, you've lost your minds. Wang Li stomped her feet and cursed, but Mu Yuxia remained silent. Mu Shan sensed something was off and pressed her repeatedly before Mu Yuxia finally nodded. This left Mu Qing stunned. Mu Qing, hurry inside. Our entire Mu family depends on you now. Mu Shan tugged at Mu Qing's arm, pleading desperately. Mu Qing felt bewildered, yet she too wanted to save the family. She took a step forward but was pulled back by Qin Feng. Hold on. Why should we just go in because you tell us to? Qin Feng blocked Mu Qing with a smile, leaving the three members of the Mu family momentarily stunned. Chapter 22, Flaunting Power. Qin Feng, what trouble are you stirring up now? This concerns the very survival of the Mu family. Move aside immediately. Seeing Qin Feng's obstruction, Mu Shan reached out to pull Mu Qing away. Hold it right there. Who just told us to go chill somewhere else? Now you need us, but you expect us to come running? Nothing in this world is that easy. Qin Feng yanked Mu Qing into his arms, his expression resolute. Watching the crowd moving in and out of the office, Mu Shan felt panic rising within him. This bidding conference would conclude at 2 in the afternoon. If the contract wasn't signed before then, even 10 invitations wouldn't matter. Qin Feng, what exactly do you want? Do you have any idea how crucial this contract is to the Mu family? Mu Shan stared at Qin Feng, his voice rising to a hysterical pitch. This was the Mu family's only chance. If they failed to seize it, they might find themselves homeless tomorrow. But Qin Feng remained unhurried. You weren't this polite earlier. And my daughter, Mu Qing, isn't someone you can boss around. Then tell me, what exactly do you want? Mu Shan's face flushed crimson, his expression one of utter desperation. Simple. Apologize. Qin Feng looked at the three of them and issued a calm command. In Mu Shan's eyes, this demand was utterly insignificant. If it meant getting Mu Qing inside to seal the deal, he wouldn't hesitate to make Mu Yuxia kneel on the spot. Just apologize and she can go in to sign the contract, right? Come on, Yuxia. Apologize to your sister Mu Qing right now. Hurry. Mu Shan turned and barked orders at Mu Yuxia. Some of the eliminated companies nearby, hearing the commotion, came over to join the spectacle. They had just witnessed Mu Yuxia's arrogant attitude. Already seething with envy, they were now drawn to the commotion at the Mu family's table. TSK, who's that? Isn't that Miss Mu from earlier? What's going on here? Judging by her state, she probably didn't secure the contract. Is that invitation in your hand fake? Hearing the whispers around her, Mu Yuxia clenched her fists and pressed her lips tightly together. She had hoped to make a splash today, but never imagined ending up like this. All the companies attending today's bidding were major players in the city's business circles. If she apologized now, she'd become infamous throughout the entire business circle. Mu Yuxia leaned close to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, do me a favor today. Once we're back at the office, I'll consider apologizing to you. Her face icy cold, she seethed inwardly, wishing she could strangle Mu Qing. This woman had stolen her thunder and now expected her to apologize. Mu Qing knew the situation was awkward and was about to nod in agreement when Qin Feng squeezed her hand. That won't do. Who knows if you'll even admit it once we're back at the office. You want to make a name for yourself? I'll give you plenty of chances today. Apologize. Qin Feng glared at Mu Yuxia and barked the order. Mu Yuxia glared at Qin Feng, her eyes blazing with fury, yet powerless to confront him. She turned her gaze toward Mu Qing instead. Mu Qing, don't be ungrateful. I'm giving you this chance to shine, and you're still trying to make things difficult for me? In her mind, Mu Yuxia had already claimed this achievement as her own. Now that the other party was asking Mu Qing to go, in her eyes, it was because she had given way to Mu Qing. Her uncontrollable outburst instantly made Mu Shan's face harden. See? That's the attitude your daughter takes when apologizing. We'd better go somewhere else. Qin Feng took Mu Qing's hand and turned to leave. Now Mu Shan was truly worried. Yuxia, apologize to your sister right now. Did you hear me? Apologize. Mu Yuxia's knuckles turned pale as she clenched her fists under her father's repeated shouts. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to leave now. After all, he had already seen through Mu Yuxia. Just as Mu Yuxia resolved to apologize, Gong Ming approached from the side, a perfect opportunity for him to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. What's going on? Yuxia, what happened? Gong Ming, still clutching the invitation, stepped directly in front of Mu Yuxia. Gong Ming, you finally arrived. That couple, Qin Feng and his wife, are pushing their luck too far. They actually demanded I kneel and kowtow before agreeing to help the Mu family negotiate a partnership. I feel so wronged. Mu Yuxia quickly put on a pitiful act, even feigning tears by touching her non-existent eyes. She lied without batting an eye. Hearing this, Gong Ming grew even more fired up, blaring furiously at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you've gone too far. Do you really think Mu Yuxia has no man to protect her? Gong Ming's words and gestures were even more exaggerated than Mu Yuxia's. Watching their performance, Qin Feng felt utterly speechless. Mu Yuxia merely wanted to use Gong Ming as a shield. And Gong Ming was merely trying to climb the social ladder by associating with the current Mu family. But Mu Shan was displeased by Gong Ming's presence. Gong Ming, this matter concerns the future of my Mu family. You'd do well to mind your own business. Hearing Mu Shan's words, Gong Ming smiled and raised the invitation in his hand. Uncle, there's no need to worry. My family also received an invitation. It's merely a business arrangement, nothing to make a fuss over. Mu Shan and Wang Li stared at the invitation in Gong Ming's hand, their expressions turning peculiar. After careful consideration, the look in their eyes when they turned to Mu Qing also changed. Mu Qing, this is your final chance. If Gong Ming helps our Mu family, don't ever think you'll set foot in the company again. With Gong Ming as his backup, Mu Shan spoke with newfound confidence. The entire family stood up straighter once more. Mu Yuxia, in particular, felt as if she had returned to her former glory. Mu Qing truly wanted to help the Mu family, but the attitude of her relatives left her heart feeling icy cold. Qin Feng met her bewildered gaze and shook his head slightly. Mu Yu's silence spoke volumes, effectively conveying her stance. Look at the fine daughter you've raised, she's siding with outsiders. Wang Li rolled her eyes at Mu Qing. I misjudged you. Don't ever think of setting foot in the Mu household again. Mu Shan shouted angrily before turning his face away. Mu Yuxia and Gong Ming were feeling triumphant at that moment. So you think you're so special? Thought you were indispensable, huh? Take your invitation and get lost. You make me sick. Who treats you like family besides yourself? Begging for a job at the company? Put. Mu Yuxia shed all fear, while Gong Ming glared defiantly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, your connections are nothing but a joke to me. Fushan Group is my real partner now. I'll prove with action that you're nothing. Gong Ming spat out the words through gritted teeth before snatching the invitation and storming into the office. Our Gong Ming's gone in. What are you two still doing standing around here? Get out of here. Just looking at you two makes me sick. Mu Yuxia crossed her arms and barked at Qin Feng and the other. Mu Qing felt a bit embarrassed and turned to leave. Hold on, there's a show coming up. Qin Feng chuckled as he pulled Mu Qing back. He knew all about the shady dealings surrounding the invitation Gong Ming held. No sooner had he finished speaking than commotion erupted at the office door. Gong Ming, his face bruised and swollen, was roughly shoved out by several men, still shouting incessantly. What just happened? Mu Shan stared at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. Chapter 23, Changing Faces Like Turning Pages. This can't be. You must have made a mistake. My invitation couldn't possibly be fake. I know your boss. I have deep ties with Fushan Group. Let me go. Already weakened, Gong Ming was dragged by several security guards and tossed into the lobby like a dead dog. The Mu family members hurried over. Gong Ming, what on earth is going on? Mu Yuxia stared at the scene unfolding before her, struggling to process it. This brat dared to forge an invitation to deceive us in a business deal. We're being generous not sending him straight to the police station. Now get lost. The security guard barked at them before clapping his hands and walking back. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the Mu family members were at a loss. Mu Yuxia glared at Gong Ming, her face flushed with anger. What the hell is going on? Didn't you say you had connections with Fushan Group? Why is this happening? This was the second time Mu Yuxia had been humiliated, and she simply couldn't bear the loss of face. Yuxia, listen to me. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Gong Ming lay on the floor, clutching Mu Yuxia's calf as he pleaded incessantly. Get away from me. Realizing Gong Ming was now useless to her, Mu Yuxia kicked him away with a single swift motion. Mu Shan shook his head repeatedly, sighing deeply. Qin Feng stood to the side with Mu Qing, watching the whole spectacle unfold. Well, that was quite the spectacle, wasn't it? Qin Feng teased with a smile. Mu Qing, however, was puzzled. How did you know something would happen to Gong Ming? Actually, I noticed something off about his invitation. Qin Feng smiled, offering no further explanation. Last time, he brought Liang along and clashed with the Gong family father and son over the attire. Based on that alone, Lin Liang would never have handed the invitation to Gong Ming. Besides, the Gong family's company simply didn't have the resources for such an invitation. The Mu family was now in the midst of a heated argument. As Mu Shan sighed, his gaze drifted toward Qin Feng. That single glance told Qin Feng the moment had come. He grabbed Mu Qing's hand and started pulling her toward the exit. Wait. Qin Feng, wait. Seeing them about to leave, Mu Shan hurried after them. What for? We're useless now. Go rely on your son-in-law, Gong Ming. Qin Feng shot back with a cold sneer, dragging Mu Qing forward again. Wait. Qin Feng, if you just get Mu Qing to sign this agreement, I'll make her manager. Mu Shan bit his lip, attempting to negotiate with Qin Feng. Manager? Isn't she already one? Qin Feng looked at Mu Shan and retorted. This retort effectively shut Mu Shan down. Qin Feng knew that in Mu Shan's eyes, promoting Mu Qing to supervisor was purely a reluctant concession. Deep down, he didn't truly value Mu Qing. His earlier slip of the tongue had been an accidental outburst in the heat of the moment. My bad. So, what do you want me to do? Mu Shan glanced at his watch, then looked up at Qin Feng with a hint of pleading. Less than 2 hours remained before the conference concluded. Simple. Mu Qing takes full charge of this collaboration. As for her position, make her a vice president. Qin Feng stated this matter-of-factly, causing Wang Li beside him to jump up and protest. What did you say? Make her vice president? Hand over my Mu family's company to her? Have you lost your mind? Wang Li pointed at Qin Feng, her voice rising in fury. Mu Yuxia beside her couldn't contain her shock either. Mu Qing had already snatched her position and now she was climbing right over her head? How could she possibly tolerate this? How shameless. Does she deserve to be vice president? Handing over such a massive company of ours to her? Mother and daughter unleashed a torrent of abuse at Qin Feng, while Mu Shan's expression darkened to the extreme. Qin Feng, this demand is outrageous. Find someone else. Mu Shan forced himself to suppress his boiling anger. He too wanted to curse Qin Feng out like Wang Li and her daughter. But now, all he could do was beg. Qin Feng surveyed the family before him, showing no sign of yielding. If you refuse, there's nothing I can do. Then you'll just have to guard the company and fend for yourselves. Qin Feng didn't bother with further words, piercing straight through Mu Shan's psychological defenses. He was right. At this moment, Mu Shan couldn't bear to give up his position as deputy general manager. Once Mu's company went bankrupt outright, that position would become utterly worthless. Seeing Mu Shan hesitate, Qin Feng wasted no time, grabbing Mu Qing and pulling her toward the exit. After taking just 3 or 4 steps, Mu Shan spoke up, choosing to compromise. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Mu Qing was still a bit dazed, but Qin Feng pulled her back into the office. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Don't you know only those with invitations can enter? You'd better wait outside quietly. That place isn't for someone like you. Mu Yuxiao watched their retreating figures and called out to Qin Feng. Having been inside the office herself, that was the only level at which she could strike back at Qin Feng. But Qin Feng paid her no mind whatsoever, striding into the office without a backward glance. The moment they entered, the man seated at the desk frowned. What are you two doing here? This is a place for business negotiations. Only the responsible party needs to come in. The man's face remained stern as he gestured toward a chair at the desk. The implication was clear, only one of them should stay. I'm Qin Feng. This is my wife, Mu Qing. We're here to sign the cooperation agreement. The moment Qin Feng spoke, the man quickly stood up. Quickly. Bring another chair for Qin Feng. Let them both sit down. The man's attitude did a complete 180 the moment he heard the name Qin Feng. Mu Qing remained completely clueless throughout the entire exchange. She signed the contract in a daze. It wasn't until she stepped out of the office did she finally realize she'd signed a clothing collaboration agreement with Fushan Group. This meant they could stop worrying about survival and proceed with production without hesitation. No matter how many products there are, Fushan Group will take them all. The moment the two stepped out of the office, a group from the Mu family rushed over. Well, did you succeed? Mu Shan stared at them eagerly, asking repeatedly. Mu Qing held up the contract in her hand. They said they'll keep our Mu family production going. No matter how much goods we produce, they'll buy it all at the industry's highest price. As soon as Mu Qing finished speaking, Mu Shan snatched the contract from her hands, his eyes brimming with joy. Wonderful. Our Mu family can finally hold our heads high. We're finally going to rise to prosperity. Ma Shan was so moved that tears streamed down his face. But Wang Li and her daughter, standing nearby, gave Mu Qing, the one who had secured this victory, a cold stare. Dad, our Mu family is destined to join the ranks of top-tier companies. If we let Mu Qing become the vice president, with such a large company in the future, it might be. Mu Yuxia whispered cautiously from the side, and Mu Shan felt a twinge of wariness. With this contract secured, the Mu family's rise to prominence was only a matter of time. The immense power of a vice president now made him somewhat apprehensive. As for Mu Qing, you worked hard to secure this partnership. Take some time off. Go home and rest for a few months. Mu Shan said cheerfully, then turned and walked away with the contract. The entire family gaped in astonishment, while Mu Qing was once again left behind with Qin Feng. Don't worry, it's fine. Your name is on the contract. Without your signature, Fushan Group won't accept it. We'll go home to be with Xiaonan. Just wait for them to come begging for your signature. Qin Feng watched the receding figures of the Mu family. This outcome had long been within his expectations. Chapter 24, Elite School. Mu Qing's expression was tinged with disappointment. She too yearned to be a true part of this family. But in Mu Shan's eyes, her status as family held no weight compared to the contract. Qin Feng noticed her mood and tightened his grip on her shoulder. Relax. What's meant to be will come. Let's use this time to find a better school for our little Nan. Qin Feng offered reassurance with a smile. At the mention of Xiao Nan's name, a faint smile spread across Mu Qing's face. When the couple returned home, Xiao Nan rushed over and rubbed her little belly. Mommy and Daddy, you're finally back. Little Nan was starving. Seeing their daughter's comical expression, the couple shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the Mu household was bustling with activity, the entire family busy beyond measure. Mu Shan proved to have a keen business sense. After signing the contract with Fushan Group, he not only ramped up production at his own company, but also decided to court nearby clothing companies. He was aggressively buying up their garments to supply to Fushan Group. If things continued to progress smoothly along these lines, the Mu family truly had the potential to become the city's top apparel conglomerate. To celebrate this, he planned to host a grand banquet at the Mu residence. He invited apparel companies from all regions to discuss collaborations. No company was turned away, regardless of size. Even small workshops from other provinces made special trips to attend. Once partnered with the Mu family, their goods would no longer face inventory backlogs. Yet, ironically, the main person responsible for these collaborations, Mu Qing, was not invited to this grand banquet. Qin Feng, however, had heard rumors about it but chose not to inform Mu Qing. The couple spent their days exploring the city with Xiao Nan while searching for a school. It was also a chance to make up for the time they'd missed with their daughter. The afternoon sun had lost its intensity, and a cool breeze now blew along the roadside. Qin Feng held Mu Qing's hand with one arm and their daughter's with the other. The couple exchanged smiles, while Xiao Nan happily munched on her cotton candy. The family strolled past a kindergarten in the city center. Inside, many children played on slides, trampolines, seesaws, and other playground equipment. These attractions made Xiao Nan unable to move on. She clung to the railing, staring intently, her cotton candy suddenly tasting less sweet. The children's laughter filled the air, while the female teachers, dressed in neat professional attire, watched over them attentively. Mu Qing, this kindergarten looks pretty good. Shall we go inside and take a look? Qin Feng noticed his daughter's fascination and pulled her toward the entrance. As soon as they reached the entrance, two security guards approached. Hello, may I ask which child you're here to visit? The guard smiled at Qin Feng, but his body blocked the doorway. Qin Feng noticed this instinctive action and felt a sense of approval. It was clear this kindergarten took children's safety seriously. Actually, we're here for an inquiry. We'd like our child to attend here. Mu Qing smiled as she pulled Xiao Nan forward to explain their purpose. The security guard glanced at their attire, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his eyes, but he said nothing more. All right, come on in. Head upstairs to the second floor. The principal's office is at the end of the hallway. The guard politely opened the door and pointed the way for them. The Qin family ascended to the second floor. As soon as they reached the hallway, they spotted a woman with her hair pulled back. She wore a white shirt and loose black trousers, exuding an extraordinary aura. Golden-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, lending her an air of scholarly refinement. May I ask, are you here to inquire about enrollment? The woman instantly recognized that the Qin family were not parents of children enrolled in her kindergarten. Qin Feng nodded with a smile, and the woman promptly opened the door with courtesy, ushering them inside. A small sign stood on the desk, reading, Principal Ling Moran. Principal Ling, our daughter Nan is old enough now. I'd like her to attend this school. Could you tell us what the requirements are? Qin Feng could tell this kindergarten was no ordinary place. Land in the city center was incredibly expensive, and to operate a kindergarten here with such professional facilities meant it was definitely not ordinary. Well, you see, this is the finest kindergarten in all of Chunyang City, so the tuition is understandably higher. But most importantly, to enroll here, families must own a property in the city center to qualify for admission. Ling Moran's opening statement alone made Mu Qing clench her palms. The latter part of his statement sent a chill straight down her spine. Properties in downtown Chunyang City were priced astronomically. Even ordinary wealthy families couldn't afford it. Even the Mu family's small villa was located in another district. Even the Mu family couldn't scrape together that kind of money for a downtown property right now. Moreover, there were no new properties available in the city center, only resale homes. Only the wealthy owned properties in the city center, and they would never consider selling. And if they did, the asking price would be astronomical beyond belief. Qin Feng noticed Mu Qing's unease and nodded to Ling Moran with a smile. All right then, the two of us will go back and discuss it. We'll bring the child over again later, okay? Qin Feng smiled as he stood up, taking Xiao Nan's hand. The principal showed no sign of disdain. Instead, she warmly handed Qin Feng a business card. As the family left the kindergarten, Mu Qing was deep in thought. Qin Feng, we probably can't afford this kindergarten. Properties in the city center are too expensive. It's fine. Money isn't an issue. I know Lin Liang from Fushan Group. Borrowing some from him for the down payment shouldn't be a problem. Plus, with the Mu family doing so well now, as the deputy general manager, you won't be short on money either. Qin Feng smiled reassuringly at Mu Qing. Mu Qing nodded in agreement. She knew that with the Mu family securing that contract, their future prospects were boundless. And with her position as vice president, her salary would be substantial. Years of single parenting had left both parents feeling they owed their daughter something, so they were determined to do everything in their power. As they were talking, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. Hold on a moment, please. Hold on a moment. The two paused and looked back as a bespectacled man in a suit came running from the direction of the kindergarten. Qin Feng studied the man's face, but his mind couldn't place him. I must be seeing things, it really is you, the man exclaimed, looking at Mu Qing. Mu Qing was equally baffled. Hello. My name is Lin Li. I work for a clothing brand subsidiary in Shenyang City. You must be Mu Qing, the one who signed the cooperation agreement with Fushan Group? The man extended his hand to Mu Qing in a friendly gesture, introducing himself first. With that, the couple understood the man's purpose. He was laying the groundwork with Mu Qing now to facilitate his clothing business later. You two are also heading to the Mu family banquet, right? I just happened to drive here myself. Let me give you a ride. Lin Li pointed eagerly toward the car parked in the distance, but Mu Qing frowned slightly. After all, she was the deputy general manager of the Mu family and the person in charge of this collaboration, yet she knew nothing about this banquet. The Mu family invited every clothing company in the vicinity to discuss collaborations. I only heard about it myself, didn't expect it to start today. Qin Feng explained, resolving Mu Qing's confusion. This left Mu Qing feeling rather displeased. The Mu family's gradual overreach was rubbing her the wrong way. If they ended up dragging in just anyone, leading to quality issues, this partnership agreement could end up completely discrediting the Mu family. Let's go check it out. Without further ado, Mu Qing scooped up Xiao Nan and hopped into the car. Qin Feng said nothing as the family rushed off to the Mu residence. Chapter 25, Forcing Entry to the Banquet. Throughout the journey, Lin Li kept fawning over Mu Qing and Qin Feng. He kept finding topics to prevent awkward silences in the car. He even teased Xiao Nan from time to time, trying to win the couple's favor. He understood the situation far better than most. Though this collaboration belonged to the Mu family and the banquet was initiated by Mu Shan, the one signing the contract was Mu Qing. The success or failure of the deal rested entirely on her word. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the Mu residence. The Mu residence was bustling with activity, with Mu Yuxia acting as the social butterfly. Standing at the villa entrance, she greeted company executives with smiles as they entered. Why, if it isn't CEO Lin. Please come right in, come. Spotting Lin Li from afar, Mu Yuxia hurried over to greet him. Lin Li wasn't just any company, he represented a branch of a major brand. While perhaps not the most prominent in Shenyang City, the brand he represented was anything but ordinary. He was also one of the key targets for courting at this banquet. The Mu family is on the rise now, so I should give them some face. Lin Li responded with a smile, but kept glancing back to see if Qin Feng's family had followed. Mr. Qin, Miss Mu, shall we proceed inside? Lin Li dared not act presumptuous in front of Qin Feng, turning to ask politely. Over here, Mu Yuxia's expression changed the moment she spotted Mu Qing. She was now the social butterfly, moving among the bigwigs, each giving her their respect. She hadn't even had her fill of this attention yet. How could she let Mu Qing steal the spotlight? What are you two doing here? This banquet is extremely important today. It has nothing to do with you two. Get out of here, get out of here. Mu Yuxia waved them away impatiently. After all, the cooperation agreement was now tucked away in her home drawer. There was no need to give Mu Qing any more face. Seeing her arrogant demeanor, Qin Feng frowned slightly. Mu Qing is the project lead. Without her, this banquet would be rather pointless, wouldn't it? Qin Feng stood before Mu Yuxia, showing no intention of leaving. TSK, you really do take a chicken feather as an imperial edict, don't you? This partnership is between the Mu family and Fushan Group, the Mu family, not Mu Qing. Do you understand? Mu Yuxia kept hammering this point home, showing no sign of backing down. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste words on this woman. He merely turned and gave Lin Li a meaningful look. A shrewd operator like Lin Li understood immediately. Miss Yuxia, perhaps you should step aside. I have several collaborations to discuss with Miss Mu Qing. Lin Li reached out to push Mu Yuxia aside. But this time, she refused to budge. She stuck out her chest, placed her hands on her hips, and blocked the doorway. No way. As long as I'm here today, she's not getting in. Lin Li frowned at her stance. Miss Yuxia, is this how you receive guests? Oomph. If you listen to me and go in, then you're a guest. If you don't, then get lost. Mu Yuxia was now utterly inflated with arrogance, completely disregarding Lin Li. Damn it. How dare you speak to me like that? Lin Li finally lost his temper. The commotion outside grew louder, drawing the attention of those inside. Several people hurried over. What's going on? What's happening? Mu Shan hurried out. The moment he saw Qin Feng, his smiling face instantly turned cold. Qin Feng? Who invited you here? What are you doing here? Mu Shan eyed Qin Feng warily. He knew his daughter, Mu Qing, had been relatively tolerant toward their family. It was only after Qin Feng returned that defiance toward him had emerged. Now, Mr. Mu, that's a bit rich coming from you. The fashion conference, wouldn't it be more appropriate for our Mu Qing to attend? She's the primary contact for this collaboration, after all. Qin Feng's voice was loud enough to draw whispers from the surrounding banquet guests. Is this collaboration with the Mu family, or with Mu Qing? I don't know either. Didn't Mu Shan say earlier that we just needed to discuss it with him? How did a project lead named Mu Qing suddenly appear? The business owners, both big and small, holding their wine glasses, furrowed their brows. They had all come here seeking partnerships. If they ended up wasting time and effort only to come up empty-handed, it would be a complete joke. Seeing the gathering question his authority, Mu Shan felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Feng beat into it. Mr. Mu, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. That contract is in black and white, after all. Qin Feng reminded Mu Shan. His meaning was crystal clear. If Mu Shan dared to make empty threats, he would absolutely make him produce the cooperation agreement in public, leaving him even more humiliated. This, Mu Shan stammered. If he admitted it outright now, everyone would instantly side with Mu Qing. Then he'd be nothing more than a figurehead CEO. Mr. Mu, please give us an answer. We're all here to discuss cooperation. Don't make us talk for hours without knowing who we're actually partnering with. The other executives around him were losing patience, pressing him relentlessly. Mu Shan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Well, the contract does specify collaborating with Mu Qing, but Mu Qing is an employee of our company. She must follow my instructions. So everyone should negotiate with me, ignore her. At this point, Mu Shan could only leverage his position to overrule Mu Qing. Hearing this, the others finally relaxed. In that case, whether Miss Mu is present or not makes no difference. Mr. Mu is the one calling the shots anyway. Exactly. Since Miss Yuxia dislikes Mu Qing, let her head back now. She can just wait to sign later. The small-time bosses stood on the sidelines, pontificating. Hearing their words, Mu Yuxia's lips curled upward. Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Even if Mu Qing didn't care, he couldn't indulge this bunch of clowns. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Qing unexpectedly grew unusually firm. She reached out to stop Qin Feng and stepped forward to address the group herself. I will take full responsibility for this collaboration with Fushan Group. So don't even think about trying to take advantage of the situation. Substandard small workshops needn't bother showing up for unnecessary excitement. I won't approve it. Mu Qing's words instantly rankled the small-time bosses. They were all small workshops with no real quality standards to speak of, hoping to partner with the Mu family to profit off Fushan Group. But Mu Qing's intervention clearly cut off their money stream. Enough. Stop pretending. Didn't you hear your father? Just handle the signing, mind your own business. The man with the crew cut, holding a wineglass, shot Mu Qing a displeased look. We're all in this to make money. Mind your own business, or else you'll be walking home alone at night, not safe for a woman. The man with the flat top walked up to Mu Qing, his words laced with threat. But Mu Qing wasn't someone to be trifled with. She showed no fear. Qin Feng pulled her back half a step, standing face to face with the man. Just now, were you threatening my woman? Chapter 26, Standoff. Qin Feng locked eyes with the man, his intensity unwavering. These small workshop owners weren't exactly running clean businesses to begin with. They sold substandard clothes through coercion or deception. With a few bucks in their pockets and a handful of henchmen under their command. In their own little corner of the world, they felt like they ruled the roost. Cut off from the upper echelons, they'd grown accustomed to running roughshod over their own circles. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to me like that? The man with the crew cut glared at Qin Feng, his teeth clenched. Mu Shan, standing nearby, showed no intention of intervening. Any conflict involving Qin Feng was entertainment he was happy to watch unfold. This kid is yours, right? You've got a woman and a child now, so I'd advise you to behave yourself. Turn a blind eye, and we can both profit off Fushan Group. But if you make my life miserable, I won't let you off easy either. The man with the flat top delivered his threats without the slightest softening. Several associates who knew him gathered around. Kid, you'd better listen to Brother Wang. He's been running the show around here for ages. Go back 10 years, and he knows every single money-related deal that happened. He's got connections on both sides of the law. The constant warnings from the group piqued Qin Feng's interest slightly. Mu Qing stood her ground, undaunted by the threats. I care only about quality. Unless I sign off, any partnership is a waste of breath. Even if it's the Mu family itself, if the quality isn't up to par, I won't give my approval. Mu Qing's words not only left most of the business owners looking displeased. Even Mu Shan's expression darkened. Once this contract was signed, he planned to even bring out the discarded clothing from the warehouse. Mu Qing's words not only dashed his hopes of consolidating these small workshops, but also directly cut off a minor revenue stream for the Mu family. Mu Qing, I'm the CEO here. You're just the vice president. You have no say in this matter. You're still young. There are things you don't understand, so keep your mouth shut. Seeing the awkwardness in the room, Mu Shan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. But Mu Qing would never back down on matters like this. You all discuss amongst yourselves. I won't compromise on quality. Xin Feng, let's go. Mu Qing's gaze swept over the group, and she knew there was no point in staying any longer. She dropped the statement, turned, and walked away. Lin Li, being the sensible one, quickly followed Xin Feng and personally opened the car door for him. The owners of the small workshops watched the receding figures of Xin Feng and his wife, grinding their teeth in fury. Keep a close eye on them. If they dare cut off our income, I'll make them pay. Wine, the man with the crew cut, instructed the others beside him. The lavish banquet ended in an unpleasant and abrupt manner. Sitting in the living room, Mu Shan sighed in frustration. This Xin Feng keeps ruining things. We must secure control over Mu Qing ourselves. Come up with a plan immediately. Mu Shan looked at the others and issued a firm order. Since Qin Feng's return, he had been constantly causing trouble, and Mu Qing had slipped beyond his control. He had to find a way to get rid of Qin Feng and turn Mu Qing back into a puppet for the Mu family company. Wang Li frowned, unable to come up with a solution. At the mention of Qin Feng's name, Mu Feng's body began to tremble. Only Mu Yuxia's brow relaxed, her face brightening. I have an idea. If Mu Qing breaks up with Qin Feng, wouldn't that make her listen to us? As Mu Yuxia spoke, Mu Shan nodded slightly. Explain it in detail, Mu Shan inquired. It's actually quite simple. We can seduce Qin Feng into cheating, or find one of Mu Qing's old flames from school and seduce her. Once we mess with their relationship, everything else will fall into place. Mu Yuxia was full of devious schemes. When it came to sabotaging others' marriages, she had no shortage of malicious ideas. Fine. If you can pull this off for me, I'll give you the position of vice president of the company. Mu Shan made the promise to Mu Yuxia without hesitation or stinginess. Hearing her father's promise, Mu Yuxia was thrilled beyond words. Thank you, Dad. Just watch my performance, I'll absolutely tear the dog couple apart. Mu Yuxia gritted her teeth, her mind churning with one vicious scheme after another. On the way back, Mu Qing still felt furious. Qin Feng kept trying to comfort her, while their daughter held up a cotton candy to cheer her mother up. Lin Li glanced at the rearview mirror, his eyes flickering. Mr. Qin, I must warn you, since we left the Mu residence, a car has been tailing us the entire time. Lin Li continued driving with full concentration, offering a well-intentioned warning. In truth, Qin Feng had noticed the tailgating vehicle long ago. But he hadn't mentioned it, fearing Mu Qing would be frightened. Lin Li's thoughtful warning earned him Qin Feng's favor. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Keep driving. Qin Feng smiled and nodded reassuringly at Mu Qing before instructing Lin Li once more. Lin Li was a veteran of a major corporation. He felt no resentment at being ordered around by Qin Feng, a man without official rank or position. He had long pondered the matter. Given the Mu family's standing, they were simply unqualified to receive an invitation. Today, upon seeing Qin Feng, he understood why. This Qin Feng had no official status, yet he remained unflappable in the face of threats and utterly composed upon learning he was being followed. This man was definitely no ordinary person. Lin Li drove Qin Feng and his companion all the way to the residential complex, offering repeated reminders along the way. Only when Qin Feng explicitly assured him it was fine and he could handle things did he drive away. Mu Qing led the woman into the residential complex and up the stairs, while Qin Feng turned and walked toward a minivan parked by the roadside. He hadn't stirred up trouble with these thugs not because he feared they were too powerful to handle. He had other purposes in mind. Qin Feng walked up to the van window and tapped on the glass. The window rolled down, revealing a young man with dyed hair and sunglasses. You want me to get in the car and talk, or you want to get out and talk? Qin Feng stared calmly at the yellow-haired thug. But the punk didn't take Qin Feng seriously. You? If you dare step into my van today, I'll make sure you never get out. You believe me? The punk slid his sunglasses down slightly, his eyes brimming with defiance. As the two stood facing off, an elderly man passing by kindly warned Qin Feng that this group was not to be trifled with. But Qin Feng couldn't care less. Fine. Since you've invited me, I'll come up and see what you're made of. Qin Feng smiled faintly, pulled open the door, and stepped inside. The Wuling minivan truly lived up to its reputation as a miracle vehicle. From the outside, it appeared to have only one driver, the guy with the yellow hair. But once he got inside, he discovered the back seat was packed with 7 or 8 people. Guys, get him. Teach him a lesson. Yellow hair barked the order, and the men immediately pounced. In an instant, the van rocked violently from side to side, with several dents appearing on the bodywork. Boom! The windows shattered completely, and several thugs' heads were thrust out, their faces bruised and swollen. Help! Help me! The thugs screamed for mercy, while the elderly man outside stared in stunned silence. Another thunderous bang echoed as a hole tore through the van's roof. Qin Feng's figure appeared on the roof, gripping the yellow-haired thug by the throat and slamming him onto the ground. The blonde thug was a pitiful sight now, his sunglasses shattered, front teeth missing. "Where's that guy with the crew cut? Take me to him and I'll spare your life," Qin Feng commanded, staring down the yellow-haired thug. The yellow-haired man was now too terrified to refuse. "Big brother, sir, I'll take you there. I'll take you there." The yellow-haired thug, struggling with his severe injuries, dragged a car full of bruised and battered thugs along with Qin Feng straight to the KTV where the short-haired guy was. Qin Feng sought out the flat top for one reason only. He only knew about the shady dealings from the past decade that had ties to those present. 5 years ago, he'd been robbed at knifepoint, and to this day, there were no leads. If this bald guy truly possessed the connections he boasted about, perhaps he could uncover some clues. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng arrived at the red light KTV. Chapter 27, Brother Wang with the flat top. "Big brother, we're here. Can you let me off the hook now?" The blonde-haired man hobbled out of the car and hurriedly opened the door for Qin Feng. "Alright, all you useless jerks in the car can get lost. You take me to see the bald guy." Qin Feng grabbed Huang Mao by the collar, dragging him along to show the way. The thugs, granted a reprieve, scattered in panic. Only the blonde-haired guy, grimacing, led Qin Feng the way, not daring to say a word of refusal. Red Light KTV lived up to its name. This was a thoroughly unlicensed KTV. Upon entering, all that met the eye were bare legs and miniskirts. Apart from a few male waiters carrying drinks, the rest of the staff were all female. Even the cleaning lady mopping the floor wore a miniskirt and black stockings. The warm red lighting only intensified the atmosphere to its peak. "Where is it? Take me there," Qin Feng commanded. Yellow Hair dared not disobey, ushering Qin Feng through the door into the private room. The flat-top guy, surrounded by a few small-time bosses, was surrounded by women on both sides, holding a microphone and wailing like a banshee. Under the lights, lecherous hands were constantly groping. Noticing the blonde-haired man's entrance and spotting Qin Feng behind him, the bald-headed man, Brother Wang, quickly shut off the music. "Yellow Hair, you're something else. I just told you to keep watch, and you went and dragged this kid right here? Impressive." Brother Wang walked up to Yellow Hair, patting his shoulder appreciatively. The dim lighting had obscured the details until Brother Wang got closer and realized something was off. The usually trendy Yellow Hair now had a black eye, a swollen face, shattered sunglasses, and a missing front tooth, looking utterly miserable. "What happened? How did you get so beaten up?" Wang looked at Qin Feng, whose clothes were spotless, and felt a chill run down his spine. These injuries clearly weren't from mutual combat, they were the result of a one-sided beating. "Brother Wang, I'm so sorry. I had no choice." Yellow Hair, unable to afford to offend either side, could only complain. "Alright, this isn't your problem anymore. Get out." Qin Feng grabbed the blonde-haired guy and shoved him toward the door, then stood directly in front of Brother Wang. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the blonde-haired guy finally let out a sigh of relief. He scrambled out of the private room, scrambling and crawling until he vanished from sight. Brother Wang glared at Qin Feng, his teeth grinding with fury. Not only had he just ruined his money-making scheme, but now he'd come looking for trouble himself and injured his men. It was like he was taking on his head, utterly intolerable. "I didn't come here today for revenge. I just want to ask you something. If you tell me the truth, I won't pursue the stalking incident any further." Qin Feng looked at the man with the crew cut and got straight to the point. He genuinely had no interest in a low-level lackey like this. In his eyes, this guy was only marginally better than that good-for-nothing Mu Feng. But to Brother Wang, these words sounded like pure provocation. He grabbed a liquor bottle from the table and pointed it menacingly at Qin Feng's nose. "You're arrogant. I just figured out your background, nothing but a useless son-in-law. And you dare challenge me?" Brother Wang stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. The moment he left the Mu household, he'd sent men to investigate Qin Feng. The information they'd uncovered was that he was a son-in-law who'd married into the family. Qin Feng stared at the liquor bottle pressed against his nose, neither flinching nor dodging. "I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, your fate won't be much better than that yellow-haired punk's." Qin Feng's warning drew roars of laughter from the surrounding small-time bosses. "Hey, old Wang, it seems like any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to threaten you these days. Are you really going downhill? Ha! A son-in-law daring to challenge old Wang? That's like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart." The two men clinked glasses, their hands still caressing the hostesses beside them. Their words only made Brother Wang's expression grow more ferocious. "Fine, you want to teach me a lesson? I'll show you what this bald-headed Brother Wang is made of." Fueled by alcohol, Brother Wang raised a wine bottle and swung it straight at Qin Feng's head. Facing the bottle hurtling toward his forehead, Qin Feng didn't flinch. He simply raised his fist and struck. A loud bang echoed. The beer bottle shattered against Qin Feng's fist, scattering green shards everywhere. Before Brother Wang could react, Qin Feng slapped the back of his head and slammed him face first onto the table. His forehead collided with the marble tabletop, blood immediately trickling down. The two small-time bosses drinking nearby sobered instantly at the sight. Who would have thought such a weakling of a son-in-law could strike with such brutal ferocity? After all, Brother Wang had been a fixture on the streets for years, yet he'd been subdued in a single move. Without a word, the two men tossed aside their bottles and bolted for the exit. The hostesses, seeing the blood spurting from the table, shrieked in horror. Qin Feng paid no attention to their frantic flight. His target was solely the flat-headed man, Brother Wang, before him. The rest of the scum were beneath his notice. From now on, you answer my questions. Once I get the answers I want, I'll let you go. Qin Feng pressed Wang Ji's head down, speaking in a low voice. Though pinned to the table, blood dripped steadily from the flat-top man's forehead along the edge. He was no pushover. Qin Feng's move didn't faze him much. Instead, he let out a cold sneer. Let me go? Qin Feng, you're not leaving here today. This KTV is my business, and the people backing me? You can't afford to mess with them. Though pinned down, Brother Wang's voice remained defiant. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door to the private room was kicked open. The two small-time bosses who had bolted earlier led a group of thugs in single file. Each bore tattoos of dragons and tigers, clad in sleek black jackets, sporting crew cuts, and adorned with gold chains. That's the kid. We absolutely can't let him get away today. The two small-time bosses pointed at Qin Feng. Damn it, you little punk. You touched my brother Wang, you really don't want to live anymore. The leader of the thugs, seeing his boss pinned to the table by Qin Feng, suddenly saw red. Even surrounded by so many men, Qin Feng remained calm and composed. His grip on Brother Wang's wrist didn't waver an inch. So these lowlifes are your trump card? They won't save you. Qin Feng smiled faintly, his tone tinged with mockery as he looked down at Brother Wang beneath his grip. Wang Gu, pinned down by Qin Feng, couldn't lift his head. In front of his own men, he felt utterly humiliated. What are you lot standing around for? Get moving. Kill him. I'll take the fall. Kill him. Brother Wang's hatred for Qin Feng had reached its peak. Hearing their boss's furious roar, the henchmen shed all hesitation. The burly enforcers, in the prime of their youth, charged at Qin Feng like ravenous tigers pouncing on their prey. Bring it on! Qin Feng's right hand remained locked on Brother Wang, while his left hand clenched into a fist, causing spiritual energy to surge upward. Chapter 28, The Underground Kingpin. I'll make you know our power. The leader, eager to prove himself before Brother Wang, charged headlong. The steel rod swung straight for Qin Feng's face. Too slow, Qin Feng murmured, driving a fist into the thug's midsection. The force of the punch made the thug's eyes bulge out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could scream, his body shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. He rolled 5 or 6 meters across the ground, knocking over several other thugs in his wake. Qin Feng's single punch stunned the entire group. But seeing Brother Wang still pinned to the table, retreating now would be a blow to their pride. Damn, he's pretty tough. Guys, smash him with bottles. One of the thugs, quicker on the uptake, recognized the lethal power behind Qin Feng's punch. He grabbed a liquor bottle from the table and hurled it at Qin Feng with all his might. Seeing this, several others followed suit. That beer bottle was hefty, and with the force behind the throws, if it connected, it would leave him bleeding from the head. And there were at least a dozen bottles hurtling toward him. Yeah. Throw them hard. Don't spare the booze. Knock the out of him. Brother Wang, his head pinned down, felt a surge of fury. Qin Feng faced the incoming bottles without flinching. He grabbed Brother Wang by the back of the neck, hoisting him up and holding him like a shield in front of him. Brother Wang, who had been grinning with glee moments before, froze in shock. The outlines of each bottle grew sharper and sharper in his pupils. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by the shattering of glass. The clattering went on for a while. Qin Feng's feet were covered in glass shards, yet not a single drop of beer stained his clothes. Brother Wang, now dangling limply in Qin Feng's grasp, was barely clinging to life. Soaked through with beer like a drowned rat, his face was a bloody mess from the blows. You bastards. Brother Wang was barely clinging to life, unable even to open his eyes. The group of thugs at the door who had been throwing bottles were all stunned. What? If you don't run now, once I let him go, you'll probably be the first ones he comes after, right? Qin Feng tossed Brother Wang onto the sofa and grinned at the henchmen. The henchmen exchanged nervous glances. Brother Wang had a notoriously hot temper. Brothers, don't listen to his nonsense. If we run now, Brother Wang will never let us off. We're dead either way. Let's fight this kid, avenge Brother Wang, and redeem ourselves. Someone shouted, and the gangsters, forgetting how formidable Qin Feng was, charged at him en masse. Even the two small-time bosses from earlier picked up bottles and joined the fray. Stubborn fools. Qin Feng watched these ungrateful underlings, his patience completely gone. Get the hell out of here. Qin Feng roared, instantly summoning all the spiritual energy within him. Before the underlings could close in, he punched straight through the air in front of him. Several underlings froze in surprise at his seemingly empty strike. Before they could mock him, a powerful shockwave slammed into their faces. Boom! The private room was tossed about as if struck by a Category 10 tornado. Over a dozen henchmen, along with the iron door and shards of glass scattered across the floor, were all hurled violently outward. Monster! Monster! My leg! It hurts so bad. A dozen henchmen lay sprawled haphazardly outside the door, their agonized cries echoing. Xin Feng calmly withdrew his fist and slowly walked over to the sofa. From now on, I ask, you answer. Xin Feng's voice was icy cold, his eyes like lightning. Having witnessed Xin Feng's terrifying power, Brother Wang dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. He cowered on the sofa, trembling violently. His blood-soaked head nodded repeatedly, not daring to show the slightest resistance. Xin Feng knew this was the perfect moment to interrogate Wang Gu. Terrified beyond measure, Brother Wang would likely betray even his own mother at this point. 5 years ago in Shenyang City, there was a murder robbery involving 2,700,000 yuan. Do you know anything about it? Xin Feng fixed his gaze on Brother Wang's eyes, ready to detect the slightest hint of deception. Wang Gu, whose eyes had been blank and lifeless, froze at the question, a flicker of terror spreading across his face. The shift in his expression instantly perked up Xin Feng. This Brother Wang definitely knew something. Spill it. What do you know? Xin Feng pressed, but Brother Wang lowered his head. I don't know. I've never heard of what you're talking about. Brother Wang's voice lacked conviction, yet his head shook relentlessly. Xin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He knew Brother Wang with the flat top was lying. Yet he dared to lie in the face of death. That alone suggested the person behind this was just as terrifying as he was right now. This made it clear the matter was far from simple. I know that person might threaten your life, but if you don't speak now, you'll likely lose it. Xin Feng radiated menace, his aura enveloping Brother Wang like an icy dungeon. Xin Feng, that man, he's not someone you can afford to provoke. Brother Wang mustered his courage and raised his head. His eyes, bloodshot from the forcefully injected fluid, revealed terror so profound it was terrifying. Xin Feng's interest was instantly piqued by his words. Speak. Who is it? Xin Feng's nerves were taut. It's my boss, the true ruler of Chunyang's dark underworld. Li Xianbing. Wang Gu lifted his head, mustering his last ounce of strength to utter the name with utmost reverence. Xin Feng frowned, racking his brain for any information about this name. After much thought, he realized he had never encountered such a figure. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, before his rebirth, he had been nothing more than a son-in-law. If this Li Xianbing truly possessed such extraordinary influence and power, it was perfectly normal that he hadn't heard of him. Yet someone like this wasn't even worthy of contact 5 years ago. So why would he attack me? Could it really be just for that measly 2 million? How could such a top-tier underground boss in Shenyang City possibly covet his measly 2 million? Xin Feng was utterly baffled, but at least he now had a target. He pressed Wang Gu further for the man's whereabouts. But Wang Gu was just a low-level henchman with no access to such information. With no other choice, Xin Feng had to give up. Straightening up, he let out a slight sigh, brushed the glass shards off his robe, and calmly walked out of the private room. The crowd gathered outside scattered like rats upon seeing him emerge. Wang Ji's stronghold, a den of dragons and tigers and others, Ice Xin Feng had just walked through with such composure. Gazing at the sky outside and feeling the spiritual energy slowly returning within him, Xin Feng murmured softly. Li Xianbing, whoever you are. If you are the real culprit, your reign as this underground emperor is over. Chapter 29, The Rich Kid Li Wan. After his musings, Xin Feng hurried home. After all, he had told Mu Qing to handle the stalker, and now he had wasted a considerable amount of time. To spare his mother and sister any worry, he had to get back immediately. Xin Feng sprinted back to the residential complex but didn't see Mu Qing waiting anxiously. But he didn't dwell on it after all, he had a daughter to care for at home. As he approached the building entrance, Xin Feng spotted a luxury car that stood out starkly against the neighborhood's ordinary surroundings. Judging by the sheer luxury of this sports car, it was definitely beyond the means of ordinary wealthy people. Xin Feng found it odd. What would someone that wealthy be doing in a place like this? The question flashed through his mind but didn't linger. After climbing just a few flights of stairs, Xin Feng saw his security door wide open. His heart clenched in alarm. Frustrated and flustered, he rushed upstairs, filled with regret. He'd been so focused on catching up to the man with the flat top to ask about the past. What if someone had lured the tiger away from the mountain and kidnapped the mother and daughter again? Then it would be too late for regrets. Xin Feng's thoughts raced as he reached the doorway. Through the open doorway, he could see Mu Qing smiling as she held a cup of tea, while Shannon sat on the sofa playing with a toy. This sight eased Xin Feng's mind. But following Mu Qing's gaze, he lost his composure. Seated at their own table was a young, handsome man dressed in designer labels and sporting an expensive watch. His noble status was evident at a glance. A faint smile graced his clean-shaven face. Even adorned with expensive luxury goods, he didn't give off an air of vulgar wealth. Mu Qing pushed the teacup toward him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Xin Feng felt a twinge of unease at the sight. He had expected Mu Qing to be deeply worried about him, which was why he had rushed home in such a hurry. But now she was smiling and conversing with this pretty boy. He assumed the top-of-the-line luxury car parked downstairs must also belong to this man. Qin Feng. You're back. Are you hurt? Mu Qing spotted Qin Feng at the doorway and hurried over to check on him. She carefully examined every part of his body, gently brushing away shards of glass. Her delicate movements and the worry in her eyes eased Qin Feng's mood a little. Oh, you must be Mu Qing's husband? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The man showed no trace of awkwardness upon seeing Qin Feng suddenly return at the door. Though dressed in expensive attire, he extended a friendly hand to Qin Feng without any pretension. Qin Feng merely studied the man before him, offering no handshake in return. Not only was this man handsome, but he was also incredibly wealthy, the epitome of a high-flying, rich, and handsome guy in women's eyes. A friendly smile graced his face. Qin Feng, having lived for thousands of years as an immortal cultivator. He could see at a glance that every gesture the man made was feigned, utterly insincere. Moreover, every time he looked at Mu Qing, his gaze carried a hint of greed. Oh, Qin Feng, let me introduce you. This is my college classmate, Li Wen. Mu Qing, oblivious to Li Wen's true intentions, enthusiastically introduced her friend to Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing more. Alright, I was just passing by. Heard you live here, so I came up to say hello. Since there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Maybe we can grab a meal together sometime. Li Wen didn't linger. Seeing Qin Feng return, he sensibly chose to make his exit. Such an adversary was clearly far more sophisticated than those mindless thugs who just kept pestering you. After seeing Li Wen off, Mu Qing finally closed the security door. Mu Qing, why haven't I ever heard you mention this classmate before? Qin Feng sat down at the table and poured out the tea Li Wen had left. Mu Qing sensed Qin Feng's mood and offered a faint smile. Oh, him. He pursued me back in school. I didn't want to bring it up because I knew it would upset you. What? Jealous of him? We've even got a child together. Qin Feng knew his wife understood him best. He stubbornly muttered a line to mask his true feelings. But Mu Qing saw right through him without calling him out, nearly smiling knowingly as she indulged his little mood swing. Alright, I haven't been in touch with him for years. But he just mentioned he could arrange for our daughter to attend a kindergarten downtown, so I stopped by to ask him a few questions. Mu Qing shared the good news with Qin Feng, her face glowing with joy. Qin Feng, however, wasn't surprised. He knew that if Mu Qing had invited him over for tea and conversation, it must be about the family. He understood Li Wen's intentions all too well. First, he'd offer help and solve all your problems. Then, once you're so overwhelmed with gratitude you can't imagine leaving him, he'll make his grand romantic confession. These were all tactics for chasing young girls. He wasn't the least bit worried about them working on Mu Qing. After all, he knew his wife best. She wasn't some shallow girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed a widow for 5 years, raising their child for his sake. Enough about that. Did you get a good look at the people following us? Mu Qing was still worried about Qin Feng, so she asked him carefully about what had just happened. Nothing much. Just a few small-time thugs from some backstreet workshop. I already sent them packing. Qin Feng waved dismissively with a smile, his utterly relaxed demeanor finally easing Mu Qing's worries. The day passed quickly. Night fell, and the sky was dotted with stars. Mu Qing wiped her face as she gazed out the window, moonlight illuminating her features with serene beauty. Qin Feng rose to tuck the quilt around her, glanced at the woman one last time, then left the house alone, disappearing into the vast night. The namely Xianbing lingered persistently in his mind. He had to uncover the truth about what happened 5 years ago. Otherwise, the lingering issues from the past might end up affecting his wife and daughter. Now that he had the power to resolve everything, he would act preemptively. He would nip any potential threats in the bud. Though Qin Feng had no idea what Li Xianbing looked like or where he lived. He knew that Brother Wang, whom he had dealt with, would never let it rest. He would undoubtedly mobilize every resource at his disposal. He would strive to contact his boss, Li Xianbing, seeking his aid to exact revenge. Therefore, Qin Feng's strategy was to wait patiently for the rabbit to come to the tree stump. Returning to the red light KTV we'd left earlier that day, we headed straight for the open-plan lounge on the second floor. The music on this floor was deafening, with young men and women swaying in the central dance floor. Along the edges of the hall were numerous booths. Many thugs were hitting on girls, while others drank and bragged. Qin Feng walked to a corner and sat down, his spiritual energy slowly enveloping the entire dance hall. Blocking out the cacophony, every conversation within earshot became crystal clear to him. Did you hear? That bald-headed king got beaten up by some son-in-law. He was beaten black and blue, begging for mercy on his knees. Who'd have thought? Isn't Flathead known for being the fiercest fighter, the one who'll risk everything? How come he chickened out this time? Who knows? But word is he's meeting Boss Li at the Shanghua Hotel to avenge himself. Qin Feng overheard fragments of these conversations, and after filtering through the chatter, he picked up some noteworthy information. Qin Feng stood up, murmuring under his breath, Shanghua Hotel. Just as he resolved to investigate the place, a familiar figure caught his eye on the dance floor. Li Wen. Chapter 30, Unexpected Surprise. The Li Wen before him had shed the refined demeanor he'd maintained in front of Mu Qing. He swayed at the center of the dance floor, surrounded by a crowd of beautiful women. His hands were far from idle, roaming freely over the bodies of numerous women. His ugly true colors were laid bare. Qin Feng snorted coldly and turned to leave. But Li Wen, still in the dance floor, sensed Qin Feng's presence and quickly pushed his way over. Qin Feng! Qin Feng! Li Wen called out loudly. By the time Qin Feng turned around, he was already standing right in front of him. It really is you. With a beauty like Mu Qing as your wife, why come to a place like this? Li Wen eyed Qin Feng up and down, a mocking smile curling his lips. Young Master Li looks pretty good himself, huh? You put on such a refined act at my place, but it turns out you're just another wolf in sheep's clothing. Qin Feng's words cut far deeper than Li Wen's. Li Wen's temper flared instantly at those words. Who the hell do you think you are? Who gave you the right to lecture me? Li Wen pointed at Qin Feng's cheap robe, his face dripping with contempt. His politeness toward Qin Feng in front of Mu Qing was nothing but a facade. As a wealthy young master, he considered commoners like Qin Feng utterly beneath him, not even worthy of tying his shoes. Now that Qin Feng had dared to verbally humiliate him, Li Wen couldn't possibly tolerate it. Seeing Li Wen's rabid expression, Qin Feng didn't want to waste a single moment on him. Stop right there. I'll teach you a lesson today for Mu Qing's sake, then drag you back. Let her see exactly where her man goes every night. Li Wen gritted his teeth and sneered coldly, already plotting in his mind. He had originally planned to help Mu Qing resolve her troubles and win her favor. But now, Qin Feng's appearance had simplified matters. If Mu Qing found out her man frequented such places at night, she'd be utterly heartbroken. Not only could he take the opportunity to teach Qin Feng a lesson, but he could also soothe his beloved's heart, a perfect solution. But how could Qin Feng be unaware of his petty schemes? At Li Wen's command, several burly men immediately surrounded Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained utterly unfazed. He'd already taken a dislike to the kid back home. He'd held back out of respect for Mu Qing. But now that the rich kid was practically begging for it, Qin Feng was going to teach him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Seize him! Li Wen shouted, pointing at Qin Feng. Several henchmen rubbed their hands together, not taking Qin Feng seriously. They reached out, their hands closing around Qin Feng's shoulders. Without turning his head, Qin Feng grabbed the hand on his shoulder and twisted it back with force. With a loud thud, the burly thug, built like a mountain, was thrown backward onto the ground. Qin Feng's slightly slender frame stood in stark contrast to the burly man sprawled on the ground. You've got some guts, kid. Looks like I'll have to get serious with you. The remaining thugs clenched fists the size of clay pots and slammed them toward Qin Feng's face. You fools don't know when to quit. Get lost. Qin Feng swept his sleeves, unleashing immense force from the wide, soft fabric. The burly men who had just charged forward were sent flying backward. Li Wen, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. Dropping the freshly opened beer in his hand as he turned and sprinted toward the exit. Qin Feng smiled calmly, following behind him without haste. Now, Li Wen dared not linger for even a moment, sprinting straight toward his car parked by the roadside. As he ran, he kept muttering to himself, "This guy's a monster. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here." Just as Li Wen reached the car door and reached out to open it, suddenly, a powerful force seized his shoulder, gripping his shoulder blade firmly. Since fate has brought us together, why the rush to leave, young Master Li? Qin Feng's grip rendered Li Wen's arm, clutching the door handle, utterly powerless. Qin Feng. You can't touch me. You can't afford to mess with the Li family's influence. Watch out, I'll tell Mu Qing about your nightclub escapades. Let go. Let go of me now. Li Wen was nothing but a paper tiger. At this point, all he could do was threaten Qin Feng with a trembling voice. But his threats were nothing but a joke to Qin Feng. Li Wen, I'll let you off today. If you show up at my place again, even if you're from the Li family, I'll wipe you out in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng reached out to open the car door for Li Wen, then grabbed him by the back of the neck and tossed him inside. Li Wen took a long moment to recover after slamming his head against the seat. But Qin Feng had no time to play games with him. After all, he had important business to attend to at the Shanghua Hotel. If this Li Wen kept pushing his luck and causing trouble, taking him down wouldn't be a mere warning. After this minor incident, Qin Feng finally headed to the Shangshi Hotel. While not the finest establishment in Shenyang City, the hotel still enjoyed a certain reputation. It was late at night, yet the lobby remained brightly lit, with two attendants standing at the entrance. Good evening, sir. May I ask if you're here for a room or to dine? As Qin Feng approached the entrance, the attendant promptly stepped forward with a smile. I'm here to see Brother Wang. I'm a friend of his and need to discuss something with him. Qin Feng offered the excuse he'd prepared in advance with a smile. At the mention of Brother Wang, the attendant paused, taken aback. Sir, Brother Wang mentioned he has an important meeting today and won't be seeing anyone else. I'm afraid. The attendant remained reasonably polite. Oh, I know about that. Brother Wang called me to deliver something urgently. Qin Feng's performance was flawless. The attendant hesitated briefly but ultimately let him through. Once he learned the private room's location, Qin Feng naturally headed upstairs and found the room. He pressed his ear against the door crack, absorbing every sound from within. "Bossly, you absolutely have to settle this for me. I'm still your man, after all." What he did is a direct slap in your face. He clearly doesn't respect you. Wang Ji's instigating voice echoed continuously from within the private room. He painted Qin Feng as utterly despicable. He shifted all the blame onto Li Xianbing. As if Qin Feng hadn't taken down his own crew leader at the KTV, but had instead beaten up Li Xianbing himself. "Enough, enough. Look at yourself. A lowly son-in-law got the better of you? What did you say his name was?" The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of impatience. But from the steady tone, Qin Feng knew this must be Li Xianbing himself. That man is the son-in-law of the Mu family, a Qin Feng. "You absolutely must take my side." Brother Wang continued to rant incessantly, as if terrified Li Xianbing wouldn't help him vent his anger. "What did you say? His name is Qin Feng?" At the mention of Qin Feng's name, Li Xianbing's voice sharpened, filled with shock. Chapter 31, Strange Occurrences. At the sudden change in Li Xianbing's tone, not only did Brother Wang with the crew cut at the table tense up, but even Qin Feng standing outside the door stiffened. Li Xianbing's reaction alone was proof enough that he was definitely involved. The murder and robbery that occurred 5 years ago were highly likely his doing. The thought made Qin Feng clench his jaw. The very culprit who had condemned him to 3,000 years of solitude and subjected his wife and daughter to 5 years of humiliation was inside that private room. Qin Feng slowly turned the doorknob, preparing to burst into the private room and settle the score. "Bossly, could that kid have some kind of trick up his sleeve?" Wang Ge, sensing Li Xianbing's unease, asked cautiously. The question halted Qin Feng's hand mid-turn on the doorknob, his mind suddenly clearing. He had never crossed this Li Xianbing before. Moreover, Li Xianbing's unusual mood now baffled him. With that thought, Qin Feng forced himself to suppress his anger and listen intently. "Wang, this Qin Feng coming after you, it's not because of me, is it?" Li Xianbing's words sent a chill down Wang's spine. If Li Xianbing discovered he'd betrayed him, the consequences would be worse than death. Of course not. What kind of person do you think I am, Boss Li? This Qin Feng is just a son-in-law. He caused trouble because of a business conflict with the Mu family. Brother Wang's intervention to defuse the situation caused Li Xianbing to pause and thought once more. "Wang, don't make any rash moves regarding Qin Feng. Just wait for my word." Li Xianbing's tone carried a hint of fear as he issued his instructions. "Boss Li, you really won't help me? Boss Li." Brother Wang's voice grew increasingly urgent. Li Xianbing's footsteps drew closer with each step. Qin Feng's mind raced and he swiftly ducked around the corridor corner. Li Xianbing's reaction today had thrown off all his plans. He had assumed that Li Xianbing was the one who had killed him. Today, coming to kill him directly would have settled the matter. But now it seemed the matter was far from simple. After stepping out the door, Li Xianbing hurriedly left the hotel. Only Brother Wang emerged from the private room, his head hanging low. His expression looked like he'd swallowed a flies. "Damn it, what kind of background does that bastard Qin Feng have? Even Boss Li dares not touch him?" Brother Wang muttered to himself in confusion. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qin Feng emerged from around the corner, standing directly before him. "Seems like I didn't hurt you enough last time, huh?" Qin Feng stared at Brother Wang and spoke coldly. Caught off guard by Qin Feng's sudden appearance, Brother Wang froze in place. Nearly 3 minutes passed before he raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. "Damn it, this isn't a dream." Wailing in pain, Brother Wang spun around and bolted downstairs. "Think you can get away?" Qin Feng casually picked up a flower pot from the windowsill and hurled it straight at him. The pot traced a perfect arc through the air, smashing squarely into Brother Wang's forehead. With a yelp, Brother Wang collapsed onto the floor. Qin Feng strolled leisurely over to him. Brother Qin, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Just let me go." Brother Wang knew he couldn't escape Qin Feng's grasp today. Without even trying to stand, he threw himself to the ground and clung to Qin Feng's ankles, begging for mercy. "Looks like you've got some nerve, coming back to get revenge, huh? Don't you guys on the streets always say cut the grass at the roots to eliminate future troubles? How could I possibly let you live?" Qin Feng grabbed another flower pot from the windowsill, brandishing it menacingly at Brother Wang. Brother Wang now regretted his actions so deeply he could have turned green. "Brother Qin, I beg you, spare me. Just don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask." The mere memory of Qin Feng's ruthless methods sent shivers down Brother Wang's spine. "Fine. If you don't want to die, there's one condition: stay by Li Xianbing's side and keep tabs on his every move." Seeing that the intimidation had done its job, Qin Feng revealed his true purpose. "Ha? Keep an eye on Boss Li?" Brother Wang looked up at Qin Feng in utter disbelief. "What? You don't want to?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, feigning ferocity. Brother Wang felt utterly miserable inside. He couldn't fathom why he'd come here in the first place. I'll do it. After a fierce internal struggle, Brother Wang chose to save his own skin. After all, Li Xianbing had already abandoned him. If he didn't submit to Qin Feng now, he'd be dead with no one to bury him. Qin Feng nodded, left his phone number, and departed the hotel. Before leaving, he instructed Brother Wang to send daily text updates on Li Xianbing's whereabouts. If even one day went by without a message, no matter where he was, Qin Feng would hunt him down and claim his life. Brother Wang was utterly terrified by Qin Feng, nodding dumbly without uttering a word. By the time he left the hotel, the sky was already turning light. Qin Feng rushed home in a panic. If he returned even a little late, Mu Qing would inevitably discover his absence, and he'd have to explain himself once more. Upon reaching the residential complex, Qin Feng unlocked the door and tiptoed toward his bedroom. But the moment he opened the bedroom door, the scene before him made him jump. Mu Qing was sitting on the edge of the bed, clutching her phone, staring intently at Qin Feng. Mu Qing, why aren't you asleep? Qin Feng felt a pang of guilt and stammered out the question. Where have you been? Mu Qing's voice was icy as she confronted him directly. I couldn't sleep, so I went downstairs for a smoke. Qin Feng smiled as he pulled a lighter from his pocket. But Mu Qing wasn't buying it. Really, just to smoke? Mu Qing pressed again, leaving Qin Feng puzzled. I went downstairs to smoke. Having already said it, Qin Feng could only grit his teeth and stick to his story. You lied to me again. Look at this. Mu Qing angrily flung her phone at Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly caught it and looked down to find it was a photo. In the photo, Qin Feng sits inside a red light KTV. His eyes were fixed on the swaying couples on the dance floor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The person who sent her the photo was none other than Li Wen. Mu Qing, let me explain. Explain what? Do you think I don't know what kind of place a red light KTV is? How could you go to a place like that? Mu Qing frowned, glaring at Qin Feng. She refused to believe Qin Feng was the kind of man who would behave so recklessly. But the photos were right before her eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe. Mu Qing, beep beep beep. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, the sound of a car horn blared from downstairs. Pulling back the curtains, she saw it was none other than Li Wen's car. I made an appointment with him to visit the downtown kindergarten. You stay home and reflect on your actions. Mu Qing threw on her coat and stormed out the door, fuming. Qin Feng stood by the window in frustration, watching Mu Qing climb into the car and speed away. Li Wen, you're really digging your own grave. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, murderous intent surging within him. Chapter 32, A Remarkable Identity. Where's Mom going? Why's she up so early? The timid call from behind instantly melted the anger in Qin Feng's heart. He turned to see Xiaonan, clutching a teddy bear and rubbing her sleepy eyes. Did Daddy wake you up, Xiaonan? Mommy had to step out for something, but she'll be back soon. Why don't you go back to sleep for a bit? Qin Feng picked up his daughter and soothed her softly. After finally getting his daughter back to sleep, Qin Feng prepared breakfast and placed it on the table before rushing out the door. There was no way he could feel comfortable leaving his wife alone with that scumbag Li Wen. Mu Qing might have been fooled for a moment, but Qin Feng knew exactly what kind of scumbag Li Wen was. Relying on his memory of the route, Qin Feng hurried toward the kindergarten in the city center. Though it was still early, the kindergarten was already bustling with activity. The security guard stood at the entrance, alert and attentive. The cleaning lady had also started tidying the yard early, preparing to welcome the children. Hey, aren't you the parent who came for an inquiry the other day? Why are you back? The security guard recognized Qin Feng and asked curiously. Security guard, is the woman who came with me that day inside? Qin Feng seized the moment to ask the guard. But the security guard shook his head slightly upon hearing his question. You must be mistaken. Since we opened this morning, not a single parent has come in. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the guard's words. After confirming it multiple times, Qin Feng realized Mu Qing had never come to this kindergarten at all. Li Wen's sleazy expression flashed through his mind, deepening his concern. With that thought, Qin Feng quickly grabbed his phone and dialed Lin Liang. The phone rang just once before being answered. Brother Qin? What do you need? Lin Liang, find out where Li Wen is right now. Use every resource you have. Qin Feng barked the order at Lin Liang. Li Wen? Brother Qin, you mean that bastard Li Xianbing's son? Did he cross you? Lin Liang asked in confusion upon hearing Qin Feng's words. His words caught Qin Feng off guard. You mean Li Wen is Li Xianbing's son? That Li Xianbing who's involved in the underworld? That's right. That bastard Li Xianbing is quite a handful. Lin Liang sighed over the phone. This showed that Li Xianbing indeed had some local notoriety. Even A Liang from Fushan Group seemed to hold some caution toward him. Alright, since he's Li Xianbing's son, I know exactly where to find him. Qin Feng smiled faintly and hung up the phone. He hadn't really considered that angle before. But now that he thought about it, Li Wen shared the same surname as Li Xianbing. And he wasn't just any ordinary rich guy. In Chunyang City, the only person who matched up with him was probably Li Xianbing. With that thought, Qin Feng dialed Brother Wang's number. Sure enough, the guy actually had Li Wen's contact information. Under Qin Feng's threats, he had no choice but to risk his neck and dial the number. Hello? Is this young Master Li? This is Brother Ping. I need to talk to you about something. No sooner had Brother Wang finished speaking than the other end grew impatient. What the hell, bald brother? I'm busy right now. Don't bother me. Get lost. Li Wen, who was usually arrogant, showed Wang Gu no respect whatsoever. Young Master Li, it's truly urgent. Where are you? I'll come find you. Wang felt annoyed but forced himself to be patient. You want to see me? I'm at the Burlington restaurant. Do you even think you're worthy of coming to such a high-class place? Get lost. Li Wen snapped angrily and hung up the phone. Fuming inside, Brother Wang relayed the address to Qin Feng. Burlington restaurant. Qin Feng hung up and headed straight for the restaurant. He knew Li Wen was only pretending to help Mu Qing. It seemed his true colors were already starting to show. Qin Feng arrived at the restaurant and spotted Mu Qing dining with Li Wen through the window. This members-only restaurant wasn't open to just anyone. Fortunately, the owner happened to be the Fu Xiang group, so they dared not show the slightest disrespect toward Qin Feng. After entering the restaurant, Qin Feng didn't immediately seek out Li Wen and Mu Qing. Instead, he found a table and sat down. He knew the misunderstanding with Mu Qing had already taken root. Marching straight over would only lead to trouble. Brother Qin, your presence truly graces our establishment. Mr. Liang specifically instructed us to make sure you're taken care of. The manager of Burlington restaurant personally came to attend to Qin Feng. This was a direct order from Brother Liang. One slip up and he'd lose his job. Waiter! Come here. Bring us your most expensive bottle of red wine. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, a loud call came from Li Wen's table. Hey, manager, you recognize that table over there, right? Qin Feng watched Li Wen flaunting his wealth with arrogance, a plan forming in his mind. Of course I do. That's Li Xianbing's son Li Wen. Good. Find someone and have him kicked out. Qin Feng lifted his teacup and took a sip with a smile. Since this Li Wen was so fond of putting on airs, then he'd give him a taste of his own medicine. The manager paused at Qin Feng's request but quickly agreed. Alright, we'll follow Brother Qin's lead on everything. The manager waved over his server. He couldn't be bothered with Li Xianbing now. After all, if anything went seriously wrong, he wouldn't be the one to take the fall. All he needed to do was follow Qin Feng's lead. As for Qin Feng, he wasn't afraid of Li Xianbing at all. He simply sat in the corner, enjoying the show. What? You want me to leave? Do you even know who my father is? The waiter had just walked away when a loud shout came from Li Wen's side. Li Wen, why don't we just leave? We should hurry to the kindergarten and get the enrollment sorted out. There'll be plenty of chances to eat later. Mu Qing seized the waiter's departure as her cue to speak up. She'd wanted to leave ages ago. If it weren't for Xiaonan, she'd never have agreed to come alone. This is ridiculous. How dare you tell me to leave? Do you think I won't find people to wreck your whole place? Li Wen had finally gotten a chance to show off how could he lose face in front of Mu Qing. Seeing the waiter visibly flustered, the manager hurried over. This is property of the Fuxiang group. Who dares cause trouble here? The moment the manager approached, Li Wen slammed his hand on the table and stood up. So what if it's Fuxiang? You're just a restaurant manager, how dare you talk to me like that? My father is Li Xianbing. Li Wen roared at the manager, his presence commanding. I'm sorry, but regardless of who your father is, I must ask you to leave. The manager remained unflappable, simply stating his request to Li Wen. You! Enraged by humiliation, Li Wen swung a punch at the manager. Caught completely off guard, the manager had no time to react and fell flat on the floor. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. This Li Xianbing really did have an intimidating presence. Though these men were carrying out his orders, none dared to lay a finger on Li Wen. At this critical moment, he had to step in personally. Well, young Master Li sure knows how to make an entrance beating someone in public like that. Quite the spectacle. Qin Feng set down his teacup and rose, muttering under his breath. All eyes turned toward him. Qin Feng? How did you get in here? The moment Li Wen saw Qin Feng, he froze in shock. Chapter 33, I'm here for you. In his eyes, a penniless nobody like Qin Feng had no business entering such an upscale establishment. Burlington restaurant was members only. Only the wealthy or influential dined here. Qin Feng clearly didn't fit the bill. What? Just because you, Li Wen, can come in, does that mean I can't? Qin Feng strolled leisurely to the table. Mu Qing felt guilty about Qin Feng's presence. She had explicitly told Qin Feng she was looking for a school for Xiaonan, yet here she was, sitting down to eat. With no way to explain the current situation, she feared Qin Feng might misunderstand, her face filled with worry. Qin Feng knew full well that Mu Qing had been dragged here by that jerk Li Wen, so he didn't hold much resentment. Hey, Li Wen, you're supposed to have some dignity. They've already asked you to leave, so why are you still hanging around? Who knew you had such thick skin? Xin Feng taunted Li Wen relentlessly, aiming to provoke him into a rage. Yeah, Mr. Li, I think you should leave today. It's better to avoid making a scene and having things get out of hand. The manager, who had taken a punch, hurried over to mediate. But his words only drew a crowd of diners nearby. Li Wen, who valued his reputation above all else, seized the moment to flex his authority. You're dead set on kicking me out, huh? My dad is Li Xianbing. You better believe I can have people tear this restaurant apart. Li Wen slammed his fist on the table and stood up, making a bold threat. Some diners nearby, recognizing the name Li Xianbing, took a few fearful steps back. Li Xianbing may be gone, but don't forget this is Fuxiang Group's property. I'll see if you dare. The manager, provoked by Li Wen's outburst, stood his ground. Get out of here. Xin Feng glared at Li Wen. Seeing Qin Feng's overwhelming numbers, a sinister grin spread across Li Wen's face. Fine. You'll all pay for this. You'll all pay. Mooching, let's go. Li Wen muttered viciously under his breath, deciding to go find reinforcements. He reached out to grab Mooching and started pulling her toward the exit. Though Mooching was being pulled, she showed no intention of getting up. She had sought out Li Wen solely to resolve Xiaonan's schooling issue. Coming here for dinner wasn't even her idea. She'd been afraid Qin Feng would misunderstand. Now that Li Wen was dragging her away, how could she possibly dare? No, I can't go with you. Mooching abruptly shook off Li Wen's hand and turned to face Qin Feng. Though her resentment toward Qin Feng for going to the nightclub hadn't been resolved. But regardless, she was Qin Feng's woman. As for Li Wen, she had never harbored any feelings for him. What do you mean? You won't come with me? Li Wen's brows furrowed instantly as Mooching shook off his hand. Mooching, I'm only at odds with them because of you. And it's because of you that I got kicked out. I'm a man who values his reputation. I've swallowed my pride for you, and now you tell me you won't come? What do you take me for? Li Wen was already seething with anger, and Mooching's defiance only made him boil over. She's my wife. What do you expect her to think of you? Your foxtail can't stay hidden for long, can it? Xin Feng saw the fear in Mooching's eyes and stepped forward to shield her. Your wife? Isn't she just groveling at my feet to get her kid into school? Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll get her into bed. I'll make her understand whose woman she truly is. Li Wen's rage boiled over, consuming his reason. He blurted out everything on his mind without restraint. Mooching, seated at the table, was utterly dumbfounded by his words. Xin Feng had meticulously orchestrated this provocation to enrage Li Wen precisely to get him to utter those words himself. Otherwise, the misunderstanding between him and Mooching would have been impossible to resolve. You'll all pay for this. Li Wen shouted angrily, turning to leave. Hold on. Did I say you could leave now? Xin Feng barked at Li Wen's retreating back. Li Wen was thoroughly annoyed by Qin Feng's outburst. What's this? You told me to leave just now, and now you want me to stay? Scared? Now you know how formidable my father is and want to keep me here to apologize? Let me tell you, it's all too late. Li Wen, convinced Qin Feng had been intimidated by his father's reputation, turned back with a smug look. I told you not to leave because I wanted to make it clear this isn't so simple. You just insulted my wife. If you want to leave, you must apologize first. Qin Feng grinned at Li Wen, truly showing no mercy once he had the upper hand. Li Wen's momentary, self-deluded triumph evaporated instantly at Qin Feng's words. His self-important demeanor drew a chorus of derisive laughter from the crowd. You dare humiliate me? You really think I'm someone to mess with? Fury clouded Li Wen's mind, his eyes turning bloodshot. Li Wen, if you don't want this to escalate, just apologize. Stop spouting useless threats. Qin Feng met his gaze with a cold stare. This Li Wen had been making things difficult for him at every turn. Now that he'd caught him off guard, letting him walk away wouldn't be so easy. Apologize? That. I'll kill you. Furious, Li Wen grabbed a large teapot from the table and hurled it straight at Qin Feng's head. You're not worthy of laying a finger on me. Get the hell out of here. Qin Feng ducked his head, snatched the teapot with a backhand, and smashed it right into Li Wen's skull. Ah! With Li Wen's agonized scream, the glass teapot shattered instantly. Blood trickled down Li Wen's forehead, pooling in his eyes and creating a terrifying sight. Damn it, who is this kid? He actually dared to lay a hand on Li Xianbing's son? Let's get out of here fast. Li Xianbing isn't someone you want to mess with. We don't want to get burned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the onlookers quickly turned and fled. Even the supervisor nearby seemed hesitant and nervous. Brother Qin, he's Li Xianbing's son. We beat him up like this. Won't we get into trouble? Trouble? Do you think letting him walk away will make him drop it? If it means trouble with the Li family, so be it. Qin Feng wiped the water from his hands, his gaze as still as a well as he looked at Li Wen, blood trickling down his forehead. He knew he'd have to cross the Li family sooner or later. One Li Wen held no real weight in his eyes. As for any fallout affecting the restaurant, he'd leave that entirely to Lin Lian to handle. Blood, you bastard, you actually hit me. Slumped on the floor, Li Wen clutched his forehead, muttering in disbelief. I hit you. Xin Feng stared at Li Wen, showing no fear. Li Wen gasped for breath, fuming. His entire life, he'd only ever bullied others. Today, he'd suffered a major defeat at Qin Feng's hands, and his reason had completely deserted him. If I don't kill you today, I'll change my surname. Gritting his teeth, Li Wen muttered before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hello? Big Brother Ping? Get your men to the Burlington restaurant. Bring your gear. What? How many men? Bring every single one you've got. I'll tear that bastard limb from limb. Li Wen bellowed furiously into the phone. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, overhearing Li Wen arranging for Brother Bull to deal with him, couldn't help but chuckle. Little did Li Wen know that Big Brother Ping too had long been his own mole. Barely 10 minutes after the call ended, 7 or 8 vans pulled up outside. Dozens of men wielding steel pipes stormed into the restaurant under Wang's leadership. Chapter 34, Turning the Tables. What the hell took you so long? Don't you know I got beaten up? Li Wen unleashed a torrent of curses at Brother Wang the moment he stepped through the door. This left Brother Wang feeling thoroughly annoyed. He'd already been cursed out by Li Wen during their earlier phone call. And he was already in a foul mood. Now he'd rushed over in a panic to settle things, only to be barked at like a dog. But what could he do? The guy had a powerful dad. Li Xianbing was not someone he could afford to provoke. Hey, Wang, long time no see. Qin Feng looked at Brother Wang and smiled faintly. Wang turned at the sound and froze the instant he saw Qin Feng. He now harbored a deep-seated fear of Qin Feng. And Qin Feng knew Li Wen was utterly finished today. Of all people he could have called, he had to bring Brother Wang. Although Li Xianbing was his boss, he himself was Brother Wang's true master. The now shaven-headed Brother Wang would rather turn around and fight Li Xianbing to the death than dare provoke him in the slightest. What the hell are you standing around for? Get moving and avenge me. Kill that bastard for me. Li Wen clutched his forehead, shouting at Brother Wang and urging him on. Qin Feng made no move, merely smiling at Brother Wang. Brother Wang stumbled backward repeatedly, not daring to make a single move toward Qin Feng. Get the hell over here. What are you standing around for? You want to die? I told you to move. Did you hear me? Seeing Brother Wang still hesitating, Li Wen flew into a rage, snatched a shard of glass, and hurled it at him. The shard cut Brother Wang's face, causing him to frown deeply as he clenched his fists. Qin Feng, watching from the side, could tell Brother Wang was also suppressing his rage. But he held back, intimidated by Li Xianbing's terrifying presence. If he could just give him a little encouragement, Brother Wang would undoubtedly turn his fury on Li Xianbing right now. You deaf bastard. You useless pieces of. Did you hear me speaking? If you don't get moving, I'll go back and have my dad kill every last one of you. Li Wen sat on the ground, his voice rising with each furious curse. Little Wang, if you can't hold back your anger, don't hold back. I've got your back with Li Xianbing. Do whatever you need to do. Qin Feng glanced at Brother Wang and remarked casually. Those words ignited the flames of rage within Brother Wang. Li Wen, sitting at Brother Wang's feet, kept hurling shards of glass at him. How the hell do you know Qin Feng? You traitorous piece of. If you don't beat him up today, I'll have my dad deal with you when I get back. I'll make sure you. Brother Wang couldn't take it anymore. He spun around and delivered a vicious kick straight to Li Wen's face. Still screaming curses, Li Wen didn't even have time to react before Wang's boot slammed into his face, flying backward instantly and crashing flat on the ground. This is outrageous. My nose. Li Wen trembled with rage, his lips quivering. A large shoe print was imprinted on his face, his broken nose bleeding profusely. He'd never endured such humiliation in his entire life. Not only had Qin Feng dealt with him, even Wang, the henchman he'd brought along and treated like a dog, had dared to lay a hand on him. And he'd kicked him right in the face. This is infuriating. Infuriating. I'll kill you all when I get back. I'll kill every last one of you. Li Wen clenched his fists, his entire being consumed by fury. I've had it with you, you piece of. Thinking you can boss me around just because your dad's got some clout. You want to kill me, huh? I'll kill you first today. Once Brother Wang's temper flared, there was no holding him back. The henchman behind him dared not touch Li Wen, but he himself had no qualms. Kicking him once or 10 times made no difference now. With all psychological restraints gone, Brother Wang unleashed his true nature, beating Li Wen mercilessly. Rage surged through Li Wen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and instantly lose consciousness. Damn it, this bastard is pissing me off. Brother Wang rolled up his sleeves and spat viciously at Li Wen. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I wronged you. I never imagined Li Wen was this kind of person. Mu Qing tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, her face filled with guilt. It's fine. This isn't your fault. I know you were just trying to help with Xiao Nan's schooling. I'll figure something out with the kindergarten. Qin Feng whispered softly to comfort Mu Qing. He understood his woman. If Mu Qing were truly the kind of woman who craved superficial glory and harbored ulterior motives, she wouldn't have endured 5 years of widowhood for him. He still had that much faith in her. Taking Mu Qing's delicate hand, Qin Feng started to walk toward the exit. But now Brother Wang was flustered, rushing over in a hurry. The restaurant manager had Fushan Group's backing, but he'd publicly assaulted Li when no one would protect him. Brother Qin, about today's incident, Alright, don't worry. If Li Xianbing presses you, just pin all the blame on me. If he lays a finger on you, just call me directly. I'll make sure you're safe. Qin Feng understood Brother Wang's concerns. After giving him a final reminder, he led Mu Qing out of the restaurant. With Qin Feng's assurance, Brother Wang felt somewhat more at ease. Sai, what should we do about Xiaonan's schooling? Sitting in the taxi, Mu Qing was deeply troubled. She had hoped Li Wen could offer some help, but this outcome was unexpected. Qin Feng knew that Xiaonan's schooling had become a constant worry for Mu Qing. It had to be resolved quickly. Go ahead and focus on the Fushan Group partnership without worry. Xiaonan's schooling? Leave it to me. I'll have it sorted within 3 days. Qin Feng patted his chest in assurance. Though a hint of doubt lingered in Mu Qing's eyes, Qin Feng kept reassuring her. He had never broken his word when promising to resolve the many problems they'd faced before. After Qin Feng's reassuring words, Mu Qing finally felt a little relieved. After getting off at the residential complex, Mu Qing went upstairs to tend to Xiaonan. Qin Feng instructed the driver to head to Fushan Group. Solving Xiaonan's schooling issue was merely a matter of a word from Liang. At Fushan Group, the security guards at the entrance dared not block Qin Feng again, each treating him like a VIP. Unfortunately, Liang was unavailable, so Qin Feng had to wait briefly in the lobby. Several security guards promptly brought him tea, coffee, and pastries all at once. Just as Qin Feng was savoring his tea, a woman dressed provocatively entered through the main gate and headed straight for Qin Feng. Her slender, serpentine waist swayed left and right with each step. A few beads of sweat glistened on her exposed waist, utterly alluring. Waiting for Mr. Liang too? All alone? The woman sat down beside Qin Feng with unabashed familiarity. The scent of her perfume mingled with the sweat. It stirred the imagination of anyone who caught a whiff. What? Mesmerized? Noticing Qin Feng's appraising gaze, the woman teased him with a playful remark. Her words were laced with a smile, her eyes crinkling with delight, as if she could effortlessly steal a man's soul. Chapter 35, Kicking Down the Door. Are you mute? You don't even acknowledge when someone speaks to you. The woman leaned slightly closer to Qin Feng, her movements flirtatious and provocative. Most men would have lost their composure by now, or at the very least, struck up a conversation. After all, what man doesn't appreciate a beauty? But this woman had encountered Qin Feng, an old soul whose psychological age spanned 3 millennia. He wasn't about to let a bit of beauty sway him, especially since something felt off about this situation. Just as the woman was about to press her advances further, Lin Liang burst into the company from outside, looking frantic. Qin, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Wasting Brother Qin's time like this, how could I possibly feel at ease? Ever since Qin Feng had given him a stern talking to last time, Lin Liang couldn't muster even a shred of defiance. He hurried over, bowing and scraping. The woman who had been teasing Qin Feng relentlessly earlier hurriedly left upon Lin Liang's arrival. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Brother Qin, you fancy her? Should I stop her for you? Seeing Qin Feng lost in thought, Lin Liang's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Get lost. Do I look like that kind of guy? Is that woman from your company? Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something peculiar about her appearance. Lin Liang watched her retreating figure, deep in thought. Doesn't seem like it. Our company doesn't have anyone by that name. Lin Liang shook his head. If it had been a man, he might have mistaken her. But if the company had such a beauty, he would have known about her. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The woman had left as soon as she saw Lin Liang. Clearly she wasn't here for him. Yet she wasn't company personnel either. Why had she appeared out of nowhere and departed just as mysteriously? All these doubts made him feel certain she was after him. Liang, go find out who this woman is. Qin Feng, suspicious, gave the order. Lin Liang nodded repeatedly and immediately dispatched people to investigate. Brother Qin, you must have other matters today, right? Let's go upstairs to talk, it's too chaotic down here. Lin Liang jogged a few steps to the elevator lobby and pressed the button for Qin Feng. Once they reached the office upstairs, Lin Liang eagerly poured Qin Feng a glass of water. Actually, I didn't call you here for anything major. My daughter needs to attend a kindergarten in the city center, and they require a property downtown. Could you handle that for me? Qin Feng took a small sip of tea before explaining the purpose of his visit to Lin Liang. But such a minor matter was insignificant to Lin Liang. If Qin Feng asked, he could even arrange a villa in the city center. Enough. The house is the least of it. You need to figure out how to get Mu Qing to accept it willingly. Qin Feng set down his teacup and emphasized this point. If Lin Liang charged in headlong, demanding to gift her a property outright, anyone would grow suspicious. Especially given Mu Qing's temperament, she'd never accept such an abrupt gesture of goodwill. The real challenge lay in how to legitimately transfer the property to Mu Qing. Alright, that's precisely why I came. Figure out how to arrange it with your people. After giving his instructions, Qin Feng turned to leave. Lin Liang sat on the sofa, wrestling with his thoughts for a moment before finally reaching out to stop Qin Feng. Brother Qin, there's something I must warn you about. That guy Li Xianbing has deep roots in Xunyang City. Even our Fushan group wouldn't dare provoke him lightly. The feud between you and him now is probably irreconcilable. Lin Liang cautioned Qin Feng. But Qin Feng understood the current situation far better than Lin Liang. In Lin Liang and the others' eyes, offending Li Xianbing meant walking a tightrope between life and death, requiring constant vigilance in everything. But to Qin Feng, a minor figure like Li Xianbing held no real significance. His primary concern lay in the secret concerning the plot to harm him that Li Xianbing held. That's nothing to worry about. The Li family is nothing but a bunch of clowns. The day they dare to jump in front of me will be the day they meet their end. I know full well how formidable Brother Qin is. If we can take down the Li family, my Fushan group will dominate Xunyang City completely. Lin Liang's heart swelled with delight at Qin Feng's confident assurance. Though Fushan group appeared to be the industry leader on the surface, the Li family lurking in the shadows remained a threat to him. If Qin Feng could truly root out this cancer, then Fushan group would truly become the undisputed #1 in Xunyang City. After leaving Fushan group, Qin Feng spotted that alluringly seductive woman again by the roadside. He rushed over to ask her about it, but she got into a luxury car. Qin Feng could only watch as the license plate grew distant, though the numbers seemed vaguely familiar. Forget it, better not overthink this. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Qin Feng sighed and headed back home. The moment he entered the door, he saw Mu Qing hurriedly throwing on her coat, preparing to leave. What's wrong? Where are you going? Qin Feng's heart tightened. Seeing Mu Qing's anxious expression, he felt a pang of worry. Now that you're back, could you watch over Xiaonan? I need to make a trip to the Mu residence. Mu Qing pulled on her clothes and headed for the door. What's going on? Did something happen at the Mu residence? Qin Feng stood in the doorway, calling out to Mu Qing's retreating figure. Those people are up to their old tricks again. They've gone and signed a contract with another company behind my back. I have to go. Mu Qing didn't even glance back. The click-clack of her high heels grew fainter and fainter until it vanished. Qin Feng returned to the room and had dinner with Xiaonan. As night fell, Xiaonan finally drifted off to sleep, but there was still no sign of Mu Qing returning. He called her several times, but she didn't answer. Qin Feng understood the Mu family's intentions all too well. They were at a loss with Mu Qing, so they wanted to pull a fast one behind her back. Once the contract was signed, Mu Qing would either have to compromise or personally bury the Mu family. Even if she clung to her principles, the family's emotional appeals and playing the sympathy card would still tip the scales in their favor. Qin Feng stared at the call that still wouldn't connect, his patience wearing thin. The Mu family is getting more and more brazen. After tucking his daughter in, Qin Feng stormed out the door and headed straight for the Mu residence. The familiar small villa was brightly lit. Through the glass window, Qin Feng spotted Mu Qing's figure. She was now surrounded by a group of people from the Mu family and the small company's bosses. They were engaged in a fierce verbal battle, attempting to brainwash her. Mud Qing's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, while Mud Yuxia stood guard at the door, preventing her from leaving. Wang Li clutched Mu Qing's handbag, making it impossible for her to answer the phone. Several people seemed determined to drown her in words until she agreed. Qin Feng strode straight toward the door, not even bothering to knock. He kicked it open with one powerful stomp. The heavy door crashed to the floor with a thunderous bang. The deafening crash silenced everyone inside, their eyes turning to Qin Feng in unison. Why did you all stop talking? Did you really think my wife has no one to back her up? Qin Feng swept a cold gaze over the crowd, his eyes like lightning, his entire body radiating an icy chill. Chapter 36, A Punch Through the Wall. Mu Shan's brow furrowed at Qin Feng's appearance. The small-time bosses around him also showed fear on their faces. They had long heard of Qin Feng's formidable reputation. Even that bald-headed Wang, who had Li Xianbing as his backer, had been thoroughly subdued by Qin Feng. In his eyes, they were nothing but insignificant. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the small business owners, causing them to retreat in unison. Mu Shan gritted his teeth in fury. Had Qin Feng arrived just 3 minutes later, he would have had ample confidence to force Mu Qing into submission. Watching his sure thing slip away, Mu Shan lost his temper completely. Qin Feng, who let you in? This is the Mu family's business. It has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Mu Shan once again asserted his authority, hoping to overpower Qin Feng with his seniority. His little scheme was instantly seen through by Qin Feng. He snatched the handbag from Wang Li's embrace and slowly handed it to Mu Qing. Are you two discussing a business deal? An outsider might think you're just robbing each other blind. A cold smile played on Qin Feng's lips as he picked up the cooperation agreement from the table and slipped it into Mu Qing's handbag. Who gave you permission to touch the contract? Put it down. Mu Yuxia noticed Qin Feng's action and immediately shouted. Qin Feng turned and shot her a glare, silencing her instantly. He'd dealt with Mu Yuxia countless times before. Yet she still couldn't rein in that foul, gossipy mouth of hers. Qin Feng, this partnership is a matter of life and death for the Mu family. You'd be wise not to interfere. Besides, we've already reached a consensus. You'd be wise to stop your futile obstruction. Mu Shan stood before the young boss, relying on their numbers to force a conclusion. Listening to his impassioned speech, Qin Feng found it utterly laughable. Do you truly believe you've won everyone over? You greedy bastards, would you trade your lives for money? As Qin Feng spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of the small business owners. Each one met his icy gaze with a flinch, unable to meet his eyes. What are you standing around for? Waiting for a cup of tea? Get out! Qin Feng barked. The shopkeepers scattered like frightened rabbits, tails between their legs. Seeing everyone so terrified, scrambling toward the door, Mu Shan grew anxious. Wait! Don't leave! We were just about to close the deal. I'm Qin Feng's father-in-law. He wouldn't dare do anything to you. Don't go! Mu Shan kept reaching out to pull them back, his words tinged with desperation. The small business owners shook their heads and waved him off. Mr. Mu, please don't joke like that. We couldn't possibly cross your son-in-law. I think we should put this partnership on hold for now. Let's talk about it later. A dozen small business owners were utterly terrified of Qin Feng. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the once cheerful and smiling partners had all vanished. The vast living room was now empty except for the 3 members of the Mu family and the Qin couple. Mu Shan was so furious he kept slapping his thigh. Qin Feng! Qin Feng! Look at what you've done! You'd have us mouths gone by tomorrow. Mu Shan grew angrier with each word, yet he could do nothing about Qin Feng. He could only sit on the sofa, sighing repeatedly. Once the Mu family falls into Mu Qing's hands, its rise to prominence is merely a matter of time. Too bad you old fool couldn't see the writing on the wall. You brought this mess on yourself. Qin Feng looked at Mu Shan, having lost all desire to persuade him further. Mu Qing, let's go. Qin Feng took Mu Qing's hand and turned to leave. There was no point in lingering in such a place any longer. Seeing Qin Feng about to leave, Mu Shan abruptly leapt up from the sofa and blocked the doorway. Hold on. You can leave, but leave the contract behind. Mu Shan's eyes flashed with determination, his posture suggesting he was prepared to fight Qin Feng to the death. Mu Qing was the lead negotiator for the partnership, and the contract they held was the Mu family's only leverage. But Qin Feng knew this all too well. Mu Qing's repeated trips back and forth were entirely bound by this contract. To spare Mu Qing from future troubles, Qin Feng was determined to take the contract with him today. Mu Shan, meanwhile, adopted a desperate stance. What? You want to kill me and walk out over my dead body? Seeing the icy glint in Qin Feng's eyes, Mu Shan shouted to steel his nerves. Wang Li and her daughter, standing nearby, exchanged a glance upon hearing this and rushed to Mu Shan's side. The 3 stood side by side, blocking the doorway completely. Come on, Qin Feng. You heartless monster. Kill me too, your own mother-in-law. That's right. Kill us all. Mu Yuxia, not one to shy away from drama, kept screaming like a shrew. Seeing her family's expressions, Mu Qing felt a pang of pity. She truly didn't want to see her family turn on each other, escalating to the point of bloodshed. Qin Feng, it's just a contract. Why don't we? Mu Qing tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, her eyes filled with helplessness. Qin Feng knew Mu Qing's soft heart, but he felt not a shred of pity for this group of opportunists. The 3 blocked the doorway completely, each looking utterly certain Qin Feng and his wife would yield, refusing to budge an inch. So the 3 of you refuse to move, huh? A cold smile tugged at Qin Feng's lips as he repeated his question. That's right. We'll never let you pass. If you want to go, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. So you think you're tough? Keep showing off. I don't believe you'd dare kill someone. Mu Yuxia, emboldened by the presence of Mu Shan and Wang Li, now joined in, taunting Qin Feng relentlessly. Watching this family's true colors, Qin Feng clenched his right fist tightly, a surge of surging spiritual energy coursing through his steel-hard knuckles. Fine. Since you refuse to yield the path, then I'll carve my own path. Qin Feng raised his arm abruptly, unleashing a punch that slammed forward. The fist, enveloped in spiritual energy, whizzed past Mu Yuxia's cheek. The powerful force reverberated through her ears. This boundless divine power slammed into the wall, followed by a deafening explosion. A gaping hole, tall enough for a person, was torn through the wall beside the door. This single punch left Mu Shan and the others utterly stunned. A single punch shattering a concrete wall. What terrifying power was this? The thought sent cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Had that fist struck any one of them, wouldn't they have been reduced to nothing but scattered bones? You 3, take care of yourselves. Qin Feng left this warning behind as he pulled Mu Qing away from this place of sorrow. As they reached the entrance, Shin Feng casually turned around and spotted a luxury car parked behind the villa. Under the streetlight, he made out the license plate. It was the very same car that the sexy beauty had gotten into at the entrance of Fushan Group. Shin Feng froze in his tracks. Could it be that the sexy beauty was somehow connected to the Mu family? Chapter 37, Lottery Jackpot. What's wrong, Shin Feng? Is something bothering you? Mu Qing noticed Qin Feng's distracted state and asked curiously. But Qin Feng had no intention of letting Mu Qing know about that woman. He had only just cleared up the misunderstanding created by Li Wen. If another tangled situation arose, it would inevitably shake their relationship once more. I'm fine. Now that we've secured the contract, the Mu family won't cause you any more trouble. Qin Feng pulled Mu Qing away from the residential complex. The Mu family had now lost its trump card to control Mu Qing. Though they clung to the golden rice bowl of their partnership, they faced an empty pot. Their financial crisis remained unresolved. Under the orange glow of streetlights, the couple walked hand in hand, savoring the quiet moment. Qin Feng, how do you plan to handle Xiaonan's situation? If you really don't want to, I can see if I can pull some strings. Mu Qing's gaze drifted as she muttered casually. After all, Qin Feng had already taken on this burden. If she directly offered to take charge, it might wound her husband's pride, so she could only bring it up casually. Qin Feng understood Mu Qing's hesitation perfectly well. He had already given instructions to Lin Liang, so resolving this matter was merely a matter of time. Just as he was about to make an excuse, a street vendor approached from the roadside. Hey, you two. Want to buy a lottery ticket? Brand new lottery here. 1 yuan each. First prize wins a house. The vendor held flyers in his hands, his face beaming with a smile. As he enthusiastically pitched the offer, he deliberately glanced at Qin Feng and winked. Qin Feng suddenly realized. It was like finding a pillow when you're sleepy or an umbrella when it rains. Just as they were discussing this, the people Lin Liang had arranged were already in place. Sorry, we don't. Mu Qing instinctively raised her hand to refuse, but Qin Feng spoke first. It's fine. It's only $1 a ticket. Let's buy one and give it a try. Just for fun. Qin Feng took Mu Qing's hand and smiled as they walked into the store. Inside the lottery shop, two people sat facing the ticket printing screen, busily calculating something with paper and pen. Here, give me one of those first prize house tickets. Qin Feng, who had known all along, didn't waste words and got straight to the point. The lottery shop owner handed over the ticket he'd already prepared. The two men calculating lottery numbers glanced at Qin Feng's cheerful expression and couldn't help but snort coldly. What a bunch of dreamers, thinking they can strike it rich overnight with lottery tickets. Exactly. Luck isn't something everyone gets. The two sat in front of the screen, hurling sarcastic remarks at the couple. Mu Qing felt her face flush with embarrassment. She never liked playing the lottery, that half gambling, half luck business. Now that others were talking about it, she felt even more uncomfortable. It's fine, ignore him. We're just having a little fun anyway. Qin Feng handed the lottery ticket to Mu Qing, smiling as he offered reassurance. At that moment, the final draw began on the screen. The moment the winning numbers were announced, the two people checking the tickets instantly slumped in disappointment. Mu Qing gave a faint smile and tugged at Qin Feng, ready to leave. Why the rush? We haven't even checked our tickets yet. Qin Feng grabbed Mu Qing, who was in a hurry to leave. Seeing Qin Feng still full of energy despite their own disappointment, the two men snorted in disdain. We've been counting numbers here for 2 months straight. You think you'll win on your first try? You're dreaming. Mao Qing felt a bit embarrassed by their words. It's fine, ignore them. Let's just look. Qin Feng kept urging her, afraid his carefully laid plans would come to nothing. Fine, fine. I'll just take a look. Unable to resist Qin Feng's persistent coaxing, Mu Qing glanced down at the lottery ticket, then looked up at the screen. In that split second of looking down and up, Mu Qing's body froze. The numbers on her ticket matched the ones on the screen perfectly, not a single digit off. Qin Feng, I won. Mu Qing, who had never believed in lotteries before, couldn't hide the shock in her heart. What? She actually won? The two passers-by calculating numbers jumped straight up from the sofa at the news. I really won. I actually won. Which house is this? Mu Qing asked urgently upon hearing the news. The vendor had already prepared the appropriate response. This is the first prize, of course it's a house in the city center. The vendor's words brought a smile to Mu Qing's face. Qin Feng, did you hear that? He said downtown. Our little Nan's schooling is sorted. Mu Qing clutched her chest, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. The worry over her daughter's schooling had kept her awake night after night, yet unexpectedly, it was resolved right by the roadside. Qin Feng watched Mu Qing, who was crying tears of joy, and smiled gently. Here's the address for the house. Take this lottery ticket to claim your prize. The lottery shop owner handed the pre-prepared address to Mu Qing with great respect. Qin Feng nodded, and the couple exchanged a knowing glance. As the couple left the lottery shop, the owner and the two passers-by all wore faint smiles. All the way home, Mu Qing couldn't stop smiling. This lottery ticket had solved a major problem for her. This is wonderful. Xiao Nan can finally register. It's all settled now. Mu Qing carefully tucked the ticket into her bag, treating it like a precious treasure. As they returned to the residential complex, the moment they entered the gate, Qin Feng sensed someone following them. But Mu Qing, completely swept up in her joy, didn't notice a thing. You go upstairs first. I'll have a smoke down here and join you later. Qin Feng smiled as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and informed Mu Qing. Mu Qing didn't suspect a thing and headed straight upstairs. Qin Feng lit his cigarette and turned his gaze toward a dark corner. With a surge of spiritual energy, the fingers holding the cigarette suddenly tensed. The red ember shot like a bullet, piercing the darkness. Ouch! A piercing scream erupted from the dark corner. Qin Feng's figure flickered, instantly seizing the man's throat. Who told you to come here? Why are you following me? Qin Feng's voice was icy cold, his figure shrouded in darkness radiating a menacing aura. Qin Ge, I was sent by Boss Liang. The man, his throat clamped shut, stammered out the words with great effort. Upon hearing he was one of Lin Liang's men, Qin Feng immediately released his grip. The man hit the ground and coughed violently for a long moment before catching his breath. Brother Qin, we were following Boss Liang's orders to secretly protect your daughter. We just spotted a suspicious individual near your residence and apprehended him. We'd like you to come take a look. The man explained their purpose, and Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't immediately think of who would send people at this moment. He had just disrupted the Mu family's partnership. They should still be seething with anger. Could it be that Li Xianbing had made his move? Brother Qin, we don't know who sent them either. You should go take a look. Led by the man, Qin Feng arrived at a nearby rental house. The moment he stepped inside, he saw someone bound on the sofa. The figure looked strangely familiar yet deeply puzzling. It was none other than the sexy beauty he had encountered at Lin Liang's company that day. Chapter 38, The Beauty's Identity. Brother Qin, this is the woman who was lurking suspiciously outside your door. She's been hanging around here for 2 days now. She's quite something. Leave her interrogation to Brother Qin. The man pointed at the beauty on the sofa and reported to Qin Feng. Seeing her again, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his doubts deepening. Though bound, the hatred in her eyes toward Qin Feng burned fiercely. She looked as if she wanted to devour him alive. Qin Feng was utterly perplexed. He had no recollection whatsoever of this woman. They had never even crossed paths. How could there be enmity between them? Qin Feng slowly approached the woman and removed the cloth gag from her mouth. Who are you? What grudge do we share? Qin Feng looked into her eyes and asked. Qin Feng, you heartless scoundrel. I'd kill you if I could. Her face was twisted with fury, all traces of her earlier allure vanished. Fortunately, Lin Liang had outmaneuvered her, otherwise, he might have truly suffered at this woman's hands. Who are you? I don't even know you. Qin scrutinized her face, certain he'd never crossed paths with her before. My name is Su Linlin. I'm Mu Yuxia's best friend. I seduced you to avenge her. You faithless bastard. I'll make sure you're ruined sooner or later. Su Linlin's beautiful eyes widened, filled with hatred. Mu Yuxia? Qin Feng murmured softly, pieces of the puzzle falling into place. If this woman was sent by Mu Yuxia, then everything suddenly made sense. The luxury car parked behind the Mu residence proved Su Linlin wasn't lying. Yet now she was adamantly calling him a faithless bastard, leaving Qin Feng utterly baffled. You're definitely sent by that Mu Yuxia. But what do you mean by calling me a faithless bastard? I don't recall having any romantic entanglement with you lot. Qin Feng was thoroughly baffled by the woman before him. Stop playing dumb, okay? You abandoned Yuxia, toyed with her feelings, and then hooked up with her sister. And you're scheming to seize the entire Mu family fortune. You're the most despicable man I've ever met. Su Linlin unleashed a torrent of accusations at Qin Feng. These baseless accusations piled onto Qin Feng left his head spinning. Did Mu Yuxia tell you all this? Of course. What? You're a grown man, can't you own up to your actions? Even bound, Su Linlin felt utterly justified. You're so damn stupid. Mu Qing and I have been together for 5 years, we even have a child. What the hell does that have to do with Mu Yuxia? Go ask around or search the news, you'll find out that Mu Yuxia just dumped her fiancé Gongming. You let yourself be used without even realizing it, thinking you were fighting evil. How utterly foolish. Qin Feng glared at the woman and unleashed a torrent of scolding. Don't believe me? Untie her. Let her search properly with her phone and see what really happened. Qin Feng ordered her release and returned her phone. Su Linlin took the phone and began searching, half believing, half doubting. The Mu family wasn't exactly a prominent clan. But such gossipy news still piqued the interest of many tabloid reporters. After scrolling through numerous news reports, Su Linlin finally grasped the entire situation. No, this can't be true. Mu Yuxia is my best friend. She would never lie to me. Su Linlin stared blankly at her phone. Having a woman like that as your best friend? You must have done something truly despicable in a past life. Xin Feng watched the woman's dazed expression and felt nothing but pity. That woman, Mu Yuxia, was incredibly calculating. Su Linlin was clearly the type who was easily fooled. It was only natural that she'd be manipulated by Mu Yuxia. After some conversation, he learned the truth. Su Linlin had been deeply hurt by a scumbag years ago and never recovered. Hence, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for faithless men. Just days ago, Mu Yuxia called her in tears, claiming she too had been hurt by a scumbag. She asked Su Linlin to help her exact revenge. She painted Xin Feng as a despicable scumbag, and Su Linlin agreed immediately upon hearing the story. That's how the current situation came to be. By this point, Xin Feng had pieced together the entire story. This Mu Yuxia was truly malicious to the core. Judging by this pattern, the Liwen incident was likely Mu Yuxia's doing too. She was attacking on two fronts, all to drive a wedge between him and Mu Qing. Thus, she could deal with Mu Qing, now deprived of her support, and reclaim her dominant position within the Mu family. How could Mu Yuxia deceive me? I'm going to confront her right now. Su Linlin couldn't bear the betrayal and rose to leave. What good will confronting her do? Do you think she'll admit it? Or face any consequences? Xin Feng quickly spoke up, halting Su Linlin in her tracks. Then what should we do? Keep pretending you know nothing. We'll turn the tables on her. A faint smile touched Xin Feng's lips as a plan formed in his mind. Since Mu Yuxia was so fond of showing off her cleverness, then he'd make her understand what it meant to be outsmarted by her own cleverness. Xin Feng told Su Linlin to wait for his word. He would absolutely give her a chance to get back at Mu Yuxia. After that, Xin Feng dared not linger, fearing Mu Qing might grow suspicious. Back home, Mu Qing was still sharing the news of winning the lottery with Xiaonan. Xiaonan had no idea about the house's value. She only knew she could enroll in school tomorrow, dancing with joy. As night deepened, Mu Qing slept more soundly than she ever had. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Xiaonan bounced out of bed. Mommy and Daddy, wake up. Xiaonan is going to school today. Finally, I get to play with other kids. Being home alone every day was boring as hell. Xiaonan hugged her teddy bear, her little chest brimming with complaints. Seeing their daughter's pouty, indignant expression, the couple exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. Unable to resist the little one's persistence, they got up and started getting ready. After breakfast, they braided her hair, and the family prepared to head out. Xiaonan pulled out her long-prepared backpack and carefully tucked the teddy bear inside. Daddy, can Xiaonan really go to school today? Xiaonan strapped on her backpack, still feeling a bit uneasy. Don't worry, Daddy will make sure you get into school today. Just remember to listen to your teacher. Xin Feng affectionately stroked his daughter's little head. The family opened the door cheerfully, only to hear several pairs of footsteps in the hallway. Peering down, they saw none other than the Mushan family. The three were shoving each other when they spotted Xin Feng, their expressions instantly freezing. Chapter 39, Dirty Hands and Claws. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Xin Feng's smile vanished instantly at the sight of the family. Xin Feng, yesterday I was too impulsive, so we came over. We came to make amends with you. Pushed forward, Mushan stepped up first to speak. Wang Li quickly joined in as well. Exactly. We're all family. What can't be resolved with a calm talk? We all acted too impulsively yesterday. It made a mess of things and gave others something to laugh at, didn't it? Wang Li's silver tongue worked overtime, her smile stretching so wide it creased the corners of her eyes. As the group chatted, Mu Qing heard the commotion and stepped out. Come on, Mu Qing, we're family after all. Are you really going to make us talk at the door? Mu Yuxia's haughty demeanor remained unchecked. Hearing this, Mu Qing didn't want the neighbors to see them making a spectacle either. She nodded, gesturing for them to come inside. The group sat down at the table, the Mu family members all wearing forced smiles. Yet their smiles were utterly insincere, and the fake cheerfulness made both visitors' faces stiffen slightly. Xin Feng had long anticipated these people would come seeking reconciliation, though he hadn't expected them to arrive so soon. Without the contract, the Mu family was finished. If they completely alienated Mu Qing now, they'd truly be heading down a dead-end path. Alright, spit it out. What's on your minds? Get it over with. Xin Feng sat at the table, muttering impatiently. What are you saying? How dare you speak to your elders like that? Mu Yuxia slammed the teacup on the table, her face flushed with anger. Listen if you want to. If not, get the hell out. Xin Feng showed no leniency toward Mu Yuxia, lashing out with a furious rebuke. Enough. Cut it out. Mu Shan scolded Mu Yuxia. After all, they had come seeking reconciliation. If they couldn't control their tempers, there'd be no point in talking at all. About that Xin Feng. After calming down last night, I've come to my senses. I've decided to let Mu Qing return to work tomorrow. To make up for my mistake, I'll temporarily hand over all decision-making authority to her. She'll return to the company tomorrow. Mu Shan laid out all his conditions. Xin Feng stared into his sincere eyes and found it utterly laughable. I suspect this isn't about making amends, but rather because the Mu family's finances have reached a breaking point, haven't they? Xin Feng cut straight to the heart of Mu Shan's anxiety. As long as the contract remained unenforced, the Mu family would remain trapped in their predicament. Now, clutching this priceless partnership in their hands, they were still desperately fighting against the financial crisis. He was truly reaching his limit. As the group conversed, Wang Li casually noticed the lottery ticket on the table. She picked it up and examined it briefly, her expression suddenly turning startled, though she said nothing. Alright, you all can go now. We have matters to attend to shortly. As for having Mu Qing come to work tomorrow, we'll see how she feels. You can go now. Xin Feng glanced at the time, no longer wanting to engage with them further. Hearing Qin Feng's dismissal, Mu Shan dared not linger any longer. Alright. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll be on our way. Mu Shan had been exceedingly polite throughout, and he dared not be otherwise. But just as they were leaving, Wang Li slipped the lottery ticket into her pocket. Stop right there. Xin Feng barked at the trio's retreating backs. Mu Shan turned at the sound, his face lighting up with joy. What's up, Xin Feng? Have you changed your mind? I told you we're family, you wouldn't just stand by and watch me fail. Mu Shan, thinking Xin Feng was stopping him to discuss a partnership, was overjoyed. Who says we're family? Would family members sneak around stealing things? Xin Feng's words were icy cold, leaving the bewildered Mu Shan momentarily stunned. Hearing this, Mu Yuxia was the first to speak up. Who took your stuff? Look at how poor your family is, what could there possibly be to take? Stop making baseless accusations. Even if my Mu family is poor, we wouldn't covet your junk. Mu Yuxia unleashed a torrent of insults without a second thought. This left Wang Li in an awkward position. But, who would take your things? You must be joking. Wang Li, pushed to the brink by Mu Yuxia's outburst, had no choice but to save face. You won't hand it over, huh? Do I have to chop off your filthy paws myself? Xin Feng's eyes locked onto Wang Li. Seeing there was no hiding it now, Wang Li pulled the lottery ticket straight out of her pocket. So what if I took the lottery ticket? Is that any reason to talk like this? Look at the state of the Mu family now. How can you still afford to live in a downtown apartment? I took this lottery ticket, then sold the house to help the Mu family. What's wrong with that? Wang Li stubbornly denied everything, her skill at twisting the truth was first rate. But Xin Feng paid her no mind. He simply walked up to Wang Li and held out his palm. What business is it of mine if you subsidize the Mu family? Hand it over, or don't blame me for being rude. Xin Feng showed Wang Li no mercy, refusing even a single word to save her face. This hardline stance left Wang Li momentarily at a loss for words. Xin Feng, watch your tone. My husband and child are right here, do you really dare lay a hand on me, your mother-in-law? Wang Li glared at him, but Xin Feng's patience had long since reached its limit. You really don't know when to stop. Without hesitation, Xin Feng slapped Wang Li across the face. With a sharp smack, a bright red handprint appeared on Wang Li's cheek. She froze in shock. But remembering Xin Feng's overwhelming strength from yesterday, fear crept back into her heart. She could only turn to look at Mu Shan. Did you see that? Did you see that? He hit you, his own wife, in front of all these people, and you're not going to do anything about it? Are you even a man? Are you really? Wang Li tugged at Mu Shan's collar, determined to make him take action. You shrew! I've given you too much leeway. Rage surged through Mu Shan, and he lashed out, slapping Wang Li hard across her right cheek. This left Wang Li completely stunned. One slap on each cheek. I've put up with you for far too long. What did I tell you when we came out? We came here to settle things, yet you're still holding on to someone else's property. Hand it over immediately. To Mu Shan, the company came first, so he couldn't care less about Wang Li's pride. And Wang Li had actually encouraged him to seek face from Xin Feng. They'd all seen how hard Xin Feng hit yesterday. If he went up there, wouldn't he get beaten to a pulp? Wang Li was completely out of options now. Her hands trembling, she handed the lottery ticket to Xin Feng. Xin Feng pocketed the ticket and shot Wang Li a cold stare. Not leaving? Waiting for me to treat you to tea? Get lost. Chapter 40, Nothing Goes Smoothly. Xin Feng's angry rebuke left the Mu Shan family thoroughly humiliated, forcing them to leave in a huff. Seeing Mu Qing's helpless expression beside him, Xin Feng didn't know how to offer comfort. Stuck with a family like this, there was nothing anyone could do. Alright, today is Xiaonan's first day of school. Don't let them ruin your mood. Let's go. Xin Feng picked up Xiaonan, and Mu Qing merely nodded, forcing a faint smile. The family first took a car to their apartment in the city center. After all, they needed to secure a place to live before enrolling her in kindergarten. But upon arrival, Mu Qing was once again stunned by the scene before her. Even Xin Feng looked slightly taken aback. Because the lottery jackpot prize wasn't an ordinary residence. It was a luxurious villa hundreds of times more impressive than the Mu family home. Located in such a prime downtown location, its value was truly immeasurable. Staring at the opulent mansion before her, Mu Qing couldn't recover for a long moment. She repeatedly checked the address printed on the lottery ticket to confirm. Xin Feng, did we come to the wrong place? This can't be possible. The grand prize for this lottery is just too extravagant, isn't it? Mu Qing's voice trembled, struggling to accept the reality. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. After all, this is where we'll be living for a long time. Within seconds, Qin Feng regained his composure and pulled Mu Qing into the villa. The villa was lavishly decorated, its floors spotless as if freshly cleaned. Wow! Daddy, are we really going to live here from now on? It's so big, just like a castle. Xiaonan loves it. Xiaonan gazed at the vast house before her and began running around excitedly. But after her initial delight, Mu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. A house this big must have hefty annual maintenance costs. Qin Feng, maybe we should. Qin Feng knew Mu Qing always thought things through carefully. Indeed, as she said, maintaining such a large house would cost tens of thousands of yuan annually. For them at this stage, it was a considerable expense. Mu Qing must be thinking of selling the villa, buying a more ordinary residence, and still having money left over. But he had worked so hard to improve their quality of life. Seeing Xiaonan's joyful, excited expression, he couldn't bear to do it. It's okay. I just called to inquire, and they said the maintenance fees here are also covered by the incentive. Even the water and electricity bills for the next 10 years have already been prepaid. Qin Feng held the lottery ticket in phone, pretending he'd just finished the inquiry. Only after saying this did Mu Qing finally relax. Mother and daughter happily went up and down the stairs, inspecting each room. Xiaonan even complained that the place was like a maze her little brain couldn't keep track of the layout. Qin Feng simply sat on the sofa, savoring the moment of laughter and joy. By 9 in the morning, as dawn broke, Qin Feng and his wife took Xiaonan to register for kindergarten. The family arrived in high spirits. The security guard at the entrance already recognized Qin Feng and offered no obstruction. The trio arrived at the principal's office. Ling Moran, usually polite and courteous, now frowned deeply. I'm sorry, but your child won't be able to attend our kindergarten. Ling Moran pushed his glasses up his nose, a look of conflict in his eyes. The words felt like a bucket of cold water dumped on Qin Feng and his wife. They had just settled the housing issue and were filled with joy, only to be plunged into despair by this unexpected blow. Why? Didn't you say having a house in the city was sufficient? Mu Qing's face darkened with displeasure, while Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Ling Moran sighed softly, his expression filled with regret. Qin Feng could tell Ling Moran wasn't the type to toy with people. There must be some unspoken difficulty. Mu Qing, take Xiaonan out for a while. I'll talk to the principal. Seeing Mu Qing's growing anxiety, Qin Feng could only speak up to distract her. Only then could he get Ling Moran to open up about his troubles. Mu Qing sighed, now placing all her hopes on Qin Feng. Once mother and daughter had left the office, Ling Moran spoke first. Mr. Qin, I truly had no choice. I'm so sorry about this. Would it be possible for her to transfer to another school? I can write a letter of recommendation. Ling Moran's voice was thick with guilt. Despite being the principal, his words carried a hint of pleading. Principal Ling, I know this isn't your true intention. If you're facing any difficulties, please tell me. Qin Feng pulled a chair closer to the desk, intending to have a proper conversation with Ling Moran. I do have my reasons, but this isn't something you can resolve. I can recommend you to other schools none inferior to this one. Ling Moran assumed Qin Feng came from an ordinary family and didn't want him to stir up trouble. But seeing her reaction only piqued Qin Feng's curiosity. It's fine. We're leaving anyway. Just tell me about it, okay? Qin Feng kept urging her on, and Ling Moran, worn down by his persistence, sighed deeply. I don't know if you've heard of the Li family's reputation. Though I don't hold those people in high regard, I run a kindergarten. Those individuals are ruthless criminals. I can't risk endangering the children. Ling Moran finally revealed the truth. She had indeed been threatened. Qin Feng instantly grasped the entire situation from this revelation. This was undoubtedly Li Wen's doing. After getting a taste of his own medicine, the bastard had turned his hatred toward Mu Qing. He came here to stir trouble as revenge. Principal Ling, the Li family isn't worth worrying about. Just take my daughter Nan into your kindergarten, and I'll guarantee your place stays safe. Qin Feng had never taken the Li family seriously, speaking softly as he sought to negotiate with Ling Moran. How could Ling Moran stand it when he saw Qin Feng still had no intention of leaving? He stood up in anger. Why can't you understand me? The Li family isn't something you and I can mess with. Even if we could, I won't use these children as collateral. Do you have any idea what those ruthless people are capable of? Ling Moran slammed her hand on the table, confronting Qin Feng. She wasn't blind to the sincerity of Qin Feng and the others. She herself desperately wanted Xiaonan to attend school. But if they offended the Li family, kidnapping children or sending thugs to cause trouble would be child's play for those people. Seeing Ling Moran's anger, Qin Feng dropped all pretense. Alright, I won't keep you guessing. My backer is the city's Fuxiang group. The person who beat up Li Wen at the restaurant the other day was also me. Does that prove I have the capability to stand up to the Li family? Qin Feng had no choice but to reveal his trump card. After all, it was for his daughter. To his surprise, Ling Moran didn't look pleased at all. Instead, his frown deepened. So you're the ruthless one who dealt with Li Wen? In that case, I absolutely cannot allow your daughter to study here. You may leave now. Chapter 41, Come over for a beating. Xin Feng had assumed that once Ling Moran learned of his capabilities, she would surely compromise. But unexpectedly, it only strengthened her resolve to bar the child from enrollment. Xin Feng, you beat Li Wen to that state. Do you have any idea what risks I'd face if I admitted Xiaonan now? Ling Moran stared at Xin Feng, adjusting her glasses on her nose. The once refined Ling Moran now radiated a fierce spirit unbecoming of a lady. Xin Feng studied Ling Moran once more, sensing there was more to this woman than met the eye. Let me be frank with you. In my eyes, the Li family is nothing but vermin. I simply cannot risk the child's safety. Ling Moran narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression radiating formidable confidence. This confidence startled Xin Feng slightly. He concluded that Ling Moran was definitely more than just a kindergarten principal. Alright, I've said my piece. You may leave now. Ling Moran sat back down and resumed flipping through the documents in his hands. Xin Feng knew Ling Moran's mind was made up, yet he didn't retreat a single step. Instead, he walked up to the desk. Seeing Xin Feng still refusing to leave, a thread of anger stirred within Ling Moran. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Why are you being so stubborn? Ling Moran's frown deepened, her beautiful face flushing slightly with anger. Principal Ling, I swear on my life right here if even one child suffers harm because of me, Xin Feng will pay with his life. Xin Feng swore a solemn oath, his spiritual energy rippling around him as if he were a divine being descended from the heavens. Ling Moran stared at the notebook being tossed about by the spiritual energy on the table, her heart jolting violently. Fine. I agree. Ling Moran casually closed the notebook and agreed immediately. His surprise at her sudden decisiveness was palpable. Just moments ago, her stance had been utterly resolute. But now she agreed so readily, leaving Xin Feng genuinely puzzled. Thank you, Principal Ling. I will certainly keep my word. Putting his doubts aside for the moment, Xin Feng quickly agreed. After all, the most urgent matter at hand was resolving Xiaonan's schooling. After finalizing the arrangements with Ling Moran, Xin Feng stepped out of the office. The moment he stepped out, Mu Qing hurried over, holding Xiaonan's hand. What's going on, Xin Feng? Did the principal agree? Daddy, can Xiaonan really go to school here? Mother and daughter gazed at Xin Feng expectantly, eagerly awaiting his answer. Xin Feng feigned deep thought before breaking into a smile. It's settled. The principal has agreed to let Xiaonan study here. Hearing Xin Feng's words, Xiaonan jumped up with joy. Yay! 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 That's wonderful! Xiaonan can finally go to school. Xiaonan cheered and danced with joy, while Mu Qing beside her also wore a faint smile. With the matter of the child's schooling finally settled, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to their spacious villa, they collapsed onto the sofa. Now that school is settled, I can focus entirely on the Mu family partnership. Mu Qing gazed at the ceiling above her and sighed softly. Xin Feng reached out, gently pulling Mu Qing into his embrace as his hand softly stroked her long hair. You've been so exhausted these past few days. Get some proper rest now. Xin Feng murmured soothingly. Mu Qing naturally wrapped her arms around Xin Feng and lay in his embrace, slowly drifting off to sleep. Time passed quickly, and Mu Qing was truly exhausted. Xin Feng gazed at the face of the beauty in his arms, her long lashes and high, straight nose as if she were a sleeping maiden. Mu Qing slept soundly from morning until evening, only waking up groggily. Seeing the arm she had been resting her head on, he felt a pang of tenderness. Why didn't you wake me up? My arm must be numb from being under your head. Mu Qing lifted her head and gently massaged Xin Feng's arm with concern. I'm fine. Xiaonan should be getting out of school around now, right? Xin Feng withdrew his arm and glanced at the dim sky outside, remembering Ling Moran's instructions. After all, he had pledged his life as a guarantee. School was about to let out soon. The busiest, noisiest times were also when mistakes were most likely to happen. Rest a little longer. I'll grab something to eat, and we'll move tomorrow. Xin Feng smiled as he instructed Mu Qing, then headed alone toward the kindergarten. He didn't want Mu Qing to come along because this trip wasn't just about picking up Xiaonan from school. It was more about dealing with the Li family's people coming to cause trouble. After all, he had pledged his life to them. Xin Feng left and soon arrived at the kindergarten, which wasn't too far away. The moment he reached the entrance, the dismissal bell chimed from within. Groups of children streamed out, running joyfully like chicks returning to their nest. Xin Feng spotted his daughter immediately in the crowd. She was carrying her familiar little backpack and clutching a teddy bear in her arms. Xiaonan, Daddy's here. Xin Feng called out loudly in her direction. Daddy! Xiaonan bounced happily upon seeing him. But Xin Feng didn't look at his daughter just then. Instead, he took in the movements of everyone around him. The moment he called out, at least a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward him. Among them were 7 or 8 burly men lurking in hidden corners, clearly not parents there to pick up their children. Daddy, Xiaonan had so much fun today. I want to come to school again tomorrow. Xiaonan threw herself into Xin Feng's arms, grinning from ear to ear. Xin Feng pretended not to notice the suspicious figures, carrying Xiao Nan toward a nearby alleyway. Daddy, this doesn't seem like the way home. Where are we going? Xiao Nan clutched her teddy bear, pouting slightly in confusion. Xin Feng gave him a warm smile. It's okay. How about Daddy takes you to fight the bad guys? Beat up bad guys? Is Daddy Superman? I want to watch Daddy beat up bad guys. Xiao Nan, cradled in Xin Feng's arms, danced with excitement. Xin Feng was preparing his daughter for what was likely to happen next. He worried the fight might frighten Xiao Nan. Just as he finished speaking to his daughter, 2 or 3 burly men appeared from behind the alley, their target clear. Xin Feng continued walking forward for a moment before slowly turning his body. You've been following us this long. Aren't you going to make your move? Xin Feng merely smiled at the 2 burly men before him. Realizing their identities were exposed, the men saw no point in maintaining their facade. They began flexing their muscles and advancing toward him. Xiao Nan, watch closely. Daddy's going to take care of these bad guys. Xin Feng gently set his daughter down on the ground, his face still wearing a smile. It wasn't that he couldn't handle them while holding her, he simply didn't want Xiao Nan to see any blood. Okay, Xiao Nan, cheer Dad on. Xiao Nan adopted a spectator's pose, her face showing not a trace of fear. What are you waiting for? Come on up and take a beating. Xin Feng glared at the burly man and barked an order. Chapter 42. This woman is no ordinary girl. The enforcers rubbed their hands together, slowly closing in on Xin Feng. Kid, you're really something else. I've been in this business for years, and I've never seen anyone like you. Today I'll grant your wish. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. The burly leader's face twisted into a vicious grin as he charged forward like a charging rhino. Oomph, all bluster. Xin Feng watched the burly man closing in, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ignorant brat, today I'll show you what real power looks like. The brute roared, accelerating his charge instead of slowing down as he neared Xin Feng. He intended to use his sheer bulk to knock Xin Feng flat. If an ordinary person had been standing there today, the brute's bull-like charge would have shattered ribs and killed him instantly. But standing here today was Xin Feng. To Xin Feng, the brute's raw strength was child's play. Die. The burly man closed in, his shoulder pressing unhesitatingly against Xin Feng's chest. Oomph, mere child's play. Xin Feng remained unruffled, extending his right hand slightly to press gently against the burly man's shoulder. Bang! The moment Xin Feng's palm touched him, the burly man's powerful frame froze completely. The sudden halt sent dust swirling around them. The burly man looked up at Xin Feng, who stood perfectly still, his face filled with shock. Even if Xin Feng was a top-tier martial artist, taking that blow head-on should have sent him reeling back at least 3 steps. But not only did Xin Feng use just one hand, he didn't retreat a single step, his expression calm and composed. This left the burly man feeling uneasy. What? Is that all the strength you've got? You'd be better off hauling bricks at a construction site. With that kind of strength, you shouldn't be trying to mix with the tough guys. A cold sneer curled Xin Feng's lips, his words dripping with scorn. These words sent a surge of blood rushing to the startled burly man's head. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength. Muscles bulged, veins throbbed on his forehead. Yah! The burly man stomped his feet forward relentlessly, cracking the blue stone slabs beneath him. Xin Feng's palm seemed to possess the strength to move mountains, holding him fast so he couldn't advance even half a step. This can't be. This can't be. How could my strength be weaker than yours? This can't be. The burly man gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his body as he strained with every ounce of strength. Xin Feng observed the man before him, knowing he was at his wit's end. The urge to toy with him faded. Alright, you've used up most of your strength, haven't you? Now it's my turn. Xin Feng smiled faintly as spiritual energy instantly gathered within him, surging from his shoulders straight to his palms. Go! With a mere push, the immense spiritual energy exploded from his palm. The powerful force instantly sent the burly man, weighing over 200 pounds, flying backward. Ouch! The burly man flew backward, crashing into the wall. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The 2 men standing at the alley entrance, ready to assist, froze in shock. Without a word, they turned and fled. Having witnessed Xin Feng's terrifying strength, the burly man had no desire to resist. Without bothering to get up, he scrambled on all fours toward the alley exit. But Xin Feng gave him no chance to escape. Planting his foot firmly on the stone slab, he leapt forward. Before the burly man could take 2 steps, Xin Feng seized his throat and slammed him against the wall. There are more of you than just these few. Where are the rest? Xin Feng stared into the burly man's eyes as he demanded. After all, he wasn't just protecting his own daughter, he'd also promised Ling Moran to safeguard the other children. He had to know the others' whereabouts, no room for error. I don't know. I was only sent to deal with you. I know nothing about the rest. The burly man remained stubbornly silent, refusing to speak even at the cost of his life. Xin Feng's fingers tightened slowly, clamping down on the burly man's Adam's apple. Not talking, huh? I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get an answer from me in 3 seconds, you'll die right here. Qin Feng's fingers tightened, signaling to the burly man that he meant every word. Just as Qin Feng had anticipated, the burly man saw the murderous intent in Qin Feng's eyes and instantly crumbled. Before Qin Feng even began to squeeze, the man's lips started trembling. I'll talk. I'll talk. It was young Master Li. Young Master Li was furious that Ling Moran wouldn't listen to him. He also coveted her beauty. He ordered us to lure you here first while another team went to kidnap Ling Moran. The burly man stammered, spilling the entire plan. This left Qin Feng momentarily stunned. He had assumed Li Wen would warn Ling Moran by kidnapping other children. Little did he expect the bastard still hadn't given up his lustful desires. Where did they go? Qin Feng demanded again. The burly man, having lost all will to resist, pointed down another alleyway. Get lost. Qin Feng released his grip, daring not to hesitate for a moment. He scooped up Xiao Nan and dashed straight toward the other alleyway. That woman, Ling Moran, had left a favorable impression on him. If she suffered inhuman treatment because of him, the guilt in his heart would never let him forgive himself. Though carrying Xiao Nan, Qin Feng dared not slow his pace. Within mere breaths, they reached the alley the burly man had pointed out. The moment he stepped inside, Qin Feng was startled by the scene before him. Two unconscious burly men lay on the ground, while another was locked in combat with Ling Moran. From a distance, Ling Moran's punches and kicks showed no inferiority to the burly men's. Even within the force of his strikes, a hint of spiritual energy could be discerned. With her final kick, the last standing burly man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ling Moran wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and tucked her disheveled hair behind her ears. The scholarly aura that had belonged to her teacher had vanished. Instead, a bold and spirited aura radiated from her. What? Have you finished over there too? Ling Moran looked at Qin Feng and asked. It seemed she had also learned from the burly man that he had encountered the same brute. Who knew Principal Ling had such skills? Seeing Ling Moran unharmed, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. But he grew even more puzzled about her identity. Earlier in the office, listening to Ling Moran speak, he knew she was far more than just a kindergarten principal. But now, witnessing her terrifying combat skills, Qin Feng's doubts only deepened. Ling Moran, are you really just a kindergarten principal? Qin Feng slowly approached Ling Moran, his gaze lingering over her from head to toe. Truthfully, Qin Feng wasn't particularly interested in Ling Moran's background. He simply couldn't allow his daughter to follow someone of unknown background. What if this woman offended some powerful faction in the future? That would inevitably drag his daughter into trouble. Qin Feng's thoughts were admittedly selfish, but he couldn't allow his daughter to suffer even the slightest harm. Not even if it hadn't happened yet. Ling Moran gazed at Qin Feng, her lower lip pressed together slightly as a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. Before Qin Feng could speak, Ling Moran knelt before him with a thud. She lifted her head slightly to meet his gaze, deliberately exposing her delicate collarbone and the deep curve beneath. Qin Feng, I beg you to save me. I'll agree to any condition you set. Chapter 43, Keep Your Mouth Shut. Qin Feng had expected Ling Moran to make excuses and had already prepared to threaten her into revealing the truth. But unexpectedly, she knelt before him outright, pleading for his rescue. She even exposed her skin, attempting to seduce Qin Feng. Her clear eyes held nothing but sincerity. She was clearly not lying. Teacher Ling, please rise. I, Qin Feng, am not one to succumb to temptation, especially with my daughter present. Qin Feng quickly reached out to help Ling Moran up. Realizing Qin Feng had seen through her deliberate display of beauty, coupled with his reminder that Xiao Nan was present, Ling Moran flushed crimson with shame. I'm sorry. I truly need your help. Ling Moran grabbed Qin Feng's arm, her expression tinged with urgency. Well, Teacher Ling, I can tell you're no ordinary woman. You're quite skilled, and I suspect the family power behind you is formidable. If it's a problem you can't handle yourself, I doubt I, Qin Feng, can be of much help. Qin Feng looked at Ling Moran, feigning refusal. Qin Feng, stop pretending. I know you're no ordinary man. That day in the office, you inadvertently revealed your aura, making the notebook on the desk move without a breath of wind. You must be a master. Ling Moran's gaze was resolute. She had already made up her mind about Qin Feng. Qin Feng recalled his display that day and felt a slight surprise himself. Who would notice such a subtle tremor in a notebook? He hadn't expected this woman to be so sharp. Qin Feng, my Ling family is indeed immensely powerful, 10 times more formidable than the Li family or the Fushan group you know of. But now we've encountered some problems that only a master like you can solve. I hope you. Before Ling Moran could finish, Qin Feng waved his hand. Sorry, Principal Ling. I only know a little boxing and kicking. It works against street thugs, but as for your situation, I'm afraid I can't help. My apologies. Without waiting for Ling Moran to finish, Qin Feng scooped up Xiao Nan and hurried away. It wasn't that he was ungrateful or unwilling to help Ling Moran. It was because he had already crossed the Li family and the mysteries surrounding his own death remained unsolved. Numerous dangers still lurked in the shadows, threatening both mother and daughter. If he now angered a force 10 times more formidable than the Li family or Fushan group because of Ling Moran, Mu Chung and Xiaonan would face threats 10 times more dangerous than they did now. Xiaonan had finally started school, allowing Mu Qing to focus on company matters. The family had barely enjoyed a few days of peace. Qin Feng truly did not want to stir up any more trouble at this moment. That was why he had to bring himself to refuse. Daddy, did the teacher run into some trouble? The kids at kindergarten said that when a friend is in trouble, you should help them. Aren't you and the teacher friends? Xiaonan, cradled in Qin Feng's arms, scratched her head in confusion. Qin Feng merely gave her a gentle smile. These are grown-up matters. You'll understand when you're older, Nan. Don't tell Mom about hitting the bad guy when we get home. Qin Feng feared Mu Qing would worry about their encounter today, so he specifically warned Xiaonan. Why? Isn't it something to be proud of that Daddy scared away the bad guys today? Xiaonan had been planning to brag to her mom once they got home, and now she was even more confused by her dad's words. Qin Feng found it hard to explain, so he just smiled and gently pinched his daughter's nose. Let's just keep this as our little secret between you and Dad. We won't tell Mom for now, okay? Okay. I always listen to Daddy. Xiaonan nodded with a smile, nestling into Qin Feng's embrace. Seeing the childlike innocence, a faint smile also appeared on Qin Feng's face. Father and daughter returned home to find Mu Qing had already prepared a table full of dishes, waiting for their arrival. How was your day, Xiaonan? Did you have fun at school? Mu Qing took her daughter's backpack and asked with a smile. I made lots of good friends at kindergarten. As Xiaonan spoke, she turned to glance at Qin Feng, signaling that she'd keep her little secret from Dad. Seeing her precocious little face, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile warmly. The three sat together for dinner, their laughter filling the air from time to time. The cloud of gloom that had long hung over this family of three finally lifted tonight. The next morning, Mu Qing rose early to prepare breakfast. After the family finished eating, she dropped Xiaonan off at kindergarten on her way, leaving only Qin Feng at home. Before leaving, she reminded Qin Feng to remember to move. Though they now resided in this spacious villa, Mu Qing couldn't shake her attachment to the old belongings back home. As the only one with free time in the household, Qin Feng naturally took on this responsibility. He hailed a cab and headed back to that dilapidated neighborhood. As Qin Feng walked in, many elderly residents pointed and whispered behind his back. This made Qin Feng feel a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't stoop to arguing with these elderly folks. As he approached the stairwell entrance, several women descending the stairs whispered behind his back. This sparked a flicker of suspicion in Qin Feng's mind. Could it be that someone had heard about his family winning the lottery? How could he have become a neighborhood celebrity after just a few days away? With this question weighing on his mind, Qin Feng climbed the stairs step by step. Upon reaching the door of his former residence, Qin Feng instantly understood everything. The security door of his former residence had been forced open, breached by intruders. Everything inside the room had been smashed to pieces, not even the wall plaster spared. The small dwelling lay in utter ruin, as if attacked by a demolition crew. Not a single intact item remained in the entire home. Black spray paint had been used to scrawl the character "for death" repeatedly across the walls. This made it clear just how much the person who came here to destroy it despised Qin Feng. Qin Feng brushed away the broken bricks from the sofa, lost in thought. Many sought revenge against him now: the Mu family, the Gong family, and Li Wen, whom he had beaten. But all of them knew his capabilities. Whoever vandalized the place must have known he wasn't home, and the only ones aware of his lottery win and move were the Mu family. Recalling that slap from the other day, Qin Feng was almost certain who was responsible for this mess. That Mu Shan still deludes himself into thinking he can resurrect his fortunes through Mu Qing. I'll see how much face you have left to beg me. Qin Feng rose to his feet, crushing a tile under his boot with a single stomp before storming toward the Mu residence. Though this was their old residence they no longer lived in, the bittersweet memories shared with his family were all stored within these walls. Moreover, he had truly had enough of the Mu family's underhanded schemes. The previous times he tried to teach the group a lesson, Mu Qing was always present, so it always ended in an unpleasant parting. But today, he went alone. He couldn't care less about his in-laws, let alone his brother and sister-in-law. He had to teach the Mu family a solid lesson, one by one. He wouldn't dare provoke him again. Qin Feng's face was as cold as iron. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at the Mu residence. Without a word, he kicked the door down with a single blow. Where is he? Get out here now. Chapter 44, Accidental Killing. With neither his wife nor daughter present today, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to put on a facade. He kicked open the door and unleashed a torrent of curses. The thunderous roar sent the entire Mu household scrambling out. What Qin Feng hadn't expected was that Gong Ming was also there, mingling with the Mu family. All traces of his former arrogance had vanished. His face was deathly pale, and he stood beside Mu Yuxia, relying on crutches to stay upright. According to Qin Feng's calculations, this guy should have met his end days ago. He must have sought out a renowned physician and clung to his last breath with the aid of expensive medicinal herbs. But it was all in vain. His meridians had been utterly destroyed, beyond any hope of recovery. Death was now a matter of days. Qin Feng, what the hell is wrong with you? Who in my family has offended you? Wang Li stared at the glass door crushed beneath Qin Feng's foot, a sudden pang of unease gripping her heart. Mu Shan stared at the menacing Qin Feng, his expression as cold as iron. Qin Feng, I know we do need your help right now. But regardless, I am your elder. How could you show such disrespect? The entire Mu family glared at Qin Feng with venom. Qin Feng, however, remained utterly unfazed, casually sitting down on the sofa. His icy gaze swept over Mu Yuxia and Wang Li's faces, sending shivers down their spines. Don't you know what you've done? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I'll give this Mu family a thorough makeover. Qin Feng surveyed the furnishings around him, clenching his fists. Hearing this, Wang Li and Mu Yuxia immediately realized their scheme had been uncovered and stepped forward. Qin Feng, don't push it too far. Now that you're living in a villa, do you think you're all that? Mu Yuxia stood with her hands on her hips, barking orders at Qin Feng. Come here. I'll show you just how capable I am. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, waving at Mu Yuxia with a smile. Mu Yuxia glanced at her parents, then at Gong Ming, before plucking up the courage to walk up to Qin Feng. So what if I came over? You wouldn't dare. Before Mu Yuxia could finish her sentence, Qin Feng raised his hand and slapped her across the face. For this deserving brat, Qin Feng couldn't think of any words to scold her with. Her insolent attitude made him want nothing more than to strike her. Mu Yuxia, her face stinging from the blow, slowly lifted her head, eyes blazing with fury. Qin Feng, you've gone too far. You really think you can? Before Mu Yuxia could finish her sentence, Qin Feng's firm palm struck her face once more. From start to finish, Qin Feng remained utterly silent. Every time Mu Yuxia looked up at him, he didn't utter a single word, just raised his hand and struck her. The villa fell into complete silence, broken only by Mu Yuxia's cries of pain and the sharp smacks of his hand. After 5 or 6 slaps, Mu Yuxia's face was already swollen. At that moment, she had no energy left to curse Qin Feng. She scrambled to her feet and turned to run. But Qin Feng was brimming with rage today. His sole purpose in coming here was to vent his anger by beating someone. After only 5 or 6 slaps, he wasn't about to stop. He grabbed her hair with his free hand and yanked her back to his feet. Did you think about this when you smashed my house? You were probably laughing so hard your mouth couldn't close back then, right? Qin Feng held Mu Yuxia by the hair, towering over her with a cold, mocking smile. Qin Feng, you. Mu Yuxia's lips were swollen, her eyes filled with hatred. You laughed so hard your mouth wouldn't close? Today, I'll beat you until it won't close. Qin Feng, enraged, delivered several more slaps to Mu Yuxia's face. This time, Wang Li beside them was furious. Qin Feng, you bastard. You hit a woman this hard? Are you even a man? Wang Li's face flushed crimson as she shouted angrily. Qin Feng released Mu Yuxia, his expression cold and menacing. I, Qin Feng, never hit women. I only hit bastards. Answer me. Was it you who smashed my house? Qin Feng barked at Mu Yuxia, who lay at his feet. Seeing her daughter about to break under the pressure, Wang Li grabbed a nearby chair and raised it high. Qin Feng, you damned bastard. I'll fight you to the death. I'll fight you to the death. Wang Li charged forward, chair raised high. Her fiery temper flared, and she was ready to beat Qin Feng to death. Seeing Wang Li charging toward him, Qin Feng smiled faintly and kicked Mu Yuxia away from his feet. You old witch. You're just in time. Qin Feng sprang to his feet, snatching the chair before Wang Li could release her grip. His immense strength was no match for Wang Li's. With a powerful jerk of his arm, he snatched the chair from her grasp. The force sent Wang Li stumbling forward several steps. Her footing unstable, she leaned directly toward Qin Feng. She was about to fall flat on her face. Qin Feng acted swiftly, delivering a sharp slap. The slap landed squarely on Wang Li's face. The sheer force of the blow sent Wang Li reeling backward, but she managed to steady herself just in time. Stunned, Wang Li stood frozen, touching her stinging cheek. You actually dared to hit me? How dare you? Cut the nonsense. Didn't I just slap you to steady you when you were about to fall? Qin Feng clapped his hands and sneered mockingly. You're insane. Absolutely insane. I'll kill you. Wang Li, enraged and humiliated, grabbed the fruit knife from the coffee table and lunged at Qin Feng. Get the hell out of my way. Qin Feng delivered another sharp slap. Wang Li flew backward, knife and all. Spill it. Did you guys smash my house or not? Qin Feng pressed further, his voice sharp. Wang Li had completely lost her mind. I did it. I wish I could kill every last one of your family. That little bastard, that I'll kill you all someday. Wang Li lay on the ground, her eyes burning with hatred. Mu Shan, who had been about to charge forward, clenched his fists. Only now did he realize Qin Feng had come to settle the score. He could only let out a long sigh, wondering why this mother and daughter had to provoke Qin Feng, that demon incarnate. Qin Feng, you just wait. I won't let that Mu Qing off, and I won't let that bastard off either. Leaning against the wall, Mu Yuxia still spewed her venomous threats. Qin Feng flexed his wrists and moved toward Mu Yuxia once more. This was too much for Gong Ming, leaning on his crutch, to bear. After all, smashing Qin Feng's house had been his idea. His visit to the Mu household today was also to devise a scheme to deal with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, don't push it too far. If you dare lay a finger on Yuxia again, I'll find someone to kill your daughter. I'll take her with me. Gong Ming's eyes burned with hatred. He could barely contain his desire to devour Qin Feng alive. Qin Feng looked at his sickly appearance and only sneered coldly, "You're a man on the brink of death. What's the point of making such empty threats? Is it true you suffer unbearable abdominal pain every night, only for it to turn into heart-wrenching angina at midnight? How do you know?" Gong Ming was slightly startled that Qin Feng had exposed his condition. "Go beat up Mu Yuxia, and I'll spare your life." Qin Feng knew that unless this man was eliminated, there would be no peace. Hearing this, Gong Ming immediately turned on his target, raising his cane to beat Mu Yuxia mercilessly. Already enraged by Qin Feng's earlier provocation, Mu Yuxia refused to be bullied by this sickly man. She sprang up and landed a punch. "Dare to hit me? You're dead." Already clinging to life by a thread, sustained only by medicinal herbs, Gong Ming couldn't withstand the blow. Mu Yuxia's punch sent Gong Ming crashing to the ground, his life extinguished. Now Mu Yuxia was utterly dumbfounded. Even Mu Shan and Wang Li were completely stunned. Chapter 45, Filial Piety Breeds Strength. Staring at the motionless body of Gong Ming on the ground, Mu Yuxia tentatively extended a trembling finger to check for breath. Qin Feng, standing nearby, didn't even glance over. He knew this guy was absolutely dead. He should have died 3 days ago. It was only expensive herbs that had kept him clinging to life. Mu Yuxia's punch sent his vital energy surging upward, ending his life instantly. Ah! Unable to detect any breath from Gong Ming, Mu Yuxia let out a shrill scream and jerked her arm back. He's dead, he's dead. Mu Yuxia's face drained of color, her lips trembling. She was usually arrogant and ruthless, but she had never killed anyone before. With Qin Feng present and the victim being the future heir of the Gong family, she had no way to escape responsibility. Wang Li, who had been screaming and wailing, her true colors fully exposed, froze in shock. He killed someone. The entire family was dumbfounded, while Qin Feng sat on the sofa, smiling as he watched it all unfold. Though it seemed sudden, it had all unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. Gong Ming's treacherous heart remained unrepentant. Qin Feng had long known he couldn't be spared. Watching him cling to life while still scheming to harm his own family, Qin Feng had never intended to let him live past today. That was why he deliberately set the trap. Now, enraged, Mu Yuxia would surely strike back. That punch finally sent the long-deserving Gong Ming to meet his end. Mu Shan, who remained relatively composed, rushed over and began pressing down on Gong Ming's chest. But aside from dark blood trickling from the corner of Gong Ming's mouth, there was no response. Knowing it was too late to save him, he turned and glared furiously at Mu Yuxia. "Look at this. Look at what you've done. Look at what's become of the Mu family now, and you go and kill someone? Gong Ming, no less. You're a true harbinger of doom. You're going to destroy the Mu family." Mu Shan shouted furiously at Mu Yuxia, seething with rage so intense he wished he could beat his unfilial daughter to death on the spot. Qin Feng watched the father and daughter before him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Now Mu Yuxia should finally understand how Mu Qing had been treated all those years ago. "Father, how could you speak to me like this? You can't abandon me. I can't go to prison. Please, think of a way." Mu Yuxia was now utterly terrified, clinging to Mu Shan and pleading desperately. The terror on her face was unmistakable. Her eyes were vacant, her lips trembling. "Save you? How could I possibly save you? Don't you know what the Mu family is like now? Can we afford to offend the Gong family? I told you not to bring that sickly cripple into our home, but you insisted on summoning him and then you killed him. You'll have to take responsibility for this yourself. I can't help you." Mu Shan stood up and violently shook off Mu Yuxia's grasping hand. He was utterly helpless now. Besides, the Mu family's legacy was meant for his son, Mu Feng, to inherit. Sacrificing the company for Mu Yuxia's sake was simply not worth it for Mu Shan. And this murderous mess? He couldn't clean it up either. "Mom, what do we do now? What on earth do we do now? Could you take the blame for me?" The moment Mu Yuxia uttered those words, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Mu Yuxia truly took filial piety to new heights. He'd expected her to cling to Wang Li, weeping inconsolably and filled with remorse for her actions. But instead, she blurted out a request for Wang Li to take the fall for her. Wang Li, who had been about to offer some comfort, shoved Mu Yuxia away. "What the hell are you talking about, you little brat? I'm your mother. You want me to take the fall for you? Have you lost your mind? Mom, are you just going to watch your daughter go to prison?" Mu Yuxia clung desperately to Wang Li, pleading. "Get out! Get out! Get out! How can you bear to watch your own mother go to prison? How did I end up raising such an ungrateful child?" Wang Li recoiled from Mu Yuxia as if she were a plague, rushing to distance herself. Collapsing onto the floor, Mu Yuxia finally turned her gaze toward Qin Feng. "Yes. Qin Feng killed Gong Ming. We all saw it. Qin Feng did it, didn't he?" Mu Yuxia's eyes lit up as she shouted at Qin Feng. This gave Mu Shan and Wang Li, who had been at a loss, a sudden burst of energy. The Mu residence had no surveillance cameras, and only the four of them were witnesses. As long as the three of them insisted Qin Feng was the killer, he'd never be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But Qin Feng, seated on the sofa, had anticipated this very scenario. His gaze swept over Wang Li and Mu Shan. Do you two also believe that I, Qin Feng, committed the murder? Qin Feng spoke slowly, fixing his gaze on Mu Shan as he posed the question. He intended to force Mu Shan into a decision. If this man still possessed a shred of conscience, then Mu Qing could become the deputy director and they could collaborate for mutual growth. But if Mu Shan had extinguished every shred of conscience within him, then his next objective would be to transfer the Mu company entirely into Mu Qing's hands. To cast this venomous family out onto the streets. Mu Shan caught Qin Feng's gaze and kept shifting his eyes nervously. Enough, Qin Feng. Once you're inside, I'll take good care of your wife and daughter. Mu Shan turned his head away from Qin Feng, uttering only those words. Hearing her father's consent, Mu Yuxia's face broke into a radiant smile. From utter despair to boundless hope, not only could she clear her name, but she could also send Qin Feng, whom she'd long hated, to prison. How could this not fill her with wild, unbridled joy? Qin Feng, you're finished. You killed Gong Ming. You'll rot in jail, you murderer. Mu Yuxia, the very embodiment of shamelessness, hurled mud at Qin Feng without restraint. Qin Feng rose slowly, shrugging his shoulders slightly. Hey, Mu Yuxia, you're not some little cutie, are you? I haven't touched Gong Ming once since I walked in. Now his body is covered in your fingerprints. Who would believe you if you claimed I did it? Qin Feng smiled faintly, and those words plunged Mu Yuxia into an icy abyss. No. My fingerprints can't be on him. Absolutely not. This can't happen. Panic seized Mu Yuxia once more. She knelt on the floor, frantically tearing at Gong Ming's clothes, desperate to wipe away her fingerprints. Mom and Dad, hurry over and help. Quickly get rid of my fingerprints on Gong Ming. Mu Yuxia's cry drew Mu Shan and Wang Li to the scene. The family even donned professional rubber gloves, preparing to strip off Gong Ming's clothes and soak them in water. Then just spin it dry and put it back on to completely erase the fingerprints. But Gong Ming was dead now, and a corpse couldn't move that nimbly. The three men knelt on the ground, struggling desperately to pull off a single garment. Qin Feng stood before them, his eyes filled with disgust. Mu Shan, oh Mu Shan, your family is beyond redemption. From this day forward, the Mu family's company will change hands. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed, his words sealing the Mu family's fate. Enough, Qin Feng. Stop bragging. Once we've covered our tracks, you'll be the one heading to prison. Mu Yuxia glared up at Qin Feng while tearing at her clothes. Qin Feng walked to the doorway, turned back with a smile, and slowly raised his phone. I'm afraid you won't get the chance to handle those fingerprints. I just called the police. No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air outside. The three individuals kneeling on the floor, poised to destroy evidence, froze in shock. Chapter 46, First Encounter with a Master. Officers leaped from the patrol car and sprinted toward the villa. The three men, still stripping the corpse's clothes, hadn't even had time to remove their rubber gloves. Over here. Quickly. These three are destroying evidence. Qin Feng shouted repeatedly to the officers gathering around. Qin Feng, shut up. You're ruining me. Mu Shan was so frantic he was practically jumping in circles, wishing he could chop off his gloved forearm. Freeze. Everyone freeze. Before the trio could react, they were completely surrounded. I'm the one who called the police. These three are suspected of murder and evidence tampering. Qin Feng held up his phone, appearing thoroughly law-abiding. The officers showed no hesitation, immediately cuffing each of them with a pair of silver handcuffs. Forensic experts soon arrived to secure and preserve evidence at the crime scene. Several officers conducted a brief registration of Qin Feng. Keep your phone turned on at all times. We may need you to come in for questioning at any moment. Yes, yes. I'll cooperate fully as long as it helps bring the killer to justice. Qin Feng smiled and assured the officer repeatedly. Watching Qin Feng's demeanor, Mu Shan seethed with rage. Qin Feng, you bastard. I'll kill you. You bastard. Qin Feng merely gave him a dismissive glance. You saw that, didn't you? The suspect threatened me verbally. I'm requesting personal protection. Qin Feng feigned fear of retaliation, infuriating Mu Shan to the point of near fainting. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. My Mu family will never coexist with you. Amidst Mu Shan's furious roar, the entire family of three was shoved into the police car. Qin Feng watched the taillights fade into the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. Gong Ming had died from severed meridians, a fatal injury leaving forensic pathologists utterly devoid of clues. Whether Mu Shan and Wang Li were accomplices or innocent, it all hinged on Qin Feng's word. After today, the futures of all three were firmly in his grasp. The Mu family? Nothing but a bunch of clowns. With a faint smile, Qin Feng swept his sleeves and walked away. On the way back to his new home, Qin Feng made a point of buying some groceries. Upon arriving at the villa, he noticed suspicious figures lurking around the perimeter. Xin Feng simply sat on the sofa, watching from afar as this group of disguised passers-by kept walking past his front door. He made no move to expose them, nor did he want to alert them prematurely. He knew full well these people were most likely sent by the Li family. They were like a swarm of flies chase one away, and another would take its place. They were hardly worth worrying about, not worth wasting time on. Before long, evening fell. Mu Qing, carrying Xiaonan, walked into the villa with a faint smile on her face. "You're home. Have you moved all our things over yet?" Mu Qing looked at Xin Feng and asked with a smile. "Oh, I went to take a look. The furniture was too old, so I bought some new pieces. Even though we live in a villa, we shouldn't be so extravagant." Mu Qing set Xiaonan down and headed into the kitchen, muttering a bit of a complaint. After a brief flurry of activity, the family finally gathered around the dining table. The smile on Mu Qing's face hadn't faded since she got home. "Why are you so happy today? Did something good happen?" Xin Feng picked up a chicken drumstick and placed it in Xiaonan's bowl, asking with a smile. "Nothing much, really. Just that no one caused trouble at work today, and everything went smoothly, so I'm feeling pretty cheerful." Mu Qing smiled faintly and deliberately placed another chicken drumstick on Xin Feng's plate. "Well, you'll have plenty to be happy about from now on. Those three from the Mu family probably won't have a chance to bother you anymore." Xin Feng shook his head and sighed with a smile. This remark made Mu Qing's brows furrow slightly. "What do you mean? Has something happened to the Mu family?" Hearing Xin Feng's words, Mu Qing frowned slightly and set down her chopsticks. "You didn't know? Mu Yuxia killed Gong Ming. Mu Shan and Wang Li were accomplices and have already been arrested." Xin Feng recounted the events with utter indifference, as if they had nothing to do with him. But to Mu Qing's ears, these words stirred a wave of worry. Her smile vanished instantly, replaced by a faint trace of worry between her brows. All of this had been entirely within Xin Feng's expectations. Just as Zhuge Liang had deliberately allowed Guan Yu to let Cao Cao escape at Huarong Pass to repay the debt of Cao Cao sparing his life. Now, Xin Feng deliberately let Mu Qing learn of her parents' situation before rescuing them, repaying the Mu family for all their past kindness toward him. Only by severing all ties of obligation between them could Mu Qing resolve to take up her post. "Xin Feng, could we?" Mu Qing looked at Xin Feng, hesitation evident in her words. She was well aware of the irreconcilable ties between Xin Feng and the Mu family. Asking him to intervene now felt like asking too much. "I know what you're going to say. Tomorrow, we'll go to the police station together. I'll find a way to get Mu Shan and Wan Li released. We'll help him one last time. That should be the end of our obligations." Xin Feng's words made Mu Qing nod, her eyes brimming with emotion. In her eyes, Xin Feng was putting aside all grudges solely for her sake. "Xin Feng, thank you," Mu Qing murmured, her eyes reddening slightly. All right. We're family, no need for thanks." Xin Feng kept reassuring Mu Qing. After the family finished their meal, they watched cartoons with Xiaonan for a while before heading to bed. The vast villa fell into complete silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. An almost inaudible footstep caused Xin Feng, lying in bed, to snap his eyes open. Though his strength had diminished since returning from the cultivation realm, picking up every sound around him was no trouble at all. Glancing at Mu Qing sleeping peacefully beside him, Xin Feng tucked the blanket around her before tiptoeing downstairs. No sooner had he reached the staircase than he spotted two shadowy figures groping their way through the ground floor hall. These two were no ordinary foes. The moment Xin Feng appeared, they both instantly turned their heads to look. Xin Feng was confident he hadn't made a sound. Their reflexive glance was purely a conditioned response honed by years of experience. This single detail alone proved they were no ordinary thieves. "Daring to sneak into my home, you've got some nerve." Knowing concealment was futile, Xin Feng sprang to his feet and leapt. His form plunged like a falcon from the second floor, swooping toward the two dark figures. The first shadow reacted swiftly, rolling to evade Xin Feng's direct charge. One sprang up with a backflip, and the pair launched a coordinated assault, targeting Xin Feng's lower body with seamless precision. Impressive skills. Xin Feng couldn't help but utter a word of admiration. But no matter how well the two coordinated, against sheer brute force, all their efforts were futile. "I've had my fun. It's time for you two to surrender." Xin Feng smiled faintly as spiritual energy gathered within him, unleashing a direct punch toward the pair. Earlier, Xin Feng hadn't used his spiritual power at all, he'd been toying with them purely for amusement. This had led them to believe they were evenly matched with him. Seeing the fist hurtling toward them, they instinctively swung their fists, intending to clash with Xin Feng. The moment their fists collided, they instantly realized something was wrong, but it was too late. A thunderous boom echoed. Both were sent flying by Xin Feng's overwhelming punch force, spitting blood onto the floor. "This kid's too strong. Let's get out of here," the two muttered under their breath, leaping out the window to flee. Xin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips. His toes touched the ground lightly, and he leapt like a bird taking flight. Bathed in moonlight, he descended like a celestial being, landing directly before them in midair to block their path. You've come this far. Think you can just leave? Chapter 47, A Life or Death Test. Seeing Qin Feng descend from the heavens, the pair froze in shock. His calm, composed demeanor exerted immense psychological pressure upon them. Especially the faint aura of spiritual energy he deliberately released made them realize there was nowhere to run. This kid's got some real skill. Let's fight him to the death. The two exchanged a glance, clenched their teeth, and adopted a desperate fighting stance. Who knew the Li family actually found someone who could fight? But to me, it's nowhere near enough. Qin Feng sneered coldly, his fist striking out in an instant. He had lost all interest in prolonging the fight. With just a fraction of his spiritual energy unleashed, his punch sent both men flying backward. Their fragile mortal bodies couldn't withstand such overwhelming spiritual power. Both spat blood as they fell to the ground, scrambling backward. Speak. Was it Li Wen who sent you, or Li Xianbing? Qin Feng stood before them, towering over them. The silvery moonlight cast upon him made him appear like a demon god crawling up from the dark abyss of the night. The two men only retreated backward, not uttering a single word. Qin Feng knew these men were all cowards, they wouldn't talk unless beaten. Just as he reached out to seize their throats, a fierce aura surged from his side. Qin Feng sidestepped the attack, and the shadow that had launched the sneak strike paused in surprise. But that split-second hesitation, less than 0.1 seconds, was all Qin Feng needed. Before the shadow could retract its whipping kick, Qin Feng seized its ankle. He had intended to yank the attacker to the ground, but the moment his palm made contact, Qin Feng instantly released his grip. Seeing Qin Feng's hesitation, the shadow launched another torrent of attacks. Qin Feng merely stepped back defensively, deep in thought. Truthfully, he had been confident enough to subdue his enemy with that previous move. The moment his fingers touched the ankle, he knew the shadowy figure before him was a woman. Could it be, you're not from the Li family? Qin Feng took 3 steps back, frowning as he stared at the shadow. The shadow merely snorted coldly, continuing its relentless assault without holding back, each strike deadly. Seeing the woman unleash such vicious moves, a spark of anger ignited within Qin Feng. Starting with a killing move? Seems you hold quite the grudge against me. Let me see who you really are. Qin Feng halted abruptly, his spiritual energy erupting instantly. The two figures who had been lying on the ground saw Qin Feng move and, despite their injuries, forced themselves to their feet to join the fight. But at this level of power, whether facing 3 or 30 opponents made no difference. This was a gap in quality. In a single exchange, all 3 were sent crashing back to the ground. The shadowy figure turned to flee, but Qin Feng stepped forward, seized her shoulder, and ripped off her face veil in one swift motion. Qin Feng stared at the figure before him, momentarily stunned. Though it was late at night, the moonlight revealed the woman's exquisite features. Without her glasses, Ling Moran's eyes radiated a fierce, commanding presence. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth added a hint of sickly beauty. Ling Moran? What's going on? Do I have some grudge against you? Qin Feng frowned deeply. He truly hadn't expected this person to be Ling Moran. Even if he had refused her request, that hardly warranted such a brutal attack, did it? Ling Moran gently wiped the blood from her lips, revealing a faint smile instead. Qin Feng, do you still dare call yourself ordinary now? The 3 of us combined, attacking with everything we had, couldn't withstand a single move from you. With strength like that, you still call yourself ordinary? Ling Moran called Qin Feng out directly, her expression carrying an air of certainty that dared him not to deny it. This left Qin Feng feeling utterly helpless. You 3 came here in the dead of night just to prove this? Qin Feng's eyes held disbelief. He truly hadn't expected Ling Moran to resort to this tactic just to test whether he was genuine or not. After all, their very lives had just hung in the balance at his whim. To risk their lives just to verify his authenticity? That was nothing short of madness. You're truly foolish, willing to risk your lives just to prove whether I'm real or not. Qin Feng snorted coldly, thoroughly disliking this kind of test. These people had done him no wrong, and Ling Moran was even Xiao Nan's teacher. Had he truly lost control and killed Ling Moran just now, it would have become an immense burden of guilt in his heart. Qin Feng, with your abilities, helping my Ling family is nothing more than a simple gesture. My Ling family will be eternally grateful to you. Ling Moran's eyes were sincere, causing Qin Feng's heart to waver slightly. Dean Ling, I made myself perfectly clear earlier. I don't want to get involved in your family feud. No matter how hard you try, I simply cannot agree. After learning Ling Moran's identity, Qin Feng could only sigh helplessly before turning and heading back to the villa. Watching Qin Feng's retreating figure, the other 2 approached. Miss, this kid won't budge no matter what. How about we offer him a hefty sum to hire him as an assistant? The man in black tentatively suggested an idea. Ling Moran stared intently, her gaze fixed on the receding figure of Qin Feng. Do you really think someone with his skills would be swayed by money? Even if he could be swayed by money, would the price be something the Ling family could afford? With just 2 sentences, Ling Moran completely extinguished the idea in both their minds. Though she spoke thus, her resolve remained unshaken. You 2 gather every scrap of information on Qin Feng. I need to know everything, down to which leg he steps out with first. Spare no expense. Now. Ling Moran gave her orders, her resolve now set in stone. Only Qin Feng can save the Ling family. Whatever the cost, we must bring him out of retirement. Upon receiving the order, both men bowed and departed. Early the next morning, Mu Qing rose to prepare breakfast, cheerfully sending Xiao Nan off to school. She remained completely unaware of the events that had unfolded the night before. Oh, and after dropping Xiao Nan off, remember to come back. We'll set out together. Qin Feng watched Mu Qing head out the door and deliberately added this reminder. Mu Qing paused slightly, turning to look at Qin Feng. Is something wrong? After dropping Xiao Nan off, I'll head straight to the office. Didn't we agree to visit the police station today to see those people? Qin Feng smiled as he spoke up, reminding her, and only then did Mu Qing suddenly recall. This showed just how much more peaceful Mu Qing's life was without the constant harassment from that family of three. For a moment, Qin Feng even regretted reminding Mu Qing. After dropping Xiao Nan off at school, the two hurried to the police station. As both family member and witness, Qin Feng easily arranged for Mu Qing to see the three individuals. Locked in their cells, the trio looked utterly haggard. Mu Yuxia's hair hung in disarray without careful scrutiny, anyone would mistake her for a deranged person. Have you three been comfortable these past few days? Qin Feng smiled and waved at the three figures behind bars. Seeing Qin Feng's smiling face, the three immediately lunged forward, grabbing the iron bars of the cell. Qin Feng. I'll kill you. Chapter 48, a win-win situation. Mu Shan gripped the bars and roared furiously, his entire family seething with hatred, wishing they could tear Qin Feng limb from limb. Mu Shan had imagined the Mu family's bankruptcy, the crushing debts, the life on the streets. But he never imagined he'd end up behind bars. Enough, enough. Stop shouting. If you hadn't tried to frame me, would I be here now? Qin Feng looked at the three of them, disheveled and defeated. He felt nothing but satisfaction, not a shred of guilt. Mom and Dad, did you really kill someone? Mu Qing emerged from behind Qin Feng, her face dark and grim. The sight of Mu Qing made the trio's eyes light up instantly, as if they'd found their last lifeline. Mu Qing, my dear daughter, how could your parents possibly kill someone? Please save us. Yes, yes. Mu Qing, I promise to treat you like my own daughter from now on. Please. Mu Shan and Wang Li stared at Mu Qing with pleading eyes. Seeing her parents pleading, Mu Yuxia rushed over with her hair hanging loose. Mu Qing, save me. I'll treat you like my own sister from now on. I won't fight you over anything anymore. I'll be your servant. A day and night of confinement had utterly shattered Mu Yuxia's sanity, fear spreading through her entire body. Her once radiant and beautiful exterior had vanished completely. Qin Feng listened to Mu Yuxia's words and found them laughable. Enough already, all three of you. All three of you are released without charges. So who killed Gong Ming? You don't think it was me, do you? Qin Feng looked at the family of three with mocking eyes. Driven mad by grief, Mu Yuxia's eyes turned bloodshot at Qin Feng's words. Yes, yes, yes. It was you. You killed him. Qin Feng is the murderer. You killed them all and framed me. It's all your fault. Mu Yuxia stared at Qin Feng, screaming hysterically. She still had her whole life ahead of her. How could she spend the rest of it behind bars? Upon hearing Mu Yuxia's false accusations, Mu Qing's expression darkened instantly. If freeing her family meant sending Qin Feng to prison, then this family of three would never see the outside world again. Mu Shan sensed the shift in Mu Qing's resolve and glared furiously at Mu Yuxia. Shut your mouth. You're the one who killed him. Don't try to frame Qin Feng. Mu Shan's furious rebuke was echoed by Wang Li, who instantly snapped into action. That's right. Qin Feng is our beloved son-in-law. How dare you, you ungrateful wretch, frame him. Both Mu Shan and Wang Li turned their fury toward Mu Yuxia. Now saddled with the blame and facing public condemnation, Mu Yuxia finally understood the predicament Mu Qing had once endured. Mom, Dad, how could you side with that good-for-nothing Qin Feng? Mu Yuxia stared at her parents in disbelief. Yuxia, haven't you figured it out yet? Our very survival depends on Qin Feng. Do you really think you can leave and expect us to follow you into the grave? Mu Shan looked at Mu Yuxia. His tone wasn't harsh, but it completely shattered her last shred of hope. Qin Feng watched Mu Yuxia slumped on the floor, utterly hopeless, a cold smile curling his lips. If Mu Yuxia thought her punishment ended here, she was sorely mistaken. Qin Feng had warned her repeatedly. But this Mu Yuxia remained incorrigible. Now she must prepare to bear the punishment brought by his wrath. I can let you go, but only on one condition. Starting today, Mu Qing will take full charge of all Mu family affairs. You step down. Qin Feng looked at Mu Shan and delivered his final ultimatum. The words stunned Mu Shan. He knew Qin Feng was forcing him to step down. Ma Shan, who had always coveted power, hesitated at that moment. You'd better think this through. Either retire to live out your days in peace or spend the rest of your life behind bars. The choice is yours. Qin Feng's words were blunt, devoid of any embellishment, making it clear he was issuing a threat. But as a prisoner behind bars, what standing did Mu Shan have to negotiate with Qin Feng? Xin Feng showed him no mercy. He pulled a contract from his bag and handed it to Mu Shan, certain he would sign. Ma Shang stared at the contract in Qin Feng's hand, lacking the courage to reach out and take it. His fists clenched tightly. What? You still don't want to sign? I never knew Mr. Mu had such backbone. Qin Feng's words dripped with sarcasm, a sneer curling his lips. Seeing Mu Shan's hesitation, Wang Li snatched the contract away. Enough, enough. Stop trying to save face. Just sign it already. I don't want to waste another second here. Wang Li shoved the contract forcefully into Mu Shan's arms. What are you staring at? You really don't plan to sign? What are you trying to prove? Wang Li's scathing remark shattered the last shred of Mu Shan's pride. Mu Shan sighed deeply and signed his name on the contract. Alright, you lot can head home now. Xin Feng retrieved the contract, carefully examined the signature, then stuffed it into his bag. Xin Feng, right? Come here. We need your statement. Just as Xin Feng tucked the contract away, the officers approached him and escorted him to an office for questioning. Xin Feng knew this meant the forensic team had found no leads and had shifted their focus to him as the breakthrough point in the case. The interrogation dragged on for a full 3 hours before finally concluding. The moment he stepped out of the interrogation room, Mu Qing hurried over. She didn't ask a single question, but Xin Feng understood perfectly. Don't worry, everything went smoothly. They'll be fine soon. Xin Feng offered a reassuring smile. A mere 2 hours later, all 3 members of the Mu family were unexpectedly released. Wang Li expressed her profound gratitude to Qin Feng, while Mu Shan kept shaking his head and sighing, showing no sign of joy at regaining his freedom. Walking at the rear, Mu Yuxia looked like a madwoman, staring blankly at the morning sun in the sky. Alright, just obey the law from now on. I've done all I can for you. Qin Feng glanced at the 3 of them, uttered a casual remark, then pulled Mu Qing away. Throughout the journey, Mu Qing seemed emotionally off. Qin Feng, you've never liked Yuxia, have you? Why did you let her go this time? After leaving the police station, Mu Qing finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. Qin Feng had anticipated this question and merely smiled faintly. Do you really think releasing Mu Yuxia at this moment is a good idea? Huh? What do you mean by that? Mu Qing furrowed her brow slightly, not quite grasping Qin Feng's meaning. If Mu Yuxia doesn't come out, who should the Gong family's avengers target? Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. The Gong family lost their only son, and their grief and anger remain unresolved to this day. If the murderer, Mu Yuxia, is not released, it could very well bring disaster upon their own household. But now that Mu Yuxia is out, the situation is different. The Gong family will spare no effort to avenge their son. As for Mu Yuxia's future, it would likely be no better than her days behind bars. Resolving their own troubles while exacting revenge on Mu Yuxia, it was a win-win situation. Mu Yuxia, oh Mu Yuxia, you only have yourself to blame for provoking someone you couldn't afford to cross. Qin Feng gazed at the sky, murmuring softly. He could scarcely imagine how arduous Mu Yuxia's path ahead would become. Chapter 49, Dominating Fear. Let's go. She brought this upon herself. Mu Qing felt no pity for her sister. After all, what she had done was simply too outrageous. The couple left the police station, and Mu Qing, holding the contract, headed alone to the company. From this day forward, she would single-handedly propel the Mu family to the pinnacle of success. Qin Feng returned to the villa, adding more furnishings to this new home. As long as he could build his own happy little home, Qin Feng found joy in it. Ring ring. As Qin Feng was moving the newly purchased sofa, his phone on the table rang. Glancing down, he saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Brother Qin, is that you? Where are you? The voice on the line sounded frantic and panicked, punctuated by heavy footsteps as if the caller was fleeing. Who is this? Brother Qin, it's Xiao Wang. Didn't you say to call you if there was danger? Li Wen has made his move. The voice of Brother Wang with the crew cut came through the phone, and Qin Feng finally understood. Where are you now? Qin Feng remained calm and composed. Having made a promise to the man with the flat top, he would never go back on his word. I'm at your old apartment complex. I couldn't find you, and they're already chasing me down. Brother Qin. Brother. Save me. The voice on the line grew faint and intermittent before abruptly cutting off with a dial tone. Qin Feng tucked his phone away, slipped off his gloves, and headed straight for his old residence. The flat-top guy was no ordinary foe like Ling Moran. First off, the Li family was already his sworn enemy. Second, Brother Ping Tu Wang had offended the Li family entirely because of him. Therefore, he was determined to save his life at all costs. By the time he finished thinking, Qin Feng had already arrived at the old neighborhood. A few drops of blood still stained the stairwell entrance. Qin Feng knew there was no need to go upstairs. Spotting an elderly man resting under a tree, Qin Feng approached and offered him a cigarette. Sir, I'd like to ask you something. Did you see anyone get arrested just now? Yes, young man. Are you undercover? That guy just got shoved into a van. You better hurry after them, you still have time. The old man accepted the cigarette and proved quite helpful. Following the direction of his finger, Qin Feng spotted the van that had just started up, turning onto the road and speeding away. Qin Feng smiled and nodded his thanks to the old man, then set off at a brisk pace, hot on its heels. Watching Qin Feng's figure vanish swiftly into the distance, the old man stood frozen in place. That young man is something else. Though the van sped along, it was slowed by several traffic lights. Qin Feng kept a steady pace behind it until it stopped in front of a billiards club. Wang Gu, his face already battered and bruised, was being supported by two men as they entered the club. Qin Feng straightened his clothes and followed inside. The entire billiards hall was thick with smoke. The men and women playing here were dressed in designer labels and adorned with luxury accessories. Qin Feng, dressed plainly, stood out like a sore thumb in the crowd. Kid, ever played pool? Judging by your outfit, you look like you're here to apply for a waiter job. Ha ha ha. A group of wealthy young men gathered around, chewing gum as they sized Qin Feng up. Qin Feng showed no impatience toward these troublemaking youths. He knew this matter absolutely couldn't be exposed to suspicion. The fact that the man with the crew cut had been brought here meant this pool hall was far from what it appeared on the surface. Looks like you guys are pretty skilled. How about a game? If I lose, I'll crawl out on my knees. Qin Feng looked at them, smiling faintly. The wealthy young men exchanged mocking grins at his words. Look at this kid, he probably hasn't even touched a cue stick before. Ha! I'll take him on. Taking down a loser like this is a piece of cake. The blonde-haired guy rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a cue, and strode over. You go first, you go first. Looks like you're just a half-baked amateur too. The blonde-haired youth wiped the tip of his cue, his eyes brimming with contempt as he directed Qin Feng. Qin Feng then grabbed a cue and took a shot at the cue ball. He was exactly as the blonde-haired guy said he'd never played before, only seen it on TV. Nevertheless, in the face of sheer talent, these youngsters were no match for him. After Qin Feng's single strike, spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire table. The cue ball collided with the other balls, sending them scattering like they had eyes of their own, each sinking into the pockets. The cue ball even curved around, sending the black ball into the pocket. This display left all the wealthy young men speechless, their smiles freezing on their faces. What just happened? Damn, bro, how did you do that? Teach me. Several rich kids were instantly captivated by Qin Feng. One by one, they crowded around eager to learn the trick so they could show off in front of others later. Teaching you guys isn't a problem. First, find out where that guy who got dragged in just now was taken. Oh, there's a basement over there. That's where they usually send the small-time punks they round up. The rich kids clearly saw this as routine, casually pointing in the direction. Got it. I'll hit the bathroom first, then come back to teach you guys. Qin Feng dropped his cue and headed straight for the basement entrance. The rich kids were still marveling at Qin Feng's incredible skill, completely unaware of the direction he was heading. As Qin Feng rounded the corner and spotted the basement entrance, he stepped onto the descending stairs just in time to hear waves of curses and agonized screams. You traitor! How dare you kick me? I'll kick you to death today. I'll kick you to death. Ah! Have mercy. Mr. Li, have mercy. Amidst Li Wen's curses, the man with the crew cut wailed pitifully, begging for mercy. Qin Feng descended step by step until the scene before him came into view. Bald-headed brother Wen was pinned to the ground by two henchmen. Li Wen, clad in studded sneakers, stomped furiously on his face. You kicked my face? Now I'll teach you to act tough. Wasn't it because you had that good-for-nothing Qin Feng backing you? Isn't he your Qin brother? Let him come save you now. You called me brother Qin? You betrayed us? I'll kick you to death. Li Wen grew angrier with each word, stomping relentlessly on the bald man's face. Blood pooled on the floor as the man's face became a bloody mess. Li Wen clearly had no intention of sparing his life. Stop it! Qin Feng bellowed at the crowd. Li Wen turned and saw Qin Feng, stumbling back 2 steps. You! What are you doing here? Though furious, Li Wen couldn't shake the terror he'd felt under Qin Feng's control. Why am I here? Didn't you just call out for me to save Xiao Wang? Today, I'm not only going to save him, I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. The bloodied, mangled face of the man with the crew cut filled him with guilt. He had promised to keep him safe, yet he had been beaten to a pulp. For every wound you inflicted on him, I'll make you pay tenfold. Qin Feng glared with fury as he raised his fists, channeling every ounce of spiritual energy within him. Chapter 50, Playing the Elder Card. Qin Feng, calm down. Don't come any closer. Li Wen slowly backed away, gesturing for his henchmen behind him to step forward. Though they didn't understand why Li Wen feared Qin Feng so much, even though he was alone. These thugs had never witnessed Qin Feng's terrifying prowess. One by one, they rubbed their fists together and closed in, forming a barrier in front of Li Wen. Brother Qin, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I would have died right here. Wang Gu, the man with the shaved head on the ground, was helped up by Qin Feng. It was impossible to tell if the wetness on his face was tears or blood. Don't worry, you'll get your revenge soon enough. Qin Feng's reassurance deeply moved the flat-top Wang. Their line of work might look glamorous on the surface, but in truth, they were nothing more than someone else's lackeys. Who would care if they lived or died? But Qin Feng had come specifically to rescue him, leaving the despairing flathead Wang deeply moved. Brother Qin, Li Wen's father has his sights set on you. If you... Don't worry. In my eyes, there's no Li family, only incorrigible scum. Qin Feng clenched his teeth, advancing step by step toward Li Wen. Stop him. You must stop him. Li Wen barked orders to his henchman while sprinting toward the basement exit himself. Kid, stop watching. You should be worrying about yourself right now. The thugs, seeing Qin Feng still focused on the fleeing Li Wen, felt slighted by his disregard. Poof. You lot aren't even worth my attention. Qin Feng snorted coldly, striding straight toward Li Wen without acknowledging the others beside him. Damn it. He dares to ignore us. Brothers, teach him a lesson. The enforcer bellowed, and the mob charged at Qin Feng, fists flying. A horizontal punch aimed straight for his face. Qin Feng ducked low to dodge the attack, then countered with a swift punch of his own. The punch slammed into his abdomen, the force reverberating through his body. Even the thugs behind him were sent flying instantly. That single punch not only unleashed sheer force but also shattered the remaining thugs' courage. Stop him. Someone stop him. Quick. Li Wen kept shouting. But the henchmen, seeing their comrades sprawled haphazardly on the ground, none dared to step forward. Step by step, Qin Feng had already advanced to stand directly before Li Wen. Yet Li Wen continued to scream for help at the thugs. Facing Qin Feng, who seemed like a demon god, what else could he do but beg for help? Li Wen, wasn't the lesson I taught you last time enough? Qin Feng grabbed Li Wen by the collar and yanked him to his feet. Qin Feng, calm down. Just calm down. Suspended in the air by Qin Feng, Li Wen kept pleading for mercy, yet his right hand slowly slipped a fruit knife out of his pants pocket. Qin Feng, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Li Wen feigned submission to lull Qin Feng into a false sense of security, while the fruit knife concealed in his sleeve was already aimed at Qin Feng. Go to hell! Seizing the moment, Li Wen roared and lunged forward, stabbing at Qin Feng. But how could such subtle movements escape Qin Feng's keen eyes? The instant the blade touched his robe, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. His hand shot out, gripping the attacking knife blade. Is that all you've got? Qin Feng sneered coldly, his palm erupting with spiritual energy that instantly reduced the blade to iron filings. Li Wen, still dangling in his grasp, was utterly terrified. Monster, you're a monster. Li Wen screamed loudly, his shrill cries irritating Qin Feng. You're so noisy. Shut up. Qin Feng punched Li Wen square in the mouth, knocking out 4 front teeth. The excruciating pain made Li Wen instinctively clamp his hand over his mouth. Qin Feng dragged Li Wen over and dumped him in front of the bald-headed Wang Gu. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Now it's your turn to teach him a lesson. Qin Feng gestured to the man with the flat top. But fear still gripped the bald man, and he hesitated to lay a hand on Li Wen. Brother Qin, why don't we just let this go? You've already taught him a lesson. I'll. The man with the flat top stared at Li Wen's terrified face, still hoping to smooth things over. Xiao Wang, you need to understand one thing, if you let him off today, he will never let you off. The moment Li Wen steps out that door, the first call he makes will be to have you killed. Think carefully. Qin Feng knew changing someone's circumstances was simple. But erasing fear etched into the soul? Even with his divine physique, it was beyond his control. Li Wen stared at the bloodied, battered Wang with his shaved head, then dropped to his knees and began kowtowing. Brother Wang. For the sake of our years of friendship, spare me. Li Wen's eyes pleaded as he repeatedly slammed his forehead against the floor. Seeing the blood trickling from Li Wen's forehead, a flicker of emotion flickered in the bald-headed man's eyes. Brother Wang. If you just let me go today, I swear I won't seek revenge. Despite Li Wen's repeated assurances, the bald-headed king ultimately couldn't bring himself to be cruel. Go. I never want to see you again. Ping Tu Wang turned his head and waved toward the door. Hearing his words, Li Wen turned and fled. Qin Feng was displeased with the bald guy's reaction. Before Li Wen could reach the doorway, Qin Feng grabbed him by the collar. Desperate to escape, Li Wen kicked wildly in the air before realizing Qin Feng had yanked him up by his collar. Qin Feng, what are you doing? He said to let me go. Didn't you hear him? Li Wen yelled at Qin Feng repeatedly, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Seeing Li Wen's frantic state, Qin Feng let out a cold smirk. He said to let you go, but I never did. With that, Qin Feng delivered a punch straight to his face. 3 punches in quick succession left Li Wen's body sprawled like a pile of mangled flesh. Qin Feng tossed him aside with disgust, shaking his fist. His gaze toward the bald-headed man was filled with resignation. This was the kind of man who couldn't even withstand 3 punches from him, yet relied on his family's power to make countless people kneel before him. You'd better watch your back. A man like Li Wen won't show you any mercy just because you're soft-hearted. This was as far as Qin Feng could go for the bald-headed king. He could save him once or twice, but he couldn't watch over him forever. The only one who could truly save him was himself. After leaving the pool hall, Qin Feng returned home. He finished the unfinished tasks, rested for a while, and then felt bored. He wondered if Mu Qing, now left to manage everything alone, could hold down the fort. Ordinary employees might be manageable, but the old-timers around Mu Shan's age had far more seniority than Mu Qing. They certainly wouldn't blindly obey this new CEO, Mu Qing. Realizing he had little else to occupy himself, he decided to swing by the company office, considering it a stroll. With that thought, Qin Feng headed straight for the Mu family company. Mu Qing had only been in office for 2 days, yet the entrance bustled with employees coming and going far livelier than before. After asking for directions, Qin Feng headed straight for the office area. As soon as I reached the door, I heard Mu Qing's desperate pleas echoing from inside. "I'm begging you, it's just a signature, no harm done. What do you know, you little girl? Are you trying to outlive us old fools?" The old board members, relying on their seniority, stood on their moral high ground and berated Mu Qing. Hearing this, Qin Feng shoved the door open. "Since you all dislike my Mu Qing so much, why not just resign and get lost? How about that?" Qin Feng, appearing suddenly, grinned at the old men and said casually. Chapter 51, Bull Face. "You? What did you say? Tell us to leave? Who do you think you are?" A long-bearded old man abruptly stood up and shouted angrily at Qin Feng. The bespectacled middle-aged man beside him pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to sit back down. The pair of snake eyes behind those gold-rimmed glasses told Qin Feng instantly that this guy was definitely a treacherous character. "If I'm not mistaken, you're Qin Feng, the son-in-law of the Mu family, right? What right does a parasite like you have to speak to us?" The bespectacled man ignored the merits of the argument and disregarded seniority, launching a personal attack against Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't care less about this bunch of useless fools. If they had any real value, the Mu family wouldn't be teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Their positions of power stemmed solely from having once toiled alongside Mu Shan, now they only sought to leech off others. Qin Feng merely picked up the contract on the table to examine it, ignoring the old men's insults and humiliation. A single glance made everything clear to Qin Feng. After Mu Qing took control of the company, she officially began supplying goods to Fushan Group. However, the sheer volume of goods required was enormous. And having lost a large number of employees during the near-bankruptcy period, now Mu Qing had decided to enhance employee benefits and expand production capacity. Unfortunately, these individuals were completely opposed. They feared that improved employee benefits would reduce their share dividends. These individuals care nothing for long-term prospects, fixated only on immediate gains. "Enough, enough. All of you, shut your mouths." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively at the shouting group, snapping impatiently. The words sent the 3 men into a rage. "Are you talking to me? Do you know who I am?" "Exactly. A useless son-in-law who can't even get a job at a company, and he dares to boss people around here? Looks like letting women run the show is a bad idea." The bespectacled man even dragged Mu Qing into the mud as he ranted, and the others around him nodded in agreement. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on them. He slammed the contract right into the bespectacled man's face. With a sharp smack, the gold-rimmed glasses shattered on the floor. The sudden impact stunned the others nearby. "You? How dare you? Do you know who I am?" The bespectacled man glared at Qin Feng, eyes wide with fury. "I don't care who you are. Either the 3 of you sign the contract, or get the hell out of here." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, causing the trio to pause in surprise before breaking into smiles. "Tell us to get lost? Look at your position in this company. Do you think you have the authority to fire me? You worthless son-in-law." The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, his tone dripping with scorn. "He may not have the authority, but I certainly do. Sign the contract, or get out." Mu Qing's brows furrowed, her gaze turning icy. Earlier, she had pleaded with him out of old affection. But now, hearing them call Qin Feng a good-for-nothing, Mu Qing's irritation boiled over. After all, Qin Feng was her man. Though she wasn't one to show it, her love for him had never wavered. Seeing Mu Qing suddenly aligning herself with Qin Feng, the others grew slightly flustered. "Mu Qing, you'd better think this through. We're shareholders here, veteran members." The bespectacled man felt a twinge of fear, yet he still put on a tough front. "I'm just asking you sign or not." Qin Feng looked at the 3 of them and repeated the question. Mu Qing's resolute gaze left the trio shaking their heads in resignation. Shareholders were powerful, but they couldn't overrule the CEO. In this situation, compromise was their only option. The 3 men exchanged glances, shook their heads, and sighed before reaching down to pick up the contract from the floor. As the bespectacled man bent down, Qin Feng smiled faintly, stepping forward to place his foot squarely on the contract. "What are you doing? Didn't you say we were signing the contract? How am I supposed to sign with you standing on it?" The bespectacled man frowned, his tone tinged with irritation. Qin Feng bent slightly, smiling down at the bespectacled man. "You refused to sign when I asked you to. Now that you want to, it's too late." Qin Feng shook his head and exchanged a glance with Mu Qing. "What do you mean? What are you trying to do?" The bespectacled man was now completely flustered. Mu Qing slammed 3 blank sheets of paper onto the table. You 3 won't be coming in anymore. Our company doesn't need parasites. With Qin Feng backing her, Mu Qing suddenly felt confident. Seeing no chance to back down, the trio erupted in fury. Mu Qing, you're completely out of line. Who do you think you are to fire us? That's right. We're shareholders. Do you even know what a shareholder is? Do you think you can just fire us whenever you feel like it? United in their resentment, their voices grew firmer. They held shares in the company, and if word got out that shareholders like them had been fired, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Their words left Mu Qing inwardly troubled. But Qin Feng leaned his arms on the table, glaring at them with a cold smile. I know you're shareholders, but shareholders still have to follow the rules, right? If you don't get out now, once I uncover evidence of your embezzlement and greed, it won't be as simple as walking away. Qin Feng's words instantly turned the trio's expressions icy. They had refused to sign the contract precisely to continue secretly skimming money from employees. If Qin Feng uncovered their past embezzlement, they could very well end up in court. If you don't decide now, you won't even get to sign this. Qin Feng glanced at the contract trampled on the floor, then pointed to the blank paper on the table. All 3 shook their heads and sighed. They knew Qin Feng wasn't joking. By refusing to compromise earlier, they'd now been forced to sign termination agreements. If they didn't sign now, Qin Feng would gather evidence in the next second and take them to court. Just as they reached for pens to sign, the office door swung open once more. I'll see who dares to fire my shareholder. The voice preceded the man, and this thunderous roar made everyone turn toward the doorway. Mu Shan, dressed in a suit and tie, entered at a measured pace, his attire impeccably formal. Wang Li and Mu Yuxia followed behind him. Gone was their earlier disheveled appearance, now each was dressed in splendid attire, radiating vitality. What brings you here? Have you forgotten the contract we signed in prison? Qin Feng knew the moment he saw these 3 that nothing good could come of this. They were the type to learn from their mistakes but never remember the lessons. The moment Mu Shan appeared, these 3 shareholders clung to him like a lifeline. They flung the pens they'd been holding to sign the contract onto the floor and rushed toward Mu Shan like madmen. Mr. Mu! Mr. Mu! You finally showed up. Remember when we fought alongside you? Now you're firing us all? What the hell is going on? The bespectacled man, his earlier arrogance gone, launched into a tearful tirade at Mu Shan, playing the sympathy card. Mu Shan patted each of them on the shoulder, signaling that with him here, nothing was a problem. After reassuring the shareholders, he turned his attention to Qin Feng. But Qin Feng's face was cold and grim. He'd reached his limit with Mu Shan's pretentious, untrustworthy act. Qin Feng, do me a favor and let them off today, Mu Shan said with a smile, though his tone carried an air of command. Qin Feng glared at Mu Shan. Who the hell do you think you are? What kind of damn favor could you possibly grant? You! Qin Feng's words left Mu Shan frozen in place. Chapter 52, a spectacular scene. Seeing Qin Feng disregard even Mu Shan, the shareholders all bristled with anger. You, a mere son-in-law, dare to shout at our CEO Mu? The shareholders instantly transformed into sycophants, standing before Mu Shan and hurling insults at Qin Feng. Exactly. When our CEO founded this company, you weren't even born yet. What right do you have to speak here? The scheming man in glasses seized the moment to heap praise upon Mu Shan. His 2 companions, catching the glances he shot their way, quickly chimed in to echo his words. They knew that the higher Mu Shan was flattered now, the harder it would be for him to back down. With no way out, he'd have no choice but to confront Qin Feng head-on. Only then could the 3 of them be completely safe. Buoyed by their flattery, Mu Shan regained his confidence. I may have signed the contract, but I'm also the company's CEO and Mu Qing's father. How dare you speak to me like that? Mu Shan glared at Qin Feng, trying to intimidate him. Mu Qing opened her mouth to speak, but Qin Feng swiftly grabbed her hand and shook his head slightly. He signaled for her to stay silent, leaving everything to him. Qin Feng knew that even without the 3rd shareholder issue, Mu Shan would deliberately stir trouble. Although Mu Qing had become president, this Mu Shan was determined to assert his authority now, rendering Mu Qing's title meaningless while positioning himself as the true power behind the scenes. Today, Mu Qing could not afford to back down even an inch. Only by standing firm could she truly become the head of the family. Not a single one of the 3 shareholders can be dismissed. Whoever dares to fire them will have no one to blame but me for showing no mercy. Before Qin Feng could speak, Mu Shan began flexing his authority. Exactly. This company simply can't function without President Mu. We stand with President Mu. Exactly. It's all thanks to our old Mu. Without him, this company would be in chaos. Seeing the tide turning in her favor, Wang Li quickly joined the chorus. Qin Feng and Mu Qing's silence only fueled the others' momentum. The 2 factions now united, turning the office into a debate arena as they vied to speak, creating a lively commotion. Are you all done with your performance? Qin Feng glanced at the group, his expression utterly neutral as he asked casually. What do you mean by that? Mu Shan frowned, sensing something off about Qin Feng. Since your show's over, it's my turn to perform. Guards! Xin Feng bellowed, and several security guards burst through the door. These individuals are causing a disturbance and disrupting company security. Remove them immediately. Xin Feng's command was immediate, and the security guards obeyed without hesitation. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is my company. This is my company. How dare you lay a finger on me? Mu Shan struggled and yelled loudly, but two security guards grabbed his arms and dragged him out of the office. These security guards didn't recognize any Mu Shan. Right now, Mu Qing was the one paying their salaries, and she was even planning a raise. They couldn't care less about his seniority, dragging him out by force. Seeing even CEO Mu Shan being dragged out, the three shareholders finally realized Xin Feng was a ruthless individual who cared for no one. Xin Feng, calm down. We can. You can't do anything now. Go home and wait for the court summons. Get him out of here. Xin Feng waved them off, not wanting to hear another word from these useless fools. The security guards, following orders, dragged the three men out like dead pigs. Xin Feng stood at the window, watching the commotion outside. His former boss, Mu Shan, along with the once arrogant shareholders, were all forcibly dragged out of the company. Numerous employees gathered outside to watch the spectacle. Xin Feng knew that from this day forward, Mu Qing would finally become the true decision-maker of the company. Xin Feng, I really owe you today. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have known what to do. Mu Qing stood beside him, letting out a faint sigh. She wasn't particularly afraid of those three shareholders. But ordering her father to be dragged out would have created a terrible impression among the staff. Don't worry. If they cause trouble again, just call me directly. Xin Feng turned and gave Mu Qing a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, Mu Shan, standing outside the company entrance, was seething with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. That Xin Feng, he's pushing his luck too far. Too far. Staring at the massive company sign, Mu Shan seethed with rage. This was the company he had built from scratch. He had thought that even after changing ownership, he could still come and flex his muscles. Instead, he'd been kicked out outright, igniting a fire of vengeance within him. I'd rather destroy the Mu family than let Xin Feng succeed. Mu Shan bowed silently, his eyes fixed intently on the towering company building. Little did he know that in Xin Feng's eyes, he was nothing more than a pesky fly. Beyond causing annoyance, he was nothing but a target ripe for swatting. Leaving the company, Xin Feng strolled leisurely, considering another visit to Fushan Group. He wondered if he could find more support for Mu Qing. But before long, he spotted Mu Shan and his two companions lurking suspiciously. Xin Feng knew these three scoundrels were up to no good, scheming some new dirty trick. He didn't want to tip them off, so he quietly followed them from a distance. But as he followed, something felt off. These three didn't seem to be up to mischief, rather, they appeared to be evading someone. They kept glancing left and right, their vigilance sharp. Suddenly, 7 or 8 burly men burst out of an alleyway, completely blocking their path. Mu Shan turned and fled, but another 7 or 8 thugs charged from behind, trapping the trio completely within the alley. Xin Feng stood on high ground overlooking the alley, quietly watching the spectacle below. He'd never seen these three get their comeuppance through revenge before. He couldn't believe someone was willing to take the trouble to settle this grudge for him. Run! Why aren't you three running anymore? After they were completely surrounded, the mastermind finally stepped out from the side. This guy was none other than someone Xin Feng happened to know. None other than Gong Ming's father, Gong Chang, who now harbored intense hatred toward the Mu family. After all, Gong Ming was his only son. Now in his 50s, Gong Chang had raised Gong Ming as his heir apparent. He had expected the three murderers to face justice, but instead they were acquitted. This had driven Gong Chang beyond reason. Unable to avenge his son, he would never rest in peace. Gong Chang, calm down. We didn't kill your son. It was all Qin Feng's doing. Mu Shan's face was twisted with fear, yet he still found the energy to shift the blame onto Qin Feng, seeking revenge for the humiliation he had just suffered at the company. Seeing this lineup, Mu Yuxia panicked even more. That's right. Qin Feng killed him. I saw it with my own eyes. That good-for-nothing killed him. I'll lure him out so you can get your revenge. Please don't hit me. Mu Yuxia pinned every charge on Qin Feng. Her despicable demeanor made even Qin Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines, want to rush over and slap her a few times. Trying to trick me? I checked with the police station, it was you. Beat her. Gong Ming gave a signal, and the thugs swarmed forward. The burly men, following orders, took special care of Mu Yuxia. They grabbed her hair and repeatedly slapped her face. The trio who had always bullied others now looked pitiful, their cries of pain filling the air. As Mu Yuxia fell to the ground, she caught sight of Qin Feng in the alleyway. Her eyes instantly focused on him. Chapter 53, The Hour of Death Approaches. Qin Feng. It's Qin Feng. The murderer of your son is there. Mu Yuxia's shriek drew everyone's gaze upward. Qin Feng remained utterly unfazed by the crowd, merely offering a faint smile. These thugs might have beaten the three Mu family members black and blue, but before him, they were utterly insignificant. Mu Yuxia, I rescued you. Don't you feel the slightest gratitude? Now you're trying to pin this on me? Xin Feng looked at Mu Yuxia, her cheeks swollen and hair disheveled, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Mr. Gong, you must believe me. How could I possibly kill Gong Ming when I loved him so much? It was all Qin Feng's doing. He's the one who killed Gong Ming. Completely cowed by the beating, Mu Yuxia threw herself into sneering Qin Feng with every dirty trick she could muster. Even Gong Chang, standing nearby, was momentarily swayed by her intense performance. Frowning deeply, Gong Chang fell into deep thought. What's wrong, Gong Chang? Finding it too difficult to deal with me that you've given up on revenge? Xin Feng remained utterly unflustered, looking at Gong Chang and teasing him with a smile. Truth be told, Gong Ming had met his end at Qin Feng's hands, but it was entirely Gong Ming's own doing. Born without guidance, his current fate was inevitable. Xin Feng, I don't care what kind of background you have. If you killed my son, I'll risk my life to get revenge. Gong Chang glared at Xin Feng, his face twisted with hatred. His son's death had long since robbed him of his reason. His bloodshot eyes burned with overwhelming hatred. Seeing Gong Chang's emotional outburst, Mu Yuxia quickly piled on. That's right. Xin Feng killed your son and my boyfriend too. We'll avenge this together. Mu Yuxia pounded her chest emphatically, while Mu Shan and Wang Li beside her quickly chimed in. Absolutely. Mu Shan, will mobilize the entire Mu family to help Mr. Gong seek vengeance. Mu Shan fixed his unwavering gaze upon Gong Chang. The three of them spoke in unison, their voices full of emotion. To an outsider, it would seem as though it was Mu Shan's own son who had died. Surrounded by the trio, Gong Chang felt dizzy from their barrage of words, his hatred for Qin Feng growing ever more intense. Xin Feng stood above them, silently observing the Mu family's performance, showing no intention of intervening. Enough. Has your family finished its performance? Xin Feng spoke, pulling a sheet of white paper from his robe and tossing it down. Look closely. See clearly who killed your precious son. With Qin Feng's words, the sheet of paper drifted slowly into Gong Chang's hands. Since Qin Feng had dared to release the three of them, he had naturally made thorough preparations. Especially for Mu Yuxia, that woman who loved stirring up trouble, he had already devised a countermeasure. Written on that white paper was the official certification issued by the police station's forensic pathologist. How could they possibly clear him of suspicion just because he was the one who made the police call? The paper documented that only the fingerprints of the three Mu family members were found on Gong Ming's body, not Qin Feng's. This was why he could remain uninvolved. The forensic doctor, unable to determine the cause of death, could only list the punch Mu Yuxia delivered to Gong Ming's face as a suspected fatal injury. Gong Chang clenched the white paper in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. His bloodshot eyes swept over every member of the Mu family. This group had killed his son and nearly deceived him. Hatred and rage churned together, consuming Gong Chang's reason entirely. Beat them. Kill them. Kill all three of them. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Gong Chang glared madly at his henchmen, barking orders incessantly. The thugs hesitated slightly. If it were just breaking arms or legs, they wouldn't hesitate. But killing three people in broad daylight? That made them hesitate. After all, they were just enforcers, not assassins. Kill all three of them, and I'll sell off the entire Gong family estate and split the proceeds among you. Gong Chang, noticing their hesitation, shouted again. The words hit them like a shot of adrenaline. One by one, they began closing in on Mu Yuxia, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. Though the Gong family wasn't enormous, its market value neared 100 million. The share they'd receive was more than they could ever dream of in a lifetime. No. Gentlemen, please don't do this. We from the Mu family have money too. You don't need to risk your lives killing to get it. Let us go, and we'll give each of you 5 million. Seeing that greed had swayed them, Mu Shan quickly offered a tempting deal. The thugs halted in their tracks, each calculating which offer seemed more reliable. Listen up, guys. This old man got fired from the company. What do you expect him to use to pay 5 million? Qin Feng, enjoying the spectacle, naturally wouldn't let the dispute end there. He continued stirring the pot. This made Mu Shan's eyes widen in shock. Qin Feng, shut your mouth. Don't you think this mess is already big enough? Do you have to stir up trouble and get the three of us killed here? Mu Shan fired off a series of indignant statements. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this, shaking his head helplessly. When you lot were smearing me with filth just now, why didn't you say you wanted to make a bigger mess? Didn't you want me, Qin Feng, dead right here? Gazing at the three men suffering a miserable fate, Qin Feng offered only cold words, not a shred of pity. Qin Feng, you bastard. You're the scourge of the Mu family. Mu Shan roared to the heavens, but the thugs beside him gave him no chance to finish. At Gong Cheng's command, over a dozen thugs swarmed the trio, unleashing a barrage of electric batons and brutal kicks. They weren't assassins, they didn't know how to kill with a single strike. At this rate, the three Mu family members would be beaten to death. Gong Chang watched with immense satisfaction, while the three members of the Mu family suffered terribly. Mu Yuxia's face was kicked into a swollen mess, while Mu Shan's suit was torn to shreds under the barrage of blows. Wang Li crawled toward the edge of the crowd, trying to escape, only to be yanked back by her hair. Qin Feng. Help me. Completely dazed from the beating, Mushan cried out to Qin Feng in the alleyway. Qin Feng, I'm your mother-in-law. Save me. I don't want to die. Under the excruciating beating and the threat of death, the three members of the Mu family had completely lost their arrogance. Why should I save you? Using Gong Chang's hand to eliminate you, why wouldn't I? Qin Feng stood in the alleyway lighting a cigarette, grinning from ear to ear. Out of consideration for Mu Qing, he only intended to drive the three out of the company. Even so, he had to constantly guard against them causing trouble. Now, without lifting a finger, he could eliminate them permanently. He couldn't bear to interrupt such a perfect turn of events. Seeing Qin Feng had made up his mind to sit back and enjoy the show, Mushan immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing toward Qin Feng. Enough, Mushan. Harming others ultimately harms yourself, this is your fate. Qin Feng sighed, effectively sentencing Mushan to death. He was no bodhisattva saving the world, but a thunderous god of slaughter. Chapter 54, The Dust Settles. The cries for help from the three members of the Mu family grew fainter and fainter. Several thugs were sweating buckets from exhaustion, yet their fists and feet showed no sign of slowing down. Gongchang watched with satisfaction, but Qin Feng felt a surge of anger. These men truly lived up to their reputation as thugs utterly incapable of killing, they knew only how to beat relentlessly. If they had even a shred of courage, they could have strangled him to death with just a dozen hands. Yet none were willing to bear the stigma of murderers, content to keep kicking and punching. The three from the Mu family lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, their fate unknown. Their faces were a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Even if Mu Qing herself came over, she probably wouldn't recognize these three as her family. Even after the trio had fallen completely unconscious, these burly men still timidly reached out to check their breath. Qin Feng watched them, utterly speechless. You lot are a bunch of weirdos. Can't you even kill someone properly? Qin Feng, growing impatient, couldn't help but shout twice. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the alleyway. The already terrified thugs scattered like startled birds. Where are you going? Kill them first before leaving. Kill them first. Gong Chang couldn't help but shout as he watched them scatter. Footsteps grew louder at the alley entrance. He could only glare fiercely before turning and leaving. Seeing his attempt to kill them fail, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. It was obvious these thugs had made too much noise, alerting someone nearby who had called the police. Though he wished the Mu family trio would vanish forever. But they were Mu Qing's parents after all, he couldn't bring himself to kill them personally. Only after the Mu family trio was loaded into the ambulance did Qin Feng reluctantly depart. Before he even exited the alley, Qin Feng received a call from Mu Qing. Qin Feng, my father, and Wang Li with her daughter are all hospitalized. I can't manage everything alone. Hurry to the hospital. Mu Qing's voice sounded anxious over the phone. But all of this was to be expected. No matter how deep their hatred ran, seeing her father beaten into such a state would unsettle anyone. Okay, I'll head over now. Qin Feng hung up the phone and sighed deeply. He could ignore the Mu family's affairs, but how could he ignore his own wife? Qin Feng hailed a taxi and headed calmly toward the hospital. When he arrived, he saw Mu Qing pacing anxiously outside the operating room door. Qin Feng, they're still in surgery. What on earth is going on? Seeing Qin Feng approach, Mu Qing collapsed against him as if finding a lifeline, her body going limp. Oh. Has the killer been caught? Qin Feng asked a few questions, deliberately pretending ignorance, distancing himself from the situation. Before they could exchange more words, the lights in the operating room went dark. Mu Qing rushed to the doctor and asked, Doctor, how is my father? You must be a family member. The patient is no longer in critical condition, but it will likely take at least 6 months before he can get out of bed. The doctor turned and walked away, leaving the three members of the Mu family to be wheeled out. Seeing that all three were still alive, Qin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. However, the news that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for half a year brought him a slight sense of relief. After all, he wouldn't have to worry about them causing trouble for the next 6 months. The three men shot Qin Feng venomous glances, yet they were powerless to stand. No sooner had they been wheeled into the ward than several officers in uniform entered. They questioned the three about the incident and identified Gong Chang as the suspect. It was that man, Gong Chang. He hired someone to kill us. Yes. It was him. Arrest him immediately. Shoot him. Mu Yuxia, her face wrapped in bandages, struggled to sit up. Please remain calm, everyone. Gong Chang is currently only a suspect. Sentencing will only occur after conviction. The law enforcement officer politely explained to the three. What else is there to investigate? It's Gong Chang. He hired someone to kill us. Mu Shan, lying in the hospital bed, was also visibly agitated. Oh? Do you happen to have any physical evidence or eyewitness testimony? The officer listened to their words, his brow furrowing slightly. At this, the three turned in unison to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng can testify. He saw Gongcheng hire someone to kill him with his own eyes. Mu Shan pointed at Qin Feng with trembling fingers. If they couldn't bring Gongcheng to justice, the rage burning within them would never subside. Moreover, the three of them were barely able to move now. If Gongcheng, driven mad by vengeance, stormed in to fight to the death, they'd have no choice but to wait for their end. That's right, that's right. He saw the whole thing, he can testify for us. Mu Yuxia also turned her gaze toward Qin Feng. Hearing this, the enforcer pulled out a notebook and looked at Qin Feng, preparing to take his statement. Qin Feng stared blankly at the officer, shrugged, and shook his head. I had no idea what those three were talking about. I was just wandering around the street the whole time. The moment Qin Feng spoke, the three nearly spat blood. Qin Feng. You're not human. Mu Shan roared with all his might, his struggle causing blood to seep through the bandages. Faced with their shouts and curses, Qin Feng merely smiled, offering no defense. There was no way he'd side with these three. Besides, Mu Qing was still here. If she found out he'd stood by and done nothing, wouldn't that create a rift between them? Qin Feng. You've ruined my Mu family. You've ruined my Mu Shan. Mu Shan bellowed to the heavens, thrashing wildly. Several doctors rushed in to restrain him, injecting him with a sedative. Qin Feng, just you wait. Once I'm better, I'll tear you limb from limb. Mu Yuxia glared at Qin Feng, her teeth grinding audibly, before she too was subdued by the doctors and given a sedative. My apologies. The blows to the head may have caused some brain damage, leading to her current state of confusion. Qin Feng apologized repeatedly to the law enforcement officers. The officer finally tucked away the statement and turned to leave. Mu Qing lingered for a moment before turning back toward the company. With the contract just launched, the company was swamped with work. Staying here wouldn't help much. Only after Mu Qing had left did Qin Feng approach Wang Li's bedside. What do you want? What do you want? As the only conscious patient in the ward, fear filled her eyes as she stared at Qin Feng before her. Now that Qin Feng had resorted to murder, she truly had no chance to resist. When they wake up, pass on this message. This is what happens when you cross Qin Feng. You'd better advise them to focus on recovering here. If they harbor any more ill intentions, they won't be so lucky next time. Qin Feng left those words hanging in the air before turning and walking out of the ward. Standing at the hospital entrance, Qin Feng let out a long sigh. The trouble with this trio was now completely severed. Next, he would focus entirely on dealing with the Li family father and son, determined to uncover the truth behind why Li Xianbing had tried to kill him all those years ago. Li Xianbing, your good days are numbered. Qin Feng glanced up at the sky, his words already sealing Li Xianbing's fate. Chapter 55, Scum and Dregs. Ring ring. No sooner had Qin Feng left the hospital than his phone rang again. Hello? Who is this? Qin Feng asked into the phone, but the other party remained silent. Just as Qin Feng assumed it was a prank call and prepared to hang up, a shrill, piercing scream erupted from the receiver. Brother Qin, it's Peng Tu Wang. Li Xianbing is using me to lure you out. You absolutely must not come. Don't come, under any circumstances. Before Peng Tu Wang could finish speaking, the sound of punches and kicks erupted over the phone. Shut the up. You dare snitch on me. The curses echoed through the receiver. Before Qin Feng could ask anything, the call was abruptly hung up. When Qin Feng tried to call back, the line was dead. Standing by the roadside, Qin Feng felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words. He had warned Peng Tu Wang long ago. A man like Li Wen wouldn't remember his kindness for a second before turning around to seek revenge. He had already saved him once before. Logically, Qin Feng and Peng Tu Wang should have had no lingering grudges. But just now on the phone, even under duress, Peng Tu Wang hadn't betrayed him. Qin Feng understood perfectly well. That previous rescue had cemented his status as the man's savior. Moreover, as a seasoned street veteran, the bald-headed man valued loyalty above all else. He'd never betray him, even at the cost of his life. It was precisely this bond that made Qin Feng feel uneasy. Looks like I'll just have to save you again. Qin Feng sighed, ultimately deciding to save the man with the crew cut once more. Li Xianbing wasn't like Lin Liang or Gong Ming. This sort of man didn't have any legitimate businesses. Finding him would require some effort. The only place where clues might be found was the billiards hall where he had once followed Li Wen. With no immediate leads, Qin Feng could only head there. The billiard hall, usually bustling with a crowd of rich kids, looked no different from any ordinary shop when things were quiet. Right now, the Li family father and son were likely still interrogating Peng Tu Wang, leaving the pool hall completely unguarded. As Qin Feng stepped inside, the rich kids immediately noticed him. Hey, look! It's that guy who sank a hole in one last time. Pretty impressive. Exactly. Hey, pro, come over here. You still haven't shown us your signature shot. The rich kids swarmed around him, chatting him up. No problem, no problem. I hear you guys are close with the Li family? I'm not just good at pool, I'm pretty skilled at fighting too. Qin Feng chatted casually with them, smiling, without revealing his true purpose. Oh. You want us to introduce you to Li Wen, right? The rich kid feigned sudden understanding. This was precisely Qin Feng's plan to have the rich kid voice his objective for him. Just go to Shidi Bar and mention my name, second young master. Someone will introduce you. The rich kid lit a cigarette, his expression smug and cocky. Thanks for the introduction, second young master. I'll definitely repay you properly when the chance comes. After thanking the rich kids, Qin Feng turned and left the pool hall, heading straight for Sid Bar. He knew that with the second young master's status as a mere upstart, he'd never gain access to the Li family's high-ranking figures. But if he could just get him in touch with one person from the Li family organization, even if it was just some unknown foot soldier, he could follow the trail and locate Li Xianbing himself. Before he could finish the thought, Qin Feng had already arrived at Sid Bar and slowly pushed open the door. The bar was bustling with men and women swaying among the crowd. Qin Feng walked up to the bar and handed the bartender the business card given to him by the second young master. Hey, buddy, the second young master sent me over. Can you get me started in the business? Qin Feng greeted the bartender with a cheerful smile. But when the bartender saw the card, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. So you're that little brat's second young master's referral? Come work as a bouncer. If you do well, I'll promote you. The bartender tossed the card into the trash bin with a dismissive wave and muttered casually. Qin Feng merely nodded, accepting his role as a henchman. For the entire afternoon, Qin Feng followed the bartender, serving as his personal assistant. It wasn't until dinner time that the bartender called Qin Feng over. Hey buddy, come grab dinner with us. The bartender beckoned, and Qin Feng finally set down his work, wiped his hands, and walked over. After experiencing this firsthand today, Qin Feng realized being a low-level henchman was no easy life. They got fed, but didn't even get paid. Stepping into the room, he found over a dozen people already gathered around the table. Each of them sized him up with fierce expressions, clearly trying to intimidate him. Qin Feng knew the rules of this line of work all too well. If he let these men intimidate him today, he'd be at their mercy from now on. He'd be stuck taking out the trash, running errands for cigarettes, and washing socks. Just as Qin Feng was about to sit down, someone beside him kicked the chair away. Who said you could sit next to me? Did I give you permission? The man, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, spoke with a sneer. Qin Feng ignored him, reaching for the chopsticks on the table. Another man raised his hand and knocked the chopsticks to the floor. Who said you could eat at this table? Did we give you these chopsticks? The little troublemaker glared at Qin Feng with malice. Everyone wore smiles, thinking they could bully Qin Feng for amusement. What are you staring at? You new guy, don't you know the rules? The tattooed man eyed Qin Feng, then stood up with slumped shoulders. Qin Feng smiled faintly, giving him a casual glance. What rules? Of course I don't know them, I'm new here. You dare talk back? Newcomers should eat out of a bowl and crawl to the corner to eat. The tattooed man slammed a bowl of rice down right at Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng took 2 steps back, unwilling to get his shoes dirty with rice. But that very step backward made everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I told you this new guy was a wimp. Didn't believe me, did you? What a wimp. Scared already? Wants to make it in the streets? That's hilarious. The crowd roared with laughter, pointing at Qin Feng and hurling insults. What are you staring at? Get your ass over to the corner. You actually think the food on the table is for you? The tattooed man continued to glare menacingly at Qin Feng, his eyes narrowed in fury. Qin Feng straightened his back slightly and pushed the rice bowl at his feet aside. He swept a cold glance over the gangsters, a faint sneer curling his lips. If you won't let me eat, then none of you shall eat either. Without hesitation, Qin Feng kicked the table over. The table's spread of dishes and drinks spilled everywhere. The little troublemaker sitting across the table was sent crashing into the wall. Qin Feng's sudden outburst left everyone stunned. Everyone had assumed Qin Feng was a spineless lackey, but no one expected him to be so decisive and ruthless. The tattooed man glared at Qin Feng, then surveyed the mess on the floor, his rage boiling over. You ing newbie, think you can run things? I'll kill you. The tattooed man roared, snatching a chair and hurling it at Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled faintly as spiritual energy surged within him. You scum of society, today I'll show you whether this new guy has got what it takes. Chapter 56, Following the Trail. Qin Feng had originally planned to blend in with these henchmen before uncovering Li Xianbing's hideout. But he hadn't expected this bunch to be so ungrateful. Since soft tactics wouldn't work, he'd have to resort to force. Ha! A new guy trying to flex his muscles? I'll teach you what real rules are today. The tattooed man rolled up his sleeves, hoisted a stool, and swung it at Qin Feng. Get lost. Qin Feng didn't even glance at him, simply kicking the tattooed man flying with a single blow. The other henchmen behind him swarmed forward. This wasn't the first time they'd bullied a newcomer. Some resisted, but they were usually beaten to a pulp. But today, they'd stumbled upon a tough nut to crack. Outside, the music blared with a deafening roar, while inside the room echoed with the clatter of shattering glass and crashing objects. After a long while, Qin Feng was the only one left standing in the entire room. The once arrogant, tattooed man lay sprawled on the floor. The little troublemaker was pinned under Qin Feng's foot. The room echoed with screams and cries of agony. Shin Feng yanked the tattooed man by the collar, hoisting him into the air. Who are you? With skills like yours, why would you be working as a lowly henchman? Blood trickled from the tattooed man's mouth as shock filled his eyes. Answer me. Where is Li Xianbing now? Shin Feng cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. Li Xianbing? You're after Boss Li? Who are you? A flicker of fear crossed the tattooed man's eyes. No matter how cocky they acted, they were still just low-level henchmen. A figure like Li Xianbing was far beyond their reach. Realizing Qin Feng's target was Li Xianbing himself, they knew this was a war far beyond the reach of a small fry like him. It was truly a case of gods fighting while mortals suffer. Cut the crap. Where is Li Xianbing? Talk. Shin Feng pinned the tattooed man against the wall, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from his body, its overwhelming pressure making the tattooed man tremble violently. I don't know. Someone like me could never get close to Boss Li. I'm just a thug. I get paid monthly by old Lin. Whatever you're asking about, I have no clue. The tattooed man's face twisted in misery, his brow knotted into a tight knot. Shin Feng stared into his pupils, knowing he wasn't lying. This tattooed man was merely a low-level enforcer, and the old Lin he mentioned was likely his superior. Where is this old Lin you mentioned now? Shin Feng released the tattooed man and turned to ask. He wasn't worried the tattooed man would try to sweet-talk his way out. The sheer pressure Shin Feng had just radiated was enough to terrify the man into submission. He's upstairs on the second floor. Go ask him. We don't know anything. The tattooed man waved his hands frantically, obediently revealing old Lin's location. His mind was consumed by one thought: get this plague of a man, Shin Feng, out of the room immediately. Stay put. Anyone who dares tip him off will face consequences, no need for me to spell it out. Shin Feng barked the order before turning and leaving the room. The tattooed man and his crew were already scared out of their wits. They were just low-level henchmen who would risk their lives for such meager pay? Who the hell is that guy? He's terrifying. The tattooed man slumped to the floor, still trembling with fear. Mr. Li's in big trouble if he messed with someone like that. I'm quitting tomorrow. I'm going to find a factory job. Little Thistle sat up gloomily, wiping away tears and sniffling. While they spoke, Shin Feng had already stepped onto the second floor. Unlike the bustling bar below, the second floor was serene and quiet. Lamps and plants adorned the corners, creating an atmosphere worlds apart from the chaos downstairs. Judging by their demeanor alone, those who frequented this space were either wealthy or influential. Clearly, this floor wasn't open to just anyone. Shin Feng then stopped a waiter and inquired, "Excuse me, where might Mr. Lin be?" "I'm working downstairs." Shin Feng wore a smile, his demeanor exceedingly humble. The moment he mentioned working downstairs, the waiter's cautious expression turned to disdain. "Another one here for wages, huh? Begging for that pittance every day, have you all gone broke? Old Lin's in room 502 on the right. Bunch of deadbeats." The waiter shot Shin Feng a disgusted glance before turning away. Only after she was out of earshot did Shin Feng wipe the smile from his face and quicken his pace toward old Lin's direction. He was stopped at the door by two bodyguards. Shin Feng inwardly rolled his eyes. The less capable they were, the more extravagant their displays became. They kept a whole crew of thugs under them, and now he was even assigned bodyguards just to get upstairs. As if they weren't already aware he was old Lin. "What are you doing here, kid?" The bodyguard, wearing sunglasses late at night, blocked Shin Feng's path. "I work downstairs. I'm here to see old Lin about my wages." Shin Feng looked at the bodyguard respectfully, fabricating an excuse based on what the waiter had just said. But this excuse worked like a charm. The bodyguard didn't bat an eye and went straight inside to report. Within 3 to 5 minutes, he emerged from the house. "Old Lin says you can come in." The bodyguard waved impatiently. Shin Feng nodded and pushed the door open. The moment he stepped inside, a glass cup flew toward him. Had Shin Feng not dodged in time, he would have been smashed to pieces. "Damn it! You lot are always hounding me for pay. It's only been a few days since I paid you last. Are you all death's messengers or something?" Old Lin lay on the bed in a bathrobe, a cigar dangling from his mouth, flanked by two beautiful masseuses. Looking to be in his 40s or 50s, he hurled a string of curses at Shin Feng. Shin Feng glanced at the women and lowered his gaze slightly. "Boss, I'm here not just for the wages, but for something far more important. This matter concerns the feud between Boss Li and bald-headed Wang." The moment Shin Feng spoke, old Lin sat bolt upright on the bed. "You two get out. Out, out." Old Lin quickly stubbed out his cigar and ushered the two women out. The matter involving Flathead Wang wasn't common knowledge. For a low-level enforcer like him, it was a major deal. It could even affect his own promotion. Once the two women had left, old Lin leaned in close to Shin Feng. "Kid, spit it out, what's this about? If you tell me something good, I'll slap $1,000 on the table." Old Lin gave Shin Feng a cold stare, barking out the order. "Alright, lean in close. I'll tell you what's going on." Xin Feng smiled and beckoned to Old Lin. Old Lin obediently leaned in, tilting his ear to listen. But before any words reached his ears, a pair of strong hands suddenly clamped down on his neck. Chapter 57, Burning with Revenge. What are you doing? Old Lin stared at Xin Feng in disbelief. The man he'd always seen as his lackey dared to attack him. Lin, is it? Life's treating you well, huh? Xin Feng's grip didn't loosen as he eyed the cigar on the table, his words dripping with sarcasm. I'm telling you, I'm Boss Li's right-hand man. If you dare lay a finger on me, I won't let you off the hook. Old Lin's eyes widened with terror as he invoked Li Xianbing's name in a threatening plea. Little did he know that Xin Feng's target was precisely the very person he claimed to rely on. Since you're Mr. Li's right-hand man, this makes things easier for me. Spill it, where is he? Xin Feng flung Old Lin to the ground, drew a fresh cigar from his case, and held it to his nose for a light sniff. You're just a lowly lackey. How dare you go after Boss Li? You're asking for death. Old Lin lay sprawled on the ground, eyes bulging with rage, trembling as he fumbled for his phone. Xin Feng lit the cigar, drew a gentle puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Stop wasting your breath. I've already taken care of all your thugs downstairs. You'd better just spill the beans. Watching Old Lin frantically dial numbers, Xin Feng cut off his desperate attempts for help. What happened between me and Li Xianbing isn't your business. Tell me where he is, and you can keep living the good life here. Otherwise, starting today, you won't have the chance to boss anyone around anymore. Xin Feng extinguished his cigar and crushed the brass lighter on the table into a ball. Facing such a ruthless character, Old Lin couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He could handle the underlings below, but someone like Xin Feng? He'd never seen his equal. I rarely see Boss Li. I only go to the parking garage beneath Guangan Residential Complex during monthly reports. Parking garage? Xin Feng paused slightly at the mention of that location. He never imagined that the Li family, with such vast business interests, they'd actually set up their core meeting location in a parking garage. If not for Old Lin's tip, he'd never have guessed such a place existed. That's right. There's a hidden door beneath the parking garage. That's where they hold their meetings. Old Lin held nothing back, spilling everything he knew. Alright, then you can rest here for a while. Xin Feng swiftly knocked Old Lin unconscious with a karate chop, ensuring he couldn't tip off Li Xianbing. After tidying his clothes, he deliberately muttered a thank you and a promise of payment toward the door before stepping out. Seeing the two bodyguards at the entrance, still completely unaware, Xin Feng casually closed the door behind him. Old Lin said he's tired and needs some rest. Don't go in and disturb him. Xin Feng gave the instruction before turning to head downstairs. By the time Old Lin regained consciousness, the bodyguards finally caught on. Xin Feng had already arrived at the parking lot and met Li Xianbing. As night deepened, Xin Feng moved like a ghostly figure, heading straight for the location Old Lin had mentioned. Halfway there, the phone in Xin Feng's pocket rang again. What's wrong, Mu Qing? Seeing it was Mu Qing calling, Xin Feng quickly answered. Xin Feng, come to the hospital immediately. Something's happened. Mu Qing's voice trembled slightly, clearly struggling to maintain composure. Xin Feng frowned, hung up, and rushed straight to the hospital. He knew that if he missed his chance tonight, once Old Lin woke up and blew the whistle, Li Xianbing would inevitably become wary. But before Li Xianbing and his wife got wind of it, there was no other choice. His steps toward the hospital didn't falter for a moment. Within just a dozen breaths, Xin Feng had already reached the hospital entrance. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, waving banners and shouting through megaphones. Numerous doctors were on site trying to maintain order, but it was futile. Xin Feng had no time to watch the commotion unfold. He hurriedly took the stairs to the upper floors. The moment he entered the hallway on this floor, he saw several doctors sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Xin Feng silently cursed under his breath and dashed straight toward the ward. Something clearly had gone wrong. He burst into the room where Mu Shan and the others were staying. The interior was dimly lit. In the faint moonlight, Mu Qing stood before the hospital bed, her hair disheveled and her clothes torn. Facing her were several burly men, their blades glinting coldly in the moonlight. Mu Qing, if you don't move out of the way, I'll take you down too. The man stepped before Mu Qing, none other than Gong Chang. Hold it. I dare anyone to try. Xin Feng appeared at the doorway and bellowed into the ward. The men, startled by the commotion, whipped around to look. The burly men, upon seeing Xin Feng, showed no sign of panic. Instead, their eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. It was clear that the men Gong Chang had brought this time were different from last time. None of them were ordinary. Xin Feng, are you going to get involved too? Gong Chang frowned as he stared at Xin Feng. He had hired people to cause trouble outside the hospital today, then led his own men to storm the ward for revenge. He was prepared to go down with Mu Shan and the others. Gong Chang's eyes were now bloodshot with fury. He didn't care whether it was Xin Feng or anyone else who stood in his way. Anyone who stood in the way of his vengeance would be utterly annihilated. Gong Chang, if you want to avenge your son, I can turn a blind eye. But you touched my wife. This matter I absolutely cannot ignore. Xin Feng clenched his fists as he stepped into the hospital room. Xin Feng, hurry and save us. Mu Yuxia, lying on the bed, cried out for help the moment she saw him. Her words instantly made Xin Feng frown. Shut your mouth, or I might regret saving you. Xin Feng shot Mu Yuxia a glare before walking over to Mu Qing. Fine, fine. Since you're determined to block my path, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill them all. Gong Chang steeled his resolve and waved his hand decisively. Several thugs charged forward, brandishing gleaming blades. Get out of the way. Xin Feng shielded Mu Qing and unleashed a powerful punch. The overwhelming force of that punch, infused with spiritual energy, was no ordinary blow. The burly man was sent flying by the blow, smashing through the glass and plummeting to his death. This was the 17th floor. A fall from such a height left no chance of survival. Yet Xin Feng felt no remorse for eliminating these men. Their eyes alone revealed them as desperate criminals, each bearing the weight of blood on their hands. Within mere breaths, the assassins either plummeted to their deaths or lay motionless on the ground. Only Gong Chang remained, his eyes darting nervously. Kill him. Xin Feng, kill him. Eliminate the threat once and for all. Mu Shan lay in his hospital bed, shouting at Xin Feng. Gong Chang stared at Xin Feng before him, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. But no matter how fiercely the man on the bed screamed, Xin Feng didn't move. Instead, he leaned close to Gong Chang's ear. I don't care about killing those three. Next time, pick a moment when Mu Qing isn't around. Get out. Xin Feng waved dismissively. Gong Chang's eyes widened in shock before he turned and fled. Seeing Xin Feng actually let Gong Chang go, the three men on the hospital bed completely lost their minds. Chapter 58, Strike First. Xin Feng, you're trying to kill us. Mu Shan lay in bed, his hand repeatedly slapping the bedrail as he sighed repeatedly. Xin Feng hadn't just let Gong Chang go. He had released a dagger poised over their heads. As long as Gong Chang remained free, they would live in constant fear, unable to sleep soundly. Only after Gong Chang had disappeared into the distance did Xin Feng approach the three men's bedside, a faint smile playing on his lips. If I had kept Gong Chang here, wouldn't that have put your minds at ease? But I intend to keep you restless and hungry. Be careful one night, you might just spill blood in this very ward. Xin Feng's voice murmured like a demon's, his laughter sending shivers down their spines. Already terrified out of their wits, the words sent shivers down their spines, nearly breaking their spirits. Mu Qing! Mu Qing, come quickly! Mu Shan, lying on the bed, shouted repeatedly at Xin Feng. As soon as Mu Qing approached the bedside, Mu Shan grabbed her hand. Mu Qing, you can't leave. You can't leave. If you go, I'll die. Mushin and the others clung to her like overgrown infants, refusing to let her go. This won't do. My daughter is still at home. I have to go back. I'll instruct the doctors to look after you all. Mu Qing wriggled free from Mu Shan's grasp, her brows furrowed as she spoke. Hearing this, Mu Yuxia beside her lost her composure. What kind of time is this to be thinking about that bastard? Your parents and sister are nearly dying, and you still have time to worry about that bastard? Seeing Mu Qing about to leave, Mu Yuxia's eyes flashed red. The couple frowned at her words. Xin Feng stepped closer to the bedside, leaning in toward Mu Yuxia. Your 10 worthless lives aren't worth a single hair on my daughter's head. Xin Feng gritted his teeth, his voice cold and menacing. Relying on Mu Qing standing beside her, Mu Yuxia was certain Xin Feng wouldn't dare to act. What? You think you can kill me? Mu Yuxia rolled her eyes, her words dripping with provocation. You think I won't? Don't you understand why Gong Ming died under mysterious circumstances? Xin Feng whispered the warning into Mu Yuxia's ear, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. The words sent a chill through Mu Yuxia, turning her face pale. It was you. It was you. Mu Yuxia repeated the words over and over, her eyes wide with shock. Xin Feng's words and the eerie smile on his face sent a chill down Mu Yuxia's spine. Techniques undetectable even by forensic experts. If Xin Feng had used them on her, she truly would have died without knowing why. Mu Yuxia obediently shut her mouth. Xin Feng pulled Mu Qing along and left the ward without looking back. No matter how those behind them called out, Mu Qing clasped Xin Feng's hand tightly, refusing to look back. Xin Feng, maybe we shouldn't get involved with those three anymore. After leaving the hospital, Mu Qing finally blurted out after holding back for so long. This caught Xin Feng off guard. He had been holding back all this time precisely because he was mindful of Mu Qing's feelings. He never expected her to say something like this. I'm utterly disappointed in all three of them. Mu Qing pressed her fingers to her temples, her face etched with bitterness. Xin Feng said nothing more, only offering comfort to Mu Qing. Returning to the large villa, they were startled to find it completely dark inside. Xiao Nan was terrified of the dark. When her parents weren't home, she always turned on every light in the villa. But now, the complete absence of light made Xin Feng quicken his pace. As they approached the entrance, Xin Feng's keen eyes immediately spotted specks of blood on the surrounding weeds. Quick, open the door. Xin Feng urged Mu Qing to retrieve the keys. Mu Qing felt a surge of panic at his urgency. As soon as they opened the villa's front door and stepped inside, Xin Feng began shouting loudly into the darkness. Xiaonan! Xiaonan! He called out several times, but there was no response from inside the villa. What's going on? Where could Xiaonan have gone? Mu Qing stood on the second floor, having already checked every room, no sign of anyone. Seeing Mu Qing's anxious expression, Qin Feng clenched his fists. Just as the two were at a loss, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from the doorway. Qin Feng, you're finally back. Xiaonan's been waiting impatiently for you. Ling Moran walked into the villa holding Xiaonan's hand, the little girl still clutching an ice cream cone. Xiaonan! Mu Qing rushed over and scooped her daughter into her arms. Xiaonan's mom, don't worry. Xiaonan was scared being home alone and called me to come keep her company. You left a child alone in such a big villa, of course she'd be scared. Ling Moran explained to Mu Qing, his reasoning sounding perfectly plausible. But only Qin Feng knew that Ling Moran's presence here meant something was definitely wrong. Xiaonan, go play with your mom over there for a bit. I'll step outside to talk with your teacher. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Mu Qing before leading Ling Moran to the other side of the villa. What's going on here? I doubt it's as simple as you're making it sound. Qin Feng walked slowly, his gaze fixed on the night sky as he asked casually. Did you cross someone from the Li family? If I hadn't arrived in time, your daughter could have been in serious danger. Ling Moran didn't beat around the bush. She had come today specifically to ask Qin Feng to come out of retirement and help the Ling family once more. But she happened to spot several shadowy figures lurking around the villa, prompting her to take immediate action. I've already tied them up in the car. Shall we go upstairs and talk? Ling Moran gestured toward a car parked by the roadside. Qin Feng nodded and got in with Ling Moran. The two thugs were bound and gagged in the back seat. Qin Feng took one look and knew these men were sent by Li Xianbing. Get lost, all of you. Tell Li Xianbing I'll come for him sooner or later. Qin Feng cut the ropes and ordered them to leave immediately. He understood better than anyone else. This must have been old Lin, now awake, who tipped off Li Xianbing. Upon learning the news, Li Xianbing decided to strike first, attempting to kidnap his daughter. You saved my daughter this time. I owe you one. Qin Feng recalled his earlier refusal to Ling Moran, and a twinge of guilt stirred within him. Qin Feng, I know what you're searching for. I can help you. Ling Moran placed her hand on the edge of the seat, leaning in very, very close to Qin Feng. What exactly can you help me with? Qin Feng stared at the red lips mere inches away, his gaze momentarily dazed. I can help you with anything. With that, Ling Moran closed her eyes and pressed her lips against Qin Feng's in an instant. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock as his hands instinctively pushed Ling Moran away. But Ling Moran seemed to have anticipated this reaction. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around his shoulders. Chapter 59, The Nanny Tower. Don't do this, Ling Moran, don't! Qin Feng pushed Ling Moran away forcefully, quickly creating a safe distance between them. Principal Ling, saving my daughter is indeed a favor. I'll consider helping the Ling family, but what you just did was completely unnecessary. Qin Feng waved his hands repeatedly at Ling Moran. Though Ling Moran possessed undeniable beauty, 3,000 years of longing had etched Mu Qing into Qin Feng's mind forever. He could no longer make room for anyone else, much less do something that would betray his family. Goodbye, goodbye. Qin Feng bowed his fist in farewell to Ling Moran, then turned and got out of the car, fearing this woman might do something even more outrageous. Qin Feng, I know your Qin family is powerful, but my Ling family is facing a life or death crisis. I urge you to make a decision soon. Ling Moran called after Qin Feng's retreating figure. Qin Feng froze at her words, his brow furrowing as he turned his head. What did you just say? Our Qin family? Qin Feng's brows knitted tightly at Ling Moran's words. He knew the Qin family's situation better than anyone. His parents had always been poor, and both had passed away after falling ill. Now, the so-called Qin family had only him left. What strength could possibly be discussed? It was an ordinary family, as ordinary as they come. But upon closer thought, Ling Moran's choice of words suggested there was more to it than met the eye. Finish your sentence clearly. What do you mean our Qin family has strength? Qin Feng walked over to the car door and asked Ling Moran again. Ling Moran paused, slightly taken aback by Qin Feng's expression. What? Aren't you part of the Qin family? Qin Feng's question caught Ling Moran off guard, momentarily leaving him speechless. You're not from the Qin family of Jianbei City? Ling Moran's words drew a faint smile from Qin Feng. You must be mistaken. I've never heard of any Qin family from Jianbei City and have absolutely no connection to them. Qin Feng waved dismissively with a faint smile. After all, there were countless people surnamed Qin in this world. It couldn't possibly mean they were all from the Qin family of Jianbei City. And sharing the same surname? That was hardly worth mentioning, barely even a coincidence. Impossible. With such terrifying strength, you're not affiliated with any major clan? How could that be? Ling Moran couldn't believe Qin Feng's words, his brow furrowing so deeply it seemed ready to knot. In his eyes, only a family enterprise possessed the financial and material resources to cultivate a formidable warrior like Qin Feng, capable of taking on 100 men single-handedly. But how could she have imagined that Qin Feng was a divine sovereign who had returned from the celestial realm? Her ability to look down on the Li family stemmed precisely from the fact that the Ling family was a small family-run enterprise. A true family enterprise possessed immense strength. Even a leading corporation like Fushan Group couldn't be considered a family enterprise. In fact, looking across the entire city of Shenyang, not a single company could truly be called a family enterprise. I won't disclose the source of my abilities, but I can assure you I have absolutely no connection to the Qin family of Jiangbeiqing. I'll consider your request upon returning and give you an answer shortly. With those final words, Qin Feng turned and walked toward the villa. His parents had never mentioned any Jiangbeiqing. He racked his brain. His family had only been poor peasants for 3 generations. As for Ling Moran's situation, even if he intended to intervene, he could only prepare for it after dealing with the Li family. He had no intention of fighting battles on 2 fronts. Returning to the villa and locking the door, he found Mu Qing had already put their daughter to sleep, still praising Ling Moran effusively. We absolutely can't leave Xiao Nan home alone anymore. If necessary, we should hire a nanny. Mu Qing had pondered this decision for quite some time. Now that the collaboration with Fushan Group was on solid footing and they had some extra cash on hand, hiring a nanny wouldn't be a problem. Alright, get some rest. I'll start looking tomorrow to see if I can find a suitable one. Qin Feng reassured Mu Qing, finally allowing his shaken wife to drift off to sleep. The next morning, everything proceeded as usual. Mu Qing took Xiaonan to school. Qin Feng, meanwhile, went out to contact agencies specializing in nanny placements. He knew nothing about this field. After searching on his phone, he settled on the most popular agency. This company provided domestic services, nannies, and more. Seeing the towering multi-story building before him, Qin Feng was genuinely surprised. He hadn't imagined that working as a nanny or providing domestic services could be so lucrative enough to build an entire skyscraper. With his mind full of questions, Qin Feng slowly walked into the company. The moment he entered, 2 attractive receptionists approached him. Good day, sir. How may we assist you today? The women wore blouses and short skirts, their heads covered with headscarves, their faces adorned with warm, professional smiles. To the uninitiated, they might have been mistaken for flight attendants stepping off a plane. I'm looking for a nanny. Seeing the scene before him, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He'd only come looking for someone to watch his child, yet now it felt like he was being treated like some important VIP. Certainly, sir. Would you prefer a private nanny or a live-in nanny? Qin Feng was led into a quiet room. A beautiful woman served him a cup of coffee. She placed a notebook in front of him with a warm smile. Qin Feng opened it to find pages filled with photos of stunning women, each rivaling a supermodel. Detailed information including age, preferences, and even educational background was written beside each photo. Several even held degrees from prestigious universities. This puzzled Qin Feng. Excuse me, is this a place to hire maids? Qin Feng closed the notebook in his hands and asked the woman curiously. The woman smiled and nodded. That's correct, sir. If none of the profiles in the notebook appeal to you, I can select a few more for you to review. She spoke a few words into the walkie-talkie clipped to her collar. Moments later, the door swung open and a line of elegantly dressed women filed in. Each wore high heels, their outfits varied. The only commonality was that these outfits were all quite bizarre. Deep neckline nanny uniforms, alluring maid outfits, each wore a faint smile. Pair after pair of beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Feng, fluttering their eyelashes incessantly, as if trying to steal his very soul. Well, sir? Is there a maid you find to your liking? A woman leaned close to Qin Feng's ear, whispering the question with a smile. Only now did Qin Feng finally grasp what kind of place this truly was. And why a maid recruitment agency could operate on such a grand scale. This was nothing short of a gray market transaction hub. The so-called nannies were all beautiful, sexy models sent to your home to attend to your daily needs. As for the nature of their service, well, that goes without saying. Those in the know understand perfectly. Chapter 60, The Dual Hired Talent. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm just looking for a nanny to take care of my child. I don't want this kind of service. You really have misunderstood. Qin Feng stood up and started walking toward the door, but the woman quickly grabbed his arm. Sir, we do offer that kind of service here too. Absolutely top-notch. The woman looked at Qin Feng and continued pitching her services. The service level was almost on par with Heidi Leo. As Qin Feng hesitated, the woman dismissed the maids and ushered in 4 new women. This time, the women were reasonably attractive and dressed more professionally. These are all graduates from prestigious universities. Not only can they help you care for your child, but they can also provide early childhood education. The woman handed Qin Feng a fresh notebook. Only then did Qin Feng realize how abrupt he'd been. This wasn't just some place offering gray area services. The individuals standing before him were all high achievers, including a genius fluent in 4 languages. Only now did Qin Feng finally understand why this place thrived so successfully. Whether it was legitimate or not, whatever your needs were, they could be met to the highest standards. Qin Feng now viewed the company in a whole new light. He scrutinized the women before him. A girl who looked barely 20 caught her attention. She appeared to be a recent college graduate. Though the youngest, according to the booklet's description, she was considered the most outstanding one. Sir, if you choose this one, you must select another as well. Because she's in poor health. We hope you understand. The woman beside him was shrewd to the extreme, instantly spotting that Qin Feng had taken a liking to the girl. So she hurried over to lay down the conditions. Qin Feng couldn't care less about such matters. Money was nothing but numbers to him. When he had propelled Lin Liang into high office, the man had handed him a thick stack of checks. In truth, Qin Feng was already worth hundreds of millions, but he hadn't spent much of it yet. Today was his first time. Qin Feng understood that mobilizing such talent for the company would naturally come at a high cost. But for his daughter, Qin Feng wouldn't hesitate to spend money, especially since it wasn't even his own. Fine. Just give me a detailed list of the costs and I'll write you a check. Qin Feng pulled out a checkbook from his breast pocket, and the waitress's eyes widened in astonishment. They dealt with high-end clients daily, and she recognized this as a check from the Fushan Group. After completing the necessary procedures, Qin Feng hired both nannies. One was a woman in her 30s wearing glasses named Yu Dan. She was average-looking with deep nasolabial folds, her eyes revealing a sharp intelligence. The other was just 20, a delicate young woman with long hair, an innocent look, and a hint of fragility about her. Her name was Qi Shan. She was the high-achieving candidate Qin Feng had favored, though her eyes held a dull, lifeless glint, giving him an overall sickly impression. All right, sir. We have a dedicated vehicle to take them there. You may join them. Led by the woman, the group boarded the vehicle. After a 10-minute drive, they arrived at Qin Feng's villa. Yu Dan's eyes widened at the sight of the opulent villa before her. Judging by Qin Feng's attire, she had assumed he was just another flashy, small-time boss. But seeing this villa before her eyes made her realize this man was no ordinary man. A villa like this in the city center, it wasn't something you could move into just by having money. Yet the other girl's eyes remained utterly still, like a soulless shell. After a brief introduction, the woman followed the driver away. Inside the villa, the two women began bustling about. It must be said that this money was well spent. In just one morning, they sorted and arranged every item in the villa, scrubbing every surface spotless. They even brewed a pot of tea for Qin Feng, who was watching television. Qi Shan stood by the table, poured a cup of tea for Qin Feng, and reached out to hand it to him. Qin Feng reached out to take the cup naturally, but then noticed the deep marks on Qi Shan's wrist. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Qi Shan quickly withdrew her hands. How did you get those? Qin Feng set down the teacup, his expression tinged with concern. As a father himself, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable urge to protect this delicate girl who had just turned 20. Qi Shan looked at Qin Feng, forcing a faint smile and shaking her head slightly. Clearly, she had no desire to confide in him about anything. She simply smiled and turned to leave. Yu Dan, however, was a different story. She busied herself bringing Qin Feng fruit, chatting with him about this and that, radiating energy. But every time she spoke with Qin Feng, Qi Shan would keep her distance, which puzzled Qin Feng greatly. That evening, when Mu Qing returned home, she was quite pleased with both nannies, especially Qi Shan. That someone so young could speak 4 languages fluently astonished Mu Qing. While Yu Dan wasn't as intellectually gifted, she was an exceptional cook. After dinner, Mu Qing assigned bedrooms to both women, and the villa settled back into quiet. As night deepened, Qin Feng couldn't shake his unease about Qi Shan. He truly regarded the girl as his own daughter, so he gently pushed open her bedroom door. The wooden door opened just a crack. In the faint light, Qin Feng saw Qi Shan, and the scene before him made him pause in surprise. It was the dead of night, yet Qi Shan lay wide-eyed, staring fixedly at the doorway. It was as if she had anticipated Qin Feng's return. The moment Qin Feng stepped into the room, Qi Shan clutched the quilt tightly with both hands, biting her lower lip, her face frozen in utter terror. Yet she hadn't uttered a single sound the entire time, which startled Qin Feng. He sat down beside the bed, placing a hand on Qi Shan's shoulder. The frail girl began trembling violently. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Qin Feng spoke softly, channeling several strands of spiritual energy through his palm into Qi Shan's body. While offering her a measure of calm, he also gained a clear understanding of every condition within her body. Though he could see her sickly appearance, he hadn't expected her body to be in such a state of ruin. Her internal organs were pushed to their absolute limit, and her meridians had shriveled to a pitiful state. Her deathly pale skin wasn't merely a sign of weakness, it was a clear indication that she was on the brink of death. What on earth have you been through? Qin Feng gazed at the girl as surging spiritual energy poured into her. Spiritual energy alone could no longer repair the damage, it could only nourish her meridians, forcibly sustaining her last breath of life. The influx of spiritual energy brought her some relief, and she realized Qin Feng meant her no harm. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, please don't harm me. I promise I'll teach your daughter well. Qi Shan gazed at Qin Feng with pleading eyes, her pupils glistening. A body in the prime of youth. A body ravaged and nearing death. In this society that supposedly valued human rights, she was desperately begging Qin Feng not to violate her. As if merely refraining from harming her were already a great favor. Qin Feng stared at the girl's expression, his brows furrowed tightly. Shan, what on earth is going on? Qin Feng's heart stirred, his voice trembling slightly. No, don't call me Shan. My name is Qin Shan. Chapter 61, United as husband and wife. Shan clasped Qin Feng's hand, her voice trembling as she spoke. No sooner had she spoken than the wooden door swung open again and Yudan stepped inside. Shan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Shan's pitiful appearance, Yudan hurried over. Upon seeing Yudan, Shan hastily wiped her tears with the quilt. Dan, yeah, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Shan seemed terribly afraid of Sister Dan, forcing a smile onto her face. Mr. Qin, please go back first. I'll take care of things here. It's inconvenient for you to stay. Yudan looked at Qin Feng, her meaning perfectly clear. With her words spoken so plainly, Qin Feng naturally couldn't stay any longer. Even though he was filled with questions, he couldn't linger in someone's bedroom late at night. As he reached the doorway, Qin Feng caught sight of a pair of footprints near the door, footprints that would be difficult for most people to notice. Clearly, Yudan hadn't just passed by, she'd lingered here for quite some time. It was only when Shan uttered the name Qin Shan that she hurriedly rushed inside. Qin Feng suddenly understood why the company had insisted on assigning another person to him. If he wasn't mistaken, Yudan's role was to monitor Shan. It seemed this company was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Qin Feng's mind was filled with questions. Just as he lay down on the bed to rest, footsteps sounded at the door. Who's there? Qin Feng whispered softly toward the doorway. Mr. Qin, it's me. I'm Yudan. The voice at the door was soft and hushed, as if afraid of waking Mu Qing. Qin Feng had no idea what this person was up to now, but upon hearing her voice, he felt compelled to go out and see. After tucking Mu Qing in, Qin Feng quietly made his way to the living room. Yudan now wore a silk nightgown, her chest prominently outlined beneath the fabric, and she applied light makeup. Seeing her like this, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. She was clearly here to seduce him. Seems like this company really is full of this sort of person. Mr. Qin, did you seek out Shan earlier because you needed something? Yudan sat on the sofa, casually crossing one leg over the other. She tugged the neckline of her blouse downward and fluttered her eyelashes at Qin Feng. This made Qin Feng's brow furrow deeply. He genuinely couldn't fathom where this woman got her confidence. Mu Qing's looks and figure put her 18 streets ahead. Even a woman like Ling Moran couldn't stir his emotions. Yet here was Yudan trying these tactics on him. Yudan, just get to the point, Qin Feng said, turning his head away, unwilling to spare her another glance. But to his surprise, Yudan only grew more persistent, deliberately moving closer to him, her body radiating an overpowering scent of perfume. Mr. Qin, what were you planning to do in Shan's room just now? If you tell me, I might just be able to make her satisfy you. Yudan's voice whispered against Qin Feng's ear, instantly revealing the reason behind everything. Shan's eyes widened in terror when she saw him push open the door. It was because during her time as a maid, she must have endured inhuman torment, the very reason for the injuries and disabilities she carried within her. And this Yudan was purely after his family's wealth, scheming to climb the social ladder. Yudan, your company actually specializes in this sort of thing, right? Qin Feng asked, smiling as he looked at her. Seeing Qin Feng smile, Yudan thought she had succeeded. She immediately threw herself into his arms. Don't you men just love this sort of thing? Yudan fluttered her eyelashes, her lips curling into what she thought was a beautiful smile. Come to my room later. I'll bring that little Shan over too. How about it? Convinced Qin Feng had taken the bait, Yudan dropped all pretense. You know Shan's health is failing, right? Qin Feng looked at Yudan, getting straight to the point. He just wanted to see if this Yudan had any conscience at all. So what if I die? Getting you off before I go, isn't that pretty awesome? In Yudan's words, Shan's life was utterly worthless. You can leave. Our family no longer needs a nanny. The smile vanished from Qin Feng's face as he shoved Yudan aside with brutal force. Seeing Qin Feng's sudden change in expression, Yudan was momentarily stunned. You think I'm the kind of man who thinks with his lower half? Get out of my house. Qin Feng glared at Yudan, his voice cold with fury. Mu Qing, who had heard the commotion from the bedroom, hurried out. Shan, who had been upstairs, also rushed down to see what was happening. Seeing so many people, Yudan's mind raced. She grabbed a cup from the table and smashed it onto the floor with a crash. Mr. Qin. This is outrageous. How could you force me to do that? Yudan immediately turned the tables on him. Her eyes instantly turned bloodshot, tears streaming down her face like rain. Her acting was worthy of a veteran performer. Qin Feng watched her performance, offering only a faint, mocking smile. Yudan's tactics might work on others, but against Qin Feng, she'd met her match. After what happened with Li Wen last time, their bond had become unbreakable. Nothing could drive them apart. Besides, Mu Qing was no fool. In the dead of night, Dan wearing light makeup and a sexy nightgown, she clearly had ulterior motives. Please leave my home. People like you are not welcome here. Mu Qing glared coldly at Dan and issued a direct order. Seeing the couple united against her, Dan knew she was out of options. Fine, I'll leave. But we won't refund a single penny of the money you paid. Qi Shan, come with me. Dan issued a warning angrily, pulling Qi Shan toward the exit. Qi Shan only looked at Qin Feng, too afraid to refuse. Stop right there. You can leave, but she stays. Qin Feng stepped in front of Dan and pulled Qi Shan to his side. Oh, really? You're the one pretending to be righteous? You're just after this little, aren't you? Dan had completely lost her temper, her words now utterly devoid of restraint. Even Mu Qing, watching from the side, couldn't help but frown at Qin Feng's abrupt action. This child absolutely cannot go back with you. Qin Feng gently rolled up Qi Shan's sleeve, revealing the glaring scar beneath. Mu Qing instantly grasped the meaning and pulled Qi Shan behind her. He's right. This girl must stay. You should leave immediately. Mu Qing waved her hand impatiently. Now it was Dan's turn to be dumbfounded. She had thought she could use Qin Feng's insistence on keeping Qi Shan as an excuse to expose his true colors to Mu Qing. But to her surprise, Mu Qing actually supported him. Their business was trafficking in human flesh, yet today someone had managed to keep the person here. Dan gritted her teeth in fury, a raging fire igniting within her chest. What you two have done is nothing short of courting death. Qi Shan, I'm giving you 3 seconds to get over here. You know what happens if you don't. Dan stared at Qi Shan, who was hiding behind the two men, and raised 3 fingers with a cold smile. Chapter 62, Thug Liang. 1. 2. With each number Dan uttered, Qi Shan's body convulsed violently. Her words felt like a demonic chant, compelling Qi Shan's body to take step after step toward Dan. Don't be afraid of her. Qin Feng seized Qi Shan's hand, his gaze unwavering. Mr. Qin, I know you're a good person, but you can't defeat them. Qi Shan's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head helplessly. Her pitiful appearance stirred maternal instincts within Mu Qing. She pulled Qi Shan into her arms and held her tightly. It's okay, we don't need to fear him. Qin Feng knows people at Fushan Group. If all else fails, we'll ask them for support. To encourage Qi Shan, Mu Qing brought up Qin Feng's connection. Little did she know that Qin Feng's connection to Fushan Group was far more than just a little something. Fine, very fine. You think you're so clever, you? Just wait. You'll all pay for this. Dan stormed out of the villa, hailed a cab, and drove away. Only after Dan was gone did Qi Shan finally relax completely. She collapsed onto Mu Qing's lap, sobbing uncontrollably. The couple helped her to the sofa. Qi Shan said nothing, just clung to Mu Qing and wept. As if she were pouring out a lifetime's worth of tears. After a full half-hour of weeping, Mu Qing couldn't bear it any longer and gently wiped her face with a warm towel. Qi Shan, let's stop crying. If you keep this up, you'll ruin your health, Mu Qing said, stroking her head. I'm not Qi Shan. My name is Qin Shan. They kidnapped me. Once Qi Shan had composed herself, she told the couple her entire story. She wasn't from this city. Her real name was Qin Shan. She had been abducted by that company to provide this kind of service. For the past 3 years, her existence had been worse than death. That hellish existence brought tears to Mu Qing's eyes. Qin Feng looked at the pitiful girl before him and resolved firmly to rescue and heal her. Mr. Qin, please let me go tonight. That company is dangerous. I don't want to involve you. Qin Shan composed herself and expressed her gratitude to the two. It's fine. From now on, you can stay here. Think of us as your family. Mu Qing, naturally kind-hearted, couldn't bear to let her go. Seeing Mu Qing's caring demeanor deeply moved Qin Shan, who hadn't felt such concern in a long time. Can I call you Mom? Qin Shan looked at Mu Qing and blurted out the question without warning. Mu Qing nodded deeply, pulling Qin Shan tightly into her embrace. Good girl. From now on, I'll treat you like my own. Qin Feng watched the two women acknowledge their bond, a smile touching his lips. Though he and Mu Qing were not much older than each other, he now had an older daughter, a kind of karmic connection. Qin Feng, I'm not going to work tomorrow. I'll stay home with you. Let's see who dares lay a finger on Qin Shan. Mu Qing's temper flared as she vowed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly and sat down beside them. No need. You go to work and take Shan to school. Leave everything at home to me. Qin Feng looked at Mu Qing and assured her with a smile. He couldn't care less about what kind of backing that company had. In Shenyang City, there wasn't a single figure he, Qin Feng, dared not cross. Even Li Xianbing, who held sway over the entire city, held no sway over him. A shady exchange like this was nothing. With Qin Feng's assurance, the couple finally returned to their room and fell into a peaceful sleep. This was likely the most peaceful sleep Qin Shan had enjoyed in 3 years. The next morning, after breakfast, Mu Qing took Xiaonan to school. Before leaving, the little girl made Qin Feng promise to protect her sister. Qin Feng smiled and made a promise with his daughter. All morning, Qin Shan felt restless and uneasy. She hadn't been without helpers, but their fates hadn't been much better than hers. It's fine, don't worry. In all of Chunyang City, there's no one who can stand against me. Qin Feng looked at Qin Shan. This was the third time he'd said this to her that morning, all to try and calm her nerves. By a little past 9 in the morning, the inevitable finally arrived. The same car that had picked up Qin Feng earlier pulled up at the entrance once more. Yu Dan stepped out first, followed by the woman who had greeted Qin Feng earlier. Several burly, muscular men trailed behind them. Mr. Qin, we've come today to discuss matters concerning Qi Shan. The woman smiled as she entered the living room, bowing slightly to Qin Feng with great courtesy. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he picked up the cup of clear tea from the table. Her name is Qin Shan, not Qi Shan as you refer to her. Qin Feng's calm statement made it clear to the others that he was already aware of everything. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the woman showed no sign of panic. Very well, Mr. Qin. You may call her whatever you wish. Since you dismissed Yu Dan, you must pay our company 1 million yuan in liquidated damages and return our employee Qi Shan. The woman pulled a stack of documents from her bag and handed them to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the documents, glanced at them, and tossed them onto the floor without a second look. I won't give you the money, and I certainly won't give you the person. Qin Feng took a sip of his clear tea, his attitude reaching the height of arrogance and insolence. Sister Lei, what's the point of talking to him? Just teach him a lesson. Yu Dan, standing nearby, was already seething with anger, urgently urging her on. Mr. Qin, I hope you'll cooperate with my work. Otherwise, neither of us will be happy. Sister Lei stared at Qin Feng, her patience completely gone. This was her final warning. The burly men behind her took a step forward, their presence a clear threat. You want to pit people against each other? Do you think I'm short on men? Qin Feng looked down at Sister Lei with a cold smile curling his lips. Before the words had fully left his mouth, 7 or 8 cars sped up outside the door. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards jumped out, surrounding the group. From within the crowd, Liang emerged wearing sunglasses and carrying a baton. Who the hell has the guts to mess with my Qin brother in Chunyang City? Liang twisted his mouth and stood on tiptoe. If Lei Jia and her crew were polite thugs, then Liang was pure, unadulterated scum. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Sister Lei's face betrayed a hint of unease. Mr. Qin, I advise you not to escalate this. Our company has ties to the Li family. Lei Jia's voice held a warning tone. At these words, Qin Feng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The Li family. What a small world we live in. Qin Feng held his cup as Qin Shan slowly poured him a full glass. Liang, did you hear that? The Li family wants to arrest my goddaughter. Qin Feng shouted at Liang, who instantly understood the implication. Damn it, what do the Lis think they are? I'm the president of Fushan Group. Take them down. Liang roared, and his men went berserk, striking out in an instant. Chapter 63, Wrecking Their Place. This gang thrived on bullying others with their numbers, especially Liang. Now, being able to bully the Li family under Qin Feng's protection was the most exhilarating thing imaginable for him. Among them, Sister Lei was the first to react. She jumped into the driver's car and sped away. They left Yu Dan and the thugs standing there, utterly bewildered. Liang's crew had come prepared and showed no mercy toward these few. They showed no mercy, not even because Yu Dan was a woman. Yu Dan, who had been so arrogant and domineering toward Qin Shan earlier, now lay sprawled on the ground, disheveled and beaten, looking utterly miserable. All right. That's enough, stop. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Liang and the others reluctantly stopped. The thugs Lei Jia had brought lay scattered across the floor, each one unconscious with bruised faces and swollen eyes. Qin Feng took Qin Shan's small hand and slowly walked over to Yu Dan. You wanted to send people to deal with me? Still think we're easy to push around? Qin Feng pulled Qin Shan close, towering over Yu Dan. Mr. Qin, please spare me. I know nothing, I'm just a hired hand. Yu Dan had shed all traces of arrogance, now kneeling to beg for mercy. I'm asking you, who's the boss of your company? Qin Feng stared at Yu Dan as he questioned her. It's Sister Lei, Yu Dan stammered. Bull. If you don't tell me today, I'll slice your face off. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, feigning ferocity. Liang, standing nearby, heard his threat and promptly pulled out a fruit knife, waving it menacingly. Yu Dan was utterly terrified. I'll tell you. Our bosses. Li Xianbing. Under Qin Feng's threats, he finally got the answer he wanted. Judging by the company's scale, this place must hold significant importance for the Li family. Now this Li Xianbing was hiding like a turtle, striking only from the shadows. With the enemy in the shadows and himself in the open, this situation gave Qin Feng a major headache. He was certain that once he made a move against this company, Li Xianbing wouldn't be able to keep his cool. Get out of here. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Yu Dan immediately scrambled to her feet and dashed away. The thugs lying on the ground helped each other up and quickly left the scene. Brother Qin, what's the next move? Liang stowed his fruit knife and leaned in to ask. Liang, you've wanted to take out Li Xianbing for a while now, haven't you? If I back you up, would you dare to make a move? Xin Feng smiled at Liang, posing a probing question. Liang's face broke into a wide grin at the suggestion. If he could eliminate Li Xianbing, then his Fushan group could truly become the leading force in Xunyang City. It was something he'd dreamed of doing. Moreover, he knew Qin Feng's capabilities all too well. They were powers beyond human comprehension. If Qin Feng agreed to help him, it meant this plan had a 100% chance of success. Brother Qin, if you're willing to step in, I'd even dare to blow up a damn skyscraper. Liang looked at Qin Feng and made his own bold declaration. Alright, then go prepare your men. We'll stir up trouble today. I'll see if this Li Xianbing can keep his cool. Qin Feng watched the direction the thugs fled in disarray, a cold smile curling his lips. Qin Shan, watching the situation escalate, tugged anxiously at Qin Feng's sleeve. Qin Xian. Dad, I really think we shouldn't make this any bigger. Qin Shan whispered Dad softly, her eyes filled with worry. Who's afraid? Don't worry. I'm the CEO of Fushan Group. That Li Xianbing? I couldn't care less about him. Liang looked at Qin Shan, pounding his chest in assurance. Alright, go back and help me find the herbs listed here. Then wait for my call this afternoon to take action. Qin Feng gave the order, handing Liang a list of medicinal ingredients. Spiritual energy alone wouldn't be enough to save Qin Shan, so he planned to begin refining pills. No matter what, he had to save his adopted daughter's life. Liang didn't understand the situation, but he would certainly follow Qin Feng's instructions. He simply nodded and departed with his men. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Shan's eyes held a trace of confusion. Are they really from Fushan Group? Qin Shan found it hard to believe. After all, Liang's demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a billionaire conglomerate CEO. Instead, he seemed more like one of Qin Feng's henchmen putting on a show for him. Qin Feng was well aware of her doubts. After all, she hadn't witnessed how he disciplined Liang earlier. Don't mention this to your mother. I'm afraid she'll worry about me. Qin Feng turned and gave her a warning smile. Qin Shan nodded slightly. As a prodigy fluent in 4 languages, her intellect far surpassed most. Given her sharp mind, she'd already figured it out moments ago. Liang was undoubtedly Qin Feng's subordinate, and Mu Qing certainly had no idea about this situation. Dad, I know you might be really capable, but I don't want you to get hurt again. It took me so long to find my family. Qin Shan clutched Qin Feng's hand tightly. She'd endured too much inhuman torment. She refused to let this hard-won peace last only a day before plunging back into the icy abyss. Don't worry. With me here, nothing bad will happen. Qin Feng smiled and ruffled Qin Shan's hair. Father and daughter rested in the room. By late afternoon, the midday sun had lost its scorching intensity. Qin Feng glanced at the time and dialed Liang's number. Gather your men and head to the nanny building. I'll be there shortly. After giving his instructions, Qin Feng hung up immediately and turned to Qin Shan. Let's go. We'll make a trip back to completely sever those ties to your past. Qin Feng took Qin Shan's hand and got into the car. He couldn't bear to leave Qin Shan alone at home, especially since that hellhole had inflicted immense psychological trauma upon her. Neither spiritual energy nor medicinal herbs could mend the wounds of the soul. Qin Feng hoped this approach would help Qin Shan sever her past and end the nightmares. Qin Shan clutched Qin Feng's hand tightly, as if this physical connection could grant her the courage she needed. Father and daughter arrived at the building, which was now completely surrounded by security. Brother Qin, I've taken care of everything. For the next 3 hours, we can do whatever we want in this building. Liang, ever the schemer, had already greased the right palms. After reporting the situation, he eagerly lit a cigarette for Qin Feng. Several henchmen approached from a distance, glancing at Qin Feng before turning to Liang. Boss Liang, it seems they've heard the commotion. They've all barricaded themselves inside. The subordinate's report infuriated Liang to no end. Are you stupid? We're not here to negotiate. Who cares if they open the door? Just smash it open. Liang roared in anger. Receiving the order, the men charged toward the building, each wielding steel pipes with fierce determination. They looked every bit the part of gangsters heading out to cause trouble, a swarming, chaotic mass. Chapter 64, showing their true colors. Don't hold back, go all out. Whatever happens, I'll take the fall. Liang bellowed at the crowd, seemingly eager for the chaos to escalate. Meanwhile, Qin Feng held Qin Shan's hand as they slowly approached the building. The thugs Liang brought along certainly knew how to make an entrance. Not a single window or glass door on the building's facade remained intact. Qin Feng stepped over the shards of glass and walked into the lobby. Every employee inside the building stood in the lobby, clubs in hand, facing off against Liang's men. Sister Lei's usual polished smile had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as if facing a formidable enemy. Mr. Qin, we can hand over Qin Shan to you. Everything can be wiped clean. There's no need to escalate this. After all, antagonizing Mr. Li wouldn't benefit you, would it? Sister Lei was no stranger to high-stakes situations, maintaining her composure to negotiate even now. But with matters having escalated to this point, Qin Feng showed no intention of backing down. You have no right to negotiate with me. I'm targeting Li Xianbing himself. And tell Li Xianbing this is just the first store. If he doesn't come out, I'll smash one store a day. Xin Feng wasted no words, laying out his demands plainly. He demanded Li Xianbing's appearance. Otherwise, he would destroy each store one by one until Li Xianbing was utterly ruined. What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear Brother Qin's orders? Get moving! Liang bellowed, leading the charge himself. He grabbed a club and charged straight for the signboard in the center of the hall. He was now embodying the role of a loyal henchman to the fullest. Seeing their boss take the lead, the other enforcers charged forward with renewed vigor. The dozen or so security guards in the hall stood no chance against the onslaught led by Liang and his crew. After all, they'd come prepared. These 70 or 80 men weren't pushovers. In the blink of an eye, the security guards were either fleeing or lying on the ground. The remaining ones were now targets for Liang and his crew to wreak havoc upon. After wrecking the first floor, they moved to the second. After the second, they stormed the third. Liang charged through like a raging bull, leading his crew through each floor, leaving no room untouched. In the lobby, Qin Feng sat on the sofa, exchanging occasional words with Qin Shan. Meanwhile, Sister Lei was sweating profusely on the sidelines, frantically tapping her phone. Liang's crew gave her no chance to negotiate. Every minute that passed meant massive losses for the nanny agency. Liang, drenched in sweat, led one group downstairs to drink water and rest while another group went back up to continue the demolition. 70 or 80 men worked in 3 shifts, determined to tear the entire building down. Brother Qin, this is absolutely exhilarating today. I've never liked that bastard Li Xianbing. Once we're done wrecking this place and renovating it, I plan to turn this building into a shopping mall. Liang drank water and wiped sweat from his brow while gesturing toward the building. It was as if the building already bore his name. Just as he was sketching out his blueprint with Qin Feng, over a dozen vans pulled up outside the building. A swarm of people surged toward the building, their numbers far outnumbering Liang's crew. Each one radiated a fierce, murderous aura. After all, the Li family was involved in the underworld. Their men were professional fighters, a far cry from what Liang and his crew could match. Mr. Qin, you insisted on escalating this. Now you must bear the consequences of your escalation. Sister Lei tucked away her phone, walked over to Qin Feng, and offered a faint smile. Brother Qin, what should we do? Should we retreat for now? I'll bring more men tomorrow. Liang set down his water cup, his resolve crumbling. Surveying the swarming crowd before him, Qin Feng merely slipped off his jacket and handed it to Qin Shan, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. It's fine. Keep smashing. Leave these people outside to me. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and walked out the door alone. Sister Lei watched his retreating figure, a sneer curling her lips. What a fool. He's asking for it. Boss Liang, is this guy crazy? Should we retreat first? The enforcer beside Liang stammered nervously, his fear evident. To say Liang wasn't panicking would be a lie. He pulled out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Follow Brother Qin's lead. You guys go up and smash it. I'll watch from here. Liang swallowed hard, ultimately choosing to trust Qin Feng. Though he said this aloud, his mind was already mapping out escape routes. Qin Shan clutched Qin Feng's jacket, her eyes filled with worry. At that moment, the only one whose heart remained calm was Qin Feng. Outside the building, an endless crowd had gathered not far from Qin Feng. Kid, get your ass in there and bring your people out. The scar-faced leader bellowed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly and shook his head. No need. I'm more than enough to handle a bunch of minions like you. Qin Feng's nonchalant demeanor and the smile on his face were nothing short of an insult to the scar-faced man. What kind of lunatic doesn't know when to quit? Brothers, charge. Take him down. The scarred leader bellowed, and the mob roared like a raging torrent, surging toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng watched them advance, his expression steady, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He channeled all his spiritual energy, causing his black robe to billow without a breeze. This was the first time he had summoned his entire spiritual energy since returning from the immortal realm. Qin Feng glanced at his fist. Seems I'm still only at the peak of foundation establishment. But that's more than enough to deal with a lot of you. As Qin Feng murmured, the mob closed in. Die. Scarface charged forward, his gleaming cleaver aimed straight for Qin Feng's chest. You insignificant scum dare challenge the divine sovereign. Qin Feng delivered a direct punch to the scarred man's body. Such formidable spiritual power is no match for a mere mortal's body. A single punch sent Scarface crashing unconscious to the ground. Propelled by the immense force amplified by boundless spiritual energy, his body flew backward like a soccer ball. In his flight, he mowed down swaths of thugs like wheat stalks in a windstorm. With just one punch, Qin Feng carved a gaping void through the densely packed crowd. Everyone standing behind Scarface, no matter how far away, collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the crowd tensed, gripping their clubs and blades tightly. Don't be afraid, brothers. There are so many of us, we'll wear him down. Charge! A shout rang out from somewhere, and the mob charged once more. Qin Feng moved like a ghost, his figure darting through the crowd. No one could pinpoint his location, only a flash of black light before their opponents collapsed. To Liang, Sister Lei, and the others, the scene was utterly bizarre. They watched as the thugs stumbled about as if drunk, collapsing one after another onto the ground. Within mere minutes, every last one lay sprawled on the ground, leaving only Qin Feng standing tall amidst the fallen. Holy, my brother Qin is a god. Chapter 65, Coming to Get Beaten. Liang stared blankly out the window, utterly dumbfounded. Sister Lei collapsed onto the sofa, utterly crushed. The combat prowess Qin Feng had displayed transcended anything human. The mental shock was even more profound than the sheer force of his physical prowess. Qin Feng surveyed the thugs sprawled haphazardly on the floor, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. He'd expected these men to put up some fight. They'd come in with such ferocity, yet proved utterly pathetic. Qin Feng strolled leisurely into the hall, took his coat from Qin Shan's hands, and slipped it back on. He glanced at the stunned Liang and the henchmen standing by, offering only a faint smile. What are you all standing around for? Keep smashing. No matter how many come, I'll handle them downstairs. Qin Feng accepted the clear tea Qin Shan offered with a smile, taking a leisurely sip. Liang, snapped out of his daze by Qin Feng's interruption, finally came to his senses. We'll follow Brother Qin's orders. Come on, keep smashing. Regaining his composure, Liang led the thugs back upstairs, launching a fresh wave of destruction. Qin Feng glanced at Sister Lei beside him, who was now completely stunned. Just call Li Xianbing directly. I won't stop until he shows up. Sending more people won't make a difference. Qin Feng pulled Qin Shan back to the sofa. Sister Lei was now utterly defeated. She had no choice but to dial Li Xianbing's number and explain the situation. Li Xianbing moved with lightning speed. The moment the call ended, a car sped straight toward the building. Brother Qin, they're coming over. Should I take care of that Li Xianbing right now? Liang gripped the stick in his hand and whispered to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't respond, merely shaking his head slightly. If he truly intended to take action, dealing with someone like Li Xianbing wouldn't require Liang to prove himself. But when the car door opened, the person stepping out wasn't Li Xianbing, it was his son, Li Wen. Seeing Qin Feng, he didn't give him a friendly look. Striding confidently into the hall, Li Wen frowned at the wreckage strewn across the floor. Qin Feng, you've got some nerve. Do you really think no one can handle you? Li Wen held no regard for Qin Feng. Even though Qin Feng had given him a thorough beating last time, in his mind, it didn't change the fact that Qin Feng was merely a son-in-law. In his eyes, the Li family was an entity Qin Feng wasn't even worthy of acknowledging. What brings you here? Qin Feng looked at Li Wen, unable to take him seriously. Didn't you call threatening my father to come here? Do you really think someone like you deserves my father's personal attention? I'm here to negotiate on his behalf. Spit it out if you have something to say. Li Wen sat on the sofa, legs crossed, clearly unaware of his precarious situation. The others surrounded Li Wen. Qin Feng towered over him, snatched the cigarette from Li Wen's mouth, and flicked it to the floor. You think you're worthy of speaking to me? Get lost and have your old man come himself. Qin Feng kicked the sofa, sending Li Wen crashing backward onto the floor. Humiliated in front of everyone, Li Wen scrambled to his feet. Qin Feng, you really don't know your place, do you? You're nothing but a lowly son-in-law. Just because you've been riding on Lin Liang's coattails for a few days, you think you can negotiate with my father? Chest puffed out, Li Wen stood surrounded by enemies, yet wore an expression that suggested no one dared touch him. Qin Feng watched Li Wen's arrogant display, slowly backing away a few steps. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Seems he hasn't grasped the situation yet. You lot help him see clearly. As Qin Feng finished speaking, Liang began waving the stick in his hand, a cruel grin spreading across his face. What do you want? What do you want? I came here to negotiate. You can't hit me. You. Before Li Wen could finish his sentence, Liang smashed the stick into his face. Amidst Li Wen's agonized screams, the others swung their clubs without mercy. Stop! Stop! I'm Li Xianbing's son. How dare you? Li Wen was beaten into a daze. He never imagined these men would be so brazen. After all, he was Li Xianbing's son, they should have shown him some respect. But now it was clear they didn't give a damn about his father. Who gives a damn about your father, Li Xianbing? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Liang paid no heed, delivering blow after blow with no mercy. They'd just witnessed Qin Feng's capabilities. Not just one Li Xianbing, even 10 of them wouldn't faze them. And certainly not Li Xianbing's son. Only when Li Wen's cries for help grew fainter did Qin Feng wave his hand, signaling the others to stop. Li Wen now lay sprawled on the ground, his face a bruised and swollen mess, unconscious. Brother Qin, we might have gone a bit too far. With him looking like that, he probably won't be able to go back and report this now, huh? Liang scratched his head awkwardly as he looked at the collapsed Li Wen. It's fine. Throw Li Wen on the back of the bike. You take him to see Li Xianbing. Qin Feng glanced at Sister Lei beside him, granting her a pardon. The henchman tossed Li Wen into the car like a dead dog. Sister Lei, now pardoned, hurriedly climbed into the driver's seat and sped away. Brother Qin, you let them all go. Will Li Xianbing still come? Liang watched the car fade into the distance, a look of concern creasing his brow. Their operation today was no small affair. If they made such a huge commotion only for Li Xianbing to never show his face, all their efforts would be wasted. Qin Feng watched the car disappear from sight, a confident smile spreading across his face. Don't worry. After all these years in the underworld, Li Xianbing must have some backbone. We wrecked his business and beat up his son. If he can still hold back, he'll have no face left to operate in Shenyang City. Qin Feng waited confidently for Li Xianbing's appearance. This wasn't about psychological warfare against Li Xianbing. It was simply that in the underworld, reputation and face mattered above all else. If you let someone destroy your home and beat your son without so much as a peep, how could you ever command respect again? Who in the underworld would still regard Li Xianbing as their boss? The situation unfolded exactly as Qin Feng predicted. Within half an hour, an imposing Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance. Several burly bodyguards stepped out and opened the doors. Only then did today's main man, Li Xianbing, finally emerge from upstairs. Surveying the wreckage in the hall, his face betrayed not a flicker of emotion. Qin Feng, we have no grudges between us, do we? Why push things to this point? Li Xianbing frowned, confronting Qin Feng with his question. Mr. Li, that's quite an interesting statement. Could it be that you've already forgotten what happened 5 years ago? Qin Feng grinned at Li Xianbing, offering a gentle reminder. Chapter 66, Within 10 Steps. Li Xianbing stared at Qin Feng, whose expression remained relaxed, his brow furrowing as his fists gradually clenched. That traitor must have leaked something to you. Bring him in here. Li Xianbing roared furiously. The shaven-headed man, already beaten to a pulp, was dragged in and thrown onto the floor. Brother Qin. I didn't betray you. The bald-headed man lay sprawled on the floor, blood streaming down his face. He turned his gaze toward Qin Feng and murmured with his last ounce of strength. Seeing the man before him, Qin Feng felt a slight stir in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Xianbing's hatred for the bald-headed man had reached its peak. He wanted nothing more than to flay him alive. If not for a single remark Ping Tu Wang made at the KTV, Qin Feng would never have come after him. It could be said that all the enmity between the two men had begun with the bald-headed king. If not for this traitor, we'd never have clashed at all. Today, I'll make everyone witness the consequences of betraying me. Li Xianbing glared at Qin Feng, scheming to make an example of him. He planned to torture the flat-top king to death in the most brutal way possible, forcing those present to witness just how terrifying he could be. Guards! Light his sky lantern. Li Xianbing glared at Qin Feng, his teeth clenched as he spat out the order. At the words light the sky lantern, everyone present recoiled in horror. Traditionally, burning someone alive meant wrapping them in hemcloth, soaking it in oil, then setting them alight headfirst with feet pointing upward. The victim would burn to death slowly, like a candle, a punishment of the utmost cruelty. Whether Li Xianbing had ever actually carried out sky lantern burning remained a mystery. However, multiple charred corpses had been discovered in areas where Li Xianbing had previously been active. Seeing today's spectacle, the rumors circulating outside were likely true. Li Xianbing was thoroughly satisfied as he observed the fear etched on several faces and their hesitant retreat. Lighting sky lanterns? Li Xianbing, oh Li Xianbing, you really think you're some kind of local warlord? Qin Feng stared at Li Xianbing, whose face was twisted with ferocity. Instead of retreating, he stepped closer. What? Aren't you afraid? Li Xianbing frowned at Qin Feng, who had stepped right up to him. No one touches little Wang today. Qin Feng stood in front of the unconscious Ping Tu Wang, shielding him behind him. The two men faced off, ostensibly over Ping Tu Wang, but in reality, it was a showdown between them. What are you standing around for? Kill that traitor. Li Xianbing barked the order again at his men behind him. Damn it, look at the numbers. How dare you put on airs? Liang met Li Xianbing's gaze without flinching. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was no small matter. If it came to blows, Liang's crew could kick Li Xianbing's ass with a single kick each. Surveying the crowd before him, Li Xianbing showed no trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, a hint of contemptuous amusement flickered there. What era do you think this is? Do you really believe numbers alone constitute any kind of skill? Do you really think a little martial arts skill makes you something special? As he uttered the latter part, Li Xianbing's gaze grew even more defiant. Qin Feng observed his arrogant demeanor and knew this guy must have something up his sleeve. Li Xianbing, cut the act, will you? If you've got skills, show them. Don't just spout empty threats. With Qin Feng in front and his numbers behind him, Liang was now utterly inflated with arrogance. Fine. Since you're so eager to see, I'll give you what you want. Guys, bring out the weapons. At Li Xianbing's command, 7 or 8 henchmen behind him drew weapons from their robes. They were all black handguns. At Li Xianbing's command, the dark muzzles all locked onto Liang and his group. The sheer force of the firearms sent Liang and his group reeling backward, cold sweat instantly beading on their foreheads. Even with their numbers, they feared these things. Even if Qin Feng was a skilled fighter, he couldn't withstand a single bullet. The more Liang thought about it, the more terrified he became, retreating shakily backward. You actually have guns. You have guns. Liang was utterly terrified. He had only just become president, reveling in his life of arrogance, and certainly didn't want to meet his end here. Seeing Liang's terrified expression, Li Xianbing's face twisted into a maniacal grin. As everyone else retreated, only Qin Feng remained standing before Li Xianbing. You really think this thing makes you invincible? Li Xianbing, the moment you drew your weapon, your fate was sealed. You won't be leaving here alive today. Qin Feng faced the gun barrel without flinching. You're kidding me, aren't you? No matter how skilled you are with your fists and feet, can you really withstand a bullet from me? Li Xianbing, seeing the faint smile on Qin Feng's face, was utterly enraged. He drew his own pistol from his coat, pressing the cold muzzle against Qin Feng's forehead. The cool touch made Qin Feng frown slightly. I don't like people pointing this thing at me. Qin Feng frowned, muttering the words with evident distaste. The moment those words left his mouth, every face in the room shifted. Li Xianbing's henchmen all looked stunned. No matter how formidable someone might be normally, would end up on their knees begging for mercy the moment a gun was pointed at them. Qin Feng was the only one they'd ever seen who dared to speak so boldly while facing a gun barrel. Meanwhile, Liang's men all gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. This was the kind of man they truly admired from the bottom of their hearts. Watching Qin Feng's unabashedly arrogant demeanor, Liang found himself utterly captivated. My Qin brother is a true god. He's not even flustered. If I had another life, I'd definitely be a man like my Qin brother. He's just too awesome. Liang kept uttering these praises, yet his body was still retreating. Admiration aside, they were all afraid of death. Are you seriously not afraid of dying? Li Xianbing felt a flicker of panic as he realized even a pistol couldn't intimidate Qin Feng. After all, drawing a gun and firing it were two entirely different matters. He thought drawing his gun would scare Qin Feng into begging for mercy on his knees, ending the matter there. But if he actually fired, the consequences would be far more difficult to handle. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never shoot someone dead in front of so many witnesses. But now that the pistol was drawn, Qin Feng simply didn't seem to care. This left Li Xianbing torn. Drawing a gun was easy, but holstering it was hard. With things having escalated this far, he didn't want to shoot, but holstering the gun would be too humiliating. He stood there, gun raised, unsure what to do next. Qin Feng, don't you think about your wife and daughter? Are you really not afraid I'll shoot you dead? Li Xianbing continued his threats, hoping to make Qin Feng back down. Qin Feng smiled faintly, a trace of calmness flickering in his eyes. Beyond 10 paces, you have a chance. Within 10 paces, you stand no chance. Chapter 67, The True Culprit Behind the Scenes. Qin Feng's words were nothing short of brazen arrogance. It wasn't merely a display of fearlessness toward Li Xianbing. It was a declaration that even in this situation, Qin Feng still held the upper hand. Qin Feng, you think I won't shoot? Li Xianbing was utterly enraged, his raging fury slowly devouring his reason. Brother Qin, hold your tongue. Li Xianbing is a real killer. Liang whispered tremulously into Qin Feng's ear. Li Xianbing was teetering on the edge of losing control. If Qin Feng kept provoking him, if he fired, the consequences wouldn't fall on him alone. Qin Feng, don't push your luck. You'd better listen to your lackey here, or I can't guarantee your safety. Li Xianbing, having overheard Liang's words, continued to threaten Qin Feng. But Qin Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged, still as calm and composed as ever. He lowered his gaze and glanced at Li Xianbing. You think you can solve this without firing a shot? I advise you to stop dreaming. If you've got the guts, shoot. If not, crawl over to the table and talk properly. Qin Feng showed no mercy, his words cutting straight to Li Xianbing's core, laced with even greater provocation. Exposed, Li Xianbing's face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Feng's words only fueled his anger. He completely lost control, smoothly chambering around in his pistol. You want to die, huh? Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Veins bulged on Li Xianbing's forehead as his finger pulled the trigger without hesitation. This action sent Liang and the others scattering in panic. Only Qin Feng stood immovable. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had slowed down. Qin Feng's heightened senses, amplified by his spiritual energy, were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The instant Li Xianbing's killing intent crystallized, Qin Feng had already sensed it. His hand shot out to grab the muzzle. The instant Li Xianbing's fingers tightened to pull the trigger, Qin Feng's hand had already seized the muzzle. The force unleashed by the full circulation of spiritual energy was far beyond what a steel barrel could withstand. Just as the bullet was about to leave the barrel, Qin Feng's grip crushed the black muzzle into a knot. With a deafening bang, the pistol exploded. Sparks flew, mingled with shards of metal, blowing Li Xianbing's palm to a bloody pulp. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire hall. Li Xianbing and the others, who had been crouching with their heads down, all looked up in confusion. Wait, that wasn't Brother Qin's voice. Did it miss? Boss Liang, if it had hit him, Brother Qin probably wouldn't be able to scream at all, right? The enforcers murmured among themselves as they gathered closer, finally taking in the scene before them. Qin Feng stood motionless in the same spot, towering like a mountain. The arrogant Li Xianbing clutched his blown-apart palm, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Qin Feng tossed the ruined firearm to the ground with disdain. Anyone else want to try? See if you can take me down from 10 paces? Qin Feng's gaze swept over Li Xianbing's henchmen. Though armed, they all took 2 steps back. While Ao Liang and the others hadn't seen it, he had. Qin Feng had crushed the pistol bare-handed at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. He was literally faster than a bullet. Holy crap, Brother Qin, you're seriously unreal. You're a god. Staring at the mangled pistol on the ground, Ao Liang could think of no other words besides marveling at Qin Feng's godlike prowess. Li Xianbing, can we sit down and talk properly now? Qin Feng smiled at Li Xianbing, his expression as calm as ever. Put them away. Everyone, put your guns away. Li Xianbing regained his composure slightly and waved his left hand. All the henchmen hastily holstered their weapons and rushed over to bandage his wounds, terrified of becoming the next Li Xianbing. The reason Li Xianbing didn't order his men to shoot Qin Feng was because he chose to abandon resistance. Because Qin Feng's speed could outpace bullets. At this distance, even if they could have shot him dead with a hail of bullets, Qin Feng could easily take them all out before meeting his own end. Li Xianbing trembled as he steadied himself against the sofa to sit down. Only then did Qin Feng take a seat across from him. Li Xianbing, I have only 3 questions for you. Answer correctly, and you may leave unharmed. Answer incorrectly, and you'll likely stay here today. Even in this dire situation, Qin Feng spoke with bold confidence. Li Xianbing had lost his earlier arrogance. Wiping away cold sweat, he nodded. 5 years ago, I was carrying a sum of money when I was ambushed and robbed. Was that your doing? Qin Feng cut straight to the chase, addressing the ultimate mystery that had caused his disappearance for 5 years. Li Xianbing lit a cigarette and nodded. Alright, second question, why did you try to kill me? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Li Xianbing's eyes. The slightest hint of deception would be immediately detected. You were carrying that much money back then, obviously because... Without hesitation, Li Xianbing exhaled smoke and began to speak. Li Xianbing, think carefully before you speak. If it was just about that money, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. Qin Feng had long seen through this guy's intentions and cut him off directly. If Li Xianbing had truly risked his life for that money back then, he would have died the night he met with Ping Tu Gu. Li Xianbing knew he couldn't fool Qin Feng and hesitated. I don't have time for your deliberations. Speak. Qin Feng barked the order. He wasn't about to give Li Xianbing time to spin lies or concoct excuses. Hired killers. Once you take someone's money, you have to get the job done. That's why I went after you. After a long moment of contemplation, Li Xianbing finally revealed the truth. Qin Feng's brows furrowed upon hearing this. It seemed the mystery behind all this was indeed as he had suspected, shrouded in layers of complexity. The Mu family couldn't have hired the hitman. Even if they truly wanted him dead, they would never have allowed him to carry such a large sum of money. After all, the Mu family had fallen to its current state precisely because of that lost money. Therefore, there was a greater mastermind behind all this. One last question, who is the mastermind behind this contract killing? As Qin Feng uttered these words, Li Xianbing's cigarette fell from his hand onto the floor. His complexion, which had just begun to relax, instantly turned deathly pale. Qin Feng, I truly cannot say. If I speak, I will surely die. Li Xianbing looked at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with a hint of pleading. The deep-seated terror in his eyes was 100 times more intense than the moment the pistol had misfired. If you don't speak now, you die now. Qin Feng declared, flicking a pebble from his fingers. The pebble whizzed past Li Xianbing's ear and embedded itself in the stone wall behind him. That depth was far beyond what even a bullet could achieve. Talk. Qin Feng barked again. Li Xianbing sighed deeply. Fine, I'll talk. It's the Qin family from Jiangbei City. Chapter 68, The Qin Family of Jiangbei. As the words left Li Xianbing's mouth, a look of relief washed over his face. For Qin Feng, this revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. It was that Qin family from Jiangbei City, again a name he'd heard before. Ling Moran had kindly warned him before, but at the time, he'd dismissed it as mere coincidence. Little did he expect the coincidence to be this profound. Still reeling in shock, Qin Feng hadn't noticed the identical expression on Qin Shan's face beside him. Qin Feng, I've told you everything you wanted to know. May I leave now? Li Xianbing was helped to his feet. He cast a faint glance at Qin Feng before turning and walking toward the exit on his own. His shuffling gait and hunched back seemed to age him decades in an instant. Brother Qin, you just let him go like that? Ao Liang looked at Qin Feng with a troubled expression, utterly baffled. Today had been a roller coaster of highs and lows, life and death. After all this commotion, they just let Li Xianbing walk away? What else did you expect? This building will be yours tomorrow. Qin Feng gestured toward the dilapidated lobby and muttered to Ao Liang. He saw no need to demand anything from Li Xianbing over this. Given the murderous grudge between them, sparing his life and demanding a building in return was hardly unreasonable. Take Ping Tu Wang to the hospital. Make sure he gets proper treatment. Qin Feng gestured toward the unconscious Ping Tu Wang on the floor before leading a distracted Qin Shan out of the building. Ah Liang nodded repeatedly with a smile. After all, he'd just scored an entire skyscraper. The cost of saving a life was a trifle he couldn't care less about. Moreover, witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying power today, it only solidified his belief that he'd latched onto the right powerful figure. Qin Feng returned to the villa with Qin Shan, sinking into deep thought as he sat on the sofa. He had thought that once Li Xianbing revealed the truth, all the mysteries would be solved. But unexpectedly, not only had his doubts not been dispelled, they had only deepened. He bore the surname Qin, and the Qin family of Jiangbei City also bore the surname Qin. Could it be that he truly shared some familial connection with the Qin family? Judging by Ling Moran and Li Xianbing's reactions, this Qin family of Jiangbei City was definitely no ordinary entity. They were likely a force to be reckoned with, wielding immense power and influence over the region. But with such a formidable family backing them, how could his parents have never mentioned a single word? And how could they have died from illness simply because they couldn't afford medical treatment? One question after another swirled around Qin Feng like a whirlpool, leaving him utterly baffled. Dad, you really shouldn't dwell on it. Xiao Nan and the others will be back soon. We should just act normal. Qin Shan glanced at the setting sun outside and offered a gentle reminder to Qin Feng. If Mu Qing saw them like this now, she'd surely be worried sick again. It's nothing serious. Let's cook together today, just you and me. A smile returned to Qin Feng's face as he headed into the kitchen to start preparing. By the time Mu Qing brought Xiao Nan home, a table laden with delicacies was already set. What kind of holiday is it today? Why such a lavish spread? Mu Qing was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of dishes. Xiao Nan, ever the good girl, washed her hands and sat down at the table, ready to dig in. Xiao Nan, no being rude. Today marks Sister Xiaoshan's official welcome into our family. She should eat first. Qin Feng teased as he watched Xiao Nan lift her chopsticks. Xiao Nan picked up a piece of braised pork, her little eyes darting around excitedly. Who said I was going to eat it? I'm serving sister. Dad's accusing me unfairly. Xiao Nan placed the pork in Qin Shan's bowl and stuck her tongue out at Qin Feng. The whole room erupted in laughter. The family's joyful laughter seemed to sweep away all the lingering clouds of mystery and worry. As midnight silence fell, Qin Feng embraced Mu Qing, about to drift off to sleep, when the phone by the bed began to vibrate. Qin Feng quickly muffled the sound with his hand before glancing at the caller ID. It was Ah Liang. Ah Liang never called him directly. He knew Qin Feng hadn't yet confessed their relationship to Mu Qing. He had always been cautious, only ever calling Ah Liang when he needed something. A call this late meant something serious had happened. He walked to the living room, ensuring the upstairs bedroom couldn't hear, before answering the call. What's wrong? Why are you calling me now? Did something happen to Xiao Wang? Qin Feng voiced his suspicion into the phone. Brother Qin, Li Xianbing is dead. Ah Liang's voice was low, but it sent a sudden buzzing sensation through Qin Feng's mind. He knew exactly who Li Xianbing was. He had to go through hell and back just to track him down. But now he was dead? This calmness felt downright suspicious. What happened? Have you investigated it thoroughly? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. The scene was cleaned up thoroughly. Not a single trace was found. Definitely the work of a pro. Brother Qin, do you think this could be connected to that Qin family from Jianbeiqing we talked about earlier today? Ah Liang's voice trembled slightly. This fear was precisely what drove him to call in the dead of night. Ah Liang might bully the weak and fear the strong, but he was no pushover. From Li Xianbing's reaction earlier that day, he knew this so-called Qin family from Jianbeiqing was no ordinary bunch. Li Xianbing had spoken during the day, only to die that very night and in such a mysterious manner. If that boss came after him, how could he, Ah Liang, possibly stand a chance against Li Xianbing's gun-toting bodyguards? It's okay, don't worry. They won't come after you. If they really intended to take you down, you wouldn't have had the chance to call me in the first place. Qin Feng's words finally eased Ah Liang's tension. Alright, brother Qin. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. Little Wang has woken up. When you have time, I'll come pick you up so you can see him. Ah Liang's voice returned to its usual cheerful tone. He praised Qin Feng a few more times before hanging up. He was naturally delighted. Now that Li Xianbing had died without anyone noticing. That meant starting tonight, the city of Xunyang would be entirely under his control. Sitting in the living room, Qin Feng lit a cigarette. Taking out Li Xianbing so quietly was child's play for him. But Li Xianbing's cunning nature was like a sly rabbit with 13 burrows. That he could be eliminated so swiftly and silently. This proved that their most terrifying weapon wasn't raw power, but their pervasive network of infiltration. If they decided to target him, Mu Qing, Xiao Nan, Qin Shan, he had no way to restrict their freedom. The slightest breach would lead to consequences he could never bear. Ding! As Qin Feng was deep in thought, a text message arrived on his phone. The message was brief, yet it sent shockwaves through Qin Feng. Unknown number, tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., alone, Dragon Cat Cafe in the city center, Jiangbei City, Qin family. This brief message sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine. That these people could track down his phone number so quickly and openly sign their message like this. It revealed the immense power and confidence behind them. Gazing at the bright moon outside the window, Qin Feng murmured to himself, just what kind of entity is the Qin family of Jianbeiqing? Chapter 69, The Prodigy Girl. With this unease weighing on him, Qin Feng lay awake until dawn, unable to find rest. Fortunately, as a cultivator, a night of meditation and self-cultivation left him feeling more refreshed than if he had slept. He arranged for Mu Qing to go out and had Qin Shan take Xiaonan to kindergarten for the day. Qin Feng couldn't bear to leave Qin Shan home alone. Xiaonan, however, was overjoyed at the prospect of going to school with Qin Shan, dancing and clapping with delight. After sending off his family, Qin Feng checked the time and hurried to the location specified in the text message. The downtown area was bustling even at dawn, peak commuter hour with crowds of people and traffic snaking like a dragon. It took Qin Feng a while to locate the cafe. He took a seat by the window in a conspicuous spot and waited quietly for his target to appear. He waited until 9 o'clock in the morning, but the person still hadn't shown up. Qin Feng dialed the number repeatedly, but the calls went unanswered. What the hell is going on? Could this be some kind of prank? The absurd thought drifted through Qin Feng's mind. He casually glanced over and noticed a middle-aged man across the street reading a newspaper, occasionally stealing glances in his direction. The man had been sitting there since Qin Feng had ordered his coffee, and he was still there now. The middle-aged man was also highly alert. He seemed to notice Qin Feng watching him and immediately put away his newspaper, walking away. Qin Feng slammed a 100 yuan bill on the table and immediately gave chase. His mind was now filled with suspicion. He'd rather make a mistake than let this slip away. Seeing Qin Feng emerge, the middle-aged man quickened his pace. This only solidified Qin Feng's suspicions. So he was here to recognize faces after all. Made me wait so long. Qin Feng muttered under his breath as he closed in on the man's heels. Unfortunately, the city center was too crowded. With so many people around, he couldn't reveal his abilities. After weaving through the throng, he finally cornered the middle-aged man in an alleyway. Stop running. You're from the Qin family of Jianbei City, right? You set up this meeting and then don't show up? For such a prominent family, is this all the guts you've got? Qin Feng grabbed the man by the collar, instantly sensing something was off. The man's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling with fear, hardly the demeanor of someone from a prominent family. Brother, I swear I wasn't trying to trick you. There was this guy in a suit with glasses who gave me 5,000 yuan to sit there and wait for you. The man pulled out 5,000 yuan in cash from his pocket, his eyes brimming with sincerity. This sent Qin Feng's temper flaring, making him want to punch the guy straight through the wall. Then why did you run when I chased you? It was them. They said if I ran and you didn't catch me, they'd give me another 5,000. The middle-aged man even held up 5 fingers as he spoke. Furious, Qin Feng shoved him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. He recalled the man in the coffee shop earlier, a suit and glasses guy with slicked back hair, sitting not far from his table. The moment he'd bolted out the door in pursuit, the man had seemed to flash a meaningful smile. Qin Feng finally understood he'd been completely played. All that spiritual power he possessed felt utterly useless now. Qin Feng, I finally caught up with you. Just as Qin Feng was seething with frustration, a woman's voice sounded from behind him. He turned to see none other than Ling Moran. You're not at the kindergarten. What are you doing here? Qin Feng was slightly startled by Ling Moran's sudden appearance. Seeing the frown on Qin Feng's face, Ling Moran couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Did the Qin family play a trick on you? Ling Moran's teasing tone caught Qin Feng off guard. Come on, let's head to that coffee shop to talk. Noting Qin Feng's confusion, Ling Moran offered no further explanation but simply pulled him toward the roadside cafe. Stepping back into the familiar cafe, Qin Feng glanced at the seat where the besuited man with the piercing eyes had been sitting. Indeed, he was nowhere to be seen. Principal Ling, how did you know I was here? And how did you know the Qin family tricked me? Qin Feng ordered 2 coffees, his gaze lingering on Ling Moran with lingering confusion. No need to call me principal. Just call me Moran. As for how I got this information, well, it's all inside information. Ling Moran smiled faintly, clearly not intending to be forthcoming. Could you tell me about this Qin family in Jiangbei City? Where exactly are they? What kind of influence do they have? Qin Feng didn't dwell on the earlier question. He just wanted to get to the bottom of this guy's background as quickly as possible. Jiangbei City is quite a distance from here. If Jiangbei is a major metropolis, then Xunyang City is but a small backwater. And the Qin family in Jiangbei City? They're among the top 3 families there. Ling Moran spoke of the Qin family with evident respect. Qin Feng pondered carefully and suddenly understood everything. For such a colossal entity, manipulating every nook and cranny of Xunyang City would be as easy as pie. Then why would they notice me? Why target me for elimination? Qin Feng stared at the only person present who knew about the Qin family, pressing for answers. I truly don't know about that. But matters concerning the Qin family aren't something I can meddle in. Then could you take me to the Qin family? Qin Feng looked at Ling Moran, pressing the issue further. To him, the Qin family or the Chu family didn't matter. His predicament lay in fighting enemies who operated in the shadows while he was exposed. Once he uncovered their ancestral home, with his divine sovereign power, everything in his path would be reduced to ashes. Well, there is an opportunity coming up. In a week, the Qin family will host a banquet in Jianbei City. Without an insider, no one can get into this banquet venue. Ling Moran's words were clearly laying out terms for Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't a pushover. Even without the Qin family matter, he had planned to assist Ling Moran after dealing with Li Xianbing. After all, Ling Moran had saved Xiao Nan and owed him a debt of gratitude. But now with the Qin family matter added to the mix, what was there left to hesitate about? I understand your meaning. Within 7 days, I'll handle everything for the Ling family. Qin Feng agreed decisively, and Ling Moran's face lit up with relief. Great, great. After 7 days, I promise you'll be invited to the Qin family banquet. And during this time, your family will be safe. Ling Moran pledged. Those two who had broken into the mansion earlier weren't Qin Feng's match. But with them protecting Qin Feng's family, ordinary experts wouldn't dare to harm them. Then it's settled. If you need anything, just give me a call. Seeing the matter settled, Qin Feng left his number and prepared to leave the cafe. Qin Feng, your family is actually fine. What you should be concerned about is that Qin Shan. Ling Moran spoke up, halting Qin Feng's departure. Qin Shan? What about her? Qin Feng frowned, concern flickering in his eyes. Ling Moran's expression turned serious at that moment. She's the prodigious young woman who fled the Qin family. They've been searching for her for 3 whole years. Chapter 70, The Path to Perfection. Ling Moran's words made Qin Feng frown slightly, but he didn't stop his departure. He understood Ling Moran's meaning all too well. Compared to himself, Qin Shan held far greater importance to the Qin family. If he handed Qin Shan over now, the Qin family might cease their relentless pursuit of him. But Qin Feng would not do such a thing, nor did he deign to consider it. To him, the so-called Qin family was nothing to fear. He was merely struggling to find a target. Once Ling Moran brought him to meet the so-called Qin family of Jianbei City, he would crush them beneath his feet just as he had done to Gongming. Stepping out of the coffee shop, Qin Feng saw it was still early. He headed toward the hospital, thinking he'd pay a visit to Ping Tu Wang. After all, this kid seemed decent enough to him now, at least more trustworthy than that good-for-nothing Liang. Entering the ward, Qin Feng immediately spotted Ping Tu Wang surrounded by 4 or 5 beauties, while Liang stood nearby grinning like a jerk. What's going on here? Such a lively scene? Qin Feng asked, surveying the noisy ward. Spotting Qin Feng, Ping Tu Wang quickly lifted his head slightly. Brother Qin, please tell Boss Liang to get these ladies out of here. I can't take it anymore. Ping Tu Wang pleaded with a pained expression. Liang also approached Qin Feng with a sly grin. Brother Qin, you specifically told me to take good care of him. I even hired 4 beautiful nurses, they're definitely looking after him perfectly. Liang bit into his apple, a smirk on his face. Alright. You all can leave now. We need to talk. Liang had only been joking, so he waved the 4 female nurses out of the ward. How's he doing? Feeling better? Qin Feng sat by the hospital bed and asked Wang Ping Tu. He actually had a decent impression of the bald-headed king, even feeling a hint of guilt. From start to finish, the guy had only managed to act cocky toward him a few times before being grilled into revealing the lead on Li Xianbing. From then on, the guy was either getting beaten up or on his way to getting beaten up. Brother Qin, the doctor says my life is saved, but this time, I might never walk again. Bald King's face was etched with bitterness. Qin Feng said nothing, merely nodding slightly before clasping the bald-headed king's hand. A thread of spiritual energy flowed into Ping Tu Wang's body, tracing every meridian with crystal clarity. From the perspective of modern medical technology, he truly had no hope of standing again in this lifetime. But before him, none of that mattered. It's fine. The doctor misdiagnosed it. This injury isn't serious. You'll be able to get out of bed in 3 or 4 days. Qin Feng released his grip and offered reassurance. Brother Qin, are you serious? A genuine smile finally spread across the bald-headed man's face at Qin Feng's words. Who's this kid bragging about nonsense? This condition is a lifelong disability. Saying you'll be fine in 3 or 4 days is pure bull. An old man in a white coat, his face creased with wrinkles, walked in from outside the door. It's you again, you old fossil. How dare you talk to my Qin brother like that? Liang, hearing him insult Qin Feng, immediately jumped up, ready to bite. What? You know him? Qin Feng turned to look at Liang. This guy's Wang's attending physician. Last time you gave me the prescription to find herbs, one of them was only available from this old codger. But no matter how much I offered, he refused to sell it. Liang pointed at the old doctor, his eyes filled with resentment. Old doctor, I say he'll be up and walking in 3 days, and he will be. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Qin Feng's mind raced as he calmly addressed the old doctor. Oomph. I've been practicing medicine for over 30 years. How could I possibly be outdone by a mere child like you? You just want my family's herbs, don't you? If you can truly make him stand, I'll hand them over willingly. If not, don't bother me again. Wu Zhongtian, thoroughly fed up with Liang's persistence, took the initiative to propose the wager. Fine, it's a deal. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Liang before turning to walk out. You're just leaving like that? Don't you need his medical report? Wu Zhongtian frowned as he watched Qin Feng walk away. It's fine. His minor ailment doesn't warrant such hassle. Qin Feng smiled faintly before turning and striding out of the ward with a flourish. Wu Zhongtian watched his retreating figure and shook his head. That young upstart utterly arrogant. Wu Zhongtian was the lead physician treating the bald king, and no one understood the patient's injuries better than he did. Not only were his external injuries severe, but his spinal nerves were critically damaged. It was sheer luck he hadn't become a vegetable. For Qin Feng to not only claim recovery but promise it within 3 days was nothing short of a pipe dream. Brother Qin, you weren't just joking with that old guy, were you? I've seen the king's scans, it's incredibly serious. Liang, stepping out of the hospital, looked at Qin Feng with confusion. Deliver these herbs to my villa. The rest is none of your concern. Qin Feng handed Liang another prescription. Don't worry, these herbs aren't particularly rare. You can buy them with money. Seeing Liang's furrowed brow, Qin Feng couldn't help but offer a warning. The formula for Qin Shan was meant to pull someone back from the brink of death. Whereas Ping Tu Wang only needed treatment for his injuries. The two prescriptions were on entirely different levels, and naturally, the rarity of the herbs required differed greatly. Alright, Brother Qin, head back to the villa and wait. I'll get this sorted and send it over right away. Liang hurried off with the prescription. He was also curious to see how Qin Feng would save Ping Tu Wang, eager to witness the outcome. Driven by curiosity, he arrived at the villa with all the herbs in under 2 hours. Brother Qin, I brought everything you asked for. This stuff is incredibly heavy. Liang struggled to carry a small cauldron weighing nearly 100 pounds with both hands. Seriously, Qin, what do you need this thing for? I could have gotten you an electric medicine stove instead. Liang grumbled incessantly as he carried it into the house. Watching his struggle, Qin Feng effortlessly took the cauldron with one hand and carried it straight to the backyard. Brother Qin, I've placed all the herbs here for you. I'll start the fire now. Liang hurriedly dashed back and forth, even gathering firewood. While he was busy, Qin Feng tossed all the herbs into the cauldron. Back in the immortal realm, alchemy had been second nature to him. But now that he was back on Earth, whether this alchemy would proceed smoothly. After all, the fundamental laws of the universe differed in each realm. A wisp of spiritual energy drifted out, instantly reducing the herbs within the cauldron to powder as they began to intertwine. Complex inscriptions flashed upon the cauldron's surface as a thread of heavenly Tao power descended from the heavens, crashing directly into the vessel. Chapter 71, Winning Hearts Through Virtue. This formless spiritual energy was utterly imperceptible to mortal eyes. It's done. Qin Feng murmured softly as he stood before the cauldron. An aroma of medicinal herbs instantly filled the entire courtyard. What's that smell? What is it that smells so good? Liang, who was gathering firewood, wrinkled his nose and sniffed the air repeatedly. Alright, put down that firewood. Qin Feng muttered as he pulled a jade bottle from his robe, carefully placing 3 emerald green pills from the cauldron into it one by one. Brother Qin, are you doing magic? How did you manage this without even lighting a fire? Liang stared at the pills in Qin Feng's hand, utterly fascinated. I have something to dissolve the herbs, so no fire is needed. Let's head to the hospital now. Qin Feng tucked the elixir away, and Liang drove him straight to the hospital. Brother Qin, we've got to give that old geezer a taste of his own medicine this time. Liang gritted his teeth as he drove. He'd even rehearsed the lines he'd use to humiliate Wu Zhongtian later. Before they knew it, they arrived at the hospital. At that moment, Wu Zhongtian was in the ward inquiring about Ping Tu Wang's condition for the day. It was mostly going through the motions before clocking out for the day. What brings you two here? Did you finally realize you were bragging and came to apologize? Wu Zhongtian regarded the returning pair with a faint look of disdain. Qin Feng observed the smug Wu Zhongtian, but out of respect for his age, he remained largely silent. But Liang was a different story. He'd been rebuffed countless times by Wu Zhongtian while trying to buy medicinal herbs, and his frustration had reached its peak. What the hell are you talking about, old man? We're here to treat Ping Tu Wang, get him discharged right now. Liang embodied the very essence of a bully. He loomed over Wu Zhongtian, eyes narrowed in defiance, standing on tiptoes to tower over him. Oomph. Still spouting nonsense here? I'll stay on duty all night if I have to. I'll stand right here and watch. I'll just watch the two of you greenhorns try to cure him. Wu Zhongtian tossed his white coat aside, crossed his arms, and stood in the corner. Having practiced medicine for so many years, he was already annoyed by Qin Feng's earlier remarks. Add to that Liang's bullying attitude, acting like a bully with someone else's authority, and even the 60-something Wu Zhongtian felt his temper rising. Qin Feng watched the two arguing endlessly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Wu Zhongtian had spent 50 years mastering medicine to save lives, and Qin Feng respected that deeply. But when it came to the art of alchemy, he couldn't explain it to Wu Zhongtian. All he could do was remain quiet and treat Ping Tush. He reached into his robe and pulled out a jade bottle, placing a pill in his palm. The moment the round, green pill appeared, the entire ward filled with a medicinal fragrance. The delicate fragrance even perked up Wu Zhongtian, who had been feeling drowsy in the afternoon. How could there be such an intense medicinal scent? Wu Zhongtian murmured softly. Just one pill. Take it. Qin Feng handed the pill to the bald-headed king. The bald-headed king popped the pill into his mouth and reached for water. But the round pill melted the moment it touched his tongue, sending a warm current rushing straight to his stomach. Before he could react, a burning sensation shot up his spine. Ah! Brother Qin, it hurts. Ping Tu Wang's brow furrowed, his face flushed crimson as sweat beaded on his forehead. What had started as a mere tingling sensation on his back gradually intensified into excruciating agony. It felt as though something was growing, writhing wildly within his flesh. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ping Tu Wang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. His reaction was exactly what Qin Feng had anticipated. This strengthening pill was originally used by cultivators to treat minor injuries. Though Ping Tu Wang's injuries were severe, he remained, after all, a mere mortal. The agony unleashed by such potent medicine was far beyond what a mere mortal could easily endure. Get out of my way. All of you, get out of my way. What the hell did you give him? If you kill him, can you take responsibility for that? Wu Zhongtian, witnessing the king's agony, immediately pushed Qin Feng and Liang aside. He rushed to check on the bald-headed king's condition. Ping Tu Wang grabbed Wu Zhongtian's collar with his free hand and ground out a sentence through clenched teeth. Brother Qin saved my life. If I die, you don't dare blame it on him. With that, the bald-headed man clenched his teeth and collapsed unconscious from the pain. The situation left Wu Zhongtian sweating profusely with anxiety. This was his patient, a man who had already been pulled back from the brink of death. If he were to die right before his eyes now, such a grave consequence would not only be difficult for the hospital to handle, but would also become a massive stain on his 50-year medical career. But no matter how thoroughly he examined him, he couldn't find anything physically wrong with Ping Tu Wang. Alright, let me take over. Qin Feng watched the sweating Wu Zhongtian, genuinely worried that any mishap might trigger a health crisis in the elderly doctor. Stepping beside the bald-headed man, he channeled a thread of spiritual energy into his body through his palm. A cool sensation instantly eased the searing pain, and Ping Tu Wang slowly opened his eyes. Brother Qin. Am I dead? Of course not. You're all better now. Liang, go handle the discharge paperwork. Qin Feng turned to instruct Liang, quickly dismissing him. Otherwise, once the bald-headed king got up, who knew what kind of trash talk he'd spew about Wu Zhongtian? The old man was already emotionally unstable. If he encountered Liang's extremely sharp tongue, he might just die of anger on the spot. After Liang left, Ping Tu Wang slowly pulled himself up, gripping the bed rail. He gave his waist a twist, feeling brimming with energy. Brother Qin, this is incredible. I feel stronger than ever. Bald-headed Wang stared at his legs in disbelief. He even did a somersault in place. The elixir had not only healed his injuries, but its lingering potency was nourishing his body. As he landed, a huge grin spread across his face. Meanwhile, Wu Zhongtian in the corner stood frozen, his mouth agape. This can't be possible. It's not real, I must be dreaming. Wu Zhongtian kept rubbing his eyes and even slapped himself twice to verify if it was real. Holy crap, Brother Qin, you're a god. When Ping Tu Wang did his somersault, he was spotted by Liang, who had just returned. Liang was utterly stunned. Turning to see the slap marks on Wu Zhongtian's face, a mischievous grin spread across his lips. Young man, what kind of medicine did you give him? I've been practicing medicine for 50 years, and I've never seen such a miracle cure. At that moment, Wu Zhongtian became extremely humble and eager. Old man, here's the prescription. Take it back and practice it. It's very effective for treating external injuries. Qin Feng showed no trace of arrogance. Instead, he pulled out the prescription and handed it to Wu Zhongtian. Though he lacked spiritual energy, following this formula could still yield about 30% of its intended effect. For treating ordinary injuries, it could cure the ailment completely. Gazing at the prescription in his hands, tears streamed down Wu Zhongtian's aged face. He knelt abruptly before Qin Feng with a thud. Chapter 72, Fellow Realm Dwellers. Master Wu, what are you doing? Please rise. Qin Feng hurriedly reached out to help Wu Zhongtian up. He held deep respect for veteran physicians like Wu Zhongtian. Young man. I am outmatched in skill. I am outmatched in virtue. Wu Zhongtian instantly broke down in tears. Qin Feng's miraculous healing left Wu Zhongtian feeling utterly inadequate. And the moment he handed over the prescription was the final blow that defeated Wu Zhongtian completely. Wu Zhongtian kept wiping away tears, his heart churning with emotion. Qin Feng had offered him a high price for the herbs, all to save lives, yet Wu Zhongtian had clung to his precious medicinal plants, unwilling to part with them. In contrast, Qin Feng had set aside past grievances and freely offered such a precious prescription. The difference in their medical skill and moral character was starkly evident. "Young friend, come with me home. I'll get you the herbs, I'll give you all of them." Wu Zhongtian clutched Qin Feng's hand tightly, pulling him out of the hospital. A Liang and Wang the Bald followed silently behind. How old is this old man anyway? Why is he crying? It makes me feel awkward even scolding him. A Liang scratched his head, muttering in exasperation. Riding in A Liang's car, the group arrived at Wu Zhongtian's residence. It was a very old neighborhood, its exterior walls peeling with dampness. Yet every balcony was piled high with green plants, giving it a surprisingly pleasant appearance. As Wu Zhongtian walked through the neighborhood, everyone he passed greeted him warmly. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt deeply impressed. In contemporary society, being a doctor was an extremely lucrative profession. After practicing medicine for 50 years, Wu Zhongtian still lived in such a dilapidated neighborhood. The way people greeted him showed he had an excellent reputation. "Come on in, young Qin. Sit down quickly, I'll fetch your herbs right away." Wu Zhongtian placed the prescription into a box as if it were a treasure, then went to fetch the herbs. A Liang, Bald Wang, and the others wandered around the room. "Holy, there's someone lying down in there." A Liang's startled exclamation drew Qin Feng's attention too. Peering through the door crack, they saw a woman in white lying in the cramped bedroom. Even A Liang's startled cry failed to rouse her. "That's my granddaughter. She's been suffering from a strange illness and has been unconscious for 7 years now. Alas, it's my failure." Wu Zhongtian handed the herbal medicine to A Liang, then sat down nearby, shaking his head and sighing. Through conversation, they learned this was Wu Zhongtian's granddaughter, Wu Qian. She had contracted a strange illness as a child, remained incurable, and had been in a coma ever since. All these years, Wu Zhongtian had devoted himself to mastering medical arts solely to cure his granddaughter. Yet now, as life neared its end, he remained utterly helpless. He hadn't even been able to identify the nature of her illness. "Master Wu, if you don't mind, I could take a look." Qin Feng looked at Wu Zhongtian and offered the suggestion with a smile. He was more than willing to lend a hand to this venerable doctor who had dedicated his life to healing others. Moreover, the moment he entered the room, he sensed something was amiss. He also found himself intrigued by the unconscious girl. "Really? Young friend, you know internal medicine? Please, come in. Come in." Wu Zhongtian was utterly impressed by Qin Feng. Though older than him, Wu Zhongtian now behaved like a student in Qin Feng's presence. Qin Feng placed his finger on Wu Qian's pulse, sending a thread of spiritual energy into her body. The moment Qin Feng entered Wu Qian's body, his eyes widened in shock and he instinctively pulled his hand back. Seeing Qin Feng's sudden movement, everyone froze in shock. "What's wrong, young friend? Is something amiss?" Wu Zhongtian looked at Qin Feng with concern. Cough, cough. "Nothing, nothing. I just feel a bit uncomfortable." Qin Feng quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and placed his fingers back on Wu Qian's pulse. This time, he was absolutely certain. Within Wu Qian's body lay an exceptionally dense concentration of spiritual energy. Moreover, this spiritual energy was continuously expanding, yet Wu Qian's body couldn't absorb it at all. Could it be that Wu Qian, like himself, had also traveled here from that world? Qin Feng shook his head, immediately dismissing this absurd notion. She was Wu Zhongtian's granddaughter, raised from infancy by his family. How could she possibly be like him? Yet Qin Feng couldn't explain the situation before him. Qin Feng tentatively allowed his spiritual energy to make contact with hers. In an instant, the spirit energy, swollen to its absolute limit, surged toward Qin Feng's body as if it had found an outlet. Boom! As the spiritual energy surged in, a powerful gust swept through the room, making Qin Feng's robes flutter wildly. Wu Zhongtian hurriedly rose to close the window. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a faint light flickering within them. Just now, he had broken through the foundation establishment stage, restoring his strength to 40% of his previous power. To him, Wu Qian before him was nothing but a walking reservoir of spiritual energy. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Qin Feng was reeling in shock, Wu Qian gave a soft cough and opened her eyes. "Grandfather!" Wu Qian murmured softly. Wu Zhongtian, who had been closing the window, whipped his head around, his eyes wide with astonishment. Grandfather and granddaughter embraced each other deeply. Qin Feng finally understood what was happening. He didn't know how this girl could possess spiritual energy within her body. But this ceaselessly produced spiritual energy had overwhelmed her spiritual awareness, causing her to fall into a deep coma. By absorbing some of it just now, he had given her a moment to catch her breath, allowing her to regain consciousness. "Take this. Whenever you feel a headache coming on that might make you pass out again, hold this bottle in your hand." Qin Feng handed Wu Qian a small black vial engraved with octopus tentacles. This was a treasure Qin Feng had obtained in the immortal realm. It could absorb spiritual energy and condense it into crystals. As long as Wu Qian carried it daily, the spiritual energy within her body would be absorbed, eventually transforming into pure spirit crystals. After accepting Wu Zhongtian's heartfelt gratitude, after declining an invitation to stay for a meal, Qin Feng departed the neighborhood with A Liang and Bold Wang. Hey, Qin, is that old Wu guy for real? Practiced medicine for 50 years and still lives in this dump? A Liang frowned in disbelief, staring at his mud-splattered expensive leather shoes. Perhaps Wu Zhongtian embodies the true spirit of a healer. Qin Feng gazed back at the dilapidated buildings behind them, letting out a heartfelt sigh. A Liang dropped the two off at the villa before leaving. Bald-headed Wang, having no one to rely on and no place to call home, had no choice but to temporarily follow Qin Feng. He was profoundly grateful for Qin Feng's hospitality. But for Qin Feng, it was merely freeing up one room in his vast villa. After Muqing and the others returned, Qin Feng briefly introduced Ping Tu Wang to the family. Xiaonan accepted him without hesitation. As the household grew larger, the one most delighted by it all was this little one. Qin Feng, I have a major deal to negotiate in another province tomorrow. Can you come with me? After dinner, Muqing made this request for the first time. Qin Feng nodded without refusal. But he could never have imagined that tomorrow's events would become the spark that shook the entire city of Shenyang. Chapter 73, Zhongbei Workshop. The next morning, everything at home proceeded as usual. Qin Shan took Xiaonan to kindergarten, but this time, Ping Tu Wang tagged along. Nourished by the elixir, Ping Tu Wang's strength had undergone a quantum leap. 5 or 6 thugs and enforcers couldn't get anywhere near him for the time being. This gave Qin Feng greater peace of mind. Accompanying Mu Qing to the company, the scene before him left Qin Feng astonished. Mu Company now bore little resemblance to the place under Mu Shan's management. Every face bore a radiant smile of prosperity, and the company's workforce had doubled. Vitality permeated every corner, making the company's energy palpable. Where is that partner from another province you mentioned? Qin Feng surveyed the company's surroundings and asked curiously. Mu Qing was still changing clothes at that moment and didn't bother to hide from Qin Feng. Well, they're a major corporation from another province. Why would they come here? I booked them at a star-rated hotel. We need to pay them a visit and discuss business. After changing and applying light makeup, only then did she take Qin Feng out the door, heading toward the city's most luxurious hotel. After arriving and settling everything, Mu Qing and Qin Feng finally settled into the hotel's most secluded and luxurious private room, quietly awaiting the arrival of their business partner. The two sat idly in the private room for over an hour, but the other party never showed up. What kind of company is this, putting on such airs? Qin Feng glanced at the time with growing irritation, his patience nearly exhausted. Just wait a little longer. They should be here any minute now. Though Mu Qing felt uneasy too, she naturally possessed more patience than Qin Feng in the business world. Nearly another hour passed before Qin Feng stood up, ready to leave. Only then did the two men finally arrive, looking rather flustered. Ms. Mu, we're terribly sorry. We had some business to attend to and were delayed. With that announcement, a balding middle-aged man and a sharply dressed man in glasses entered together. They entered with faint smiles on their faces. But their expressions instantly soured when they saw the man seated beside Mu Qing. Ms. Mu, didn't we agree this was a business meeting? Why did you bring an outsider? The bald man eyed Mu Qing with a lecherous look, pointing at Qin Feng with a hint of disgust. Only now did Qin Feng understand why Mu Qing had insisted on bringing him along. Turns out these two weren't exactly upstanding citizens. What? Am I really getting in your way just by sitting here? What exactly are you here for, business or something else? Qin Feng stared at the two sleazy men, his gaze icy cold, his tone showing no indulgence whatsoever. He'd already been waiting for 2 hours, and his temper was flaring. But encountering scum like this only added fuel to the fire. Watch your tone. Do you realize you're the ones begging us for this partnership? If you don't know how to speak properly, get out. You're not welcome here. The bald man scolded Qin Feng in every way he could think of. His goal was to get Qin Feng to leave the private room. Please don't get angry, everyone. This is my husband, Qin Feng. He's here with me. Don't mind him. Seeing the tension escalate, Mu Qing could only offer an awkward smile as she tried to mediate. Though both men looked displeased, they eventually sat back down. The bespectacled man kept casting lingering glances at Mu Qing, scheming up who knows what mischief. Ms. Mu, I don't think the atmosphere here is ideal. Why don't the three of us head to a KTV? Maybe we'll get in the mood and sign the contract then? Knowing he couldn't get rid of Qin Feng, the bespectacled man suggested the three of them change locations. Faced with such an outrageous demand, Mu Qing confirmed the lewd thoughts lurking in both their minds. Qin Feng slammed his wine glass down on the table. If you two want to talk, talk properly. If not, get the hell out and stop wasting our time. Qin Feng glared at them, his tone icy. How dare you talk to me like that? Oh, you're Qin Feng, right? Just because you're connected to that Liang from Fushan Group, you think you can talk to me like that? The bald man looked at Qin Feng, a smirk of contempt curling his lips as if recalling something. Seeing the bald man's reaction, Qin Feng frowned slightly. This bald man clearly didn't hold Fu Xiang Group in high regard. Such a figure might hold some influence in other provinces. But why would a company of that caliber take an interest in a small firm that had only just begun to recover? This made Qin Feng wonder what the reason could be. Kid, I advise you to kowtow to my big brother and apologize, then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, if he loses his temper, forget about your company, the two of you won't even survive. Seeing Mu Qing still refusing to comply, the bespectacled man issued a direct threat. What a big mouth you have. Believe it or not, I'll make sure both of you vanish from this world today. Qin Feng sprang to his feet. This action instantly enraged the bald man. You think you're the only one who can lose his temper? Today I'll show you what real rage looks like. The bald man roared, raising his hand as if to overturn the table. Qin Feng abruptly reached out and pressed down on the tabletop. The bald man strained, but the table didn't budge an inch. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Is that the extent of your temper? Looks like yours isn't nearly as big as mine. Qin Feng finished speaking, then exerted a slight force with his right hand. The entire table toppled over onto the two men, spilling all the drinks and dishes across them. The two men, who had been so arrogant and cocky moments ago, now looked like vagrants crawling out of a garbage heap, utterly disheveled. The bald man was enraged beyond control. He kicked open the private room door with a single powerful stomp. Qin Feng, I swear I'll make you pay for this. The bald man roared, pulling his phone from his bag. The commotion had already drawn attention, and his shrieking instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers. People stood at the doorway, craning their necks to peer inside. The bald man, under the gaze of so many, felt his determination to assert his authority and regain his dignity surge even stronger. Just you wait. You wait. For the Wang family of Jiangbei City, taking down your backwater company is a piece of cake. The bald man's threats rang out with unshakable confidence. No sooner had he finished speaking than a woman's voice rang out from outside the door. When did the Wang family of Jiangbei City become so arrogant? Does that mean my Ling family is about to take over the world? Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Ling Moran. The bald man and his companion stumbled back in shock at Ling Moran's sudden appearance. Chapter 74, A Deal to Silence. The Ling family of Jiangbei City? Could you be that Ling family's female heir, Ling Moran? The bald man stared at Ling Moran, backing up 2 steps in fright. This left Mu Qing and Qin Feng standing nearby slightly taken aback. Mu Qing had always assumed Ling Moran was merely a kindergarten principal, never imagining she held this additional identity. Qin Feng, however, remained relatively composed. He had long known that Ling Moran was no ordinary person. He just hadn't expected him to be the heir to a family dynasty. It seemed this woman was more than just skilled in martial arts. The Wang family of Jiangbei City? What kind of small-time operation is that? They only dare flex their muscles in this little place called Chunyang City, huh? Ling Moran now seemed like a different person entirely, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Her words made it clear that the Wang family was nothing more than a minor player in Jiangbei City. It was only upon arriving in Chunyang City that they finally dared to flex their muscles. Little did they know they'd run into the colossus that was the Ling family. While the Ling family couldn't compare to the Qin family, pitted against this Wang family, it was like a camel encountering a lamb. Miss Ling, this is a business negotiation between our Wang family and the Mu Corporation. It shouldn't concern you, should it? The bald man's voice lacked conviction, stripped of his earlier arrogance. His unspoken message was clear: he wanted Ling Moran to stay out of this matter and spare him some face. But Ling Moran had a favor to ask of Qin Feng. Faced with such a situation, she certainly wouldn't stand idly by. I'm afraid I have no choice but to get involved. After all, you've offended my friend. Ling Moran fixed his gaze on Mu Qing and Qin Feng, his expression resolute and unwavering. This left Mu Qing looking at Qin Feng in confusion. Qin Feng, why is Principal Ling so protective of us? Mu Qing wondered. If it was merely because her child attended his kindergarten, such blatant favoritism seemed somewhat hard to justify. Perhaps it's because Principal Ling is simply someone who loves helping others. Qin Feng offered no further explanation, merely brushing it off with a vague remark. Now, Ms. Mu, if even the Ling family is your friend, why did you come to us, the Wang family? Isn't this just toying with us? The bald man now realized Mu Qing wasn't someone to cross, carefully using the formal you when addressing her. But this question left Mu Qing utterly baffled. She had no idea Ling Moran was the heir to the Ling family, much less that he had such a temper. Well, since you know Miss Ling, Mr. Mu, we won't disturb your gathering any longer. We'll take our leave now. Seeing the situation turn sour, the bespectacled man grabbed the bald man's arm and tried to pull him away. Hold on. After wasting so much of our time, you just plan to leave like this? Qin Feng called out to stop him. The two turned and glared at Qin Feng with hatred. What else do you want? The bald man glared at Qin Feng, struggling to suppress his rage. In his eyes, the Ling family was untouchable, and Ling Mrs. friend Mu Qing was untouchable. But this Qin Feng? They couldn't care less about him. What do I want? You know exactly what I want. An apology. Qin Feng glared at the pair and barked the demand coldly. The two exchanged a glance and decided to swallow their anger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they bowed their proud heads and offered a sincere apology. Only then did Qin Feng let them go. As the two bald men left the hotel, their hatred for Qin Feng reached its peak. Damn, today really sucks. Bro, something's fishy about this whole thing. Maybe we still have a shot with this Mu Qing. The bespectacled man glanced back at the hotel, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He was far smarter than the bald man. From Mu Qing's reaction earlier, he could tell their so-called friendship wasn't particularly close. Perhaps Ling Moran had simply stepped in to help someone in need. The two men left the hotel, whispering to each other, no doubt hatching another devious plan. Inside the hotel, the other three had moved to a different private room and were now chatting cheerfully. So you run a clothing company? Our firm has been exploring collaborations in that field recently. Why not sign a deal with you? Ling Moran looked at Mu Qing and casually proposed the partnership. This made Mu Qing beam with delight. Having just been disappointed by the collapse of her partnership with the Wang family, Mu Qing's eyes lit up at Ling Moran's words. But Qin Feng merely smiled at this situation. He understood perfectly well that this was Ling Moran's attempt to curry favor. Yet he didn't refuse such flattery either. After all, such a minor contract was but a drop in the bucket for the Ling family. In that case, I'll head back to the office to prepare the contract. Qin Feng, you stay here and chat with Principal Ling. Having finalized the contract, Mu Qing couldn't wait to return to the office. Alright, go ahead and get back to work. I'll take this opportunity to discuss Xiao Nan's recent performance at school with Mr. Qin. Ling Moran, this woman, she could lie without batting an eyelid. After Mu Qing left, Ling Moran quietly closed the door and turned to Qin Feng, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You shouldn't look at me like that. It's a bit scary. Qin Feng laughed and deliberately made a dodging motion. He hadn't forgotten Ling Moran's habit of suddenly trying to kiss people. Hearing his words, Ling Moran's cheeks flushed crimson, and she pressed her lips together in embarrassment. Am I really that scary? I'm not going to eat you. Ling Moran sat down in a chair, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. I just happened to be passing by today, so I gave you a hand. Otherwise, you'd probably have caused another scene here, wouldn't you? Hearing Ling Moran's words, Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. You just happened to pass by and saved those two. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten out of the hotel so easily. Qin Feng also lifted his teacup, teasing him with a smile. But what he said was the absolute truth. Had Ling Moran not appeared today, those two troublemakers would have certainly walked out with their tails between their legs. Alright, let's not dwell on that. The favor I need from you might have to be moved up to tomorrow. I need to hold a preparatory meeting for a collaboration ahead of schedule. I might need you to attend. After chatting for a while, Ling Moran finally voiced his request. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly upon hearing the request. I doubt I'd be much help with something like this. I don't know the first thing about negotiations or business tactics. Qin Feng sighed deeply. He truly knew nothing about the business world. But Ling Moran's expression was now dark and brooding, even cold. Only you can help me with tomorrow's conference. And tomorrow, you can kill someone. Ling Moran's words sent a slight tremor through Qin Feng, his brows furrowing deeply. He couldn't fathom what kind of collaboration this was that required murder. Chapter 75, Laughing to the Heavens. Qin Feng's mind was filled with confusion, but Ling Moran didn't give him a chance to ask. He took a call and left the hotel. Qin Feng had no idea what kind of cooperation Ling Moran was referring to. Yet he had never relished killing. If the target were truly a villain, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. After leaving the hotel, Qin Feng wandered aimlessly toward the kindergarten. He had nothing better to do anyway, so he might as well stop by the kindergarten. To see his daughter and to ensure Qin Shan was safe. After all, he still harbored resentment over the Qin family's previous deception. He strolled over to the kindergarten just as dismissal time began. He happened to see Ping Tu Wang and Qin Shan walking out of the kindergarten holding Xiao Nan's hand. Xiao Nan was happily eating an ice cream cone she held in her hand. Daddy! My daddy's here! Spotting Qin Feng, Xiao Nan dashed over with a delighted smile and gave him a big hug. Qin, how come you had time to come today? Ping Tu Wan was still slightly surprised by Qin Feng's appearance. In his mind, Qin Feng was always a very busy man. I was worried about you guys, so I came to check in. Qin Feng smiled warmly at the group. While they chatted, Ping Tu Wan walked to the roadside and opened the car door. It was a white SUV, nothing fancy, but thankfully spacious. The group fit inside without feeling cramped. Qin Shan sat in the back seat, constantly teasing Xiao Nan, and the two of them burst into laughter from time to time. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, the man with the crew cut's expression gradually darkened. Brother Qin, did you notice? There's a car following us the whole time. It's weird. Wang glanced at the rearview mirror, his tone serious. Qin Feng, however, remained completely unfazed. He calmly instructed, "It's fine. Head to a more secluded spot. Let's see what they're really up to." Xin Feng showed no panic or surprise at the situation. Though the Li family had been dealt with, the even more formidable Qin family had now emerged. The lurking dangers around him hadn't diminished at all, if anything, they'd intensified. Yet Xin Feng showed no fear whatsoever. Bald-headed Wang steered the car further and further from the city until it finally came to a halt on a sparsely populated mountain road. "What should we do now, Brother Qin?" asked the bald-headed driver, pulling the handbrake and waiting quietly for Qin Feng's instructions. "It's fine. Just stay in the car and watch over Xiaonan and Qin Shan. I'll just go take a look." Xin Feng gave the order and was about to get out. But Xiaonan, hearing she was to be left behind in the car, refused to comply. The clever little girl knew exactly what was about to happen, her face lighting up with excitement. "Daddy, are you getting out to beat up the bad guys? Xiaonan wants to come down and see. Or I'll tell Mom." Xiaonan glared at Qin Feng indignantly. Qin Feng looked at his mischievous daughter, his face brimming with affection. "Alright, but you can't run off anywhere, and you absolutely mustn't tell Mom." Qin Feng nodded with a smile, agreeing to her request. He dared to agree because he didn't take his opponents seriously at all. In Shenyang City, and indeed across the entire world, Qin Feng was confident he had no equal. After all, this was the mortal realm, and he was a returned divine sovereign. Qin Shan got out of the car holding Xiaonan, with the flat-top guy standing beside them. Qin Feng strolled over to the rear of the car. "You've been tailing us this whole way, what are you hiding for? Get out!" Qin Feng barked angrily at the car. The door swung open. The bald man and the bespectacled man emerged, clubs in hand, followed by 3 henchmen, all itching for a fight. "We're in luck, aren't we? We were just looking for a chance to teach this kid a lesson and get revenge. Never thought we'd catch a whole bunch." The bald man chuckled, swinging his stick twice. "Exactly. Especially this little one. If we grab him to threaten Mu Qing, we'll definitely get our hands on her. Ha ha ha." The bespectacled man stared at Xiaonan in Qin Shan's arms, his eyes filled with greed. "So it was you too. Looks like we didn't teach you enough of a lesson back at the hotel." Qin Feng had expected it to be the troublesome Qin family. But seeing it was these 2 clowns instead, a sneer of contempt spread across his face. "Kid, don't get cocky with me. You're just a deadbeat leech living off your wife's connection to Ling Moran. Today, we'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." The bald man brandished his stick, giving a nod to the henchmen behind him. "You guys handle this freeloader. The little brat is ours." The bespectacled man gave the order and immediately attacked. "Brother Qin, these useless jerks don't need your help. Leave them to me." The flat-top guy flexed his fists and charged straight in. Ever since taking that pill, the kid felt like he had boundless energy coursing through his veins. He'd been itching to flex his muscles. The thugs initially didn't take the flat-top king seriously. But soon enough, they got a taste of his fists. In just a few minutes, those thugs were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. "Brother Qin, I never imagined even I, king of the bald heads, could get this strong." Bald-headed Wang stared in disbelief at his own fists as he advanced step by step toward the bald man and the bespectacled man. "Don't you dare come any closer. I'm from the Wang family of Jiangbei City. You're no Wang family. Get down on your knees." Bald-headed Wang was a man who'd walked through Hell's Gates, a hardened criminal through and through. He couldn't care less about any Wang or Li families. Grabbing the bald man, he unleashed a brutal beating. Seeing his plan backfire, the bespectacled man hatched a new scheme. He couldn't beat this bald-headed Wang, but Qin Feng had a woman and child behind him. If he could kidnap them, he could still threaten the whole family. The bespectacled man clenched his teeth at the thought and sprinted straight toward Qin Shan and Xiaonan. Just as he was about to reach Qin Shan, he suddenly felt his body grow light, his feet leaving the ground. Turning his head, he saw Qin Feng gripping the back of his collar, hoisting him into the air. "What else can you do besides play dirty tricks?" Qin Feng flexed his arm, tossing the bespectacled man like trash at the feet of the flat-top king. The bald-headed thug showed no mercy, delivering 2 swift kicks. The glasses shattered into pieces under the blows. But the bespectacled man merely sat on the ground, staring blankly in Qin Shan's direction. She's not that." The bespectacled man stammered, as if recalling something crucial. "Kid, that's my brother Qin's goddaughter, Qin Shan. You still want to mess with her? Brother Wang will teach you a lesson today." Bald-headed Wang grabbed the bespectacled man by the collar, pounding his fists into his face, unleashing all his pent-up fury. The bespectacled man took several punches, initially screaming in agony. But as the beating continued, he suddenly burst into a maniacal, sky-piercing laugh. This made Wang with the flat top pause his punches, his brow furrowed with confusion. "What the hell is going on? Did I beat him into a stupor?" The bald-headed man was puzzled, while the bloodied and battered bespectacled man pointed in Qin Feng's direction, laughing uncontrollably. Qin Feng, you're finished. You're finished. The prodigy of the Qin family, missing for years, was hidden here by you. You're finished. Your entire family is finished. Ha 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 ha." The bespectacled man roared with laughter as if a deep-seated grudge had finally been avenged. Chapter 76, Journey to Jiangbei. Xin Feng watched the man's arrogant display, his brows furrowing deeply. He never imagined that the minor Wang family in Jiangbei City would recognize Qin Shan. If this news reached the Qin family, it would only hasten the storm's arrival. After being disciplined by the bald-headed Wang, several thugs dragged away the unconscious bald man and the laughing bespectacled man. They scrambled into the car, revved it up, and sped away. Watching the fleeing vehicle, the bald-headed king flashed a sneer of contempt. Brother Qin, these puny minions actually dared to come looking for trouble with you? They're just courting death. Bald-headed Wang looked at Qin Feng, brushing dust off his clothes as he sought praise. But Qin Feng's face showed no trace of a smile. He knew letting these two go would inevitably cause him major trouble. But with Xiaonan present, he couldn't act immediately. Wang, keep an eye on these two. I'll go handle something. Qin Feng instructed Ping Tu Wang, leaving the man momentarily stunned. Brother Qin, I already taught them a harsh lesson earlier. There's no need for you to trouble yourself further. Keep an eye on them. I'm going to eliminate them. Qin Feng murmured softly into Ping Tu Wang's ear before immediately striding after the car. Ping Tu Wang stood frozen in place, staring at the direction where Qin Feng had vanished, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Who knew Brother Qin would be so protective of his own? Looks like I really got lucky back then. Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly relieved he hadn't provoked Qin Feng too much back then. Qin Feng was burning with urgency, channeling all his spiritual energy. Since his breakthrough after that incident with Wu Qian, his cultivation had advanced, greatly enhancing his power. In mere moments, Qin Feng materialized before the black car. The car slammed on its brakes, coming to a halt 5 meters away from Qin Feng. The sudden appearance of this blocking figure startled the driver. After all, he'd never seen anyone run faster than a car before. It's that damn Qin Feng. Hit him! Hit him! The bespectacled man, seeing Qin Feng in front of the car, gritted his teeth and repeatedly urged the driver on. Already in a state of panic, the driver slammed his foot down on the accelerator at the man's command. The car roared to life, charging full force toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't flinch or dodge as the car hurtled toward him. Instead, spiritual energy surged silently within him. With the engine's deep growl, the car was upon Qin Feng in an instant. Stop right there! Qin Feng bellowed, his palm shooting out to slam against the hood. A thunderous crash echoed. The hood caved in deeply beneath his palm, billowing black smoke pouring out. The windshield shattered completely from the immense impact, and the airbags deployed violently. The bespectacled man and his accomplices, who had intended to kill Qin Feng, crawled out of the wrecked car, covered in dust and disheveled. Seeing the severely dented hood, the bespectacled man's courage completely vanished. Monster, a monster. Sir, please spare us. We're just hired thugs, we had nothing to do with this. The thugs, utterly unaccustomed to such a scene, knelt on the ground, kowtowing and apologizing to Qin Feng. But their hearts remained utterly unmoved. These men had helped the bespectacled man commit such acts, their hearts had already grown dark enough. Moreover, they all knew the secrets the bespectacled man had revealed. He couldn't possibly leave a single one of them alive. Seeing the murderous intent in Qin Feng's eyes, the bespectacled man knew there was no way he'd walk out alive today. Qin Feng, killing me won't save you. You're still as good as dead. I've already sent the information about Qin Shan being in your hands. If you kneel and beg me now, I might just help you hide the secret. The bespectacled man pushed up his already shattered glasses frame and waved the phone in his hand. Qin Feng stared at the man's smug, contemptuous grin, his rage surging. He hadn't expected this bespectacled man to be so treacherous. Since you've already leaked the secret, you'll die right here. Qin Feng's eyes turned icy cold, his resolve to kill set. With a sudden burst of strength, he wrenched the iron bar from the car's front bumper and strode toward the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man had thought he was clutching a lifeline, only to find it had become his death sentence. No, Qin Feng, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, this information will definitely leak out. The Qin family will hunt you down. You'll be finished. The bespectacled man sat on the ground, backing away step by step. You won't survive. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, thrusting the iron bar forward. The iron rod pierced through the bespectacled man's throat like a red-hot steel sword, meeting no resistance. The bespectacled man clutched his phone tightly as he fell to the ground, coughing up blood for a long while before finally drawing his last breath. Watching Qin Feng kill without flinching, the henchman's legs went weak with fear. Uncle Qin. Grandpa Qin. We were hired. We don't know anything. Please spare us. Please spare us. We know nothing. The thugs knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging their heads against the floor. They kept banging their heads until they bled, showing no sign of stopping. Qin Feng knew that even if he killed these thugs now, it wouldn't stop the information from leaking out. He tucked the bespectacled man's phone into his coat pocket and glanced at the group. Dispose of him as if he were a corpse. The bald man in the car must also be eliminated. Once you've taken care of them, you may live. Upon hearing Qin Feng's demand, the thugs hesitated no longer. When it comes to survival, people will do anything. They roughly dispatched the unconscious bald man and then buried the body. Get out of here. If I find out a single word slips from your lips, none of you will live to tell the tale. Chin Fong glanced at the wrecked car and issued his threat. The thugs were already terrified out of their wits by Chin Fong. They wouldn't dare snitch. Besides, the bald man was the one they just killed. Reporting him would be like walking straight into a trap. Only after they had left did Chin Fong pull out his phone and scroll through his chat history. The bespectacled man hadn't lied. In the brief time they'd spent in the car, he'd already leaked the information to the Wang family. Just as Chin Fong was fuming, his phone buzzed again with a new message notification. It was an elderly man's profile picture in the Wang family group chat, sending a voice message. Chin Fong tapped lightly with his finger. Voice message, this is critical. Take a photo of Chin Shan and deliver it to the headquarters of Wang family Tingfei Company. This voice message instantly ignited a glimmer of hope within the despairing Chin Fong. It seemed the Wang family members still dared not inform the Chin family, waiting for the bespectacled man to return with the photo. But the bespectacled man and his crew wouldn't be waiting much longer. Instead, Chin Fong himself would go to Tingfei Company to meet them face to face. Jiangbei City, looks like I really have to make a trip there. Chin Fong gazed into the distance, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 77, Jiangbei's number 1. With his resolve set, Chin Fong tucked the bespectacled man's phone into his pocket and headed back. Bald-headed Wang and the other two stayed put obediently. He knew full well Chin Fong was going after them to eliminate witnesses. If he rushed forward with the two men in tow, they'd run straight into trouble. Chin Shan was fine, but a child like Xiaonan, how could she be exposed to such things? Seeing Chin Fong return, the man with the crew cut finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Chin, you're finally back. This little princess has been fussing about going home since earlier. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to keep her under control. Ping Tu Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed anxiously at Xiaonan beside him. Xiaonan was just a child, after all. Her ice cream was finished, and standing around like this made her feel bored. Especially as dusk deepened, her hunger had long since set in. So she pouted and threw a little tantrum, only calming down once Chin Fong returned. Alright, Xiaonan, don't be upset. Let's go home for dinner now. Chin Fong scooped Xiaonan up in his arms, soothing her as they climbed into the car. Right now, this little one was the last person Chin Fong dared to upset. If she got upset and told Mu Qing everything when they got home, he'd be in for another round of complaints. On the drive back to the city, they bought Xiaonan another cotton candy, finally coaxing the little princess into a good mood. By the time they arrived home, Mu Qing had already prepared a table full of dishes, waiting for their return. Why did you guys come back so late today? Mu Qing asked as she looked at them. The adults glanced at Xiaonan, fearing she might spill the truth. I wanted cotton candy, so Daddy took me to stand in line and buy some. Xiaonan held up her cotton candy, mischievously helping them cover up the lie. Chin Fong looked at the little one, wondering if it was right for someone so young to already be telling lies. Oh, by the way, honey, I might have to go to Jiangbei City tomorrow and stay for a few days. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Chin Fong carried his rice bowl, pretending to mutter casually. Perfect timing. I have a contract to deliver to Ling's company, but I can't get away right now. You could take it over for me. Mu Qing set aside the cooperation proposal she'd finalized with the Ling family. Although Ling Moran had already reached an agreement with her, he was still only the heir apparent, not yet the head of the family. This kind of agreement still required the Ling family company's official signature. Even if it was merely a formality, she felt more at ease having Chin Fong handle it personally. Alright, I'll drop it off for you on my way. Chin Fong agreed immediately. Oh, right, why are you suddenly heading to Jiangbei City? I thought you didn't have any friends there? Mu Qing looked at Chin Fong with puzzlement, asking casually. Well. Oh, it's Wang's relative over there. He said something came up, so I'm going with him to check it out. Chin Fong shot a glance at Wang with the crew cut beside him. Right. I have a relative there who's in a bit of trouble. I really need to go check on him. Bald Wang reacted quickly, following up on Chin Feng's words. Only then did they finally manage to placate Mu Qing. Early the next morning, Chin Fong and the flat-top guy took on the important task of sending Xiaonan and Chin Shan to kindergarten. It wasn't for any other reason, he simply had to complete one task before heading to Jiangbei City. That was helping Ling Moran attend a preliminary meeting for a collaboration. After all, he had promised Ling Moran at the hotel yesterday. Ling Moran had been waiting at the kindergarten gate for quite some time. After seeing Chin Shan and Xiaonan inside, Chin Fong and bald-headed Wang finally got into Ling Moran's car. Moran, is this meeting you mentioned in Jiangbei City or Chunyang City? Chin Fong asked from the passenger seat. Not in Chunyang City, but not quite Jiangbei City either, somewhere in between. Why? Oh, nothing. I'm heading to Jiangbei City today. Once I resolve your issue, we'll go our separate ways. Chin Fong fiddled with the bespectacled man's phone as he casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Ling Moran slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. Qin Feng, we agreed that after you handle my business, I take you to the Qin family. You're alerting them prematurely. This benefits neither of us and will only invite unnecessary trouble. Ling Moran frowned deeply. She wasn't afraid to help Qin Feng, but there were simply too many things happening right now. If Qin Feng alerted them prematurely, not only would she be implicated, but the entire Ling family could be dragged into it. Relax, relax. I'm not going to cause trouble for the Qin family. I'm just settling accounts with the Wang family. Seeing Ling Moran's flustered expression, Qin Feng quickly reassured her. It took him a long while of explanation before Ling Moran finally relaxed. After driving for over 20 minutes, they finally arrived at a small town nestled between Chunyang City and Jiangbei City. Qin Feng and Wang the bald-headed couldn't fathom why such a crucial business deal would be conducted in this remote, isolated town. But Ling Moran offered no further explanation, seeming quite familiar with the place. The two followed Ling Moran to a dilapidated gatehouse. Several expensive luxury cars were parked on the cracked and damaged cement road, looking completely out of place with the surroundings. 5 or 6 bodyguards stood guard at the entrance, looking like they weren't to be messed with. Miss Ling, everyone is here. They're just waiting for you. The bodyguard said, reaching out to open the door for Ling Moran. The guards offered no resistance to Qin Feng and Wang Pingtu following behind her. Upon entering, a pungent smell of blood hit them. Amidst deafening dog barks, Qin Feng finally noticed enormous iron cages lining both sides of the room. Inside were massive, vicious dogs. Bald-headed Wang was stunned. He'd never witnessed anything like this before. But Ling Moran, despite being a woman, showed not a trace of fear. Her face was stern, her posture tense and alert. Following her down to the second floor, the environment underwent a complete 180-degree transformation. The basement level was exceptionally spacious, with red carpets laid out in every corner. Business professionals in suits, sporting expensive watches, mingled and tasted wine. Ling Moran led Qin Feng and the others inside, drawing the attention of many. Is the Ling family so lacking in manners? How dare they keep everyone waiting like this? A man dressed in formal attire, a bow tie fastened beneath his collar, stepped before Ling Moran and launched into a direct reprimand. Qin Feng, noticing the gleeful stares around him, realized that today's so-called meeting was likely filled with ill-intentioned individuals. Enough, enough. Everyone's here. The young master will be out shortly. Please settle down. Another man in a suit, wearing glasses but sporting a full beard, stepped forward to interject. No sooner had he spoken than the lights in the entire hall dimmed. A single beam of light illuminated the center stage at the front of the hall. Beneath the spotlight, a man dressed in a bright red suit emerged slowly. His hair was slicked back in an exaggerated pompadour, and he wore flashy sunglasses. This is today's main guest, Mo Hongyuan, eldest son of Jiangbei City's foremost family. Chapter 78, The Cage of Vicious Dogs. Listening to Ling Moran's introduction, Qin Feng found himself growing slightly intrigued. Jiangbei City was becoming more and more intriguing. This flamboyantly dressed, even slightly eccentric-looking man before him was actually the head of Jiangbei's foremost family. No wonder Ling Moran placed such importance on today's partnership. Whoever sees this opportunity would likely see their family's power skyrocket. Not only could Ling Moran secure his position as head of the Ling family, but he could elevate the clan to an entirely new level. Once the Ling family possessed such formidable strength that they no longer feared the Qin family, she would be able to devote herself entirely to helping him. But what Qin Feng couldn't fathom was, what purpose did summoning him serve in such a partnership? Everyone gathered here today is solely to sign a cooperation agreement with my Mo family. And the sole authority to decide this cooperation rests in my hands, the head of the Mo family. You all understand my rules, correct? Mo Hongyuan pulled his sunglasses down slightly, revealing a chilling smile. Every person present shuddered at his words. What exactly are these rules the young master Mo speaks of? Qin Feng, unaware of the rules others spoke of, turned to Ling Moran and asked. Ling Moran's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with disgust. This Mo Hongyuan is bloodthirsty by nature. He revels in watching others fight to the death. They say there are over a dozen underground fight clubs down there, and people die almost every day. Ling Moran's voice was low and thick with hatred for the Mo family. Holy crap, this guy's that into bloodshed? Is that why he keeps those big dogs outside? Bald Top Wang listened to Ling Moran's words, feeling shocked. Rumor has it he drags the unclaimed corpses of fighters back to feed those vicious dogs. Whether it's true or not, no one really knows. Ling Moran's words left Ping Tu Wang's face deathly pale. This man was nothing short of a living demon. Alright, folks. My preliminary round today is simple, see who can stand in this cage for 10 minutes without falling. As Mo Hongyuan finished speaking, an enormous iron cage descended slowly from above. Everyone scrambled to dodge to the sides. Once the cage landed, the entire venue echoed with a deafening chorus of dog barks. Inside the cage, roughly 50 square meters in size, roamed dozens of vicious dogs, each taller than a man. Each savage beast had blood dripping from its jaws, eyes glowing crimson. Everyone cowered in fear. Forget standing in that cage for 10 minutes. Even if just one dog were released, 3 or 5 people wouldn't stand a chance against this beast. What? Are you all scared? If anyone is afraid, they may leave now. But as for the Mo family's contract, I'm afraid you've missed your chance. Mo Hongyuan held a microphone in his hand, acting like a host. From the moment they entered, Qin Feng had noticed that behind each of these businessmen stood 2 or 3 burly bodyguards. He'd initially assumed bringing bodyguards was simply a habit of the wealthy. But it turned out they were brought by their bosses to enforce this rule. Though Mo Hongyuan had a twisted sense of humor, he usually only enjoyed watching others fight to the death. Losers usually ended up in the hospital, and very few were actually beaten to death. But today's setup meant anyone stepping inside faced a near-certain death sentence. The burly men backing those bosses were backing out one by one, many even heading straight for the exit. Don't go. Don't go. I'll give you 5 million. 8 million. I'll give you 8 million, just compete. Boss, you'll have to do this yourself. Who'd dare go in? It's money you earn but never get to spend. Many of the enforcers couldn't care less about the offers their bosses were throwing at them. No matter how much money was offered, you'd need to be alive to spend it. After a heated argument, half the attendees had already left the venue. Of those who remained, most were trembling with fear, clinging to a sliver of hope. Mo Ran, you brought me here just for this? Qin Feng stared at the vicious dog leaping wildly in its cage, his voice tinged with disgust. I never imagined Mo Hongyuan would be this twisted. There's no need to risk our lives over a partnership. Let's get out of here. Ling Mo Ran clearly hadn't anticipated Mo Hongyuan's wicked scheme either. She turned and walked toward the exit without looking back. Wait. They're just a few dogs. Let's stay and see. Qin Feng grabbed Ling Moran's wrist, pulling her back to a halt. This made Ling Moran frown. He knew Qin Feng was formidable, but these vicious dogs weren't human. Humans at least possess fear and feel pain. Yet the large dogs here seemed drugged with some strange substance, tearing at the iron cage with gaping jaws. They knew nothing of pain, let alone fear. Are you sure about this? If I get injured here, I won't be able to explain it to Mooching when I get back. Ling Moran felt a twinge of hesitation. While she desperately wanted this collaboration opportunity, she refused to let Qin Feng risk his life for it. Don't worry. I know my limits. Qin Feng flashed Ling Moran a reassuring smile, signaling her to relax. Once everyone who needed to leave had departed, Mo Hongyuan picked up the microphone again. It seems those who remain are true heroes. Whether you get the chance to vie for this contract depends entirely on your performance. Who's first? Mo Hongyuan called out to the crowd. The man with the bow tie beneath his neck approached Ling Moran, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ling Moran, your presence here today is meaningless. I'll be taking this collaboration opportunity first. Young Master Mo, will go first. The bow tie wearing boss, seemingly confident of victory, shouted at Mo Hongyuan. Hearing someone volunteer, Mo Hongyuan felt naturally pleased. Very well, very well. That takes guts. Bring it on. With Mo Hongyuan's doctor's praise, a massive, muscular man stepped forward from the side. His bulging muscles resembled those of a mountain god. His exaggerated bulk was even more terrifying than those man-sized vicious dogs. His fists were thick with calluses, and his arms bulged with prominent veins. With such explosive power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could kill a bull with a single punch. Guided by several bodyguards, the man stepped into the cage of a crane. The cage rose slowly at first, then was gradually lowered into the enclosure. The moment they saw a living person enter, all the vicious dogs became wildly excited, barking incessantly at the small cage. The burly man stood alert, fists clenched, every muscle taut. Mo Hongyuan stood nearby, his face brimming with excitement. Perfect. Start it. Start it now. Amid his constant urging, the burly man's cage swung open. Dozens of vicious dogs pounced on the burly man like ravenous demons starved for centuries. Ah! All of you, die. The burly man swung his powerful fist in an instant. The vicious dog in the front line took the full force of the blow to its skull. The large dog let out a pained howl and collapsed to the ground, bleeding from its nostrils as it died. But before the burly man could retract his fist, a dozen vicious dogs had already closed in. Chapter 79, Silence the Witness. Though the burly man possessed immense strength, his body lacked agility. After landing that punch, he was immediately seized by a dozen vicious dogs, their jaws clamped tightly onto his arms and legs. These massive beasts possessed astonishing bite force. Once they latched on, they would never let go, even in death. The burly man was instantly covered in large dogs, collapsing to the ground amidst his unwilling, agonized howls. The scene before them left everyone utterly stunned. Several enforcers who had been clinging to a sliver of hope, thinking they might still stand a chance, immediately turned and fled. Qin Feng, maybe we should just call it quits. Ling Moran's face paled as he watched the vicious dogs tearing at the corpse, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. It's fine, it's fine. We can watch a little longer. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The man with the bow tie wore a venomous expression. Seeing his enforcers defeated, he turned his gaze to Ling Moran. You! If I don't get this partnership, neither will your Ling family. The bowtie muttered viciously under his breath. Looks like this contestant's luck ran out. Who's next? Mo Hongyuan watched the scene inside the cage, feeling his blood boil. The crowd exchanged nervous glances, none daring to be the first to step forward. Young Master Mo, Miss Ling says she can't wait any longer. Let's have the next one go. The man with the bow tie shouted at Mo Hongyuan before flashing a wicked grin at Ling Moran. This was essentially pushing her into the fire. But Mo Hongyuan, caught up in the heat of the moment, cared little for whether it was true or not. Fine. I've heard the Ling family is formidable. Come on up then. Mo Hongyuan bellowed in their direction. The situation was now like an arrow on the string, it had to be released. If Ling Moran hesitated now, it would prove she was forfeiting. It was like being pushed to the edge of a cliff by a man with a bow tie. Brother Chin, these punks aren't worth your trouble. I'll handle them myself. The flat-top guy rolled up his sleeves and strode up to Chin Feng, flexing his not-so-impressive muscles. Last time he helped Chin Feng deal with those thugs, he barely broke a sweat. Even now, he still didn't know just how strong he'd become. Now, finally, he had a chance to show off and test his true strength. Bald-head Wang knew his moment had arrived. Chin Feng had initially wanted to dissuade him from taking such a risk, but seeing his enthusiasm, he couldn't bring himself to dampen his spirits. Alright, go give it a shot. If anything goes wrong, I'll come in and rescue you. Chin Feng gave Ping Tu Wang a nod of approval, and those words filled him with confidence. Alright, Brother Chin, just watch me shine. Like the burly man before him, the bald-headed king was transported inside in an iron cage. But his gaze was entirely different from the burly man's. Gone was the fear and trembling of the burly man. His eyes blazed with excitement as he flexed his fists, itching to fight. The moment the cage opened, his first move wasn't to attack head-on. Instead, he darted backward to evade. This strategy proved far more clever than the burly man's. As long as he kept moving, he could avoid being surrounded and attacked by a dozen large dogs. The flathead king fought while retreating, moving with ease. Within mere moments, 3 or 5 large dogs lay sprawled on the ground. Though effective, this tactic proved extremely taxing on his stamina. After all, he was attacking the dogs while constantly moving. 2 legs could never match 4, and gradually, Ping Tu Wang's reactions began to lag. The wounds on his body grew denser and denser. The bow-tie-wearing boss watched the unfolding scene, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little Wang can't hold on much longer. I need to go in and save him. Chin Feng murmured under his breath. Ling Moran, standing nearby, immediately shouted toward Mo Hongyuan. Young Master Mo, we need to switch people. We need to switch. Switch personnel. Boss Ling, the man's already inside. Switching personnel is impossible, ha ha ha. Mo Hongyuan's face lit up with excitement. There was no way he'd agree to let Ping Tu Wang out. If we can't swap people, then let me go in instead. Is that acceptable? Chin Feng stepped forward, his expression calm. Mo Hongyuan clapped his hands in delight at this unexpected request. Great! 2 people is perfect. 2 fighting together will be even more entertaining. Quick, throw him in. Mo Hongyuan was thoroughly enjoying himself, gesturing wildly as he ordered his men to throw Chin Feng inside. His numerous subordinates sprang into action the moment they heard Mo Hongyuan's command. They scrambled to prepare the iron cage and shoved Chin Feng inside. When the cage opened, the vicious dogs watched Chin Feng warily, yet none launched an attack. The bald-headed king simply hid behind Chin Feng. An eerie standoff ensued between the 2 sides, leaving even Mo Hongyuan on the sidelines looking astonished. Chin Feng continuously radiated an imposing aura, yet the vicious dog's eyes burned with bloodlust. Chin Feng was certain these beasts had tasted human flesh and were injected with drugs to heighten their aggression. Chin, watch out! Bald King cried out. Dozens of massive dogs lunged toward Chin Feng. You beasts, how dare you! Unlike Ping Tu Wang and the burly man, Chin Feng didn't swing his fists. He merely flicked his sleeves through the air, a motion seemingly incapable of inflicting any real harm, more akin to swatting away flies. Yet the spiritual energy surging through his sleeves was utterly imperceptible to the naked eye. If fists were single-target attacks, then Chin Feng's sleeve strike was an area of effect assault. It seemed as though hundreds, even thousands, of fists were concealed within the broad sleeves. Get out of here! Chin Feng's cold command unleashed a powerful gust of force that sent over a dozen large dogs flying through the air. The remaining dogs, meeting Chin Feng's piercing glare, whimpered pitifully and lay motionless on the ground. What's going on? What just happened? Mo Hongyuan removed his sunglasses and approached the cage, utterly bewildered. Why are they all lying there? Get them up! Get them up! Mo Hongyuan tapped the iron bars with his stick, but the dogs remained motionless. Young Master Mo, does this mean the Ling family has passed the test and can proceed with the contract? Ling Moran approached Mo Hongyuan, hoping to seal the deal. But Mo Hongyuan's expression remained dark. He had never intended to award the contract to any of the present companies. He had merely used the pretext of partnership to secure free admission to a bloodthirsty spectacle. Therefore, no matter who entered the cage today, no one would emerge alive. Mr. Ling, that won't do. My testing isn't finished yet. Mo Hongyuan looked at Ling Moran, a more sinister smile spreading across his face. Guys, get all the big dogs from the first floor in here. At Mo Hongyuan's command, dozens of iron cages filled with vicious dogs were pushed inside. At first glance, there must be at least 80 big dogs, if not 100. This was clearly an attempt to silence witnesses. Chapter 80, sweeping them all away. Young Master Mo, you can't do this. This is terrifyingly against the rules. We've already won. Ling Moran watched Mo Hongyuan's commands and felt panic surge through her. She could clearly see that Mo Hongyuan was openly intent on killing them. Even if Qin Feng defeated this pack of dogs again, Mo Hongyuan would simply send another batch. This endless cycle would never end unless Qin Feng died. Young Master Mo, we no longer wish to pursue this partnership. Please release them. Seeing Mo Hongyuan's resolve, Ling Moran immediately softened her stance. She couldn't let Qin Feng die in that cage just for the sake of this contract. She couldn't face Mu Qing and Xiaonan, nor could she betray Qin Feng's goodwill. No, that won't do. Our young Master Mo is a man of his word. How could he possibly go back on his promise now? What if word gets out? Wouldn't our young Master Mo become known as a man of his word? The man with the bow tie reappeared at that moment. Mo Hongyuan nodded vigorously in agreement upon hearing his words. Forget her. Everyone listen to me, young Master Mo. Get the dogs in there. At Mo Hongyuan's command, all the large dogs were continuously hoisted into the cages by the crane. Brother Qin, what should we do? This young Master Mo clearly has no intention of letting us leave alive. Wang Ping, his hand pressed against a bleeding wound, looked tense. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen today. Even if Mo Hongyuan brought every dog in Jiangbei City here, it wouldn't change a thing. Qin Feng's words brimmed with confidence, showing not a shred of respect for the so-called Mo family. As the pack of dogs grew larger, they launched another attack on Qin Feng. But before Qin Feng, sheer numbers held no sway whatsoever. Watching the dogs in the venue fall one after another, Mo Hongyuan grew frantic. Hello? Get more dogs to the venue. Bring them all here. Mo Hongyuan's phone rang incessantly as he barked out frantic orders. Qin Feng walked to the cage, observing Mo Hongyuan with a faint smile. Young Master Mo, it's getting late. I'm afraid I won't have time to continue playing with you tonight. Qin Feng's words caused Mo Hongyuan to pause in surprise. What do you mean by that? You're still trapped in that cage. Do you really think you have the standing to negotiate with me? In Mo Hongyuan's eyes, Qin Feng was nothing more than a thug no different from the burly man who had just died. Since young Master Mo refuses to speak, then I, Qin, shall take matters into my own hands. Qin Feng stared at Mo Hongyuan as his palm slowly rested on the iron bar as thick as a wrist. As his palm exerted pressure, the bulletproof steel impervious to bullets began to bend under Qin Feng's grip. Mo Hongyuan, standing outside the cage, stumbled backward repeatedly, his mouth gaping in astonishment wide enough to swallow an apple. This can't be possible. Under Mo Hongyuan's incredulous gaze, Qin Feng forcibly bent the steel, creating a gap large enough for a person to pass through. He calmly led Ping Tu Wang out of the cage. The bow-tie-wearing boss nearby, seeing Qin Feng so calm, immediately grew displeased. He had been itching to show off in front of Mo Hongyuan. He leapt directly in front of Qin Feng, blocking the exit. You're not leaving. How dare you step out without young Master Mo's permission? Get back inside. The boss's face twisted with arrogance as he brandished Mo Hongyuan's name, his voice dripping with insolence. Qin Feng, trapped inside the cage, had long been fed up with this guy. Since you like it so much in there, why don't you go stay inside for a while? Qin Feng grabbed the owner by the collar and flung him back inside with a swift throw. Inside were still several vicious dogs that hadn't been killed. The moment they spotted the boss, they attacked Qin Feng without hesitation, tearing into him with frenzied bites. The entire club echoed with the owner's screams and wails. Mo Hongyuan stared at Qin Feng, who looked like a demon god before him, terrified he might be tossed in next. Impressive. You're truly formidable. The Ling family can qualify for the competition, but whether you secure the partnership depends entirely on yourselves. Mo Hongyuan took a few steps back and hurriedly made promises to Ling Moran. Ling Moran, already seething inside, had no desire to waste words with Mo Hongyuan. He led Qin Feng and the others out of the blood-soaked venue. Hey, Moran, is this really how the top family in Jiangbei City behaves? Qin Feng looked at Ling Moran, pointing behind them at the conference hall with a puzzled expression. Ling Moran sighed heavily upon hearing this. This Mo young master is the eldest son of the Mo family patriarch. He's the only one with such behavior, which is precisely why the Mo family never entrusts him with important responsibilities. They only hand him minor deals the Mo family deems unworthy. But to us, even those minor deals are precious enough. Ling Moran got into the car, his expression saying it all. Qin Feng finally understood why the meeting was held in this remote, isolated location. So Mo Hongyuan was nothing more than a spoiled playboy that others looked down upon. Still, he represented the foremost family in Jiangbei City. Today, he had managed to offend him. If they ever crossed paths again, there would be no friendly exchanges. What? You two aren't coming back with me? Ling Moran sat in the car, looking at the two of them curiously. Didn't I say? Xiao Wang and I still need to go to Jiangbei City. You go ahead back on your own. Xin Feng waved at Ling Moran, who nodded and drove off. Just as the two were fretting over where to find a ride, a minivan pulled up in front of them. A head wearing sunglasses poked out from the passenger seat. It was Liang. Xin, what are you two doing here? Forget about us. Are you heading to Jiangbei City? Give us a ride. Xin Feng casually opened the door and hopped in with Wang Ping too. Brother Qin, what a coincidence. What brings you two to Jiangbei City? Liang sat in the passenger seat, turning to offer Qin Feng a cigarette with eager courtesy. Just handling some small business. What about you? Could it be that Fushan Group has already extended its reach to Jiangbei City? Qin Feng lit the cigarette and teased Liang with a smile. Not at all. I just wanted to check out Jiangbeiqing. Last time, those guys didn't even give my Fushan Group the time of day. I'm going to see for myself what this Jiangbei City is all about. Liang clutched a small leather briefcase, looking every bit the nouveau riche visiting the city. But Qin Feng couldn't care less about business politics. He had brought Ping Tu Wang there for a serious matter. He pulled the glasses-wearing man's phone from his pocket and reopened the Wang family's internal chat group. This time, Qin Feng opened the chat window and typed a message. I have Qin Shan's photo. Meet me at the Wang family headquarters in 2 hours. After sending the message, Qin Feng tucked the phone back into his pocket. He had no desire to run around anymore. He intended to wipe out this arrogant Wang family once and for all. Chapter 81, The Wang Family Meeting. The car drove toward Jiangbei City. Liang chattered incessantly beside him, while Flathead Wan listened with rapt attention. Only Qin Feng sat silently by the window, watching the passing scenery. Liang and the bald-headed Wang naturally didn't disturb him. 1,000 thoughts swirled through Qin Feng's mind. He pondered how to silence every member of the Wang family. After all, there were so many members of the Wang family. If he were to eliminate them all, it would inevitably cause too much commotion. As Qin Feng pondered, the group had already entered the territory of Jiangbei City. Though still on the highway, the scenery around them had completely changed. Along the barren roadside, beautiful flowers and plants gradually appeared, creating a stunning sight. Upon entering Jiangbei City, the towering skyscrapers surrounding us were half a story taller than those in Shenyang City. The roads were bustling with traffic, and luxury cars and supercars worth tens of millions were everywhere. Holy cow, Brother Qin, Jiangbei City is something else. If my Fushan Group were here, we'd probably be nothing special. Liang gazed around like a country bumpkin, seeing the city for the first time, taking in every detail. Qin Feng observed the scene before him, his heart utterly unmoved. Such superficial glitz and glamour couldn't possibly move him in the slightest. After all, he was a man who had returned from the immortal realm. Brother Qin, I've made some connections here and plan to start a company. You guys go ahead and focus on your business. After politely bidding Qin Feng farewell, Liang hurried off to begin his business negotiations. Bald Top Wang watched Liang's retreating figure and shook his head in exasperation. Has that kid lost his mind over money? Why does he get so excited whenever money comes up? Ping Tu Wang's exclamation drew a knowing nod from Qin Feng. Liang was a coward in every situation, a pushover with everyone except when it came to money. On that front, he was unwavering. Let's go. We've got serious business to attend to. No time to waste elsewhere. Qin Feng called out to the bald-headed king and strode toward the Wang family's company. The Wang family ruled Shenyang City with an iron fist, acting with utter arrogance. But in Jiangbei City, they were nothing, just a bunch of nobodies who had to keep their tails between their legs. Discovering Qin Shan's whereabouts was, in their eyes, a golden opportunity to rise to the top overnight. Delivering this valuable information to the Qin family would surely bring them rewards. Even a minor, insignificant collaboration could propel the Wang family forward. Upon arriving at the location mentioned in the text message, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Gazing at the towering building before him, Qin Feng finally understood why the Wang family dared to mock Liang. A small workshop in Jiangbei City could indeed rival the wealthiest family in Shenyang City. What are you two doing? Do you know where this is? Just barging in like that? The security guard blocked Qin Feng and Flathead Wang, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. Ever since they'd been standing by the roadside, Wang had been looking around nervously, like a country bumpkin who'd never set foot in the city before. That was precisely why these two security guards showed them no respect whatsoever. I'm here for the Wang family's internal meeting. Call them and tell them I'm here with photos. Qin Feng barked orders at the gatekeeper, whose eyes flickered with hesitation. But he still gave a signal to the person beside him, who then turned and went back into the company building to make a call. Where the hell did you crawl out from, kid? Thinking you can just waltz into the Wang family's private meeting? Who do you think you are? The security guard left at the entrance sneered at Qin Feng and the man with the shaved head. The security guard who had gone to make the call returned with a stern, serious expression. Mr. Wang said to let him in. Don't stop him. The guard's voice was low as he handed the access card to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't waste much time arguing with the two men. After all, such minor figures weren't worth his time. Swiping the card to open the elevator doors, Qin Feng headed straight for the top floor. The conference room was bustling with activity. Many shareholders were already laughing heartily inside. After all, this was the Wang family's chance to rise to the top in one fell swoop. Without even knocking, Qin Feng strode straight into the conference room. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt intrusion. The old man seated at the head of the table frowned deeply. Who are you? What brings you here? The old man demanded, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. You lot are here waiting for Qin Shan's photo, aren't you? Qin Feng casually sat down at the table, crossed his legs, and scanned the room with his gaze. That's right. We received intelligence that Qin Shan, the daughter of the Qin family, is in the hands of Qin Feng from Chunyang City. There's even photographic evidence to prove it. Are you just some underling sent to deliver the photos? Why didn't he come himself? The old man fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his expression darkening. Qin Feng met their expectant gazes with only a faint smile. The guy in glasses you're talking about probably won't be able to make it. This is his phone and I'm the one who sent the text. Qin Feng pulled the bespectacled man's phone from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Qin Feng's sudden appearance and his baffling words struck the Wang family members as utterly absurd. Who exactly are you? How did you get his phone? Could it be something happened to him? The old man's face betrayed his worry, fearing they might lose this opportunity. I heard that Qin Feng from Chunyang City isn't someone to mess with. Could it be he's already met with misfortune? Are you here to deliver the photos for him? The old man's mind raced as he frowned intently at Qin Feng. Everyone wore puzzled expressions, some eyes gleaming with expectation, others showing impatience. You're half right. The man with the glasses is indeed finished. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, a wave of gasps swept through the conference room. That Qin Feng really is a monster. He actually killed little Wang. I told you so. That godforsaken backwater of Chunyang City is definitely a breeding ground for evil people. Once we partner with the Qin family, we'll make sure to avenge little Wang. The old men in the conference room were now in a state of frenzied rage, each of them seething with hatred, wishing they could tear Qin Feng limb from limb. Watching the Wang family members spouting their fiery rhetoric, Qin Feng found it utterly laughable. Alright, everything that needed to be said has been said. We will avenge little Wang. Dealing with a country bumpkin like Qin Feng is a simple matter. The most important thing now is Qin Shan's photos. Bring them out quickly. The elder waved his hand, signaling everyone to shut up. He then turned his gaze toward Qin Feng and issued a command. Are you done talking? If you're done, isn't it my turn now? At your age, you don't even know basic manners? You've truly lived in vain. Qin Feng stared at the old man, his eyes filled with resentment. The others froze at Qin Feng's words. Young man, how dare you speak to the boss like that? Have you forgotten who you are? The assistant beside the old man glared at Qin Feng, anger flaming in his eyes. I never said I was here to deliver photos to you. Quite the contrary, I am the very person you refer to as Qin Feng. Qin Feng surveyed the crowd, slowly uttering his name. Everyone froze instantly. Chapter 82, The 7-Day Pact. Protect him. Protect the boss, protect the boss. The assistant shouted, and everyone immediately shielded the old man behind them. Qin Feng, you have the nerve. How dare you lay a finger on someone from the Wang family? And now you've come to my company. Do you think this is still your Chunyang City? The assistant beside the old man glared at Qin Feng, demanding harshly. The old man, however, fixed his gaze intently on Qin Feng, lost in thought. The fact that you're standing here today proves Qin Shan's matter is indeed connected to you. True to his reputation as the head of the Wang family, the old man's mind worked swiftly and sharply. Qin Feng, what kind of benefits have you brought that could make us abandon our cooperation with the Qin family? The cunning patriarch Wang Bai instantly saw through the entire situation. Qin Feng dared to come alone, so he must have something to silence the Wang family. After all, he couldn't possibly eliminate everyone in broad daylight. Qin Feng looked at Wang Bai, his eyes flashing a hint of approval. However, I do have a company far superior to the Qin family. I can offer you this partnership instead. Qin Feng nodded at Wang Bai. This finally perked Wang Bai up a bit. Who is this partnership with? Is it one of the 3 major families in Jianbei City too? Wang Bai stared at Qin Feng, his voice brimming with urgency. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, then pulled a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table. It's with Fuxiang Group A Liang. The moment Qin Feng finished speaking, the entire conference room erupted in an uproar. Are you kidding me? Some Thai company from Chunyang City? They think they're worthy of partnering with the Wang family? Wang Bai felt humiliated. Despite his advanced age, he couldn't help but curse loudly. He had thoroughly investigated Chunyang City long ago. That so-called richest man in Shenyang City, Liang, was nothing more than a small-time operation in the eyes of the Wang family. If the two families were to collaborate, it would be the Wang family subsidizing Liang's small company. Yet now Qin Feng was using this as his bargaining chip. To Wang Bai, this was nothing short of an insult. Exactly. Fushan Group may be struggling now, but in the not-too-distant future, it will become the top company in Jiangbei City. Qin Feng sat at the table, boldly making this grandiose claim on Liang's behalf. Liang, who thrived on grandstanding and exaggeration, would likely faint from sheer delight if he heard Qin Feng's words. Mr. Wang, all I ask is for you to give me a chance. It won't take much of your time, but it could bring a new future to the Wang family. What do you think? Qin Feng looked at Wang Bai with unwavering confidence. Wang Bai looked at Qin Feng, slightly moved by his resolute demeanor. Everyone out. Get out. Wang Bai glared at Qin Feng and barked the order at the assembled crowd. Though reluctance was evident on their faces, none dared defy Wang Bai's command. Once everyone had left, Wang Bai turned his gaze back to Qin Feng's face. I'll give you 3 minutes to persuade me. If you fail, the partnership between the Wang and Qin families is not something you can stop. Wang Bai's voice was deep and resonant, carrying the authority of a superior. Qin Feng stepped forward, approaching Wang Bai one step at a time. You've remained seated here since I entered, not because you're composed, but because you lack the strength to stand. I don't know how you've managed to survive this long, but a deadly toxin is spreading within you. You likely won't last another year. Qin Feng's words pierced Wang Bai's ears, jolting the old man into sudden alertness. Years ago, during his passion for mountain climbing, he'd been bitten by a venomous snake. Only sheer luck had saved his life. The poison had spread to his legs, confining him to a wheelchair. It wouldn't be long before the poison reached his heart. By then, even a god wouldn't be able to pull him back from the brink of death. Did you investigate me before coming here? You wanted to claim you could cure my illness, then trick me into helping you, right? Wang Bai was a sharp operator, cunning to the extreme. Qin Feng nodded silently, placing his palm on Wang Bai's thigh. Spiritual energy surged through his body. Such a trace amount of poison was utterly insignificant to Qin Feng. Under the intense pressure of the spiritual energy, pale yellow venom seeped continuously from Wang Bai's pores. His perpetually cold right leg felt a tingle of warmth, even regaining sensation. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hurry up and heal me. Wang Bai, who had remained calm and composed all along, now showed signs of emotional turmoil. If anyone in this world could save his life, it could only be Qin Feng standing before him. I can indeed save your life, and it's quite simple. But I'm not certain you'll keep your promise. Qin Feng regarded Wang Bai, his eyes brimming with skepticism. No problem. As long as you save my life, the Wang family will keep this secret to the grave. Not a word will leak out. I swear on my honor. Wang Bai pounded his chest repeatedly, an oath, his eyes burning with the desperation to survive. Enough talk. I'll come treat you once a month. If you dare leak any information, I'll stop helping you immediately. Qin Feng's words made Wang Bai frown. No, a month is too long. Once a day I need immediate results. Wang Bai slammed his palm on the table, haggling with Qin Feng. A week. If you truly intend to keep your word, surely there's no need to be so impatient? Qin Feng looked at Wang Bai and spoke again. Qin Feng, you know full well you have no standing to negotiate terms with me. Once every 3 days, that's my final offer. After a week, I want to be completely cured. Wang Bai looked at Qin Feng and stated his final condition. A faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips. No problem. Once every 3 days it is. I'm willing. Let me wish us a pleasant collaboration in advance. Qin Feng offered Wang Bai a smile before leaving the Wang family's company. No sooner had he stepped outside than Ping Tu Wang approached. Brother Qin, that old Wang Bai doesn't seem like a trustworthy guy. I doubt he'll keep his word. Even someone as straightforward as Wang Ping Tu could see that old Wang Bo had ulterior motives. How could Qin Feng not notice? Wang Bo just wants to use me to get rid of the poison so he can go report it to the Qin family. He doesn't believe there's any future in cooperating with Liang. The only reason I agreed to treat Wang Bai was to stall him for a week. After a week, even the Qin family won't be able to threaten me anymore, let alone the measly Wang family. Qin Feng got into the taxi without looking back. Wang Bai was shrewd, but Qin Feng was 100 times more cunning. A week? He needed only 3 days to turn the entire city of Jiangbei upside down. Chapter 83, The Pharmaceutical Plant Plan. Just as the two were speaking, Qin Feng's phone buzzed again in his pocket. It was Liang calling. Hello? Brother Qin, where are you guys? I just closed another deal over here. How about we grab a meal to celebrate? Liang's triumphant voice crackled through the phone. Alright. We're right outside Wang's company. Come pick us up. Qin Feng instructed over the phone before hanging up. Less than 10 minutes later, Liang's car pulled up outside Wang's company. Brother Qin. Hop in. I'll take you guys out for a nice meal to celebrate. Liang beamed from ear to ear, grinning from ear to ear. Xin Feng and Wang the Bald got into Liang's car, and the group headed to a restaurant specializing in roasted whole lamb. Though Liang might not rank among the top companies in Jiangbei City, that didn't mean he lacked money. At any restaurant in Jiangbei City where money could smooth things over, he still had no need for restraint. Seated at the table, Liang kept pouring wine for Xin Feng, fawning over him, his smile never wavering. So what deal did you close that's got you this excited? Xin Feng watched Liang, who seemed on the verge of laughing out loud, and furrowed his brow slightly. Brother Qin, you wouldn't believe it, I just signed a deal with Jiangbei City's pharmaceutical conglomerate. They've authorized me to establish a pharmaceutical company in Jiangbei City and granted me the formula rights. When Liang talked about work, his whole demeanor became vibrant. Formulas? What kind of formulas? Hearing the word formulas, Xin Feng perked up. Oh, it's 3 basic formulas, one for elderly health maintenance, one for clearing the lungs and relieving coughs, and one for strengthening the kidneys and promoting wellness. Liang said, pulling out 3 boxes of medicine to show Xin Feng. Though officially authorized by the pharmaceutical group, his role essentially boiled down to running errands for them. Even so, having a foothold in Jiangbei City was enough to make Liang ecstatic. Xin Feng merely glanced at the 3 boxes before tossing them into the trash bin. Brother Qin, what are you doing? What are you doing? Seeing Xin Feng toss the prescriptions away, Liang rushed over to the trash bin in a panic and fished the 3 boxes back out. Liang, I advise you not to make these fraudulent medicines. There's no future in it. If you trust me, I'll give you 3 formulas. I guarantee you'll become the top dog in Jiangbei City within 3 days. Xin Feng had never wanted to be in the spotlight. In Shenyang City, he had elevated Liang to the highest position while reaping the rewards behind the scenes. In this vast Jiangbei City, he chose to continue doing just that. Besides, Liang was passionate about this line of work. Brother Qin, you're not joking, right? You actually want me to expand in Jiangbei City? Upon hearing Xin Feng speak, Liang promptly tossed the 3 boxes of medicine back into the trash bin. He had witnessed Qin Feng's miraculous medicine that restored the bald-headed king to full vigor. Moreover, the formula Qin Feng could actually produce was, after all, extraordinarily remarkable. With his assistance, what the hell did he need authorization from some pharmaceutical conglomerate for? Alright, just listen to me and you'll be fine. Use every penny you have to buy a pharmaceutical factory. Start production and sales immediately. I want to see results within 3 days. Liang had been beaming with joy, but Qin Feng's words made him frown slightly. Brother Qin, I know your formula must be effective, but even if I can produce the medicine in 3 days, marketing and promotion take time too. Liang looked troubled. Business matters weren't as simple as just talking the talk. Don't worry. You just handle the production. I'll take care of the rest. Xin Feng patted Liang on the shoulder and said with a smile. Liang and Su Rixin felt uneasy, yet they chose to trust Xin Feng. With a clear goal now in sight and his mind focused on making money, Liang couldn't even stomach a bite of food. He hurriedly settled the bill and left with his assistant. Watching Liang's retreating figure, Ping Tu Wang couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Hey, Qin, do you think Liang will ever be able to spend all the money he's going to make in his lifetime? Hearing Wang's words, Xin Feng merely responded with a smile. Truth be told, even just Liang's businesses in Shenyang City would be enough to last him a lifetime. But most businesspeople were like that. Whoever complained about having too much money? After a few light-hearted remarks, Wang with the flat top resumed his hearty meal. Xin Feng picked up his phone and dialed Ling Moran's number. The Ling family might not rival the 3 major clans in Jiangbei City, but they certainly held influence. If he could get them to promote Liang's ventures, combined with the formula he'd brought from the Immortal Realm, it would undoubtedly make Liang's company famous overnight. Ling Moran also felt guilty toward Xin Feng over the Mo family incident. Given this opportunity for collaboration, she naturally couldn't refuse. After finishing their meal with Ping Tu Wang, Xin Feng returned to the hotel. All he needed to do now was wait patiently for things to unfold. Liang's trust in Xin Feng had reached its peak. He rushed back to Shenyang City that very night, mortgaged his shares, and liquidated everything. He used every last penny to purchase a moderately sized pharmaceutical company in Jiangbei City. Early the next morning, Xin Feng was once again roused by Liang's call. This was already the nth call he had made to himself that day. He was terrified that any misstep could ruin him completely. Hello? What's going on now? Xin Feng brewed a cup of tea, growing slightly irritated by Liang's persistent calls. Brother Qin, I didn't mean to bother you. This time I'm really in trouble. The pharmaceutical factory is playing dirty. Liang's voice sounded cautious over the phone, even pleading. Hearing the voice on the line, which sounded like it was about to break into tears, Xin Feng sighed in resignation and pulled on his coat. Where are you? I'll come over now. Xin Feng roused Ping Tu Wang and drove straight to the pharmaceutical factory. He'd known things wouldn't go smoothly, but hadn't expected trouble to strike so soon. The two arrived at the pharmaceutical factory in a panic. Liang was already pacing nervously at the entrance, sweat pouring down his face. Brother Qin, you finally made it. I was about to lose my mind. Spotting Qin Feng, Liang rushed over, desperately trying to make his case. Alright, let's discuss this inside. Isn't this factory already under your name? Qin Feng glanced at the few security guards at the entrance with their unfriendly expressions and asked Liang. That question was a mistake. The moment it left his lips, Liang's eyes instantly welled up. A grown man, crying by the roadside as if attending a funeral. Wah, brother Qin, you gotta help me with this. I put everything Fu Xiang Group had into this, and they won't even let me in. Liang sobbed as he spoke. Qin Feng patted his shoulder and strode toward the entrance with fierce determination. Qin Feng was the type to bully others, never to be bullied himself. Chapter 84, Glory Approaches. Hold it right there. Who do you think you are, barging in like this? The security guard, cigarette dangling from his mouth, reached out to block the three men. Why should I tell you? This pharmaceutical factory is mine. I paid for it, got it? Liang yelled hysterically at the security guards. But the guards remained unmoved. They had already received orders and wouldn't let the three of them in. Alright, stop wailing at the gate. Just because you say it's yours makes it yours? Then I can claim this is mine too. I only recognize Zhu Huihao as the boss of this factory. The security guard strutted about, full of bravado. The moment Flathead Wang heard that name, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Pigs can squeal. Looks like your boss Zhu sure knows how to make a racket, huh? Ha 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 ha. Damn it. You dare mock our factory director? I'll teach you a lesson today. Several security guards, seeing the bald-headed man's defiant stance, raised their batons and charged forward. Don't go too far. Just teach them a lesson. Qin Feng gave a quick warning to the bald-headed king. Don't worry, brother Qin. Just watch my performance. Bald-headed Wang grinned coldly, rubbing his hands together as he slowly approached the guards. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 security guards had gathered, clubs in hand and cigarettes in mouths, ready to teach the bald-headed thug a lesson. A series of agonized screams erupted from the roadside. In mere moments, all the security guards lay sprawled on the ground, their earlier arrogance completely vanquished. Qin Feng calmly led Liang into the factory. Liang looked like a bullied child tagging along with his guardian to seek revenge. Fuming, Liang led Qin Feng and the bald-headed Wang to the boss's office. Why are you back again? Didn't I say I'd give you the factory, just give me a little time? Zhu Huihao, buried in paperwork, muttered impatiently upon seeing Liang reappear. Qin Feng stepped out from behind Liang. I'm not giving you much time to think about it. What I want is for you to hand over the reins to me immediately. Qin Feng strode to the desk, his gaze fixed on Zhu Huihao, his tone thick with menace. Facing the three men with grim expressions, Zhu Huihao actually let out a faint smile. What? You lot think you can take me on? This is Jiangbei City, not that backwater town of yours in Xunyang. You'd better show me some respect. Zhu Huihao pointed his finger at Qin Feng's nose, his words dripping with menace. I'll give you 3 seconds. Sign the contract, or you can kiss this finger goodbye. Qin Feng stared at Zhu Huihao, uttering his final warning. But Zhu Huihao couldn't care less about them. He didn't give them the time of day. A bunch of country bumpkins threatening me? You must be out of your minds. Zhu Huihao paid no heed to Qin Feng's warning. You want to break my finger? Try it. Go ahead and touch me. Ah. Before Zhu Huihao could finish his sentence, Qin Feng grabbed one of his fingers and snapped it violently. The sharp crack of bone breaking echoed through the hallway, accompanied by Zhu Huihao's piercing scream. A group of employees, weapons in hand, rushed in upon hearing the commotion. You bastards! You bunch of hicks! How dare you lay a hand on me! Zhu Huihao clutched his finger, screaming hysterically at Qin Feng. Beat him! Beat him hard! Damn it, he thinks he can take my factory. Do you think your clout in Jiangbei City can even compare to mine? Messing with my contracts, taking me to court, don't you know who you're dealing with? At this moment, Zhu Huihao no longer held back, revealing his true nature completely. His goal was simple, to swindle money from Liang, the outsider. Once he got his hands on the money, he'd simply deny everything. Even if it came to a lawsuit, Liang, penniless and far from home, wouldn't stand a chance against him. Is that so? Does that mean Jiangbei City is now beyond the law? Can you just scam people at will? A voice echoed from outside, freezing Zhu Huihao in his triumphant moment. Who's there? Who dares to spout nonsense in my factory? Zhu Huihao roared angrily toward the entrance, grabbing a stick to teach this new troublemaker a lesson. But when the owner of the voice appeared, he was utterly dumbfounded. Miss Ling? Zhu Huihao froze upon recognizing the figure. Qin Feng knew full well the saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Having the Ling family step in would save a lot of trouble and simplify matters considerably. Miss Ling, this matter between our two families shouldn't concern you, right? A colossus like the Ling family wouldn't bother with an ant like me. How about I give you half of my earnings? Zhu Huihao leaned closer to Ling Moran, carefully offering his flattery. Do you really think the Ling family cares about your petty loot? If you don't sign the contract now, I'll make sure you understand that the Ling family knows how to play the legal game too. Ling Moran didn't give Zhu Huihao a friendly look, instead issuing a direct threat. Facing her unwavering gaze, Zhu Huihao gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll return the money right now. I won't sell this pharmaceutical factory. Zhu Huihao pulled open a drawer to return the money. After all, the profits this factory generated were far beyond what Liang's meager sum could ever buy out. His initial agreement had been nothing more than a ploy to swindle him out of his money. Now that the other party wasn't falling for it, he certainly wasn't going to sell the factory to Liang at a loss. He slammed the bank card from the drawer onto the table, but neither Qin Feng nor the others reached out to take it. Mr. Zhu, have you lost your mind? You think you can just renege on the deal? Either hand over the factory or pay triple the penalty. Seeing his side had the upper hand, Liang began his relentless pressure. Surrounded by several people, Zhu Huihao instantly found himself at a disadvantage. You can't push us too far. This is Jiang Beiqing. Zhu Huihao could only vent his impotent rage. Enough. We know this is Jiangbei City. No need for your reminder. Sign the contract. Qin Feng thrust a contract into Zhu Huihao's hands. Under the oppressive stares of everyone present, he had no choice left. Fine, I'll sign. I'll sign right now. But you'll regret this. You absolutely will regret this. Zhu Huihao signed his name on the contract, then slammed the ballpoint pen onto the floor before turning and walking away. Watching Zhu Huihao's retreating figure, Qin Feng knew this wasn't the end. Yet not a trace of panic stirred within him. The three major families of Jiangbei City will be coming to me on their own soon enough. Chapter 85, even as a concubine. Qin Feng, with such a powerful formula, why didn't you bring it out sooner? With this formula, even without partnering with the Mo family, the Ling family could firmly establish itself in Jiangbei City within 3 years. Ling Moran shot Qin Feng a reproachful look. 3 years is too long. I want this pharmaceutical factory to become the most dazzling news in Jiangbei City within 3 days. Qin Feng surveyed the bustling factory before him and declared his ambitious vision. Liang and Bald Wang couldn't discern his true intentions, but the astute Ling Moran understood immediately. Qin Feng intended to leverage the pharmaceutical factory to build momentum for himself. Though 3 days were certainly insufficient to surpass the three major families. This sudden rise would undoubtedly catch the attention of the three major families. Which family wouldn't want to advance their position, forever keeping the other two in check? Thus, Qin Feng's now famous pharmaceutical factory would become the prized possession in the eyes of the three major families. And he himself would become the object of their competition. When the tables turn from you begging others to others begging you, so many things become much simpler. Brother Qin, you're incredible. With this, I'm sure to secure a foothold in Jiangbei City. Liang stared at the contract in his hands, grinning from ear to ear. Qin Feng didn't need him to understand too much. As long as he worked diligently under him, that was enough. Come on, since you've made the effort to visit Jiangbei City, I should at least extend my hospitality as your host. After wrapping up matters here, Ling Moran invited Qin Feng to visit the Ling family estate. Qin Feng had little else to do in this place. The factory was now stable, with Liang overseeing operations. Bald Head Wang remained behind to prevent Zhu Huihao from causing further trouble. Everything was now completely secure. With nothing else to occupy his time, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to see what these prominent families were really like. Qin Feng climbed into Ling Moran's car. After about half an hour's drive, they finally arrived at a villa district. The scenery here was picturesque, with villa after villa oriented north-south. This is nothing special. The truly prominent families buy their own land and build their own homes. My family's place is fairly ordinary. Ling Moran noticed Qin Feng's constant glances around and offered an explanation. Jiangbei City must be pretty expensive real estate, right? With villas like these, the Ling family's influence can't be as insignificant as you claim. Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, realizing the Ling family was far from ordinary. You're right. My Ling family can't compare to the major clans, but in Jiangbei City, we still rank among the top 10. Ling Moran walked Qin Feng toward the villa while laying out the facts. Beyond the three deeply entrenched founding families of Jiangbei City, the remaining 7 clans were roughly equal in strength. The Ling family needed only a slight boost to surpass the other 6. While Jiangbei City thrived in prosperity, its competition was equally brutal. If you stand still, you'll be devoured by the other families. That was precisely why Ling Moran was so eager to enlist Qin Feng's help. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the villa's entrance. Opening the villa door, they found 7 or 8 elders seated in the spacious living room. Seeing Qin Feng arrive, they all beamed with delight. Moran, this must be Qin Feng, the one who secured the Mo family partnership for you? Truly a prodigy. The elderly man seated on the sofa rose promptly to greet Qin Feng as he entered. Only then did Qin Feng realize that this entire group had been waiting for him all along. You helped the Ling family secure such crucial qualifications. It's only natural to express our gratitude. This is my grandfather, Ling Yuanbua. Inviting you here today was actually his idea. Ling Mo-ran explained the situation while introducing him. Ahem, I think there's no need to be so dramatic. After all, it's just securing the qualification. The actual cooperation hasn't even been finalized yet, has it? Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed by the grand welcome ceremony unfolding before him. Young friend Qin, please come sit down. We've been waiting for you. Ling Yuanbo stepped forward, took Qin Feng's hand, and guided him toward the table. The remaining elders observed Qin Feng, their expressions varied, some even carrying malicious glances. Come, Qin Feng. Take the seat beside me. Ling Yuanbo clasped Qin Feng's hand tightly, not even releasing it as he sat down. Unable to refuse the old man's warm hospitality, Qin Feng let himself be led to a seat beside him. This scene caused the other elders' expressions to turn cold. Young man, you really have no manners. Do you think that seat is for someone like you? An old man with a white beard glared at Qin Feng, his tone tinged with irritation. In such a prominent family, only elders possess the privilege of occupying the seat of honor. Now, an unknown nobody like Qin Feng occupying that seat instantly rubbed these old men the wrong way. Exactly. Someone might think you've already secured the contract for our Ling family. How presumptuous. Following the white-bearded man's lead, the other elders chimed in one after another. Ahem. You must not show disrespect to young Master Qin. He is a benefactor to our Ling family. Ling Yuanbo refuted their words, yet refrained from delivering any stern reprimand. The old men paid no heed to Ling Yuanbo's words. They continued to give Qin Feng the cold shoulder at the dinner table. Qin Feng took only a couple of bites before Ling Yuanbo noticed his unease. Young friend, I see you've eaten enough. Come with me to the study upstairs. Ling Yuanbo gave Qin Feng a meaningful look and pulled him up the stairs. Ling Moran, seeing this, also left the table. The old men watched Qin Feng and Ling Yuanbo's retreating figures, each with a deep frown. That old fool won't last much longer. Letting a woman run the household? He's truly lost his mind. The white-bearded elder glared up at the stairs, his eyes burning with hatred. Entering the study, Ling Yuanbo sat down in a chair, his aged hands repeatedly patting his waist. Qin Feng could tell his life was nearing its end. He likely had little time left. Qin Feng, I know you are no ordinary man, though no one has yet noticed. One day, the entire world of Zhengbei City will feel far too small for you. Ling Yuanbo lavished praise upon Qin Feng without reservation. As he spoke, he pulled a contract from a drawer. This represents the Ling family's holdings. I intend to entrust the company to you, provided that you... Old Ling, what are you doing? I can't possibly accept such a grand gift. Qin Feng quickly interrupted upon hearing Ling Yuanbo's words. It wasn't that he truly couldn't accept such a generous gift, but rather that he had no interest in managing a company. Hear me out. I'll give you all of Ling's family assets, but I have one condition: that you marry Moran. Chapter 86, The Appearance of an Immortal. As Ling Yuanbo finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the study. Ling Moran, who had been about to enter with tea, froze in her tracks, as if compelled by some unseen force to remain standing at the doorway. What? Are you unwilling? Could it be that my Moran is unworthy of you? Ling Yuanbo noticed the hesitation in Qin Feng's eyes and frowned. No. Moran is truly exceptional. But I already have a family. I simply cannot harbor any feelings for Ling Moran. Qin Feng refused without hesitation. If he truly intended to accept, the old man wouldn't have needed to intervene. I know. I know you have a family. I can speak for my granddaughter, and she'll listen to me. Our Ling family has few descendants. She's my only granddaughter. I want to find her a strong pillar of support. Ling Yuanbo's eyes brimmed with sorrow, his tone tinged with pleading. These words truly stunned Qin Feng. The issue of one man marrying two women wasn't about whether the old man or Ling Moran could accept it. The real problem was that he and Mu Qing simply couldn't accept it. Old Master Ling, I urge you to show Moran some respect. After all, she's a person. I'm willing. Ling Moran abruptly pushed open the door, cutting Qin Feng off mid-sentence. Seeing Ling Moran carrying a tray of warm tea, Qin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. This grandfather-granddaughter duo singing in perfect harmony, with Ling Moran willingly playing the victim. This left Qin Feng feeling rather awkward. No matter how many pleasantries Qin Feng offered, the pair remained as unshakable as a rock. Qin Feng had thought he was just coming for a casual meal today, but he hadn't expected to be played like this by the two of them. Just as he was about to turn and leave in frustration, a middle-aged man burst into the room. Who do you think you are, you upstart? Thinking you can marry my daughter? How utterly shameless. The newcomer was Ling Yong, son of Ling Yuanbo and father of Ling Moran. Behind him followed several elderly men who had earlier mocked Qin Feng with their words. Ling Yong glared at Qin Feng, radiating a fierce aura. Ling Yong, it's not that your second uncle is stirring trouble, but your father actually wants to hand over the family business to an outsider? I think he's gone senile. The white-bearded old man, observing the tense atmosphere, continued to fan the flames with his words. Yet these blatantly provocative words found strong resonance with Ling Yong. Exactly. Uncle is absolutely right. I accepted handing over the reins to Ling Moran, my granddaughter. But now you want to give it to an outsider? I absolutely refuse. I refuse. Ling Yong slammed his thigh, snatched the contract from the table, and tore it to shreds. Shin Feng watched this hot-headed, reckless, and stubborn Ling Yong. Finally understood why the old patriarch had bypassed him to entrust the reins to Ling Moran instead of his son, Ling Yong. A character this simple-minded and greedy would likely bring the Ling family to its knees within 3 days. Under the instigation of his second uncle and several elders, Ling Yong now stood in direct opposition to his own father. Ling Yuanbo knew today's events had gone awry. He sighed heavily. That old fool must be senile. Starting today, the Ling family will follow my lead. Handing control to that girl? Absolutely not. Ignoring the patriarch's expression, Ling Yong slammed his fist on the table and appointed himself to a position of authority. I dare you. Your father isn't dead yet, what are you jumping up for? Get out of my sight. Ling Yuanbo watched Ling Yong's loud outburst and waved him away with a dismissive gesture. Though arrogant, Ling Yong still harbored some fear toward the old man. He shut his mouth and stood aside. This farce made everything crystal clear to Qin Feng. Ling Moran's position as heir to the family head seemed far from secure. Her urgency to secure the Mo family contract stemmed from her desperate need to stabilize her position. Ling Yuanbo, meanwhile, was willing to make her his concubine just to secure his own peace of mind before passing away. Enough, enough. Stop bickering. I think Mo Ran is quite capable. With the Ling family entrusting him to lead, his future is bound to be bright. Qin Feng watched the bickering group and stepped in to mediate. But the moment he spoke, Ling Yong, who had just calmed down, immediately protested. You bastard! What right do you have to speak here, you outsider? Get the hell out of here! You country bumpkin from Chunyang City, daring to boss people around in my own home. Ling Yong pointed his finger right at Qin Feng's nose, unleashing a torrent of abuse. What? You don't believe me? With Mo Ran and the Ling family, I guarantee that within a week, the Ling family will rise above the other 6 families and rank 4th in Jiangbei City. Qin Feng just wanted to end this farce quickly, so he spoke up. The words hung in the air, filling the office with sudden silence. A smile touched Ling Yuanbo's lips, and his heart instantly felt much more at ease. Ling Yong, meanwhile, burst into a thunderous laugh. Ha, you've got to be kidding me. You? A country bumpkin from Chunyang City? I won't waste my breath on you lot. If the target is met, all of you retire from the company. If not, Ling Moran steps down himself. Qin Feng surveyed the crowd and made the decision for Ling Moran outright. The white-bearded man, who had been stirring up trouble all along, immediately jumped in and agreed. Fine, fine, fine. Words alone mean nothing, let's sign a contract. Second uncle had long coveted the company, but Ling Yuanbo had stubbornly refused to budge. Now, with Qin Feng stirring things up, he instantly saw a glimmer of hope. Never mind how unrealistic it was to sweep the remaining 6 companies within 7 days. Even if Qin Feng truly possessed some ability, with so many of them involved, they could easily sabotage the effort. Ling Moran, gifted with sharp insight, instantly saw through her uncle's scheme. Scrutinizing the hastily drafted contract before her, she found herself torn. After all, it concerned the future of the entire Ling family. What are you waiting for, child? Qin Feng has already made his offer, sign it. Ling Yuanbo grew impatient seeing his granddaughter hesitate. With her grandfather speaking up, she had no reason to hesitate. She signed the contract without further delay. The old men carefully tucked the contract into their robes and left the office, thoroughly satisfied. Ling Moran looked up at Qin Feng, a flicker of helplessness in her eyes. At this very moment, the fate of the Ling family rested entirely in Qin Feng's hands. Mo Ran, this tea has gone cold. Go get Grandpa a fresh cup of warm tea. Ling Yuanbo looked at Ling Moran, who was frowning with worry, and spoke up to send her away. Qin Feng looked at the old man before him, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Old man, this is our first meeting, right? Why do you trust me so readily? Could it be you've heard some rumors? Qin Feng regarded the extraordinary old man before him, curiosity stirring within. To everyone else, he was just a penniless, powerless young man from Chunyang City. Yet Ling Yuanbo's trust in him surpassed even that of Ling Moran. This was indeed peculiar. Young Qin, though we've never met before, I have some knowledge of physiognomy. Your features, young friend, are neither those of wealth nor nobility, they are the features of an immortal, as described in ancient physiognomy. Ling Yuanbo stared intently into Qin Feng's eyes, his tone unwavering. Chapter 87, Unrefined and Unstraight. Though Ling Yuanbo was advanced in years, his eyes burned with an intense, piercing light. His bright pupils fixed on Qin Feng, causing the young man to pause in surprise. Though he said nothing aloud, his heart was filled with profound admiration for Ling Yuanbo. To discern his immortal identity with mortal eyes, Ling Yuanbo's physiognomy skills bordered on the supernatural. Young friend Qin, no need to be startled. I was merely joking. What gods or immortals exist in this world, right? Noticing the flicker of unease in Qin Feng's eyes, Ling Yuanbo quickly interjected to smooth things over. Old man, you're joking too. I'm no immortal. I merely know a little medicine, which is why I'm somewhat skilled in physiognomy. Here are some health-enhancing pills. Keep one for yourself, it will benefit your body. Xin Feng reached into his robe and produced a vial, pouring out one of the pills he had previously given to the bald-headed king. Though not specifically designed for longevity, the pure potency within could easily extend Ling Yuanbu's life by 3 to 5 years, even in his current state of decline. Old master, I'll take my leave now. Should you need anything, just have Mo Ran summon me. Xin Feng bowed respectfully to the old man before turning and leaving the Ling family villa. Ling Yuanbu stood at the study window, watching Xin Feng gradually disappear downstairs. His furrowed brow relaxed slightly. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Grandfather, has Xin Feng left? Why is there such a strong scent of medicine in this room? Ling Moran, returning with a tray of tea, found no trace of Xin Feng in the room but detected the medicinal scent. Ling Yuanbu gazed at the pill in his palm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mo Ran, you needn't worry anymore. Grandfather can at least keep up with these old codgers for another 3 to 5 years. Ling Yuanbu's lips curved upward as he took a sip of the clear tea before swallowing the elixir. Xin Feng, who had just exited the villa, hurried away from the residential complex as if fleeing, terrified of being summoned back for another round of polygamy. Heading straight for the pharmaceutical factory, it was his only trump card in Jiangbei City. If he could manage this factory well, he could return to Chenyang City in just 3 days. Upon arriving at the pharmaceutical factory, Xin Feng found Liang drenched in sweat, frantically directing operations. In just the morning alone, the factory had already produced enough medicine to fill 10 full truckloads. Impressive, Lin Liang. When it comes to making money, you really are unstoppable. Xin Feng gazed at the 10 truckloads of medicine before him, his expression rare with genuine admiration. For an ordinary person, getting fully acquainted with the entire company's operations would likely take a week or so. But this guy had managed to produce 10 truckloads of medicine in just one day, truly making Xin Feng look at him with newfound respect. Brother Qin, the moment I left the restaurant, I immediately mortgaged the company and started sourcing medicinal ingredients. I tackled everything simultaneously, no delays whatsoever. Hearing Qin Feng's praise, Liang's heart swelled with joy, and he couldn't help but show off to him. Enough. Production is one thing, but you must guarantee the quality. Anything subpar absolutely cannot be released. Don't worry, Brother Qin. I've already arranged for quality control to work overtime on this. Every single batch will be up to standard. Liang pounded his chest in assurance to Qin Feng. Though he had few scruples in everyday matters, when it came to profitable business deals, Liang strictly adhered to commercial ethics. He knew exactly how lucrative this formula could be. He wouldn't risk losing such a huge opportunity for some petty short-term gain. Alright, I'll leave this in your hands and Xiao Wang's. I'll go for a stroll and await your good news. Qin Feng strolled leisurely out of the factory. With no issues on the pharmaceutical front and Ling family's publicity campaign under control, Qin Feng felt completely at ease. After all, old Master Ling was still alive. With him holding the fort, those old men shouldn't be able to stir up too much trouble. Everything was now in place. Qin Feng simply needed to wait for the explosive news to reverberate throughout Jiangbei City. But during this idle period, there was one place he longed to visit most. That place was the Qin family residence in Jiangbei City. The answers to all the mysteries, the very reason for his journey to Jiangbei City, had all led back to this Qin family he had never met. He was genuinely curious, could he truly be a member of the Qin family of Jiangbei City? If so, why had they sent people to kill him? Pondering these questions, Qin Feng asked around along the way until he finally arrived at the gates of the Qin residence. Just as Ling Moran had said, the villa district where they resided certainly couldn't be considered wealthy. The reason Qin Feng had to ask around to find the Qin family wasn't because they weren't as famous as the Ling family. Rather, they simply held such neighborhoods in contempt. Surrounded by verdant mountains and clear waters, a vast estate stood halfway up the hillside. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer wealth displayed. He had learned that the 2 mountains in front were leased by the Qin family. And this lease? A 500-year contract. As Qin Feng began climbing the mountain, the shrill roar of engines pierced his ears. Several sports cars raced down the mountain, filled with men and women. In the blink of an eye, they came to a screeching halt before Qin Feng. 3 supercars, carrying 7 or 8 men and women dressed in designer labels, each clutching a bottle of liquor. Hey, what are you doing here? The leader, gripping the steering wheel, shot Qin Feng a displeased look. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. Nothing much. Just passing through, heading up the mountain to enjoy the scenery. Qin Feng made up an excuse on the spot, hoping to brush them off. But the young men and women broke into smiles upon hearing his words. Dude, you gotta be kidding me, right? This mountain belongs to the Qin family. This road was built by the Qin family. You're just passing through? You're going up the mountain to see the scenery? The leader of the group opened the car door and stepped out, striding arrogantly toward Qin Feng. Oh, I see. I'm new to Jiangbei City and unfamiliar with the area. Since this is your territory, I'll be on my way. Qin Feng bowed respectfully, excused himself, and turned to leave. But the young man was getting excited. With a wave of his hand, the other youths all got out of the car and surrounded Chin Feng. Where do you think you're going? You're on Chin territory now. You can't just walk off like that. The young men reeked of alcohol. As the saying goes, troublemakers can be dealt with, but drunks are a different story. Chin Feng wrinkled his brow at the stench of alcohol, realizing this wouldn't be a simple exit today. Kid, don't you understand a word I'm saying? The youth demanded, his eyes burning with hostility. What do you want? Chin Feng looked at the group, unwilling to escalate the situation, but a hint of anger already flashed across his face. Heh, you're not allowed to walk on our road, but you can crawl. Crawl down this side. If you make it look good, I might even give you a reward, ha ha ha. The young man laughed loudly as he pulled out his wallet and tossed it directly at Chin Feng. The other youths behind him joined in the raucous laughter. Chin Feng glanced at the wallet at his feet, a cold smile curling his lips. Kids these days won't listen unless they get a taste of discipline. Chapter 88, I'm coming for you. Yo. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This poor kid actually thinks he can take us on? That's laughable, ha ha ha. The group burst into raucous laughter, hurling taunts at Chin Feng. The ringleader even stepped right up to his face. Kid, you don't know who I am, do you? I'm Chin Lang, a member of the Chin family. We're all descendants of the Chin clan. You dare mess with the Chins? Chin Lang glared at Chin Feng, his attitude reaching the height of arrogance. So what if you're a Chin? I'm the one who teaches the Chins a lesson. Chin Feng's brow furrowed, and without hesitation, he slammed a fist straight into Chin Lang's face. Chin Lang, who had been sloshed moments before, sobered instantly. The pain in his face made him wince, his eyes filled with disbelief. You dare hit me? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me say I'm a member of the Chin family? Chin Lang clutched his eye socket, shouting at Chin Feng. A trace of contempt flickered at the corner of Chin Feng's mouth. Or are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear me say I'd beat up members of the Chin family? Chin Feng stared at the arrogant Chin Lang, his firm stance unwavering. Chin Lang was used to being arrogant, but the person he encountered today was even more arrogant than he was. Right beneath the Chin family compound, this man dared to attack a Chin family member. In all his years, he'd never seen anyone so fearless in the entire Jianbei city. Chin Feng eyed the young men before him, feeling thoroughly unlucky. He had only intended to scout the Chin family compound, familiarize himself with the layout, and plan his future actions accordingly. But now he'd stumbled upon these troublemakers looking for a fight. Kid, if you don't kneel down and kowtow to apologize today, you won't be leaving Chin territory alive. Chin Lang grabbed his phone, clearly determined to salvage his pride. You're not worthy. Go tell your elders to prepare for my grand arrival. Chin Feng's interest vanished completely. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? Get back here, you. Chin Lang reached out to grab him, but Chin Feng didn't even turn his head, he just slapped him. Chin Lang, quick on his feet, dodged the blow. Though the blow missed Chin Lang, it struck the phone in his hand. The phone flew out instantly, like a flash of light, hurtling forward. With a loud bang, it embedded itself into the front of the supercar. Everyone was stunned. A bunch of kids who hadn't even grown any facial hair yet, they'd never seen such a skilled fighter before. The group that had been chattering arrogantly moments ago now stood frozen, staring blankly at Chin Feng's retreating figure. His mood dampened, Chin Feng wandered aimlessly through Jianbei City, bored out of his mind. Watching the crowds of people coming and going on the streets, most of them clutching briefcases on their way to work. In this fast-paced city of Jianbei, everyone was incredibly busy. Some, racing against the clock, scattered papers everywhere. Chin Feng watched the papers swirling through the air, and a sudden realization struck him. He had come to Jianbei City under the pretext of Mu Qing. Mu Qing had asked him to help sign an important contract at the Ling family's company. Yet in the midst of his own busyness, he had completely forgotten about this crucial matter. Chin Feng slapped his forehead in frustration and hurried back to his temporary hotel. It was fortunate that Mu Qing hadn't pressed him for updates. Otherwise, a single phone call would have exposed his blunder completely. Grasping the contract in a fluster, Chin Feng dashed toward Ling's company. He was terrified that his phone might ring at any moment. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to think of any excuse to cover it up. He dared to approach Ling's company entrance, but there was no time to admire the grandeur of the building. He just rushed straight inside. Hey! Who do you think you are, barging in like that? Think this is your own home? As always, the moment he barged through the doors, security guards appeared to block his path. Chin Feng was in a hurry today and didn't want to waste words. He pulled out his phone and dialed Ling Moran's number. The security guard bowed respectfully and apologized profusely into the phone. In the end, they grinned and ushered Chin Feng into the company. Mr. Chin, our boss isn't here, but the board can sign this contract. They're in the 5th floor office, just go straight up. The security guard enthusiastically directed Chin Feng. Chin Feng had no time for further small talk. He stepped into the elevator and went straight to the 5th floor conference room. He walked right up to the door and pushed it open. His abrupt action startled the few people inside. Qin Feng steadied himself and scanned the room, recognizing most of the people present. They were all the same people who had appeared at the Ling family banquet that day. Leading them was none other than Uncle Ling Heir, while the most conspicuously dressed figure was Ling Moran's useless father, Ling Yong. They seemed to be plotting something unsavory. The moment Qin Feng appeared, everyone instantly fell silent, their eyes brimming with caution. "What are you doing here, kid? We've already signed the contract. You're not backing out, are you?" Uncle Ling stared at Qin Feng, his brows furrowed. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel exasperated at their posture, as if they feared someone would steal their belongings. "Look," he said, "I don't have time for this nonsense. Just sign this little contract. You guys can keep chatting, I won't hold you up." Qin Feng placed the contract Mu Qing had entrusted him with on the table. Truthfully, this minor contract was but a drop in the bucket for the Ling family. Uncle Heir merely glanced at it, realizing there was no need for any fuss, and picked up his pen to sign. "Hold on!" Ling Yong suddenly shouted, snatching the contract from the table. "Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? You've already flexed your muscles in my house, and now you want to flex them here with me? Sign a contract? I'll sign your damn contract." Ling Yong was seething with anger toward Qin Feng. He'd already resented this outsider back at home. Now that Qin Feng had tracked him down at the company, his rage boiled over. Qin Feng stared at the scattered fragments of the contract, his own rage surging. He'd rushed here in a panic, his heart pounding with fear over this contract. He'd been terrified Mu Qing would discover any flaws. For this contract, he hadn't dared waste a single step. Who would have thought that the moment he arrived, Ling Yong would tear it into shreds all over the floor? This contract bore Mu Qing's signature. It wasn't something he could simply reprint after shredding. If he needed a new contract now, he'd have to rush back to Qinyang City and get Mu Qing to sign it again. By then, even if he had 1,000 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain his trip to Jiangbeiqing. Noticing the rising anger in Qin Feng's eyes, Ling Yong's face broke into a satisfied laugh. "What's the matter? Angry? Ha 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 ha. Kid, you're still too green to mess with me, Ling Yong. Get out of here before I lose my temper." Ling Yong waved his hand dismissively at Qin Feng, as if shooing away a fly. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing like lightning. "Ling Yong, I'll make you kneel on the ground right now and beg me to renegotiate the contract." Qin Feng stood towering above him, his voice brimming with authority. Chapter 89, The Old Man's Pill Shock. Ling Yong found Qin Feng's words utterly laughable. "Kid, you think you can fool that senile old fool and then pull the same trick on me?" Although Uncle Ling didn't want to escalate the matter, he had never taken Qin Feng seriously. "Enough, kid. It's just a contract. Go back, rewrite it, and bring it over. I'll sign it when I have time." Uncle Ling waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, signaling Qin Feng to leave. But Qin Feng wasn't about to leave so easily. He was already in a rage, seething with frustration. And now these blind fools had to come crashing right into it. "Fine, I'm not going to run back and forth. Draft the contract now, sign it, and hand it over. I'll take it back to Qinyang City to sign, and that'll be the end of it." Qin Feng sat down on a chair by himself, striking a pose. Seeing him like this, even Uncle Ling Heir, who usually just went with the flow, furrowed his brow. "Hey kid, you think you're something special now, huh? You really think you're a big shot?" Uncle Ling stepped in front of Qin Feng, his expression dark. "I said it once, and I'll say it again, hand over the contract I signed, and I'm out of here." "No contract, no one leaves." Qin Feng sat firmly in his chair, his words showing no trace of fear. "Well, I've seen it all now. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Don't want to leave, huh? Fine, you're not going anywhere. I'll go downstairs and call for backup right now. I'll make sure you're stuck here for good." Faced with Qin Feng's relentless provocation, Ling Yong lost his temper completely. He slammed the cup in his hand to the floor and charged toward the door. Just as Ling Yong's hand touched the doorframe, Qin Feng delivered a powerful kick to the chair beside him. The mahogany chair flew through the air, crashing heavily against the door. The chair shattered instantly, the force of the impact causing Ling Yong to jerk his hand away. The wrecked chair blocked the doorway, cutting off Ling Yong's escape. "I said it, no one leaves this room today without that signed contract." Qin Feng sat on the side, repeating his earlier words. "Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't handle you, you little brat." Seeing no way out, Ling Yong grabbed a chair leg from the floor and charged at Qin Feng. He raised the stick high, swung it with all his might, and brought it down hard on Qin Feng's head. Made of solid mahogany, the wooden leg was as hard as iron. This full force blow was enough to knock Qin Feng unconscious on the spot. But Ling Yong showed no hesitation. Even if he killed Qin Feng right here today, such an unknown nobody wouldn't cause much of a stir in Jiangbei City. Yet after the blow landed, no agonized scream echoed through the conference room. The solid mahogany club was firmly clenched in Qin Feng's palm. "If you weren't Immortal's father, I'd have smashed your legs clean off with this very stick." Qin Feng's expression was icy cold. One hand gripped the club, while the other delivered a sudden, fierce strike. The mahogany, as solid as steel, shattered into pieces under Qin Feng's force. The scene left everyone stunned. Even Uncle Ling Air, who had never taken Qin Feng seriously, now wore a look of astonishment. Between Jiangbei City and Xunyang City lay another major difference: martial prowess. This place was a big city, and the underworld was even more turbulent. A pair of formidable fists could secure a respectable standing even in Jiangbei City. But Qin Feng's display of skill was something none of them had anticipated. It seems Xunyang City truly hides dragons and tigers. Young Qin, your martial skills are quite impressive. Uncle Ling reached for a paper cup to get water, grinning as he approached Qin Feng. Second uncle, it's just this sort of thing. Why are you paying him any mind? He's just... Shut your mouth. How dare you speak of young Master Qin like that? Uncle Ling glared at Ling Yong and snapped angrily. This single incident revealed Ling Yong for what he truly was, a brute with underdeveloped limbs and an extremely simple mind. The one truly pulling the strings was Uncle Ling, who was well past 50. Young Master Qin, with all your talents, is it really worth your while to run errands for that brat Ling Moran? Join us, and I guarantee you'll rise to prominence. You'll have your place in Jiangbei City. Ling Ershu sat beside Qin Feng, continuing his attempts to lure him over. But Qin Feng only responded to his persuasive words with a cold sneer. Listen, old man, do you really think you lot are worthy of recruiting me? Now hand over that contract and sign it, don't waste everyone's time. Qin Feng wasn't buying it. Not only did he refuse outright, but his words dripped with scorn. Qin Feng's ingratitude completely wore down the other's patience. Qin Feng, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Being personally recruited by my uncle Ling Er is a huge honor for you. This contract I refuse to sign it today. What can you do about it? Kill me? Uncle Ling Er had clearly drawn battle lines with Qin Feng, determined to stand his ground to the end. Qin Feng looked at the old men before him and sighed heavily. He hadn't wanted to trouble Ling Moran and old Master Ling, but at this point, he had no choice. As Qin Feng raised his hand to make a call, Uncle Ling and the others flashed looks of contempt. Calling for backup? Old Master Ling can barely walk a few steps. Do you really expect him to come help you? How laughable. Uncle Ling's words dripped with scorn, showing no regard for Qin Feng whatsoever. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the office door was kicked open with a loud bang. The chair blocking the doorway shattered into pieces. Ling Moran appeared at the doorway, pulling his foot back. What the hell is going on here? I personally approved the Mu family contract. Are you lot trying to stage a rebellion? Ling Moran strode into the office with an imposing presence. Even facing elders 2 generations her senior, she showed no sign of fear. The others stared at Ling Moran's sudden appearance, their surprise barely concealed. M.O. Moran, you're not even the chairman yet. How dare you, a junior, give orders to us senior shareholders? Uncle Ling, maintaining his composure in the crisis, regarded the heiress Ling Moran while still holding onto his seniority. Seeing his condescending attitude, a faint, cold smile curved Ling Moran's lips. Not qualified, huh? Then is this person qualified? Ling Moran stepped aside, allowing Ling Yuanbo to enter the conference room with a cheerful smile. His once stooped frame stood slightly straighter, and the cane he never parted with had vanished. Seeing Ling Yuanbo looking so vigorous and full of vitality, everyone was stunned. Ling Yuanbo hadn't set foot in the company for 5 or 6 years since his decline. It was precisely witnessing his gradual decline that had planted the seeds of ambition to seize control within them. Yet here he stood, seemingly clinging to life by a thread, now standing inside the conference room. And he was full of energy. Their grand plans instantly vanished into thin air. What's going on? Have I been gone for a few years, and now even my word holds no sway in the Ling family company? Ling Yuanbo looked at everyone and immediately barked out a warning. Chapter 90, Indirect Promotion. An old hand on the field is worth 2 new ones. Ling Yuanbo's arrival instantly silenced these arrogant old fools. They might not take Ling Moran, the future heir, seriously, but they dared not underestimate Ling Yuanbo. A single word from him could send them all packing. Old master, what are you saying? I'll handle young Master Qin's request immediately. Your health hasn't fully recovered yet. Frequent outings aren't good for you. Uncle Ling feigned concern, showering Ling Yuanbo with insincere words of care. Enough, enough. Just print out a new contract, sign it, and give it to young Master Qin. An old hand like Ling Yuanbo wasn't about to fall for Uncle Ling's hollow excuses. With that, he plopped down right beside Qin Feng. It was a clear signal for Uncle Ling and the others to get moving. While Uncle Ling and the others dared to be disrespectful toward Qin Feng, they dared not show the slightest leniency toward Ling Yuanbo. The matter that had dragged on for half an hour with Qin Feng was resolved in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng took the contract, gave it a quick glance, and tucked it away. Let's go, young friend Qin. We should step outside for a proper chat. Ling Yuanbo paid no heed to Uncle Ling and the others, instead pulling Qin Feng toward the exit. Young friend Qin, I really must write about your medicine. It's made this old body of mine feel revitalized, like I've turned back the clock by decades. Ha ha ha. Ling Yuanbo pulled Qin Feng out while shouting a few more lines. This deliberate praise seemed calculated. Once Qin Feng and old master Ling Yuanbo had left the office, the others began whispering among themselves. Wasn't that old codger on his last legs? How did he suddenly become so full of life? The old men watched Ling Yuanbo's retreating figure, their expressions a mix of anger and envy. I just heard him mention some medicine given by young Master Qin? Hurry and investigate, is that kid selling medicine? Uncle Ling, sensing a potential business opportunity, immediately ordered someone to investigate. Qin Feng and Ling Yuanbo sat in the office, sipping tea and chatting amiably. You have to admit, the old man's internal marketing is top-notch. Combined with external promotion, this medicine is bound to be a huge hit. Qin Feng gave Ling Yuanbo a thumbs up. Earlier, Ling Yuanbo had deliberately mentioned the elixir in the office to pique Uncle Ling and the others' curiosity. Knowing they'd send people out to inquire about this medicine, Ling family's rival companies and partners would catch wind of it, prompting them to investigate what new products the Ling family might be developing. Through this subtle influence, news of Qin Feng's medicine would inevitably reach the business community. One had to admit, experience truly made him sharp. Ling Yuanbo's subtle maneuver had achieved its objective without a hint of effort. This clearly demonstrated that Uncle Ling Ling Yong, and their group were no match for Qin Feng. Young Mr. Qin, rest assured. With our backing, a flood of buyers will start purchasing your medicine tomorrow. Your 3-day plan is absolutely not just empty talk. Ling Yuanbo personally stepped forward, giving Qin Feng his full assurance. With the old master's word, I can truly relax now. Qin Feng finished his cup of clear tea. By the way, since there's nothing else pressing, why not come over to my place for dinner tonight, young friend Qin? Let's have a good chat, you and I, this unlikely pair of friends. After chatting for a while, Ling Yuanbo finally got to the point. The moment Qin Feng heard about dinner, he waved his hands in refusal. He knew exactly what the old man was up to. If he went over tonight, he'd inevitably be roped into another matchmaking scheme. What a shame, old man. I've got some things to prepare at the pharmaceutical factory today. After all, things will get busy tomorrow, and business comes first. Qin Feng quickly stood up, making up an excuse to slip away. Truth be told, Liang was the one running the factory. He himself knew nothing about business. Alright. Since young Master Qin has urgent matters to attend to, I certainly won't stand in your way. I'll have someone drive you there right away. Ling Yuanbo was quite courteous, even reaching out to signal the driver for Qin Feng. Seeing his gesture, Qin Feng hastily waved him off. I'll manage my own way back. No need to trouble you. Before the old man could reply, Qin Feng practically fled the office. No sooner had he reached the company entrance than he froze in place, transfixed by the figure before him. It was none other than Mu Qing, the very person who had been causing him such anxiety. The two had run right into each other at the entrance of the Ling family's company. Mu Qing? Why did you come all this way? Didn't I say I'd handle the contract for you? Qin Feng hastily held up the already signed contract in his hand. Did you know your phone was disconnected? I couldn't get through, and I don't have Xiao Wang's number either. You're going to give me a heart attack. Mu Qing held up her phone, her tone brimming with reproach. Qin Feng could only tuck the contract back into his bag and apologize profusely to Mu Qing. He understood her concern perfectly well. After all, he hadn't had a moment's peace since returning. But it wasn't entirely his fault. He'd barely used his phone since returning from the immortal realm and had long since grown unaccustomed to electronic devices. Seeing Qin Feng was unharmed, Mu Qing finally exhaled in relief, her expression softening slightly. Alright, now that the contract is settled, let's head back together. Without waiting for a response, Mu Qing grabbed Qin Feng's arm and started pulling him toward the exit. Seeing her determination, Qin Feng knew he couldn't get away with evasive answers now. I can't go back just yet. I've partnered with Lin Liang to set up a pharmaceutical factory here, so I'll need to stay busy for another couple of days. Qin Feng gritted his teeth as he forced the words out. Mu Qing froze in place upon hearing his words, taking a full 5 minutes to recover. What did you just say? You're partnering with Lin Liang to open a pharmaceutical factory? That Lin Liang from Fushan Group? Mu Qing stared intently at Qin Feng, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the information. This meant Qin Feng had skipped confessing he knew Lin Liang and jumped straight to partnering with him. This was too much for Mu Qing to process all at once. She was still running around, courting numerous small companies to supply clothing for Fushan Group. Qin Feng, you're not joking with me, are you? Lin Liang, how could he possibly be working with you? Mu Qing still couldn't believe it, repeatedly voicing her doubts. Here's the deal. I know a few pretty valuable formulas, and Lin Liang thinks they're worth pursuing. I provide the formulas, he runs the factory, and I get a cut of the profits. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to the factory right now. Before Mu Qing could react, Qin Feng grabbed her arm and pulled her into the car, speeding straight toward the pharmaceutical factory. The car raced like the wind, arriving at the factory in no time. Only when Mu Qing saw the sprawling pharmaceutical plant before her eyes did she finally believe Qin Feng wasn't joking. He had genuinely partnered with Lin Liang to establish a pharmaceutical factory in Zhangbei City. Chapter 91, The Plan Begins. Qin Feng, why didn't you tell me about something this important? Mu Qing, having regained her composure, looked at him with surprise. I wanted to surprise you. Once things here are up and running smoothly, I'll sign an exclusive partnership agreement with your company. Qin Feng gently wrapped his arm around Mu Qing's shoulder. Hearing this, Mu Qing finally accepted reality, though the news was too shocking to process immediately. So if you have urgent matters, you should head back to Qinyang City first. I'll be busy here for a few more days. Qin Feng pressed on, hoping to get Mu Qing to leave quickly. Today's news about his collaboration with Lin Lian alone would keep Mu Qing reeling for days. If he made a complete mess of things in a couple of days. If the entire Jiangbei Chen region were to erupt in turmoil, Mu Qing would likely find it even harder to process. Now that this contract is signed, the company will be busy for a while. I'm afraid I won't have time to help you here. Mu Qing frowned. She had no idea about the relationship between Qin Feng and Lin Liang. In her eyes, Lin Liang was a shrewd businessman, while Qin Feng was just a novice. She was genuinely worried Qin Feng might get taken advantage of and wanted to stay and help. But with the Ling family contract just signed, a mountain of tasks awaited her back in Qinyang City. Even if she wanted to, she simply didn't have the time to linger. No problem. Go back without worry. A mere Lin Liang? I'm not afraid of him. Qin Feng grinned, trying to reassure Mu Qing. Mu Qing pulled Qin Feng aside and warned him about numerous common business scams, fearing he might fall victim to them. She lectured him for over half an hour before finally feeling slightly more at ease. You must remember everything I told you. Don't get tricked. If anything's unclear, call me right away. Mu Qing climbed into the car, offering a few final reminders. Alright, honey, is your husband really that clueless? Relax, relax. Qin Feng waved his hand with a smile. Mu Qing still frowned, and her voice of instruction only faded away as the car drove off into the distance. Am I really that useless? Could that kid Lin Lian possibly be my match? Qin Feng shook his head with a smile and turned back toward the pharmaceutical factory. Inside the factory, Lin Liang was personally rolling up his sleeves, wearing a mask and rubber gloves. Brother Qin, what brings you over here? Wang, standing nearby, strolled over to Qin Feng. I wonder if Lin Liang is really that serious? Has this kid gone mad trying to make money? Qin Feng watched the ceaselessly moving assembly line, murmuring to himself with a touch of emotion. After all, Lin Liang was a big boss now. Once someone reaches that level of status and influence, how could they possibly still be doing the work of an ordinary employee? This just goes to show that Lin Liang is no ordinary man. Yeah, Brother Qin, you don't know Lin Liang. From production to quality control, from quality control to loading the trucks, he handles it all personally. You know, this guy loves money so much, maybe we should. Xiao Wang looked at Qin Feng, his words clearly carrying hidden meaning. Qin Feng understood exactly what he meant. To make money and rise in Jiangbei City, Lin Liang would even take on the role of a lowly worker. His hunger for money and power had reached this level. Xiao Wang naturally worried that if Lin Liang ever faced a greater opportunity, he might betray Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't rush to respond, merely waving his hand at Wang. What's that supposed to mean, Brother Qin? Don't worry. I know exactly what kind of person Lin Liang is. But he also knows this, in this world, absolutely no one is more powerful than me. Qin Feng glanced in Lin Liang's direction, offering only a faint smile. He had already figured out Lin Liang inside and out. Oh, Brother Qin, you're here. Spotting Qin Feng nearby, Lin Liang dashed over in a flash, his face plastered with a broad smile as he greeted him. Hey Lin Liang, you sure are busy, coming out personally. Honestly, Brother Qin, I really am swamped. I've got a few early cooperation agreements with major families to discuss later. Lin wiped sweat from his forehead as he pulled out a list from his pocket. Seeing his state, Qin Feng merely smiled. Are you hinting at me? Want me to handle it for you? Qin Feng cheerfully cut straight to the chase. Liang didn't seem embarrassed, just chuckled a couple of times. Brother Qin, I swear it's not on purpose. I've got a mountain of work piled up here. I really can't get away. Liang launched into a full-blown sobfest to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't seem to mind at all and simply took the list. Alright, it's too late tonight. I'll handle it for you tomorrow. Qin Feng tucked the list into his coat pocket and left the factory with Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang was utterly baffled the entire way. Hey, Qin, didn't we agree to make those big families come begging us? Why are we going to them now? Doesn't this just make us the ones begging them? They're definitely not going to give us a warm welcome then. Bald Wang looked at Qin Feng, voicing his confusion. Qin Feng hadn't consulted Lin Liang because both men were shrewd enough to understand the situation. Honestly, I never planned to settle everything with the people on this list in one go. So when we go tomorrow, we need to be as arrogant as possible. Qin Feng chuckled to himself as he continued walking. But this remark only deepened Ping Tu Wang's confusion. Brother Qin, what exactly do you mean? You need to explain this to me clearly, or I won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. Wang Ping Tu, his curiosity piqued by Qin Feng, fidgeted nervously, scratching his head and ears in agitation. Alright, we go negotiate today. After we blow things up, won't they have to come begging to work with me? That way, we'll be in a stronger position to dictate our terms, right? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the bald-headed one finally understood. You money-minded folks really have sharp minds. I just couldn't figure out the ins and outs of this. Ping Tu Wang shook his head with a wry smile, showering Qin Feng with praise. After all, when Lin Liang handed them the list earlier, he hadn't explained any of this. But Qin Feng had figured it out on his own. Alright, get some rest tonight. Tomorrow will be a busy day. Qin Feng sighed and led the bald-headed king back to the hotel where they had been staying. Then I'd better get some proper rest tonight. Tomorrow's gonna be a busy day for us. Those big families aren't easy to mess with. Ping Tu Wang pulled the blanket over himself, feeling a bit anxious. After all, their visit wasn't about genuine cooperation. They were merely using the pretext of cooperation as a cover for pure provocation. Don't worry. Tomorrow, we'll stir up this murky water in Jianbei City. Qin Feng stood by the bedside, speaking slowly. Chapter 92, The Luo Family's Prodigy. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows. Qin Feng and Bald Wang stood at the hotel entrance. Today marked the third day. Lin Liang's pharmaceutical factory would be officially put up for sale tomorrow morning. He and bald-headed Wang needed to lay all the groundwork today. Beside him, Wang sported a crisp suit and sunglasses, radiating authority. Why'd you change into this outfit? We're here to negotiate a partnership, not collect debts. Qin Feng muttered in exasperation, causing the previously stern-faced flat-top Wang to instantly crack a smile. Hee hee, brother Qin, we're dealing with a major family this time. I gotta make sure you look good, right? Bald-headed Wang took off his sunglasses and grinned at Qin Feng. Alright. What big family would be afraid of you? Qin Feng looked at his antics and was genuinely speechless. So, brother Qin, which one should we start with? There are so many names on this list, and I've never heard of any of them. The bald-headed king frowned and scratched his head as he studied the list in his hand. Enough. Let's skip those insignificant little companies. We're going straight for the top 3 families. Qin Feng didn't even glance at the list in his hand. He already had a plan in mind. He planned to visit the Luo family, ranked second in Jianbei City, first the Mo family at the top, and save the third-ranked Qin family for last. After all, he intended to save the most for the Qin family to really go head-to-head with them. As they spoke, they hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Luo family in Jianbei City. Truthfully, aside from the Mo family's long-held dominance, the Luo and Qin families were evenly matched. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, Qin Feng could see that this family truly stood apart from the others. Though they stood shoulder to shoulder with the Qin family, they maintained an exceptionally low profile. Their residence was an ordinary villa, not much different from the Ling family's. The two approached and knocked on the door. A housekeeper in her 40s opened it. Who are you looking for? The maid asked, drying her hands with a towel. We're here to meet with the head of the Luo family regarding a business matter, said the man with the crew cut, stepping forward to establish rapport. Business? You need to go to the company for that. This is a private residence, and Mr. Luo isn't available right now. The housekeeper made to close the door after her statement. Qin Feng acted swiftly, grabbing the doorframe. Please inform Mr. Luo anyway. This pharmaceutical partnership could elevate the Luo family to new heights. Just give him a heads up if he won't see us, we'll leave immediately. Qin Feng looked at the housekeeper and offered a faint smile. Fine. You business people are impossible to deal with. The housekeeper sighed and hurried off to inform the chairman of the Luo family. Hey, Qin, do you think this big boss Luo will let us two in? Bald Wan looked at Qin Feng with concern, feeling genuinely uncertain. Don't worry. As long as Mr. Luo has any sense, he'll definitely see us today. Qin Feng smiled, his confidence unwavering. Old Master Ling's earlier remarks had been precisely for this moment. After that day, those old fools from the Ling family were undoubtedly searching through every channel for the medicine Qin Feng produced. A company as large as the Luo Group would inevitably pick up wind of it. If this Mr. Luo possessed any business acumen, he would undoubtedly arrange a meeting. Unless he was the kind of snob who judged people by their background, like Ling Yong. If that were the case, there would be no point in pursuing a deal with the Luo family. 3 or 5 minutes later, the housekeeper reappeared and opened the door. Please come in, gentlemen. Our CEO has agreed to see you. The nanny opened the door wide, stepped aside, and invited the two inside. Upon entering the living room, they saw a young man in his early 20s sitting on the edge of the sofa. Apart from him, there was no one else in the room. May I ask if Mr. Luo is here? Qin Feng sat on the sofa and asked hesitantly. The young man merely smiled upon hearing Qin Feng's words. I am the chairman of Luo Family Enterprises. My name is Luo Xin. What? Doesn't it seem likely? Luo Xin poured Qin Feng a cup of tea, his face breaking into a warm smile. Though Qin Feng had already guessed as much, hearing the young man confirm it still surprised him. I never would have guessed the Luo family's chairman was so young. Bald-headed Wang was a straight shooter, and he voiced his surprise at Luo Xin without reservation. After all, the Luo family was one of the top 3 enterprises in Jianbei City. That a young man barely out of his 20s was managing it was bound to surprise anyone. Mr. Chin, let's cut to the chase. I want to know if you treated Ling Yuan's illness. Does the medicine you sell have that kind of effect? Luo Xian cut straight to the chase, bypassing any pleasantries. Hearing this, Qin Feng knew that despite his youth, this man was undoubtedly a capable individual. Since Mr. Luo was being so straightforward, I'll cut to the chase as well. This medicine won't be quite as potent, but I can guarantee it will outperform every other product on the market. Qin Feng placed 3 boxes of medicine on the table and laid out the truth for Luo Xian. Luo Xian picked up the medicine from the table and examined it closely for a moment. You certainly have confidence. To be honest, whether you're here or not won't make much difference to the Luo family's development. But I'm willing to give you a chance. I hope your medicine proves worthy of this opportunity. Though Luo Xian's tone remained firm, he had ultimately agreed. Alright, we're both straightforward people. Since Mr. Luo has agreed, we'll start supplying you tomorrow. Qin Feng smiled as he rose, exchanging a glance with the man with the crew cut. The two turned to leave. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Qin intends to visit the Mo family and the Qin family next, correct? Luo Xian rose, smiling as he spoke, piercing straight through Qin Feng's intentions. You bear the surname Qin, and the Qin family also bears the surname Qin. Could it be that you two are somehow related? As he spoke, Luo Xian's brow furrowed slightly, as if something occurred to him. I have no connection to the Qin family. But you were right earlier, I am indeed heading to the other two families. How did you know? Qin Feng turned to face Luo Xian once more. Earlier, he had assumed Luo Xian was merely a promising young talent. But this single exchange, where Luo Xian had discerned so much about him, piqued Qin Feng's interest. It's simple. Your medicine goes on sale tomorrow. It's from Chunyang City, a little-known small pharmaceutical factory. You dared to come straight to me. And since my Luo family has no ties to you, your visit isn't about collaboration, it's about building momentum, right? Luo Xian analyzed the situation with deliberate calm, laying bare Qin Feng's inner thoughts. Mr. Luo is indeed sharp. I still have 2 more companies to visit, so I'll take my leave now. Qin Feng smiled, clasped his fists in a bow, and turned to leave. Hold on, Mr. Qin. Since we've agreed to cooperate, let's shake on it. Luo Xian stepped forward, extending his hand with a cheerful grin. Qin Feng didn't think much of it and touched Luo Xian's palm directly. But the instant their palms touched, a surge of spiritual energy shot through his hand and directly into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng froze, his brow furrowing sharply. Meanwhile, a faint smile spread across Luo Xian's face. Chapter 93, Breaking into the Mo family. Seeing the amusement in Luo Xian's eyes, Qin Feng quickly withdrew all the resisting spiritual energy within his body. He allowed Luo Xian's spiritual energy to probe freely throughout his body. Qin Feng didn't know how Luo Xian had come to possess spiritual energy, but it was now extremely weak. He had heard that some great clans, after mastering certain martial arts techniques to their utmost, might develop a trace of spiritual energy within their bodies. He never imagined Luo Xian, so young, could possess such cultivation. On Earth, this level of spiritual energy would still mark him as a formidable expert. Yet in the immortal realm, even a novice could crush him. Therefore, Qin Feng merely needed to conceal himself slightly for Luo Xian to remain completely unaware. Upon realizing Qin Feng possessed no spiritual energy whatsoever, Luo Xian nodded with a smile, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Qin Feng caught that look of contempt and felt utterly speechless. A mere speck of spiritual power within him, and yet he dared to look down on him. But he wasn't about to reveal his true strength just because of a single look of contempt. A mere Luo Xian was far from worthy. Since Mr. Luo seems fine, we'll take our leave now. Qin Feng offered a faint smile and departed the Luo residence with Ping Tu Wang. Brother Qin, I never imagined this would go so smoothly. Mr. Luo's not half bad. As Ping Tu Wang stepped out of the villa, he let out a heavy sigh. He'd expected a heated argument, but the other party had agreed without a fight. He's not being accommodating, he's being smart. By agreeing immediately, he's gained an advantage over the Qin and Mo families. He doesn't need to negotiate with me anymore, it's all gain, no loss for him. Qin Feng hailed another cab, muttering to himself. He didn't like Luo Xian agreeing so quickly. After all, only if they refused could he wait until tomorrow, when the medicine proved its worth, before returning to negotiate. That would give him leverage in negotiations. But now Luo Xian had signed the contract outright, leaving only tomorrow's delivery of the medicine to await. He'd snatched an enormous bargain. It seemed this youngster from the Luo family was no ordinary figure. As the two chatted, they had already arrived at the foot of a famous mountain. The taxi driver pulled over to the side of the road from a distance. Folks, you'll have to walk from here. I wouldn't dare drive my car up that road. The driver pointed to a sign by the roadside reading Mo family territory. This area of verdant mountains and clear waters had once been a tourist attraction, but the Mo family had used their wealth to acquire it, transforming it into their private domain. Though they were still about half an hour away from the Mo family compound, the driver dared not proceed further. This alone showed how overwhelmingly powerful the Mo family was in Zhongbei City. Alright, thanks a lot. We'll get off here. Qin Feng smiled and nodded to the driver. After paying the fare, the two began walking toward the Mo family estate. The walk was quite long, and the weather was scorching hot. Brother Qin, the Mo family sure knows how to make a statement. Making us walk this far just because we're so close? Wang, the man with the crew cut, wiped sweat from his face and muttered irritably. Don't worry, we won't be walking much longer. A dedicated vehicle will be here to pick us up soon. Qin Feng remarked with a smile, glancing at the surveillance cameras lining both sides of the road. The two of them strode right into the Mo family compound. It would have been strange if no one had come to stop or question them. No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than a car pulled up in front of them. The driver was a man wearing sunglasses and camouflage fatigues. Hey, you two. Do you realize you've trespassed onto private property? The man bellowed from the driver's seat, his voice booming at Qin Feng and his companion. We know. We're here to discuss a partnership with the Mo family. We hope you can take us there. Qin Feng looked at the man in sunglasses, his tone remaining courteous. A partnership? Which family do you two represent? Do you have business cards? No business cards. We're from Chunyang City and have set up a pharmaceutical factory locally. We hope to establish a partnership. Qin Feng continued speaking with a smile. But the moment those words left his mouth, the man in sunglasses' expression darkened. What kind of qualifications does a shabby factory from Chunyang City have to negotiate terms? Get the hell out of here. The man in sunglasses waved him off dismissively, not giving him a second thought. Please take us there. Just say we trespassed on your territory, and you're bringing us to face the consequences. That way, we won't be putting you in a difficult position. Qin Feng had already prepared an excuse for the man in sunglasses. But the sunglasses guy genuinely looked down on Qin Feng and his companion. You think you're worthy of my help? Get the hell out of here, you hear me? Two bumpkins thinking they can partner with the Mo family? Look in the mirror. The sunglasses-wearing man eyed them, a sneer curling his lips. Hey! Watch your language. How dare you insult us like that? The man with the crew cut couldn't stomach the man's sucking words and confronted him with a sharp retort. But the sunglasses guy just sneered in disdain. So what if I curse you? You two pieces of trash expect me to give you face? If you don't get the hell out of here, I won't just curse you while ing beat you too. You believe me? The sunglasses guy got out of the car, rolled up his sleeves, and clenched his fists. Bald-headed Wang turned to look at Qin Feng, who gave him a slight nod. Fine, you wanna fight? Let's settle this. But if you get hurt, don't come crying to me for compensation. A sinister grin spread across the bald-headed thug's face. You want to fight me? You're asking for it. The sunglasses guy eyed the skinny, bald-headed guy's frame, as if provoked. He swung a punch straight at the bald man's forehead. Too slow. The bald-headed king muttered under his breath, nearly dodging the blow before spinning around and landing a counterpunch that sent the sunglasses-wearing man crashing to the ground. The punch landed squarely on his forehead, knocking him unconscious. Alright, Brother Qin, it's done. Flathead King kicked the sunglasses guy aside, climbed into the driver's seat, and called out to Qin Feng. Qin Feng said nothing, climbing into the car as they drove toward the Mo family compound. Qin Feng couldn't care less if this approach angered the Mo family. Their purpose in coming today was precisely to antagonize these clans and sabotage the collaboration. Only then would these people pay a visit tomorrow. Thus, within the Mo family's territory, they had beaten up the Mo family's bodyguards, stolen their vehicle, and now parked it brazenly at the entrance of a massive villa. Qin Feng stepped out, with Ping Tu Wang following behind. They didn't consider themselves outsiders at all, pushing open the door and walking in as if it were their own home. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Today happened to be the day of the Mo family gathering. Members of the Mo family, young and old, gathered in the living room, raising their glasses in celebration. The sudden intrusion of Qin Feng and the man with the crew cut left everyone frozen in place, the room instantly falling silent. This was the Mo family compound, heavily guarded and covered in surveillance cameras. With the family gathered for a private gathering, the sudden appearance of two strangers would unsettle anyone. What are you two doing here? How did you get in? Chapter 94, Farewell, Bad Boy. The Mo family residence is so far out. How else could we have gotten in? We drove the car parked outside, of course. Bald-headed Wang remained completely unfazed by the presence of these big shots, pointing toward the car outside. You really have some nerve. Don't you know this is the Mo family, the most powerful clan in Zhongbei City? The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier stepped forward again. The Mo family was large, but Qin Feng noticed several elders sitting quietly in the back, observing the situation without uttering a word. Just as the middle-aged man was shouting his rebuke, several young men emerged from the back. Among them was none other than Mo Hongyuan, the young master of the Mo family, whom he had seen earlier in the arena. What are you doing here, you brat? Do you think the Mo family is a place you can just walk into? Mo Hongyuan had already lost face because of Qin Feng last time, and now that he'd encountered him again, he certainly wouldn't let it go. What's this, Hongyuan? You know him? The middle-aged man shot Mo Hongyuan a sideways glance, his tone dripping with disdain. Dad, I know this guy. He's just a thug working for the Ling family. Nothing special. Mo Hongyuan muttered before waving him off. Though Mo Chenggue deeply despised this son of his, he didn't doubt his words. A thug comes to the Mo family to discuss cooperation? Does he think we're some run-of-the-mill small company? Mo Chenggue glared at Qin Feng, his voice filled with fury. Seeing his father's anger, Mo Hongyuan knew his chance for revenge had arrived and quickly stepped forward again. Well, it's only natural this kid doesn't know about our Mo family. He's just a country bumpkin from Chunyang City. The moment Mo Hongyuan uttered these words, the expressions of everyone in the hall turned grim. The Mo family was the foremost clan in Zhangbei City, a name synonymous with prestige. To be provoked by a thug from Chunyang City? If word got out, it would become the laughingstock of Zhangbei City. Enough, kid. I don't care what kind of partnership you're talking about, and I don't care where you're from. Since you dared barge in like this, you clearly hold no regard for the Mo family. If I don't teach you a lesson today, the Mo family won't be able to hold its head high in Zhangbei City anymore. Mo Chenggue finished speaking, then turned and shot Mo Hongyuan a meaningful glance. Though Mo Hongyuan's lack of dedication to his duties was common knowledge, it was also known that he maintained a crew of underground fighters. This task of teaching Qin Feng a lesson and restoring the Mo family's honor was perfectly suited for him. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure this kid remembers this lesson. I'll restore our Mo family's honor. Mo Hongyuan understood his family's opinion of him. Now that he finally had a chance to prove himself through Qin Feng, he couldn't ask for a better opportunity. Kid, you've got no one to blame but yourself for ending up in my hands today. You've walked straight into your own trap. Mo Hongyuan sneered coldly, lifting his hand to make a call. Moments later, a line of burly men with bulging muscles and menacing expressions marched in. Though each radiated murderous intent, they marched in perfect order. After all, this was the Mo family. They dared not show the slightest arrogance. Kid, let's take this outside. If you wreck anything here, you'll suffer worse consequences. The leader of the enforcers politely negotiated with Qin Feng. Fine. Since you're so worried about damaging the property here, then all of you get out. Qin Feng pointed toward the open gate, mimicking the burly man's polite tone. This move undoubtedly infuriated the crowd, and Mo Hongyuan's expression darkened. I called you here to teach him a lesson, not to negotiate. Get moving. Mo Hongyuan had finally gotten a chance to show off in front of these people who disliked him. If he botched even this minor task, he'd lose all face within the Mo clan. Kid, you asked for it. Now die. The burly man's expression turned ruthless. Qin Feng's blatant disrespect meant that if Mo Hongyuan lost face, the burly man would likely lose his own life before he even made it back. The best course now was to ensure Qin Feng and the bald-headed king left this room at least with broken legs. Brothers, attack. The burly man gave a signal, leading the charge himself. Several thugs charged fiercely toward Qin Feng. The Mo family members scrambled to dodge, terrified of getting blood splattered on them. I came here to discuss business today. I don't have time to waste with you lot. Get lost. Qin Feng watched the thugs charging toward him. With a swift sidestep, he used their momentum to grab them by the collars and fling them aside. In the blink of an eye, the thugs hadn't even registered what had happened. They only felt a brief touch from Qin Feng before their bodies shot skyward. Hanging in midair, they could only watch Qin Feng's figure grow distant before crashing hard onto the roadside. Qin Feng casually closed the door behind him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, shall we talk now? Seeing Qin Feng's smug expression, the faces of the Mo family members grew increasingly grim. Mo Hongyuan, in particular, was utterly mortified. Several elders pointed at Mo Hongyuan, murmuring to themselves. Our young master is utterly useless. Yes. We thought he might actually show some promise today, but who knew he'd end up accomplishing nothing at all? Their whispered murmurs reached Mo Chengue's ears. Their words about Mo Hongyuan left him, as his father, utterly embarrassed. His indulgence of his son had already created a negative impression within the company, and now Mo Hongyuan had proven his incompetence through his own actions. From this point forward, his standing within the company would likely be affected. What's wrong, everyone? Why the sudden silence? This partnership I'm proposing today could elevate your Mo family to new heights. Qin Feng paid no heed to the awkward atmosphere, continuing to ramble on about the partnership. You worthless trash from Chunyang City, daring to spout such nonsense. You've offended the Mo family, you won't leave here alive. Mo Chenggue glared at Qin Feng, his eyes burning with hatred, his murderous intent already evident. Enough. Stop this nonsense. As the two men faced off, the old man who had remained silent in the background stepped forward, sizing up Qin Feng from head to toe. The Mo family has no need for your cooperation. Please leave immediately. The old man spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Fine. But remember, you're the ones who refused this deal. If you regret it tomorrow, don't expect me to give your MO family any face. Xin Feng warned with a smile before leaving the villa with Ping Tu Wang. His objective achieved, lingering served no purpose. All that remained was to wait for events to unfold. The MO family would soon come knocking, begging for his favor. The moment the two stepped outside the villa, before they even reached the main gate, Mo Hongyuan and his men blocked their path. You're Qin Feng, right? After humiliating me, Mo Hongyuan, today, you think you can just walk away unscathed? Chapter 95, The Qin Family's Role. Facing the crowd blocking their path, both Qin Feng and the bald-headed man wore expressions of helpless resignation. Hey, Mr. Mo, if those dozens of mad dogs weren't a match for me, do you really think this bunch can handle me? If you lose face again, won't that really be too much for you to bear? Qin Feng kindly reminded Mo Hongyuan. But saying that only made Mo Hongyuan's face flush with fury. Pretending, huh? Think you're so tough? Today I'll show you just how tough you really are. A cold resolve hardened in Mo Hongyuan's heart as he drew a pistol from his coat and aimed it directly at Qin Feng. He wasn't a businessman, he'd spent years rubbing shoulders with shady characters. Carrying a weapon was the most natural thing in the world for him. Staring at the dark muzzle before him, the flat-top-haired Wang suddenly trembled. Even he, who feared nothing under heaven, felt a tinge of dread in that moment. Though the pill had granted him the strength to take on 10 men, it couldn't protect him from bullets. Moreover, when Qin Feng had faced bullets and subdued Li Xianbing last time, he had been unconscious and knew nothing of the situation. Qin Feng raised his eyes to meet the muzzle, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. You're not the first to point a gun at me. The last guy didn't end well. I suggest you put it away. Recalling how Li Xianbing's gun had backfired and injured his hand, Qin Feng once again tried to reason with Mo Hongyuan. With a gun pointed at my head, you still dare threaten me? I'll send you to the west right now. Mo Hongyuan's resolve hardened within him. His nature was inherently bloodthirsty and frenzied. Combined with the rage boiling within him, all traces of reason had long since vanished. Go to hell! Mo Hongyuan roared, pulling the trigger. Qin Feng channeled his spiritual energy, snatching the gun barrel with a backhand grab. The hard metal barrel instantly buckled under the pressure, causing the bullet about to be fired to explode in the chamber. Shattered metal and sparks flew backward, tearing Mo Hongyuan's palm to shreds. This gun was far more powerful than Li Xianbing's. Li Xianbing had only suffered superficial wounds, but Mo Hongyuan's palm was now exposed to the bone. With a piercing scream, Mo Hongyuan collapsed to the ground, clutching his palm. The guests gathered inside the villa heard the gunshot and immediately rushed toward the commotion. They couldn't care less whether Qin Feng lived or died, but gunfire on Mo family property was a serious matter. When they arrived, they found only Mo Hongyuan writhing on the ground and a pistol lying nearby, its barrel blown apart. Qin Feng and bald-headed Wang had long since vanished. They had more pressing matters to attend to and weren't about to stand around waiting for the Mo family's forces to arrive. Qin Feng. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. Mo Hongyuan clutched his palm, rolling on the ground in agony, his screams and growls echoing. The elderly man who had spoken earlier picked up the pistol from the ground, gripping the steel barrel tightly. His brow furrowed deeply as he examined the fingerprints etched into it. Go investigate this Qin Feng. He might not be as simple as he seems. Upon hearing the old man's orders, the others promptly departed to conduct preliminary investigations. As for Mo Hongyuan lying on the ground, aside from Mo Changue showing a hint of resignation, the others were utterly indifferent. Qin Feng and the bald-headed Wang had already returned to the Qin residence. It was the same asphalt road as before, but the figures of those young men were nowhere to be seen. The two strode confidently toward the Qin residence. The architectural style of the Qin residence proved refreshingly novel to Qin Feng. Unlike the villa-style architecture of the Mo family, it was an ancient-style courtyard residence. The grounds were vast, resembling an ancient manor. As they approached the gate, a man who appeared to be a steward came forward. May I ask what brings you here? Seeing the steward's relatively courteous demeanor, Qin Feng felt somewhat surprised. We're here to discuss business. Please announce our arrival. The man with the crew cut stepped forward and addressed the steward. The steward nodded and went inside. Within 3 minutes, he returned, opened the gate, and invited the two men in. Hey, Qin, did we come to the wrong place? This Qin family is being way too polite. Bald-headed Wang scratched his head in confusion. This made Qin Feng feel something was off too. He had reserved most of his time for the Qin family, intending to thoroughly tease and provoke them. But he hadn't expected them to be so reasonable. If things went smoothly and he managed to strike a deal with the Qins today, his entire plan would go down the drain. Just as he reached the entrance to the hall, Qin Feng heard bursts of laughter echoing from within. A country bumpkin from Chunyang City actually wants to discuss a partnership with my Qin family? That's laughable. Ha ha ha. I've already let them in. We'll see what this arrogant fool is made of. The voices from inside made the man with the crew cut grimace, but a faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips. Qin Feng stepped inside to find the room packed with people. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly man clad in an ornate brocade robe. Standing behind him was none other than the young man Qin Feng had confronted that day. "Grandfather, it's him. This brat was the one who humiliated me outside the other day, even mocking our Qin family." Qin Lang pointed at Qin Feng, his pent-up rage boiling over. "Boy, you dare bully someone from the Qin family? Do you really think so little of us?" "Exactly. How dare you even suggest partnering with our Qin family? Don't you know who you're dealing with? Are you going to compensate us?" The surrounding elders turned their gaze to Qin Feng, chiming in one after another to back up the accusations. "That's right, Grandpa. We can't let him off this time. He needs a proper lesson. He doesn't even respect the Qin family? How can we let this slide?" Qin Lang stood by, fanning the flames, eager to escalate the situation. "Enough, enough. Stop pretending. I don't even care about the Mo family. Why would I, Qin Feng, give a damn about your puny Qin family?" Qin Feng glanced at the crowd's accusatory stares and merely waved them off with a dismissive wave. But the old man's brow furrowed upon hearing the name Qin Feng. "You bear the surname Qin? From Chunyang City?" The old man fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his voice sharp with inquiry. Qin Feng observed his expression, his own brow furrowing slightly as if recalling something. "That's right, my surname is indeed Qin. I'm here today to discuss a drug collaboration." Qin Feng didn't delve deeper into the topic, fearing they might drag Qin Shan into it. "Qin? You piece of trash from Chunyang City, you think you're worthy of the Qin name? Change your surname right here today. Otherwise, I, Qin Lang, will make sure you don't leave the Qin family alive." "You believe me?" Qin Lang stared at Qin Feng with a venomous glare, his words dripping with arrogance. "You've got some nerve. Has the Qin family really become this arrogant?" Qin Feng looked at Qin Lang with utter contempt. If the Qin family was just another clan that only knew how to spout threats, Qin Feng would be genuinely disappointed. "Qin Feng, is it? It's been a long time." No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than a man in a suit and glasses stepped forward. At a glance, Qin Feng recognized him. It was the bespectacled man who had once lured him away from the coffee shop and thoroughly toyed with him. Chapter 96, The Ultimate Master. As the saying goes, enemies meeting only intensifies their hatred. Qin Feng's identity could no longer be concealed within the Qin family. He glared hatefully at the Qin family members, struggling to suppress his rage. "I said I'm only here to discuss a partnership." Qin Feng repeated his purpose once more, but the bespectacled man merely smiled. "Qin Feng, though our Qin family ranks below the Mo family, the realms we can reach are far beyond what a mere Mo family could ever hope to touch." The bespectacled man pushed his glasses up his nose, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Qin Feng found this remark rather baffling. It was common knowledge that the Mo family reigned supreme in Jiangbei City. Yet now, the bespectacled man claimed his Qin family far surpassed them. Such words left Qin Feng thoroughly bewildered. "Who doesn't know your Qin family ranks below the Mo family in Jiangbei City? Are you just bragging to me now?" Bald-headed Wang shook his head dismissively. Even he knew the Mo family reigned supreme, and he couldn't stand watching the bespectacled man spout such nonsense. "You insolent fool! Who do you think you are? Do you know who my uncle is? He's the top martial artist in Jiangbei City, Qin Xiangbing." Qin Lang stood beside the bespectacled man, launching into a tirade of praise directed at his uncle. Qin Xiangbing listened to Qin Lang's praise, a faint smugness playing across his face. "Enough, enough. I came here to discuss a business partnership. What good does it do to brag about this? We're here to discuss a drug distribution partnership. Are you in or out? If not, I'm leaving immediately." Qin Feng shot them a cold stare, his impatience evident in his tone. At these words, the entire Qin family fell silent. Qin Xiangbing's expression darkened further. His reputation as a formidable figure was known throughout Jiangbei City. Qin Feng barging into the Qin family compound and injuring his nephew was already a provocation. Now, before he could even speak, Qin Feng was already showing impatience. This truly rankled Qin Xiangbing. "I don't think you two have the final say here. Go fetch someone from the Qin family who actually does." Qin Feng sat on the sofa, waving dismissively at Qin Lang and Qin Xiangbing, unwilling to waste words on them. This attitude only deepened Qin Xiangbing's irritation. "Qin Feng, you're just a nobody from Chunyang City. What gives you the right to talk like this? Looks like I didn't teach you a lesson last time in Chunyang City. Today, I'll show you what's what." As soon as Qin Xiangbing finished speaking, he lunged forward. His reputation as Jiangbei City's top fighter was no empty boast. The force behind his punches was beyond what ordinary men could withstand. Even from 5 paces away, Qin Feng could feel the piercing force of his attack. "Who do you think you are, daring to lay a finger on my brother Qin? I'll deal with you." Bald-headed Wang, who had long considered himself Qin Feng's enforcer, charged forward to intervene. The perpetually arrogant Ping Tu Wang had long believed himself invincible among ordinary men. But the moment his fist collided with Qin Xiangbing's, his brow instantly furrowed. "Ow!" Bald-head Wang stumbled back several steps, clutching his fist and letting out a pained cry. Qin Feng observed the grim expression on the bald-headed king's face and realized that Qin Xiangbing's reputation was no exaggeration. Even after his body had been enhanced by elixirs, the bald-headed king's combat prowess was extraordinary. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Qin Xiangbing. Clearly, this guy was no flash in the pan. Brother Qin, this kid's power radiates through his entire body. He's no ordinary opponent. The bald-headed king shook his stinging palm and cautioned Qin Feng. Qin Feng said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. But Qin Xiangbing gave Qin Feng no chance to react, charging forward with another heavy punch. The punch aimed straight for Qin Feng's face, clearly intended to be a fatal blow. The sheer force that had defeated Ping Tu Wang with a single punch now met Qin Feng. With a mere flick of his wrist, Qin Feng effortlessly caught the fist in his palm. The force capable of shattering another man's skull felt as soft as cotton in Qin Feng's grasp. Qin Feng remained utterly composed, taking in Qin Xiangbing's stunned expression. Is that all you've got? Childish fighting tricks, and you dare call yourself the top fighter in Jianbei City? Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he sneered. The words ignited a raging fire within Qin Xiangbing. His other, now free fist erupted with even greater force. Within the domineering fist wind, a faint thread of spiritual energy seemed to emerge. This instantly clarified to Qin Feng the true nature of Luo Xian and Qin Xiangbing. He deduced that within these major clans, martial arts cultivation methods must also exist. When one mastered these techniques to perfection, faint traces of spiritual energy might emerge. But to Qin Feng, their spiritual energy was nothing more than a mere speck on the tip of a hair. For Qin Xiangbing's powerful second punch, Qin Feng showed no such restraint. Instead of a palm strike, Qin Feng met him with an even more ruthless fist. With a single punch, Qin Xiangbing staggered backward, just like Ping Tu Wang had moments before. It hurts. Qin Xiangbing clutched his trembling fist. If his earlier punch had pierced flesh, Qin Feng struck bone and marrow. Qin Feng's retreat caused not only Qin Lang but even the old man standing nearby to frown. They knew full well that Qin Xiangbing had been bragging earlier that in Jianbei City those who could stand as his opponent could be counted on one hand. Yet now, a single punch from Qin Feng had already left him unable to defend. Qin Xiangbing clenched his fists again, ready to advance and try once more. But Qin Feng wasn't about to indulge Qin Xiangbing's games. If you step forward again, I won't hold back. I'll make sure you can never clench your fist again in your life. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. Qin Feng stared at Qin Xiangbing's clenched fist, his words dripping with menace. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Xiangbing's tightly clenched fist relaxed. He saw the murderous intent in Qin Feng's eyes and knew he wasn't joking. Uncle, why are you afraid of this bastard? He's nothing but a piece of trash. Just go beat him up. Qin Lang, completely oblivious to the situation unfolding before him, continued to fan the flames from the sidelines. Qin Xiangbing was no stranger to combat. One exchange was enough to show him the vast gap between himself and Qin Feng. He'd hoped to find an excuse to back down and call it quits. But Qin Lang's utter lack of tact, still egging him on from the sidelines, left Qin Xiangbing momentarily unable to back down gracefully. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Qin Xiangbing turned his head and issued a low warning to Qin Lang. But Qin Lang, that arrogant bastard, was too used to his own arrogance to pick up on the hint. He took a quick step forward and stood right beside Qin Xiangbing. Uncle, aren't you the top fighter in Jianbei City? Are you scared of that trash Qin Feng? Could it be he's intimidated you? If you don't teach him a lesson today, how will you ever show your face in public again? Qin Lang was a master at stirring up trouble, but he'd chosen the wrong place to do it. Shut the up. Already humiliated, Qin Xiangbing erupted in fury, slapping Qin Lang across the face. Chapter 97, 2 billion. Qin Lang, stunned by the slap, froze instantly, clutching his right cheek as he stood rooted to the spot. Uncle, did Qin Feng scare you silly? Why hit me instead of him? Qin Lang still hadn't grasped the situation and continued to provoke him. Shut your mouth, you little brat. Say another word, and I'll have you crawling on the ground, unable to stand. Qin Xiangbing clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Qin Lang. That murderous glare finally snapped Qin Lang back to his senses, and he stumbled back in shock. Now that the fighting's over, shall we discuss the cooperation? Qin Feng sat down on the sofa without waiting for a response, his gaze fixed solely on the elderly man. He knew Qin Xiangbing possessed martial prowess, but held no real authority within the Qin family. The elderly man seated behind them was the true decision-maker with authority. As Qin Feng finished speaking, Qin Lang and Qin Xiangbing also turned their attention to the elder. The old man slowly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze directly on Qin Feng. His eyes commanded respect without a trace of anger. As the deputy head of the Qin family, I have absolute authority to tell you this: the Qin family will never sign any damn drug contract with you. Moreover, my Qin family does not welcome you. Get out immediately, and do not let me see you again for the rest of your life. The old man slammed his cane onto the ground, his eyes burning with resentment toward Qin Feng. Fine. Then don't come begging me tomorrow. I won't agree easily. Qin Feng looked at the old man, a faint smile playing on his lips, then turned and left the Qin residence with Ping Tu Wang. Brother Qin, I never would have guessed. That Qin Xiangbing is quite the fighter, even I couldn't take him down. After leaving the residence, Ping Tu Wang continued to rub his slightly sore palm. Today's battle only deepened Qin Feng's curiosity about the so-called three great families. Especially this Qin family. It seemed the secrets hidden behind these families were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. After all these twists and turns, time had slipped into the afternoon. The two returned to the factory chatting and laughing. Lin Liang, who had been working non-stop, was unusually sitting aside to rest. Brother Qin, you're back? Finished so quickly? Lin Liang couldn't help but feel curious at the sudden appearance of Qin Feng and Wang the Bald. After all, the number of people on the list was no small matter. I looked over your list. There's no need for us to visit those small businesses. I only went to the three major families. We've signed a contract with the Luo family. You can just sell to them tomorrow. Leave the other two families to me. Qin Feng sat down beside Lin Liang and lit a cigarette with a casual flick. Alright, whatever Brother Qin says goes. I'll follow your lead. I believe we can absolutely make a name for ourselves in Jiangbei City. Lin Liang's trust in Qin Feng bordered on blind devotion. Alright, everyone get some rest early. We've got a lot on our plate tomorrow. Qin Feng gave a few parting words. Lin Liang, already exhausted, nodded repeatedly. After returning to the hotel, Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang collapsed into bed and fell asleep instantly, their snores echoing throughout the room. Only Qin Feng stood by the window, gazing out at the cityscape with a distant expression. Jiangbei City glowed with blinding lights at night, as bright as day. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, Jiangbei City was about to be shaken to its core by earth-shattering events the next day. Early the next morning, fueled by the Ling family's publicity campaign, a frenzy for miraculous medicines swept through the entire city. Three potent remedies capable of alleviating severe ailments swept through the city. Countless patients suffering from chronic, stubborn ailments that had resisted treatment for years were now desperate for a cure. Moreover, the exorbitant treatment costs were far beyond their means. Under these circumstances, within a single day, Qin Feng's three miraculous medicines were revered as divine remedies by the citizens of Jiangbei City. Originally, Lin Liang had worked overtime for 3 days to produce 50 truckloads of medicine. Yet, within a single day, supplies were already running critically low. Even the Luo family, who had previously paid little attention to Qin Feng and only approached him with a tentative "let's see how it goes" attitude, called him that evening. The caller was Luo Xian himself. Mr. Qin, your medicine is selling exceptionally well. I now request increased supply. We can sign a new contract, and I'm even willing to invest without compensation. All I need is for you to boost your supply. Luo Xian's tone was noticeably more conciliatory than before. He even offered the generous terms of free investment, all to secure more supplies from Qin Feng. Qin Feng held the phone, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Luo Xian's reaction clearly showed he'd tasted success. Though he was a prodigy in his youth, the Luo family's influence in Jiangbei City now rivaled that of the Qin family. Qin Feng's pharmaceutical business was hardly a major player in Jiangbei City's cutthroat commercial arena. Yet it was precisely the final straw that could break the camel's back. If Luo Xian secured the rights to supply large quantities of goods, he would gradually overtake the Qin family. Eventually, he would solidify his position as the second strongest faction, and in the future, might even surpass the Mo family to claim supremacy in Jiangbei. But his reaction was precisely what Qin Feng had anticipated. Now, Mr. Luo, Qin Feng said, supply volumes aren't something you can simply increase on a whim. Your attitude was quite different yesterday. Qin Feng had long made up his mind. He had endured Luo Xian's impatient demeanor yesterday precisely to maximize his gains at this very moment. Then what exactly are you implying, Mr. Qin? I'm planning to invest 200 million yuan. Isn't that sufficient for you to increase my supply? Luo Xian was an exceptionally sharp individual and understood Qin Feng's meaning perfectly. Qin Feng held his phone, pausing only briefly. 200 million? You think 200 million will buy you this privilege? I'm afraid you're oversimplifying things, Mr. Luo. Qin Feng's words were calm, yet they left Luo Xian silent on the other end of the line for a long moment. Most people would be overjoyed at the prospect of a 200 million investment. But Qin Feng's reaction now greatly exceeded his expectations. He'd assumed Qin Feng was just some country bumpkin from Chunyang City who'd lose his mind at the sight of 200 million. Instead, Qin Feng didn't seem to think it was anything special. Mr. Luo, let me tell you, building a pharmaceutical plant, pulling strings, and purchasing raw materials will cost far more than 200 million. If you truly wish to become a VIP client, you'll need to add a zero to that too. Qin Feng fired off an exorbitant demand over the phone. This sent a jolt through Luo Xian's heart. The figure Qin Feng quoted was precisely the right amount. As one of Jiangbei City's prominent families, the Luo clan could afford it, but they wouldn't part with it lightly. Qin Feng had hit the nail on the head, leaving Luo Xian in a state of slight conflict. Mr. Luo, if you're unwilling, then forget it. The Mo family and the Qin family should be calling shortly. Please don't tie up the line. Goodbye. As Qin Feng prepared to hang up, panic seized Luo Xin. He shouted urgently. Hold on, hold on. I agree. I'll invest now 2 billion. Chapter 98, the main course arrives. Luo Xin shouted frantically, terrified that Qin Feng would hang up and supply the drugs to the Qin family instead. That would be a fatal blow to the Luo family. So at this moment, as long as Qin Feng's price wasn't completely outrageous, he would agree immediately. Everything was firmly within Qin Feng's grasp. Alright, Mr. Luo. It seems you know when to be pragmatic. Just like last time, you won't regret this decision. Qin Feng repeated the same words he had spoken last time into the phone. Luo Xin could only endure the bitter agony of the moment. Qin Feng left him no room for choice. He now held the counterweight that tipped the scales. If Luo refused, Qin Feng would simply shift it to the Luo family. The Luo family would be crushed under the weight, and any hope of recovery would become incredibly difficult. Mr. Luo, if there's nothing else, please transfer the funds promptly. The matter we just discussed is only finalized once your payment is received. Qin Feng quickly added as Luo Xin was about to hang up. This left Luo Xin feeling rather displeased. Mr. Qin, 20 billion isn't a small sum. Surely you'll give me some time to prepare? Luo Xin was exceptionally astute, and Qin Feng had long anticipated this wouldn't be straightforward. But he wouldn't give him even a moment's breathing room. Fine, then take your time preparing. I'll just see who gets ready first, you or the Qin family. Qin Feng spoke again, effectively cutting off Luo Xin's last line of defense. Fine. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Luo Xin knew he'd met his match and reluctantly nodded in agreement. The moment Qin Feng hung up, another call came in. Brother Qin. It's Lin Liang. It's Lin Liang. The money. The money. Lin Liang's voice trembled with urgency over the line, unable to form coherent sentences. I know it's you, Lin Liang. What's the matter? Take it easy, why the rush? Brother Qin, money. 20 billion. That's equivalent to 2 Fu Xiang groups. What the hell is going on? Lin Liang was beside himself with agitation. His Fushan Group, the top company in Shenyang City, was only worth around 8 or 9 billion yuan. Not only was business booming like never before, but 20 billion yuan had suddenly appeared in his account. This windfall nearly knocked Lin Liang off his feet. Alright, this is from Luo Xin of the Luo family. Just take it. Use it to expand the pharmaceutical plant and acquire a few more companies. Qin Feng muttered indifferently into the phone. While 20 billion yuan was a fortune in Lin Liang's eyes, it was practically pocket change to Qin Feng. Brother Qin, we just casually received 20 billion from them. Could this be some kind of scheme? This factory is the result of my day and night efforts. I'd give it to you, Brother Qin, without hesitation, but not to that bastard Luo Xin. Lin Liang snapped back to reality, his voice thick with suspicion over the phone. He was a seasoned veteran in the business world, never believing in free lunches. Even if one existed, it was bound to be a trap. Relax. There's no contract, no agreement whatsoever. It's simply a 2 billion yuan investment for us. The deal is that once the drug is ready, the Luo family gets priority supply. Qin Feng revealed the truth over the phone. Hearing this, Lin Liang on the other end of the line was laughing so hard he could barely stand up straight. Alright, keep selling your medicine. Tell them to ramp up production. I'll personally oversee things at the factory. Qin Feng gave Lin Liang a few final instructions before hanging up. Sitting on the sofa, the man with the crew cut had been listening with growing excitement. Brother Qin, 20 billion? Did that Luo Xin really just transfer us 20 billion? My goodness, that's an astronomical sum. It could probably build an entire skyscraper. Sitting on the sofa, Wang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He probably hadn't seen 20 billion yuan in his entire life, let alone all at once. Yet Qin Feng had secured this astronomical investment with just a single sentence. Brother Qin, we've made it now. With all this money, let's head back to Shenyang City. I'll bet no one dares challenge us anymore. Bald Wang, convinced of their victory, began packing his things to head home. But Qin Feng waved him off. What's wrong, Brother Qin? We've won everything, let's just head home in triumph. Bald Wang looked at Qin Feng with confusion, unsure of his meaning. How can we leave now? The real show has only just begun. The Luo family was merely an unexpected bonus. The main course is still waiting for us at the pharmaceutical factory. Qin Feng said, slipping on his coat and heading outside. Bald Wang was even more baffled by Qin Feng's words, but he followed suit nonetheless. The two hailed a taxi and slowly arrived at the pharmaceutical factory's entrance. Vehicles came and went at the factory entrance, each one loaded to the brim. Factory workers operated in 3 shifts around the clock, with Lin Liang offering triple pay to motivate them. The workers were all fired up, working like they were on a sugar high. Countless shipments of medicine rolled out of the factory by the truckload. Hey, Qin, isn't it amazing? Just a few days in, and it's already this busy. Wang Ping, watching the dozens of trucks coming and going, was also beaming with excitement. But where's the main dish you mentioned, Qin? I don't see anything. Bald Wang turned his head, scanning the surroundings. Besides the cargo trucks, what main event was he talking about? Look, isn't that what I meant by the main event? Qin Feng smiled and pointed toward the distance. Several luxury cars weaved around the freight trucks before pulling over to the roadside. A middle-aged man in one of them rushed out in a flurry and approached Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, I've finally found you. Mo Changui looked at Qin Feng before him, a faint smile playing on his lips. The drugs Qin Feng produced had dominated the market in just one day. The Luo family's endorsement had even made the Mo family feel a hint of threat, prompting their hurried arrival. Well, which prominent family are you from? I'm just a commoner from Chunyang City, how could I possibly trouble you to come looking for me? Qin Feng looked at Luo Xin before him and deliberately spoke with a teasing, sarcastic tone. Young Master Qin, you truly have a short memory. I'm Mo Changui of the Mo family. You visited our residence yesterday regarding that medicinal collaboration. I'm here now to discuss the terms with you. Despite Qin Feng's sarcasm, Mo Changui maintained his respectful demeanor. Oh, a drug collaboration, huh? But you're the Mo family, the foremost clan in Jiangbei City. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of such an alliance. You'd best be on your way. Qin Feng muttered indifferently, shooting a glance at the man with the crew cut. The two men strode toward the factory, leaving Mo Changui behind in a panic. Chapter 99, The Peculiar Uncle and Nephew. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, wait. We can talk about this. We can talk. Mo Chingui's earlier air of authority had vanished. The contempt he had held for Qin Feng now dissolved into pleading in his eyes. How can we talk? I've already agreed to supply goods to the Luo family. They've invested 2 billion yuan, I can't break the contract now. Qin Feng stood by the roadside, showing no sign of urgency. Seeing Qin Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Mo Changui frowned slightly. It's only 20 billion. Do you really think the Mo family can't come up with that? I'll give you the money right now, just supply us. Mo Changui pulled out his phone, ready to cut in line and push the Luo family aside. Hold on. Do you think we got that 20 billion for free? The Luo family monopolized our goods, preventing us from supplying your Mo and Qin families. That's why we paid 20 billion. Got it? Qin Feng stared at Mo Changui, his words utterly unfiltered. His intent was clear, to make Mo Changui panic. Only when Mo Changui lost his composure could Qin Feng present his demands. Qin Feng, how about this? We'll pay too. You supply us, can you just give us a little less? Mo Changui looked at Qin Feng with pleading eyes. He truly didn't want to fall behind the other two families. Fine. I can give you some goods, but you must agree to one condition. Go ahead, say it. If it's within my power, I'll agree to anything. Hearing Qin Feng soften his stance, Mo Changui dared not refuse. Little did he know he was already being led step by step into the trap Qin Feng had meticulously laid out. Actually, my request is quite simple. I hear Mo Hanyuan is handling some kind of partnership. I think the Ling family would be a perfect fit for this deal. You know what I mean, right? Qin Feng looked at Mo Changui, raising an eyebrow. In this carefully orchestrated scheme, every link was interlocked. It was absolutely impossible to withhold this shipment entirely from the Mo family. In Jiangbei City, the Mo family was undeniably the top enterprise. If pushed too far, they would inevitably resort to underhanded tactics. While he wasn't afraid, he was only one man. He couldn't be everywhere at once. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had intended to leave the Mo family a small opening. But before that, he needed to maximize his gains, squeezing every possible concession out of Mo Changui. Certainly. This condition poses no problem whatsoever. I fully agree. I agree, no issue at all. Mo Changui didn't even blink an eyelid upon hearing Qin Feng's demand, agreeing immediately. He knew the Mo school's situation all too well, and he understood his own good-for-nothing son inside out. What kind of deal could possibly fall into Mo Hongyuan's hands? Securing a supply opportunity through such a deal? In his eyes, it was the most profitable transaction imaginable. Fine, but the price can't be low either. The Luo family paid 20 billion for the main supply channel, so you'll get 10 billion after all, your supply is limited. Qin Feng's tone was entirely commanding at that moment. Mo Changui dared not show the slightest displeasure, after all, he was here on his family's orders. Failure to secure this deal would spell trouble for him back home. Young Master Qin, then it's settled. I'll have that brat Mo Hongyuan contact you later. We'll hand all the cooperation opportunities directly to the Ling family. I'll get right on arranging that then. Mo Changui patted his chest to assure Qin Feng before hastily getting into his car and driving away. Qin Feng watched his retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. The pharmaceutical factory had already made its mark in Jiangbei City, and he had fulfilled his promise to Ling Moran. This move served two purposes at once. What remained was his wholehearted confrontation against the Qin family. Mo Changui, satisfied with the answer, skipped away from the pharmaceutical factory. No sooner had he departed than a luxury car pulled up before Qin Feng once more. It was Qin Shengbing, accompanied by Qin Lang. Upon seeing Qin Feng, his demeanor softened considerably. You two are here to discuss the medicine too, right? I have nothing to say to your Qin family. Get lost. Qin Feng waved them off, turning to continue into the factory without acknowledging them. Regarding the Mo family, he had merely administered a minor punishment, using the opportunity to voice his demands. But with the Qin family, his opposition was rooted in his very core. Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. Actually, I came here this time to bring Qin Lang to apologize to you. What happened last time was indeed our fault. We hope you can forgive us. Qin Shengbing's mind worked quickly, and he immediately changed his tune. Under his urging, Qin Lang reluctantly approached Qin Feng. Sorry, I was wrong last time. That's all. Though Qin Lang offered an apology, his expression remained sour. Oh, I accept your apology. Goodbye. Qin Feng looked at Qin Lang, his expression equally unfriendly. After a brief acknowledgement, he turned and walked back into the factory. This left Qin Shengbing flustered. Mr. Qin, wait. Wait a moment. No matter how loudly Qin Shengbing shouted, Qin Feng didn't even glance back, completely ignoring him. Only after his figure vanished into the factory did Qin Shengbing's expression darken once more. Qin Lang, standing nearby, immediately noticed his uncle's mood and gritted his teeth. Uncle, that Qin Feng is just an ungrateful country bumpkin. We don't need to be so polite with him. If you ask me, you should just go beat the crap out of him, keep hitting him until he's begging for mercy. Qin Lang glared at Qin Feng's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in rage as he balled his fists. Shut your mouth. I told you to apologize to him. What was that attitude just now? Qin Shengbing's blood boiled even more at Qin Lang's words. If this brat weren't his own nephew, he'd have beaten him senseless. He'd already suffered a loss last time, yet this brat was still wallowing in the desire for revenge. Seeing Qin Shengbing berate him again only fueled the resentment already boiling within Qin Lang. Why take your anger out on me? I'm not the one who wronged you. You can't beat Qin Feng, so you're taking it out on me? Even being the top dog in Jiangbei City doesn't make you invincible. Qin Lang had always been arrogant since childhood, and now he snapped back at Qin Shengbing. You! Qin Shengbing, pushed beyond endurance, slapped Qin Lang hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Qin Feng stood at a distance, watching the uncle and nephew brawl. It struck him as utterly ridiculous. Hey, Qin, are these two guys out of their minds? Bald Wang scratched his head as he watched the pair in the distance. I think it's not just these two who are messed up, the entire Qin family is. Sending these two losers to negotiate? They must be out of their minds. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, having no interest in watching any further. Chapter 100, Old Guard. The factory was bustling with activity at that moment. Employees were busy, and workers were expanding the facility. Everyone had their hands full with endless tasks. Just as Qin Feng was about to take a brief break, his phone buzzed again in his pocket. Seeing it was Ling Moran calling, Qin Feng answered promptly. Hello, Qin Feng? The Mo family suddenly contacted me, asking me to come sign a contract. The previous contract was exclusively for our Ling family. This is so unexpected. Ling Moran's voice over the phone couldn't hide his excitement. That's great news. I fulfilled the request I promised you earlier. Don't forget your promise to me either. Qin Feng congratulated Ling Moran with a smile, but also reminded him once more. Although he had visited the Qin family, a figure like Qin Shengbing was fundamentally beneath consideration. To gain access to the inner circle of the Qin family, he truly needed to rely on Ling Moran. Don't worry, I always keep my word. It's just that the Mo family insisted you accompany me for them to sign the cooperation agreement. Ling Moran made the request to Qin Feng with some hesitation. Qin Feng, however, was not surprised by this request. After all, the Mo family had agreed to cooperate with the Ling family solely because of Qin Feng's standing. If Qin Feng didn't go, it would be unclear whose face the Mo family would be saving. Don't worry. Just tell me what time you've arranged, and I'll definitely arrive at the Ling family's place ahead of time. It's right now. I'm waiting for you at the company. Just come straight to Ling's company. Ling Moran's voice carried urgency as he repeatedly urged him on. The Mo family is in such a rush? Alright then, I'll head over immediately. Wait for me. Qin Feng reluctantly agreed, hung up the phone, and headed straight for Ling's company. Meanwhile, Ping Tu Wang was left behind at the factory by Qin Feng to hold down the fort. After all, Lin Liang was swamped with work outside, and with Qin Feng heading to the Ling family to assist, Ping Tu Wan was the only one left. Production needed to continue, and expansion was underway. Leaving the place unguarded was simply out of the question. After giving Ping Tu Wang a few instructions, Qin Feng set off for Ling's company. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw Uncle Ling Er and Ling Yang blocking the doorway. Qin Feng spotted them from afar and immediately frowned. Ling Yuanhua had already warned them. Could it be that these people still refused to mend their ways and were here to cause trouble again? Xin Feng approached the company entrance, his mind filled with questions. The moment he reached the entrance, Uncle Ling too plastered a bright smile on his face. Young Master Qin, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you at the entrance for quite some time. Quick, come inside. Let's have some tea first. Uncle Ling seized Qin Feng's hand the moment he saw him, his warmth almost overwhelming. Still a bit dazed, Qin Feng let Uncle Ling lead him to the sofa in the lobby. Ling Yong, who had always harbored reservations about Qin Feng, now even served him a cup of tea. Watching their eager attentiveness, Qin Feng found himself rather baffled. Look, folks, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading up. I've got important business with Ling Moran. Qin Feng really didn't want to argue too much with this group of old men. He stood up to head upstairs, but Uncle Ling quickly reached out and pulled him back. Young Master Qin, that girl Moran is merely an heiress, still just a child. Whatever matters you have, it would be best to discuss them with us first. Seeing Qin Feng's impatience, Uncle Ling finally revealed his true purpose. Qin Feng looked at the smiling old men and instantly understood why they'd stopped him. They must have heard rumors about the Mo family partnership and were here to intercept it. I don't understand your meaning. I'm just here to chat with Mo Ran. Qin Feng stared at them, feigning ignorance and playing dumb. Seeing Qin Feng's denial, Uncle Ling too lost his patience. Come now, young Qin, don't play games with us. You came to see Ling Mo Ran for the Mo family contract, didn't you? Mo Ran is just a young girl. How could she handle such a major matter? You should leave it to us. Uncle Ling, having lost patience, cut straight to the chase. Qin Feng looked at these people and found them utterly ridiculous. Just days ago, they'd been sneering at him, ganging up to attack him. Now they came begging him to hand over this big prize? Wasn't that just wishful thinking? You punch someone in the face, then expect them to come running to help you? Who'd be that kind-hearted? Enough, young Master Qin. Stop pretending, will you? We all know you have the contract. Just hand it over. Ling Yong had always looked down on Qin Feng, and now his vague responses only made him more irritated. Fine. Since you've pushed it this far, I won't beat around the bush. I did come here today with the Mo family for a partnership, but it has absolutely nothing to do with any of you. Get out of my way. Get lost. Qin Feng stood abruptly, jerking his arm free from Uncle Ling grasp. Hey, Qin Feng, why are you being so ungrateful? We apologized and even poured you tea. Don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable? Ling Yong could no longer contain his anger, shouting at Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Ling Yong, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a trace of contempt flickering in his eyes. He casually picked up the tea from the table, glancing down at it. You think pouring me a cup of tea means I should forgive you and hand over the contract? Why should I give you any face? What are you lot anyway? Get out. Qin Feng slammed the teacup onto the floor and strode toward the elevator. He had merely been toying with these old fools. Now that his amusement had faded, he couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. Uncle Ling drenched in tea, finally snapped out of it. This guy never intended to give them the partnership in the first place. He'd been toying with them from start to finish. Exchanging glances, the men immediately positioned themselves at the elevator entrance, forming a human wall. Kid, the Mo family contract is ours and ours alone. You think you can give it to that girl Mo Ran? No way. Exactly. Sending a girl to negotiate a deal? She'll get swindled for sure. We can't just stand by and watch the Ling family ruin itself. Uncle Ling and the others, realizing there was no other way, decided to go down fighting. Even if it meant destroying the contract, it couldn't fall into Ling Moran's hands. If it succeeded, the Ling family would truly lose any say they had left. Qin Feng looked at these men, shaking his head with a wry, helpless smile. Each of them spoke with such righteous indignation, claiming to prioritize the greater good. But in truth, each was driven solely by self-interest, scheming only to bolster their own power. Ding! Just as the standoff intensified, the elevator doors slid open. Ling Moran emerged from inside, looking flustered and in a hurry. Seeing the crowd blocking the doorway and Qin Feng's helpless, wry smile, she froze in surprise. What are you all doing here? Chapter 101, A Brutal Beating. Ling Moran surveyed the chaotic scene before her and asked with a hint of confusion. Caught off guard by her sudden question, Uncle Ling and the others hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed to speak up. Enough. They're just bored and insist on welcoming me. Let's hurry up and sign the contract. Qin Feng ignored the others, who were still trying to put on a show of kindness, and pulled Ling Moran toward the door. This time, Uncle Ling couldn't hold back. Hold on. You can't leave. You absolutely can't leave. Mo Ran, this contract with the Mo family is of great importance. You can go if you must, but you absolutely must take us with you. Uncle Ling was cunning and scheming. Given the current situation, he had finally come to his senses. Trying to block the two of them and keep the Mo family partnership all to himself was nothing short of a pipe dream. The only thing left to fight for was to bring them along to the partnership negotiations. If the partnership succeeded, it would be a contract they all completed alongside Ling Moran. The credit would be shared among all of them, preventing Ling Moran from taking all the glory alone. Fine, you can all come along. But you'll have to find your own transportation. Ling Moran muttered under her breath before climbing into the car she'd already called, taking Qin Feng with her. Watching the taillights vanish into the distance, Uncle Ling and the others grew anxious. They scrambled to find a vehicle and gave chase, tailing closely behind. Hey, Moran, can't you see what these people are up to? Qin Feng sat in the car, looking at Ling Moran with some confusion. Ling Moran merely smiled and shook her head. They've been acting like this for ages. Do you think I don't see through them? But this cooperation agreement only allows one signature. If they're willing to follow, then let them follow. Ling Moran pulled the agreement prepared with the Mo family from her bag, pointing to the signature line with a faint smile. Qin Feng watched her slightly schadenfreude-tinged smile and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman's thoughts were so inscrutable, even he couldn't fathom them. No wonder they say a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. He knew better than to cross her in the future. It's just that the location the Mo family wants us to sign the agreement is a bit odd. It's the same arena where Mo Hongyuan fought last time. Do you remember? Ling Moran turned to look at Qin Feng, a hint of mild confusion in her eyes. Qin Feng frowned at her words. Could it be that Mo Hongyuan has nothing better to do than hang around his dog breeding facility? Qin Feng couldn't resist teasing him a bit as he voiced his confusion. Anyway, since we've already signed the contract with the Mo family, I trust Mo Changui wouldn't dare pull a fast one on you now, right? Ling Moran looked at Qin Feng and let out a teasing laugh. She knew full well the pharmaceutical company's clout. Mo Changui had begged and pleaded just to get Qin Feng to agree to supply some drugs. To deceive and toy with Qin Feng at this critical juncture? That would be nothing short of inviting trouble for no reason. Qin Feng heard her words and nodded with a smile. Ling Moran was absolutely right. At this moment, Mo Changui dared not offend anyone more than he dared to offend her. This meager supply of medicine had cost him a contract and 10 billion yuan. If anything went wrong now, those old fools at the Mo family would never let him off the hook. By the time they finished chatting, the car had already arrived at the spot where Qin Feng had battled the vicious dogs earlier. It was still that narrow storefront, still that entrance echoing with the sound of barking dogs. Passing through the area where the vicious dogs were caged, they descended into the underground. Uncle Ling and the others, who had been hot on their heels, kept pace without falling behind. Moran, slow down. We need to discuss this properly, it's no small matter. Ling Ershu huffed and puffed behind them, calling out repeatedly. But Ling Moran and Qin Feng paid no heed, striding directly toward the spacious underground chamber. In that vast underground chamber, Mo Hongyuan had been waiting for quite some time. His palm, previously injured by the blast, was now tightly wrapped in white bandages. A cigarette dangled from the hand that remained unharmed. Qin Feng, Ling Moran, you two actually dared to show up? Mo Hongyuan took a drag, slowly exhaling smoke as a ruthless, venomous expression crossed his face. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't your father say it was all settled? He told us to come sign the contract. Qin Feng couldn't care less about Mo Hongyuan's attitude. Even his own father, Mo Changui, had groveled before him. What did a useless good-for-nothing like Mo Hongyuan matter? Young Master Mo. We're representatives from the Ling family here to discuss the contract. Ling Ershu and the others, desperate for a chance to prove themselves, rushed to the front. That's right, young Master Mo. We're truly grateful to the Mo family for this opportunity. We really are. Ling Yong now edged closer to Mo Hongyuan, his face plastered with a smug grin. But Mo Hongyuan's expression grew increasingly sullen, starkly contrasting with Uncle Ling Er's grin. Mr. Mo, the contract is all prepared. All you need to do is sign your name. It won't take a moment. Sign my ass. Mo Hongyuan, unable to contain his rage any longer, slapped Uncle Ling hard across the face. Uncle Ling Er, already advanced in years, couldn't withstand this sudden blow. The force of the blow sent him spinning several times in place before crashing down onto his backside. Sitting on the ground, Uncle Ling clutched his swollen right cheek and stared blankly at Mo Hongyuan. Mo. Young Master Mo, how could you hit someone? Weren't we here today to discuss business? Uncle Ling stared at Mo Hongyuan, his expression almost foolish. You senile fool, are you deaf? I'm talking about your mother. Mo Hongyuan's rage boiled over as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Uncle Ling. Seeing the situation turn ugly, Ling Yong and the others quickly dragged Uncle Ling backward. At his age, Uncle Ling couldn't withstand Mo Hongyuan's unleashed fury. My back. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't this supposed to be a business meeting? What the hell? Uncle Ling wailed like a mourner as he was dragged backward. He had come here with his mind set on snatching the credit, eager to return and show off his achievements. Instead, he ended up here no glory gained, only a brutal beating. How could he possibly swallow his pride? Qin Feng and Ling Moran watched Mo Hongyuan's frenzied state, their brows furrowing slightly. Mo Hongyuan, are you now defying even your father's words? Are you rebelling? Qin Feng's tone was oddly detached. Given Mo Hongyuan's standing within the Mo family, he dared not act out of line. My father? Even if my ancestors came back, it wouldn't matter. I told you to pair up with me, and now I'm going to slaughter you. Mo Hongyuan roared, and a group of heavily armed men in black burst out from behind him. Their numbers were overwhelming, most wielding firearms. Qin Feng's brow furrowed sharply. He knew this man had completely lost his mind. Chapter 102, Begging for Mercy Too Late. Holy, they're pulling guns. I'm not signing this. I'm out of this deal. Ling Ershu, who had been beaten senseless earlier, was now terrified beyond measure. Now, staring at the black muzzles of the guns, he was utterly terrified. Ling Yong, who had been supporting Uncle Ling just moments ago, now watched the muzzles and promptly tossed Uncle Ling aside. Holy crap, I don't want to die. Second uncle, I'm outta here. The others who had come along hoping to share in the spoils scrambled after Ling Yong, crawling and rolling their way out of the underground chamber. Only Uncle Ling, already battered and bruised, struggled desperately to crawl out. Xin Feng watched his pitiful retreating figure, his eyes flashing with scornful laughter. Hey, Uncle Ling, what's the rush? Weren't you eager to sign that contract? Come on, come on. This credit belongs to you, no one else. Come sign the contract. Xin Feng taunted Uncle Ling Er's retreating figure relentlessly. But Uncle Ling Er had no mind for such things now. His mind was consumed by one thought: escape this place of trouble as quickly as possible and save his own skin. I don't want to die. Whoever wants this contract can have it. I don't want to die. Uncle Ling repeated the words over and over, his hands and feet moving frantically. Though Ling Moran didn't flinch, a flicker of panic flickered in her eyes. After all, she was just a girl, and she'd never seen anything like this before. With a barrage of black guns trained on them, how could anyone not feel panic rising within? When she looked up at Qin Feng, however, he showed no sign of distress. His eyes even held a faint trace of mockery. This was something she found utterly baffling. Even if Qin Feng was incredibly skilled, even if he was fast enough to outpace bullets, at best, he could subdue someone before they fired. But there wasn't just one gunman, there were over a dozen of them. Even if Qin Feng could take down one, the rest could riddle him with bullets in an instant. Don't worry. I have my own plan. A mere Mo Hongyuan is no match for me. Qin Feng shot Ling Moran a reassuring glance. But his arrogant demeanor only fueled Mo Hongyuan's already boiling rage, sending him into a fury. Fine, Qin Feng. At a time like this, you're still putting on an act? You like to play games, huh? Kill him now. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Mo Hongyuan roared, and the underground space echoed with the simultaneous sound of weapons being caught. Qin Feng knew Mo Hongyuan, this mad dog, had truly resolved to kill. He instantly lunged toward Mo Hongyuan. Qin Feng knew bullets were unforgiving. Even if he could dodge them, Ling Moran behind him certainly couldn't. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Qin Feng's spiritual power surged to a new level, erupting with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, he moved like a black lightning bolt. Mo Hongyuan hadn't even registered the shock before his body trembled. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Feng was already gripping the back of his neck, standing directly in front of the gun barrels. The countless gun barrels that had been aimed at Qin Feng were now uniformly trained on him. A mere moment of distraction had turned him into Qin Feng's human shield. Didn't you tell them to shoot? Go ahead and try. See who gets turned into Swiss cheese first. Qin Feng stood behind Mo Hongyuan, his dark voice echoing in his ear. No, no, no. Don't shoot. Please, don't. Everyone, put your guns away. Quickly, put them away. The sight of all those black muzzles instantly snapped Mo Hongyuan back to his senses, his mind clearing abruptly. He wanted Qin Feng dead, but he certainly didn't want to lose his own life in the process. And he certainly didn't possess Qin Feng's nerve. With so many barrels pointed at him, if even one went off accidentally, he'd be dead on the spot. Qin Feng, we can talk this out. Don't act rashly. If you lay a finger on me, my men won't let you leave alive. Cold sweat poured down Mo Hongyuan's forehead as he issued his warning to Qin Feng. In this situation, you dare threaten me? Trading the life of a lowly citizen from Chunyang City for that of the Mo family's eldest son, would you call that a win or a loss for me? Qin Feng continued to murmur in Mo Hongyuan's ear in a low, menacing tone. The words sent panic surging through Mo Hongyuan's veins. Though he was bloodthirsty and ruthless, he feared death above all else. Qin Feng, calm down. It's just a contract. I'll sign it right now. Mo Hongyuan hastily pulled the contract from his breast pocket. This clearly proved Mo Chenggue knew nothing about the matter. Ling Moran saw the contract and finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the matter had been settled. But Qin Feng shook his head at Ling Moran. He had no intention of letting things end so easily. Mo Hongyuan, isn't it a bit late for you to suddenly remember to sign the contract now? Qin Feng, what do you mean by that? What exactly do you want me to do? Mo Hongyuan, already worn down by Qin Feng's relentless pressure, kept pressing him for his true intentions. Right now, make a video call to your old man, Mo Chenggue. Let him see what ridiculous thing you're up to. Qin Feng's icy voice rang in Mo Chengue's ears. Mo Hongyuan panicked the moment he heard this. No, no, absolutely not. Leave some room for future dealings. Xin Feng, don't push it too far. Mo Hongyuan clenched his fists. Though he dared not make any rash moves, the rage in his eyes was nearly overflowing. He was never well regarded within the Mo family. His original plan was to lure Xin Feng here today and eliminate him discreetly, without anyone noticing. It wouldn't affect any collaborations. But if word of this reached Mo Chengue's ears, the family that already harbored resentment toward him would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of verbal attacks. After all, when he came here, Mo Chengue had repeatedly warned him not to offend Xin Feng. Now, not only had he offended him, but he was about to put him to death. If word of this reached father's ears, the Mo school would likely cost him half his life. Xin Feng, we can discuss anything, but this call absolutely cannot be made. What if I give you money? I'll sign all future contracts to you. Let's just call it even today. Mo Hongyuan's voice softened as he pleaded with Xin Feng. But upon hearing his words, Xin Feng merely smiled and shook his head. Xin Feng didn't believe a single word coming out of Mo Hongyuan's mouth. And with scum like this, once he decided to strike, he had to strike hard enough to make them feel it. Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, pick up the phone and call him now. Xin Feng barked again, his grip on Mo Hongyuan's wrist tightening with each word. Mo Hongyuan knew there was no room left for maneuver. Reluctantly, he dialed Mo Chengue's video call. The moment the call connected, Xin Feng and Mo Hongyuan appeared on the camera. Oh ho, young friend Xin, so you've met? How's the partnership going? Enjoyable enough? Mo Chengue, clueless about the situation, still wore a smile. Ha! Pleasant indeed. I've been having a delightful time collaborating with your son, so pleasant it's killing me. Xin Feng gripped his phone and swiveled the camera. A group of heavily armed men, guns drawn, entered the frame. Chapter 103, Cornered Dogs Will Bite. WHWH what? What the hell is going on? Hongyuan, what the hell is happening? Mo Chengue was instantly stunned by the scene before him. The hysterical voice blared through the phone. These heavily armed men nearly made him spit blood in anger. Dad, you mustn't get angry. This is all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Even at this point, Mo Hongyuan was still trying to twist the truth. Xin Feng didn't give him a chance to spin his lies, snatching the phone back into his hand. Mo Chengue, you're quite the schemer. You just sealed a deal and already want your son to kill the witness? And you expect us to hand over the medicine? Xin Feng knew exactly what was going on, but he deliberately phrased it this way. These words sent Mo Chengue into a panic. He'd begged and pleaded to finally seal the deal, silencing the Mo family elders. Mo Hongyuan's move now was pushing his father to the brink. Mo Hongyuan, you bastard. Get those people out of here immediately. Get the hell out of here. Mo Chengue's voice erupted into a roar over the phone. Though those men had been hired by Mo Hongyuan, they were still enforcers for the Mo family. They knew perfectly well who held the upper hand between Mo Chengue and Mo Hongyuan. Upon hearing Mo Chengue's command, the group dared not linger for a moment and hurriedly vacated the underground venue. Now, in the vast, empty space, only Mo Hongyuan, Ling Moran, and Xin Feng remained. Now, Mo Hongyuan began to feel genuine fear. With Mo Chengue's boiling rage ahead and Xin Feng's murderous intent behind him, his heart felt like it was in his throat. Young Master Qin, please hear me out. I will certainly deal with that ungrateful son of mine, Mo Hongyuan. As for your proposal, I'll personally sign it and send it to Ling Mo Rant's company immediately. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the outcome. Mo Chengue himself wasn't the head of the Mo family. He had paid a heavy price and fought for decades to reach his current position. He absolutely refused to let decades of effort go to waste just because of his good-for-nothing eldest son. Dad, please hear me out. Don't believe Qin Feng's one-sided account. Mo Hongyuan knew what he was about to face. All he could do now was keep making excuses for himself. You ungrateful son. Expelling you from the Mo family is the only solution now. Get out. From this day forward, our father-son relationship is severed. Mo Chengue spat out the harsh words, his eyes filled with resolve. In truth, Mo Chengue wasn't overreacting. Within the Mo clan, aside from the head of the family, there were numerous direct descendants. They were constantly at odds, vying for power, each desperate to drive the other out of the clan. Mo Hongyuan's recent actions within the Mo clan had already given others grounds for criticism. Though the head of the Mo family remained silent, word had undoubtedly reached his ears. Now, with Mo Hongyuan causing this new incident, it gave others even more ammunition to criticize Mo Chengue. If he didn't take decisive action against Mo Hongyuan now, those who had long sought to unseat him would certainly not stand idly by. Father, what are you talking about? It's just Xin Feng. He's nothing but trash from Chunyang City. You're disowning me over him? Have you lost your mind? Mo Hongyuan stared at the phone in shock, unable to believe his ears. He'd imagined countless punishments, but never one this severe. I haven't made a mistake, Mo Hongyuan. Do whatever you want from now on. I won't interfere with you anymore. Mo Changgue hung up the phone immediately after uttering those words. He had more than just Mo Hongyuan as a son, and he certainly wouldn't sacrifice his standing within the family for this one good-for-nothing child. After the call ended, Qin Feng tossed Mo Hongyuan to the ground. No need to sign that contract with you now. You can just stay here and reflect on your actions. Qin Feng tossed Mo Hongyuan aside like trash and walked out with Ling Moran. Watching their retreating figures, Mo Hongyuan clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. Qin Feng, you've ruined me. I'll make you pay. I'll make you pay. Mo Hongyuan roared, pulling a pistol from his coat and pulling the trigger toward Qin Feng. The sharp crack of gunfire made Qin Feng snap his head around. Mo Hongyuan's gun barrel spewed flames as the bullet tore through the air. But its target wasn't Qin Feng, it was Ling Moran standing beside him. Mo Hongyuan had no aim whatsoever, he was merely firing wildly in Qin Feng's direction. If the bullet had actually hit Qin Feng, it wouldn't have been a major problem. But this shot was heading straight for Ling Moran. With Qin Feng's current abilities, the most he could do was try to stop Mo Hongyuan before he fired. Now that the bullet was already out of the barrel, stopping it was impossible. Moran, get out of the way! Qin Feng bellowed at Ling Moran. But he could only see the bullet's trajectory because of his profound cultivation. Ling Moran, a mere mortal, possessed no such ability. The moment she turned her head, the bullet instantly pierced her abdomen. Blood splattered all over Qin Feng as Ling Moran collapsed instantly. Die! Having missed his first shot, the deranged Mo Hongyuan showed no sign of stopping. He swung the gun around, intending to finish off Qin Feng with another shot. You're nothing but a bastard. Qin Feng wasn't about to give Mo Hongyuan a second chance. He picked up a pebble and hurled it at him. The stone sliced through the air, its speed surpassing that of the bullet by several degrees. The bullet shattered the moment it struck the stone. As Mo Hongyuan prepared to fire again, Qin Feng's second stone flew toward him. The stone, enveloped in spiritual energy, was like a diamond drill armed with razor-sharp spikes. It pierced directly into the muzzle. The pistol exploded again. The immense force instantly reduced Mo Hongyuan's only good hand to a bloody mess, exposing white bone. Ah! Mo Hongyuan's agonized scream echoed as he collapsed to the ground once more, clutching his mangled hand and wailing in pain. But Qin Feng had no time to spare for him now. He hurriedly crouched beside Ling Moran to assess her injuries. Fortunately, the bullet had passed clean through, leaving no shrapnel or fragments lodged inside. Qin Feng swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to staunch Ling Moran's bleeding. Qin Feng, am I going to die? Blood trickled from the corner of Ling Moran's mouth. His face was deathly pale, his voice weak and faint. Qin Feng spared no effort. Though his current spiritual power couldn't instantly heal Ling Moran, stopping her bleeding was no problem at all. After the spiritual energy had stopped the bleeding, Qin Feng fed Ling Moran a pill before finally feeling at ease. With his mind at ease, Qin Feng slowly rose to his feet and walked step by step toward Mo Hongyuan. Mo Hongyuan, you chose hell over heaven. Chapter 104, Ridiculous Doubts. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze condescending as he looked down at Mo Hongyuan at his feet, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Qin Feng, you cannot touch me. If you kill me, you won't be able to account for it to the Mo family. Mo Hongyuan sensed the threat of death emanating from Qin Feng. He hastily brandished the Mo clan banner as leverage, terrified Qin Feng might truly cross the line. But at his words, Qin Feng merely let out a cruel smile. Who said I want to kill you? I'll make you wish you were dead. Qin Feng's hatred surged. Merely eliminating Mo Hongyuan would no longer suffice to quell the rage burning within him. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Both my hands are crippled now. What can you possibly do to me? Mo Hongyuan stared at Qin Feng before him, adopting a defiant, do-or-die attitude. What can I do to you? I'll turn you into a complete cripple, ensuring you can never commit evil deeds again for the rest of your life. Qin Feng's murderous intent surged, powerful spiritual energy erupting from his body. His right foot slammed down on Mo Hongyuan's leg joints, delivering a devastating blow meant to shatter them completely. After these two blows, Mo Hongyuan not only lost the use of his hands but also found himself unable to stand on his legs. Qin Feng, I will kill you. Though I, Mo Hongyuan, am not favored by the Mo clan, I am still one of them. I won't let you off. I won't let you off. Mo Hongyuan lay sprawled on the ground, hurling threats at Qin Feng. Looks like your tongue won't be of much use anymore. Qin Feng bent down and grabbed Mo Hongyuan's jaw. Seeing the murderous intent in Qin Feng's eyes, he knew the man wasn't joking. Terrified, he clamped his jaw shut, refusing to yield even in death. Qin Feng's spiritual energy pierced through flesh and bone, reaching his throat like a blade, mercilessly crushing it. Ah! Ah! The excruciating pain made Mo Hongyuan scream incessantly. Blood poured from his mouth, but he could no longer form a single coherent syllable. Qin Feng turned, scooped up the weakened Ling Moran, and strode directly toward the exit. Though Ling Moran and he shared no marital affection. After all this time together, Qin Feng had long regarded her as a close friend. Mo Hong Yuan's shot, however, was clearly intended to take her life. Xin Feng felt no pity for Mo Hong Yuan's actions, nor did he care about the Mo family's reaction. Xin Feng, the Mo family won't let this go after what you did to Mo Hong Yuan. Forget about the Ling family contract. Leave Jiangbei City immediately and return to Chunyang City. Ling Moran, cradled in Xin Feng's arms, remained concerned for his safety even as her own life hung in the balance. Xin Feng gazed at her pale, utterly exhausted face and felt nothing but heartache. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The Mo clan is a colossus, it moves slowly. Nothing major will happen. If they dare resort to force, then I'll have no choice but to make Jiangbei City witness a complete upheaval. Xin Feng smiled as he comforted Ling Moran in his arms. Though the words sounded arrogant, they were no empty threat. Xin Feng now employed methods from the secular world, a mix of soft and hard tactics to ensure everything unfolded according to his plan. But if the Mo school truly pushed him to the brink, then he would invoke the laws of the immortal realm: survival of the fittest, enemy death or my survival. Wiping out the Mo school through force was not beyond his capabilities. Xin Feng continuously propped up Ling Moran's body with spiritual energy throughout the journey. Yet such severe external injuries still required immediate hospital treatment for suturing. Xin Feng dared not pause for a moment. Only after delivering Ling Moran to the hospital did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing the news, the venerable Ling Yuanbo rushed straight to the hospital without delay. Young Master Qin, what happened? Weren't we supposed to go sign the contract? How did things escalate to this? Ling Yuanbo was visibly flustered upon seeing Qin Feng. After all, Ling Moran was the only promising heir in the entire Ling family. He had been grooming this granddaughter as the future heir. If anything happened to Ling Moran, it would truly sever the Ling family's future lineage. Old Master Ling, don't worry. The doctor said Mo Ran is out of danger and recovering. She'll be fine. Qin Feng hurried to reassure Ling Yuanbo, urging him to relax. While they were talking, Uncle Ling Heir and the others got the news and scurried over eagerly. If anything happened to Ling Moran, it would mean selecting the next heir immediately. This news made them rush over like starving wolves smelling blood. Old Master Ling, what on earth happened? How is that girl Mo Ran? Nothing serious, is it? Uncle Ling frowned, feigning deep concern for Ling Moran. Qin Feng watched his insincere act, a sneer curling his lips. Rest assured, she'll be fine. The matter of succession probably won't involve you lot anyway. You might as well head back. Qin Feng's blunt words instantly exposed Uncle Ling Heir's true intentions, leaving him visibly embarrassed. Qin Feng, what kind of talk is this? I genuinely care about that girl Mo Ran. I blame this whole mess on you. You insisted on taking her to sign that contract. I warned you it was shady. Could it be you and the Mo family conspired to harm Mo Ran? Uncle Ling glared at Qin Feng, launching into a tirade of accusations. Earlier, when the contract was up for signing, these very people had fought tooth and nail to get involved. Now that trouble had struck, he suddenly claimed he'd warned it was unreliable all along. Uncle Ling, that's quite amusing coming from you. Weren't you the one practically fighting tooth and nail to go? Oomph. Qin Feng, let me tell you, your so-called contract is nothing but a scam. Uncle Ling lectured Qin Feng with righteous indignation, crossing him off his list. Exactly. How could the Mo family possibly take notice of a lowly commoner like you? And you want to collaborate? That's just courting disaster. Ling Yong seized the chance to twist the truth, aiming to undermine Qin Feng's credibility in front of Ling Yuanbo. Just as the argument escalated, with several voices slandering the contract as fake and Qin Feng is unworthy of the Mo family, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Mo Changue, briefcase in hand, was rushing toward them. Young Master Qin. This is all a misunderstanding, you must hear my explanation. Spotting Qin Feng, Mo Changue took 3 steps in 2, rushing forward to seize his hand. Mo Changue, there's nothing more to discuss. I crippled your son. If the Mo family has any issues, come find me. But as for this contract, you still have to sign it. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy to the pharmaceutical company. Qin Feng stared at Mo Changue, his tone showing no sign of yielding. Uncle Ling and the others nearby were stunned by Qin Feng's imposing presence. To cripple the eldest son of Mo Changue, the head of the Mo family, and then have the audacity to threaten him into signing a contract? This was nothing short of showing utter contempt for the Mo family, the foremost clan in Jiangbei City. Chapter 105, Shameless. Qin Feng, how dare you speak to Mr. Mo like that? You're just a nobody from Chunyang City, yet you dare speak to Mr. Mo like that? Mind your place. Uncle Ling stood before Mo Changue like a vicious guard dog protecting its master. Each scathing remark directed at Qin Feng was laced with flattery for Mo Changue. They were using Qin Feng as a stepping stone to kiss Mo Changue's stinking feet. They sought to curry favor with Mo Changue, hoping to latch onto his coattails. Who the hell do you think you are? Can't you see I'm speaking with young Master Qin? Who the hell do you think you are to interrupt? Get the hell out of my way. Mo Chengue, looking at Uncle Ling beside him, not only refused to give him any face but also unleashed a torrent of abuse. He had come to seek peace with Qin Feng. This guy just had to stir things up, isn't he just asking for trouble? Mr. Mo, I was speaking up for you, so why are you turning around and scolding me? Uncle Ling, who'd gone out of his way to be friendly only to get the cold shoulder, felt a pang of hurt. But Mo Chengue showed him no mercy. While he acted like a grandson toward Qin Feng, he showed Uncle Ling not a shred of kindness. Qin Feng held the key to the drug supply, but Uncle Ling indeed, the entire Ling family was nothing but a pile of in his eyes. They weren't even worthy of kissing his feet or sucking up to him. Why should I need your help speaking for me? What are you, anyway? I'm talking to young Master Qin, you have no right to butt in. Get out. Get out. Mo Chengue glared at Uncle Ling beside him, hurling a torrent of curses. An old man like Uncle Ling publicly berated by Mo Chengue in front of so many people, had no face left to stay. He could only glare fiercely at Qin Feng. You lowly commoner. Just you wait. Ling Ershu muttered under his breath and turned to leave. Daring not show disrespect to Mo Chengue, he vented his fury on Qin Feng instead. After cursing Qin Feng, he glared at him several more times before finally turning to leave. Though he felt vindicated, Mo Chengue wasn't about to let it go. He'd been itching for a chance to impress Qin Feng, and now Uncle Ling had conveniently handed him one. Come back here. You're Uncle Ling, right? Come back. Mo Chengue watched Uncle Ling's retreating figure, calling out to him and waving his hand. Hearing this relatively amiable voice, Uncle Ling assumed Mo Chengue had changed his mind and realized his worth. He promptly scurried back. Mr. Mo, you were looking for me? Uncle Ling stood beside Mo Chengue, plastering on a smile. Yes, I was looking for you. Come, bring your face closer. Mo Chengue's face softened into a faint smile as he beckoned. Seeing Mo Chengue's smile, Uncle Ling eagerly scurried over and leaned in. Damn you! As soon as Uncle Ling's face came close, Mo Chengue delivered a sharp slap. The unexpected blow sent Uncle Ling spinning in a circle on the spot. Ling Yong, watching from the side, saw the scene unfold. Though anger flashed across their faces, none dared to make a move. Qin Feng, silent as ever, merely watched Uncle Ling's humiliated expression, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The less he said about such matters, the more trouble Mo Chengue would stir up. Mr. Mo, you. What about me? You dare insult my young friend Qin? Don't I have the right to strike you? Now get over here and apologize to my young friend. Mo Chengue glared, unleashing a torrent of scolding at Uncle Ling. Uncle Ling's old face had been utterly humiliated today. Only if Qin Feng spoke up to spare him could he retain the last shred of dignity left to him today. Ling Ershu looked up at Qin Feng, his eyes pleading. If Qin Feng simply said it was fine, that would give him a way out to leave peacefully. Qin Feng understood his meaning, but he had no intention of letting the old man off the hook. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear Mr. Mo tell you to apologize? What are you standing there for? Qin Feng's words shattered Uncle Ling last shred of hope. I'm sorry, Qin Feng. It was my fault. With his illusions shattered, Uncle Ling could only bow his head to Qin Feng and offer a sincere apology. He still possessed that much wisdom. In this situation, even the slightest disrespect would still make him look bad. Better to be sincere and get it over with in one go than to make things harder for himself. Enough. Why stay here after apologizing? Get lost. Mo Chengue, who held no regard for Uncle Ling, hurled a string of curses at him. Uncle Ling exchanged a glance with Ling Yong. They knew staying any longer would only invite further humiliation, so they reluctantly departed. Young Master Qin, is everything settled now? Can our two families continue our cooperation? Watching them depart, Mo Chengue's expression softened slightly as he addressed Qin Feng. Alright. This whole mess is Mo Hong Yuan's fault, not yours. Just bring the contract over and we'll settle this. Qin Feng didn't press Mo Chengue further. After all, he wasn't unreasonable, and Mo Hong Yuan had already learned his lesson. He believed the man wouldn't have another chance to cause trouble. Right. The contract is right here. I've already signed it. All we need is the Ling family's approval, and this partnership is sealed. Mo Chengue pulled the contract from his briefcase and respectfully handed it to Qin Feng with both hands. Qin Feng didn't even glance at it, passing it directly to Ling Yuanhua beside him. After all, this was the Ling family's affair, he was merely an intermediary. Alright, this doesn't concern you anymore. You may go. Qin Feng waved Mo Chengue away dismissively, as if shooing off a servant. Mo Chengue dared not comment on Qin Feng's dismissive attitude. He merely nodded and hurriedly left the hospital. Even after his figure vanished completely, Ling Yuanhua remained frozen in place, still clutching the contract. Old Master Ling, what are you still standing there for? Sign the contract already. Qin Feng watched the dazed old man, gently shaking his arm a few times. Qin Feng, that man who just came was truly from the Mo family. You spoke to him like that? And he hasn't gotten angry? Ling Yuanhua stared at Qin Feng, finding the situation hard to believe. Earlier, when Mo Changue had pulled that stunt, he hadn't dared utter a single word. But Qin Feng had gone straight at him with a barrage of retorts, and this Mo Changue hadn't even gotten angry. From start to finish, he wore a fawning smile, looking like nothing more than a servant. Where was the dignity of the foremost family? Qin Feng, what kind of power do you wield, kid? How did you manage to get the Mo family bowing and scraping to you? Ling Yuanbo grabbed Qin Feng's hand, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Just as the two were talking, Ling Moran behind them stirred awake. Hearing their conversation, a faint smile touched her lips. Qin Feng's prowess is even greater. He crippled Mo Hongyuan, the eldest son of the Mo family. Ling Moran's voice echoed behind them, causing Ling Yuanbo's spirits to soar. Chapter 106, The Colorful-Haired Thug. Granddaughter, you're finally awake. Is what you just mentioned true? That spoiled rich kid Mo Hongyuan? Ling Yuanbo's expression grew even more astonished upon hearing his granddaughter's words. He had heard rumors about that Mo Hongyuan. Back in the day, that scoundrel had terrorized the entire Jiangbei city, running rampant with tyranny. Such an invincible bully had actually fallen at the hands of Qin Feng. And it was this commoner from Chunyang City who had managed to bring the colossal Mo family to its knees. Enough. It was just a minor incident, nothing worth dwelling on. Qin Feng offered no further explanation for Ling Yuanbo's astonishment. Young Master Qin, I never would have guessed you might be far more formidable than I imagined. Ling Yuanbo lavished praise on Qin Feng without reservation. Just as Qin Feng began to feel a bit embarrassed, his phone rang like a savior from his pocket. Old Master Ling, excuse me for a moment, I need to take this call. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng hurriedly left the ward. While being scolded could be unbearable, Old Master Ling's skill at praise was even more formidable. He was practically being made out to be the most virtuous person in the entire world. If he kept going like this, even this immortal venerable who had cultivated for thousands of years would blush. The call was from Wang Ping too. Without a second thought, Qin Feng pressed the answer button. Qin Feng, big bro. Trouble at the factory. The Qin family showed up demanding to tear our place down. They're desperate now. Get over here immediately. Ping Tu Wang's voice sounded panicked over the phone. Qin Feng knew this guy had some fighting skills. He wouldn't need to call him for 10 or 8 people. The fact that he called for help, sounding this panicked, meant this was no ordinary situation. Got it. I'm heading back immediately. Qin Feng hung up, informed Ling Yuanbo briefly, then hurriedly left the hospital for the pharmaceutical factory. Lin Liang was completely swamped right now, leaving Qin Feng no choice but to handle everything himself. But what baffled him was that even the Mo school had to bow and scrape when it came to these medicinal matters. They were practically begging him for permission. How dare the Qin family bring people here to cause trouble? With these questions burning in his mind, Qin Feng rushed to the pharmaceutical factory. Vehicles still came and went at the factory gates, but the expansion construction site was a chaotic mess. Workers had gathered in a dense crowd, forming a dark mass. What's going on? What's happening here? Qin Feng pushed his way through the crowd and saw Wang Ping, the man with the crew cut, holding a steel pipe as he faced off against a group of people. Surprisingly, Qin Xiangbing was nowhere to be seen among the troublemakers. Instead, it was a group of thugs dressed in rough attire. Qin Feng had assumed that whatever had Qin Xiangbing so worked up must involve that guy himself. Who would have thought it was this bunch of nobodies? Hey, Wang, these losers? You called me over for this? A few punches and kicks would have taken care of them, right? Qin Feng frowned slightly, muttering under his breath with a hint of irritation. It's not that, brother Qin. I don't care about these guys, but with them here, the workers are too scared to do their jobs. Bald-headed Wang scratched his head in irritation. The moment those words left his mouth, the thugs standing opposite Ping Tu Wang flashed arrogant grins. He's right. We're Qin family men. You know the Qin family, right? If anyone dares work for this drug factory today, I'll make sure your families suffer. I'll even pick up your kids from school, you believe me or not? The leader of the thugs, wielding a stick and sporting brightly dyed hair, barked orders at the workers. Hearing the thugs' threats, the workers' faces darkened with bitterness. The Qin family's reputation in Jiangbei City was legendary. Qin Feng might dare to offend anyone, but these were just ordinary workers with elderly parents and young children at home. No one dared provoke this gang. Mr. Qin, consider this our favor to you today. We won't take our wages. We'll be on our way now. Several workers knew this was no one they could afford to offend. They could only offer Qin Feng an apologetic glance before turning to leave. Watching the workers' retreating figures filled with disappointment and fear, Qin Feng quickly stepped forward to block their path. He couldn't let this matter go unsettled today. If he ignored threats against his own workers, once they left and spread the word outside, who would dare come to work at his pharmaceutical factory? He knew full well that manpower was desperately needed right now. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. I can handle this. Qin Feng hurriedly stopped the crowd from leaving. Several thugs heard Qin Feng's words and sneered in unison. Qin Feng, we know you can fight. You're tough. But mark my words, if you don't beat us to death today, I'll make sure these workers pay the price later. Got it? The thugs were clearly acting on orders from the Qin family. They adopted a nothing-to-lose attitude, ready to fight back no matter what. Qin Feng walked step by step toward the thugs, his brow slightly furrowed. So you lot think you're tough, huh? You bet we are. If you don't kill me today, they're going down for sure. The thug with his hair dyed in vibrant colors was brimming with arrogance. Fine. Solving this problem is simple, I just need to make sure none of you leave here alive. Qin Feng clenched his teeth and unleashed a powerful punch. The thug never expected Qin Feng to attack outright. And the speed was so blindingly fast, he didn't even have time to react. Before the multicolored haired thug could even cry out in shock, Qin Feng's fist slammed squarely into his mouth. Several teeth shattered as the thug flew backward like a. His body slammed into several steel pipes before getting impaled on the rebar embedded in the wall. Now, the multicolored haired thug's eyes were blurry, and blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng walked step by step toward the multicolored haired thug, reached out to grab his jaw, and let out a cold sneer. Looks like you're still breathing. Well, I can't let you go then. Qin Feng yanked the multicolored punk by the collar, hoisting him up. Lifting him high above his head, Qin Feng suddenly let go. Just as the thug began his descent, Qin Feng's right leg shot upward. A powerful kick slammed solidly into the thug's body. Before the thug could recover, he was launched like a cannonball once more. His already frail body crashed straight through the brick wall, landing face first on the ground like a dead dog. Several of the multicolored haired henchmen nearby froze in shock. They were just street punks at worst, they'd get into a bloody brawl, and usually, their victims were honest folks. They'd nearly wet themselves just stepping into a police station. How could they have ever witnessed a scene like this? Qin Feng was clearly out to kill. Qin Feng showed no sign of stopping as he stared down at the sprawled seven-color hair. Rainbow Hair was utterly terrified. Clutching his chest where several ribs were broken, he managed to kneel on the ground and began banging his head repeatedly against the floor before Qin Feng. Big brother, Grandpa, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. Please spare me. TSK, that won't do. You just said that if I let you leave alive, my workers would be in trouble. Qin Feng's chilling sneer turned seven-color fur's face ashen. Chapter 107, The Qin Family's Bear Cub. Brother, I'm sorry. I truly am. I was just bragging earlier, I don't have the skills. I beg you. My mom's waiting for me to come home for dinner. Mom, wah. Shitsai Mao knelt on the ground, utterly terrified by Qin Feng, soaking himself in his own filth. Not a single thug around him dared to sneer. Every one of them trembled, lips quivering. With Rainbow Fur finished, they were next. You were bragging, but I took you seriously. My workers took you seriously too. If I let you live today, how could they focus on their work? Qin Feng crouched down, staring at the thug who was already losing his mind. I get it. All of you stay here and work. Work here every day. When the job's done, then you can leave. Rainbow Fur looked at his henchmen, resorting to underhanded tactics to survive. He planned to keep all his men here as Qin Feng's free laborers, providing them with food and lodging. This way, he could reassure both Qin Feng and the numerous workers. His plan was indeed clever, but his own men weren't having it. They'd followed Rainbow Fur for the money. Now, being held hostage and forced into hard labor? This crew instantly turned on him. Hey boss, that's just not cool. How can you even call yourself a gangster? We're outta here. Several underlings instantly grew dissatisfied with Rainbow Fur's decision and walked off the job en masse. Qin Feng made no attempt to stop these petty thugs from leaving. At this critical juncture, any faction with any sense wouldn't dare cross Qin Feng. Thus, the Qin family had no choice but to recruit these street thugs, men who understood nothing of the situation and would provoke anyone for money. But this group had no sense of loyalty either. With Rainbow Hair beaten to a pulp like that, sticking around made no sense. The others promptly took off, leaving seven-color fur standing there frozen in shock. Brother Qin. Master Qin. Ancestor Qin. I beg you, don't kill me. I know I've made a mistake. I'm only 20 this year. I'm still just a kid. Shitsai Mao knelt on the ground, banging his head against the floor relentlessly. Even as blood trickled down his forehead, he didn't stop. If you want to live, you can leave. But you'll need to find a scapegoat to die in your place. Qin Feng knew this guy was just cannon fodder. Killing him held no real meaning. His true interest lay in the person behind him. That was where the real value lay. Grandpa Qin, please just tell me. How can I save my life? I beg you, I truly don't want to die. Rainbow Fur's voice cracked as tears streamed down his face. You're so stupid, how did you even survive in this world? Who sent you here? Call him and trick him into coming over. Then you can leave. Qin Feng stared at the pathetic Rainbow Fur and was simply speechless. Rainbow Fur was arguably the most cowardly opponent Qin Feng had ever encountered. Upon hearing he still had a chance to survive, Rainbow Fur clutched at this lifeline like a drowning man, scrambling to grab his phone. Boss? Yeah, that's right. Qin Feng beat me so badly he agreed to sell you the medicine. Hurry over. Rainbow Fur delivered the line with dramatic flair into the phone. His acting skills reached new heights as he desperately tried to escape the situation. Watching his performance, Qin Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Who in the Qin family could have come up with such a ridiculous scheme? Qin Xiangbing wasn't stupid enough to come up with something this ridiculous. The higher-ups in the Qin family certainly wouldn't resort to such a moronic scheme. A jet-black car pulled into the factory grounds. Rainbow hair scrambled out as if granted a pardon, practically crawling away from the premises. The door swung open and a figure stepped out with an arrogantly swaggering gait. The moment Qin Feng saw this guy, everything clicked into place. It was none other than that brat Qin Lang. This explained why the Qin family had come up with such a ridiculous scheme. After getting beaten up by Qin Xiangbing last time, he decided to take matters into his own hands, forcing Qin Feng to submit to him and prove his worth to Qin Xiangbing. Still oblivious to the situation after stepping out, Qin Lang believed he was still in control. Qin Feng. Surprised? You're finally in my hands. I knew it. What could you possibly be capable of, you country bumpkin from Chunyang City? My uncle's just a coward. With a little trick, I've got you wrapped around my finger. Qin Lang strutted over to Qin Feng, his arrogance palpable. Seeing Qin Lang's smug demeanor, Qin Feng's face merely twisted into a sneer. This kid was nothing but a brat, hardly worth worrying about. Damn it, you still dare mock me at a time like this? I'll kill you. Qin Lang felt his dignity trampled upon once more and swung his fist directly at Qin Feng. Overestimating your abilities. Qin Feng planted his back foot firmly on the ground and delivered a punch straight to Qin Lang's chest. The force sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Before the brat Qin Lang could react, he was sent flying backward. His body slammed into the open door of the luxury car, slamming it shut. Qin Lang clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You? How dare you fight back? Do you want your factory shut down? How dare you? Qin Lang, who had believed he was in control of the situation, was now utterly bewildered. You idiot, are you blind as well as stupid? Look around you. Those thugs you brought along, besides leaving behind a broken tooth, is there even a trace of them left? Qin Feng pointed to where the multicolored haired thug had been kneeling, prompting Qin Lang to look. At those words, Qin Lang finally took another look at his surroundings. The ground was stained with an unknown liquid, and amidst the blood, several shattered teeth still clung to life. All these signs made it clear Qin Feng wasn't just bluffing to scare him. Damn it, these thugs are useless. Qin Feng, you just wait. I'll deal with you later. This isn't over. Qin Lang assumed it would be like last time, fail the plan, leave, and deal with Qin Feng later. Clutching his painfully bruised chest, he started to walk away. Last time, Qin Feng hadn't wanted to stoop to his level. But now that this guy had walked right into his trap, he wasn't about to let him off the hook again. Before Qin Lang could even step onto the bus, Qin Feng grabbed him by the back of the neck. Hey! What are you doing? I'm about to leave, and you're still picking a fight with me? Qin Feng, have you lost your mind? Qin Lang was dragged out of the car and cursed furiously at Qin Feng. This guy was a classic brat, actually thinking he could just walk away. Qin Feng yanked him out and slammed him onto the ground. Qin Lang, you think I'm messing around? Last time you got off easy, but this time I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Glaring down at Qin Lang at his feet, hatred flared in Qin Feng's eyes. It was indeed time to teach the Qin family a lesson, and Qin Lang was the perfect opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. I'm a member of the Qin family. You've already punched me once, what else can you do? This brat hadn't yet tasted society's harsh lessons and remained defiant. Qin Feng merely sneered at his attitude. I wouldn't dare? Even Mo Hong Yuan, the head of the Mo family, the most powerful clan in Jianbei City, was beaten into a cripple. Do you think you're more precious than Mo Hong Yuan? The words had barely left Qin Feng's mouth when Qin Lang's entire body began to tremble violently, stumbling backward. It was you! Mo Hong Yuan, you really did beat him up. Chapter 108, The Elder of the Qin Family. Qin Lang sat on the ground, his feet scraping against the floor as he inched backward. His arrogance had been utterly shattered under Qin Feng's piercing gaze. Qin Feng, let's talk this out calmly. Let's discuss it properly. Qin Lang's face drained of color as fear finally gripped him. You think of negotiating with me now? Don't you think it's too late? Qin Feng sneered coldly, grabbing Qin Lang by the collar and yanking him to his feet. The once arrogant Qin Lang now looked utterly terrified, his eyes filled with fear. I beg you. Qin Lang whimpered like a child, urine trickling down his legs and pooling on the floor. With such pathetic courage, why did you ever get involved with me? You're useless. Qin Feng slammed him face first onto the hood of the luxury car. The sturdy hood dented instantly, Qin Lang's frail body sinking right into it. His arms were crushed by the surrounding twisted metal, making even the slightest movement impossible. Qin Feng, you've taught me my lesson. Please let me go. I've truly learned my lesson. Please give me this favor, do it for the Qin family's sake. I'll make things right for you from now on. Qin Lang, wedged in the car, wept uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. You expect me to speak well of you? That I'd show respect to your Qin family? You're just a kid, you have no right to say that. Call your parents to come handle this. Xin Feng yanked Qin Lang out of the car and tossed him onto the ground. Qin Lang was nothing but a brat who deserved a lesson for asking for trouble. Now that the situation was beyond his control, the only thing left for him to do was call his parents. Qin Lang wiped away his tears and snot with trembling hands before finally dialing Qin Xiangbing's number. Wah, uncle. Hurry over. It's at Qin Feng's pharmaceutical factory. I got beaten up. Bring a bunch of people, okay? Qin Lang whimpered into the phone, sounding every bit like a child complaining to his parents. The moment the call ended, Qin Feng dismissed him. He had nothing to say to a wet behind-the-ears brat like him. Besides, today had surely taught him a lesson. Though Qin Xiangbing never held much regard for his nephew Qin Lang, he called and arrived within 10 minutes with a convoy. Dozens of men poured out, each carrying weapons. The moment they disembarked, they saw Qin Lang kneeling before Qin Feng, sobbing with snot running down his face. This sight instantly sent Qin Xiangbing into a rage. Qin Feng, don't you think you've gone too far? We had no choice but to refuse your drug partnership, but what gives you the right to attack my Qin family? Do you really think we're soft targets to be pushed around? Qin Xiangbing glared at Qin Feng, his expression fierce enough to devour him whole. Qin Xiangbing, you'd better drop that hypocritical act of the villain accusing the victim first. Why don't you ask your own nephew what happened? Qin Feng looked down at Qin Lang on the ground and kicked him toward Qin Xiangbing. Seeing his uncle arrive with so many men, Qin Lang suddenly felt emboldened. Uncle, you've got to restore our Qin family's honor today. That Qin Feng tricked me into signing a contract over the phone. The moment I got here, he attacked me. He doesn't give a damn about the Qin family, uncle. Qin Lang tugged at Qin Xiangbing's trouser leg, spouting a string of tall tales. Qin Xiangbing watched Qin Lang's disheveled state while listening to his relentless stream of lies, his anger surging to its peak. Qin Feng, you've gone too far. Today I'll restore the Qin family's honor. Qin Xiangbing roared, his eyes blazing with fury. With a sweeping gesture, the enforcers received their orders and charged toward Qin Feng like madmen. They had no idea how formidable Qin Feng was, charging forward without a shred of fear. Qin Xiangbing, having witnessed his prowess before, wisely stayed back, watching the thugs swarm forward. With his vastly increased cultivation, Qin Feng feared not even bullets, let alone these worthless scum. His formidable spiritual power was simply beyond what mortal flesh could withstand. Wherever his fists landed, they crushed like rotten wood. No one could withstand a single blow. No matter how well built or menacing a character might appear. Once Qin Feng's fist connected, they would inevitably collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. Within mere breaths, the burly thugs all lay sprawled on the ground, none able to rise. Qin Xiangbing was once again stunned by Qin Feng's prowess, lacking even the courage to take a single step forward. Qin Feng, do you truly believe the Qin family has no one left? Do you really think you alone can stand against an entire clan? Knowing he was no match, Qin Xiangbing resorted to empty threats to bolster his own resolve and intimidate Qin Feng. But Qin Feng merely responded with a faint sneer. Do you think I can't? Even if your three great families unite, I, Qin Feng, fear nothing. Qin Feng's spiritual energy erupted, causing his black robe to flutter wildly. The overwhelming pressure radiating from his entire being made Qin Xiangbing's legs tremble uncontrollably. Qin Feng, no matter how formidable you are, you're still just one man. My Qin family is a major power. You may be skilled in combat, but I refuse to believe your children and wife are equally formidable. Qin Xiangbing locked eyes with Qin Feng. As the words left his mouth, Qin Feng's gaze shifted abruptly. Before Qin Xiangbing could react, Qin Feng seized his jaw and yanked him off the ground. You dare threaten my family? You don't want to leave this place alive, do you? His family was his last remaining line of defense. That Qin Xiangbing dared to touch that sore spot was, in Qin Feng's eyes, tantamount to suicide. Just as Qin Feng's murderous intent flared, ready to take Qin Xiangbing's life, a vehicle pulled into the compound outside the pharmaceutical factory. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, stepped out of the dark vehicle. Stop! All of you, stop! The old man's deep, commanding voice echoed. Qin Lang, recognizing the figure, immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed. Second grandfather, why have you come? It's just Qin Feng, there was no need to disturb you. Qin Lang's gaze toward the elder no longer held dependence or reassurance, but rather a deep-seated, creeping fear rising from his core. No need to disturb me? Do you think I wanted to come here? Can you handle the situation now? The old man glared at Qin Lang. A single look was enough to pin him to the ground, unable even to lift his head. Mr. Qin, I presume? Please lower your weapons. Today's matter will be resolved to your complete satisfaction. The old man turned to Qin Feng, his words having reached this point. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and released his grip on Qin Xiangbing. Qin Xiangbing, now on the ground, reacted exactly like Qin Lang had, immediately prostrating himself and kowtowing to the old man. Second master, I know I've made a mistake. Today's affair is entirely my fault. I beg you. Qin Xiangbing's fear surpassed even Qin Lang's. Enough of this nonsense. Put your hands out. The old man looked down at Qin Xiangbing at his feet with the same gaze one might reserve for a servant. Qin Xiangbing's forehead pressed against the ground as he tremblingly extended his hands, palms facing upward. The old man's eyes held no emotion as he raised his cane and struck Qin Xiangbing's palms in one swift motion. Ah! The blow appeared light, yet it shattered every bone in Qin Xiangbing's hands. Chapter 109, The Qin Clan's Ultimate Power. Watching Qin Xiangbing's agonized howl, the old man showed no flicker of emotion. He swung his cane again, striking the other hand. Ah! Another agonized scream erupted as Qin Xiangbing's palms were utterly pulverized. Though Qin Xiangbing, the man hailed as Zhangbei City's strongest warrior, had been crippled, he remained as docile as a lamb, still kneeling before the old man, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Feng stared at the expressionless old man, a faint shock rippling through his heart. The old man appeared to be at least 70 years old. At that age, most elders were fortunate just to walk independently. Yet this old man possessed immense strength and a powerful, resonant voice. Though human finger bones couldn't compare to stone, they were still quite hard. The seemingly light blows from the old man were enough to show that he was no ordinary person. This only reinforced Qin Feng's suspicion. The likes of Qin Xiangbing were likely merely the surface-level strength of the Qin family. Though the MO school held the top rank in Zhangbei City, Qin Feng sensed that the Qin family was far more complex than its outward appearance suggested. Young Qin, you should be satisfied with this punishment for the traitor, right? The old man paid no heed to Qin Xiangbing sprawled on the ground, directing his question solely at Qin Feng. Faced with such thunderous severity, Qin Feng could only nod in acknowledgement. He had only intended to intimidate Qin Xiangbing. If he truly meant to kill him, he wouldn't have done it in broad daylight, in full view of everyone. Yet the old man's actions toward Qin Xiangbing had surpassed even Qin Feng's expectations. Very well. Now that we've settled matters with these two young upstarts, shall we turn our attention to our own affairs? The old man turned to look at Qin Feng, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At these words, not only Qin Feng, but even Qin Xiangbing and Qin Lang beside him froze in shock. Their second master rarely showed his face. Even within the Qin family itself, few had the opportunity to meet him. Qin Feng himself had no idea who this old man before him was, let alone what matters he was referring to. Old man, I don't think we have anything to discuss. Once you've resolved today's matter, take these two youngsters and leave. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to waste any more words on this group of Qin family elders. Young Master Qin, that's not how it works. We old folks don't have much time left. You must return the heir to the Qin family, right? The old man gazed at Qin Feng, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qin Feng's attention snapped back. Though he didn't know how the old man had learned it, the man was clearly hinting at something. Moreover, Qin Feng understood perfectly well that the old man was referring to Qin Shan. He hadn't realized Qin Shan held such a high standing within the Qin family. Even after vanishing for 3 long years, she remained the Qin family's foremost heir apparent. But at this moment, even though Qin Feng understood clearly, he had to feign ignorance on the surface. Old man, I have no idea what you're talking about. Though I bear the surname Qin, I have absolutely no connection whatsoever to your Qin family. Qin Feng stared at the old man before him, his expression unflinching. But the old man clearly had solid information and didn't believe a word of Qin Feng's claim. His expression darkened instantly. Qin Feng, I advise you not to play dumb. I know Qin Shan is in your hands. Hand her over and we'll go our separate ways. If you intend to keep hiding her, then this old man won't be so polite anymore. The old man leaned on his cane, his words carrying an authority that commanded respect without a trace of anger. Though his tone remained calm, the underlying threat was unmistakable. Enough, old man. I've told you I know nothing about Qin Shan. Your Qin family's affairs are none of my concern. Now, please leave. Qin Feng pointed toward the factory gate, issuing a clear order to leave. Seeing Qin Feng's stubborn refusal to budge, the old man dropped his amiable facade. Well, young man, you refuse the wine offered and insist on drinking the punishment instead. Since that's the case, this old man will make you kneel and tell me the truth. The old man stomped his foot on the ground. The earthen floor cracked like a spider web. Qin Feng was stunned by the old man's surprisingly swift agility. Qin Xiangbing, seeing the second master take action, quickly darted to the side. Boy, come and get it. In the blink of an eye, the old man was already before Qin Feng. His withered hand, like an eagle's talon, lunged toward Qin Feng's throat. Qin Feng was all too aware of the terrifying strength the old man possessed. If that claw closed around him now, it could crush his Adam's apple with ease. You old bastard, you're pretty ruthless. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he spun around to dodge. In the instant he dodged, he swiftly countered by seizing the old man's eagle claw. The speed was lightning fast, happening in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiangbing and Qin Lang on the ground couldn't make out their movements at all. The old man was astonished by Qin Feng's reflexes. Though his palm was seized, the old man reacted swiftly. His once sharp fingers retracted in an instant, and the powerful eagle claw instantly became as slippery as an eel, wriggling free from Qin Feng's grasp. After just this brief exchange, the old man sensed something amiss and abruptly leapt backward, instantly creating distance between them. Facing the old man, Xin Feng maintained his usual calm and composed expression. Young man, for your age, you're quite skilled. The old man looked at Xin Feng, offering his praise without reservation. Xin Feng returned the smile. At my age, you're the first person to evade even a single move from me. Xin Feng regarded the old man, and a sense of mutual admiration seemed to pass between them. Xin Feng, is it? I'll remember you. We'll have plenty more chances to cross paths. Farewell. The old man clasped his fists in a bow and turned to board the carriage. A true master needed only one move to decide the outcome. He had only managed to evade Xin Feng because the younger man had underestimated him due to his age. Otherwise, a single punch from him would have likely ended Second Master's old life right here. Second Master, are we just letting this slide? You personally intervened, yet you're letting this brat off? Xin Xiangbing watched the Second Master's departure with surprise. Exactly, Second Uncle. Whenever you step in, the other side never survives. Why are we letting him go today? A flustered Qin Lang watched the elderly man get into the car, utterly bewildered. From their conversation, Xin Feng had already pieced it together. This so-called Second Master was likely the Qin family's top enforcer, summoned only when they faced trouble they couldn't handle themselves. Judging by the reverence these two showed the old man, he must never have failed. You don't know. Get out of my sight. The old man barked angrily before climbing into the car and driving off. Qin Lang and Qin Xiangbing could only support each other as they limped away from the pharmaceutical factory. The moment their figures vanished, Qin Feng's face instantly turned panicked as he hurriedly pulled out his phone. Chapter 110, Old Fox. Brother Qin, what's wrong? Why do you look so panicked? Bald Wang watched Qin Feng's reaction, feeling slightly bewildered. After all, it was rare to see Qin Feng look so flustered. That old man is so certain about Qin Shan's situation. He must have gotten reliable information. Something must have happened in Shenyang City. Qin Feng muttered to Ping Tu Wang before quickly dialing Mu Qing's number. Seeing the old man's capabilities only strengthened Qin Feng's conviction that the Qin family was far from ordinary. He wasn't stationed in Shenyang City right now. With Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang both stationed in Jianbei City, Shenyang City was essentially defenseless. If the Qin family wanted to move against Mu Qing and Qin Shan, it would be as easy as pie. Yet now the old man had actually demanded the girls return proof they knew Qin Shan was in his custody but hadn't pinpointed her exact location. To avert impending danger, he must alert Mu Qing immediately. Otherwise, once the Qin family succeeded, it would truly be too late for tears and cries. Hello? Mu Qing, how have things been on your end lately? Has anything unusual happened? Qin Feng urgently inquired, though he couldn't ask directly. But Mu Qing seemed to have anticipated this call all along. Don't worry. I noticed someone following me recently, so I went to the neighboring city with Qin Shan and Xiaonan. We're safe now. Her words instantly calmed Qin Feng. True to form, his woman showed such alertness and flawless handling of the situation. Good. I'm relieved you're safe. Stay put for now. I'll rush back as soon as I handle this. Qin Feng, is everything okay on your end? You must be careful too. Mu Qing showered Qin Feng with countless reminders and concern, warming his heart. It's fine. Don't you know my capabilities? With Lin Liang and Bald Wang here, I'll be just fine. Qin Feng chuckled as he reassured Mu Qing, hoping to ease her worries. They chatted for a while before Qin Feng finally hung up. The moment the call ended, Qin Feng's brows furrowed deeply. The news about Qin Shan being here was supposed to be tightly guarded. How had it reached the Qin family's ears? And judging by the old man's demeanor, he seemed utterly certain of this information. Wang, who do you think betrayed me and told the Qin family about Qin Shan? Qin Feng turned to look at Wang with a smile, though he already had his suspicions. But Wang, seeing Qin Feng's smile, misinterpreted it completely. He immediately dropped to his knees before him with a thud. Brother Qin, I've been utterly loyal to you. I would never betray you. I swear, I truly didn't betray you. I didn't leak that information. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't say a word. Bald-headed Wang kept kowtowing to Qin Feng, terrified of being wrongly accused. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the bald-headed man's reaction and quickly helped him up. Alright, little Wang, I never said it was you. Remember that old man from the Wang family? I'd bet 80% this whole thing's got him involved. Qin Feng brushed the dust off the bald-headed king's clothes and muttered to him. The bald-headed king's face lit up at this, his eyebrows arching. I remember now, it's that old man named Wang Bai, right? Brother Qin, you promised to treat him for 3 days so he wouldn't blab. We haven't spoken to him in days. He must have ratted us out. As if a switch had been flipped in his mind, Wang Pingtu suddenly understood. Exactly. You figured it out just like I did. Qin Feng flashed an approving smile at the bald-headed man. Wang Bai had been bitten by a venomous snake, leaving him crippled and on the brink of death. Qin Feng had demonstrated his skill by stabilizing him and promised to cure him within 3 days. But that was merely a delaying tactic to buy time. He never intended to cure the old man at all. It was merely a ploy to keep him occupied for 3 days. Now the pharmaceutical factory was complete, and partnerships with various regions had been secured. It could be said that Wang Bai had become utterly worthless. After failing to contact him for an extended period, the old man must have grown desperate. He leaked this information to the Qin family, hoping to gain a shred of favor. What puzzled Qin Feng was that only a few days had passed. What could have driven Wang Bai to leak the information to the Qin family so quickly? After all, as long as Wang Bai held onto this information, he could keep Qin Feng in check. By spilling it now, he'd essentially handed over his trump card. Brother Qin, what should we do now? Should I go take out that old bastard? Bald Wang gritted his teeth, his face twisted with murderous intent. That old bastard nearly caused him to be misunderstood by Qin Feng, indirectly igniting the fire within him. No need for you to act. Since we're free anyway, let's go meet this Wang Bai right now. Qin Feng's eyes also flashed with anger. This old man was truly courting death. He'd tested his skills on him, at least extending his lifespan by 5 years. If he hadn't stirred up trouble, it would have been a windfall. But now he'd meddled, nearly putting his own family in mortal danger. This wasn't going to be so simple. After instructing the workers to proceed with the expansion, the two drove straight to the Wang family's company. The company remained unchanged, but now the comings and goings had grown noticeably busier. Suit and tie executives entered and exited with warm smiles on their faces. Evidently, the Wang family had leveraged Qin Shan's information to secure considerable benefits from the Qin family. Qin Feng and Wang Jin entered the company. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, the two encountered no obstacles whatsoever and proceeded smoothly to the office. In Noda's office, Wang Bai was engaged in a heated discussion with a group of shareholders. The Qin family had brought them quite a few lucrative deals, and the group was beaming with satisfaction. Mr. Wang, what lively discussion is this? Qin Feng entered the office with a cheerful smile, leading the bald-headed Wang with him. The previously lively room instantly fell silent. Well, who might this be? Isn't this young Master Qin the one who promised to save me? Young Master Qin, arriving at this hour, have you been delayed by a few days? Wang Bai observed Qin Feng's unflappable composure, a faint smile playing on his own lips. The surrounding shareholders eyed Qin Feng with a hint of mockery. Wang Bai, cut the nonsense. I know you leaked the information to the Qin family. But I'm surprised at your age, shouldn't you be more composed? Qin Feng strolled in with his hands behind his back, a faint look of puzzlement on his face. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, if I can pull off something like this, I have to thank your pharmaceutical company. Wang Bai said, rising cheerfully from his chair. His once crippled legs were now fully restored, and beneath him lay drawers filled with the new drugs sold by Qin Feng's pharmaceutical company. Qin Feng instantly understood why the old man had been so brazen. He'd healed himself with Qin Feng's medicine, rendering Qin Feng's services unnecessary, hence this move. Very well, very well. But today, no amount of elixirs or miracle cures will save your legs. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips as his spiritual energy surged. Chapter 111, Reclaiming the Legs. Qin Feng. This is Zhongbei City. Regardless of company size, this is a place where the law reigns supreme. Now, my Wang family has neither harmed nor insulted you, yet you choose to cause trouble here. How utterly unreasonable. Wang Bai regarded Qin Feng with unflappable composure. Though he had long heard of Qin Feng's prowess, not a trace of panic flickered in his eyes. His words were sharp and unyielding. Qin Feng stood there, suddenly looking like the one looking for trouble. Qin Feng, don't you dare bully the weak just because our Wang family runs a small company. Wang Bai sat back down in his chair, suddenly adopting the posture of a victim. Well, old man, now you're playing the victim, are you? Qin Feng couldn't help but admire Wang Bai's cunning maneuvering. Alright. If you've got nothing to do here, get out. Otherwise, we'll call the cops. Wang Bo didn't give Qin Feng the time of day, waving him off dismissively. Bald Wang stood nearby, his hands clenched into iron fists. He was genuinely furious at Wang Bai's shamelessness, itching to tear the bastard apart. Qin Feng, however, reached out to gently restrain him. He hadn't come to the Wang family's company today intending to let him off so easily. Wang Bai, you've certainly played your cards well, but today, your plans are about to come crashing down. Qin Feng walked up to Wang Bo with a smile, then shot a meaningful glance at the flat-top guy. The already furious flat-top Wang understood Qin Feng's meaning perfectly. He immediately positioned himself like a plague at the doorway, blocking the path the others needed to leave. Wang Bai also sensed the murderous intent radiating from Qin Feng. He knew Qin Feng would inevitably return to settle this today, and his earlier words had been airtight. But he hadn't anticipated that in a city as vast as Zhongbei, Qin Feng would actually dare to resort to force. You brat, you're really pushing your luck. You have no respect for the law whatsoever, absolutely none. This unexpected turn of events caught Wang Bai off guard. He immediately reached for the phone on the table. But Qin Feng had already seen the move. A thunderous crash echoed through the room. No one in the entire office saw how Qin Feng had acted. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the deafening crack, the phone on the desk shattered into pieces. Xin Feng retracted his fist, turned to Wang Bai, and let out a cold smile. You lecture me about the law? Did the Wang family discuss the law when they tried to kidnap my family in Shenyang City? Xin Feng's words were sharp and cutting. Several people furtively pulled their phones out of their pockets. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll cripple you before Brother Qin even has to lift a finger. Bald-headed Wang appeared like a ghostly specter behind the man. This thug, born into a life of crime, wore a face of pure menace. A single threat was enough to silence everyone present. Xin Feng reached out, gripped Wang Bai's shoulders, and slowly helped him to his feet. What are you doing? What are you doing? Wang Bai was helped up by Xin Feng, but this gentle gesture made him feel something was off. What am I doing? I'm just here to take back your healthy legs. With that, Xin Feng delivered a swift kick to Wang Bai's knee. Ah! Wang Bai let out a piercing scream as the crisp sound of cracking bones echoed through the office. The pale bone pierced through the flesh, turning Wang Bai's face deathly pale as cold sweat beaded densely on his forehead. It hurts. Xin Feng, you're insane. Absolutely insane. My Wang family. The agony left Wang Bai too weak to speak properly. His entire body went limp, yet he couldn't collapse. Xin Feng's powerful grip held him firmly by the shoulders, preventing him from collapsing to the floor. Wang Bai, save your cries for pain. That was just one leg. There's still another to go. Xin Feng's lips curved into a smile as he uttered these cruel, vicious words. Fear now filled every inch of Wang Bai's eyes. The crowd, which had been roaring with excitement moments before, fell silent. Xin Feng's brutal methods had silenced them. Amidst Wang Bai's utterly terrified gaze, Xin Feng delivered another merciless kick. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream pierced the air. As Xin Feng released his grip, Wang Bai collapsed onto the chair behind him. Both legs were completely shattered, only the nerves still twitching, blood pooling on the floor. The once spirited Wang Bai had now fallen into a deep, unconscious stupor. The people around them were utterly stunned. What are you all standing around for? If you don't want him to die, get him to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, he might not even survive. Xin Feng surveyed the group, offering a timely reminder. Only then did the others snap out of their daze. They scrambled to lift Wang Bai, some frantically pulling out their phones to dial 120. Meanwhile, Xin Feng and the man with the crew cut walked out leisurely, as if nothing had happened. Only when they reached the office doorway did Xin Feng abruptly halt. Oh, and one more thing, I'd advise you to sever all business ties with the Qin family today. Otherwise, Wang Bai's fate will be yours. Xin Feng issued his warning before turning and walking away. These people had already been terrified out of their wits by Qin Feng's earlier display of power. Now, with Wang Bai unconscious, to avoid becoming the next Wang Bai, their only option was to swiftly comply with Qin Feng's order and terminate all collaborations with the Qin family. The golden contract they had once viewed as a golden ticket to success now felt like a death sentence. The two men left the company with smiles on their faces. Xin Feng could already foresee Wang Bai's reaction upon waking. The most terrifying thing wasn't despair itself, but giving someone hope only to kick them back into the abyss of darkness. Wang Bai had been crippled for so long, finally finding hope that could truly make him stand again. Yet barely 2 days later, Xin Feng had dealt him a blow that left him completely paralyzed. When he learned that all cooperation with the Qin family had been terminated, he would truly have lost both legs and suffered a crushing defeat. If Wang Bai had a weaker temperament, he might well have dropped dead on the spot. On the way back to the hotel, the man with the crew cut kept sighing. I gotta say, Qin, those 2 kicks of yours were so satisfying. That old bastard Wang Bai, what a shameless scoundrel, lining his pockets on both sides. Now that he's had both legs kicked clean off, maybe he'll finally learn his lesson. Bald Wang kept ranting about Wang Bai all the way, clearly fuming with rage. Xin Feng, who'd heard the news at the pharmaceutical plant, had also felt his anger surge at the time. But now, he felt much better. He knew exactly how painful those kicks had been. The bones had been kicked out through the skin, and the satisfaction was immense. This is only the beginning. That old Wang Bai is merely the spark that ignited our war with the Qin family. Xin Feng waved dismissively, not giving the Wang family's minions a second thought. Brother Qin, what's our next move? Back to Shenyang City tomorrow. It's time they learned whose turf Shenyang truly is. Xin Feng gazed into the distance, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 112, Grasslands Above. He didn't need to conduct any further investigations now. Ever since he'd left Shenyang City with Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang, the place had surely descended into chaos once more. With Lin Liang gone, major corporations were undoubtedly itching to move. They'd long calculated how to carve up Shenyang City's lucrative pie once Fushan Group relocated to Zhangbei City. Thus, they had already begun their relentless agitation day and night. Beyond these restless tycoons, various factions had infiltrated Shenyang City from Jiangbeiqing. Their pharmaceutical product had caused such a stir in Jiangbeiqing. The major families lurking in the shadows have undoubtedly dispatched numerous agents to Shenyang City to probe into my background. The Qin family, in particular, had undoubtedly sent even more. After all, their target is Qin Shan. With the three of them now in Jiangbei City, Chunyang City might as well have had its nest stolen. His wife and children had been driven to other cities by these rampaging demons. With his homeland under threat, Qin Feng could no longer afford to remain calm. He must return to restore order. He would make them understand who truly ruled Chunyang City. Early the next morning, Qin Feng took Ping Tu Wang with him and the two hurried back to Chunyang City. The pharmaceutical factory in Jiangbei City was now fully operational. Market demand for the pharmaceuticals was so high that they were practically unavailable despite their price. The expansion was progressing steadily, and Lin Liang now had the time to oversee operations single-handedly. Thus, the absence of the two men had little impact on the pharmaceutical plant. Ping Tu Wang drove the beat-up jeep they'd salvaged from the construction site, humming a tune under his breath, his mood relaxed. "Hey, brother Qin, I'm practically suffocating here in Jiangbeicheng. Finally heading back to Chunyang City. If you ask me, Jiangbei City may be bustling, but it's no match for Chunyang City. That's our turf, no need to kowtow to anyone." Bald-headed one was in high spirits, chatting non-stop all the way. As the two returned to Chunyang City, Qin Feng gazed at the familiar buildings before him. The unique flow of people and atmosphere of a small city filled him with profound emotion. Yet beneath this surface calm, Qin Feng sensed dark currents stirring. "Finally back, brother Qin. I can't tell you how good this feels." Ping Tu Wang walked beside Qin Feng, his smile never fading. "Let's go. I've already told your sister-in-law we're back. They've got dinner ready and waiting. Let's head home and grab a bite first." Qin Feng gave the instruction, and the two continued driving the beat-up jeep back to the large villa. The familiar home ahead wafted the mouth-watering aroma of cooked food. Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. It had been a while since he'd seen his family. As soon as he pushed open the door, Xiaonan bounded toward him, leaping straight into his arms. She wrapped herself around him like an octopus. "Daddy, you're finally back. I missed you so much, so much." Pouting her adorable little mouth, she planted a series of kisses on Qin Feng's cheeks. Those little kisses melted Qin Feng's heart completely. "Xiaonan, you're so adorable. You haven't been to school these past few days. I hope your studies aren't falling behind?" Qin Feng smiled as he gently rubbed his daughter's nose, teasing her playfully. "Xiaonan hasn't missed a thing. Even though I didn't go to school, I studied with Sister Qin Shan the whole time. She said I've made great progress." Xiaonan couldn't tolerate Qin Feng's accusation at all, pouting her little mouth as she protested. Following the direction of her tiny hand, Qin Feng saw Qin Shan and Mu Qing carrying dishes toward the table. Though they didn't show affection as openly as Xiaonan, their longing for Qin Feng was no less than that of the adorable little Nan. "Come on, everyone, let's eat. Now that I'm back, our family can finally relax." Qin Feng held Xiaonan close as he gestured for everyone to sit down. The gloom of hiding these past days had completely lifted. The villa, quiet for several days, was finally filled with laughter and joy once more. "Qin Feng, Chunyang City isn't exactly peaceful right now. Many companies are competing fiercely, and countless unknown infiltrators have seeped into the city." Mu Qing, a formidable businesswoman, understood these matters far more thoroughly than Qin Feng. "I anticipated that. Are there any particularly prominent companies?" Qin Feng looked at Mu Qing and asked. After all, he had just returned and was completely in the dark. Even if he wanted to make a move, he needed a starting point. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. "I was just about to tell you about this. You'll never guess it's Gongcheng. The Gong family has been secretly backed by someone, growing at an astonishing pace. They're quietly gaining the strength to surpass Fushan Group and take its place as the top player." Mu Qing's words came out in a rush, revealing just how shocked she was by this news. "Gongcheng? That guy's son is dead. Isn't he consumed by revenge? How can he be expanding his company now? Does he even have the time for that?" Qin Feng was also slightly taken aback upon hearing the name. In his memory, Gongcheng was obsessed with revenge to the point of madness. How could he possibly have the energy to build a company? Mu Qing, however, responded to Qin Feng's words with a meaningful smile. "This Gongcheng fellow? He's long forgotten about revenge. He's riding high on success right now. He had a lover before, and recently heard she's pregnant. You could say he's experiencing a second spring." Mu Qing shared these amusing tidbits about Gongcheng while serving food onto Qin Feng's plate. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile at her words. He truly hadn't expected that at his age, Gongcheng could experience a second spring. It was doubtful whether the child was even his. But since Mu Qing had brought it up, he would use Gongcheng as his target to restore order in Chunyang City. While others might struggle with such a task, facing his old rival Gongcheng proved far easier for Qin Feng. After the group had eaten and drunk their fill, Qin Feng dispatched Ping Tu Wang to gather intelligence while he lingered at home, savoring the post-dinner hours. As night fell, Qin Feng held Mu Qing close. They lingered in each other's embrace for a long while before finally drifting off to sleep. Early the next morning, Ping Tu Wang rushed over in a fluster. Qin Feng and the others were having breakfast when Ping Tu Wang plopped down at the table, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "What's got you so cheerful this early in the morning?" Qin Feng took a sip of white rice porridge and raised an eyebrow at the bald-headed man. Brother Qin, I pulled some strings to get intel on this palace city. I also dug up the scoop on his woman. Bald-head Wang gulped down a cup of water and rattled off to Qin Feng. The funniest part is, that woman isn't carrying his child at all. That old fool Gongqing's been cuckolded and he's so happy he can't find his way home. It's hilarious. Chapter 113, Extreme Materialism. Qin Feng nearly spit out the white porridge in his mouth upon hearing the bald-headed man's words. Does that old codger Gongqing know about this? Qin Feng pressed for more details on this crucial piece of information. No. I got this through my own channels. Miyagi has absolutely no clue. Upon arriving at Qin Feng's home, the bald-headed king made himself at home, helping himself to a bowl of white porridge without hesitation. Qin Feng stared at the bald-headed king, surprised to discover he possessed such resourcefulness. But then again, it makes sense. Ping Tuwang used to be Li Xianbing's underling and had some connections of his own. Add to that the fact that Qin Feng publicly humiliated Li Xianbing and saved him. Now that Li Xianbing is dead, throughout all of Chunyang City, anyone in the underworld has to give King Bald a measure of respect. It just so happened that this Mistress Gongqing kept was already a woman of loose morals. Underworld rumors naturally never reached Gongqing's ears. But the people Ping Tuwang knew were all creatures lurking in the darkest corners and seediest alleys. This Mistress Gongqing kept used to be a hostess, so everyone in the underworld knew all about her lifestyle. Qin Feng pondered this detail, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. Gongqing likely no longer regarded him as a threat, and confronting him directly would yield little useful information. Recalling the words of the flat-top king, Qin Feng had already devised a plan. Hey, Wang, did you find out where that woman is now? Don't worry, brother Qin. That woman's name is Lin Yu. I've got a few brothers tailing her, we know everything. The flat-top king pounded his chest repeatedly, confident in his assurance. Good. Our breakthrough lies with this Lin Yu. After breakfast, the two of us will go check it out. Qin Feng picked up a few pieces of pickled vegetables and finished the bowl of plain rice porridge. Bald-headed Wang stuffed one bun after another into his mouth, then gulped down a bowl of plain rice porridge. His eating habits left Qin Feng feeling rather astonished. Let's go, brother Qin. I'm done eating. We're off. Bald-headed Wang, accustomed to his carefree ways, wiped his mouth with his sleeve and strode straight out the door. Qin Feng climbed into his beat-up jeep, which rattled to a stop in front of a mahjong parlor. Though it bore the sign of a card-in-board game parlor, its interior was lavishly decorated. Two security guards stood at the entrance, clearly marking it as a place beyond the reach of ordinary folks. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Qin Feng called out to the bald-headed king, and the two started to step inside. The two guards at the entrance had been watching them for a while and immediately stepped forward to block their path. This is a members-only establishment. Not just anyone can come in. The guards eyed Qin Feng and his companion up and down, clearly unimpressed. Following Qin Feng, Ping Tuwang was no ordinary figure. He'd once been notorious for his arrogance in Jianbei City. Now, to be looked down upon by two mere doormen? That was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Damn it, you piece of, open your eyes and look properly. Haven't you heard of the titled bald-headed king? Bald-head Wang glared at the guard, his words dripping with menace. Hearing his words and taking another look at his closely cropped hair, both men recoiled in fear. They'd heard the rumors. They'd heard that Flathead Wang had taken down the underground boss, Li Xianbing. Li Xianbing had kidnapped Flathead Wang, only to be dealt with by Qin Feng. After that, Flathead Wang was released. That very day, Li Xianbing died under mysterious circumstances, and the case remains unsolved to this day. The rumors surrounding the incident grew increasingly wild, eventually morphing into tales of Ping Tuwang sneaking into Li Xianbing's hideout at night to exact revenge. So these people were still deeply afraid of the bald-headed king. With such a scare, the two men dared not obstruct the bald-headed king. They strode confidently into the mahjong parlor. The interior was lavishly decorated. Those gathered around the tables playing cards were all decked out in gold and silver, either dangling cigars from their lips or rolling walnuts between their fingers. Qin Feng, it's that woman sitting over there, the one wearing the necklace and smoking. King of Flat Tops pointed toward a corner of the mahjong parlor. Qin Feng followed the gesture and spotted a woman with bright red, spiky hair. Lin Yu was indeed quite attractive, but the vulgarity radiating from her was overwhelming. Even at first glance, it was clear this woman was utterly obsessed with money. At that moment, she was holding a lady's cigarette between her lips. If one didn't know her background, she could easily be mistaken for a socialite. Qin Feng nodded and led Flathead Wang over. Excuse me, are you Miss Lin Yu? Qin Feng asked politely, a smile on his face. Lin Yu merely turned her head to glance at him, sizing Qin Feng up from head to toe. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Who are you? What could I possibly have to discuss with you? Seeing that neither of them wore any designer labels, Lin Yu looked down on them from the bottom of her heart. Miss Lin, our CEO is the second in command at Fushan Group. We heard you're quite an interesting person, which is why we came to visit. If that's your attitude, we're afraid we really can't chat with you. Having spent so much time with Lin Liang, Ping Tu Wang had picked up a few sly tricks of his own. A single flattering remark at this moment instantly made Lin Yu look at Qin Feng in a new light. Mr. Qin? Oh, so you're Mr. Qin. I have a private room inside. Let's go in and talk. Lin Yu was, after all, a hostess. She hadn't seen many important figures in her line of work. Hearing him addressed as Mr. Qin and invoking the prestige of Fushan Group instantly won her over. She promptly rose and led Qin Feng and his companion toward the private room inside. Having a private room reserved at a place like this clearly showed just how much Gong Cheng cherished Lin Yu. This was far more than just being his mistress. In Gong Cheng's eyes, Lin Yu carried the heir to the Gong family within her. Once the three entered the private room, Lin Yu promptly poured tea for Qin Feng. But Qin Feng had no interest in engaging with this woman whose eyes were clearly on the money. He cut straight to the chase. Lin Yu, we're here today for one reason only. We want to make it clear, this child in your womb isn't Gongcheng's, right? Qin Feng stared at Lin Yu, his words dripping with confidence. At those words, the smile vanished instantly from Lin Yu's face and her hand froze mid-pour. Get out. Both of you. Get out right now. Lin Yu slammed the teapot onto the table and barked at them. Damn it. Trying to blackmail an old woman? Get the hell out of here, or I'll have someone deal with you right now. Lin Yu's eyes blazed with fury as she hurled threats and insults, determined to drive them away. Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied with her reaction. The more fiercely she reacted, the more it proved the truth of the matter and the deeper her dependence on Gongcheng's wealth. You'll deal with us? I already took care of Li Xianbing. What makes you think you can do anything? The flat-top man roared with overwhelming dominance, his voice so thunderous it sent Lin Yu staggering backward. Chapter 114, Cut Off Your Lineage. You? Could you possibly be that flathead king? Lin Yu stared at the bald-headed king, clearly aware of the events from back then. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, watching the bald-headed king's performance with a detached expression. I know you're formidable, but you can't just make things up. The child in my womb is Gongcheng's. This is absolutely true. All those rumors outside are lies, nothing but lies. Lin Yu knew threats were useless against Qin Feng and the flathead king. She could only begin to argue her case logically. But her words found no support from either Qin Feng or the bald-headed man. Her earlier panic had already betrayed her true thoughts. Qin Feng had already established the truth, the child in Lin Yu's womb was definitely not Gongcheng's. Fine, whatever you say. I hear modern technology is amazing, they can even do DNA testing before the baby's born. Qin Feng muttered to the man with the crew cut beside him. Yeah. I think it's called amniocentesis. You don't even have to wait for the kid to come out to know if it's biologically yours. Bald Wang instantly grasped Qin Feng's meaning and quickly chimed in. Lin Yu, seated at the table, listened to their conversation as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Alright, Miss Lin. Since you're so confident, I trust the hospital's test results will give you a fair verdict. Qin Feng flashed a smile at Lin Yu before pulling the flat-top man toward the exit. Lin Yu watched their retreating figures, her expression utterly panicked. Wait, you too. I'll give you whatever you want, just name your price. Lin Yu saw the determination in their eyes and knew they weren't as easily fooled as others. When she relented, Qin Feng knew the matter was settled. Pay? Do we look like people short on cash? Did you really think we were joking when we mentioned Fushan Group? Qin Feng looked at Lin Yu and chuckled as he muttered under his breath. Hearing this, Lin Yu slumped back into her chair, her face drained of color. Gentlemen, I, Lin Yu, don't believe I've committed any grave offense against you. Why are you fixated on me? You don't want money, what exactly are you after? Lin Yu stared at Qin Feng and his companion, her mind on the verge of collapse. To her, Qin Feng and his companion clearly weren't after money, they were here solely to destroy her. Lin Yu, we truly hold no grudge against you, and we don't wish to be utterly ruthless toward you. I just want to ask you this, if you could leave the palace city and receive all of his assets, would you be willing? Qin Feng looked at Lin Yu, first posing this tempting question. To his surprise, Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly at the words. After all, Gongcheng was just a decrepit old man, while she was in the prime of her youth. Her attachment to Gongcheng stemmed entirely from her unwillingness to relinquish the opulent life she currently enjoyed. If Gongcheng died and she could inherit all that wealth, it would be a godsend. Then she'd never have to wait on that old fart again, and could use his money to keep a young lover. Such a dream was beyond her wildest imagination. She knew Qin Feng and the other man weren't ordinary people. If they were saying this, it definitely wasn't a joke. Are you two serious? Is there really such a golden opportunity? If you can help me make this happen, I'll do anything you ask. Lin Yu looked at Qin Feng, all traces of fear vanished from her face, replaced by eager anticipation. Gongcheng's current fortune was no small sum. If Qin Feng truly meant to give it all to her, it would be 10 times better than winning the lottery. Good. With your word, we can rest assured. Starting today, find a place to stay. Don't answer calls. Don't show your face in public. Within a week at most, I'll make you the sole master of the Gong family. Qin Feng made his promise to Lin Yu. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face, which had been radiant with joy, suddenly furrowed. Did I hear that correctly? I don't need to do anything? Just stay indoors for a week? Lin Yu couldn't believe her ears, utterly bewildered. She had assumed she'd need to cooperate with some grand scheme of Qin Feng's, only to discover it was merely a matter of staying indoors, eating nothing, and passively waiting for fortune to land in her lap. This was practically like waiting to pick up money off the ground. Alright, hand over your necklace. The rest is for us to handle. Qin Feng took the necklace from Lin Yu's hand and simply stated. Though Lin Yu looked utterly skeptical, she still handed over the necklace around her neck. After all, she didn't have much choice now. Don't worry. Our brother Qin can handle evenly Xianbing with ease. A mere palace city is nothing but a small fry. As the two were leaving, the flat-top guy specifically warned Lin Yu one last time. Though still half convinced, Lin Yu had no choice but to obey Qin Feng's orders. After all, a single word from Qin Feng or the flat-top king could shatter this idyllic life before her eyes. Without money or influence, and pregnant to boot, she'd have nowhere to turn. After Qin Feng and the others left the mahjong room, the flat-top king examined the necklace in his hand, his expression utterly priceless. Hey, brother Qin, looks like Gongqing really cares about this Lin Yu. This necklace is set in white gold with top-grade jade in the center. You can tell it's worth a fortune. The flathead king held the necklace up to the sunlight. The platinum sparkled brightly in the sunlight, while the jade refracted a crystalline glow. What else could it be? Gongqing's mind is probably completely occupied with Lin Yu and the child right now. Got his number? Qin Feng called out to the bald-headed guy. Bald-headed Wang was a veritable jack of all trades, keeping everything organized and in order. He quickly pulled out his phone, dialed Gongqing's number, and handed it to Qin Feng. Hello? Is this Gongqing? It's Qin Feng. Let's find a place to meet. Qin Feng held the phone, getting straight to the point. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, Gongqing fell silent for a moment before his voice turned decidedly unfriendly. Qin Feng, I really don't have time for your nonsense right now. We've never crossed paths before, so don't call me again. Gongqing snapped back with a harsh rebuke, about to hang up. Hold on a second. If you hang up now, I'm afraid your entire Miyagi family line might be cut off. Qin Feng murmured calmly into the receiver. The moment those words left his mouth, Miyagi heard the sound of a cup crashing to the floor. Qin Feng, if you dare harm them, I'll never let you off the hook. Gongqing's voice was filled with urgency. Enough. Just come out. Meet me at the downtown coffee shop. Don't be late. Chapter 115, Backfiring. Qin Feng hung up the phone without giving him another chance to speak. Brother Qin, do you really think this Gongqing will trust us? Bald Wang drove the car, taking Qin Feng straight to the downtown coffee shop. By the time they arrived, Gongqing was already sitting at the table, looking extremely anxious. Mr. Gong, didn't you say you were too busy to come? How come you're here before us? Bald Wang couldn't help but tease Gongqing with a few playful remarks. Qin Feng, you bastard. What did you do to Lin Yu? I still can't get through to her on the phone. Tell me, what the hell did you do? Gongqing glared at Qin Feng with eyes wide with fury. If he could have beaten Qin Feng, he would have lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar already. Don't get worked up. Let's sit down and talk this through calmly. Qin Feng remained remarkably composed in the face of Gongqing's fury. Gongqing, I know your Gong family is growing rapidly now, almost becoming the top in Shenyang City. I'm sure someone is backing you. Spill it, who is that person? Where are they? Qin Feng picked up the coffee from the table, cutting straight to the chase without further pretense. Gongqing's expression abruptly changed again at Qin Feng's interrogation. I have no idea what you're talking about. My family achieved everything through our own efforts. It was clear someone had briefed Gongqing beforehand. It's fine. You don't have to say anything. But your Gong family might truly be facing extinction. Qin Feng stared at Miyagi, his threat blunt and unambiguous. Their eyes locked. Gongqing's brow furrowed deeply as countless possibilities raced through his mind. Qin Feng, don't try to intimidate me. You've just returned to Shenyang City. You don't even know who Lin Yu is, and you dare threaten me like this? I'm no pushover, Qin Feng. You think you can pull this nonsense on me? Gongqing glared at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with resentment. Qin Feng had only just returned to Shenyang City, yet judging from Gongqing's words, he seemed to have known about this news long ago. This only strengthened Qin Feng's conviction that this guy definitely had someone backing him and that someone was undoubtedly a family power from Jiangbei City. Little Wang, it seems Boss Gong doesn't quite believe what we're saying. Show him our newly acquired treasure. Qin Feng shot a glance at the man with the crew cut beside him. The flat-top man immediately grinned and pulled the platinum necklace inlaid with jadeite from his chest. Mr. Gong, you must be familiar with this necklace, right? Flat-top Wang tossed the necklace onto the table, urging Gongqing to examine it closely. Gongqing's inner defenses crumbled completely at the sight of the necklace. He knew this necklace all too well. It was the very one he had personally selected at the jewelry store when Lin Yu had shared the joyful news of her pregnancy. Lin Yu is really in your hands? Where is she now? What have you done to her? Grasping the necklace, Miyagi roared at Qin Feng. Everyone in the cafe turned to look at him, but at that moment, Miyagi couldn't care less. After Gong Ming's death, he lost even the will to live. He had even contemplated taking Mu Yuxia with him in death. Now, that child was the sole glimmer of hope left in his life. But he didn't know that the child in Lin Yu's womb wasn't his. While Gong Cheng's plight was indeed pitiable, Qin Feng felt even more furious about the underhanded schemes he had orchestrated. His wife and daughter faced grave danger, and Qin Shan was teetering on the edge of a precipice. Gong Cheng's clandestine actions could very well plunge his entire family into peril. Qin Feng felt no pity whatsoever for someone who traded others' loved ones for his own wealth and status. Gongcheng, I advise you to answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, the consequences will be far worse than you can imagine. Qin Feng's words carried a palpable threat. Gongcheng sat at the table, scratching his head and sweating profusely. But Qin Feng had no intention of giving him time to weave a lie. He began the countdown immediately. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The person behind me is from Jiangbei City, it's the Mo family. His goal is to make me take revenge on you, to make me capture your family and a girl named Qin Shan. Gongcheng bellowed at Qin Feng, laying his cards on the table. The words made Qin Feng frown. While Mo Honyuan had been crippled by him, Mo Changue was undoubtedly furious, but would he really choose this critical moment to sabotage him? Besides, Qin Shan was the heiress of the Qin family. What possible connection could she have to the Mo family? Gongcheng's words were utterly nonsensical, completely lacking any logical connection. Alright, fine. Then you take us to meet this so-called representative from the Mo family, shall we? Qin Feng flashed a faint smile at Gongcheng, choosing to trust him for now. Seeing Qin Feng take the bait, Gongcheng nodded frantically. Alright, no problem. I'll make a call right now to arrange it. Gongcheng grabbed his phone and hurried to a secluded spot to make the call. But no matter how far he walked, as long as he remained within Qin Feng's line of sight, not a single trace of his movements could escape detection. Every word of his conversation with the person on the other end was clearly heard by Qin Feng. Right. When the time comes, you'll pose as someone from the MO school and let them fight each other to the death. Miyagi held the phone, speaking with relish. Little did he know that Qin Feng had heard every word. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Only after finishing the call did Gongcheng approach with a cheerful smile, inviting Qin Feng and his companion to get in the car. This time, even the bald-headed Wang ditched the beat-up jeep and took the driver's seat in Miyagi's luxury car. The group arrived at Miyagi's company. Gazing at the gleaming new skyscraper before them, Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder who exactly was backing Gongcheng. With their minds full of questions, the two arrived at Miyagi's office. Qin Feng, let me remind you, this person is from the Mo family, the most prominent clan in Jiangbei City. You'd better watch your tone when you speak later. Standing at the office doorway, Miyagi couldn't resist giving him a few parting words of caution. Qin Feng merely nodded, paying no heed to his words whatsoever, dismissing them as nonsense. While Gongcheng stood there in a deferential posture, Qin Feng pushed the door open and walked right in. When he saw the figure sitting in the executive chair, lounging back with an air of superiority, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The man at the desk weakly waved his hands, nearly sliding off his chair in fright. His arms were wrapped in bandages. Who else could it be but Qin Shengbing? Spotting Qin Feng, Qin Shengbing abruptly stood up. Damn it, Miyagi! Didn't you say this guy was from a rival company? How the hell is this guy here? Mr. Mo, what are you saying? This man is my sworn enemy. His name is Qin Feng. Gongcheng, unaware of their relationship, continued the charade, addressing him as Mr. Mo. You, Mo. Like I don't know he's Qin Feng. Qin Shengbing cursed furiously. He'd been crouching behind Gongcheng precisely to conceal his identity. And now this kid had actually brought Qin Feng right over himself. But Qin Feng had no interest in wasting words with him. He walked slowly up to stand before him. Qin Shengbing, you've got some nerve. If the Mo family finds out you're using their name to oppose me, what do you think their reaction will be? Qin Feng delivered the words slowly, and Qin Shengbing's face instantly drained of color. Chapter 116, The Fifth Master Steps In. You two know each other? Gongcheng finally realized he'd been the fool all along. Enough. You're not needed here. Get out. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively at Gongcheng. Gongcheng turned his head toward Qin Shengbing. After all, this man was now his direct superior. What are you staring at? You have the nerve to look at me? This is all thanks to you. How am I supposed to keep my cover now? Get out. Qin Shengbing showed him no mercy, unleashing a torrent of anger. Now caught between two fires, Gongcheng could only slink out of the office. Stepping outside, he was utterly devastated. As for Qin Feng, needless to say, if he ever found out about his actions, he would surely hate him to the core. And now he'd alienated his own backer, Qin Shengbing. He was now like a mouse trapped in a bellows, caught between two fires. Go. Draft a will for me. Should anything happen to me, all my assets are to go to Lin Yu and her son. That bastard Qin Feng, I'll make sure he pays for this in Shenyang City, even if it kills me. Dong Chang had essentially thrown caution to the wind, drafting his will immediately. In the office, Qin Feng walked step by step toward Qin Xiangbing. He appraised the man's now useless hands, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. He had no intention of harming Qin Xiangbing today. After all, killing a cripple would be nothing but a stain on his hands. Qin Xiangbing, I know you followed me to Chunyang City. What happened before has nothing to do with you. Hand over whoever is tracking my family, or else you won't be leaving this place so easily. Qin Feng braced his hands on the table, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Qin Xiangbing. Qin Xiangbing stared at Qin Feng with sheer terror, instinctively stumbling back several steps. Qin Feng, I know I'm no match for you. After today, I'll leave Chunyang City immediately. But I truly cannot reveal who's behind this. Otherwise, I'll become a traitor to the Qin family. Qin Xiangbing stared at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with pleading. He knew Qin Feng's methods. If he didn't speak, the fate awaiting him would be no better than death. But if he spoke now, he would truly be left homeless. Whether you become a traitor or not, what does that have to do with me? I'm only asking who persecuted my wife, daughter, and family. Qin Feng stared into Qin Xiangbing's eyes, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Who is it? Who dares to shout at my Qin family members here? Do they think so highly of themselves? A voice from the doorway interrupted Qin Feng's interrogation. An old man, leaning on a cane, shuffled in from inside. His steps were steady. Qin Feng felt no familiarity in the old man's face, but the cane in his hand was identical to the one carried by the late second master Qin. Fifth master, I never betrayed you. I'd rather die than reveal your secret. Qin Xiangbing stared at the old man, his eyes filled with fear. Hearing his words, Qin Feng seemed to grasp the true power dynamics within the Qin family. It seemed neither Qin Xiangbing nor the current head of the Qin family represented the clan's core power. Judging by the fifth master who appeared today, there were at least 5 old men pulling the strings behind the Qin family. The second master encountered earlier likely represented the family's military might. Those ruthless tactics and operations were probably handled by him. As for this fifth master before him, he likely handled external conflicts. These 5 individuals, at the very least, have clearly defined roles. Xiangbing, you can leave. This doesn't concern you. Get out of here. Old Master Qin waved his hand, signaling Qin Xiangbing to leave immediately. This statement amounted to a pardon for Qin Xiangbing, who promptly slunk out of the office. Forget about the palace city staying any longer now, even for someone like Qin Xiangbing, would be like getting caught in the crossfire when gods fight. Qin Xiangbing shot a meaningful glance at the fifth master before closing the door behind him. He knew full well the methods of this elder. Today would surely be a bitter pill for Qin Feng to swallow. Qin Feng, I've had my eye on you for a long time. I must say, you have a clever wife. If Mu Qing hadn't taken Qin Shan away from Chunyang City at the critical moment, I would have succeeded long ago. Qin Wugong held nothing back with Qin Feng, laying everything bare. His willingness to confess his crimes without reservation stemmed from his utter contempt for Qin Feng. In his eyes, Qin Feng, a mere commoner in Chunyang City, was utterly insignificant. Hearing his frank confession, Qin Feng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Good. Debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. Since someone has come forward to admit it, that's fine. Then I'll settle this debt with you, you old bastard. Qin Feng showed not a shred of respect for old Master Qin. Kid, you dare act so cocky with this old man? I'll make sure you don't walk out of this door alive today. As soon as old Master Qin finished speaking, his hand swiftly spun the cane. The cane tip emitted a crisp sound in his hand. A faint ding echoed. Though nothing visible occurred before Qin Feng's eyes, he felt a sharp surge of energy bearing down on his brow. Though his eyes saw nothing, his body sensed the killing intent. Instinctively, his spiritual energy activated, forming a protective barrier. Qin Feng closed his eyes and reached out, clenching his fist toward his brow. When he slowly opened his palm, he discovered a silver needle, still radiating a faint chill. Qin Feng was genuinely startled. This thing was nearly invisible to the naked eye, moving faster than a bullet. Even a peerless master would likely be unable to evade this lethal strike from the fifth master Qin. Fortunately, Qin Feng was a divine sovereign of the immortal realm, otherwise, he truly would have fallen at his hands. Well done, lad. After all these years, you're the first to survive my flying needles. Qin Wugong watched Qin Feng evade the strike unscathed, yet his eyes betrayed not a hint of panic. Before Qin Feng could speak, a faint, sinister smile spread across his face. Kid, let me warn you, these silver needles are all laced with poison. You'd better dodge them well. Qin Wugong shouted at Qin Feng, then swung his dragon-headed cane toward him once more. In an instant, countless silver needles rained down upon Qin Feng like a torrential storm. At least 10,000 needles, each gleaming brightly, refracted by the sunlight like a swarm of wasp stingers. Such overwhelming numbers left Qin Feng with nowhere to dodge, nowhere to hide. Qin Wugong swept his sleeve and turned to leave. In his eyes, even a god would likely perish beneath this torrent of silver needles. Old Master Qin, aren't you turning away a bit too soon? Just as Qin Wui took a step, Qin Feng's voice echoed from behind him. His brow furrowed sharply as he spun around abruptly. Chapter 117, Decisive Action. When Qin Wuye turned around, the sight before him nearly knocked his dentures loose. Qin Feng stood with his sleeves drawn tightly over his face, countless silver needles densely clustered along the wide sleeves of his robe. Qin Wuye's brow furrowed deeply, utterly perplexed. The force behind these needles could pierce through steel by a third of an inch. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom how this sleeve, woven from mere thread, could block the flying needles. Fifth Master Qin, it seems you've never tasted your own silver needles. Today, I'll give you the chance. Qin Feng spoke, then flicked his sleeve with a sweeping motion. Countless silver sparks, propelled by Qin Feng's spiritual energy, shot toward Qin Wuye like arrows released from a crossbow. Their speed was even more fierce than before. The needles grew larger and larger in Qin Wugong's pupils, closing in to mere inches. Master Qin 5 stumbled backward, abruptly raising his walking stick. In an instant, the cane transformed into an iron umbrella, deflecting every single silver needle. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly as he observed the cane in his hand. Looks like this cane of yours is quite the treasure. Qin Feng smacked his lips in admiration. Don't get cocky, kid. If these silver needles can't pierce your sleeves, I'll be damned if this won't work. Old Master Qin twisted the end of the cane with a sharp jerk. A blade without a hilt shot toward Qin Feng. It is indeed a rare weapon in this world, but before me, it is utterly insignificant. Qin Feng swept his hand, and spiritual energy collided with the cold blade, a trivial exchange. With a sharp clang, the hurtling blade altered its trajectory mid-flight, embedding itself into the bookshelf beside him. Qin Feng advanced step by step toward Old Master Qin. These hidden weapons could not slow his pace in the slightest. You bastard! Who the hell are you? Qin Wugong swung his cane again, sending a net bristling with iron thorns hurtling toward Qin Feng. If entangled, even the slightest movement would drive countless iron spikes through flesh and bone. Watching the thorn-laden net hurtle toward him, Qin Feng merely extended his palm through the air. He murmured softly, "Break!" A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted, tearing the iron net to shreds. Now, Old Master Qin understood completely. None of his tricks could hinder Qin Feng in the slightest. Who are you? Who are you? Qin Wugong stared at Qin Feng, his legs trembling as he began to retreat. But the office door had already been firmly shut by Qin Xiangbing. Qin Wugong, you dared lay a hand on my wife and daughter. Today, no matter who you are, you will pay the price. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, his gaze thick with murderous intent. Qin Feng, I advise you not to act rashly. From the moment your wife and daughter returned to Chunyang City, our people have been watching her. If I die, they won't live either. Knowing he was no match for his opponent, Qin Wufei issued a threat. But Qin Feng showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he reached out and seized Qin Laowu's throat. Touch the dragoness, and death follows. But Qin Laowu didn't understand this truth. He believed that by controlling Qin Feng's family, he held the guarantee of his own life. Qin Feng, I urge you to calm down. My men are waiting outside your family's villa. You absolutely won't dare, and you absolutely can't. Qin Laowu kept threatening Qin Feng. Qin Feng's rage surged within him. He hadn't expected the old man to have already made his move. Seeing Qin Feng's confusion, a faint, cold smile spread across Qin Laowu's face. Well, feeling less cocky now? This is what intelligence looks like. What good is your fighting skill? You're still just as Qin Laowu droned on, convinced of his certain victory. Qin Feng had grown impatient. With a sudden clenching of his fist. You. Ugh. Before Qin Laowu could finish his sentence, his throat was crushed in an instant by Qin Feng's grip. The Qin family had pushed things too far, causing trouble for his family. Qin Laowu was essentially the Qin family's commander-in-chief stationed in Chunyang City. He knew he'd have to confront this bastard someday anyway, might as well eliminate him now. He had no desire to engage in drawn-out, messy affairs that would only worsen the situation. But he couldn't take Qin Laowu's earlier words as a joke. Now that the bastard was dead, his immediate priority was to rush back to the villa and ensure the safety of his wife and daughter. If the Qin family's infiltrators really went down fighting, he would regret it for the rest of his life. With that thought, Qin Feng grabbed Qin Laowu's cane and sprinted back toward the villa. His blinding speed left Gong Chang, Qin Xiangbing, and Ping Tu Wang at the entrance stunned, catching only a fleeting shadow. What was that just now? Could it have been my brother Qin? Baldy scratched his head, completely oblivious to the situation, while Qin Xiangbing and Gong Chang rushed back to the office. Qin Feng had no time to dwell on the aftermath. His sole focus was the villa. In a mere 3 minutes, a journey that would normally take 20 minutes by car, he forced himself to run the entire way. The moment he reached the doorway, Qin Feng spotted several men in black slipping into the house. Old Qin 5 hadn't been boasting after all. He genuinely planted men near his home. Mu Qing and the others had just returned and were busy cleaning and organizing the house these past few days. Now, with his child, wife, and Qin Shan all inside, letting these men in would mean wiping them all out at once. Moreover, Qin Feng had no desire to eliminate these troublemakers in front of his wife and child. Qin Feng rushed forward and raised his cane. Freeze right there. I've reached an agreement with Old Master Qin. You should recognize this cane, shouldn't you? Xin Feng held the cane aloft, his face brimming with confidence, hoping to intimidate the group. Seeing the cane, the men frowned, momentarily bewildered. This doesn't add up. We just got a call saying 5th Master Qin was dead and to move in. The lead assassin was momentarily flustered, scratching his head in confusion. Enough. Whatever happens, let's discuss this outside first. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Xin Feng had taken Qin Wugong's cane intending to give it to Mu Qing for self-defense, but unexpectedly, it served its purpose here. The assassins eyed Xin Feng suspiciously, but followed him out in confusion, eager to hear the details. Once they reached the corner behind the villa, several assassins couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, kid, just spit it out. What happened to old man Qin? How'd you get his cane? The leader glared impatiently at Xin Feng. Xin Feng smiled faintly. I killed old man Qin. That's why the cane is in my hands. The assassin's eyes widened in shock at his words. In that split second of stunned disbelief, Xin Feng abruptly spun the cane in his hand and vanished in a flash. The assassins couldn't even catch sight of Qin Feng's figure, only a blinding silver glint filled their eyes. Chapter 118, The Clan Assembly. After a flurry of gunfire, the assassins lay sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, their faces turning black. Xin Feng examined his cane with a look of admiration. It seemed this old 5th Qin was no pushover. Not only were those silver needles lightning fast, but the poison they carried was deadly potent. But today, he had the misfortune of crossing paths with me. An ordinary person wouldn't have survived those few silver needles. Surveying the corpses on the ground, Xin Feng simply snapped a photo and sent it to Qin Shengbing. These were victims who had died from the Qin family's poison needles. If they didn't come clean up quickly, it would only leave trouble for the Qin family later. After finishing these tasks, Xin Feng, cane in hand, strode back to the villa with a swagger. Mu Qing and Qin Shan were preparing lunch. Though busy, their smiles never faded. Qin Shan watched Xin Feng return, her gaze lingering on the cane in his hand with a hint of strangeness. Qin Shan, come here. It's been ages since we last chatted. Xin Feng beckoned to Qin Shan, who promptly approached. The two sat down on the sofa. You recognize this cane, don't you? Yeah, it's my 5th grandfather's. I've seen him use it to kill people. Qin Shan nodded, a faint trace of fear in her eyes. Let me teach you. Xin Feng took the cane and gave Qin Shan a brief introduction. After all, Qin Shan was the prodigy the Qin family had spent 3 years searching for. With her intellect, Xin Feng only had to explain once before she understood the staff completely. If you encounter any threats when I'm not around, don't hesitate to use this staff. Whatever consequences it may bring, I will handle everything. Do not hesitate to use it. Xin Feng repeatedly urged Qin Shan. He knew the Qin family wasn't the only clan infiltrating Chunyang City. And after this incident, the Qin family would certainly not let it rest. Should any danger arise, this cane would become their life-saving treasure. Even if they couldn't defeat their opponents, it would at least buy them a significant amount of time. Only then could Qin Feng feel a shred of reassurance. What are you two chatting about? Come over and eat already. Mu Qing untied her apron, wiped her hands, and beckoned them with a smile. No sooner had they sat down than the bald-headed Wang burst in, panting. Brother Qin, you. The bald-headed Wang started to speak, but Qin Feng quickly stepped forward to interrupt. Little one, you're quite timely. You timed it perfectly for dinner, didn't you? Qin Feng smiled and gestured for Wang to sit down. Catching Qin Feng's glance, Wang immediately caught on and quickly adopted Qin Feng's nonchalant demeanor. But throughout the entire meal, he couldn't relax. After all, this was an elder-level figure from the Qin family. Working at the Gong family's company, he knew from Qin Shengbing's tearful, wailing state on the floor just how crucial this man's position was. Qin Feng had now completely antagonized the Qin family. But seeing Qin Feng now, calm and composed, even serving food to Mu Qing, Ping Tu Wang couldn't help but feel profound admiration. Alright, I'm done eating. Xiao Wang and I need to step out for something. You all carry on. Qin Feng wiped his mouth and pulled Ping Tu Wang out of the villa. Brother Qin, you're seriously unflappable. The Qin family is practically in an uproar. That bastard Qin Shengbing was wailing like a baby, snot and tears everywhere, and you still managed to eat so calmly? I'm seriously impressed. Bald-headed Wang gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Alright. It's just the Qin family. Look at you blowing it out of proportion. But even if the Qins are temporarily dealt with, Chunyang City has more than just that one faction. Do you know any other channels to gather intel on these groups? Qin Feng looked at Ping Tu Wang and asked. He knew this guy might not have much else going for him, but he was incredibly well connected when it came to gossip. You know what? I actually stumbled upon a place recently, a bar that popped up after we left. Still can't find out who the owner is. Getting into this place is super strict, something fishy's going on here. Having been influenced by Qin Feng and Lin Liang, Ping Tu Wang had become exceptionally sharp. Just this one bar had him pondering it over. If he wasn't mistaken, this was likely a base set up in Chunyang City by that group from Jiangbeiqing. Let's go. We've got nothing else to do anyway. Let's check it out. Xin Feng waved him forward to lead the way. King Baldhead eagerly drove off in Gongqing's luxury car, taking Xin Feng straight to the bar he'd mentioned. Pulling up at the entrance, Xin Feng surveyed the unremarkable bar before him and found it rather intriguing. Small bars of this scale were a dime a dozen throughout Shenyang City. Their primary clientele consisted of young men and women from lower middle-income backgrounds. Yet despite its down-to-earth appearance, this very bar deliberately shunned the masses, catering exclusively to high-level executives. This alone signaled something decidedly peculiar about the place. Baldhead Wang took the lead, resorting to his old trick once more by announcing his moniker. But the bouncer eyed him up and down, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Who the hell is Ping Tu Wang? Don't even dare mention his name to me. Get lost. The guard had clearly never heard of Flathead King. This only confirmed they weren't locals of Shenyang City. Brothers were well-known figures in Shenyang City too. We heard there were good business deals to be made here, so we came to check it out. Xin Feng knew Wang's bluster wouldn't intimidate these men, so he stepped forward himself. The moment he spoke, the expressions across the table shifted noticeably. It seemed they were quite welcoming of local Shenyang City forces joining their ranks. Just the two of you? What kind of company could you possibly run? The security guard eyed their attire skeptically. We run a jewelry store, little Wang. Show this gentleman our products. Xin Feng's thoughts raced as he shot a glance at the man with the crew cut. Wang, sharp as a tack, promptly pulled out the necklace Gongcheng had given Lin Yu. Gentlemen, please take a look. This is our company's product. What do you think? Wang, the man with the crew cut, handed the necklace to the security guard with confidence. This was carefully selected by Gongcheng for Lin Yu. Even someone unfamiliar with jewelry could tell it was undoubtedly valuable. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and respectfully returned the necklace to the bald-headed man. Please come in. Inside are important figures. You're sure to find a partnership that suits you. The security guard's expression softened and he gestured with a smile. The pair didn't hesitate, striding confidently inside. The bar was eerily quiet, its tables occupied by socialites and celebrities discussing deals worth millions every minute. As the two stood bewildered, a bespectacled bartender approached. Gentlemen, you're here to discuss a partnership with the jewelry house, correct? Our clan elders request your presence. The bartender gestured toward a small door at the back, smiling as he spoke. Xin Feng strode straight inside. He was determined to see what this so-called clan alliance was all about. Chapter 119, Get the Hell Out. Xin Feng followed the bartender into the so-called conference hall. Though called a meeting hall, it was merely 100 square meter space pack with men in suits gathered around tables. Each carried himself with the air of a big shot. You're that jeweler from Shenyang City? Heard your jewelry's pretty decent? Bring it out for us to see. The cigar-chomping big shot glanced at Xin Feng and barked the order. Bald-headed Wang pulled the necklace from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. After a moment of discussion, several men nodded repeatedly at the necklace. The product is solid. I'll allow you to join. Someone will contact you about the partnership in a few days. The cigar-toting boss tossed the necklace back. With that, he gestured for Xin Feng and his companion to leave. The bald-headed king turned to Xin Feng, shooting him a questioning look. Xin Feng had no intention of leaving so easily. He hadn't asked any questions, didn't know anything about the situation, and was being told to just wait around for a partnership. He hadn't come to discuss any cooperation, he'd come to probe for details. Seeing that Xin Feng and the bald-headed king showed no intention of leaving, the cigar-smoking boss grew visibly annoyed. Didn't I already agree to the partnership? Why are you two still here? What are you waiting for? The big shot muttered a few complaints, his face clearly displeased. Well, we brothers agreed to the partnership, but we should at least know who we're partnering with, right? We can't just blindly partner up without even knowing who we're dealing with, right? Xin Feng shot back at the big shot, his words reasonable and justified. But these words only served to irritate the other big shots. Why are you two so talkative? Either cooperate or get lost. A bunch of small-time operators from Shenyang City, thinking you're something special? Daring to interrogate us? Those gathered around the table glared angrily. Gentlemen, I'm no small figure in Shenyang City. If you let me handle this, I can bring in 80% of the city's major corporations to partner with you. I'll go back and make sure 80% of Shenyang City's corporations come on board with you. Xin Feng, meeting their scornful stares, had no choice but to play his trump card. The cigar-chewing boss raised an eyebrow, and Xin Feng knew he had this guy in his pocket. This so-called alliance of clans was most likely a coalition of families from Jiangbei City who had joined forces to form an organization. Their goal was to dominate all of Shenyang City, keeping everything firmly under their control. The bargaining chip Xin Feng offered was enough to tempt the big shot. After all, if what he claimed was true, it would mean permanent control over Shenyang City. Alright, since you possess such capability, we might as well share our plans with you. We're all families from Jiangbei City. As for me, I'm the head of the third-ranked family in Jiangbei City, the Qin family. Xin Wenshua. The cigar-toting big shot finally revealed his identity. Yet this identity still left Qin Feng slightly taken aback. Oh, so you're all big shots from Jiangbei City. But Chunyang City is just a remote little town. Why bring such a large force here to stir up trouble? Qin Feng casually tossed out the question. After all, compared to Jiangbei City, Chunyang City offered little in terms of lucrative opportunities. Well, we came here to find two people. One is Qin Shan and the other is our enemy, Qin Feng. Qin Wenhua, who clearly hadn't met Qin Feng before, kept chattering away at him. His mind was already scheming about how to exploit these two people to help him track down his targets. By this point, Qin Feng had pieced together the entire situation, leaving no room for doubt. He shot a glance at the man with the crew cut, who then naturally made his way toward the doorway. What appeared to be a casual gesture was actually blocking the exit for Qin Feng, ensuring none of the big fish present could escape. Oh, so you've all gathered here to find Qin Feng and Qin Shan, huh? Well, what a coincidence. I know this Qin Feng like the back of my hand. Qin Feng grinned at the crowd, his tone calm as he spoke. The moment those words left his mouth, the cigar-chewing big shot abruptly stood up, bracing his hands on the tabletop. You really know Qin Feng? Do you know where he is? Qin Wenhua's expression was agitated, his eyes filled with rage. This Qin Feng had crippled his son Qin Xiangbing's hands and caused the Qin family to lose a high-ranking elder like 5th Master Qin. The Qin family now wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Feng limb from limb. Moreover, capturing Qin Feng would naturally mean gaining control over Qin Shan. Observing his furious expression, Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. Of course I know Qin Feng. As for where he is, he's far away in the sky, yet right before your eyes. Qin Feng smiled faintly as the flat-top man blocked the doorway. Even if Qin Wenhua were as thick as a post, he'd realize now that the man before him was the very Qin Feng he'd been desperately searching for. He had exhausted every effort to find him, only to have him come knocking at his door. At these words, everyone abruptly stood up, their expressions tense. They had all heard of Qin Feng's formidable abilities. Trapped in this confined space with someone guarding the entrance. They were trapped, with no escape and no one to turn to for help. Qin Feng, what do you want? I am the head of the Qin family. Everyone here represents prominent families of Jiangbei City. Do you truly intend to take on the entire city single-handedly? Qin Wenhua stared at Qin Feng, his words brimming with arrogance. Rest assured, I won't harm a single one of you here. I have only one demand, tonight every last one of you must leave Chunyang City. Otherwise, I will kill every single one I see. Qin Feng surveyed the crowd, his spiritual energy pressure washing over them. All eyes turned to Qin Wenhua, retreating thoughts flickering in their eyes. They certainly didn't want to lose their lives trying to curry favor with the Qin family. Seeing their hesitation, Qin Wenhua quickly spoke up to rally them. Don't listen to his scare tactics. What kind of power does Qin Feng have to take your lives? Are your security guards just eating their meals for nothing? No sooner had Qin Wenhua finished speaking than the bald-headed man behind Qin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stop bragging. Wasn't your Qin family's 5th son supposed to be so formidable? Didn't he end up dying by my Qin brother's hand? With my Qin brother's skills, even if you had planes and tanks, he'd still take your life. Though the bald-headed king's words were arrogant, they held no exaggeration. Everyone kept their heads down, unwilling to get dragged into Qin Wenhua's mess. Xiaowang, go find a van and tell those bigwigs to get the hell back to Jiangbei City. Qin Feng turned his head and instructed the man with the crew cut. Mr. Qin, there's no need for a van. We can arrange our own transportation. One of the bigwigs interrupted. Everyone present was worth tens of millions or even billions who would ride in such a vehicle? A cold smile touched the corner of Qin Feng's lips. A Wuling Hongguang? More than sufficient for the likes of you. Chapter 120, rounding them all up. These so-called big shots now resembled stowaways, all crammed into the van by the bald-headed kingpin. Mr. Qin, it's far too cramped in here. Please arrange another vehicle for us. The big shots frowned at the cramped minivan. Cut the crap. Did I, Qin Feng, invite you to Chunyang City? Get in there. Qin Feng glared at the group and bellowed. Like docile sheep, they obediently climbed into the van. Only Qin Wenhua remained standing by the roadside, silently observing the scene. What are you standing there for? Didn't I tell you to get in? Get in the van. Qin Feng glared at Qin Wenhua, his expression utterly devoid of kindness. Qin Feng, I can leave Chunyang City, but no matter what, I am the clan chief of the Qin family, the one who makes the decisions. You expect me to ride in this piece of junk van with them? Even now, Qin Wenhua was still putting on airs, treating his title as clan head like some precious badge of honor. What kind of clan head bull is that? Either get in yourself, or I'll have you carried in. Qin Feng stared at Qin Wenhua, clenching his fists. He held not a shred of goodwill toward the Qin clan, and naturally, his expression remained cold. Besides, he had long understood the Qin family's internal structure. This so-called clan chief, Qin Wenhua, was merely a figurehead in name only. Qin Feng had even dared to kill one of their inner circle's 5 elders. Qin Wenshua's title as clan chief was utterly worthless in his eyes. Cut the crap. Didn't you hear what Brother Qin said? Get your ass up there now, or I'll kick you in myself. Bald-headed Wang glared at Qin Wenshua, barking orders like a tyrant. Qin Wenshua's face darkened to the extreme. Even one of Qin Feng's henchmen dared to bark orders at him. Though the bosses crouched in the van remained silent, Qin Wenshua felt his cheeks burning with humiliation. What are you spacing out for? Get in. Seeing Qin Wenshua still standing there, the bald-headed king kicked him squarely in the backside. Qin Wenshua, who had hoped to save some face, now had no choice but to swallow his pride. With a look of utter dejection, he squeezed into the van alongside one of the bosses. Qin Feng had packed them all up and sent them straight back to Jiangbei City. Watching the van disappear into the distance, the bald-headed king's face broke into a smug grin. Brother Qin, I've done you a huge favor this time, right? We wiped them all out in one go. Now our Chunyang City is a lot quieter. Bald-headed Wang gloated to Qin Feng, seeking praise. You did earn major credit this time. I'll get you a pill to take later. Qin Feng gave a perfunctory reply, which made Ping Tu Wang beam with delight. After taking a pill last time, his combat power had surged dramatically, allowing him to take on 10 opponents single-handedly. If he got another one now, what terrifying realm might he reach? Alright. Though our internal troubles are resolved, external threats still loom. Qin Feng gazed into the distance, his expression laden with meaning. Even if they drove this group out of Chunyang City countless times, as long as they refused to give up, they could return again and again. Like a swarm of flies. Qin Feng had no time for such thoughts. His only recourse was to fortify Chunyang City like an impenetrable fortress. Only by preventing those scoundrels from Jiangbei City from entering at all could he eliminate the threat once and for all. Though Chunyang City wasn't large, consolidating all factions proved exceedingly difficult. After all, there were many adversaries within his own ranks. Relying solely on his own strength was nothing short of a pipe dream. As he pondered his strategy, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced down to see it was Ling Moran calling. Qin Feng, the opportunity one mentioned earlier to meet the real power behind the Qin family is happening tomorrow. Ling Moran's tone was serious, for she knew Qin Feng's relationship with the Qin family was no longer what it once was. No problem. I can head back to Jiangbei City today and won't miss tomorrow's meeting. Qin Feng hung up the phone, his face showing not a trace of worry. After all, they'd crossed swords countless times already. He'd killed before tomorrow would just be a formal meeting. Sigh, I've only been back a few days, and I can't catch a break. Bald Wang sighed, then climbed into the luxury car without complaint. The two set off once more on the road back to Jiangbei City. Only then did Qin Feng call Mu Qing to inform her. This time, however, he didn't instruct his wife and daughter to lie low. Instead, he had Mu Qing and Qin Shan join forces to begin cleaning up Shenyang City. He trusted Mu Qing's business acumen and Qin Shan's exceptional intellect. With these two working together, they could transform Chunyang City completely. Moreover, with the fifth elder now dead at his hands, the Qin family was in a state of shock and wouldn't cause trouble anytime soon. As soon as the two arrived in Jiangbei City, Lin Liang, having heard the news, rushed to greet them. He drove a rainbow-colored supercar, decked out in designer labels from head to toe. His entire outfit had changed, and the luxury watch on his wrist gleamed brightly. Hey, Lin Liang, could you tone it down a bit? Are you afraid people won't know you've struck it rich in Jiangbei City? Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at his nouveau riche display. Haha, Brother Qin, now that we've got money, can't we show off a little? It's just my little hobby. I'm Lin Liang now, a big shot in Jiangbei City. I'm even planning to relocate Fushan Group from Chunyang City over here. Having seen the world, Lin Liang no longer cared to return to Chunyang City. His personality was completely different from Wang Pingtu's. This guy was incredibly vain. Having seen such a big city, he was already scheming about further expansion. Alright. I have no objections to you developing your business in Jiangbei City. But before you come to Jiangbei, you must make your sister-in-law's company #1 in Chunyang City. Otherwise. Before Qin Feng could finish, Lin Liang's head was bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Don't worry, Brother Qin. I won't let the family fortune flow to outsiders. I'll personally handle my sister-in-law's affairs and make sure everything is taken care of perfectly. Lin Liang knew exactly why he had risen to his current position. He treated Qin Feng's words as sacred edicts. Enough. I have a meeting with the Qin family's top brass tomorrow. I expect all the major families in Jiangbei City will be there. Are you coming? Qin Feng glanced at Lin Liang, genuinely considering giving him a boost. After all, he knew nothing about business matters and preferred not to handle them personally. Hearing this, Lin Liang immediately took off his sunglasses. Seriously, Brother Qin? I really get this chance? Then I'll have to go home and prepare properly, get you a top-notch outfit, even for your little Wang. Lin Liang was over the moon, eyeing Qin Feng and Wang's builds to gauge their sizes. Enough. Keep that nouveau riche outfit for yourself. Meet at Lingjia Company tomorrow at 7. Chapter 121, Joining the Fray. After a brief chat, Wang drove Qin Feng back to the hotel. Their living conditions had also undergone a complete transformation alongside Lin Liang's rise. Holy crap, this must be the legendary presidential suite. Looks like that kid Lin Liang's made a killing. Bald-headed Wang ran his fingers over the genuine leather sofa, marveling at the luxury. Alright, get some rest while you can. Tomorrow's going to be a real handful. Qin Feng stood at the vantage point, taking in the entire cityscape of Jiangbei. Tomorrow's gathering was far more than just a meeting with the Qin family. Every prominent family in Jiangbei City would be present, and a major upheaval was inevitable. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the sofa, regulating his breath, while the man with the crew cut looked around like a country bumpkin fresh in the city, peering here and there. Qin Feng paid no heed to his restlessness. But in the blink of an eye, the next day dawned bright and clear. Lin Liang pulled up in his luxury car at the gate just after 6 in the morning. Today's meeting was something he'd been keeping in mind all along. Gentlemen, let's get in the car quickly. I've prepared breakfast in the car we can eat on the way. Lin Liang practically dragged and pulled the two men into the car. The interior of the luxury car was spacious, with breakfast laid out on the table. I'll tell you, Lin Liang, you rich folks sure know how to live it up. This is my first time having a proper meal in a car. Bald-headed Wang didn't mince words with Lin Liang, diving straight into the food on the table. Hey, kid, save some for brother Qin. Don't eat it all yourself. Lin Liang muttered a complaint at Wang's wolfish appetite, while Qin Feng merely waved it off with a smile. With his Immortal Sovereign physique, as long as his body had spiritual energy, he could go without food or drink without issue. As the three chatted, they arrived at the Ling family's gate. Ling Moran stood by the roadside, looking around restlessly. Mo Ran, are you feeling better? Why aren't you sitting inside waiting? Qin Feng stepped out of the car and asked with concern, but Ling Moran's eyes widened in surprise. I thought it was some important figure just now, but it turns out to be you. Ling Moran glanced at the luxury car before her and muttered with a hint of teasing. She still looked somewhat weak, but the injuries inside her body had healed for the most part. Though she couldn't throw down like she used to, accompanying the others to the banquet posed no problem. Come on. Hurry up and get in our car. There's plenty of room inside. Let's talk up there. Lin Liang kept urging impatiently. He'd been so excited about today's event that he hadn't slept a wink all night. He wished he could sprout wings and fly straight to the banquet right now. Alright. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before. Wang Ping, the man with the flat top, couldn't help but sneer at Lin Liang's impatience. What do you know, kid? Those are all big shots in the business world, important figures. Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. Lin Liang just waved his hand dismissively at Ping Tu Wang. What he didn't know was that following Qin Feng around these past days, Ping Tu Wang had seen big shots Lin Liang had never laid eyes on. What's so impressive? What's this about Qin family elders and patriarchs? They all got beaten up by my brother Qin anyway. Sitting in the car, Flathead Wang muttered a few dismissive words under his breath. Lin Liang dismissed it as idle gossip and paid it no mind. Ling Moran merely smiled at their bickering before following Qin Feng into the car. While the two bickered up front, Qin Feng discussed tonight's banquet arrangements with Ling Moran in the back seat. Qin Feng, I know your current standing with the Qin family. But tonight's banquet won't just have Qin family members. You need to be careful. Ling Moran kept reminding Qin Feng. Having already offended the colossal Qin family, Ling Moran genuinely feared Qin Feng might, in a fit of anger, antagonize the entire city of Jiangbei. Don't worry. Debts are owed to their rightful owners. If they don't come looking for trouble, I certainly won't go looking for it with them. Qin Feng offered Ling Moran a reassuring smile. Amidst the clamorous bickering of Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang, the group finally arrived at the banquet venue. This was Jiangbei City's most opulent hotel. From the outside, it gleamed with opulent splendor, bathed in sunlight like a fortress built of solid gold. Ping Tu Wang, come take a look. See this place? Ordinary folks don't have the privilege to enter here. This was founded by the United Families of Jiangbei City. Every year, they hold their crucial meeting right here. I tried to get in before. No matter how much I offered, it was impossible. That alone shows how exclusive this place is. Lin Liang chattered incessantly beside Ping Tu Wang. Enough, you two. Stop bickering. Let's hurry inside. Qin Feng called out, and the group followed him inside. At the entrance, Ling Moran presented an identification card. The families who had helped establish this hotel held an annual meeting here. This ID card served as their entry pass. Hold on, Miss Ling. You may enter without issue, but these gentlemen lack credentials. Absolutely not. The security guard, wearing sunglasses, addressed Ling Moran politely enough. The Ling family is still a major player, isn't it? You won't even give me this much face? Ling Moran frowned as she looked at the security guards. He had brought people in before without much hassle, which was why he had boasted to Qin Feng earlier. But now the situation had changed, instantly igniting a surge of anger within her. Miss Ling, I'm well aware of the influential figures backing you. The 3 chairs of this conference, one of them is from the Qin family. If I let them in, the blame would fall on me. The security guard leaned close to Ling Moran and whispered, glancing at Qin Feng and the others. They were conference security, not just ordinary guards. If they really let Qin Feng and his group in, and it led to a confrontation with the Qin family, they'd be the ones taking the fall. Just make an exception this once. I'll take responsibility for any trouble. Ling Moran had promised Qin Feng long ago. Even if Qin Feng didn't care much, if they truly couldn't get in today, it would be a huge blow to her reputation. Miss Ling, it's truly impossible. This isn't something we can decide. The security guard looked genuinely distressed. Just as the standoff intensified, another figure approached. Well, if it isn't young Master Qin. Joining the fun, are you? What are you doing standing at the door? Turning at the voice, they saw none other than Imo Chenggui of the Imo family. He had spotted Qin Feng and the others being blocked from afar, but he couldn't care less about Qin Feng getting in. The Qin family was his rival, and Qin Feng bore a grudge against him for the death of his son. He couldn't wait for these two to clash. What's going on here? Who gave you permission to block my friend Qin? The Imo family is one of the three great chairmen. Is the Imo family, the top clan in Jiangbei City, not a chairman? Move aside. Imo Chenggui glared at the two security guards, his voice rising several octaves. Chapter 122, Showing Off. At Imo Chenggui's command, the two security guards immediately bowed their heads and stepped aside. They feared retribution from the Qin family, but they feared the Imo family even more. After all, they knew their place between the boss and the third in command. Young Master Qin, I'll be heading inside now. I need to prepare for the conference proceedings. Imo Chenggui smiled and exchanged greetings with Qin Feng before entering the hotel ahead of him to attend to his own affairs. Brother Qin, why is this kid being so kind, helping us out? Bald Wang followed Qin Feng into the hotel, watching Imo Chenggui's retreating figure with puzzlement. You actually think he has good intentions? He just wants to see me fight with the Qin family. Qin Feng knew Imo Chenggui's intentions all too well. But such a scheme was utterly insignificant in the face of Qin Feng's absolute power. The group entered the hotel's spacious main hall. Business leaders from all corners of Jiangbei City sat at tables from small workshops to major corporations. At least 200 people were present. Only today, under the pretext of the conference, did these individuals earn the privilege to attend. They were here purely to make an appearance and show their faces. The table holding the real power sat on the hotel's second-floor gallery, overlooking the sea of business owners below. Qin Feng, find a place to sit downstairs. I'll head up first. Ling Moran gave Qin Feng a nod before striding upstairs. After all, the Ling family held a seat among the 10 major clans. She would never sit at the same table as Qin Feng downstairs. Qin Feng showed no urgency, casually finding a table to sit at. His sole purpose in coming today was to meet the true decision-maker of the Qin family and ask whether the Qin family was involved in the incident where he had been framed years ago. Qin Feng and his companions haphazardly occupied a table. Wang Ping too stared at the dishes spread before them, his mouth watering. Only Lin Liang sat with his head bowed, utterly dejected. What a waste of time. I thought I'd finally get to meet the 10 great families, but I didn't even get to see them face to face. Lin Liang blew on his wristwatch and wiped it with a touch of irritation. The other bosses at the table heard the tone in Lin Liang's voice and looked at his unfamiliar face, finding it rather laughable. Hey, you three look like nouveau riche to me. Do you really think the 10 great families would give you the time of day? What a joke. The suit and tie-clad boss, observing Wang's messy eating habits and Lin Liang's nouveau riche attire, found it utterly laughable. How dare you talk like that? Just being at my table today is something you can brag about for the rest of your life. Lin Liang raised his eyebrows, looking down on the boss even more. Qin Feng watched the two of them, finding the whole scene rather amusing. Lin Liang was the flamboyant, arrogant boss of Ji Industry. Putting on airs in front of him? That was like a minor sorcerer meeting a grand wizard. Who the hell do you think you are, spouting this useless bull? I'm the boss of Dawang Foods. The small-time boss was used to being arrogant. If he'd been dealing with one of the 10 major families, he'd have groveled, but when it came to a nouveau riche upstart, he wouldn't budge an inch. Dawang Foods? What kind of trash company is that? I'm Lin Liang. Heard about the recent drug scandal? Lin Liang slammed his fist on the table and roared at the young boss. Holy, your boss Lin? The shopkeeper nearly collapsed to his knees upon hearing the name. Recently, Jiangbei City's Fuxiang Pharmaceuticals burst onto the scene, sparking a bloody battle among the 3 major families. Even the remaining 7 families weren't qualified to get involved. This incident had become the talk of the entire city, everyone knew about it. Lin Liang's table thumping and bellow drew the attention of nearly half the venue. But under the gaze of so many, Lin Liang felt no discomfort. Instead, he straightened his back, his pride swelling to its peak. Mr. Lin, I must admit I didn't recognize your stature earlier. Are you currently flush with your pharmaceuticals? Could you spare me some to sell? The small-time boss, having learned of Lin Liang's identity, hurried over to speak up. Hearing this, Lin Liang's brow instantly furrowed. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to me about medicine? Get lost. Lin Liang glared at the small shop owner, his face brimming with contempt. A sneer crept onto Qin Feng's face. Members of the three major families had been trailing behind him, begging for favors. The Luo family had even shelled out 2 billion just to secure the rights to the drug supply. For this guy to demand it outright at a dinner table was utterly shameless. Oh my, so this is Mr. Lin. What a fine young man, truly a hero in his youth. Upon learning Lin Liang's identity, several businessmen from surrounding tables scrambled to toast him. Lin Liang accepted every compliment without refusal. Qin Feng, standing nearby, merely observed the spectacle without intervening. Lin Liang's love of vanity might just end up doing him a huge favor today. Lin Liang's willingness to accept every toast instantly threw the entire venue into chaos. Over 100 people approached with glasses raised to toast him, creating a clamorous uproar. Before long, Ling Moran descended from upstairs and approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng, tell him to calm down. Don't let things get too chaotic. Once you're settled, come upstairs. Someone wants to see you. Ling Moran gave a quick instruction before heading back upstairs. Ahem. Qin Feng cleared his throat twice and shot Lin Liang a look. Everyone, please return to your seats. I, Lin Liang, will personally host a banquet another day. I hope you'll grace me with your presence. Lin Liang called out, and the crowd turned to return to their seats. Those who hadn't gotten a chance to toast him wore expressions of regret. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Ping Tu Wang, and the two turned away from their seats, heading straight upstairs. No sooner had they left the table than several small-time business owners approached. Hold on, young men. You two must be Mr. Lin's assistants, right? Let's exchange WeChat contacts and become friends. The businessmen looked at Qin Feng and pulled out their phones. They clearly mistook him for a subordinate, hoping to use him as a bridge to connect with Lin Liang. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to? Bald Top Wang, seeing this group dare to look down on Qin Feng, flew into a rage. Enough. No time to waste on these jerks. Let's go. Qin Feng had no interest in wasting his breath on these people. He wasn't the show-off type like Lin Liang. Seeing he wasn't staying, the group didn't press the issue. Qin Feng ascended to the second floor, where an air of serene tranquility prevailed. Even the wooden door frames on the walls were intricately carved and painted, exuding an air of refined elegance. Inside the private room, a table was surrounded by exactly 10 people. However, among those seated, Qin Feng only recognized Ling Moran and Luo Xin. The rest were complete strangers, which struck him as rather absurd. He had been battling the Qin and Mo families for so many days. Yet he hadn't even met their true leader. He had clearly underestimated them. This must be the true owner behind Fushan Pharmaceuticals, right? Seated at the head of the table was a white-bearded old man puffing on a pipe. With each forceful puff, sparks flew from the pipe, and Qin Feng genuinely worried the old man might set his beard on fire. Qin Feng, allow me to introduce you. This is the head of the Mo family, Old Master Mo Baishang. Hearing Ling Moran's introduction, Qin Feng merely nodded at Mo Baishang. A commoner from Chunyang City thinks he has the right to come here? Does he really believe opening a pharmaceutical factory makes him something special? Hearing this, the old man on the other side slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet, glaring furiously at Qin Feng. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the head of the Qin family, right? Chapter 123, The Mystery Unraveled. Qin Feng turned to face the old man, whose brows were furrowed and whose anger burned fiercely. Among the 10 great families, the only one harboring such deep-seated hatred toward Qin Feng was the Qin family. Correct. I am the true master of the Qin family, Qin Yutian. The old man glared at Qin Feng, his body radiating a murderous aura that sent a chill through everyone present. Qin Feng, you have the audacity to defy my Qin family, murder my 5th brother, and still dare to attend this banquet. Qin Yutian paid no heed to the dignity of the other major clans present, unleashing his threats directly at Qin Feng. Brother Qin, this is a family banquet. Shouldn't your grievances with Qin Feng be settled another time? Mo Baishang, seated at the head of the table, could only step in to mediate the situation unfolding before him. Old Mo, you do best to keep your mouth shut. This is between Qin Feng and me, no place for your Mo family to meddle. Qin Yutian's snow-white eyebrows shot up in fury, silencing even Mo Baishang. To Qin Feng, the scene felt utterly bizarre. According to the power rankings in Jiangbei City, the Mo family was the top dog, while the Qin family ranked only 3rd. Yet in this very situation, Qin Yutian dared to show no regard for face, directly rebuking Mo Baishang. Even stranger, Mo Baishang, the recipient of the rebuke, remained utterly silent. Logically speaking, this was the grandest annual event in all of Jiangbei City. Given the circumstances, Mo Baishang should have been furious at having his dignity trampled, yet he didn't dare utter a single word. This clearly showed that the Qin family was far from what it appeared on the surface. Old Master Qin, I killed your men because they came to provoke me, seeking my life. Does that mean only your Qin family is permitted to take my life, but I cannot take theirs? Qin Feng stared at Qin Yutian, a cold smile on his face, showing not a trace of fear. If you hadn't provoked my Qin family, would my people have come to kill you? Qin Yutian remained stubbornly unreasonable, still standing on the moral high ground to accuse Qin Feng. Enough, enough. I didn't come here to listen to your complaints. 5 years ago, why did you order Li Xianbing to take my life? I'm here today to hear the truth. Qin Feng stared at Qin Yutian, demanding an answer. This statement left Qin Yutian frozen in place. He had come to confront Qin Feng, yet now found himself at a loss for words. After sizing him up, Qin Yutian frowned, his face clouded with confusion. Don't go making baseless accusations, kid. I've never even seen you before. When did I ever threaten to kill you? Qin Yutian shook his head slightly, dismissing Qin Feng's words as a desperate attempt to shift blame. Seems you're the type to forget things easily, huh? That rainy night in Xunyang City you ordered Li Xianbing to ambush me. I was carrying millions in cash back then. Need I spell it out any clearer? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Qin Yutian, recounting the events of that day in meticulous detail. He had schemed endlessly for this day, all to hear Qin Yutian's answer. Once this matter was settled, he could finally live peacefully with his family. But if he didn't get answers today, he had no idea when he'd catch the real mastermind behind the Qin family again. Oh, I remember now. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was some powerful figure, but it turns out to be that bastard who survived back in the day. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yutian pointed at Qin Feng, bursting into a fit of laughter. The echoes of that laughter reverberated throughout the private room, sounding particularly shrill to Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng's brows knitted tightly as he suppressed the rage boiling within him. Even though murderous intent had already taken root within him, he wouldn't act rashly until he got the real answers. Old Qin, you'd better make yourself clear today. Otherwise, I won't let you leave alive. Qin Feng clenched his fists, the hem of his black robe fluttering without wind. Fine. Since you've tracked me here to ask, I'll expose your bastard origins right here in front of everyone. Qin Yutian slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng with utter contempt and scorn. The father of this Qin Feng was originally a son of our Qin family. Yet, to my dismay, he fell for a loose countrywoman. The moment I laid eyes on that woman, her features alone told me she was a loose courtesan. I had them both expelled from the Qin family immediately. I never imagined that pair of dogs would produce this bastard. To protect the Qin family's reputation, I sent men to kill him, yet somehow he survived. Qin Yutian recounted Qin Feng's origins, finally unraveling the mystery of why his life had been targeted all those years ago. As the others listened to Qin Yutian's words, they all struggled to suppress their laughter. Especially that Mo Baisheng. His expression was a forced, strained smile, feigning indifference. The offspring of a whore dares to strut about in Jiangbei City. How laughable. How utterly laughable. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yutian pointed a finger at Qin Feng, his laughter echoing relentlessly. Qin Feng glared at Qin Yutian, veins bulging on his forehead as blood rushed to his pupils. His fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged on his knuckles, spiritual energy surging wildly within them. Young Qin, calm down. So you and old Master Qin are still family. Sit down and eat with us. Mo Baisheng reached out to pull Qin Feng toward the seats, his expression half smiling, half mocking. Eating. Qin Feng's fury boiled over, and he kicked the table over with a single, powerful blow. The entire spread of dishes scattered wildly across the floor. Qin Feng had unleashed tenfold force with that kick. The overwhelming force sent the table crashing into the wall. The massive tabletop crashed through the ceiling into the first-floor lobby. The deafening crash made everyone in the banquet hall jump to their feet. Lin Liang was so startled he dropped his wine glass. Holy crap, what's going on here? How can eating a meal cause the table to fall? Lin Liang muttered, and the crowd immediately gathered to see what had happened. Wang Ping too, standing at the staircase entrance, immediately began ascending the steps. At that moment, Qin Feng radiated murderous intent. The overwhelming pressure in the room made everyone feel like they couldn't breathe. Qin Feng's parents had died young, and his bond with family was something no outsider could comprehend. Standing before him now was the very man who had killed his parents and now had the audacity to insult them. In this grand spectacle, Qin Feng's rage over his father's murder had not yet subsided. Now, before everyone, someone had called his mother a whore. Such profound humiliation, such deep-seated hatred. Qin Feng's rage boiled over, his spiritual energy no longer restrained. Luo Xian, who had already cultivated a trace of spiritual energy within himself, observed Qin Feng's stance and sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from him. He immediately stepped back, not daring to intervene. Brother Qin, this isn't the place for a fight. With so many people around, if something happens, it'll be hard to clear your name. Others hesitated to intervene, but Ping Tu Wang recognized Qin Feng's temper. He rushed forward to plead, terrified Qin Feng might do something rash. Get out of my way. Even if the heavens themselves descended today, Qin Yutian of the Qin family would still die without a doubt. Chapter 124, How Dare I Take a Life? With rage boiling over and no longer holding back his power, Qin Feng was no one Ping Tu Wang could stop. With just a light shove, the bald-headed king flew backward, crashing into the wall beside him and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Qin Feng, you bastard son of a whore. Your parents' terminal illnesses were also my doing. When I expelled them from the Qin family, I never intended to let them live and bring shame upon our name. You bastard, I will not let you remain in this world either. Qin Yutian glared at Qin Feng, his voice thick with scorn. He was deliberately provoking Qin Feng into striking back. With so many witnesses present. Not only was he confident Qin Feng wouldn't dare strike, but if he did, everyone present would be eyewitnesses. Therefore, his sole purpose now was to provoke Qin Feng. Whether Qin Feng struck or not, it worked to his advantage. Old scoundrel of the Qin family, today you will die without a doubt. Qin Feng charged straight at Qin Yutian, utterly disregarding the situation. Stop him. Stop him. Mo Baishang, seeing the situation escalate dangerously, quickly reached out and shouted. Luo Xian knew he was no match for Qin Feng, yet he too sought to halt the chaos unfolding. Summoning every ounce of strength, he positioned himself directly in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, we were evenly matched when we fought before. I don't wish to clash with you now. Can we discuss this matter another time? Luo Xian looked at Qin Feng and tried to persuade him. Oomph. You call yourself my equal? If I hadn't deliberately let you win that day, would you even be my opponent? Get out of my way. Qin Feng swung a punch at Luo Xian, who raised his arm to block. But Qin Feng's punch struck like 1,000 charging horses, sending Luo Xian flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth. After that move, not a single person present dared to intervene. Qin Yutian watched Qin Feng's divine-like aura descend, yet showed not a trace of panic. Qin Feng, my Qin family ranks third in skill. Do you truly believe we are merely a third-rate force? Today, old man, I'll show you what it means to be a half-step master. Qin Yutian roared, charging straight at Qin Feng. Qin Feng unleashed a single punch, and Qin Yutian met it head-on with his own fist. A thunderous boom echoed. The two fists collided, sending Qin Yutian reeling backward. His face paled, yet he remained standing. Qin Feng stared at the old man, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Qin Yutian was an old man, and Qin Feng had struck with full force. For an ordinary elder, that blow would have shattered his soul, made blood gush from his 7 orifices, and crushed every bone in his body to dust. Yet Qin Yutian, though forced back, hadn't fallen. His breathing remained steady. Impressive, young man. Such formidable martial prowess at your age. But today you've crossed paths with me, Qin Yutian, a half-step grandmaster. Consider yourself defeated here. Qin Yutian regarded Qin Feng, his expression still composed. Qin Feng, this half-step grandmaster is a formidable opponent. If it's truly impossible, let's find him another day. Seeing Qin Feng hesitate, Ling Moran hurried over to persuade him. What do you mean, half-step grandmaster? Qin Feng blurted out instinctively. Those who bear the title of grandmaster are all exceptionally formidable martial artists. They have reached the pinnacle of mastery in a particular fist technique or leg technique, standing unrivaled in their field. The world speaks of Qin Yutian as a half-step grandmaster, standing but a half-step from true grandmaster status. Today's events have proven those rumors true. Ling Moran kept urging Qin Feng. But to Qin Feng, this so-called title of grandmaster sounded nothing but laughable. Well, Qin Feng? Scared now? You're just the offspring of a courtesan. You think you're someone special now that you're in Jiangbei City? Dare to touch my Qin family, and you'll pay with your life. Qin Yutian stared at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with contempt. Fine. Today we'll see who kills whom. Qin Feng shifted his aura, channeling all his spiritual energy into his fist. Spirit energy transformed into threads, coiling around his fist. This was a martial art from the immortal realm, the Overlord Slaughter Fist. In his daily encounters, none of the opponents Qin Feng faced had ever compelled him to resort to martial arts techniques, merely channeling his spiritual energy sufficed. But today, Qin Yutian? Qin Feng had no intention of letting him die easily. The Overlord's fist involved wrapping spiritual energy around his fist. When that fist slammed down, the moment fists collided, the spirit energy coiled around his fist would erupt like a barrage of sharp spears. Qin Yutian, your time is up. Qin Feng roared furiously, driving his fist straight toward Qin Yutian. Seeing the fist bearing down on him, Qin Yutian immediately thrust his own fist forward to block. But this punch was no mere imitation of the previous technique. A thunderous boom echoed. The two fists collided, and Qin Feng's fist wind instantly exploded. The powerful spiritual energy shockwaves sent Qin Yutian flying backward. A gap two fists wide instantly tore through the wall. Qin Yutian coughed up blood violently as he crashed onto the ground floor hall. Whoa, someone fell down. Who's this old guy? I don't recognize him. The crowd in the first floor hall gathered around Qin Yutian, gawking at him like he was a monkey in a zoo. Such a powerful figure behind the scenes, how could they possibly recognize him? Qin Yutian, where do you think you're going? Qin Feng leapt down from the upper floor, his feet driving powerfully downward. Using the momentum of his descent, Qin Feng's feet landed squarely on Qin Yutian's knees. A sharp crack echoed. Ah! Accompanied by Qin Yutian's agonized scream, his legs shattered instantly. Qin Yutian, you were so arrogant. You wanted to kill me? Go ahead, do it. Qin Feng towered over him, his gaze icy cold as he surveyed Qin Yutian, covered in blood with both legs shattered. Qin Feng, calm down. There are too many people here. You can't kill him. Brother Qin, don't act impulsively. Ling Moran and bald-headed Wang stood on the sidelines, pleading incessantly. But Qin Feng was deaf to their pleas. He planted his foot squarely on Qin Yutian's throat, intent on ending him. Qin Feng, think of your wife and daughter. If you kill Qin Yutian in public, you'll spend the rest of your life on the run. Ling Moran roared at Qin Feng's retreating back. The roar struck him like a bolt from the blue, jolting Qin Feng back to his senses. Ling Moran was right. With his skills, killing Qin Yutian whenever he wanted would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. But if he truly killed Qin Yutian in broad daylight, before the eyes of all, he would bear the guilt of murder, never again able to live openly with his wife and daughter. Gazing at Qin Yutian, his legs shattered, hesitation flickered in Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng, you don't dare, do you? Ha ha ha. You bastard son of a whore. If you dare touch me, your life is over. Qin Yutian lay at Qin Feng's feet, a smug grin on his face. He had heard Ling Moran's words clearly. The hesitation in Qin Feng's eyes was, to him, a lifeline. Qin Feng, you can't kill me today. But in a few days, I'll take your life. You bastard born of a whore. Qin Yutian's insults poured forth relentlessly, causing Qin Feng's brows to furrow deeply. Old man, you won't live to see tomorrow. Qin Feng's rage surged as the foot-crushing Qin Yutian's throat suddenly tightened its grip. You dare kill me? You? Qin Feng, spare me, spare. Qin Yutian sensed the murderous intent radiating from Qin Feng, and fear seized him, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Die. Qin Feng's foot crushed down, snapping Qin Yutian's neck cleanly. Chapter 125, Mo is Qin's dog. Qin Yutian's eyes bulged wide. Even in death, disbelief still filled his gaze. Even in death, he never imagined Qin Feng would actually dare to strike. Qin Feng, how could you kill him in front of everyone like this? Ling Moran stared at Qin Yutian's lifeless body on the ground, his entire being frozen in shock. A cold smile spread across Qin Feng's face. After Qin Yutian went so far as to insult me like that, if I didn't kill him, would I even be a man? Qin Feng's expression was one of utter contempt. Now that the deed was done, he wouldn't hesitate any longer. At worst, he'd take his wife and daughter and flee far away. On this earth, there was likely no one who could stand in his way. Hey, you! Ling Moran watched Qin Feng's calm demeanor, his heart filled with both anger and urgency. Xiao Wang, what are you standing there for? Old Master Qin's been knocked unconscious. Get him to the hospital now. Ling Moran bellowed at the bald-headed Wang standing nearby. Wang's head spun at the words. He was a trained fighter himself and knew full well the devastating force behind Qin Feng's kick. Even if Qin Yutian's neck were made of steel, that kick would have finished him. What are you standing there for? The old man isn't dead, he's just unconscious. Hurry up and get him to the hospital. Ling Moran kept winking and gesturing urgently at the bald-headed Wang. The dim-witted bald-headed king was still reaching out to check Qin Yutian's breath. There wasn't a shred of life left in him, the body was already starting to grow cold. The sharp-witted Lin Liang, seeing the situation, rushed over and shoved Ping Tu Wang aside. Get out of the way, Wang. You really have no sense of urgency. The old man's unconscious, we need to save him now. Without another word, Lin Liang hoisted Qin Yutian's body onto his back and headed for the exit. They were all martial artists, standing close by. Who among them didn't know Qin Yutian was already dead? But the real trouble wasn't just these few who could see clearly. The real trouble lay in the hundreds of banquet guests surrounding them. If they discovered a murder had been committed, Qin Feng would have no way to clear his name. But now, by claiming he wasn't dead and carrying him out, whatever they did with him would be entirely up to them. Everyone. My friend just got a little rough, it's all a farce. Let's keep drinking. Luo Xian stepped forward from the back and called out to the crowd. Seeing Luo Xian step forward, everyone waved their hands in gratitude. This business genius was known throughout Jiangbei City. And as the second-ranked Luo family, everyone had to give him some face. With his intervention, everyone returned to their seats to continue drinking, while the waitstaff hurriedly cleaned up the bloodstains on the floor. Mo Ran, you're so clever. Qin Feng leaned closer to Ling Mo Ran, deeply impressed by her quick thinking. Had she not stepped in to defuse the situation, he might have been saddled with the blame and forced to flee. Enough. Look at the mess you've caused. Didn't I tell you not to rush? When would it matter if that old man got killed? Why did you have to be so impulsive? Ling Moran glared at Qin Feng, still wearing a sour expression, looking more like a resentful young wife than anything else. Mr. Qin, with the banquet in such disarray, it's impossible to continue. Would you care to join me for a drink? Luo Xian approached the pair and extended the invitation to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had no desire to associate with this crowd, but since Luo Xian had just offered assistance, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, granting him the courtesy. You two go ahead. I'll handle the major families here. Ling Moran shot Qin Feng a meaningful glance before hurrying back into the private room. Qin Feng, accompanied by Ping Tu Wang, followed Luo Xin into the car heading for the Luo residence. Both men in the car looked pale. Though the blood stains from their lips had been wiped clean, Qin Feng's earlier punches hadn't been a joke. My sincere apologies to both of you. I, Qin Feng, lost my temper just now. Here are some pills, take them. Qin Feng pulled out a jade bottle, poured out 2 pills, and handed them to the bald-headed king and Luo Xin. Seeing Qin Feng produce the pills again, the bald-headed king, already salivating, snatched them and stuffed them into his mouth. Only Luo Xin examined them for a moment before placing the pills in his mouth. The moment the pills touched his tongue, they dissolved into a cool mist that flowed into his stomach, healing every internal and external wound. Remarkably, they even enhanced Luo Xion's strength slightly. Mr. Qin is truly formidable. These pills are miraculous. Luo Xian no longer dared to underestimate Qin Feng. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, now brimming with respect. They soon arrived at the Luo residence, where Luo Xian ordered the finest tea to be brewed. Now then, Mr. Luo. Mr. Qin, you're too polite. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Luo. Luo Xian had become a business prodigy at a young age and was exceptionally shrewd. He sensed that Qin Feng was no ordinary man and had already begun to strike up a friendly conversation. So, Brother Luo, do you know what the Qin family is really up to? Why would they, ranked third, dare to openly rebuke the Imo family at the banquet? How bold! Qin Feng looked at Luo Xian and voiced his lingering doubt. Having killed 2 key figures of the Qin family, he had thoroughly antagonized them. He needed to uncover the truth about this formidable force before facing them again. The Qins may be bold, but they pale in comparison to your audacity, Brother Qin. To publicly execute the true head of the Qin family, now that's truly formidable. Luo Xian gave Qin Feng a thumbs up, but Qin Feng merely smiled in response. Brother Qin, you may not know this, but though the Imo family appears to be the foremost clan in Jiangbei City, they are nothing more than a traitorous branch of the Qin family. Luo Xian's words sent shockwaves through Qin Feng. The renowned Qin family, the foremost clan of Jiangbei City, was merely a lackey of the Qin family? The Qin family is far beyond what we can provoke. They're an outsider clan that appeared out of nowhere. Even if all 9 major families joined forces, we couldn't stand against them. But the Qins don't seem particularly interested in the business world. They prefer to stay out of the limelight, so they propped up the Imo family to handle their affairs while keeping themselves in third place. Luo Xian revealed the true mystery, leaving Qin Feng genuinely stunned. If even the Imo family, the top clan in Jiangbei City, was merely a subordinate the Qins had elevated, how terrifying must the Qins' true power be? As a major clan, they showed no greed for commercial glory, instead elevating another family to the top. What kind of entity was this Qin family? Countless questions surged through Qin Feng's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. Brother Qin, you've now completely alienated the Qin family. I fear none of the remaining major clans save for the Ling family will aid you. Luo Xian spoke slowly, having discerned the relationship between Ling Moran and Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly at these words. Brother Luo, then might you be interested in becoming the foremost power in Jiangbei? At Qin Feng's words, Luo Xian's eyebrows shot up. Chapter 126, Company Bankruptcy. Though young, Luo Xian was exceptionally astute. Qin Feng's words were tempting, but the risks they implied left Luo Xian conflicted. Seeing the slight frown on Luo Xian's brow, Qin Feng made no move to press him. He knew that no matter what risks lay ahead, after careful consideration, Luo Xian would inevitably agree. Because Luo Xian was too young. At such an age, with such talent, how could he ever be content to remain beneath others for long? Fine. Since Brother Qin holds me in such high regard, I'm willing to join you on this journey. But you must promise me one thing, no matter what happens, you must not put my Luo family in danger. Luo Xian phrased it politely, but Qin Feng understood the implication. The young man had no intention of putting himself in harm's way, he would only assist Qin Feng from the shadows. If the plan succeeded, he would reap the rewards of being known as the top man in Jiangbei City. If Qin Feng failed, he would pretend nothing had ever happened. But that was of little consequence to Qin Feng. All he sought was Luo Xian's commitment. Alright, then it's settled. Brother Luo, just wait for my word. Upon hearing Luo Xian's reply, Qin Feng smiled, rose, clasped his fists in salute, and departed the Luo residence with the bald-headed king. The moment they stepped outside, Flathead Wang frowned and turned to look at Qin Feng. Brother Qin, with your power, sweeping through these 10 major families should be a piece of cake. Why bother teaming up with that kid Luo? Having witnessed Qin Feng's capabilities today, the bald-headed Wang felt even more confident in him. What do you know? If it weren't for Luo Xian, would you have uncovered the Qin family's secrets today? To ensure everything goes smoothly, relying solely on brute force is impossible. Qin Feng merely muttered this to the Flathead King without elaborating further. After all, the bald-headed king was too straightforward. He often hung out with Lin Liang, and only through osmosis had he grasped a little bit of the intricacies. Explaining more of the intricacies to him would only leave him scratching his head. The two returned to the hotel. Lin Liang was already pacing back and forth in the presidential suite, sweating profusely with anxiety. Seeing Qin Feng and the bald-headed king enter, he finally exhaled in relief and hurried over. "Qin, you guys are finally back. I was freaking out." Lin Liang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a towel and hurried over to Qin Feng. Seeing the sweat soaking through his shirt, Qin Feng thought it was a bit exaggerated. "What's the big deal? We weren't in any real danger. Why are you acting like this?" Hearing Qin Feng's question, Lin Liang slapped his thigh and wailed in exasperation. "Brother Qin, you're as calm as a rock even when a mountain collapses before you. You just killed the head of the Qin family. The Qins in Zhongbei City aren't messing around." Lin Liang watched Qin Feng's calm demeanor and grew increasingly anxious. But Qin Feng remained utterly unflustered, leisurely settling into the sofa and pouring himself a cup of clear tea. "What's there to panic about? We've already verified it. The Qin family may be ranked third on the surface, but they're actually the top power in Zhongbei City. The Mo family is just a thug they've propped up." Qin Feng sipped his tea and murmured indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Liang collapsed onto the floor, panic overwhelming him. "Brother Qin, let's get out of here. We can't stay in Zhongbei City any longer." Lin Liang turned to pack his belongings, but Qin Feng called out to him. "Hey Lin Liang, when did you become such a coward? The pharmaceutical industry here in Zhongbei City is just taking off. Are you really willing to give that up? Besides, the head of the Qin family is dead. They won't recover that quickly." Qin Feng's words made Lin Liang pause. He didn't take much else to heart, but he genuinely couldn't bear to part with this business. Besides, our feud with the Qins isn't over yet. We can't just let them off that easily. Qin Feng held his teacup, his gaze subdued. The humiliation his parents suffered, being driven from the Qin family to their deaths, was certainly not solely Qin Yutian's fault. Dealing with Qin Yutian alone could never quell the rage burning within Qin Feng, nor bring peace to his parents' souls in the afterlife. "Father, mother, I know you kept the truth from me because you feared the Qin family's retaliation. But I, Qin Feng, fear them no longer. I will make the entire Qin family don mourning robes and kneel before your graves, begging for forgiveness." Qin Feng gazed at the bustling cityscape outside the window, his resolve hardening within. He cared not who the Qins truly were, nor how powerful they might be. Nothing could stop him from avenging his parents. Lin Liang and Bald Wang, standing nearby, heard Qin Feng's muttered words and dared not utter a sound. Lin Liang bit his lip tightly, trembling uncontrollably with fear. Learning the true extent of the Qin family's power from Qin Feng had already filled him with dread. But to hear his boss demand the entire Qin family don mourning clothes, kneel before his parents' graves, and beg forgiveness? What kind of existence was the Qin family? Could they possibly swallow their pride? Even if they could swallow their pride, Qin Feng's parents were still the elders of this group. Would they ever agree to bow and kneel? It seemed Qin Feng's feud with the Qin family was one that would never be resolved. The three sat in silence until Lin Liang's phone buzzed in his pocket, shattering the quiet. Lin Liang quickly pulled out the phone to answer. Within a minute or two, his expression changed dramatically. "What? Every single family has terminated their pharmaceutical partnerships with us? Even the Luo and Ling families have dropped us? All our drugs are stuck in inventory, not a single one selling?" Lin Liang was so stunned by the successive shocks that he fainted on the spot. His body fell stiffly to the floor, eyes rolled back. "Damn it, Lin Liang! Lin Liang, wake up!" Bald Wang rushed over at his reaction, pinching Lin Liang's nose to revive him. After a long moment, the guy finally came to, his eyes opening dazedly. "Brother Qin, we're done for. We're finished. The factory's gone bust, and we've pissed off the wrong people. Even if we go back to Chunyang City now, there's no place for us there anymore." Lin Liang lay sprawled on the ground, legs stretched out, wailing and beating his chest as if his own mother had died. Qin Feng could understand his intense reaction. The guy had been utterly devoted to him, and carrying away Qin Yutian's body had been a huge favor. Lin Liang had served him faithfully, risking life and limb, all for the sake of his career's pinnacle. He had his little quirks, being arrogant and flaunting his success. But now, after all that effort, it was all for nothing. How could he possibly stay calm? "Enough, enough! What's with all the wailing? If they don't want it, we'll sell it ourselves. We'll make more than this anyway." Qin Feng's words finally made Lin Liang's expression shift slightly. "Brother Qin, tell me who in all of Zhongbei City would dare sell our medicine now? They wouldn't even dare do it for free." Lin Liang grimaced, but Qin Feng just smiled faintly. "If others won't sell them, then have your sister-in-law come to Zhongbei City. We'll start our own company." Chapter 127, The True Grandmaster. Qin Feng's calm words made Lin Liang jump up. Truthfully, Qin Feng had been contemplating this idea for some time. He knew he'd inevitably have to make his mark in Zhongbei City. But Mu Cheng and her group were far away in Chunyang City. If anything happened to them, even if he were a god, he wouldn't be able to intervene in time. Relocating them all to Zhongbei City would at least spare him that worry. Hearing this, Lin Liang quickly wiped the look from his eyes, scrambled to his feet, and edged closer to Qin Feng. "Brother Qin, are you serious? You really want us to bring sister-in-law over? Are we going to sell medicine ourselves? Lin Liang's eyes reddened as he asked through sniffles, his demeanor a far cry from that of a big boss. Of course it's true. If your sister-in-law is coming personally, do you think I wouldn't lend a hand? The CEO position will still be yours. Qin Feng watched his pathetic state and shook his head with a smile. Lin Liang understood perfectly upon hearing this. If Mu Qing herself was coming, that meant she was Qin Feng's wife family. How could Qin Feng not care? With Qin Feng's connections, if he truly wanted to help him with business matters, it would be a piece of cake. Brother Qin, you're being far too formal with your words. If you're willing to step in personally, then I'd gladly take the position of vice president. Lin Liang hadn't even wiped away his tears yet when he grinned, baring his back teeth. Look at you. Hurry up and go to Chunyang City with Wang Ping too. Bring your sister-in-law and the rest of them over. Qin Feng gave the order and Lin Liang bowed and scraped his way out the door. Bald-headed Wang followed Lin Liang out of the hotel. Having consumed 2 pills, his strength had risen to a new level. Having him accompany Lin Liang made things considerably safer. After everyone had departed, Qin Feng sank back into the sofa, lost in thought. A 1,000-legged beast dies but does not stiffen. Even after he had eliminated the Qin family's decision-makers, they still wielded such immense influence. Given his relationships with families like the Lings and the Luos, they had no choice but to avoid the Qin's sharp edge for now. Qin Feng understood that the Qin family retained residual power. But with the patriarch just dead, the Qin family should be in turmoil internally, everyone scrambling to become the acting head. Why had they coalesced into a force so swiftly? Could this clan truly be united in purpose, bound by a common enemy? Doubts began to stir within Qin Feng's mind. By now, Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang had both departed Jiangbei City. He likely had nothing else to do tonight. He might as well use this free time to delve into the Qin family's affairs. It would be the perfect opportunity to see for himself what kind of demons and monsters lurked within the Qin family. With that thought, Qin Feng rose to action. Outside, shadows had already begun to fall. Under cover of night, Qin Feng quietly approached the Qin residence. Nestled deep within the mountains, the ancient-style mansion offered ideal concealment. Qin Feng scaled the wall with agile movements, landing softly like cotton on the ground, making not a sound. The Qin residence was now ablaze with light, bustling with people coming and going. Amidst the crowd, Qin Feng immediately spotted Mo Baishang, the head of the Mo family. He was constantly moving about, bowing and scraping before several elders, repeatedly apologizing for his mistakes. Despite the bustling chaos, everything proceeded with remarkable order. It seemed as though an invisible hand was still pulling the strings behind the scenes, guiding the Qin household. Qin Feng wanted to get closer, but the crowd was too dense. If he showed himself, he would inevitably be discovered. Only after Mo Baishang had bowed to each of the elders one by one did he shakily make his way out of the Qin residence. A plan formed in Qin Feng's mind. Mo Baishang was the head of the Mo family, and the Mo family was a direct ally of the Qin family. Even if the old man didn't know the Qin family's core secrets, he surely knew more than he did. Rather than waiting here like a hunter by a tree stump, he might as well seize Mo Baishang and try his luck. The thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, and his figure flickered instantly. He materialized directly beside a luxury car parked at the entrance. "Hey, buddy, are you old Master Most Driver?" Qin Feng leaned close to the window and asked. "That's me. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before." The man leaned his head out, scrutinizing Qin Feng with confusion. "You're right not to recognize me." Qin Feng's hand shot out, striking the driver squarely on the neck. The force was precise enough to knock him unconscious without killing him. With no one around, Qin Feng quickly tossed him into the trunk and strode confidently to the driver's seat. Less than 5 minutes later, Mo Baishang emerged from the Qin residence. He wiped his sweat at the doorway before getting into the car. Back to the Mo residence. This day has been exhausting. Mo Baishang didn't even look up as he gave the order to Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained perfectly calm, steering the car onto the main road and driving far away from the Qin residence. "Old Master Mo, now that the head of the Qin family is dead, why does the household still run so smoothly? Could someone be pulling the strings behind the scenes?" Qin Feng asked casually, his hands gripping the steering wheel. The moment the words left his mouth, Mo Baishang's brow furrowed, his tone turning exceptionally harsh. "You're just the driver. Is this any of your business?" Mo Baishang's mind was consumed by the Qin family's affairs, completely oblivious to the peculiar tone in Qin Feng's voice. "Hey, Mo Baishang, I should have some right to know about the Qin family's affairs, shouldn't I?" Qin Feng turned his head with a smile, revealing his face. The moment Mo Baishang recognized Qin Feng, every hair on his body stood on end. This sudden appearance sent a chill from the soles of his feet straight to the tips of his hair. Without a word, Mo Baishang yanked open the door, ready to leap out. In his eyes, Qin Feng was nothing short of a demon. Seeing Mo Baishang's move, Qin Feng slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. "I advise you not to make any rash moves. You should know very well that with my skills, you have no chance of escaping." Qin Feng's voice was icy cold. This warning froze Mo Baisheng in place, as if he'd been struck by a spell. Qin Feng, I know nothing. I came to the Qin family solely to pay my respects. This is a matter of face. Mo Baisheng forced himself to remain calm, speaking to Qin Feng word by word. But Qin Feng, who had already been briefed, wasn't about to fall for such nonsense. Stop pretending. If I hadn't heard reliable intelligence, why would I come looking for you? I won't repeat what ties bind your Mo family to the Qins. Right now, I only need to know why the Qin family hasn't fallen into chaos. You'd better think carefully before you speak. I'm the kind of man who dared to kill the head of the Qin family. Qin Feng kicked Mo Baisheng viciously, his murderous intent blatant as he deliberately intimidated the old man. Mo Baisheng's face was indeed flushed with panic, his lips trembling. I'll talk. The real reason the Mo school hasn't fallen into chaos is because someone else is pulling the strings. That person is 100 times more powerful than Qin Yutian. It's a true grandmaster. Chapter 128, Lingyu's Enlightenment. A true grandmaster? Who exactly is this person? Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly at this, and he pressed Mo Baisheng for answers. I've never seen this old man either. All I know is that back then, there was an elder even stronger than Qin Yutian who tried to usurp the throne. That old man killed him with a single palm strike. His power was utterly terrifying. Mo Baisheng's lips trembled, the fear in his eyes proving he spoke no lie. Who would have guessed? The Qin family truly hides its depth. Dealing with them is going to be a real problem. After gleaning this information from Mo Baisheng, Qin Feng fell into deep thought once more. Qin Feng, you've avenged your enemies. I advise you to flee far away. Trying to take down the entire Qin family is nothing but a pipe dream. Their influence spans every province. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. I urge you to stop now. Mo Baisheng gently urged Qin Feng, who was nursing his injuries. His Mo family depended on the Qins to ensure their continued prosperity. He dared not defy the Qin family's orders. Yet Mo Baisheng knew full well the terrifying power Qin Feng possessed. Deep down, he wanted Qin Feng to leave Zhengbei City. He didn't want the Mo family caught in the middle, like a mouse in a bellows, caught between two fires. Enough with playing peacemaker. Spill everything you know about the Qin family, every last detail. Otherwise, if I find out later, no matter where you hide, your fate will be the same as Qin Yutian's. Qin Feng continued to intimidate the old man Mo Baisheng. The current Mo Baisheng had no guts to defy Qin Feng. His mind was filled with the horrifying images of Qin Feng brutally slaughtering Qin Yutian. I truly haven't seen that legendary old man, but I know the Qin family is about to take targeted action. I don't know the specifics of the plan, but they told me to wait for further notice. I fear they're going to come for you. Mo Baisheng's fear of Qin Feng had reached its peak. He spilled everything he knew, leaving nothing out. Only when Qin Feng sensed he could squeeze not a single shred of additional information from Mo Baisheng did he restart the car and continue driving down the mountain. Silence filled the car as Mo Baisheng endured each agonizing minute. Qin Feng, I've told you everything. Where are you taking me? You can't harm me, I've never done anything to you. Unable to bear the deathly silence any longer, Mo Baisheng spoke first to break the tension. You're the head of the Mo family, yet you're so cowardly? There's only one car here. If I don't drive down the mountain, am I supposed to get out and walk down? Qin Feng glanced at Mo Baisheng through the rearview mirror, his eyes brimming with scorn. He couldn't fathom what use this useless fool, propped up by the Qin family, could possibly be in a critical moment. Once they reached the city below the mountain, Qin Feng stepped out of the car. Only then did Mo Baisheng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feng had no interest in engaging with this cowardly Mo Baisheng. He headed straight back to the hotel to meditate and regulate his qi. His clash with Qin Yutian had shown that this so-called half-step master did possess some skill, but he was utterly insignificant before Qin Feng. He was genuinely curious about the true strength of a genuine grandmaster, whether they could even stand as a worthy opponent for a single exchange. If he could find someone on this earth worthy of a proper fight, it would at least be a welcome diversion. Lost in thought, Qin Feng noticed the sky had brightened outside. Lin Liang and Bald Wang arrived at the hotel with Mu Qing and her daughter, along with Qin Shan. Brother Qin. I've safely brought back your wife and her family. I also got a small villa in Zhengbei City. It's not as grand as the one in Shenyang, but it's plenty spacious for everyone. Lin Liang and bald-headed Wang lugged bags and suitcases, grinning from ear to ear. Though sweat beaded on Lin Liang's forehead, his heart was filled with joy. Let's go, Brother Qin. I've got everything arranged. The car's waiting downstairs. We'll take everyone and all their luggage straight over. Lin Liang was bursting with enthusiasm, going above and beyond to rebuild the company. The group arrived at the small villa by car. While not particularly grand, it was certainly comfortable. It was their first night there. Mu Qing and Qin Shan cooked together, preparing a table full of dishes. Just as they were about to eat, Ling Mo arrived bearing gifts. Qin Feng, congratulations to your family on your housewarming. Ling Mo approached with a warm smile directed at Qin Feng. Teacher Ling. It's been so long. Xiaonan missed you so much. Xiaonan spotted Ling Moran and ran over affectionately, hugging his leg. Xiaonan, now that you're in Jiangbei City, you can't fall behind in your studies. How about teacher Ling comes to give you lessons from now on? Ling Moran stroked Xiaonan's head, clearly fond of the little girl. Qin Feng, here's the gift I brought. Regarding the medicine matter. Ling Moran began hesitantly, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. In truth, Qin Feng understood perfectly well why she had come today. The housewarming gift was merely a surface gesture. Her true purpose in bringing these gifts was to apologize for severing their partnership. Though she held sway over the Ling family, Qin Feng's actions had caused too much upheaval. The entire company was united in opposing this partnership. Even as president, she dared not defy such unanimous opposition. It's nothing, really. Just a minor issue, it won't affect our friendship. Qin Feng responded with a smile, warmly inviting her to join them for dinner. At this critical juncture, Ling Moran dared to personally come and engage with him. It clearly demonstrated her stance. As they sat down at the table, Qin Feng turned to Qin Shan with a curious question. By the way, Qin Shan, have you heard about the hidden master in your Qin family? The legend about some grandmaster who even killed an elder, is that true or false? Qin Feng was now deeply intrigued by the Qin family. Though Qin Shan had been away from home for 3 years, she was still part of the Qin family and surely knew something. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan sighed. There was indeed such an elder. And the one he killed was my own grandfather, the 4th son. Qin Shan nodded, confirming to Qin Feng that Imo Baishang hadn't lied. That old bastard was ruthless enough to kill his own family? Lin Liang couldn't help but interject as he listened to their conversation. I only met this old man once. He wore a white robe, had a long white beard, and a jade pendant on his forehead. Everyone in the Qin family respected him deeply. But I don't recognize him at all. Qin Shan recounted everything she knew about this mysterious figure to Qin Feng as they ate. Qin Feng paused slightly at this. A white beard and white robes were nothing unusual, but who in their right mind would wear a jade pendant on their forehead? He'd only ever seen such practices in the cultivation world. Some individuals, lacking innate cultivation potential yet determined to pursue the path of cultivation, would place a spirit jade on their forehead to awaken their wisdom. Could this old man be? At this thought, Qin Feng abruptly dropped his chopsticks, his entire body going rigid. Chapter 129, Rebuilding. Qin Feng's abrupt movement startled everyone present. What's wrong, brother Qin? The man with the crew cut who was shoveling rice into his mouth, sensed something amiss and turned to look at Qin Feng with puzzlement. Qin Feng realized his own lack of composure and quickly forced a smile to cover it up. How could such information not shock Qin Feng? If his suspicions were true, the mastermind behind this scheme was likely from the cultivation realm, just like him. But upon further reflection, something felt off. He had been assassinated by the Qin family before being transported to the cultivation realm. This individual, however, had already appeared within the Qin family long before him. The timing simply didn't add up. This crucial point was something he simply couldn't wrap his head around. Brother Qin, about starting that company, when are we going to get it going? Lin Liang sat at the dinner table, unable to go 3 sentences without mentioning the company. The guy was practically obsessed with becoming a boss. What company? Qin Feng never discussed this with me. Mu Qing held her rice bowl, looking at Qin Feng with a hint of confusion. Though she hadn't mentioned it, she understood Qin Feng's current predicament, so she'd been summoned to lie low. But Qin Feng hadn't mentioned anything about starting a company. Lin Liang, hearing Mu Qing's words, grew uneasy, fearing the situation might change. Hey, sis-in-law, Jiangbei City is the prime business hub around. This is the perfect place for you to shine. I'll be your vice president, I'll handle all the legwork for you. His urgency grew as he spoke, and he even set down his rice bowl. Mu Qing no longer heard Lin Liang's incessant chatter. She merely turned to look at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with questioning. Qin Feng, this. Oh, it's like this. I've had some issues with the sales channels for that pharmaceutical factory I was working with Lin Liang. We want to start our own company, so we'd like your help. Qin Feng spoke slowly, and Mu Qing finally nodded slightly. Had it been any other reason, Mu Qing might have hesitated. But hearing Qin Feng ask for her help, she quickly agreed. Oh my goodness, sis-in-law, this is fantastic. You agreed. This is absolutely wonderful. Lin Liang, seeing Mu Qing's nod, bounced up from his chair in sheer delight. His unrestrained display startled Mu Qing. Mr. Lin, please don't get so worked up. Qin Feng was able to start this pharmaceutical factory largely thanks to your help. At this moment, Mu Qing was unaware of the relationship between Lin Liang and Qin Feng. She held a certain respect for the owner of Fushan Group in Xunyang City. Hearing this, Lin Liang was momentarily taken aback. Qin Feng realized there was no need to keep hiding the truth any longer. Mu Qing, actually, Lin Liang and I are very close, not superior and subordinate. I saved his life once, so he calls me Brother Qin. No need for formalities between us. After Qin Feng finished speaking, Lin Liang, that sly fox, immediately caught on. He quickly nodded with a smile, addressing him as Brother Qin with every sentence, sounding incredibly warm and familiar. So, have you two decided where to set up the company? The address and such? Mu Qin was quite savvy in business matters. Sales and production are entirely different matters. Production could be set up in a remote location, as long as it could manufacture the drugs. But sales requires a prime retail location. Leave that to me. My Ling family can certainly handle matters like this. Ling Moran overheard their conversation and immediately took charge of the matter. Alright, then it's settled. Lin Liang will remain as the CEO, Mu Qing as the administrative director, Qin Shan as the secretary, and I'll handle security and manage some affairs for you. How does that sound? Qin Feng spoke up, laying out the entire arrangement with crystal clarity. Lin Liang's mouth was truly unstoppable. And since he was so desperate to be the boss, it really wouldn't make sense to deny him the position. But once he became her husband, this guy would absolutely give his all. Mu Qing, meanwhile, possessed formidable business acumen and often made exceptionally sound and decisive judgments. As for Qin Shan, well, she was simply a prodigy. Put simply, the secretary is a strategist, staying by Mu Qing's side to help her plan. As for me? I genuinely have zero interest in business matters. These fists of mine are still somewhat useful in a fight. So I've just labeled myself as security. If any of those big families dared to come looking for trouble, I wouldn't let them walk out of the company alive. Qin Feng and the others each had their roles. And just like that, a team capable of sweeping through Jiangbei City was formed over a dinner table. Early the next morning, Ling Moran arrived to take Lin Liang, Mu Qing, and Qin Shan out to scout locations for the new company. Shan'an also insisted on tagging along for the excitement. Only Qin Feng and bald-headed Wang remained at home. Bald Wang finally stole some leisure time, happily engrossed in his phone, while Qin Feng sat on the sofa watching TV. The two, stealing moments of leisure amidst their busyness, savored the fleeting tranquility of the moment. Just as they were relaxing, the entire room plunged into darkness. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly looked toward the window. He discovered every window in the villa had been covered with pitch-black leather curtains. Ping Tu Wan was still engrossed in his phone when he looked up to find everything around him plunged into darkness. Damn it, what's going on? Is it night already? Did the day go by that fast? Ping Tu Wan was momentarily dazed, turning to flip the light switch. Just as his hand was about to touch the switch, a cold gleam suddenly flashed in the darkness. Qin Feng acted with lightning speed, grabbing the bald guy by the collar and yanking him back. The blade grazed Ping Tu Wang's palm and embedded itself into the switch. Holy crap, I almost lost my hand. What the hell just happened? Bald-head Wang yanked his hand back, muttering anxiously. Qin Feng snatched the flat-top guy's phone, unlocked the screen, and flung it away. The phone's light flashed briefly in the darkness before being pinned to the wall by a flying blade. Brother Qin, this is a master at work. I think we should stay put. As long as we don't make any light, they won't see us. Bald King whispered to Qin Feng. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another flying knife shot straight toward them. Qin Feng yanked the flat-top guy aside again. The blade grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Damn, he can see in this darkness? Does this guy have night vision? Ping Tu Wang muttered worriedly, clutching his face. You're right, they do have night vision. Qin Feng picked up a stool from the floor and smashed it directly at the window. With a loud crash, the glass shattered and the sheer force tore a chunk out of the black canvas covering. Sunlight poured in, instantly revealing the three figures in the corner. Night vision goggles covered their eyes, and the sudden glare made them instinctively shield their eyes. In that split second, Qin Feng sprang into action. Chapter 130, The Three Flying Knife Masters. The trio reacted swiftly, snapping off their night vision goggles. But in that split second, Qin Feng was already upon them. When they removed their night vision goggles, what met their eyes wasn't the golden sunlight, but the cold smile on Qin Feng's face. The quickest of them reached for the flying knife at his waist. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Qin Feng. Before the throwing knife could leave his hand, Qin Feng's palm slammed down, seizing his wrist. The black-clad man was astonished by Qin Feng's lightning-fast reflexes. But Qin Feng gave him no time to react, countering with a punch aimed squarely at his face. Just as the fist's force was about to connect, the man's wrist suddenly jerked back, slipping out of Qin Feng's grasp like an eel. What? Qin Feng murmured in mild astonishment. Every strike he delivered was infused with spiritual energy. His palm was like a tiger's claw, capable of crushing even steel bars. Yet they hadn't managed to seize his wrist. Clearly, these men possessed some hidden skill. The man broke free from Qin Feng's grasp. Like rabbits, the three of them leaped apart in all directions. Their figures leapt, flinging throwing knives from their hands. Sharp, icy gleams flew toward Qin Feng from all directions. Qin Feng dodged swiftly. His toes skimmed the ground as he retreated, twisting and tumbling through the air to evade the deadly blades. But it seemed as though these men possessed an endless supply of throwing knives. Though slower than bullets, they were silent and no less deadly. Qin Feng wasn't one to just dodge. He swiftly plucked a throwing knife from its peg on the wall and hurled it directly at the three black-clad figures. Though he wasn't as skilled as these men. The daggers were imbued with spiritual energy, their blades carrying a faint aura that could even slice through the air. A black streak sliced through the air. The three black-clad figures were masters of the blade themselves, and they knew exactly how deadly this strike could be. They darted to evade, but the blades, accelerated by spiritual energy, were too swift for them to dodge in time. Seeing the approaching dagger, their bodies abruptly contracted as if they possessed bone-shrinking skills. But this was no ordinary throwing knife, it was a spirit blade. Under Qin Feng's divine sense, once the spirit blade was unleashed, it was destined to strike true. No matter how they dodged, the blade locked onto the center of their foreheads. Two flashes of blood appeared as one blade embedded itself in an elbow. These three masters had assumed eliminating Qin Feng would be child's play. Yet in the blink of an eye, their very livelihood had claimed their lives. The sole survivor now had his elbow pinned to the wall. Alright, stop hiding. Go out and take off that black cloth, it's pretty unsightly. Qin Feng glanced at the flat-top-haired man crouched beneath the sofa and issued his command. Hearing this, the man cautiously peeked his head out. This was a battle between masters, he couldn't possibly intervene. Crouching below, he'd heard the clanging of blades but dared not look up. Now, hearing Qin Feng's words, he finally relaxed. He gave a half-hearted nod before turning to head outside. Qin Feng, meanwhile, strolled leisurely toward the survivor. The throwing knife was no small weapon, it had driven itself deep into the wall, pinning the man's elbow firmly in place. Qin Feng had no fear of him escaping. He tore off the man's mask, a cold smile playing on his own face. Qin Feng, just kill me. I won't say a word. The black-clad man faced death with resignation, uttering those words first. Qin Feng found his words laughable. You've got it all wrong. I never intended to interrogate you. Go back and tell that old man of the Qin family to clean his neck and wait for me. This isn't over. Qin Feng had already received word from Mo Baishang. The Qin family would never let him off the hook, they were already plotting to send trouble his way. He didn't even need to ask, he knew these men were sent by the Qins. The moment the man heard Qin Feng's words, he deflated like a punctured balloon. He'd been trying to play the tough guy, but it turned out the other party already knew everything inside out. Fine. I'll deliver your message, and I'll be back for your head. The black-clad man, realizing he wouldn't die after being told to deliver the message, began making threats. What? Trying to draw your sword and leave? You came all this way to assassinate me. Think you can walk away without leaving something behind? Qin Feng spoke, glancing at the man's pinned elbow. The black-clad man understood Qin Feng's meaning perfectly well. But survival was paramount now, and his mission had been to gauge Qin Feng's strength. If he couldn't return alive, this entire mission would be utterly meaningless. With that thought, the black-clad man steeled his resolve and swung his blade, severing his own arm cleanly. It must be said, the man was ruthless. He severed his own arm without uttering a single sound. He glared up at Qin Feng, grabbed his severed limb, and charged out. Meanwhile, after removing the black cloth, the bald-headed man tidied up the house once more. The two sat back down on the sofa, resuming their leisurely time as if nothing had ever happened. Brother Qin, it seems the Qin family really does have some skilled fighters. Thank goodness sister-in-law and the others weren't home today. Otherwise, this would have been a real mess. Bald-headed Wang clutched his phone, unable to focus on his game for the moment. This is just the beginning with the Qins. But you really need to work on your skills, you couldn't even handle these three grunts. Qin Feng couldn't help but tease him, noticing the lingering fear in the bald-headed man's eyes. Brother Qin, that's not fair. Not everyone can match your skills. How about giving me a couple more pills? Maybe my strength will skyrocket instantly? Bald-headed Wang flashed Qin Feng a sly grin, already scheming about those divine pills again. Seeing his expression, Qin Feng could only shake his head in exasperation. The previous pills had only strengthened his physique and did little to enhance his combat prowess. Now that his enemies were growing increasingly powerful, if Ping Tu Wine couldn't improve, he'd truly start holding them back. I don't have any more pills, but here's a book. Take it back and practice with it. Qin Feng pulled out an ancient book and tossed it directly to the bald-headed man. It wasn't some advanced cultivation technique requiring profound insight. Simply practicing the fist techniques described in the book daily would cultivate a trace of spiritual energy within his body. Wow, never would have guessed, Brother Qin, you've got martial arts manuals stashed away? Ping Tu Wan clutched the manual like a priceless treasure, flipping through its pages repeatedly. Alright, just practice the boxing techniques in there. Train for 10 or 8 years, and in this world, no one will be your match except me. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the bald-headed Wang dashed outside clutching the ancient text. He shed his coat and began practicing immediately. Hearing how powerful this training would make him, he had no hesitation left. By the time Mu Qing and the others returned in the afternoon, the guy was still standing at the door, still going at it. Chapter 131, The Qin Family Birthday Banquet. Qin Feng, what's gotten into little Wang? He didn't even acknowledge me when I spoke to him earlier. What kind of training is he doing? Mu Qing entered the room and asked Qin Feng with a hint of puzzlement. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Let's just cook and eat. Don't mind him, he's probably just having one of his moments. Xin Feng offered a dismissive reply, and the group quickly got to work. Earlier that day, they had gone out and finalized the location for their company, signing the contract. Lin Liang was so eager he'd already hired people to move all the pharmaceutical supplies over. In just one day, all the paperwork and products were fully prepared. The pharmacy could open tomorrow. I never would have guessed you guys could move so fast, opening tomorrow already? Xin Feng looked at them with some surprise. These individuals were seasoned veterans in the business world, known for their decisive and efficient approach to tasks. After chatting for a while longer, they all hurried off to rest. Tomorrow marked the grand opening, and they all needed to rise early to prepare. Xin Feng, however, didn't mind. He could go days without sleep and still feel energetic, but Mu Qing and the others couldn't manage that. The villa fell silent, with only Xin Feng resting his eyes while remaining alert to his surroundings. Before dawn broke the next day, everyone rose to prepare breakfast. Though they rose early, not a trace of sleepiness lingered on anyone's face, only a slow, growing anticipation. Today marks our grand opening, wishing us a prosperous start. Mu Qing carried a tray of clear tea, and they clinked cups, using tea in place of wine to offer an early toast. After breakfast, they hurried out. The morning sun had yet to rise, the air crisp and cool. Lin Liang was ever the helpful assistant, driving over his spacious vehicle. The group piled in and headed straight for the pharmacy. After tidying up, the morning sun had gradually risen. Xin Feng's medicines were incredibly popular throughout Jiangbei City. Even though the major families had begun boycotting them, the people of Jiangbei City welcomed them with open arms. The moment word spread that the store had opened, crowds poured in from all over Jiangbei City. By 11 p.m., long queues still snaked outside. The staff inside had already worked 3 shifts, yet they were still sweating buckets from the sheer volume of customers. Xin Feng simply stood at the entrance with his arms crossed, while Wang, the man with the crew cut, had stepped in as a staff member and was bustling about non-stop. Xiao Wang, hold off on that for now. Go upstairs to the office and tell Lin Liang and Mu Qing it's getting too late, we need to head home. Xin Feng called out to the man with the crew cut. He didn't want his wife and family to suffer because of this company. Brother Qin, I'm afraid I can't help with that. Ms. Mu and the other 2 aren't even at the company anymore. Wang's words caught Xin Feng off guard. Brother Qin, you didn't know? Your wife and the others went out to find locations for branch offices. By now, they've probably secured addresses for 3 new stores. Ping Tu Wang muttered between heavy breaths as he moved the cargo. Xin Feng was genuinely surprised to hear this. It seemed this group was truly formidable. It was only their first day in business, and they'd already opened 3 branches. At this pace, it wouldn't take a month for their company to become a major player in Jiangbei City. After a full day of non-stop work, it wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Xin Feng finally issued a strict order for everyone to return to the villa to rest. 3 days passed like this, and the pharmacy chain had expanded to 32 branches. The company had moved from an office building to a towering skyscraper. Renamed Fucking Group, this pharmaceutical company had become renowned throughout Jiangbei City. Brother Qin, aren't we going to help out at the store today? Wang, the man with the crew cut, turned his head to ask as he practiced his boxing moves in the living room, following the techniques in an ancient book. What do you think we'd accomplish by going? Xin Feng rolled his eyes at the bald-headed man and continued flipping through the novel in his hands. Man, it's unbearable sitting around doing nothing day after day. Things are bustling over here, and the Qin family's side is buzzing too, only the 2 of us have nothing to do. Ping Tu Wang muttered helplessly. Hearing this, Xin Feng felt a flicker of interest. The Qin family's bustling? What's there to be bustling about? 2 elders died, and they're busy celebrating? Xin Feng teased, still holding his book. This question opened up the bald-headed man's floodgates. He put away his tools and moved closer to Xin Feng. Brother Qin, you haven't heard? The 2nd elder of the Qin family is celebrating his birthday today. The Qin family decided to throw a huge celebration, inviting every major company in Jiangbei City, every single one of them. Ping Tu Wang's words made Xin Feng nod slightly. He understood exactly what the Qin family meant. Recently, the Qin family had suffered the loss of 2 elders at his hands, and they felt their prestige had been tarnished. They intended to use this birthday banquet to invite every company, thereby bolstering their reputation. Moreover, they intended to use the banquet to discuss strategies for dealing with him. After all, the company founded by Xin Feng and his associates had been sweeping through Jiangbei City like a whirlwind lately. The Qin family was undoubtedly scheming to curb their rise. Let's go then. Since the Qin family is throwing such a lively party, we might as well check it out. Xin Feng set down his book, stood up, and called out to Ping Tu Wang. Watching his figure head toward the door, Ping Tu Wang froze in the living room. Brother Qin, did I hear that right? This is the Qin family's birthday banquet. You want us to go? Aren't we just asking for a beating? A hint of fear flashed across Ping Tu Wang's face. What's there to fear? This is a joyous occasion for the Qin family. Even though we didn't get an invitation, we can bring a gift and join the festivities. They won't kick us out, right? Xin Feng seemed completely unfazed by the potential trouble. After hearing his orders, Ping Tu Wang grimaced but had no choice but to follow Qin Feng's lead. The two prepared some gifts and drove straight to the Qin residence. Qin Feng knew the Qin family intended to use these gifts to rally support. Well, he intended to stir things up a bit. If they truly united, trouble would likely be brewing for Mu Qing. Perhaps he might even catch a glimpse of the ultimate figure of the Qin family at this grand gathering. If fortune smiled upon him, he intended to settle both old and new scores. He'd turn the Qin celebration into a funeral, forcing them to don mourning clothes before all the major company bosses. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, the two of them had already arrived outside the Qin family compound. Luxury cars stretched for miles along the entrance, a line that seemed to go on forever. This alone showed just how many prominent figures had gathered today. Brother Qin, maybe we should turn back. We can come another time. Wang Ping, watching the bustling scene of people coming and going at the gate, felt genuinely intimidated by the grandeur. What's there to fear? This is exactly the spectacle I want. I want the Qin family to don mourning clothes for my parents amidst this most joyous and grand occasion. Chapter 132, Stirring Up Trouble at the Qin Residence. Qin Feng muttered under his breath, his stride not slowing in the slightest as he charged straight toward the Qin family compound. Among the crowd gathered for the birthday celebration, many recognized Qin Feng. Seeing these two approaching with such fierce momentum, they all turned and rushed toward the Qin residence. Before Qin Feng and his companion, the flat-headed man, could even reach the gate, a group wielding clubs burst out from within. Brother Qin, these guys mean trouble. Bald-headed Wang hesitated slightly at the sight of their formidable stance. But Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. Hostile intentions? We're the ones with the real hostile intentions, aren't we? Qin Feng quipped, leading Ping Tu Wang straight to the doorway. Leading the group was none other than Qin Wenhua, the head of the Qin family, followed by over 20 thugs wielding short clubs. Qin Feng, today is a day of great celebration for the Qin family. What brings you here? Qin Wenhua's brows furrowed, his expression a mix of anger and fear toward Qin Feng. Who in all of Jiangbei City didn't know that the Qin family and this Qin Feng from Chunyang City shared a blood feud? But Qin Wenhua knew full well the extent of Qin Feng's capabilities. Not only had he killed two elders, but Qin Wenhua himself had been driven out of Chunyang City by him. What's the matter, head of the Qin family? Today your family celebrates a joyous occasion. Am I not a prominent figure in Jiangbei City? I've brought gifts to celebrate your family's birthday, haven't I? Qin Feng raised the gift box in his hand and chuckled as he spoke. After speaking, he paid no heed to the 20 or so thugs surrounding him and strode straight into the courtyard. His blatant disregard made those 20-odd thugs look like a joke. How did the Qin family sink so low? Someone comes to provoke them, and they don't even dare to fight back? How did they end up like this? What do you know? That Qin Feng is a real handful. He killed two of the Qin family elders. Looks like even the Qin family is scared of him now. The surrounding crowd exchanged whispers, pointing fingers and murmuring behind Qin Wenhua's back. The gossip made cold sweat bead on Qin Wenhua's forehead. Today's grand banquet was meant to restore the Qin family's prestige, uniting all of Jiangbei City to aid them in confronting Qin Feng. But now, Qin Feng's actions were clearly undermining the Qin family's authority. This birthday banquet now seemed more like a ceremony held to elevate Qin Feng's prestige. Master, that brat is getting too cocky. If we don't make a move, we'll lose all face. Even the enforcers by his side could see it clearly. How could Qin Wenhua, as the family head, be unaware? But he knew full well what Qin Feng was capable of. If it came to a real confrontation, these few minions of his wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap for Qin Feng. If they pushed him too far, Qin Wenhua feared his own life might be forfeit. Yet to hold back now would be to submit to Qin Feng. There'd be no point in continuing this birthday banquet at all. Damn it, I'll risk my own life. Everyone, attack! Qin Wenhua shouted urgently as Qin Feng's foot was about to step into the Qin family compound. Today, even if it cost him his life, he had to strike. If he let fear stop him and the Qin family's birthday celebration became a futile effort, the old man behind the Qin family wouldn't spare his life either. But he hadn't anticipated that even if he did strike today, it wouldn't win the Qin family any honor. Instead, it would only bring him greater disgrace. Young Wang, treat these men as practice for your martial arts. Qin Feng stood at the doorway with his hands behind his back, smiling as he waved. Alright, brother Qin, just watch my performance. Bald-headed Wang shouted, charging straight toward the 20-odd thugs. He was no longer the man he once was. As he moved, he felt a warm current coursing through his meridians. Whenever he swung his fist, that warmth would surge into his fingers, making his fists capable of shattering steel. If he extended his leg, the warmth would surge through his calf, giving his foot the force of 1,000 pounds. In the blink of an eye, just a few punches and kicks, the men tasked with guarding the Qin family's estate lay sprawled on the ground. Brother Qin, that ancient book you gave me is truly powerful. These guys are practically no match for me. Wang Ping, surveying the scattered henchmen sprawled across the floor, flashed a sneer of contempt. Qin Wenhua, lead the way. Don't keep our guests waiting. Qin Feng tossed the gift in his hand at Qin Wenhua, a flash of hatred in his eyes. Qin Wenshua's forehead was now covered in cold sweat. He grabbed the gifts and led Qin Feng into the Qin family compound. See? I told you the Qins are no match for Qin Feng. This kid is seriously formidable. Maybe we should just leave. I have a bad feeling about attending this birthday banquet. Originally, Qin Wenshua had ordered his men to intervene precisely to preserve the Qin family's dignity. But now that they'd intervened, it had only served as a platform for Qin Feng and his companion to steal the spotlight. He himself had become nothing more than a servant carrying their congratulatory gifts. Qin Wenshua clutched the gift, unable to lift his head. He could feel the stares of the surrounding crowd piercing him like barbed arrows. Qin Feng and bald-headed Wang were complete outliers among the banquet guests. Wherever they went, people instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for them. The birthday celebrant today was none other than Second Master Qin, the man who had previously clashed with Qin Feng. Seated upon the high platform, he wore a broad smile until his expression instantly turned icy the moment he spotted Qin Feng. Qin Feng? What are you doing here? What's going on? Qin Eri turned to glare at Qin Wenshua, who was holding Qin Feng's bag, his expression turning icy. Second Master, he forced his way in. I couldn't stop him. Qin Wenshua's eyes were filled with terror, unable to meet Second Master Qin's gaze. Oomph. You killed my eldest brother and fifth brother, yet you dare come here to cause trouble? You're asking for death. Qin Eri's face was filled with murderous intent as he issued his warning. Though Second Master Qin commanded great respect, his words now drew looks of disdain from the surrounding guests. Still putting on airs? He just got thoroughly taken care of by that Qin Feng. Exactly. The Qin family's nothing special. We've got nothing to fear. Maybe we should talk to Qin Feng about that medicine deal too? The surrounding guests chattered among themselves, and Qin Er's face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. Though he had initially intended to refrain from acting, he now rose to his feet. Qin Feng, I order you to leave the Qin family estate immediately. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Knowing he was no match for Qin Feng, Second Master Qin could only issue a verbal warning. Enough. Either you fight me, or sit down and pretend you didn't see anything. Don't make me save your face, I won't give you a way out. Qin Feng sat down casually in his chair, waving dismissively at Second Master Qin. Facing the mocking stares of those around him, Qin Eri steeled his resolve. He was a martial artist, unlike Qin Wenshua. He'd rather die than lose face. You little brat, come and take my life. Qin Eri let down from the high platform, his eagle-clawed fingers snapping toward Qin Feng's throat. Chapter 133, Qin Family's Yunfei. Seems you have a particular fondness for other people's throats. Qin Feng watched the claw-like fingers closing in on his throat, a sneer curling his lips. Qin Feng, you've gone too far. Though Second Master Qin knew Qin Feng's formidable strength, he still possessed the courage to act. Get down. Qin Feng watched Qin Erge lunge toward him, his body flickering slightly. Before the empty-handed Second Master Qin could react, Qin Feng delivered a swift backhand chop, striking the man's throat with brutal force. To onlookers, Qin Eri seemed like a swift swallow crashing into a wall, collapsing instantly. Ugh. Ugh. Qin Eri sat on the ground, clutching his throat. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he was already unable to speak. Holy, is this real? He took down Second Master Qin with one move? Qin Eri can't be that weak, right? The crowd around them was stunned by Qin Feng's move. Though Qin Shangbing's reputation was formidable throughout Jiangbei City, those with any standing knew that Second Master Qin was the city's true golden brand. The reason no one in Jiangbei City dared to cross the Qin family, even slightly, was entirely because of the Second Master Qin holding sway. Should anyone dare provoke the Qin family, Second Master Qin would personally deliver a golden invitation to death, a unique, personal summons. Receiving this golden invitation was tantamount to having the word death stamped on one's forehead. Many up-and-coming businessmen had once encroached upon the Qin family's interests. After receiving the golden invitation, they all hanged themselves. This alone speaks volumes about the sheer terror Second Master Qin instilled in them. Yet this very figure, revered as a god throughout Jiangbei City, was subdued by Qin Feng with a single move. It was nothing short of astonishing. Qin Wenshua, terrified, kept backing away, inwardly relieved he hadn't argued with Qin Feng earlier. Otherwise, he might well be the one lying on the ground now. Qin Er, I'd actually respect you for daring to lay a hand on me. But clearly, you're not qualified to settle today's affairs. Have whoever's pulling your strings come out. Qin Feng stared down at Qin Erge on the ground, knowing full well he wasn't the real mastermind behind this. But Qin Erge wasn't the type like Qin Wenshua, he was stubborn as a mule. Even now, facing this scene, he clenched his teeth. Enough. You old man hiding in the shadows, show yourself. Keep hiding, and soon the entire Qin family won't be able to hold their heads high in Jiangbei City. Qin Feng bellowed repeatedly into the surrounding darkness. On this momentous day, he intended to settle all scores both old and new with the Qin family once and for all. Oomph. You, a mere Qin Feng, dare to think you can make the Qin family hang our heads in shame? How utterly arrogant. A hoarse, booming voice echoed from the surroundings. All eyes turned to look. An elderly man dressed in white robes, sporting a long white beard, and wearing a jade pendant between his eyebrows slowly stepped forward. At last you show yourself. It took considerable effort to coax you out. Qin Feng stared at the old man, his eyes showing not a trace of fear. It was Qin Eri, seated on the ground, who scrambled over to the newly arrived elder, kneeling and repeatedly kowtowing. The surrounding well-wishers stared at the suddenly appearing white-haired, white-bearded elder, utterly bewildered. They could tell this old man was no ordinary figure. Even Qin Er, the formidable figure of the Qin family, was prostrating himself repeatedly before him, clearly a major player. Everyone, do not be perplexed. I am the true master of the Qin family in Jiangbei City. My name is Qin Yunfei. Qin Yunfei swept his gaze across the assembled guests and calmly declared his identity. Hearing this name, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. None had ever heard of him before. It's fine. I know you all have doubts. But I can assure you all my name will soon echo throughout the entire Jiangbei City. Qin Yunfei's confident declaration left the crowd half convinced, half skeptical. Only Qin Feng regarded him with a faint, dismissive sneer. You're quite right. Not only will you, Qin Yunfei, become famous today, but your entire Qin family will be known throughout all of Jiangbei City. Qin Feng looked at Qin Yunfei and made a bold declaration. But he wasn't joking. On this very day of the birthday banquet, a joyous occasion when all the business tycoons gathered at the Qin family estate, he would make every member of the Qin family don mourning clothes and walk step by step from Jiangbei City to Chunyang City. The entire clan would kneel before their parents' graves, kowtowing in repentance. Ha ha ha. How utterly arrogant. Such a young upstart spouting big talk. Looks like I'll have to teach this junior a lesson. Qin Yunfei assumed a fighting stance, his eyes blazing with challenge toward Qin Feng. Brother Qin, this old geezer doesn't even warrant your attention. I'll handle him. He's just an old, weak, sickly cripple. If word gets out, it'll tarnish your reputation. After mastering that boxing technique, Ping Tu Wang's martial prowess had soared. Dealing with that bunch of minions earlier was hardly satisfying. This old man before him clearly had some skill perfect for Ping Tu Wang to test his fists and feet. Ping Tu Wang bellowed and charged straight at Qin Yunfei. Though facing an elderly man, Ping Tu Wang showed no mercy whatsoever. Old man, taste the might of your brother Wang. Bald-headed Wang held nothing back, delivering a vicious punch straight for Qin Yunfei's head. Not bad, kid. Such young age and already possessing martial energy in your fists and feet. Impressive. With just that single punch, Qin Yunfei recognized the formidable power of the bald-headed king. As the punch came flying, Qin Yunfei showed no intention of striking back. He simply flattened his palm to catch the punch as it came. Then, with a slight shift of his palm as if it had adhered to the man's fist, he redirected the force, sending the punch right back at its originator. Holy! Bald-headed Wang shouted in panic as his fist swung back toward him. To an outsider, Ping Tu Wang's movements appeared utterly bizarre. He had punched with great force, yet the momentum suddenly reversed, driving the fist toward his own chest. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, he strained his arm, desperately trying to pull his fist back. But Qin Yunfei's fist showed no mercy. Not only did he drive the fist toward the bald-headed king's chest, but he also added several extra pounds of force as he pushed forward. Go! Qin Yunfei growled low, unleashing a burst of force. A thunderous boom echoed. The bald-headed king's body flew backward instantly, several ribs snapping. Qin Feng rushed over at the sight, extending his palm to catch the bald-headed king. His palm immediately channeled spiritual energy, dissipating all the force coursing through the bald-headed man's body. It must be said, the old man possessed considerable strength. Yet this single move, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, had shattered his ribs. Had he not intervened to absorb the force, the flat-top king's internal organs would likely have been shattered by the residual impact. Chapter 134, Incredibly Powerful. Brother Qin, this old man is seriously skilled. He's got something special. Bald-head Wang wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve and cautioned Qin Feng with concern. Qin Feng knew Ping Tu Wang's capabilities. He'd been training relentlessly lately, and his martial arts skills had improved by leaps and bounds. The force radiating from his punches was such that even a master like Qin Shengbing wouldn't stand a chance against him. If Qin Yutian were still alive, even he might struggle to defeat Flathead Wang in a fight. Yet even with such formidable skills, he was no match for Qin Yunfei in a single exchange. A single punch sent him flying back. Had Qin Feng not intervened in time, he would have lost his life right there. Moreover, Qin Yunfei's technique was cleverly executed using force against force, leaving Qin Feng, watching from the side, utterly unable to gauge his true strength. Kid, your man does have some skill, but it's nothing to write home about. Daring to come to the Qin family compound looking for trouble? You two had better be prepared to leave your lives here. Qin Yunfei once again assumed a fighting stance before Qin Feng, intent on finishing him off with a single strike. Since my return, I've been terribly rusty. I've been itching to find a formidable opponent to test my skills against. I hope you won't disappoint me. Qin Feng stared back at Qin Yunfei, adopting a fighting stance of his own. The guests who had come to congratulate the Qin family knew both men were formidable fighters and quickly backed away. Young man, I too hope you won't disappoint me. It's been 70 years since I last fought. I don't want you to be some overrated rookie who disappoints me. Qin Fengfei muttered under his breath before charging straight at Qin Feng. His movement was swift, yet unlike that of Second Master Qin. He was more like a ghostly shadow, silently gliding toward Qin Feng. A palm strike came at him, seemingly packed with countless blades. Qin Feng dodged urgently. Though the strike missed its mark, the spiritual energy contained within the palm wind tore a large piece from his robe. Though he evaded the strike, Qin Feng felt a sudden chill run through him. Qin Yunfei, your skills are beyond what any ordinary person could teach. Who exactly are you? Qin Feng stared at his torn robes, his gaze turning to Qin Yunfei with a hint of confusion. A man on the brink of death has the audacity to ask my name? Qin Yunfei never expected the youngster Qin Feng to survive his attack. With that single sentence, he unleashed an even more vicious wind palm strike. With each strike, the surrounding air seemed to shimmer as if sliced by countless spirit blades. Qin Feng made no attempt to dodge. After all, he had returned from the immortal realm. Even if Qin Yunfei possessed some skill, he absolutely refused to believe this man could be his opponent. Qin Yunfei, your attacks do have some merit. But today, I'll show you what true spiritual energy is. Qin Feng abandoned evasion. As the palm hurtled toward his face once more, he thrust his fist forward to meet it head-on. A thunderous boom echoed. The collision of their fists sent visible waves of spiritual energy rippling outward. The powerful shockwave rippled out like a boulder plunging into the sea. The surrounding guests, unaware of what was happening, felt a massive wave crash toward them, instantly sending the nearest few flying backward. The moment their fists touched, both men instantly flashed away. Qin Yunfei held back from further rash attacks, his eyes filled with caution. The contact of that single punch caused Qin Feng's brows to furrow deeply. His hunch proved correct. Qin Yunfei possessed spiritual energy, and its intensity was no small matter. In the past, he could have killed him with a single strike. But now, with his strength barely restored, eliminating Qin Yunfei outright proved surprisingly difficult. You little bastard, who the hell are you? You're so young, yet why do you possess the same aura of a grandmaster as me? Qin Yunfei stood 10 paces away from Qin Feng, daring not to advance further. What master's aura? Aren't you from that world? Qin Feng froze momentarily, his brows furrowing even deeper. The spiritual energy contained within Qin Yunfei's attack was by no means insignificant. But now, hearing him speak and refer to the spiritual energy as master's aura, it was clear he had no idea which world he was from. What world this, what world that? I see you're not only arrogant and conceited, but also mentally unstable. With such power at such a young age, if you're allowed to grow stronger, you'll become a major threat to the Qin family. Qin Yunfei cut off further banter with Qin Feng and charged straight at him. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, transforming him into a white streak of light. Die! In the blink of an eye, Qin Yunfei was upon Qin Feng. The spiritual energy radiating from his entire body carried a faint sense of suppression over Qin Feng. Qin Yunfei descended from above, the spiritual energy pressure in his palm crushing down like a 1,000-pound boulder from the heavens, threatening to crush Qin Feng beneath it. The one who dares to kill me, Qin Feng, hasn't even been born yet. Qin Feng bent his knees, unleashing a palm strike toward the heavens with all his might. Buzz! 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 A strange, piercing sound filled the air, causing everyone to cover their ears. The oppressive force overhead intensified relentlessly, threatening to overwhelm Qin Feng. He quickly relaxed his stance and sidestepped. Under Qin Yunfei's palm strike, dust swirled wildly. Ha 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 ha! You little brat! Weren't you so cocky just now? Why are you dodging now? Dare to challenge the Qin family? Today, I shall first kill you, then wipe out your entire clan, to uphold the might of the Qin name. Qin Yunfei watched the evading Qin Feng, his eyes already brimming with certainty of victory. Hearing this scoundrel threaten his family, Qin Feng knew he was dealing with a ruthless opponent. Yet he was puzzled, how could Qin Yunfei, a mere mortal, possess such formidable spiritual power? Earth's spiritual energy was scarce, and even Qin Feng's reserves were nearly depleted. Yet Qin Yunfei remained as calm as ever, not a trace of fatigue on his face. I know. It's the jade pendant. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the jade pendant hanging from Qin Yunfei's forehead, his resolve solidifying instantly. Thinking it, he acted. Qin Feng made up his mind and instantly flashed toward Qin Yunfei. Watching Qin Feng advance instead of retreating, charging straight toward him, a sneer of contempt curled at the corner of Qin Yunfei's mouth. How utterly deluded. Today, I shall send you straight to hell. Qin Yunfei watched Qin Feng closing in, gathering his palm force once more and thrusting it forward with all his might. But Qin Feng faced this deadly strike without flinching or dodging. Looking for death? Qin Yunfei seized the moment, stunned by Qin Feng's reckless boldness. Just as his powerful palm closed in on Qin Feng's face, Qin Feng's fingers had already reached Qin Yunfei's forehead, snatching the jade pendant from his neck. With the jade pendant in hand, a massive surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded into Qin Feng's body. Bang! Qin Yunfei's palm made contact with Qin Feng's body. But in that instant, Qin Feng erupted with a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sending Qin Yunfei flying backward. Chapter 135 Instant Betrayal. Dust swirled once more around them, prompting guests to shield their eyes, fearing sand might enter them. When the dust finally settled, everyone could see the situation clearly. Qin Feng stood unscathed in his original spot. In contrast, Qin Yunfei sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his face looking noticeably older. "Give me back the jade pendant. Give it back." Qin Yunfei's voice was weak and strained as he kept shouting at Qin Feng. "I thought you were some peerless martial artist, but it turns out it was all thanks to this jade pendant." Qin Feng stared at the emerald green jade pendant in his palm, suddenly understanding everything. He truly hadn't expected such a powerful spiritual treasure to exist on Earth. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't entirely surprising. It was like Wu Qian, who possessed innate spiritual energy within her body, and this jade pendant in his hand. Both were 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100 million chances. "Give me back that jade pendant, or else I'll use the might of the Qin clan to slaughter your entire family. You insolent brat! You bastard, descendant of a whore!" Qin Yunfei watched the jade pendant being tucked away by Qin Feng. His hair stood on end, his face contorted with fury. The ethereal, otherworldly aura he once carried had vanished completely. "Summon every last member of the Qin family. Assemble them all here at once." Qin Feng turned to Qin Wenhua and barked the order. "You bastard! What right do you have to command my Qin family? Do you think the Qins are all spineless cowards? We'd rather die than obey orders from a bastard like you, the son of a whore." Qin Yunfei sat on the ground, his body aching as if every bone had shattered, yet his defiance remained unbroken. "Didn't you hear my order? Get moving!" Qin Feng paid Qin Yunfei no mind. Without the jade pendant, he was nothing but a worthless old man. He only kept threatening Qin Wenhua, knowing the coward would cave. Qin Wenhua stared at Second Master Qin, who lay on the ground, mouth agape but unable to speak. And Qin Yunfei, who could only roar but was unable to stand. He knew he had no support left at this moment. Qin Feng's display of skill earlier had made it abundantly clear, if he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. "Fine. I'll go right now." Qin Wenhua flung the congratulatory gift he held onto the floor, then turned and rushed into the Qin family's quarters, calling out repeatedly for everyone to come out. Seizing this moment, Qin Feng stepped onto the elevated platform and surveyed the assembled guests. "Everyone, please remain calm. My name is Qin Feng. My parents were once members of the Qin family, but they were expelled by these old fools, leading to their deaths. Today, I, Qin Feng, will make every member of the Qin clan don mourning clothes and walk step by step to Qinyang City. There, before my parents' graves, they will kowtow and repent." Qin Feng shouted at the crowd. These words enraged Second Master Qin and Qin Yunfei, who repeatedly pounded the ground in fury, yet they could do nothing. Every guest present was stunned by his words. After all, Qin Feng's tone was simply too arrogant. To demand the entire Qin clan don mourning garments for his deceased parents and march step by step to Qinyang City to pay their respects? If this were to come to pass, it wouldn't just be explosive news in their business circles. It would likely spread like wildfire through every major media outlet in Jiangbei City, even reaching the back alleys and lanes. Once this news swept through all of Jiangbei City, the Qin family's reputation in Jiangbei City would plummet. And Qin Feng would ascend to the pinnacle of Jiangbei City by trampling the Qin family underfoot. Absolute delusion. Have they no regard for the law? Just as Qin Feng shouted, a man burst in from outside, leading a large group of people. At the head of the group stood none other than Mo Baishang. Mo Baishang, if the Qin family perishes, your Mo family shall perish too. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. If your Mo family won't fight for my Qin family now, when will you? Qin Yunfei sat on the ground, passionately explaining the gravity of the situation to Mo Baishang. He knew full well how formidable Qin Feng was. But now that Qin Feng had seized his jade pendant, his only hope lay with the Mo family. Mo Baishang stared at Qin Feng, his legs trembling slightly. He knew how formidable Qin Feng was, and he knew he lacked the backbone of Second Master Qin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spilled everything he knew to Qin Feng back then. Yet he understood clearly. The Mo family was merely a vassal of the Qin clan, which was why they enjoyed their current position as the foremost family in Jiangbei City. If he didn't act now, once the Qin family fell into ruin, all the factions in Jiangbei City would surely devour his Mo family like a piece of cake. What? Bringing so many men? Are you looking for death? Qin Feng instantly saw the fear in Mo Baishang's eyes. Qin Feng. I, Mo Baishang, don't want to be your enemy. If you promise to replace the Qin family and help my Mo family remain number one, I'm willing to join your side right now. After a long pause, Mo Baishang blurted out these words. These words stunned not only Qin Feng but also left Qin Yunfei, who had been brimming with fighting spirit, utterly dumbfounded. Mo Baishang, you old bastard. Have you forgotten all the favors the Qin family has done for you over the years? Qin Yunfei glared at the disgraceful Mo Baishang, nearly choking on his own rage. His antics even drew a fleeting look of contempt from Qin Feng. The Qin family had supported the Mo family for so many years, yet now that he had come calling, this man had betrayed the Qin family outright, seeking to trade it for his own wealth and status. What good is a teammate like Qin Feng coming now? Mo Baisheng, what use is there in me lifting up a worthless piece of trash like you? Now get your men out of here. Go sell off your property and leave Jiangbei City immediately. Qin Feng looked at Mo Baisheng and merely waved his hand dismissively. Mo Baisheng hadn't expected Qin Feng to refuse outright, and his expression darkened instantly. Qin Feng. Mark my words. Even though I, Mo Baisheng, am afraid of death, don't push a man to the edge. Otherwise, I'll stop at nothing. Mo Baisheng, a coward when provoked, dared to raise his head and shout at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had pushed him to the edge. After all, the Mo family had deep roots in Jiangbei City, having long occupied positions of power. Wherever Mo Baisheng went, people bowed in respect. Now, being forced to step down from his high position, sell off his family's assets, and leave his homeland, of course he was furious. Mo Baisheng, you know full well how many dirty deeds you've done as the Qin family's lapdog. The Qin family has no choice now, but you still have options. Don't do anything foolish. Qin Feng stared at Mo Baisheng, his words dripping with indifference. Mo Baisheng glared at Qin Feng, clenching his jaw so hard the veins on his forehead bulged. Damn it, you've pushed me too far. The Mo family isn't one to be pushed around. I'll fight you. Everyone attack together. We'll wear him down with a relentless assault until he collapses. Mo Baisheng roared to the heavens, settling on the most foolish plan. He knew Qin Feng's formidable strength, but the thugs he'd brought along had no clue. Over 80 men, relying on their sheer numbers, charged recklessly toward Qin Feng one after another. Chapter 136, Too Late. Watching the crowd surge toward him, Qin Feng didn't even bother to frown. Get out of my way. With a low growl, his fist clutching the jade pendants slashed out. The punch sent the foremost thug flying backward, knocking down a large group in his wake. While the chaos and shouts still filled the air, Qin Feng's figure moved again. The man who had just struck from the front now flashed behind them like a streak of light. The fist wind carried the low growl of a green dragon, its force as fierce as a gale sweeping over a ridge. No matter how numerous the thugs were, they were no match for Qin Feng. Watching his men get tossed around like soft targets, Mo Baisheng beside him panicked. I can't die here. I can't die here. Mo Baisheng now understood Qin Feng's true power, finally realizing he never had a chance against him. He spun around, intent on fleeing outside. Though Qin Feng remained focused on dealing with the underlings, not a single one of Mo Baisheng's movements escaped his keen observation. Trying to run now? Isn't that a bit too late? Qin Feng sneered coldly, his figure abruptly teleporting forward to seize Mo Baisheng's shoulder. Qin Feng, let me go. I'll agree to everything you demanded earlier. Let me go back. Once I'm back, I'll sell off everything the Mo family owns and leave Jiangbei City far behind. Mo Baisheng had finally seen Qin Feng's true strength and knew he could never hope to defeat him. Hearing Mo Baisheng's submissive tone, Qin Feng merely shook his head with a smile. Too late. It's already too late. You've already done what you did. There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Qin Feng's voice was icy as he exerted force with his arm, yanking Mo Baisheng to the ground and slamming him face up onto the hard surface. Qin Feng, I beg you, spare me. I'll take the Mo family's wealth and leave Jiangbei City today. Seeing he couldn't defeat Qin Feng, Mo Baisheng now sought to flee elsewhere with his wealth. I said no. I gave you a chance earlier, but you proved utterly useless. Now I'm giving you another chance. Are you willing to take it? Qin Feng stared down at Mo Baisheng kneeling at his feet, his mind already forming a different plan. Fine. Whatever you say, I'll agree to everything. I'll agree to anything. Mo Baisheng's head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at grain. Fear for Qin Feng now gripped his heart. All he wanted was to take his family fortune to some smaller city, where he could surely become a local tycoon. There was no need to provoke Qin Feng, that harbinger of disaster. Fine. I demand you go home immediately and transfer all Mo family assets into Lin Liang's name. I'll leave you 5 million yuan. Take your family and leave Jiangbei City. Qin Feng spoke again, and these words instantly stunned Mo Baisheng. The Mo family had dominated Jiangbei City for years, controlling assets worth far more than 5 or 60 billion. Now Qin Feng casually offered to leave him 5 million? It was utterly unacceptable. But just now, didn't you order me to liquidate all our assets and leave? I agreed to that. Mo Baisheng stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng, utterly unable to process it. That was then. This is now. If you keep hesitating, you might not even get 5 million later. Qin Feng felt not a shred of sympathy for this old miser who clung to his wealth like it was his life. 5 million? You give me 5 million? How am I supposed to support my family with that? Even a villa in a small city costs millions. Give me 3 billion, and I'll give you everything I have left. Is that acceptable? Mo Baisheng pleaded incessantly with Qin Feng. Even at this critical juncture, he was still fixated on buying a villa, a notion Qin Feng found utterly laughable. Mo Baishang, he wants to devour you whole. In this Jiangbei city, only my Qin family can protect you. Have your men seized the jade pendant from him? Deliver it to me, and the Qin family will continue protecting you. Qin Yunfei knew Mo Baishang all too well. Qin Feng's outrageous demand struck Mo Baishang right where it hurt. Kneeling at Qin Feng's feet, Mo Baishang's eyes burned with hatred as he gritted his back teeth so hard they ground together. I advise you to think carefully. You won't be able to snatch what's in my hands. Be careful you don't end up losing even the 5 million. Qin Feng spread his palm, dangling the emerald jade pendant before Mo Baishang's eyes, swaying it back and forth. Damn it, Qin Feng. You've gone too far. Everyone, attack. Mo Baishang's expression hardened as he sprang up like a rabbit, lunging to snatch the jade pendant from Qin Feng's grasp. You're a dog that never learns. Qin Feng's palm shot upward, clamping the jade pendant firmly in his fist. He swung his leg out, sending Mo Baishang flying backward with a single kick. The remaining henchmen, who hadn't been dealt with by Qin Feng, heard that the mission difficulty had been lowered. All they needed to do was seize the jade pendant. They scrambled to their feet, regrouped, and charged at Qin Feng like madmen. Watching this group of thugs charging at him once more, Qin Feng merely tapped his toes against the ground, his body soaring into the air. The ones charging at the forefront instinctively looked up. Qin Feng delivered a swift kick, landing squarely on the henchman's chest. The thug spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward instantly. Anyone else want to come up and try? Qin Feng landed, his expression still calm. The henchman now understood. Forget snatching the jade pendant from Qin Feng, just getting close to him was a challenge. The henchmen exchanged glances and immediately turned to flee. Mo Baishang froze at the sight, quickly grabbing the arms of several henchmen. What are you doing? Where are you going? Hurry up and attack. Qin Feng is over there. If you want to go, go yourself. The henchman flung his arm away and kept running toward the exit. The elderly Mo Baishang was thrown to the ground by the force of the shove, left completely dumbfounded. Go home. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Qin Feng shot Mo Baishang a glance, muttered the words under his breath, then turned to walk toward Qin Yunfei. His real target now was the Qin family's true archenemy. A minor lackey like Mo Baishang was of no concern at the moment. Qin Yunfei, take a good look. You're finished. Do as I say, and I can still spare your Qin family in Jiangbei City. Otherwise, you'll meet the same fate as Mo Baishang, and that would be unfortunate. Qin Feng tucked the jade pendant into his robe and addressed Qin Yunfei with persuasive words. Though cornered in a desperate situation, the old dog Qin Yunfei remained stubbornly defiant. Qin Feng, even if my entire Qin family is wiped out today, I will never bow to a scoundrel like you. I'd rather die than be disgraced. I'll see how you'll resolve this. Qin Yunfei, hair disheveled, had resolved to fight to the death. Chapter 137, Dominating North of the River. What? Do you truly wish to drag the entire Qin family, old and young alike, down with you? To wipe out your entire Qin clan, leaving not a single heir behind? Qin Feng looked at Qin Yunfei, his brow slightly furrowed. At Qin Yunfei's age, one would expect him to value the continuation of his family line above all else. That he would sacrifice the entire Qin clan for his own face was truly beyond comprehension. Poof. Do you truly believe the Qin family is so weak? Even if we slaughter every last one of you, the Qin family will not perish. What you'll face instead is an even fiercer storm. A cold smile played on Qin Yunfei's lips, tinged with arrogance. You're not afraid of death? Qin Feng stared at Qin Yunfei, his spiritual energy surging. His purpose in coming today was to force the entire Qin family to don mourning robes and kneel before graves, thereby paying tribute to the spirits of his parents in heaven. But if Qin Yunfei truly embraced death with such resolve, he would be utterly powerless. Seeing Qin Feng's dilemma, the arrogant Qin Yunfei's lips curled into a sneer as he burst into a loud, booming laugh. Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng, you can't back out now, can you? I've lived this long and have had my fill of life. Go ahead. Strike me down. Qin Yunfei glared at Qin Feng, his taunts relentless. Just as Qin Feng frowned deeply, unsure how to proceed, Qin Wenhua, who had been cowering timidly nearby, suddenly appeared behind Qin Yunfei, chair raised. Qin Feng, go ahead. Go on. Ah. Before Qin Yunfei could finish his sentence, Qin Wenhua brought the chair crashing down, knocking Qin Yunfei unconscious. This move stunned even Qin Feng, who had been watching. Qin Feng, old ancestor Qin has lived long enough, but I don't want to die. Spare my Qin family, and I'll agree to anything you demand. Qin Wenhua lowered the chair in his hands, pleadingly staring at Qin Feng. Beside him, Second Master Qin glared at Qin Wenhua with fury, but his voice failed him. Finally overcome by rage, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Qin Feng had thought an apology from the Qin family was hopeless and was about to make Qin Yunfei bleed on the spot when Qin Wenhua unexpectedly gave him a pleasant surprise. Very well. It seems the head of the Qin family has the better judgment. As long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee you will truly ascend to the position of family head. Qin Feng looked at Qin Wenhua and made his promise. To the old guard of the Qin family, this man was utterly spineless. But for him now, this man had just provided a tremendous favor. At Qin Feng's words, Qin Wenchua's face lit up with delight. He never imagined that not only would his life be spared, but he could also transform from a nominal head into the true power behind the throne. To outsiders, the Qin family had just suffered a major loss of face. But for a spineless coward like Qin Wenchua, it was a stroke of luck. Yes. Rest assured. I'll follow your every word. I'll have the entire Qin family don mourning robes immediately. We'll head to Chunyang City immediately. Qin Wenchua bowed and scraped, hurrying off to make preparations. The surrounding guests had fully witnessed Qin Feng's formidable strength, and one by one, they slowly approached. Mr. Qin, you must be exhausted from that fight. Come, have some tea and rest a moment. Several businessmen, cups of tea in hand, hurried over to flatter Qin Feng. Gentlemen, you came today to celebrate the Qin family's birthday. Now you're siding with me, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qin Feng took the cup, sipped it, and spoke with mocking sarcasm. He held no regard whatsoever for these fickle opportunists. Mr. Qin, you jest. We're all here to gather intelligence for you. We've long recognized your boundless potential, Mr. Qin. You'll dominate all of Jiangbei City sooner or later. These opportunists understood Qin Feng's meaning perfectly well, but they simply didn't care. As they spoke, the entire Qin family emerged, led by Qin Wenchua, each dressed in mourning attire. Qin Wenchua even held a white funeral banner in his hand. Very well. Since everything is prepared, let's depart immediately. Qin Feng surveyed the crowd and issued a calm command. The entire Qin family set off in a grand procession toward Chunyang City. Over 20 members of the clan, plus the trailing guests who came to watch the spectacle, formed a long, winding line. Major television stations scrambled to cover this bizarre spectacle. Isn't that the Qin family? What are they doing? Who died? I haven't heard of any deaths in the Qin family. Besides, isn't today their birthday banquet? Why all this commotion? No clue. Let's follow them and see what's up. The crowd on the street, clueless about the commotion, followed along to join the spectacle. Although Jiangbei City was adjacent to Chunyang City, it would take at least until late night to reach Chunyang City on foot. Qin Feng had no desire to waste time accompanying them. With this matter resolved, Qin Feng felt thoroughly satisfied. He planned to take Ping Tu Wang home to rest before driving to Chunyang City to wait ahead of time. No sooner had he entered the house than he saw Mu Qing, Lin Liang, and Qin Shan sitting in the living room, their faces clouded with worry. What's going on, bosses? Why are you all sighing here instead of at the company? Qin Feng found their expressions rather puzzling. After all, the company had been booming these past few days, and they'd all been wearing happy expressions daily. This sudden change left Qin Feng puzzled. Brother Qin, you're finally back. We've run into a huge problem. Could you help us approach those major families to borrow some money for cash flow? Lin Liang looked troubled as he pleaded with Qin Feng. This request made Qin Feng frown. What's going on? Is the company losing money? Qin Feng was completely baffled. Under Mu Qing and the others' management, the company was thriving. It shouldn't be facing any crises. Brother Qin, it's not a crisis, it's because we've grown too fast. We're facing cash flow issues now. We just need 500 million to get through this month, and I guarantee we'll become the top pharmaceutical company in Jiangbei City. Lin Liang pounded his chest as he assured Qin Feng. Truthfully, Qin Feng had long harbored this concern. Their company was expanding at an almost unsustainable pace. He'd assumed the team could handle it, but those in the thick of things often fail to see the bigger picture, and they'd overlook this very point. Just how big have you grown that you're facing a cash flow crisis? Qin Feng remained unruffled, calmly taking his seat at the table. After a long pause, Lin Liang finally spoke up. We've opened 130 pharmacies in Jiangbei City. It's safe to say we've monopolized the pharmaceutical market there. Lin Liang's measured words sent a jolt through Qin Feng. These guys were truly bold and daring. In such a short time, they'd already monopolized the pharmaceutical industry in Jiangbei City. This wasn't Chunyang City we were talking about. Jiangbei City was 7 or 8 times its size. Monopolizing the pharmaceutical market here was essentially like monopolizing a golden river flowing with coins. Additionally, we've opened 70 chain stores in surrounding cities. Our pharmaceutical business is now renowned throughout the entire province. Qin Shan looked at Qin Feng and added with a smile. Qin Feng looked at the three of them, feeling his head buzz with disbelief. Chapter 138, Collecting Debts at the Door. He knew that with these three working together, they could undoubtedly dominate the business scene in Jiangbei City. But he never imagined they'd expand so rapidly. It was like they were cheating. In such a short time, they'd opened nearly 200 stores. With such a massive expansion, it was no wonder their capital chain was strained. After opening these stores, we branched out into other industries and became shareholders in several major companies. Mu Qing noticed Qin Feng's astonished expression and added with a touch of embarrassment. Qin Feng finally understood completely. These three were absolute madmen in the business world. In just a few days, they were aiming to take on century-old enterprises in Jiangbei City. It's fine. I'll figure out the money. I'll head out now and get you the funds. Xin Feng told Ping Tu Wang to rest at home while he went out alone. Wait a minute, Xin Feng. Where do you plan to borrow this money? This amount might be difficult for the Ling family to come up with. You'd be better off asking the Luo family. They might be more willing to part with it. Mu Qing watched Xin Feng about to leave and quickly called out a warning. Xin Feng turned to meet the expectant gazes of the others, offering only a faint smile. Who said I was going out to borrow money? I've got billions in debts waiting for me outside. Xin Feng chuckled and turned to leave the house. The others exchanged bewildered glances, especially Mu Qing, who looked utterly dumbfounded. Didn't he know Qin Feng's capabilities? Where on earth could someone borrow tens of billions from him? Lin Liang scratched his head, racking his brain, but still couldn't recall anyone who could borrow billions from Qin Feng. Only the bald-headed man resting on the sofa gave a faint smile. No need to worry, everyone. Leave it to Brother Qin. Sitting on the sofa, the bald-headed man smiled cheerfully at the others, keeping them in suspense. Qin Feng left the villa without detouring elsewhere, heading straight for the Mo family compound. Mo Baishang had been quick on his feet earlier. But you can run, but you can't hide. Since Mo Baishang had shown himself to be ungrateful and disloyal, refusing to accept the favor offered, then he shouldn't blame anyone for treating him like an ATM. Xin Feng moved swiftly, hailing a cab and arriving at the Mo family compound in no time. 7 or 8 large trucks were parked at the Mo family's entrance. Numerous valuable items were being carried out, loaded onto the trucks one by one. Hurry up, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Move faster. Mo Baishang stood nearby barking orders, his face twisted with frantic urgency. This alone showed how greedy Mo Baishang truly was. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about taking all his wealth with him. Well, Mr. Mo, you're quite busy. Moving house, are we? Xin Feng strolled over to Mo Baishang with a smile, feigning ignorance as he asked the question. Mo Baishang whipped his head around. The moment he saw Qin Feng's face, his entire body froze in terror. His face drained of color instantly, and he stumbled backward. Xin Feng, what are you doing here? I already agreed to you. I'm moving out right now. I'll leave Jiangbei City immediately and never return. Mo Baishang stared at Qin Feng, his voice trembling with panic as he repeated his assurances. You're right, I did agree to let you leave Jiangbei City. But I never said you could take these things with you. Qin Feng pointed at the antiques and valuables in the car, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as the two stood facing off, a lady rushed out with a man and a woman in tow. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Where did these filthy beggars come from? What are they doing here? The leading woman stormed over, her hands clenched as she unleashed a torrent of yelling at Qin Feng. Who let you come out? Get back inside. Go help move things. Hurry up. Mo Baishang barked orders at the woman. These people knew nothing of the interdependent relationship between the Mo and Qin families. She had always believed the Mo family was the undisputed top family in Jiangbei City. Having grown accustomed to her life as a wealthy lady, she looked down on everyone else. So you're the brat who forced our Mo family to move, huh? What's your name? Don't you know the power of the Mo family? Dare you say your name? I'll kill you tomorrow, you hear me? The woman stood with hands on hips, hurling threats at Qin Feng. She was Mo Baishang's wife in all of Jiangbei City, who wouldn't bow their head and address her as Madame Mo upon seeing her. She scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, finding no sign of wealth whatsoever. Mo Baishang, I think you need to educate your wife properly about who I really am. I wouldn't want the Qin family's tragedy to repeat itself in your Mo family. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Put. The Qin family? What the hell is the Qin family? Can they even compare to my Mo family? What kind of lowlife are you, barking orders around here? The woman continued to glare at him fiercely, her spittle nearly splattering onto Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng stared at her ugly face, his fists clenching tighter and tighter. What? What? You think you can hit me? Just try touching me. Just try it. I'll skin you alive, I swear. The woman continued to advance toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and delivered a hard slap across her face. The sudden blow caught her completely off guard. But Qin Feng's immense strength was no match for this vicious woman. The woman, who had been strutting about so arrogantly moments before, was sent flying backward by the blow. Spinning several times in midair, she finally landed with a thud, sprawled face down on the ground. She staggered to her feet, taking a long moment to recover, her head still spinning. The man and woman she had brought along witnessed their mother being struck and instantly flew into a rage. You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on my mother? I'll kill you! The two lunged forward, clawing and snarling, ready to attack Qin Feng. Get lost! Qin Feng didn't give them a second glance, kicking both of them flying with a pair of swift kicks. Watching his wife and children beaten by Qin Feng, Mo Baishang could only slap his thigh and cry out in frustration. This guy wasn't just greedy, he was scared to death. His wife and child didn't know how formidable Qin Feng was, but Mo Baishang knew it all too well. Just as he was at a loss, Mo Changui burst out from the side with a group of men. What the hell is going on here? Qin Feng, have you gone too far? You beat my son and I said nothing, but now you dare treat our family head like this? What exactly do you want? Mo Changui knew Qin Feng was a fighter, but he hadn't grasped the full extent of his capabilities. Seeing Qin Feng threatening Mo Baisheng and injuring the lady and child, he led his men in a sudden charge. They immediately surrounded Qin Feng, each wearing a menacing expression. Mo Baisheng, tell them all to back off. We still have matters to discuss. Qin Feng glanced at Mo Baisheng standing nearby and spoke calmly. Mo Baisheng had been wearing a pained expression, but seeing Qin Feng now completely surrounded, his eyes darted about as a wicked plan formed. Changui, you take some men and block Qin Feng. Block him. Mo Baisheng bellowed, then scrambled into the car with his wife and children, intending to flee first. Qin Feng watched his panicked figure, his fists clenching tightly. You old fool, you never learn. Chapter 139, Deserving of Death. Qin Feng immediately gave chase after Mo Baisheng. He didn't harbor deep hatred toward Mo Baisheng. The bastard was a traitor to the Qin family. He just wanted to get rid of him from Jiangbei City to avoid future trouble. But this old dog was truly incorrigible. I've given him chances more than once or twice. Now, right under his nose, with him coming to seek him out, this bastard still pulled this stunt. Qin Feng lifted his leg to give chase, but Mo Changui blocked his path with his men, looking ready to fight to the death. Mo Changui, I've already dealt with the Qin family. Step aside now, and nothing will happen. Qin Feng issued a warning before taking a step to continue chasing Mo Baisheng. But Mo Changui showed him no such courtesy. With a single glance to his men, a group of thugs charged at Qin Feng with reckless abandon. Under normal circumstances, he might have exchanged a few blows with these thugs. But Mo Baisheng's truck was already moving. He had no time to waste on these men. Get the hell out of my way! Qin Feng roared, swinging his arms violently to the sides. These so-called professional thugs were instantly flung backward. Qin Feng's feet moved like the wind as he gave chase after the truck that had already pulled onto the asphalt road. Though the truck was moving fast, with Qin Feng's current cultivation level, catching up to it posed no difficulty whatsoever. Mo Baisheng sat in the passenger seat, puffing on a cigarette to calm his nerves. His expression abruptly changed when he saw Qin Feng closing in through the window. Step on it. Hurry up. He's catching up. Speed up. Mo Baisheng looked at Qin Feng as if he'd seen the plague itself, repeatedly yelling at the driver. Though the driver couldn't fathom how a regular person could keep pace with a truck, he slammed the accelerator to the floor upon hearing Mo Baisheng's command. A truck's power was no match for a regular car. The vehicle surged forward, gradually pulling away from Qin Feng. Watching Qin Feng sprinting at full speed, Mo Baisheng's face relaxed slightly, a hint of confidence returning. Just as he felt a glimmer of safety, Mo Baisheng's lips curled into a faint smile. He even flicked cigarette ash toward Qin Feng. Hey, Qin Feng, he said, just give up. You really think you're some kind of god? Kid, the business between our families isn't over. Revenge can wait a decade, just you wait until I get my strength back. Mo Baisheng flicked his cigarette butt out the window, his face radiating confidence. Seeing his expression, Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. His feet suddenly accelerated, propelling him forward in an instant. His body moved like a leaping panther, grabbing the train's rearview mirror and coming face to face with Mo Baisheng. Ah! Mo Baisheng jumped in fright. Get off! Get off! Get the hell off! Mo Baisheng stared at Qin Feng, who had leaped onto the train, his hair standing on end with fear. Qin Feng left Mo Baisheng no room for choice now. This old man had completely exhausted his patience. Seeing Mo Baisheng's panic, Qin Feng grabbed him by the collar and yanked him straight out the window. The fierce wind blew the old man's beard askew, his face drained of color. Qin Feng, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Mo Baisheng, gripped firmly by Qin Feng, was so terrified he nearly wet himself. I'm giving you 30 seconds to transfer every last penny you have into this account. Qin Feng pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to Mo Baisheng. The demand for every last penny felt like a death sentence to Mo Baisheng. Qin Feng, I beg you. My family needs to survive. Didn't we agree earlier that you'd leave me 5 million? Even now, Mo Baisheng was still trying to bargain with Qin Feng. But Qin Feng's patience had vanished completely moments ago. He merely stared coldly at Mo Baisheng, his eyes devoid of any emotion. You have 15 seconds left. Qin Feng counted down aloud, slowly lowering his hand a fraction. With the asphalt road looming directly beneath him, Mo Baisheng was utterly terrified. If he let go now, even if he wasn't dragged under the truck, the sheer force of inertia alone would be enough to shatter every bone in his body. Seeing Qin Feng was serious, Mo Baisheng's resolve finally broke. He had already planned to flee Jiangbei City, so all his money was prepared in his account. Now, desperate to save his own skin, he hurriedly transferred the money to this account. Qin Feng, I've transferred every last penny. Please, spare my life. Mo Baisheng pleaded desperately to Qin Feng. But Qin Feng merely smiled faintly as he snatched the phone from his hand. The text message displayed that Imo Baisheng had transferred 50 billion to the account, yet his card still showed a balance of over 20 billion. Seeing his little trick exposed by Qin Feng, Imo Baisheng's face was filled with terror. I'm sorry, Qin Feng. I was so scared just now, I entered the wrong number. I'll transfer the rest to you right now. I'll do it immediately. Imo Baisheng reached for the phone, but Qin Feng pulled his hand back. No need. I don't want those 20-odd billion. Qin Feng chuckled as he tossed the phone out the window, or it shattered instantly. Imo Baisheng stared at Qin Feng's smiling face, thinking a breakthrough had occurred. Qin Feng, you're such a kind soul. I thank you for leaving me this little bit to survive on. Imo Baisheng bared his teeth at Qin Feng, still grinning as he expressed his gratitude. I told you, my patience with you has reached its limit. Since you're so attached to this money, I'll let you keep it for your trip down there. With that, Qin Feng grabbed Imo Baisheng's hand and let go abruptly. Under Imo Baisheng's stunned gaze, his hands flailed wildly in the air before his body crashed to the ground. The force of the impact sent him tumbling several times across the ground. Every bone in his body shattered, his internal organs crushed. He lay motionless on the ground, dead. Qin Feng released his grip and leaped from the vehicle, standing by the roadside to observe Imo Baisheng's lifeless body. Repeatedly defying warnings, you deserved this death. Qin Feng murmured, his eyes devoid of pity. In the end, the old fox Imo Baisheng had been undone by his own cleverness, falling victim to the very wealth and riches he clung to most fiercely. Chapter 140, Unexpected. Qin Feng merely glanced at the body, leisurely lit a cigarette, and then strode away from the scene. Back at the villa, Mu Qing, Qin Shan, and Lin Liang were scratching their heads in confusion. Spotting Qin Feng's arrival, they immediately gathered around him. Qin Feng, a huge sum suddenly appeared in the company's finances just now. Did you arrange this? Mu Qing rushed forward, clutching her phone excitedly. It's fine. It's all legitimate money. You can rest assured. Just focus on running the company. If any problems arise, come find me. I'll handle it. Qin Feng gave everyone a reassuring look. Lin Liang looked at Qin Feng, radiating absolute confidence. He knew exactly what Qin Feng was capable of. With Qin Feng's guarantee, dominating Zhangbei City would be a piece of cake. Alright, Flathead Wang, come with me. Qin Feng glanced outside as shadows lengthened across the sky, then called out to the now rested Flathead King before stepping out the door. Although Qin Yunfei had inflicted severe internal injuries on Flathead Wang, Qin Feng's miraculous elixir was no mere boast. After taking the pills and a short period of recuperation, Flathead Wang had fully recovered and was moving freely again. Brother Qin, it's almost dark. Where are we going? Standing beside the car, Flathead scratched his head in confusion. To Chunyang City, of course. I'll make sure the Qin family bows before their ancestors' graves to atone for their sins to appease the spirits of my parents in heaven. Qin Feng explained briefly before turning and getting into the car. Knowing Qin Feng had urgent business, Flathead King dared not delay and quickly followed suit. The two drove straight toward Chunyang City. As they left Zhangbei City, Qin Feng hadn't sensed anything amiss. But once they exited the city and reached the suburban highway, he sensed something was amiss. Along the roadside planters and sidewalks, discarded mourning garments littered the ground. The stark white garments glowed uncomfortably bright under the car headlights. Something was clearly amiss. The Qin family had been paying their respects at the gravesite with utmost reverence. But now the road was littered with discarded mourning garments. Clearly, something had gone terribly wrong. Brother Qin, should we still head to Chunyang City? Bald-headed Wang could tell that the Qin family group might not have even made it to Chunyang City at all. They'd likely turned back midway. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Keep driving. To Chunyang City. Qin Feng issued this single command before falling silent. Bald Wang sighed and pressed the accelerator again. All those discarded clothes along the road proved they never reached Chunyang City at all. This mission was a complete bust. But there was nothing to be done. Qin Feng was his boss, and as his subordinate, his duty now was simply to drive onward. They drove deep into the night before finally reaching Chunyang City. Without stopping, Ping Tu Wang drove the car up a barren mountain on the outskirts of the city under Qin Feng's direction. After parking at the base, Qin Feng began climbing the mountain step by step. He refused to believe the entire Qin family possessed such audacity. The display of force by the Qin family had already been enough to intimidate everyone. He refused to believe they'd dare defy them. If not a single soul showed up, Qin Feng would truly become the laughingstock of Zhangbei City. He'd wasted his energy dealing with the Qin family, confidently letting them head to Chunyang City first. Only to be played for a fool, making his confidence look utterly ridiculous. Bald-headed Wang sensed Qin Feng's fury and dared not utter a word, merely trailing behind. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally reached the halfway point of the mountain. Under the pallid moonlight, the desolate mountain was eerily silent. In the distance, a white spirit banner stood before his parents' graves. A solitary figure knelt before them, appearing profoundly lonely. Qin, what is that? It's not a ghost, is it? Ping Tu Wang watched the solitary figure in the distance and shrank back behind Qin Feng, a hint of fear in his eyes. But Qin Feng knew no fear. His stride didn't falter for a moment. With his cultivation, even if it were some demon or ghost, Qin Feng could shatter its soul into oblivion. Only when they drew closer did they realize it was no demonic creature at all. Kneeling before the grave, holding a white spirit banner, was none other than the head of the Qin family, Qin Wenhua. Qin Wenhua was startled to see Qin Feng appear. But upon recognizing Qin Feng's face, he immediately threw himself forward and clung to Qin Feng's leg. "Brother Qin. Master Qin. I did everything you told me to do. You must save my life." Qin Wenhua clung to Qin Feng's calf, sobbing and snibbling as he pleaded. His reaction caused the bald-headed man to pause in surprise. But Qin Feng's expression remained dark and unchanging. "I told you to bring the entire Qin family here. Why did only you show up? Where are the rest of them?" Qin Feng surveyed the desolate mountain, his voice flat as he asked. "Qin Feng, this has nothing to do with me. I genuinely want you to forgive me." But then old Master Qin Yunfei woke up and called them all back. "It wasn't my order." Qin Wenhua clung tightly to Qin Feng's calf, sobbing incessantly. Hearing his explanation, Qin Feng instantly understood everything. Qin Yunfei's temperament was well known. He'd rather die than agree to the Qin family members coming to apologize. Besides, Qin Wenhua was merely the nominal head of the family. His word held no real authority. Besides, this wasn't exactly something to be proud of. Who would want to make such a spectacle of themselves? After Qin Yunfei gave the order, everyone discarded their mourning clothes and rushed back to the Qin residence in a swarm. "Then why did you come alone? Qin Wenhua, do you possess such high-mindedness?" Qin Feng glanced at Qin Wenhua kneeling at his feet and asked with a hint of curiosity. He couldn't believe anyone would willingly come to do such a thing. Even by family lineage, Qin Feng's parents were Qin Wenhua's juniors. "Qin Feng, I'm not afraid of your ridicule. I, Qin Wenhua, don't want this either. But now I have no choice but to obey you. I have no other path." Old Master Qin Yunfei, I knocked him unconscious myself. The entire Qin clan came out because I personally gave the order. If I go back, won't he kill me to vent his rage? Qin Wenhua threw himself at Qin Feng in a flood of tears, glancing back at Ping Tu Wang with a look of utter despair. "Qin Feng, you have no idea how formidable the Qin family is. You absolutely must protect me, otherwise, they'll definitely kill me." Qin Wenhua clung desperately to Qin Feng's calf, his fear reaching its peak. As the nominal head of the family, any skilled fighter the Qin sent could easily dispose of him. Qin Feng was now his only lifeline. "Alright, stand up. I told you if you follow my instructions, I'll make you the true head of the Qin family. Follow me. We're heading back to Zhengbei City, to the Qin family estate. Anyone who dares to defy me will be killed." Qin Feng clenched his fists, barked the order, and led the way down the mountain. Chapter 141, Only Blood Can Wash Away Shame. The bald-headed man helped Qin Wenhua to his feet and hurried after Qin Feng. The two men couldn't begin to comprehend the fury burning within Qin Feng at that moment. Only Qin Feng himself knew the true source of the rage burning within him. The Qin family's sudden retreat had made Qin Feng look like a complete fool. It was like you were shouting and causing a scene in one place. Everyone knew Qin Feng was seeking vengeance for his deceased parents. While the entire city of Zhengbei was reeling from the shock of this incident, the Qin family members stripped off their clothes midway and turned back to Zhengbei City. Qin Feng's so-called act of comforting the spirits had completely turned into a joke. Qin Feng could tolerate other jokes or trivial matters. But treating his parents' affairs as a joke, treating him, Qin Feng, like a clown to be mocked, this he absolutely could not tolerate. As a revered Immortal Sovereign, he felt as though his face had been slapped twice by a pack of clowns. Seated in the backseat of the vehicle, the overwhelming pressure and fury radiating from Qin Feng made both Qin Wenhua and the bald-headed man tremble uncontrollably. "Brother Qin, are you okay? What's your plan now?" Bald-headed Wang gripped the steering wheel, asking with extreme caution. He had never seen Qin Feng like this before. He had no idea what Qin Feng might do in this state, so he asked first, hoping to get some information ahead of time. Better safe than sorry. Qin Wenhua, though unaware, sat nearby, ears pricked up, listening intently. Qin Feng stared out the window, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. "I will slaughter the entire Qin family." Qin Feng uttered the words calmly. His tone was unprecedentedly calm, yet his words carried an unparalleled shock. The humiliation he had endured, and the humiliation his deceased parents had suffered. Only the blood of the Qin family could fully wash away the stain. It was late at night when the group drove to the secluded Qin family compound. From afar, they could see lights still burning within the compound. Qin Feng and his two companions parked at the entrance. Stepping out, they saw the Qin household bustling with activity. Qin Feng knew exactly what they were doing without being told. Qin Yunfei knew he was no match for Qin Feng, so he made the same decision as Mo Baisheng, relocate his entire family. But they never imagined Qin Feng would arrive so swiftly. Qin Feng and his companions strode into the courtyard. The busy workers glanced at them but showed little surprise. They continued moving luggage and tending to their tasks, completely ignoring Qin Feng as if he were invisible. Qin Feng had no time to spare. Spotting Qin Lang moving things, he walked straight up and grabbed him by the collar. "Tell me," he demanded, tightening his grip. "Where are Qin Yunfei and Qin Air?" Qin Feng stared at Qin Lang, tightening his grip. But Qin Lang showed not a shred of fear toward Qin Feng. He simply shook his arm free, breaking Qin Feng's grip. "Let go of me. My old man and second master Qin left Jiangbei City ages ago. Who'd be dumb enough to wait around here for you, you idiot?" Qin Lang stared at Qin Feng with a look that seemed to say he was nothing but a joke. "You brat! How dare you speak to Qin Feng like that? How long ago did those two old men leave?" Qin Wenhua, eager to impress Qin Feng, rushed over and scolded Qin Lang. Though Qin Lang was the younger generation, the look he shot Qin Wenhua was filled with utter contempt. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak to me like that? Old Master Qin declared long ago that you're nothing but a traitor. You've been expelled from the Qin family, yet you still think you're someone important?" Qin Lang stared at Qin Wenhua, his words dripping with arrogance. The crowd around them sensed the tension and gathered closer. "Everyone, come see this. Qin Wenhua, that spineless piece of trash, still trying to boss me around? How laughable." Qin Lang kept shouting to draw the crowd's attention. Everyone wore smirks on their faces, mocking Qin Wenhua relentlessly. "Qin Wenhua, you're back? Didn't you go to Chunyang City to be Qin Feng's son? Ha ha ha. Exactly. The head of the Qin family, you went and cowed out to some dead whore? You're a laughingstock, ha ha ha." Everyone chimed in, hurling insults at Qin Wenhua one after another. Hearing their words, Qin Wenhua, despite his advanced age, was so ashamed he couldn't lift his head. The surrounding air was thick with vile insults, each more offensive than the last. Though these words were meant to humiliate Qin Wenhua, every word felt like a slap across Qin Feng's face. He was the one who had suggested going to kowtow to his parents in repentance. Now, Qin Wenhua was the only one who had actually done it, only to become the target of everyone's scorn and ridicule. Qin Feng slowly stepped before the crowd, a murderous grin curling his lips. "All of us? You all think Qin Wenhua is a laughingstock, don't you?" The moment Qin Feng spoke, the crowd erupted into even louder laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Look at you talking. With that pathetic little boy act of his, who else would be laughable if not him? Exactly. An old man groveling like a grandson to a prostitute? Should he call me grandpa next?" The crowd remained oblivious to Qin Feng's mounting fury, still doubled over in unrestrained laughter. Qin Feng's murderous intent surged to its peak amidst the shrill laughter. Bald-headed Wang pulled Qin Wenhua back 2 steps, knowing Qin Feng was about to unleash his fury. Qin Feng's gaze swept across every face. These were the very people Qin Wenhua had let out back then, yet now they had all become sources of mockery toward him. All right. Everyone, get back to moving the luggage. Ignore these 2 little darlings. Brain dead. This is hilarious. After being a whore's daughter, she actually thinks she's someone important now." Qin Lang waved dismissively at the crowd, mimicking Qin Yunfei's tone to mock Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Qin Lang and beckoned him over with a slight wave. "What do you want? What are you going to do? You wanna hit me?" Qin Lang, with the reckless bravado of a newborn calf, strode arrogantly up to Qin Feng. "Qin Lang, do you realize what price you'll pay for what you just said?" Qin Feng looked at Qin Lang, who was barely in his 20s. But now, Qin Lang didn't give Qin Feng the time of day. They were both leaving Jiangbei City soon. They would never see each other again, so he wasn't afraid of Qin Feng seeking revenge later. "So what? You wouldn't dare kill me, would you?" "Qin Feng, I know you've got some martial arts skills, but remember this, the Qin family is not something you can ever take on. We'll be back sooner or later." Qin Lang stared at Qin Feng, his arrogance undiminished, pointing his finger right at Qin Feng's nose as he issued his threat. "You're right. The price you'll pay tonight is your life." Qin Feng clenched his fist, spiritual energy erupting instantly as his punch slammed into Qin Lang's temple. Chapter 142, Not a Single Survivor. Before Qin Lang could even react, Qin Feng's devastating blow struck him. Qin Feng's punch held not a shred of restraint. He unleashed every ounce of spiritual energy coursing through his body. The force sent Qin Lang flying through the air, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. He lay motionless on the ground, chest facing upward. As the others approached, they noticed that though his chest faced upward, his head was tilted so that the back of his skull pointed skyward. His head had been violently twisted several times by Qin Feng's single blow. Even if a god descended, he would not survive. Qin Feng's single punch had taken Qin Lang's life. Terrified, Qin Wenhua scrambled to hide behind the flat-head king. The bald-headed king also recoiled in terror, stumbling back several steps. Those who had been mocking Qin Feng dropped their belongings in terror upon witnessing the fatal blow. "He killed someone. He killed someone." The crowd screamed in panic, turning to flee. But the Qin family compound lay deep within the mountains. No matter how loud their cries, no one would hear them. "I warned you before, those who repent before my parents' graves may spare their lives. But you lot showed no remorse, instead, you hurled insults. Today, you'll all stay here. Xin Feng finished speaking, his form soaring into the air in an instant. His spiritual energy erupted from his body, the pitch-black night sky seeming to drape over him like a cloak. Like an eagle descending from the heavens, Xin Feng swooped toward the panicked crowd scattering across the ground. Every strike was ruthlessly precise, without the slightest hesitation. Each strike landed squarely on vital points, each blow unleashed with every ounce of spiritual energy at his command. How could the mortal bodies of the Qin clan possibly withstand Qin Feng's power? Those who thought they might escape unscathed had no idea. They were merely cannon fodder, used by Qin Yunfei and Qin Air to delay Qin Feng. The night grew deep, and the Qin family compound echoed with chilling screams. The night air felt unseasonably cold, even the faint breeze carrying a hint of bloodlust. Hiding nearby, Qin Wenhua had already wet himself in terror at the scene unfolding before him. All the mockery he had endured from the Qin family moments before vanished from his mind. Qin Wenhua felt nothing but sheer luck at that moment. The wisest thing he'd ever done in his life was probably carrying the spirit banner to kowtow before Qin Feng's parents. The entire Qin family compound was littered with corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, each with eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. Only after all those who had mocked him had ceased to breathe did Qin Feng finally stand up straight again. Surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, he exhaled a faint breath of cold air. The tension that had been bottled up inside him finally began to ease. Go dig a pit outside and bury them all. The entire Qin clan has already left Zhangbei City. From now on, these people will no longer exist in Zhangbei City. Xin Feng gave the order in a flat tone before turning and leaving the Qin family compound. Now that Ping Tu Wang knew Qin Feng was a killing machine, he dared not disobey his orders. Xin Wenhua was too terrified to move, yet despite his advanced age, he quickly grabbed a shovel and began digging a pit on the spot. Only Qin Feng remained seated at the entrance, calmly lighting a cigarette. He had no idea where Qin Yunwei and Qin Air had fled to now. But no matter where those two fled to the ends of the earth, he would personally deliver their severed heads to his parents' graves. At that moment, Ping Tu Wang and Qin Wenhua were sweating buckets as they dug the grave. Surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, Qin Wenhua still couldn't quite process it. Baldy. Little Wang, has Qin Feng always been like this? Qin Wenhua, shovel in hand, looked at Ping Tu Wang. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally managed to utter that awkward nickname. Alright, old man Qin, you're decades older than me. Just call me Little Wang. Wang, the bald guy, found the title utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing Wang's words, Qin Wenhua's expression finally relaxed a little. That young Wang, has Qin Feng always been this kind of person? His methods are simply too formidable. Qin Wenhua cautiously inquired about Qin Feng, wiping sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Now that the Qin family was ruined, only Qin Yunfei and second master Qin had escaped. He feared he'd have no choice but to rely on Qin Feng for sustenance from now on. If Qin Feng truly possessed such a temperament ready to strike and kill at the slightest provocation, then he'd be better off wandering the streets alone. Bald-headed Wang shook his head vigorously at Qin Wenhua's words. No way. My brother Qin isn't some murderous demon. He's got a great personality normally and always jokes around with me. Those people today were truly asking for it. Insulting brother Qin's parents? They deserved every bit of it. Bald-headed Wang dug himself deeper, turning to Qin Wenhua with a sigh. Exactly. Those bastards deserved every bit of it. They had it coming. Qin Wenhua surveyed the corpses littering the ground, finding himself in complete agreement with the bald-headed man's words. After all, this group had just cursed him out mercilessly. He felt not a shred of pity for these young upstarts who had never treated him like a human being. After a busy spell covering all the bodies, the sky had already begun to lighten. The trio finally got back into the car, with Ping Tu Wang still at the wheel, and headed back to the villa. On the way, Qin Feng fell deep in thought. Although the Qin family was relocating en masse, judging by their reactions earlier, there seemed to be no panic whatsoever. The entire retreat had been orderly and methodical, as if meticulously planned in advance. Moreover, recalling how badly he had beaten Qin Yunfei back then, yet Qin Yunfei still seemed so confident, left Qin Feng feeling puzzled. Qin Wenhua, do you know where Qin Yunfei has fled to? Does your Qin family still have any remaining influence elsewhere? Qin Feng, seated in the passenger seat, directed his inquiry toward Qin Wenhua in the back seat. Qin Wenhua, who had been so exhausted he was nearly asleep, sat up straight at the sound of Qin Feng's question. Where those two fled to, I honestly have no idea. But whether the Qin family has influence elsewhere I'm not entirely sure, though I seem to recall hearing something about it from Qin Yunfei. Qin Wenhua frowned, racking his brain for information. Qin Feng perked up at this. He had also picked up some hints from Luo Xin. Back then, Luo Xin had mentioned that the Qin family was an outsider clan. After arriving in Zhangbei City, they showed no interest whatsoever in the so-called title of the number one in Zhangbei City. To avoid drawing such attention, they'd even propped up the Mo family, content to operate in the shadows themselves. By ordinary logic, a family as formidable as theirs could have easily dominated Zhangbei City outright. Yet despite their formidable strength, the Qin family had instead chosen to operate covertly in Jiangbei City, becoming a hidden clan, as if evading something. Continue. Any clues, any hints, tell me everything you know. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Qin Wenhua and commanded. Qin Wenhua had now severed all ties with the Qin family. Even if he encountered Qin Yunfei or Qin Er in the future, it would be a matter of life and death. Qin Feng was now his only lifeline. Whatever he knew, he dared not withhold a single detail from Qin Feng. You should already know that my Qin family isn't originally from Jiangbei City. We came here from elsewhere. I often heard Qin Yunfei mutter about how he dreamed every day of returning to the Qin family. This puzzled me, but no matter how many times I asked, he never seemed willing to tell me. After Qin Wenhua finished speaking, a sudden realization dawned on Qin Feng. I see. The Qin family in Jiangbei City is likely just a branch of some colossal entity. Chapter 143, Family Mobilization. This can't be true. I've been with the Qin family for years. If something this significant happened, how could I not know about it? Qin Wenhua looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Though he was merely the nominal head of the Qin family, he still held some standing. How could he not know whether his own clan was merely a branch of another? Besides, he was an old man who had spent decades in the Qin family. If such a thing truly existed, it would be impossible to conceal it from him, even if they tried. What walls could be so airtight that not a single hint had surfaced in all these years? Upon hearing Qin Wenhua's words, Qin Feng immediately understood. What was Qin Wenhua, really? He might be the nominal head of the Qin family, but in terms of actual power, he wouldn't even qualify for an elder's seat. Given his standing and abilities, he was utterly unqualified to know any of the Qin family's secrets. But Qin Feng kept these thoughts to himself, never voicing them aloud. After all, Qin Wenhua was an old man, and he had now aligned himself with Qin Feng's faction. There was no need to utter words that would wound his pride. Then which city did you relocate from? You should know that, right? Qin Feng turned to confront Qin Wenhua with his next question. Qin Wenhua was now visibly tense, adopting the posture of someone under interrogation. Of course I know. I lived there for decades, after all. That city isn't in our province. It's in Jinhai province, near the capital. We moved here from Shaohai City, the second largest city in Jinhai province. Qin Wenhua answered Qin Feng's question honestly. Despite his age, he nervously rubbed his palms together, as if he thought he'd committed some mistake. The moment Flathead Wang heard Xiahai City, his face lit up. Well, who'd have thought, old man? Your Qin family hails from Xiahai City? That place is no ordinary spot. Bald-headed Wang chuckled in admiration, while Qin Feng frowned slightly. Though he possessed formidable abilities now, before being transported to the cultivation world, he had been nothing more than an ordinary son-in-law. Forget Xiahai City, he'd never even left a small place like Chunyang City. What? You've been there, Mr. Flat Top? Qin Feng looked at the bald-headed man, his interest piqued. Are you kidding me, brother Qin? How could a poor guy like me possibly afford to go there? I just heard from a friend that every inch of land there is worth its weight in gold. Even the cheapest hotel room costs 700 or 800. If I went there, I wouldn't even have enough to eat. Ping Tu Wang gripped the steering wheel, his tone half joking. Qin Wenhua smiled faintly at Ping Tu Wang's teasing. It's not that exaggerated, not that exaggerated. It's just that Xiahai City is indeed prosperous. It is one of our nation's 4 major cities, after all. That place is absolutely incomparable to Jiangbei City. Besides, back in Xiahai City, we were just a small, ordinary company. Qin Wenhua corrected Ping Tu Wang's exaggeration. Yet from his words, Qin Feng could sense that this Xiahai City was no ordinary place. But right now, he couldn't be bothered with city districts. If Qin Yunfei and Qin Er really had fled back to Xiahai City, then Qin Feng wouldn't care what kind of place it was, he'd go there to claim their lives. But I don't think those two will return. Think about it, when our entire family moved to Jiangbei City, it was clearly because they encountered some unsolvable trouble in Xiahai City that drove them here. And since we haven't been acting too brazenly here in Jiangbei City, I suspect it's because they're afraid of being discovered. They wouldn't be so foolish as to return to the lion's den, would they? Qin Wenhua, being older and more experienced, sat in the back seat offering his analysis. His reasoning made sense to Qin Feng, who nodded in agreement. By the time the three finished speaking, the car had pulled up to the entrance. Dawn had broken, and the villa's occupants were already up, preparing breakfast. The three entered just in time for the meal. Where have you been? Why did you stay out all night and only come back now? Mu Qing asked in puzzlement when she saw Qin Feng enter. When the others caught sight of Qin Wenhua standing behind the two, they all froze in surprise. Isn't this the head of the Qin family? What brings you to our home? Mu Qing looked at Qin Wenhua and nodded respectfully. But her words made Qin Wenhua's face flush crimson. Please don't call me that. The Qin family has already moved away from Jiangbei City, leaving this old man behind. I'm now begging for scraps with Qin Feng. Those who give me face can just call me old Qin. Qin Wenhua had shed all pretense of importance, flashing a smile at the group. Hearing his words, the others froze, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly clueless about the situation. Alright. It's exactly as old Master Qin Wenhua said. Starting today, he'll be staying to help us. Xin Feng offered a brief introduction and said no more. Bald-headed Wang couldn't be bothered with explanations either, charging straight to the table and digging in with gusto. As the others sat eating, the atmosphere grew awkward. After all, they had previously been on the opposing side to the Qin family. Now that the Qin family had come over to their side, it felt genuinely unsettling. Especially Qin Shan, who kept her head down, eating silently without uttering a word. By the way, has anyone here been to Shanghai City? Does anyone know anything about that place? Xin Feng spoke up, breaking the silence at the table. I've been to Shanghai City. I even have a close friend working there. Why? Mu Qing asked curiously upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Xin Feng was taken aback. He'd been asking around, but never expected the person who could truly explain it to be right beside him. Lately, I've been thinking about taking a trip to Shanghai City. I'm curious to learn more about it. Xin Feng made up a casual excuse to brush off the question. To his surprise, the moment the words left his mouth, Mu Qing's expression lit up with excitement. Great! Now that the company is running smoothly, it's the perfect time for our family to take a trip and relax. It'll be a chance for Xiaonan to see the world, and I haven't seen that close friend of mine in ages. Mu Qing served food onto Qin Feng's plate as she casually finalized the plans. Brother Qin, are you guys heading to Shanghai City for another big project? You've gotta bring me along. Lin Liang, overhearing their conversation, quickly chimed in with a smile. Then, I want to go too. I don't want to stay home alone. Xin Shan cautiously raised her hand to voice her thoughts. Truthfully, she didn't want to stay behind alone with Qin Wenhua. Hey! If you're really going, you've gotta take me along. I've lived there for decades, I'm the Xiahai expert. Seeing the others prepare to leave, Qin Wenhua eagerly volunteered himself. He certainly didn't want to be left alone. If anyone sought revenge, he'd be completely helpless. Xin Feng stared blankly at the group, his mind momentarily frozen. He planned to take Ping Tu Wang to Shanghai City to scout things out, but now it seemed like the whole family was mobilizing. Chapter 144, The Three Idiots. Well, about this matter, Xin Feng looked at the faces before him, feeling stumped. Wouldn't it be better if we all went together? You and Ping Tu Wang aren't hiding something from me, are you? Mu Qing, sharp-witted and familiar with Xin Feng, immediately sensed something was off. Sis, I swear I don't know anything. Me and Brother Qin have nothing going on, we're just going to Shanghai City to have some fun, that's all. Bald-head Wang waved his hands frantically at Mu Qing. Exactly. What could we possibly be hiding from you? The only reason we didn't want you to go was because we feared leaving Jiangbei City without you would leave our company leaderless. If so many people leave together, won't the company be left without anyone? Xin Feng turned to Mu Qing and explained, his words ringing with heartfelt sincerity. Even those around them nodded in agreement. But Mu Qing knew Xin Feng too well. The more he tried to justify keeping her back, the more suspicious it seemed. Don't worry. The company will be managed. Nothing will go wrong. We're just going for a trip to visit my best friend. You and Wang Ping can focus on your work. I won't pry. Mu Qing explained as she served food onto Xiaonan's plate. With her words laid out so plainly, Xin Feng couldn't possibly refuse any longer. If he kept making excuses, not only would he not be able to bring these people along, Mu Qing might not even let him go at all. Fine then, but we need to set some ground rules. When Ping Tu Wang and I are handling business, you guys stay out of it. Just enjoy the trip and mind your own business. Xin Feng tentatively agreed to their proposal, but kept repeating his instructions. Hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Xiaonan was so thrilled she hopped onto a stool, waving her spoon and shouting excitedly. Yay! I get to go on vacation with Mom and Dad. Xiaonan is so happy. Xiaonan bounced up and down on the chair. Mu Qing quickly reached out and pulled her down, afraid her daughter might fall. Alright. Since we're all going together, I'll book the tickets right now and handle the hotel arrangements. I know Shanghai City quite well. Upon hearing Qin Feng and the others finalize their decision, Qin Wenhua pulled out his phone and got to work. His delighted expression wasn't feigned. After all, it was his hometown where he'd lived for decades. Now that he could return, he was naturally overjoyed. And as one grows older, the desire to return to one's roots only intensifies. After breakfast, everyone began packing their luggage. Lin Liang, Qin Shan, and Mu Qing mother and daughter all started packing their bags in bundles. Only Ping Tu Wang and Qin Feng shared the same idea. Brother Qin, I hear the city of Shanghai is way more impressive than Jiangbei City. Let's get to know it well over there, maybe we can even open a pharmacy there. Lin Liang packed his belongings while scheming about expanding into Shanghai City's business scene. Qin Feng and Ping Tu Wang showed zero interest in his grand vision. Their minds were solely occupied with matters concerning Qin Yunfei and Qin Air. Judging by Qin Wenhua's account, Qin Yunfei likely had even more powerful forces backing him. Xin Feng wasn't the type to sit idly by waiting for trouble to come knocking. By moving to Shanghai City first, he'd have the advantage of operating in the shadows while the enemy was out in the open. He could investigate freely, strike when he wanted, and retreat whenever necessary. But if he waited until Qin Yunfei had made contact with them and returned to Zhengbei City with reinforcements, then the enemy would be in the open while he was in the dark and he would completely lose the initiative. The group packed their belongings and booked evening flights. As dusk fell, Qin Feng and his companions lugged their bags and suitcases, resembling a tour group. Just as they reached the doorway, a commotion erupted outside. "Xiao Wang, what's all the commotion outside?" Qin Feng called out toward the door in confusion. Mu Qing also heard the commotion. The couple walked outside curiously, wondering who was causing trouble. "Brother Qin, some people are here claiming to be your relatives." Wang, the man with the crew cut, stepped aside, revealing a family of 3. The 3 arrivals were none other than Mu Shan, Wang Li, and Mu Yuxia. Seeing these 3 again, Qin Feng's expression darkened abruptly, and Mu Qing's face also turned slightly awkward. When were you discharged from the hospital?" Mu Qing asked politely, her tone natural. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, Mu Shan quickly forced a smile. "My daughter cares about me. The 3 of us were mostly healed, so we left the hospital early. We came over ourselves to avoid troubling you. All these bags and packages, are you preparing to go out?" Mu Shan eyed their luggage, feigning ignorance. "Don't you have eyes? Can't you tell what we're doing? Move aside. Don't block the way." Qin Feng gave the 3 of them nothing but cold stares as he lugged the luggage toward the car. Mu Yuxia, standing nearby, flared up instantly at the remark. "What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? Think you're all that just because you made a fortune in Zhengbei City? That company belongs to my sister, Mu Qing. What the hell business is it of yours? You freeloader, and now you've got the nerve to get angry?" Even after lying in the hospital for so long, Mu Yuxia remained as stubborn as ever. "Shut your mouth. My man doesn't need your lectures. Get lost." Mu Qing grabbed a bag of luggage, shoved past Mu Yuxia, and coldly began loading it into the car. "Dad, look at her. She..." "Shut up for a second. Don't you know what's going on right now?" Wang Li quickly pulled Mu Yuxia aside, shooting him warning glances. Mu Qing wasn't stupid. Ever since that incident last time, she had long since lost all affection for those people. She knew exactly why these 3 had rushed over from Qinyang City in such a panic. "Mu Qing, where are you all headed? Let me help you with your luggage." Mu Shan trailed behind Mu Qing, constantly fawning over her. "Enough. Could you please stop clinging to me? I've built my company in Qinyang City into a success. It's practically #1 here now. I'm giving it back to you, so please stop interfering in my life." Mu Qing, growing weary of his persistence, muttered this exasperatedly at Mu Shan. Qin Feng had purged all outsider forces from Qinyang City, and Lin Liang had abandoned that small city. The company Mu Qing had previously managed was now considered the leading enterprise in Qinyang City. Now she was willing to hand it back to Mu Shan just to buy some peace and quiet. Mu Qing, you've misunderstood. Dad already gave you that company. How could we possibly take it back? We came here just hoping to live a few peaceful days." Mu Shan watched as Mu Qing waved her hands repeatedly, her words sounding utterly polished. Qin Feng, listening nearby, found it laughable. This Mu Shan wasn't being kind at all. He saw that Mu Qing had established herself in Zhengbei City, and he no longer cared about that small company in Qinyang City. What this old fox had his sights set on now was the big pie Mu Qing had carved out in Zhengbei City. "Mr. Mu, you think Qinyang City is too outdated now, don't you? Wanting a slice of the pie in Zhengbei City?" Qin Feng stood before him, sparing no courtesy. Mushan didn't refute Qin Feng's words. Instead, he smiled. "Now you're talking like we're strangers. We're family, aren't we? What's this talk of getting a slice? That sounds too formal." Mu Shan launched into his smooth talk once more. Qin Feng's expression hardened, his voice icy. "You 3 get back to wherever you came from. Stop daydreaming. Otherwise, even Qinyang City won't have a place for 3 fools like you." Chapter 145, Heading to Shanghai. Mu Shan and his 2 companions had been grinning and joking moments before, but Qin Feng's sharp rebuke left them all stunned. They hadn't expected Qin Feng to speak so harshly. Qin Feng, observing their stunned expressions, felt nothing but disgust. They'd brazenly come to Zhengbei City for this very purpose. Now that he'd exposed their scheme with a single remark, they still acted as if they knew nothing. Utterly repulsive. "Qin Feng, how could you speak like that? We're all family here. What's ours is yours, and what's yours is ours." Mu Shan had thrown all caution to the wind, sacrificing his dignity to gain entry into Zhengbei City's vast commercial circle. "Poof. Only now you remember we're family? And what's ours is yours. Besides a body covered in injuries and a thick skin, what else do the 3 of you have now?" Qin Feng's anger flared as he stared at the trio. Meanwhile, Mu Qing remained silent, simply locking the door. "Let's go. We're going to miss our flight." Mu Qing was so sharp, how could she not know what these 3 were thinking? Holding Xiao Nan in her arms, she pulled Qin Feng into the car. Seeing Qin Feng already seated, the others around them dared not linger. They hurriedly climbed into their own car and sped away, leaving no trace behind. The three from the Mu family stood frozen in place, watching the receding vehicles. The doctor had originally advised the three of them to recuperate in the hospital for a full month before discharge. But the three money grubbers, upon hearing that Mu Qing and Qin Feng had struck it rich in a major city like Jiangbei, couldn't contain their excitement. They rushed to discharge themselves early and hurried to Jiangbei City. Little did they expect that upon arriving here, not only did they fail to reap any benefits, but they also ended up with egg on their faces. Dad, that Qin Feng really doesn't know how to take a compliment. After all, we're his relatives. Are we really going to slink back to that little place in Shenyang City now? Mu Yuxia stamped her foot in frustration, her face twisted with displeasure. Meanwhile, Mu Shan's expression had darkened to the extreme, his eyes flashing with a hint of cunning. Even though they've left, Mu Qing and Qin Feng's reputations are formidable in Jiangbei City. Now that the three of us are here, there's no turning back. Just follow my lead. Mu Shan murmured indifferently, his mind seemingly already made up. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's group was speeding toward the airport. Xiaonan, sitting in the car, was bursting with excitement. Daddy, are we going on a trip by plane? Can planes fly really, really high? Xiaonan stood on her seat, holding a model airplane, gesturing as she spoke, enlivening the atmosphere inside the car. Of course. Planes fly above the clouds. Qin Feng stroked his daughter's head, murmuring with a smile. Then Daddy, are there gods above the clouds? Can we see them when we fly? Xiaonan leaned against the window, gazing up at the sky with eyes full of anticipation. Her words made everyone in the car burst into laughter. Upon their arrival, the airport bustled with people coming and going, creating a particularly busy atmosphere. Qin Feng stood awkwardly before the automated ticket kiosk, ID card in hand. Forget Xiaonan, he'd never flown before and had no clue how to get a ticket. As he hesitated, a guy wearing sunglasses and a gold chain approached, puckering his lips at Qin Feng. What kind of country bumpkin are you? Don't even know how to get a ticket? Get the hell out of the way and stop holding me up, you bumpkin. The sunglasses guy shoved Qin Feng aside and arrogantly scanned his ID to retrieve the ticket. Mu Qing, who had been watching from the side, quickly stepped in, took Qin Feng's ID card, and helped him retrieve his ticket. The sunglasses guy caught sight of Mu Qing's beauty and puckered his lips again. You poor schmuck, and you managed to snag such a gorgeous wife? What a waste, like giving a pig a feast. The sunglasses guy muttered again. Not wanting Qin Feng to cause trouble, Mu Qing pulled him along with the tickets into the departure lounge. The weather was fine today, and the flight wasn't delayed. Within just half an hour, they boarded the plane. After all, with such short notice, business and first class were long gone. Lin Liang was thoroughly dissatisfied with being stuck in economy class. Qin Feng followed behind and found his seat, sitting right next to Mu Qing. Mu Qing sat in the innermost seat, but the spot that should have been his was now occupied by another person. It was that arrogant man in sunglasses from earlier. Qin Feng glanced down at his ticket, his eyes flashing with displeasure. This is my seat. You're sitting in the wrong place, Qin Feng muttered to the sunglasses man, suppressing his anger. But the sunglasses man paid no attention to Qin Feng's words, chewing his gum instead. I know I'm in the wrong seat, but I want to sit next to this beauty. Let's swap seats. The sunglasses guy clearly saw Qin Feng as a cheap, pathetic loser, handing him his ticket. Qin Feng's pent-up rage surged to the surface. I'll give you to the count of 3 to get the hell out of my seat. Qin Feng barked the warning, but the sunglasses guy was so furious he yanked off his shades. Who the hell do you think you are? If I hadn't failed to snag a ticket, would I be stuck in economy class with a bumpkin like you? I'll throw in $200, just get the hell out of here. The sunglasses guy flung his ticket and the 200 yuan at Qin Feng. Qin Feng grabbed him by the collar and flung him aside like a rag doll. Before the sunglasses guy could react, his body flew through the air, slamming into the seat with a thud that made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Thank God these seats are padded, otherwise that blow would have left him crippled for life. You bastard. You dare touch me, I'll kill you. The sunglasses guy clearly hadn't taken such a beating before and immediately went after Qin Feng. Flight attendants nearby heard the commotion and rushed over. Sir, please return to your seat immediately. The aircraft is about to take off. The attendant addressed the sunglasses man politely. Spotting the air marshal following behind the attendant, the sunglasses guy finally retracted his fist, but shot Qin Feng a vicious glare instead. You wait, you bumpkin. Once we're off this plane, I'll make sure you die in Shanghai City. The sunglasses-wearing man, his face twisted with rage, spat out the threat before slumping back into his seat. Qin Feng merely smiled at the scene, not taking him seriously at all. With his background, he had Ping Tu Wang, a hothead, by his side, and Lin Liang, a fearless troublemaker. If this sunglasses guy dared to pick a fight with him, the consequences would be far beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 146, The Four Young Masters of Shanghai. Mu Qing looked at Qin Feng, momentarily unsure how to speak. After all, it was obvious the sunglasses guy had started the trouble. If she kept insisting on blaming Qin Feng, he would step in, and she wouldn't stop him. Shan'an pressed her face against the tiny airplane window, gazing curiously at the clouds outside and letting out constant gasps of wonder. Although Jiangbei City was some distance from Shanghai City, the flight took only a little over 2 hours. As soon as the plane touched down, the group filed off the aircraft and exited the terminal. It was now the dead of night, yet the airport exterior bustled with activity. Under the streetlights, the traffic flowed like a river, as bright as day. Wow, this Shanghai City is something else. Just the airport alone is far more bustling than Jiangbeicheng. Bald Wang couldn't help but marvel at the scene around him. Following behind, Qin Wenhua couldn't help but laugh at their amazed expressions. Guys, this is just the airport of Shanghai City, one of the most remote parts of the city. Just wait until we get into the city proper. That's when you'll really see what bustling means. Qin Wenhua chuckled as he muttered this, and the group hurried to the roadside to hail a taxi. No sooner had Qin Feng raised his hand than 5 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs pulled up, lining up neatly along the curb. Staring at the scene before them, the group froze, utterly bewildered. After a moment of bewilderment, they all turned to look at Qin Wenhua. After all, among everyone present, only Qin Wenhua had connections in Shanghai City. Could it be that this guy had lured them here? The thought sent a sudden chill through Qin Feng's heart. Qin Wenhua was cunning in his old age. With just that one look from Qin Feng, he instantly understood the implication and hastily waved his hands repeatedly. No. I have absolutely no idea what's going on here. Knowing Qin Feng's formidable nature, Qin Wenhua pounded his chest, swearing and vowing to prove his innocence. Just as they spoke, a burst of laughter erupted from behind them. Turning around, they saw none other than the man in sunglasses who had been dealt with by Qin Feng on the plane earlier. You country bumpkin, you really think this young master was joking with you? I told you, today you're dying in Shanghai City. The sunglasses man bellowed as 5 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles pulled up, disgorging a group of thugs all dressed uniformly in black suits. Though he claimed to be seeking revenge, his eyes never left Mu Qing's body. When his gaze fell upon Qin Shan standing on the other side, his eyes lit up even brighter. Damn it! A country bumpkin who can't even claim his own plane ticket, and he's got these 2 beauties by his side. All of you, attack him together. Beat that kid into a cripple, then tie up these 2 women and throw them in the car. The sunglasses guy stood aside, gesturing orders as if everything was under his control and the outcome already decided. What the hell kind of mad dog is barking here? Do you know who he is? You're asking for death. Bald-headed Wang glared at the sunglasses guy's arrogant demeanor, rolling up his sleeves in a clear fighting stance. He knew full well how formidable Qin Feng's combat prowess was. Remember the Qin family massacre? Qin Feng acted alone, slaughtering dozens without sparing a single soul. Such ruthless tactics and formidable strength made Qin Feng a god in the bald-headed king's eyes. Now this sunglasses guy dared to insult him and even try to snatch his sister-in-law and Qin Shan away? This situation made Flathead Wang's blood boil. But when he voiced his anger, the sunglasses man proved even more furious than Ping Tu Wang, so enraged he even removed his sunglasses. You're playing games with me? You want me to tell you who he is? Do you even know who I am? The sunglasses man roared at the crowd. Qin Feng and the others, however, looked at the sunglasses guy as if he were a little kid, making the situation incredibly awkward. A faint look of disdain appeared on their faces. They had just stepped off the plane, how could they possibly know what kind of person the sunglasses guy was? Besides, in front of them, his so-called status meant absolutely nothing. These guys weren't the type to shy away from trouble. Lin Liang, following Qin Feng, had dared to crash Black Road boss Li Xianbing's operation right in Shenyang City. As for the bald-headed king, following Qin Feng to Jiangbei City, he didn't give even the major clans the slightest bit of face. Now in Shanghai City, just like when they moved from Shenyang to Jiangbei, they felt not a shred of fear toward any so-called powerful families. Enough. Stop pretending. We couldn't care less about your status. Get lost if you don't want to end up crippled. Qin Feng waved dismissively at the sunglasses guy, unwilling to waste another second on him. But the group's contempt for the sunglasses guy only infuriated him further. Damn it! You want me crippled? I'll tell you who I am. I'm one of the 4 young masters of Xiahai Long Sanping of the Long family. Long Sanping flung his sunglasses to the ground and declared his name with arrogant bravado. Hearing this grandiose self-introduction, the others remained expressionless. Newcomers to the area, they'd never heard of him. But Qin Wenhua leaned close to Qin Feng. This kid probably has some serious connections. The Long family actually holds some sway in Shanghai City. He's not someone you can mess with lightly. After all, Qin Wenhua had spent many years in Shanghai City and had heard rumors about certain factions. Long Sanping, stung by their lack of recognition, seething with pent-up anger he couldn't vent. He introduced himself while keeping his ears open for any movement from Qin Feng's side. When he heard Qin Wenhua actually knew his name, a satisfied smirk finally curled the corners of his mouth. Now you know how formidable I am? Too late for that. You bastards dared mess with Xiahai's 4th young master. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, you'd still have to leave your lives behind. Charge! Long Sanping lit a cigarette and waved his massive hand. The men who had gotten out of the G-Wagon were all rubbing their hands together, grinning maliciously as they closed in on Qin Feng and his group. Surrounded by the mob, Qin Feng merely glanced at the bald-headed leader. The man returned the look with a knowing smile. They had come to Shanghai City intending only to investigate the Qin family's affairs. Traveling with family in tow, Qin Feng had resolved to endure whatever came his way and avoid trouble. But the moment they stepped off the plane, these suicidal fools came crawling up. Qin Feng had no choice. Alright, go teach them a lesson. Don't make this too big of a scene. Qin Feng shot a look at the bald-headed king. The bald-headed king, who had been itching for a fight, nodded. Facing over a dozen men in black, he didn't hesitate. He didn't retreat, but instead charged straight at them. This charge caught the dozen or so thugs off guard. After all, there were over a dozen of them. Was this guy a madman or just a little daredevil? Charging straight at them? Kid, remember my name. I'm the bald-headed king of Chunyang City. Bald-head king bellowed, smashing a fist into the thug's face and sending him flying backward. Chapter 147, Mu Qing's best friend. When he struck, it was with devastating force. That single punch sent the thug flying over 5 meters, spinning wildly through the air. Even Long Sanping, who was lighting his cigarette, was stunned by the scene before him. To send someone flying 5 meters required immense strength. And he had seen with his own eyes how respectful the bald-headed king had been toward this country bumpkin, clearly his subordinate. If even his underlings were this formidable, just how capable must Qin Feng himself be? At this thought, Long Sanping realized he'd been too hasty today. These men probably wouldn't gain any advantage at all. Quick! 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 Get up there and hold them off! Long Sanping shouted at the group of thugs, then turned and ran. The thugs could clearly see the terror in the man with the crew cut before them. They knew full well that even combined, they stood no chance against the flat-top king. But their boss, Long Sanping, had given the order. They were paid to do this job. Even knowing danger lay ahead, they had no choice. Gritting their teeth and steeled with resolve, they charged headlong toward Ping Tu Wang. Good, very good. Still got the guts to charge at me at a time like this. But don't expect me to show mercy just because you're brave. Watching them charge toward him, the bald king's face lit up with excitement. He swung his fists and charged straight at them. With just a few punches and kicks, these thugs were no match for the flathead king. They all fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Though a few with better physical conditioning still had the strength to stand, they now lay on the ground clutching their stomachs. Who couldn't see how formidable this man was? Even if they managed to get back up, they'd only be beaten senseless again by the bald-headed king. Meanwhile, Long Sanping had already scrambled into a large G-class SUV, his foot on the gas pedal ready to flee. Stop him! Qin Feng shouted, pointing at the vehicle. Bald-headed Wang reacted with lightning speed, lunging forward to grab the G-Wagon's rear bumper. But the vehicle's power was immense. Muscles bulging, the bald-headed king lifted the car off the ground, its rear wheels spinning in the air. Brother Qin, hurry up! This thing's four-wheel drive just lifting the back is killing me. Beardy's forehead now glistened with sweat as he pleaded for help from Qin Feng. The thugs lying on the ground were all stunned. This wasn't human, for crying out loud. Knowing Ping Tu Wang's strength, Qin Feng opened the door and yanked Long Sanping out in one swift motion. Only then did Ping Tu Wang release his grip, wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew, just arrived in Shanghai City and already got a good workout. Looks like we'll have some fun ahead. Bald-head Wang grinned as he surveyed the thugs on the ground. The stunned thugs, catching his gaze, quickly turned their heads away and resumed wailing in feigned agony. Qin Feng grabbed Long Sanping by the collar and tossed him onto the ground. Kid, weren't you acting all cocky just now? What about being the 4 young masters of Shanghai? So tough, huh? Why not keep acting cocky? Lin Liang saw Long Sanping lying on the ground, his face ashen, and quickly moved closer to taunt him. Sitting on the ground, Long Sanping stammered, unable to speak for a moment. You, what are you? Playing the big shot in front of me, Lin Liang? What the hell do you think you are? Lin Liang continued his taunts while repeatedly slapping Long Sanping's head. You can't do this. My family has connections in Shanghai City. You'll be in big trouble. Long Sanping stared at Qin Feng and the others before him, his mouth still babbling. But he knew deep down that these outsiders probably didn't even know what the Long family was. Today, he had fallen completely into the hands of these outsiders. Enough. Drag him over here. I need to ask him a few questions. Qin Feng watched Lin Liang, who had been beaten for quite some time, and barked the order. Lin Liang, staring at Long Sanping, whose face was now swollen like a pig's head, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him before Qin Feng. From now on, I ask, you answer. Answer honestly, and I'll let you go. I'll make sure you're unharmed. Qin Feng crouched down, his gaze fixed on Long Sanping. All right, ask away. Whatever I know, I'll tell you everything, I swear. Long Sanping stared at Qin Feng, his head bobbing up and down like a chick pecking at grain. Lin Liang was a brutal bastard. He'd been crouched there, slapping him at least 100 times. That had completely crushed Long Sanping's arrogance. His only thought now was to get the hell out of this trouble spot. Tell me, do you know of a Qin family in Xiahai City? Qin Feng cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. After all, they had just arrived in Xiahai City and knew nothing about the place. Qin Wenhua, aside from recognizing a few landmarks, was clueless about everything else. The Qin family? I don't know any Qin family. Never heard of them. Long Sanping answered Qin Feng swiftly, without a moment's hesitation. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Then do you know the Long family? Qin Feng asked quickly. The Long family? I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't. Long Sanping blurted out again, not even pausing to think. Only halfway through his sentence did he realize he'd fallen into Qin Feng's trap. He knew Qin Feng and his group were outsiders who knew nothing about this place. By claiming ignorance, he could guarantee they'd ignore him. Little did he expect that this clever little scheme would land him squarely in Qin Feng's trap. Well. So young Master Long has forgotten his own family? Lin Liang, help him jog his memory. Qin Feng looked down at Long Sanping kneeling at his feet and called out to Lin Liang. Lin Liang, who loved nothing more than showing off, immediately grinned from ear to ear at this opportunity, rolling up his sleeves with a laugh. The moment Long Sanping saw Lin Liang approaching again, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Xiahai City has the Qin family. They're one of the 5 great families located southwest of the Oriental Ming Tower. Don't worry, it's the Qin Luo building. I've told you everything. I beg you, please spare me. Long Sanping knelt on the ground, head bowed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Qin Feng knew Long Sanping was finally telling the truth and gave him a knowing look. Seeing Lin Liang retreat, Long Sanping scrambled to his feet, leaped into the car, and sped away. Having obtained the information they sought, the others made no attempt to pursue this insignificant figure. Mooching. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for ages. Just as they finished dealing with Long Sanping, a woman's voice suddenly rang out behind them. They all turned around in unison to see a woman in a black dress, clutching a Louis Vuitton bag. She was decked out in expensive luxury goods, and a red sports car was parked by the roadside. Xiao Ye. It's been so many years you've changed so much. Mooching stared wide-eyed at her childhood friend, her heart pounding with shock. Chapter 148, Oddities. Mooching rushed forward and embraced the woman, her excitement palpable as she greeted her affectionately. This was her best friend, Hu Xiaoya. Staring at the woman before them, radiating elegance and luxury, Lin Liang and Wang the bald-headed were both transfixed. All right. Come with me now. I've already arranged accommodations for you both. Hu Xiaoya nodded at the group, a faint smile playing on her lips. With that, she pulled Mu Qing into her sports car. Bald-headed Wang didn't hesitate either, climbing straight into the G-Class SUV parked by the roadside as if it were his own personal ride, his movements utterly natural. All right. They're gone. What are you still staring at? You're not crazy, are you? Qin Feng watched Lin Liang, still standing there with a dazed, silly grin on his face, and gave him a sharp smack on the head without hesitation. Lin Liang snapped back to reality and hurriedly caught up with Qin Feng, grinning. Brother Qin. Hurry up and ask your wife to find out if her best friend has a boyfriend or is married. I wouldn't even mind if she's divorced. She's just so gorgeous. Qin Gu, pay attention to me. Lin Liang was beside himself with excitement in the car, incessantly nagging Qin Feng until the latter was genuinely speechless. TSK, looks like our boss Liang's heart's been stirred by springtime too. Wang, the guy with the crew cut, watched the scene and teased Lin Liang in the back seat. What do you know? She's the real deal, rich, beautiful, and white. If I could marry her, I'd have no regrets for the rest of my life. Lin Liang couldn't care less about the bald-headed guy's teasing, his mind completely consumed by Hu Xiaoya's alluring figure. Enough. Your chatter's making my ears bleed. Even if I get your sister-in-law to set you up, we'll have to wait until we get there, right? Look at you, so impatient. Qin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lin Liang, hearing Qin Feng agree, beamed with delight, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Following Hu Xiaoya's sports car, they soon drove into a residential complex and stopped in front of a villa. Everyone got out of the car, each carrying large and small bags of luggage. Old man Qin Wenchua's eyebrows twitched slightly. Qin Feng, just what is the status of your wife's best friend? To own a villa like this in Xiahai City, she must be quite powerful. Qin Wenchua knew full well how expensive real estate was in Xiahai City. For such a young woman to possess this kind of financial foundation was truly remarkable. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Qin Feng couldn't answer his grandfather's question, since he wasn't familiar with Mu Qing's friend. The group entered the villa to find Hu Xiaoya already seated at the table with Mu Qing, coffee cups in hand. Lin Liang followed Qin Feng over to sit at the table, while the rest of the group gathered their luggage and headed to their rooms to unpack. By the way, Mu Qing, how many days are you planning to stay in Xiahai City for your trip? Hu Xiaoya looked around at the group and asked the question first. Oh, we haven't decided yet, but we're planning to stay for a while. Why, is it inconvenient for you? Mu Qing, unsure why Hu Xiaoya asked, politely inquired. No. It's not inconvenient at all. We haven't seen each other in so many years, of course I want you to stay longer. Hu Xiaoya quickly waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that Mu Qing had misunderstood her meaning. Xiaoya, we've only been apart for a few days. You're doing so well now, did you find yourself a Prince Charming? Mu Qing looked at Hu Xiaoya and cracked a joke between close friends. She also used the joke to probe Xiaoya's intentions. Upon hearing the question, Lin Liang's eyes widened in surprise. No. I'm still single. I've just been running a small business these past few years and made a little money, nothing compared to you, big boss. Hu Xiaoya smiled warmly at Mu Qing as she spoke slowly. Hearing her words, Mu Qing was utterly stunned. Xiaoya, you've become so accomplished these past years. You're truly a powerhouse. Amazing. Mu Qing felt nothing but admiration for Hu Xiaoya. She herself had struggled to make it in Shenyang City, needing Qin Feng's help along the way. But she never imagined her childhood friend had carved out such a successful career in Shanghai City. After chatting for a while longer, Mu Qing and the others hurried back to their rooms to rest. After all, it was already late, and dawn would break soon. Even if they tried to rest, it wouldn't be for long. As Qin Feng and his wife lay in bed, Mu Qing furrowed her brow slightly. Qin Feng, do you feel like Xiaoya seems a bit off? I think she's hiding something from me. Mu Qing couldn't fall asleep, her mind replaying the conversation she'd just had with Hu Xiaoya. Qin Feng nodded in agreement upon hearing Mu Qing's words. Though tonight's conversation had been casual, Hu Xiaoya's demeanor hadn't felt like a typical reunion at all. She had asked Mu Qing and the others 3 times tonight how many days they planned to stay. She seemed genuinely concerned, which was far from a normal reaction. Forget it, don't overthink it. Just go to sleep. You've been tired all day. Qin Feng gently wrapped his arm around Mu Qing, offering soft reassurance. The two drifted off to sleep, but the lingering doubt still weighed heavily on Mu Qing's mind. The next morning, when they came downstairs, they immediately spotted Lin Liang preparing breakfast alongside Hu Xiaoya. This left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Who would have believed that Lin Liang could actually cook? Brother Qin, looks like Lin Liang is seriously into this girl. Getting up this early to cook breakfast? He doesn't seem tired at all. Bald Wang yawned widely, staring at Lin Liang in surprise. Mu Qing smiled upon hearing this. Last night, Qin Feng had told her about his matchmaking plans. Since Lin Liang was so smitten with Hu Xiaoya, he was more than willing to lend a hand and help bring this lovely match together. Watching the two of them laugh and joke, Qin Feng felt this matter might actually have a chance. After breakfast, Qin Feng took the flat-top guy out the door. Mu Qing continued catching up with Hu Xiaoya, also using the chance to gauge her feelings for Lin Liang. But Lin Liang, who usually loved to join in the fun, didn't follow this time. His entire focus was now on Hu Xiaoya, busily serving tea and water, showering her with every possible courtesy. But Qin Feng hadn't come to Shanghai City to discuss marriage arrangements for him, they had serious business to attend to. Leading Ping Tu Wang out the door, the two departed the villa. Following Long Sanping's directions, they drove and actually found the Qin Corporation building. It seemed the kid hadn't been lying after all. Brother Qin, I think this is the place. Wang Ping Tu parked the car and gazed at the towering building before them, murmuring in awe. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and started to walk inside. But the moment they parked, a pair of eyes fixed on them from a nearby corner. Chapter 149, Meeting an Acquaintance. Brother Qin, do you think this Qin family in Shanghai City is the same one we ran into back in Zhongbei City? This place is way too grand, it doesn't feel like the same family at all. Bald-headed Wang looked up at the towering skyscraper, its peak lost to the clouds, his eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Feng felt a slight twinge of doubt himself. The sheer height of this building alone made it clear that the Qin family's influence in Shanghai City was formidable. I don't know either. Let's go inside and see. Qin Feng wasn't entirely certain either. After all, even Qin Wenshua, the head of the Qin family, didn't know the situation, let alone an outsider like him. Discussing it at the entrance was pointless, so they stepped inside, determined to get to the bottom of things. The security guard at the entrance didn't stop them. This company saw a massive flow of people all coming and going for business, including many from other companies. They didn't subject the pair to excessive questioning either. At the front desk, Qin Feng smiled at the attractive receptionist. Hello, is anyone from management available? I'd like to discuss a project regarding pharmaceutical cooperation in Jiangbeiqing. Qin Feng brought up their pharmaceutical business in Jiangbeiqing. After all, this rapidly rising enterprise that had come to dominate Jiangbeiqing had gained some renown, most companies were aware of it. Compounded by his feud with the Qin family, if Qin Yuntian and Qin Air were indeed from that household, they would certainly step forward to take charge. The front desk staff heard Qin Feng's words but showed no trace of contempt. He simply asked Qin Feng to wait a moment before dialing his superior's number. Within minutes, the front desk hung up. Sir, our manager has agreed to speak with you. He's in his office on the 12th floor. The front desk attendant offered a standard smile and gestured toward the elevator. Qin Feng and the man with the crew cut showed no hesitation, turning immediately to enter the elevator. The cramped space held only the two of them, creating an eerie silence. Brother Chin, something feels off about this. Even if our company is pretty big, it shouldn't be anything special to this one, right? Why did he agree to meet us so readily? Could this be a trap? Wang started mulling over the situation the moment they stepped into the elevator. If even Ping Tu Wang could spot the problem, how could Qin Feng be unaware? His pharmaceutical group was nothing more than a small workshop compared to this massive corporation. But without confirming the real situation, Qin Feng dared not jump to conclusions. Even if something unexpected happened, with his and Flathead Wang's capabilities, escaping the building wouldn't be a problem. Following the front desk's earlier instructions, Qin Feng and his companion arrived at the office. Inside sat a bespectacled man who promptly rose to greet them with utmost courtesy. You two are here to discuss the pharmaceutical contract, correct? My name is Lin Feng. Welcome, welcome. Lin Feng smiled, adjusted his glasses, and pulled out chairs for them to sit. His unusually warm hospitality instantly eased Qin Feng and his companion's guard, though they sensed something peculiar about the situation. Please sit down. I've been keeping a close eye on that pharmaceutical company you two started in Jiangbeiqing. I have samples right here. As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved a box of medication from his drawer. Qin Feng glanced down and recognized it immediately. It was indeed the drug they had produced. Qin Feng and the other exchanged glances, utterly clueless about the situation. What's wrong with you two? Isn't this your medicine? Lin Feng stared at their bewildered expressions, growing even more stunned himself. Qin Feng quickly snapped out of it, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem, ahem. That's right, that's right. This is indeed our company's medicine. Are you sure your company is willing to partner with a small company like ours? A faint trace of awkwardness now showed on Qin Feng's face. He'd come today to find the Qin family and get to the bottom of things, not to sign a contract. He quickly searched for an excuse to leave. No, don't leave. I've seen this drug. It could take Jiangbei City by storm in no time. Its potential is undeniable. Our company could even support you in opening a pharmaceutical factory right here in the city. All you need to do is supply our company exclusively. We'll set up this factory for you at no cost. What do you say? Lin Feng, terrified that Qin Feng and his companion would simply walk away, quickly reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's arm, his eyes pleading. Qin Feng and the bald-headed Wang exchanged glances, unsure how to decide. But Lin Feng's attitude made it clear he wouldn't let them leave without signing the contract. Fine, we'll sign. But before we sign the contract, I need to ask you something. Answer me honestly, and I'll agree to the partnership. Qin Feng knew that if he left today without speaking up, he might never get another chance. Go ahead, ask away. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Lin Feng kept a firm grip on Qin Feng's hand throughout, refusing to let go, terrified of losing this cash cow. Based on his analysis and personal testing, if Qin Feng's medicine could sign with their company, it would unleash a whirlwind across Shanghai City's pharmaceutical market. Let me ask you this, your company bears the surname Qin. There's also a Qin family in Jiangbei City. Could you tell me if there's any connection between the two? Qin Feng looked at Lin Feng and asked. After all, as a manager, he must have worked at this company for many years. If there were any connection between these two families, he would surely know about it. Jiangbeiqing? Sir, you must be joking. Our Qin family company is a major player in all of Shanghai City, with many untapped industries still to develop. Why would we open a branch in a place like Jiangbeiqing? I've worked here for over 20 years. I can tell you unequivocally we have absolutely no connection to the Qin family. Lin Feng looked at Qin Feng, a trace of awkwardness flickering across his face. Though his words did seem somewhat disparaging toward Jiangbeiqing, they were the truth. Hearing this, Qin Feng finally exhaled in relief. Alright, then it's settled. I'll go back and discuss this with our company's management. We'll sign the cooperation agreement tomorrow. Qin Feng nodded with a smile, and the two shook hands. Lin Feng handed Qin Feng his business card, adding several reminders that Qin Feng must come tomorrow without fail. He would be waiting here before finally letting them leave. Qin Feng and Bald Wang turned to leave. By the time they reached the company entrance, both felt a bit dazed. They'd come today just to gather information, yet somehow ended up signing a major partnership agreement truly unexpected. Looks like this company really has nothing to do with the Qin family in Jiangbei City after all. Qin Feng sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. This meant all leads to track down Qin Yunfei had vanished. Brother Qin. Look at that guy, doesn't he look familiar? Bald Wang tugged hard on Qin Feng's sleeve. Qin Feng turned to look down the street, where someone was getting out of a car parked by the roadside and rushing into the company building in a hurry. This man was none other than Gong Cheng from Chunyang City. Chapter 150, The Thief's Heart Remains Unbroken. Both men froze. Qin Feng had no idea how this guy had made it all the way from Chunyang City, but he knew without a doubt that he meant no good. Get him into the car and question him thoroughly. Under no circumstances let him enter the company. Qin Feng gave the order to the bald-headed man before striding toward the roadside vehicle himself. His confidence stemmed from the fact that with Flathead Wang's current skills, not even 10 or 8 of them could cause much trouble, let alone just one Gongcheng. Xin Feng had barely settled into the driver's seat when the door swung open again. Bald-head Wang grabbed Gongcheng by the back of his collar like a chicken, tossing him roughly into the vehicle. Gongcheng now bore a battered face bruised and swollen, eyes ringed with purple, clearly having just been thoroughly beaten by the bald-headed king. Xin Feng, you're here? Aren't you going to let me go? Kneeling in the car, Gongcheng looked at Xin Feng with fear, as if he knew something. That question should be coming from me, shouldn't it? Spill it. Why were you in Shanghai City? What were you doing at this company? Xin Feng sat in the driver's seat, glaring at the old fox Miyagi as he demanded. I came to Shanghai purely for business. I was here to discuss a partnership with this company. Miyagi reported to Xin Feng with trembling fear and extreme caution. Without another word, Xin Feng delivered a sharp slap across Miyagi's face, showing him no mercy whatsoever. Bull! With the state of the Miyagi family now, you think you have the right to set foot in this place? Spit it out, what's your real purpose? Xin Feng's brow furrowed, his body radiating a sudden aura of lethal intent. He knew Miyagi was talking utter nonsense. The Gong family in Chunyang City was already a spent force. Only the Qin family's support had kept them clinging to life. But now that he had wiped out the Qin family, what right did Gongcheng have to talk about any kind of cooperation? His entire fortune had been handed over to that woman carrying another man's child through a single contract. Just judging by the clothes on Gongcheng's back, it was clear he was living in utter squalor now, lucky if he could even get a decent meal. Looks like you've got a mouth on you, Wang. Teach him another lesson. Xin Feng watched Gongcheng's darting eyes, knowing he was scrambling for words to deflect. Don't worry, brother Qin. I love teaching stubborn mouths like this a lesson. Bald-headed Wang grinned, rolled up his sleeves, and raised his fist to deal with the guy. No. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I came here to make a complaint. I wanted to find the Qin family to help me rebuild my influence in Chunyang City. Facing the flat-top king's iron fist, Gongcheng finally spilled everything, every last detail. Gongcheng's arrival made Qin Feng's heart leap back into his throat. You came to Shanghai City seeking help from the Qin family? Who instructed you? Is this Qin family the same one from Jiangbei City? Xin Feng stared at Miyagi at his feet, repeating the question once more. Well, I'll be honest. My enemy, Mushan, sent me here. Gongcheng dared not lift his gaze to meet Qin Feng's eyes, staring fixedly at the floor as he uttered the words in a faint voice. Qin Feng's anger flared instantly upon hearing this. Gongcheng, at a time like this, you still try to play these petty tricks? Do you really think I'd believe your nonsense? Were you acting on Qin Yunfei's orders, or Qin heirs? Speak. Xin Feng didn't believe a word of what Gongcheng was saying. Not to mention, these two men shared a blood feud over the murder of their sons. When he clashed with the Qin family, the three from the Mu family were still hospitalized and knew nothing about the events in Jiangbei City. Moreover, he still wasn't certain whether this Qin family in Shanghai City had any connection to the Qin family in Jiangbeiqing. How could Mushan possibly know such secrets? Could he really foresee the future? Xin Feng, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying. It really was Mushan. He said that if I wanted to rebuild my family's fortune, I had to seek help in Shanghai City. After inquiring around, I finally discovered that there's also a Qin family in Shanghai City. This is all straight from Mushan himself. He's in Jiangbei City now, a figure everyone respects. He wouldn't deceive me. Gongcheng stared at Xin Feng, sweat pouring down his forehead in panic, making Xin Feng genuinely begin to believe him. You mean, Mushan is now revered by everyone in Jiangbei City? Xin Feng could see in Gongcheng's eyes that this guy wasn't lying to him. Exactly. After you left, he went around Jiangbei City proclaiming he was Qin Feng and Mu Qing's father. Everyone treats him with utmost respect. Even the management at that pharmaceutical company you co-founded treats him with great respect. He's achieved quite a lot now. I don't think he'd lie to me. Gongcheng trembled as he recounted every detail he knew. Xin Feng instantly grasped the situation upon hearing his words. He knew those three from the Mu family would never give up. No sooner had they left than Mushan stirred up trouble again. He must have heard the rumors about himself and the Qin family, seizing the chance to manipulate this fool, Miyagi, into coming. As long as Miyagi uses this as an excuse to provoke Qin Feng into angering the Qin family of Shanghai City. Given the immense resources of that conglomerate, they would never allow Qin Feng to return safely to Jiangbei City. And Qin Feng, because of this incident, would absolutely not let Miyagi off the hook. One is his enemy, the other his obstacle. What Mushan desired was for Gongcheng to leverage the Qin family's power to destroy both himself and Qin Feng in Shanghai City. This way, he could eliminate the threat of Gongcheng's relentless pursuit. And would also eliminate the troublesome Qin Feng once and for all. With both troubles eliminated, Mushan could seize everything in Jiangbei City that was his master plan. So you're saying all this was orchestrated by Mushan? You have no clue about the Qin family's true standing in Shanghai City, right? Sheen Foam stared intently into Miyagi's eyes, ready to catch any flicker of hesitation. I'm not lying to you. I genuinely didn't know. It was all that old bastard Mushan who deceived me. Gongchang kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Thank goodness you old fool didn't go in. Brother Qin just signed the contract with this company. We're on the same side now. Going in would be like walking into a trap, wouldn't it? Bald-headed Wang looked down at the kneeling Gongcheng, letting out a couple of mocking chuckles. Seeing the expressions on both men's faces, Gongcheng finally realized he'd been used. His hatred for Mushan deepened. Enough. I've gotten what I wanted to know. Go ahead and call for backup if you like. The Qin family's company doors are wide open. Sheen Foam yanked open the car door and flung Miyagi out. The two drove away immediately, leaving Gongcheng alone facing the towering skyscrapers before him, his mind in turmoil. Chapter 151, Suspicious Circumstances Everywhere. He couldn't immediately discern whose story Qin Feng's or Mushan's was truthful. But knowing Mushan, that sly old fox, he'd rather trust Qin Foam. But now Qin Foam and the bald-headed Wang had already returned to the villa, utterly indifferent to everything concerning Miyagi. The group returned to the villa just in time for dinner. Mu Qing's cooking was truly beyond reproach. Sitting at the table, Qin Foam looked at her, unsure how to broach the subject. What happened on your trip? Why are you staring at me like that? Is something wrong? Mu Qing, with her keen intuition, sensed something amiss in Qin Feng's gaze. Mu Qing, there's something I need to tell you, but I'm not sure how to bring it up. I went to the Qin family's company with Wang Ping today, but... Before Qin Foam could finish, Wu Xiaoya cut in from the side. You two went to the Qin family's company? The Qins are incredibly powerful in Shanghai City. They're among the top 10 enterprises. Wu Xiaoya looked at Qin Foam, her expression tinged with surprise. Hearing Wu Xiaoya's words, everyone's expressions darkened. They all knew the connection between Qin Foam and the Qin family. If this Qin family was the same one from Jiangbei City, their current situation could be dangerous. What's wrong, brother Qin? Did you run into trouble? If it's too much, I'll take sister-in-law and Xiaonan back to Jiangbei City first. Lin Liang, confused, looked at Qin Foam with concern in his eyes. No. You've all misunderstood. It's all a misunderstanding. The Qin family in Shanghai City has absolutely no connection to the one in Jiangbei City. We went there today and were forced to sign a contract. Tomorrow, Mu Qing and Lin Liang, you two will likely have to go to the company to sign a cooperation agreement. The Qin family will invest in Shanghai City to build a pharmaceutical factory for us free of charge. The moment Qin Foam uttered these words, Lin Liang slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet. The others weren't stunned by Qin Feng's revelation, they were stunned by Lin Liang's sudden outburst. What's wrong with you, kid? Did a steel needle prick your butt? Bald Wang stared at Lin Liang, speechless. Brother Qin, is this for real? Holy, this is like manna from heaven. Last night I was still figuring out how to break into the Shanghai City market, and today you two bring back such a golden opportunity? Lin Liang quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks, his entrepreneurial drive surging back to the surface. This is great news, so why do you look so gloomy? You're making me worry. Mu Qing's face softened into a faint smile as she shot Qin Foam a reproachful glance. I thought I was taking you and Xiaonan on a trip to relax, but now it's turned into work. Qin Foam served his daughter some food, muttering apologetically. He truly had no concept of business or money. He only wanted his wife and daughter to be happy and safe, and didn't want Mu Qing to be bogged down by so many business matters. It's fine. Signing the contract won't affect our trip. This is good news, something to celebrate. Mu Qing spoke up to comfort Qin Foam. Exactly, Qin Gu. This is like manna from heaven. I'll call the company in Jianbeiqing right now. This is absolutely fantastic. Lin Liang was so excited he couldn't even bring himself to continue eating. Everyone at the table wore joyful expressions except for Wu Xiaoya, whose face looked slightly strange, as if she'd suddenly recalled something unpleasant. You guys go ahead and eat. Something came up at my company, and I need to head over. Wu Xiaoya offered an apologetic smile before rising and leaving the villa with her small bag. The others didn't find her sudden departure particularly odd, but Qin Feng sensed something was off. Hello? Right, it's Lin Liang, the boss. I need to tell you something right now. Lin Liang started shouting into the phone. Don't be fooled by his goofy, clownish demeanor around others. When facing his employees, however, he carried himself with the full authority of a big boss. Hold on. Hang up the phone first. Qin Feng quickly reached out to stop Lin Liang. Though Lin Liang didn't understand why Qin Feng was acting this way, he obeyed his orders without question. There seems to be a minor issue in Jiangbeiqing. Mu Shan is already trying to take control of our company there. Qin Feng knew those three from Mushan they might lack other skills, but when it came to underhanded tricks and dirty tactics, they were top-notch. Though he'd only been away from Jiangbeiqing for a day or so, he had no idea what specific changes had already occurred within the company. What? That old bastard has gone too far. No way, I have to get back immediately. Lin Liang's blood boiled at the news. Forgetting that Mu Qing was still present, he blurted out "old bastard" in reference to Mu Shan. Alright, calm down. Those three aren't a match for us. If we can fully secure this channel in Xiaohai City, then the decisions of the Zhongbei City Company will be entirely up to us, right? Xin Feng calmed Lin Liang down. This single sentence made Lin Liang see the light. Right. Xiaohai City is way more powerful than Jiangbeiqing. If we can grab this huge opportunity, I wouldn't even look at Jiangbeiqing twice. Lin Liang sat back down at the table, picked up his rice bowl again, and began scheming over business ventures in Xiaohai City. Xin Feng set down his chopsticks and bowl, then strolled leisurely to the refrigerator in the living room and opened it. He found it completely empty, covered in a layer of dust. Brother Qin, did you notice something off? Bald Wang, Qin Feng's most loyal sidekick, had kept his eyes fixed on Qin Feng the entire time. Wang, what do you think a fridge in a frequently occupied home should look like? What do you mean? At the very least, there should be some vegetables or something inside. Even if not, there should be some drinks stocked up, right? Bald Wang didn't understand why Qin Feng was asking this, but he voiced his thoughts anyway. You're right. Not only is there nothing prepared in this refrigerator, but it's covered in dust. This place doesn't look like it's been regularly occupied. Qin Feng closed the refrigerator door, lost in thought. Then he recalled how everyone had been smiling just now, except for Hu Xiaoya, who seemed odd. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this best friend. Muqing, when did you and Hu Xiaoya meet? Are you two really close? Where is her company located? Qin Feng looked at Mu Qing and asked again. This wasn't the first time he'd brought it up, and Mu Qing frowned slightly, clearly annoyed. Xiaoya and I have been best friends since high school and through college. Stop being so suspicious. Besides, I already asked. She runs a clothing company in Xiaohai City called Ayaya. Business is booming. Mu Qing explained one last time, her mood noticeably sour. Exactly. I think Hu Xiaoya seems like a really nice person. Lin Liang, the sycophant, chimed in to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 152, Scum of the Earth. Qin Feng glanced at the two of them and sighed softly. Mu Qing's heart was filled with the friendship she'd shared with Hu Xiaoya for over a decade. As for Lin Liang, the guy was simply blinded by infatuation. These two had completely lost all sense of objectivity. You two eat. I'll step out with Xiao Wang. We'll head to the company together tomorrow to sign the contract. Qin Feng gave everyone a parting reminder before turning and leaving the villa. Brother Qin, where are we going? Didn't Hu Xiaoya mention she has a company called Ayaya Apparel? Let's go check out this so-called clothing company and see what kind of operation it really is. Qin Feng got into the car with Wang, the guy with the crew cut, and searched for the address on his phone to navigate. But after searching for quite a while, they only found a food company called II. Brother Qin, isn't Hu Xiaoya's supposed to be a clothing company? Could we have the wrong place? Bald Wang gripped the steering wheel, staring blankly at the navigation screen in his hand. Can't be bothered with that now. Let's just go check it out. Qin Feng simply gave the order to ping to Wang. Bald Wang never disobeyed Qin Feng's orders. He drove the car straight to the location marked on the navigation. After winding through a series of turns, they found the area incredibly remote, nowhere near a bustling district. Any company with a shred of money wouldn't set up shop in a place like this. When they finally arrived at the company's doorstep, the scene left them stunned. This wasn't a food company at all, just a small supermarket with a sign hanging on the door. Foot traffic was minimal. Even in Shenyang City, a store of this caliber would be looked down upon. Brother Qin, we must be in the wrong place. We definitely haven't found the right spot. Let's head back. Bald-headed Wang scratched his head at the doorway, a look of resignation on his face. We've come this far, we might as well go in and take a look. Qin Feng muttered before striding inside. Inside, only a plump middle-aged woman sat at the front desk cracking sunflower seeds, showing no sign of running a business. Qin Feng approached her, offering a faint smile. Excuse me, is the owner of this shop Hu Xiaoya? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point with his question. Little did he know that the moment those words left his mouth, the plump middle-aged woman immediately flew into a rage. What the hell are you talking about? This shop is mine. What does that dead girl have to do with it? You aren't here to collect debts too, are you? Let me make this clear, this shop is mine, and no one is taking it away. The fat woman glared at them, her eyes filled with warning and menace. No, please don't misunderstand. We're not here to collect debts. We just want to learn a little about the situation. We're friends of Hu Xiaoya. Qin Feng saw how agitated the woman was and quickly spoke up to calm her down. You really aren't here to collect debts? Seeing no hostility from the pair, the plump woman slowly lowered her guard. We have absolutely no interest in your shop. We just want to know your relationship with Hu Xiaoya. Once we get that straight, we'll leave immediately. Qin Feng kept explaining to the woman until she finally lowered the feather duster in her hand. The woman sighed deeply, her face filled with sorrow. I'm Hu Xiaoya's mother. I gave birth to such a disgrace, I regret it so much. These past few years, she's been like a possessed spirit, bragging everywhere that she's some big boss of a clothing company. But all she's done is run up debts everywhere. Creditors are knocking on our door now. I just don't know what to do anymore. The woman sighed repeatedly, her face twisted in anguish. Shin Feng felt pity for her and instructed Ping Tu Wan to leave 5,000 yuan before getting into the car with him. Brother Qin, looks like we found the right person. That Hu Xiaoya has probably been deceiving my sister-in-law all along. Ping Tu Wan sat in the car, his face flushed with anger. Having been an orphan since childhood, he craved familial affection. Seeing Hu Xiaoya's mother reduced to such a state by her daughter filled him with rage. Qin Feng's brow furrowed as well. He believed the woman they just met wouldn't deceive them. The only liar here was Hu Xiaoya, who had been acting strangely from the very beginning. But if her mother was telling the truth, Hu Xiaoya hadn't started any company at all, instead, she was drowning in debt. Then what about that villa? Even renting it would require money, wouldn't it? Moreover, such a villa in Shanghai City must be prohibitively expensive. And where did she get the money for all those luxury goods she was wearing? Brother Qin, I don't think that woman is anything but trouble. We need to get back and expose her true colors. She's a classic fake socialite in Shanghai. Wang Yu, with his crew cut, grew angrier as he spoke, revving the engine and speeding back toward the villa. Shin Feng felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite name. He genuinely wondered where Hu Xiaoya found the nerve. So destitute that her parents lived in constant fear over her debts, yet she still had the nerve to rent a villa to play the big shot. The two raced back to the villa at breakneck speed. Where's Mu Qing? Where did she go? Shin Feng scanned the living room, where everyone was playing with Sha Nan, and couldn't help but demand an answer. Sis-in-law got a call from Xiaoya. She said Xiaoya helped her secure a business deal and took her out. She just left. Lin Liang, seeing Qin Feng's urgency, answered honestly. Did she say where they were meeting? Shin Feng sensed something was amiss but restrained himself, mindful that Sha Nan was present. Something about the Shangshi bar? Qin, what's really going on? Lin Liang still didn't know what was going on, but Qin Feng's expression made it clear this was serious. Upon learning the address, Qin Feng wasted no time, turning to head outside. Lin Liang grabbed Wang Ping Tu by the arm. After all, this involved Hu Xiaoya, and he cared deeply about her. Lin Liang, what can I say about you? How could you let your sister-in-law go out alone? What's wrong with you, Wan? Isn't Xiaoya your sister-in-law's best friend? What could possibly happen? She's a good person. Lin Liang frowned, still speaking highly of Hu Xiaoya. You've clearly let lust cloud your judgment. Hu Xiaoya's a deadbeat who owes money left and right. I'll explain everything when I get back. Bald Wang shot Lin Liang a look of utter disappointment, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out. The two got into the car and floored it straight toward Shangshi bar. Shin Feng felt uneasy. He was now certain Hu Xiaoya was no good. Even if there was some kind of business deal, why would they discuss it in a bar? Upon arriving, Shin Feng rushed into the bar, immediately spotting Mu Qing and Hu Xiaoya in the corner. But two unfamiliar men sat at the table, constantly eyeing Mu Qing with leering grins. Hu Xiaoya, meanwhile, was relentlessly plying Mu Qing with alcohol, enraging Shin Feng to the point of fury. Chapter 153, Utterly Detestable. Mu Qing was no heavy drinker. After just 2 glasses, her face was already flushed. Knowing her own limits, she kept waving her hands in refusal. But Hu Xiaoya was nowhere near her former docile self. She even grabbed Mu Qing's hand, raised the wineglass, and tried to force it down her throat. Stop it! Shin Feng bellowed across the crowd, racing over to the table in a few strides. Before Hu Xiaoya could react, he snatched the glass from her hand and slammed it onto the floor with a loud crash. The sudden appearance of Qin Feng had already startled everyone. But the thunderous crash of the glass hitting the floor sent shivers down several spines. Damn it! Who the hell is this bastard causing trouble here? A man at the table glared at Qin Feng and shot to his feet. Me a bastard? Who's the real bastard here, you know damn well? You're getting my wife drunk and still have the nerve to yell at me? Qin Feng pulled Mu Qing to her feet, wrapping his arms around her as she stumbled slightly. Qin Feng, it's okay. They're just Xiaoya's 2 friends. I'm fine. Mu Qing frowned, forcing a smile to reassure Qin Feng. But Qin Feng's face was now twisted with rage. Hu Xiaoya, don't think I don't know what you're really like. I advise you not to set your sights on Mu Qing. Otherwise, the consequences won't be something you can handle. Qin Feng glared at Hu Xiaoya, who was still feigning innocence, his face twisted with fury. Xiaoya, who exactly is this guy? Didn't you say you'd bring your sisters over to drink with us? Now this man barges in and ruins everything. I'm going to have to reconsider the cooperation we agreed on earlier. The men on both sides of the table now grasped the situation unfolding before them, their expressions darkening. Now caught between 2 sides, Hu Xiaoya found herself in a difficult position, unsure how to respond. Qin Feng, you, don't get angry. I really didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to introduce Mu Qing to my business contacts. It could help her career later on. There's no need for you to get so angry. Hu Xiaoya kept explaining to Qin Feng, but he wasn't buying it anymore. Faced with Hu Xiaoya's barrage of lies, Qin Feng refused to say another word. He grabbed Mu Qing's hand and turned to walk out. His departure didn't go unnoticed. The two men on the other side weren't about to let it slide. They'd been lusting after Mu Qing since they started drinking. Although Qin Feng's sudden appearance had startled them, upon closer inspection, they realized the young man wasn't particularly impressive either. Letting Mu Qing slip away so easily left them feeling utterly resentful. Stop right there. What kind of place do you think this is? You just come and go as you please? Do you really think you can treat us like fools? The pot-bellied man slammed his wine glass onto the table, his face flushed with fury. Oof. What exactly do you two want? Qin Feng looked at the two men across the table, a look of contempt spreading across his face. He only stayed today out of consideration for Mu Qing's drunkenness, wanting nothing more than to get her home. He hadn't even lost his temper yet, but these two jerks couldn't hold back. What? You think you can just walk away after playing us for fools? It's not that easy. At the very least, you should pay us some interest. The middle-aged man grinned wickedly as he sauntered over to Mu Qing, reaching out to grope her. You really don't know when to quit. Get lost. Qin Feng saw the man's lecherous hand reach out and instantly flew into a rage, kicking him flying with a single blow. The middle-aged man never expected Qin Feng to attack without warning. He was caught completely off guard. Qin Feng's strength was no match for the middle-aged man's, sending his body flying like a cannonball. His obese frame crashed into several rows of tables before finally coming to a halt. He lay sprawled on the floor, unconscious and motionless, like a dead pig. You little bastard. Do you know who we are? In a place like Shanghai City, you dare to hit someone? The remaining man continued ranting and raving. But Qin Feng had no patience for his filthy language. Without a word, he delivered another sharp slap to the man's face. Qin Feng's force surged through his palm, instantly swelling half the man's face. One more word, and the next slap won't be so light. Qin Feng stared at the middle-aged man, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. The man clutched his swollen cheek, glancing at his unconscious friend lying nearby. His resolve crumbled. You wait. This isn't over. The middle-aged man clutched his half-swollen face, dragging his companion like a dead dog as they stormed out of the bar. Seeing the commotion subside, the surrounding crowd returned to their seats, no longer lingering to watch. After all, this was a bar. Drunken troublemakers were a daily occurrence, hardly worth a second glance. Qin Feng, do you know who those guys are? I worked my ass off to invite them here, and you go around punching people without asking a single question. How am I supposed to deal with the consequences of this? Hu Xiaoya watched the two men disappear into the distance and instantly boiled over with rage. Fang Muqing also felt Qin Feng had gone too far, especially since she was still caught up in her friendship with Hu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, don't be angry. He acted on impulse. I'll apologize to you. Mu Qing looked at Hu Xiaoya, offering only a apologetic gaze. What good does apologizing to me do? Those two bosses are the ones furious. You need to come with me to apologize, or I'm really screwed. Hu Xiaoya grabbed Mu Qing's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Don't worry, I'll go apologize with you right now. We can always talk things out calmly. Mu Qing released Qin Feng's hand and let Hu Xiaoya pull her toward the exit. Qin Feng, seeing this, wasn't about to let it go. He knew exactly what kind of person Hu Xiaoya was. He couldn't just stand by and watch his wife walk into a trap. At this point, he wasn't about to spare her any dignity. Mu Qing, you can't go with her. This Hu Xiaoya is no good. She doesn't even have a real company, and she's drowning in debt. You can't trust her. The moment Qin Feng spoke, Hu Xiaoya's eyes hardened, her resolve growing even more unwavering. Qin Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Mu Qing stared at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with suspicion. Alcohol had clouded her judgment. Don't follow us. Come on, Xiaoya, take me to apologize to them. Mu Qing dropped the line and followed Hu Xiaoya out of the bar. As they reached the door, Hu Xiaoya turned back and shot Qin Feng a fierce glare, instantly setting him off. Chapter 154, True Colors. He knew Mu Qing and Hu Xiaoya were inseparable after all, they'd been friends for over a decade. Plus, Mu Qing was a bit confused right now, and his words couldn't stop her at all. Brother Qin. What's going on? I just saw your wife leave with Hu Xiaoya outside. What happened? Wang, the guy with the crew cut who'd been sitting in the car outside, rushed in after witnessing the scene, completely bewildered. Then what are you standing around for? Get out there and chase after them. Qin Feng's mood had plummeted to its lowest point. He muttered under his breath before rushing out. Bald Wang dared not hesitate for a second, scrambling to follow Qin Feng out. The moment they got into the car, they saw Hu Xiaoya pulling Mu Qing into a taxi. The flashy sports car they had been driving earlier was nowhere to be seen. Follow him. Qin Feng sat in the front passenger seat, watching the taxi drive away, and quickly gave the order. He knew his actions alone couldn't stop Mu Qing. But he knew all too well that Hu Xiaoya was no saint. He wanted Mu Qing to see Hu Xiaoya's true colors through the lens of their decade-long friendship. Qin Feng could only let Mu Qing see it with her own eyes. But he would never let her face even the slightest risk. The two followed the taxi, which stopped in front of a KTV. Hu Xiaoya linked arms with Mu Qing, glancing around warily as they walked inside. Xin Feng and Wang the flathead got out of the cab and followed the pair inside. Hu Xiaoya tiptoed into a private room. Bald-headed Wang instantly flared up. Having grown up without parents, Xin Feng had been like a father to him, and Mu Qing was practically family. Damn it, that woman's up to no good. I'm gonna teach her a lesson today. Bald-head Wang rolled up his sleeves and lunged toward the room. Xin Feng quickly reached out and grabbed him by the arm. Brother Qin, what's the meaning of this? Our sister-in-law might be in danger right now, and we're just going to stand by and watch? Ping Tu-wan was consumed by anxiety. Xin Feng's brow was deeply furrowed, his face brimming with anger. You think I don't know what's going on? Do you think I'm not worried about Mu Qing's safety? If she doesn't see Hu Xiaoya's true colors, this matter will never be resolved. Xin Feng's rebuke to Ping Tu-wan was accompanied by spiritual energy seeping into the private room. Not a single sound from within escaped Xin Feng's ears. At the slightest hint of danger, he would sprint into the private room at full speed. Just as his mind was filled with alertness, a familiar figure appeared in the corridor. It was none other than Long Sanping, the man Xin Feng had dealt with at the airport earlier. Trailing behind him were 7 or 8 burly enforcers, their arms bulging with muscles like mountains. What's he doing here? Coincidence? Upon seeing Long Sanping, the bald-headed king clenched his fists tightly. But Xin Feng didn't believe in coincidences. Long Sanping's approach was clearly deliberate, driven by purpose. True to Xin Feng's expectations, Long Sanping led his gang of thugs straight into Hu Xiaoya's private room without pausing. He marched straight into Hu Xiaoya's private room. Seeing him enter, Xin Feng quickly pulled Ping Tu-wan closer to the private room, straining to hear every sound inside. Xiaoya, why did you bring this person here? Mu Qing's voice carried a deep sense of bewilderment and faint anger. Mu Qing, I'm so sorry. I was desperate for money. Young Master Long said just meeting you could help me pay off my debts. I'm sorry. Hu Xiaoya apologized repeatedly to Mu Qing, but her insincere apologies held no weight here. Cut the crap. Her husband beat me up at the airport. I'm gonna teach this a lesson. Damn, she's so damn pretty. I'm gonna have my fun first, then use her to blackmail that country bumpkin. Get out of the way. Long Sanping was now consumed by rage, his voice rising several notches. Mu Qing, just bear with it. It'll be over soon. I promise you won't be in any danger. Just do me this one favor. Hu Xiaoya showed no sign of regret, continuing to offer comforting words to Mu Qing. But though Mu Qing was close with Hu Xiaoya, she absolutely. No. No. Mu Qing's cries for help echoed from inside. The moment those words left her mouth, Xin Feng at the door kicked the private room door open with a single kick. Bald-headed Wang rushed in faster than a thief stealing a bell. Without a word, he shielded Mu Qing behind him. Everyone froze in shock at the sudden appearance of the two intruders. Long Sanping, didn't last time teach you a lesson? Xin Feng glared at Long Sanping, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing these two formidable foes, Long Sanping was so startled he scrambled behind his henchman. Hu Xiaoya, you played me. You stabbed me in the back, don't you want to live anymore? Long Sanping turned to Hu Xiaoya, hurling curses at her. Hu Xiaoya's face was now filled with panic. She might not have been as afraid of Xin Feng, but she was deeply intimidated by Long Sanping, the notorious young tyrant of Shanghai City. Young Master Long, this has nothing to do with me. I'd never dare do something like this. I don't know anything. Xin Feng? Who told you to come? I was just taking Mu Qing to meet young Master Long. Why are you following me? Mu Qing, please say something for me. I'm not that kind of person, right? Hu Xiaoya felt utterly hopeless at that moment, actually saying such things to Mu Qing. Though Mu Qing had cherished Hu Xiaoya for over a decade, she was no pushover. Xiaoya, you've truly disappointed me. Heartbroken, Mu Qing walked up to Xin Feng, her face filled with regret. Xin Feng, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know it would turn out like this. Seeing Mu Qing's apologetic expression, Xin Feng merely sighed and pulled her into his arms. He didn't harbor a single ounce of resentment toward her. He understood that Mu Qing and Hu Xiaoya had shared over a decade of friendship, and she too must be struggling to accept this reality. Mu Qing, say something for me. What about our decade-long bond? Hu Xiaoya was now frantic with anxiety, repeatedly urging Mu Qing to speak up. The incessant clamor swirled around Mu Qing's ears, finally igniting her anger. You have the nerve to talk about a decade-long bond? A decade you spent using me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Buried in Xin Feng's embrace, Mu Qing didn't even turn to look at Hu Xiaoya. Her heart had been utterly shattered by Hu Xiaoya. Seeing that Mu Qing had also abandoned her. Then, seeing the murderous glances Xin Feng and Long Sanping shot her way, Hu Xiaoya's rage boiled over. Mu Qing, do you think this is what I wanted? Do you have any idea how I've been living in Shanghai City these past years? While you were living it up as a big shot in Jiangbei City, did you know I was living in Shanghai City, treated worse than a piece of trash? Hu Xiaoya stared at Mu Qing, her voice breaking into hysterics. Her words made even Qin Feng clench his fists in anger. Chapter 155, Minions. Hu Xiaoya had the audacity to blame her own misery entirely on Mu Qing's success. It was clear she was just jealous of others, yet now she was using it as an excuse for her own mistakes. Mu Qing, if you had even a shred of consideration for our relationship, you'd use your money to pay off my debts and apologize to young Master Long. Let me live a normal life in Shanghai City. Only then will you have made up for these past 10-odd years of our friendship. Hu Xiaoya's hysterics had now shifted into moral blackmail. Enough. Shut your mouth. Everything that's happened to you is your own doing. It has nothing to do with anyone else. You deserve it. Qin Feng stared at Hu Xiaoya before him, his eyes blazing with fury. Shut your mouth. This is between me and Mu Qing. You have no right to interfere. Hu Xiaoya stared back at Qin Feng, her eyes blazing with fury even more intense than his. Don't you know who the outsider really is here? I'll deal with you later. Qin Feng shot Hu Xiaoya a glare before turning his attention to Long Sanping. Long Sanping stood nearby, grinding his teeth in fury. He'd reached his limit long ago. Qin Feng, I should deal with you first, then these two ES. The enforcers I brought today aren't the same bunch from the airport. I'll show you what real muscle looks like. Get him. Long Sanping roared at Qin Feng. His henchmen, bottles in hand, roared deafeningly as they charged forward recklessly. Oomph. Even if you brought the King of Heaven himself today, it wouldn't change the outcome. Qin Feng tightened his embrace around Mu Qing in his arms and shot a glance at the bald-headed king beside him. Already seething with rage, the bald-headed king received Qin Feng's tacit approval, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Don't worry, brother Qin. I'll make sure these useless fools learn their lesson. Rolling up his sleeves, the flat-top king charged straight at Long Sanping. Long Sanping, who knew firsthand how formidable Ping Tu Wan was, quickly ducked behind several henchmen. The burly man eyed the short, stocky Wang with utter contempt. What kind of punk thinks he can take us on? Ridiculous. The burly men crossed their arms, watching the bald-headed king charge at them with clenched fists. Not a trace of fear flickered in their eyes. You guys better watch your asses. This kid's tough as nails. Don't up. Long Sanping might be a spoiled brat, but he was no pushover. But these burly men didn't take Ping Tu Wang seriously. Instead, Long Sanping's words left them feeling mildly annoyed. Young Master Long, you're really underestimating us. We've all come up through underground boxing. Taking down a piece of trash like him is a piece of cake. The burly man who spoke assumed a fighting stance. As Ping Tu Wang charged forward, he crouched into a horse stance, coiled his right fist back, and unleashed a vicious uppercut. If that punch connected, it would knock the bald-headed king unconscious on the spot. This alone proved the guy was leagues above the previous bunch of nobodies. Kid, you've met your match. You're not walking out of here alive today. The burly man gritted his teeth, unleashing the punch with all his might. But the bald-headed king was no ordinary opponent either. With a quick flick of his head, he dodged the blow and countered with a punch that slammed into the burly man's face. Before the burly man could even react, the fist was already upon him. Ah! The burly man didn't even get to utter a groan before being sent flying by the bald-headed king. Watching this unfold, Long Sanping gritted his teeth in fury. I told you all to listen. Serves you right. Now snap the hell out of it. Long Sanping bellowed at the others. Seeing the burly man lying unconscious on the ground, the remaining few snapped to attention. Pulling yourselves together won't help, you're all just punching bags. Bald-headed Wang smirked, charging straight at the burly men and unleashing a flurry of punches. His speed and strength were no match for the burly men. Seeing all his henchmen at a disadvantage, Long Sanping once again felt the urge to retreat. Watching the bald-headed king grapple with the thugs, he tiptoed toward the door, intending to slip away. Where do you think you're going? Get over here. Take a good look at what happened to the people you brought. Qin Feng grabbed Long Sanping by the collar, yanking him back and slamming him to the ground, forcing him to witness the scene before him. Several muscular men moved like war machines, shattering bottles instantly with a single punch. Everything in the private room lay smashed to pieces, yet not a single one could touch Ping Tu Wang's body. Watching his hired thugs fall one by one, Long Sanping was utterly desperate. Brother Qin, they're all taken care of. Bald-headed Wang planted his foot on the last incapacitated thug, nodding to Qin Feng with a smile. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. But if Qin Feng had stepped in, disposing of these punks would have taken only a few breaths. Long Sanping, you really have some nerve. Didn't last time teach you a lesson? Qin Feng stared down at Long Sanping kneeling at his feet, his eyes filled with ruthless intensity. Truthfully, he was somewhat grateful to this kid. If not for him, Mu Qing would never have seen Hu Xiaoya's true colors. Qin Feng, I'm the fourth young master of Shanghai City. You can't treat me like this. You let me go. Let me go. I'll never bother you again. What happened today, it was all that Hu Xiaoya's idea. I'll make sure to deal with her properly. Long Sanping clasped his hands together, pleading desperately to Qin Feng. What you do to Hu Xiaoya is none of my concern, but your punishment is inevitable. With that, Qin Feng delivered a direct kick to Long Sanping's head. The immense force sent a buzzing sensation through Long Sanping's head as his body flew backward instantly. His trajectory landed him directly in the path of the bald-headed king. Give him a good beating. Teach him a lesson. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Ping Tu Wang reached out and caught Long Sanping. No, no, no. Long Sanping waved his hands frantically at the bald-headed king, but the man wouldn't give him a chance to speak. He unleashed a barrage of punches straight at his front teeth. The bald-headed man's fists felt like iron hammers, relentlessly pounding Long Sanping's mouth full of yellow teeth. By the end, the poor guy couldn't even cry anymore. Stop, please stop hitting me, I beg you. Long Sanping's nose and eyes streamed with tears and snot. With not a single intact tooth left in his mouth, his speech was slurred and indistinct. Satisfied, the bald-headed thug tossed him to the ground and wiped his hands on a nearby towel. Brother Qin, I think that's enough. This guy'll be wearing dentures from now on. He'll remember this lesson. The bald-headed thug glanced in Qin Feng's direction, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing the sheer terror radiating from Qin Feng and his crew, Hu Xiaoya, who had been standing nearby, was now frozen in fear. The moment Qin Feng turned to look at her, she scrambled backward 2 steps and stumbled straight onto the sofa. Chapter 156, The Open Plot Unfolds. Qin Feng, enough. I don't want anything more to do with her. Let's go, okay? Mu Qing could clearly see the rage burning within Qin Feng. He felt no pity whatsoever for a woman like Hu Xiaoya. After all, it was a relationship spanning over a decade. Even though Mu Qing had severed her emotional ties internally. But she couldn't bear to watch Qin Feng beat Hu Xiaoya senseless right before her eyes. Let's go. Don't let a stinking bug ruin our mood. Mu Qing grabbed Qin Feng's arm and pulled him toward the exit, fearing he might do something he'd regret. Bald-headed Wang shot Hu Xiaoya a vicious glare, then delivered another kick to Long Sanping before following Qin Feng's footsteps out of the KTV. Only after everyone had left did Hu Xiaoya hurry over, reaching out to support Long Sanping's arm. You damn, get the hell away from me. Long Sanping, seething with pent-up rage, lashed out and slapped Hu Xiaoya across the face. If it weren't for Hu Xiaoya being followed and bringing Qin Feng and the others here, why would he have suffered this brutal beating today? Young Master Long, this has nothing to do with me. I genuinely didn't know they were following us. Facing Long Sanping, Hu Xiaoya shed her usual wicked demeanor, her eyes filled with pleading. Cut the bull. Go prepare your funeral arrangements. I'm pinning this whole ing mess on you. Long Sanping spat out this threat at Hu Xiaoya before being escorted out of the KTV by burly men. Hu Xiaoya scrambled to her feet and rushed out, hailing a cab back to the villa. By now, everyone else had begun packing their belongings, preparing to move out. Xiao Wang, is what you said all true? Is Xiaoya really that kind of woman? Even after learning the truth, Lin Liang found it hard to believe, relentlessly questioning the man with the crew cut. By the time they had packed their belongings and were ready to leave, Hu Xiaoya arrived at the entrance just in time, blocking their path. Qin Feng, don't go. Don't leave. Spotting them, Hu Xiaoya rushed forward to tug at their luggage. Why stay? You can barely afford the rent for this villa anymore. If you have any conscience left, go back and see your mother. Qin Feng stared at Hu Xiaoya, his eyes filled with hatred. No, no, no. You can't leave. Long Sanping has his sights set on me now. If you leave like this, I'm finished. Hu Xiaoya clung to Qin Feng, refusing to let go, her eyes pleading. Qin Feng yanked her hand away, his expression utterly unmoved. That's your own problem. What does it have to do with me? Get lost. Bald Head Wang stepped in to block Hu Xiaoya, preventing her from further bothering Qin Feng and Mu Qing. Lin Liang's eyes flickered with reluctance, but he held his tongue. Hu Xiaoya's reaction alone proved that what Qin Feng and the flat-top guy had said wasn't a lie. Mu Qing, I beg you, say something good for me. Long Sanping won't let me off. I'll really die. I beg you. I'll do whatever you want from now on. Please save me. Knowing Qin Feng's heart was as hard as iron, Hu Xiaoya turned her pleading gaze toward Mu Qing, hoping to sway her. Qin Feng, I think she's a bit. Mu Qing pressed her lips tightly together. She had always been soft-hearted, and seeing Hu Xiaoya kneeling on the ground begging had already stirred something within her. But she merely turned to look at Qin Feng. Though her heart stirred, the final decision rested with Qin Feng. Brother Qin, she really is pitiful. Shouldn't we give her a chance? Lin Liang felt a twinge of pity. He genuinely had a soft spot for Hu Xiaoya. But the moment those words left his mouth, the man with the crew cut beside him wasn't having it. He lunged forward and grabbed Lin Liang by the collar. Do you know what you're saying? She's nothing but a whore. What the hell are you talking about? Bald Head Wang was furious. If not for Qin Shan holding him back, he might have actually laid into Lin Liang. Because Hu Xiaoya had crossed every line imaginable from her actions to her very character. Her actions toward her parents and her scheming against Mu Qing were utterly intolerable to him. As the two argued fiercely, Qin Wenshua leaned close to Qin Feng's ear and whispered incessantly. After he finished muttering, Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Fine. Since we don't have anywhere else to stay anyway, let's just rent this villa and keep living here for now. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling for everyone to move their belongings back inside. Lin Liang's face lit up at the suggestion, but the man with the crew cut wasn't having it. Noticing Wang about to speak up, Qin Feng shot him a stern glare and cut him off. What's your problem? You won't even listen to me? Are you mutinying? At Qin Feng's sharp rebuke, the bald-headed man immediately fell silent, obediently helping the others carry luggage into the house. Thank you so much, Qin Feng. I can't thank you enough. Could you please be the good Samaritan and help me pay off my debts too? Hu Xiaoya had truly taken shamelessness to the extreme. Get lost. We're staying here precisely because we don't want to look for another place. Letting you stay is already a favor. And you expect us to pay? Have you lost your mind? Qin Feng shot Hu Xiaoya a contemptuous glance before turning to leave, his demeanor utterly cold. By evening, no one knew where Hu Xiaoya had gone, nor did anyone care. Only Qin Feng and a few others remained seated in the living room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Brother Qin, I really don't get it. What's Hu Xiaoya's deal? We know her well enough, right? Why keep her around? Bald Wang still harbored resentment over Qin Feng's decision. Exactly. It's precisely because I know what kind of person he is that I've decided to stay. What do you think Hu Xiaoya would do if we just left like this? Qin Feng glanced at the others. Only the cunning Qin Wenchua wore a smile. I've seen women with hearts as venomous as hers before. If we just walk away, a cornered mad dog will find a way to bite us one last time. Instead of leaving, let's stay here and watch. See what this mad dog can actually do, so we can prepare accordingly. Qin Wenchua's words instantly lifted the gloom from everyone's faces. Why didn't I think of that? You guys are smarter than me. Looks like I was too impulsive earlier. The flat-headed man scratched his head awkwardly, flashing an embarrassed smile. Mu Qing remained silent. He understood the chess move Qin Feng was making. He had already shown great mercy by sparing Hu Xiaoya before. If she persisted in her ways this time, he would show no mercy. Alright, everyone, go back to bed. Get some rest. Tomorrow we're heading to Qin's company to finalize the contract. Qin Feng's command finally dispersed the group. No sooner had everyone gone upstairs to rest than Hu Xiaoya's sneaky figure emerged from the side. Chapter 157, Have you arrived? Following closely behind Hu Xiaoya were several men tiptoeing silently. As they entered the living room, Lin Liang happened to be descending the stairs with a frown. Though many had lost hope in Hu Xiaoya, a lingering concern still nagged at Lin Liang. Hu Xiaoya hadn't been seen for quite some time, and Lin Liang couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He was about to go out to look for her when he happened to encounter Hu Xiaoya bringing people inside. Xiaoya? You're back. Who are they? Lin Liang looked at the men behind her. Besides their dragon and tiger tattoos, several bore knife scars on their faces, clearly not good people. They're all my good friends. I invited them over as guests. Hu Xiaoya forced a smile onto her face. Lin Liang nodded while backing up toward the stairs. Even if he was a little cutie, he could tell these guys Hu Xiaoya brought weren't exactly the best sort. Qin Feng had just finished warning in the living room that Hu Xiaoya might do something outrageous. The moment he made a move to go upstairs and report it, the men behind Hu Xiaoya reacted with lightning speed, rushing forward to grab Lin Liang and immediately covering his mouth. Hu Xiaoya also rushed to Lin Liang's side. Shoo, don't say anything. I know you like me. We won't hurt anyone. I'm just kidnapping his daughter to scare him into paying up. I'll let her go once I get the money. Once I pay off my debt, we'll run away together, okay? I'll agree to anything you want. Just don't make a sound. Hu Xiaoya pleaded incessantly. Her words made the kidnapping and extortion sound so trivial. Lin Liang, his mouth covered, couldn't speak but gave a slight nod. Don't worry. I'm confident in my charm. You can let him go now. Hu Xiaoya nodded at the men, offering them a reassuring glance. The men looked at her with skepticism. Hu Xiaoya, you better understand this is your only way to pay us back. If this kid makes a single move and you still don't pay up, we'll drag you to work at a KTV to pay off your debt. The man with the scar on his face stared at Hu Xiaoya, his questioning gaze unrelenting. Hu Xiaoya tossed and turned in her mind, deep in thought. Why don't we just knock him out? Hu Xiaoya spoke up, testing the waters with the men. Lin Liang, cunning as ever, heard this and instantly made up his mind. Seizing the moment when the others were distracted, he bared his teeth and bit down on the man's finger. The man instinctively yanked his hand back. Seizing the opening, Lin Liang bellowed toward the upstairs. Brother Qin, someone's coming. Brother Qin. No sooner had Lin Liang uttered these words than he was knocked unconscious by a punch from the man. No, we've been exposed. We have to get out of here fast. Hu Xiaoya knew they'd alerted the enemy and pulled the men toward the exit. The scar-faced leader yanked Hu Xiaoya's arm away. What the hell are you talking about? You want us to leave now? If we leave now, how will you pay me back? Keep pushing forward. I refuse to believe a bunch of us burly men can't kidnap a few little brats. Scarface's face twisted with fury as he led his men upstairs. Xin Feng, however, remained alert the entire time. Hearing this commotion, he didn't hesitate for a second and burst out of the room. At the stairwell entrance, he spotted the burly men charging upward and Hu Xiaoya standing in the living room. Then he saw Lin Liang, already unconscious. No words were needed, he instantly understood what was happening. Take him down! Scarface bellowed at his henchman. Xin Feng wasted no words. He charged forward and delivered a powerful kick straight to the scarred man's chest. The kick to the solar plexus packed a devastating punch. Scarface never imagined Xin Feng's strength. The blow sent him flying from the second floor straight back down to the living room on the first floor. Scarface crashed to the floor, sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. What the hell are you all standing around for? Boss got hit and you're just watching? Get on it! Scarface, clutching his chest in the living room, bellowed at the henchmen on the stairs. Gritting their teeth, the henchmen charged upward at his command. You bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp, daring to challenge me! Xin Feng braced himself against the stair railing and delivered several more kicks. By the time the crew led by the flat-top guy emerged, Xin Feng had already seized complete control of the situation. Scarface and his crew, now aware of Xin Feng's formidable strength, merely glared fiercely at Hu Xiaoya. You filthy! Pay me back tomorrow every penny, plus our medical bills. If you don't, you'll regret it. Scarface spat his threat at Hu Xiaoya before being helped away by his henchmen, fleeing the villa. From the upstairs balcony, Mu Qing watched Hu Xiaoya with eyes burning with hatred. Hu Xiaoya could treat over a decade of affection as worthless, but she should never have set her sights on her daughter. Hu Xiaoya sensed trouble brewing and turned to flee. Think you can just walk away? Xin Feng leapt down the stairs, landing directly at the doorway to block Hu Xiaoya's path. Lin Liang, who had collapsed on the stairs, slowly regained consciousness. Ping Tu Wang hurried over to help him up. Brother Liang, It was me, Wang the Bald, who misunderstood you. Looks like you're still a man of honor after all. Wang Pingtu looked at Lin Liang, his expression tinged with regret. Don't say that. Sure, I like beautiful women, but I know what's important and what's not. Lin Liang rubbed his slightly sore forehead and chuckled. The family descended the stairs step by step, joining Xin Feng at the doorway to surround Hu Xiaoya in the center. Muqing, I beg you, say something for me. I'm truly at my wit's end. Hu Xiaoya reached out to grab Mu Qing's arm. Mu Qing had no patience left. She turned and slapped Hu Xiaoya across the face. You're desperate? So desperate you'd go after my daughter? I don't want a friend like you. The force of Mu Qing's slap left Hu Xiaoya completely stunned. Covering her right cheek, she turned her gaze back to Lin Liang. Lin Liang, I know you like me. Say something for me. Hu Xiaoya clutched Lin Liang's hand tightly. Lin Liang merely pulled his hand away with a cold sneer. No. I, Lin Liang, did like you at first. But now I realize you're not worthy of me. Get lost. Lin Liang turned his head and barked coldly at Hu Xiaoya. Hu Xiaoya looked at the cold stares of the crowd and felt her emotions start to break down. Fine. None of you care about me. You're all richer than me, shouldn't you help me? This money is nothing to you, right? How can you be so heartless? Hu Xiaoya might not have been the kindest soul, but she was a master at turning the tables. Hu Xiaoya, if you'd been honest from the start and spoken up, I'd have helped you even with a debt of hundreds of millions, all for Mu Qing's sake. But money isn't something you get by acting like this. Xin Feng shook his head at Hu Xiaoya. Her actions hurting his wife and daughter had completely enraged Xin Feng. Fine. Very well. We'll see about that. Hu Xiaoya clutched her right cheek and turned to push past Xin Feng toward the villa exit. Xin Feng swiftly blocked the doorway once more, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Do you really think you can just walk out of here today? Chapter 158, Complete Relaxation. Blocked by several people, Hu Xiaoya finally panicked. Xin Feng, don't be so relentless. Leave some room for future encounters. You already slapped me once. Are you going to keep hitting me, a woman? After uttering these words, Hu Xiaoya pressed her face even closer to Xin Feng's. Leave room? Did you leave me any room? You! Xin Feng gritted his teeth and lashed out with a backhand slap that struck her face. Hu Xiaoya stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Xin Feng wrapped his arm around Mu Qing and turned to head upstairs. Wang, teach her a lesson she won't forget. Make sure she never dares threaten us again. Xin Feng gave only this instruction before leading Mu Qing upstairs. The living room echoed only with Hu Xiaoya's wails. Xin Feng paid no mind, but he knew that with Ping Tu Wang's hatred for Hu Xiaoya, he would definitely give her a lesson she wouldn't soon forget. By the next morning, everything had returned to normal. Xin Feng brought Mu Qing downstairs, where breakfast was already prepared. Everyone wore joyful expressions, especially Lin Liang. His unrealistic infatuation with Hu Xiaoya had been completely shattered. Now, heading to Qin Family Tower to sign the cooperation agreement was what excited him most. Across the entire table, only Mu Qing seemed a bit unhappy, though she forced a smile onto her face. After all, they had been friends for over a decade. Even a dog raised for over a decade could evoke complex emotions, let alone one that had bitten her upon leaving. Come on, Mu Qing, don't dwell on it. We've got our own lives to live, right? Once this deal is signed, the four of us will find a place to have some fun. Qin Feng chuckled as he ruffled Xiao Nan's hair. Xiao Nan was the happiest to hear those words. Though they'd come for a vacation, being cooped up indoors these past few days had left the little one feeling restless. Alright, I won't overthink it anymore. Let's sign the deal, go on that trip, and have a blast. Mu Qing exhaled deeply and offered everyone a smile. After breakfast, the entire family headed to the Qin family tower under Qin Feng's guidance. Everyone was in high spirits along the way. Arriving at the entrance of Qin family tower, they spotted Lin Feng pacing anxiously back and forth from afar. The moment he saw Qin Feng and the others step out of the car, his face instantly broke into a smile. Mr. Qin. You're finally here. I've been waiting impatiently. Lin Feng hurried over with quick little steps from a distance, personally reaching out to open the car door for Qin Feng. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. Since I, Qin Feng, agreed to your request, I will certainly follow through. See, I've brought the company's two bosses here to sign the contract with you. Qin Feng cheerfully introduced Lin Liang and Mu Qing to Lin Feng. Mu Qing merely smiled and nodded, while Lin Liang was extremely enthusiastic, extending both hands to greet Lin Feng warmly. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way upstairs. Lin Feng had prepared the cooperation agreement long ago. After a quick glance and finding no issues, they signed it. The reason they needed Qin's company's assistance wasn't because they lacked funds. It was because of the land. In a place like Shanghai City, having money alone didn't guarantee you could buy land. Its value far exceeded monetary worth, and only with approval from the relevant authorities could it be freely utilized. Such rights were monopolized by Shanghai City's major corporations. Without their assistance, Qin Feng and his group simply couldn't secure the land. Mr. Qin, then our cooperation is settled. No need to worry about anything else. I've already transported all the workers and materials over. All you need to do is send someone to oversee the construction. Lin Feng remained courteous to Qin Feng throughout the entire process. He was a seasoned veteran in the business world. Although Mu Qing and Lin Liang represented the company, Qin Feng was the one who truly called the shots. Alright, then. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Qin Feng smiled and shook hands with Lin Feng. After exchanging a few polite words, they left the company. Alright, now that the business matters are settled, where would you like to go for fun? Qin Feng stretched lazily, turning to look at Xiao Nan as he spoke. Brother Qin, you guys go ahead and have fun. I need to head over to the construction site. It really can't be left unattended. Lin Liang clutched the contract in his hands, his impatience palpable. Exactly. At my age, I'm not up for running around with you guys. I'll tag along with Lin Liang to take a look. Qin Wenhua stroked his beard and grinned, joining Lin Liang on the sidelines. Alright, where should the rest of us go next? Qin Feng crouched down and affectionately pinched Xiao Nan's cheek. Daddy, I want to go to Disneyland. I saw on TV that the one in Shanghai City looks so much fun. Xiao Nan folded her hands behind her back, looking up at Qin Feng with wide, innocent eyes. Alright, then let's go to Disneyland. Let's go. Qin Feng scooped Xiao Nan up in his arms and led the group to Ping Tu Wang's car. Meanwhile, Lin Liang and Qin Wenhua hailed another taxi to head to the factory. Arriving at Disneyland, it was a sea of people, teeming with crowds. The group spent most of their time waiting in lines. But Xiao Nan was having the time of her life, her little face glistening with sweat, yet her smile never faded. Mu Qing and Qin Shan, being girls, were each taken by the hand by Xiao Nan and had the time of their lives. Only Qin Feng and the bald-headed Wang stood off to the side. Qin, what's so fun about this stuff? We might as well stay home and watch TV. Baldy swiped his phone, muttering with a hint of boredom. Alright, we're just here to keep them company, aren't we? Just hang out. Qin Feng sat in the shaded pavilion, watching his daughter smile from afar. He never felt the slightest bit bored. His daughter's smile alone filled his heart with happiness. Alright, stop complaining. Go on, go buy 2 bottles of soda. Qin Feng urged the bald-headed guy, having long noticed the three of them drenched in sweat. But Xiao Nan was in the thick of excitement and couldn't be bothered to go buy drinks. That's why Qin Feng sent Ping Tu Wang to fetch drinks, so they'd be ready when the trio came down. Bald-head Wang turned and left, returning shortly with several cups of ice-cold juice. Put them on the table. We'll drink them when they finish playing. Qin Feng took the drinks and placed them on the table, but Ping Tu Wang's eyes never left Xiao Nan and the others. Brother Qin, I think before we give them the drinks, we've got something else to take care of. Ping Tu Wang clenched his fists as he spoke through gritted teeth. Qin Feng followed his gaze and his smiling expression instantly turned stern. On the carousel, a boy seated behind Xiao Nan kept reaching back to tug at her hair. Xiao Nan kept shouting to stop him, but it only made the boy more excited and thrilled, reaching out with both hands to tug at her hair. Chapter 159, Little Monster. Mu Qing and Qin Shan also noticed the situation, but with the carousel still spinning, there was no way to intervene. Excuse me, please stop this ride. My daughter has a problem. Qin Feng addressed the staff member dressed in a cartoon costume, making his request. The attendant turned and saw the girl being bullied, nodded, and quickly stopped the carousel. Mu Cheng and Qin Shan rushed over and scooped Xiao Nan off the ride. The spoiled brat, who had been having a blast, instantly grew displeased and jumped off the carousel too. Why did it stop? I was having so much fun. Make it go again. Make it go again. The brat stood in the crowd, shouting at the staff. His loud, wailing cries were irritating to everyone around. Whose brat is this? Messing with my kid's hair and still has the nerve to cry about it? Bald-headed Wang rolled up his sleeves and charged over. As soon as he arrived, a man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a heavily made-up woman staggered over, snatching the brat into their arms. How dare you speak to him like that? Bullying a child, you've got some nerve. The woman shot Ping Tu Wang a few disapproving glances, her face showing not a shred of remorse. Mommy, I wanna ride the carousel. I wanna ride it. I wanna ride it. I just wanna ride it. The brat wailed incessantly in the woman's arms, his voice piercingly shrill. Could you control your child? He just pulled my daughter's hair on the carousel. What kind of parenting is that? Mu Qing wasn't one to be pushed around. When her daughter was bullied, she wouldn't back down an inch. Mommy, I didn't pull her hair. I was just playing with her. The brat burrowed deeper into the woman's arms, completely unaware of his wrongdoing, and even reached out to tug again. Playing a game, huh? Well, little master here will let you try this game today. Bald-headed Wang wasn't one to hold his temper. He reached out to grab the brat's hair. The woman wasn't having it. She jerked backward and uttered those utterly despicable words. What are you doing? What are you doing? He's just a child. The woman shielded her child, glaring at the flat-top man. How dare you? I'm here today, and I'll see who dares touch my son. The bespectacled man in the suit also got fired up, stepping in front of the woman and the brat with a cocky look on his face. You're here? What makes you think you can do anything? Touch my daughter, and none of you will walk out of here alive. Qin Feng walked over from a distance, juice in hand. He first soothed his upset daughter before standing up again to face the suit-wearing man, his eyes radiating hatred. What a load of hot air. This is a public place, and judging by your clothes, you lot aren't exactly rolling in dough. You must have saved up quite a bit to afford a single visit here, huh? The man in the suit eyed Qin Feng and his group with utter contempt. Daddy, are these the country bumpkins you were talking about? Hee, I want to pull that bumpkin's hair. If you let me pull it, I'll give you $10. Please, Daddy, I'm begging you. The little brat remained restless even in the woman's arms. All right. It's just a few strands of hair. Here's 10,000 yuan. Make my son happy, and we'll call it even. The woman nonchalantly pulled out a wad of cash from her purse. Several passers-by glanced over curiously. After all, carrying tens of thousands in cash as pocket money wasn't something ordinary people did. But this modest fortune meant nothing to Qin Feng. Competing over money, huh? There's 100,000 in this card. Put your son down. Let my daughter teach him a lesson. Qin Feng casually pulled a card from Mu Qing's purse and flung it onto the man in the suit. He didn't know the exact balance, but it was certainly no less than 100,000. Ha. You think waving a crappy card around makes you look rich? You brat, you're really pushing your luck. I can't be bothered wasting my time with a bunch of country bumpkins like you. Son, let's go. The man in the suit shot Qin Feng a contemptuous glance, paying no heed to the bank card. He called to his son and turned to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, a large hand seized his shoulder. Did I give you permission to leave? Qin Feng stood behind the man in the suit, his voice as cold as ice. Let go of me. I'm warning you for the last time, let go. The man in the suit, publicly grabbed by the shoulder, felt his face burn with embarrassment. You're really pushing your luck, I can't take it anymore. In full view of the crowd, the man in the suit spun around abruptly and swung a punch straight at Qin Feng's head. In front of the child, Qin Feng hadn't even initiated the attack, yet the man in the suit had lost his temper first. Seeing the fist hurtling toward his face, Qin Feng merely tilted his head slightly and countered with a swift punch of his own. The sheer force and speed of his punch were no match for the man in the suit. Moreover, Qin Feng's hand was now firmly gripping the man's collar, leaving him no chance to dodge. He took the blow squarely. The impact sent his front teeth flying, the force of the blow jerking his head violently backward. With Qin Feng's grip on his collar preventing any escape, the man could only endure the relentless assault. After just 3 or 4 punches, the suit man's glasses shattered, his nose collapsed, and his teeth flew out. With your puny frame, what are you trying to pull? Qin Feng looked down on the man with disdain. He loosened his grip and flung him aside like a piece of trash. You dare hit my man? I'll fight you to the death. Seeing her husband beaten, the woman's fiery temper flared. Assuming Qin Feng wouldn't lay a finger on her in broad daylight, she charged forward like a raging mad cow. You! Bald-headed Wang saw the woman charging at him and kicked her straight in the face. The shrew never expected them to actually hit a woman. Especially that bald-headed thug, he showed no mercy. That single kick sent the woman, who had been charging like a mad bull, flying backward like a dead dog. The kick knocked her senseless. She sat there, her head bobbing, unable to recover. Seeing his parents bullied, the brat instantly flew into a rage. Knowing he couldn't beat the adults, he picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it straight at Xiaonan's head. "You damn country bumpkin, go to hell!" the brat roared, sending the stone hurtling toward Xiaonan. Though not thrown with great force, the impact would surely split his head open. "You little brat, you're asking for it." Xin Feng reacted with lightning speed, dashing in front of Xiaonan and kicking the stone away. The impacted stone shot backward like a cannonball, slamming hard into the little boy. Xin Feng naturally restrained his strength, but even this blow left a large bump on the brat's forehead, causing him to burst into tears with a wail. Chapter 160, The Eldest Brother of the Long Family. Everyone come see this. It's outrageous. Bullying our entire family in broad daylight, even hitting the child, they're not human. The woman clearly hadn't anticipated Xin Feng and his companions possessing such formidable strength. Realizing resistance was futile, she plopped down on the ground, stretched out her legs, and began wailing at the top of her lungs while slapping her thighs. The amusement park was already packed with crowds, many waiting in line for rides. Her wailing instantly drew a large crowd of onlookers. The more people gathered, the more fired up the woman became. "Everyone, come see. There's no law, no justice. Please help me seek justice." Holding her wailing child, the family looked utterly devastated, as if they'd suffered the deepest humiliation. Xin Feng and his companions had no desire to get entangled with this family. "Let's go somewhere else to play. Don't let a few mad dogs ruin our good mood." Xin Feng scooped up his daughter, wiping away her tears with his finger. "Don't go. I've never been so humiliated in my entire life. Don't leave. I'm the general manager and secretary of Longjia Group. You'll pay for this." The suit-clad man, covered in dust, scrambled to his feet and started making calls. Hearing his arrogance, Xin Feng and Bald Wang exchanged a knowing smirk. "Brother Qin, did I hear that right? We've really stirred up a hornet's nest here. Turns out the Long family really does produce some real oddballs." Bald-headed Wang watched the suit-clad man making his call, finding the whole scene utterly laughable. Let's go. No need to pay him any mind, it's a waste of time." Xin Feng picked up his daughter and headed off to play elsewhere, not giving the guy a second thought. The suit-wearing man and his family could only yell and wail, too afraid to step forward and stop them. "Xin Feng, I don't think they'll let this go. Maybe we should leave? We could go explore somewhere else." Mu Qing kept glancing at the family out of the corner of her eye. They showed no intention of leaving. But their daughter was having the time of her life with Qin Shan. Xin Feng couldn't bear to interrupt her joy. "Don't worry. They're just a bunch of clowns. When has our daughter ever been this happy? Could you bear to take her away now?" Xin Feng pointed at their daughter, who was laughing heartily, and turned to ask. Mu Qing knew full well what kind of life Xiaonan had led before. She'd never had the chance to come out and play like this. As a mother herself, how could she bear to? "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Just let Xiaonan enjoy herself. If anyone from the Long family dares to come cause trouble, I'll make sure they learn their lesson." Bald-headed Wang sipped his cola with a satisfying slurp. Though Mu Qing still harbored worries, since Qin Feng had spoken so decisively, she held her tongue. Xiaonan was having a blast when the afternoon rolled around. A large group finally arrived from the man in the suit, charging toward Qin Feng with fierce momentum. "Don't panic. Keep playing with Xiaonan. Leave this to me and Xiao Wang." Qin Feng didn't want his wife and daughter to witness the confrontation, so he spoke up first to send Mu Qing away. Mu Qing nodded and left. Xin Feng turned with Wang, the man with the crew cut, and walked straight toward the group. The leader was a fat man with a blue dragon and lotus tattooed on his arm, his face radiating menace. "You're the one who bullied my employee, right?" The tattooed man pushed his sunglasses up his nose, eyeing Xin Feng with utter contempt. "That's right, boss. This punk not only beat up my whole family, but he also disrespected the Long family, calling us nothing but." The suit-wearing guy, afraid the tattooed boss wasn't angry enough, kept stirring the pot from the side. "Shut your mouth. Who the hell do you think you are, talking back to me?" The tattooed man's authority clearly overshadowed the suit guy's. His sharp rebuke silenced him instantly, leaving him too scared to utter a single word. "Kid, there's a crowd here. I'll spare your family some dignity. Come outside with me to settle this. What do you say?" Though the tattooed man's tone was polite and conciliatory, the burly men behind him had all clenched their fists. Even without words, Xin Feng understood the message written across their faces. What a load of crap about saving face. Clearly, with so many people around, these guys were afraid of witnesses if they started a fight. If an ordinary person followed him out, they'd likely end up with at least one broken leg before they could even call the police. But when it came to Qin Feng facing this situation, he showed not a shred of fear. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips. "Fine. Let's take this outside." The tattooed man shot Qin Feng a look before leading the group of thugs toward the exit. Qin Feng gave Mu Qing a reassuring look before following the bald-headed man outside. The men in suits weren't even qualified to intervene in this kind of situation. They could only continue watching from the sidelines. The group emerged outside. The tattooed man had clearly scouted a location beforehand, leading them straight to a secluded spot. So, what's up, guys? How do you plan to talk this out? Shinfeng looked at the men with their grim expressions and smiled, feigning ignorance. At his words, scorn flashed across their faces. You really think we dragged you out here to talk things out? Remember who beat you today. My name is Long Yuan. Get him. Long Yuan frowned, waved his massive hand, and his henchmen swarmed around Shinfeng in an instant. So you're Long Yuan? Then what's your relationship with Long Sanping? Shinfeng looked at Long Yuan and asked curiously. Long Sanping is my own nephew. How do you know him? Are you friends? Long Yuan eyed Shinfeng, his brow slightly furrowed. Though this Long Sanping was of little ability, he was still a member of the Long family, his own flesh and blood. If Shinfeng truly had connections with his nephew, he would certainly give him some face and not risk ruining their relationship over someone like that man in the suit. Yet Shinfeng's next words caused the anger to flare once more on Long Yuan's face, which had just begun to soften. Quite right, quite right. I do have a connection with Long Sanping, and a very deep one at that. Oh? Such a connection, you say? Hearing Shinfeng's words, Long Yuan hastily signaled his henchmen to step back. Of course, of course. That scumbag Long Sanping had his teeth knocked out when we beat him up at the KTV. You tell me, how could that not be a deep connection? Shinfeng stared at Long Yuan, a faint smile still playing on his lips. At those words, Long Yuan's temper flared up instantly. You take the piss out of me. You're that Shinfeng who injured my nephew? Long Yuan glared at Shinfeng, demanding an answer. That's right. I go by my name, and I stand by my actions. I'm the very Shinfeng who beat your nephew into a coma. That's right, that's right. I personally took care of that brat. No offense, but your Long family really is full of troublemakers. Bald-headed Wang glared at Long Yuan, his words dripping with provocation. You bastards have gone too far. Get em. Get em. Kill these two little s. Fury made the veins on Long Yuan's forehead bulge as he bellowed, rolling up his sleeves and charging toward Shinfeng himself. Chapter 161, Change of Venue. Seeing Long Yuan take the initiative, the remaining thugs couldn't stand idly by any longer. One by one, they charged forward, bellowing. Shinfeng merely took a step back as the crowd closed in, leaving Flathead Wang to face them alone. This bunch of trash was no match for him. They were all knocked to the ground. Long Yuan, who had been so aggressive moments before, now lay sprawled on the ground. Flathead King straddled his head, raining punches down on him until his tattoos nearly faded away. Help! Help! Long Yuan was utterly terrified now, lying on the ground screaming for help non-stop. Enough, enough! Stop screaming! Didn't you find this nice spot yourself? There's no one around. You won't even have time to call the cops. Shinfeng watched the writhing Long Yuan on the ground, speaking slowly. This Long Yuan running into a tough nut like Shinfeng had ultimately been digging his own grave. Spare me! Stop hitting me! It hurts so much. Long Yuan had always been arrogant and never endured such humiliation. But Ping Tu Wang was a wild man by nature. He didn't care about anyone's status. He kept punching until he was exhausted, then finally let go and stood up. Phew, brother Qin, that old geezer beat me to a pulp. Serves him right. Ping Tu Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked up to Shinfeng to report. All show and no substance. Go get your tattoo changed to a pig's head, or else every time I see you, I'll beat you again. Don't get any ideas. We'll be crossing paths plenty more times. Shinfeng glanced at Long Yuan lying on the ground, uttered only those words, then turned and walked away, heading back to Disneyland. Upon his return, he spotted the area where Xiao Nan had been playing earlier, still crowded with people. Why aren't you putting on a show anymore? Now you know how tough we are? Let me tell you. Your husband and that lackey? My big brother probably crippled them both. Make your daughter kneel and apologize to my son. The suit-wearing man and his family surrounded Mu Qing and her two companions, flaunting their power. That's right. Her dad just hit me. I'm gonna rip all her hair out. The brat glared at Xiao Nan, his eyes filled with hatred. Shinfeng watched the scene unfold, his anger flaring up. He thought dealing with Long Yuan would settle the matter. But this suit-wearing family was shamelessly pushing their luck. Their case hadn't even been resolved yet, but this family was already gloating. Stop it! Shinfeng bellowed, pushing his way through the crowd. Seeing Shinfeng return unscathed, the suit-wearing man recoiled in shock, stumbling back 2 steps. You? How could you possibly be back? My brother, where's my brother? The man in the suit clutched the woman, who clutched the bratty kid. The family of 3 huddled together in fear once more. Bald-headed Wang raised his fist to charge forward, but Shinfeng, scanning the surrounding crowd, quickly reached out to restrain him. Your older brother Long Yuan has already left. He scolded me too, so I want to properly apologize. How about we find a place to eat, and I'll apologize over dinner? Ignoring the bullied Mu Qing, Shinfeng walked up to the man in the suit and his family. His face wore an apologetic smile, his demeanor even slightly submissive. The moment those words left his mouth, not only did the family in suits freeze in shock, but even the flat-top guy and Mu Qing were stunned. The suit-wearing man, who had been trembling with fear moments before, now straightened his back. Oomph. Now you realize your mistake? See how formidable I am? If you'd acted like this earlier, none of this would have happened. As long as you appease me, Wang Li, in this city of Shanghai, most people will give me some face. Wang Li, the man in the suit, looked at Qin Feng before him and immediately put on an act. Exactly. You lot are clearly penniless country bumpkins. Why didn't you just give in earlier? Wang Li's wife now strutted over with an air of superiority. Even the bratty kid beside him started acting cocky. If you want to apologize to my dad, you'll have to take us to the most expensive restaurant in town. The child's words prompted Wang Li to nod repeatedly. Alright, no problem. I don't care how much it costs. As long as I can befriend someone like you, I'll pay whatever it takes. Qin Feng's attitude at this moment was as accommodating as it could possibly be, which the man in the suit found quite gratifying. Alright then. Since you're begging me so earnestly, I'll grant this country bumpkin a favor. Let's go. Wang Li's entire demeanor shifted instantly as he picked up the brat and strode toward the exit. Brother Qin, what's going on here? Why didn't you just let me go up and teach this guy a lesson? Why all this drama? Bald-headed Wang quietly edged closer to Qin Feng, thoroughly annoyed by his recent actions. You think I don't hate this family? But look at all these people around us. How could you possibly teach him a lesson? Then lure him out first. Find a secluded spot, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Qin Feng tossed the words to Ping Tu Wang before turning to join Mu Qing. Mu Qing, keep playing with the kids. Find somewhere to eat. Ping Tu Wang and I will take this family outside for a proper talk. When Qin Feng uttered the word talk, his tone was unwaveringly firm. Mu Qing knew him well enough to realize these two were in for a rough ride. Alright, just don't cause too much trouble. You should know better. Without further instructions, Mu Qing left them with just that sentence before leading Xiao Nan and Qin Shan to the side. Qin Feng and Ping Tu Wang escorted the family into the arriving G-Class SUV. What about your family? Why aren't you bringing them along? Wang Li sat in the back seat, asking curiously. Oh, you noticed my wife too. She hasn't seen much of the world and I didn't want to upset you. Just the few of us going is fine. Qin Feng sat in the front passenger seat, a smile playing on his lips. At least you've got some sense. If you keep me happy today, I might just introduce you to a few big shots. Wang Li sat in the back seat, adjusting his suit, unaware he was already in dire straits. Bald-headed Wang had long received Qin Feng's instructions. The car sped straight toward the pharmaceutical factory where Lin Liang and his crew were working. The location was far from the city. Even if they eliminated these three, it would go completely unnoticed. As the car sped away from the commotion, the family of three finally sensed something was terribly wrong. What the hell are you playing at? This isn't the way to the restaurant. What are you up to? Even Wang Li, usually the most innocent of the bunch, sensed something was terribly wrong. Of course we're not going to the restaurant. How else could I properly deal with you lot without luring you out to this godforsaken wilderness? Qin Feng watched the family through the rearview mirror and spoke slowly. You're playing dirty tricks on me? I'll find my big brother. Wang Li, furious, gripped the back of the seat and glared at Qin Feng, baring his teeth. Shut your mouth. You already sent Long Yuan to the hospital. One more word, and I'll throw you out of this car. Qin Feng turned his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That single reprimand silenced the entire family. Chapter 162, Return to Jiangbei. You, calm down. I'm telling you, murder is against the law. If you kill us, you won't escape justice either. Wang Li's face was deathly pale as he warned Qin Feng, his tone laced with pleading. What? Scared now? Starting to feel afraid now? Isn't that a bit too late? Qin Feng felt no pity for the three men, his tone as detached as ever. As the bald-headed Wang drove, a sinister grin spread across his face. He'd already planned how he'd teach Wang Li a lesson, later knocking out a few of his front teeth. The car sped along, exiting the city in just over 10 minutes before arriving at the factory where Lin Liang worked. From a distance, they could see him and Qin Wenhua directing operations. Alright, this is the spot. Get out. Qin Feng signaled Ping Tu Wang to stop the car, then led the way out the door. The family of three still inside the car stared at the desolate, uninhabited surroundings, trembling violently, their faces drained of color. What are you standing around for? Get out. Get out. Bald-headed Wang showed no mercy to these three. He yanked them out the door as soon as it opened. The family landed on the ground, too terrified to stand up. In this desolate wilderness, they couldn't help but recall scenes from movies about murder and burial. Wah! I don't want to die. Wah! The brat finally knew fear. Sitting on the ground, he started wailing at the top of his lungs. Shut your mouth. Or I'll wring your neck. The flat-top guy slapped the brat across the face and roared. The brat who had just been bullying Xiao Nan immediately shut up, scared out of his wits and wetting his pants. You can't kill me. I have connections in high places. You can't touch me. Wang Lian didn't even have the strength to stand, but his mouth never stopped. Enough, enough. What good does it do to talk about this now? Xiao Wang, make them pay for their words and actions just now. Xin Feng leisurely lit a cigarette, his voice as calm as a breeze when giving orders. Wang, the bald-headed guy who'd been itching for a fight all day, was finally getting his chance. He lunged forward, grabbed Wang Li, and unleashed a barrage of punches. The rain of fists showed no mercy. As for that shrew trying to escape, Wang Ping too didn't care she was a woman. He yanked her hair and unleashed a barrage of slaps. He slapped her face until it swelled like a pig's head. Even that brat didn't escape his wrath. Though he couldn't beat him like an adult, he stripped the kid's pants down and delivered a fierce spanking on his buttocks, forbidding him to cry out. Amidst the heated commotion, Qin Wenhua and Lin Liang heard the noise and strode over. Young Master Qin, what's going on here? Qin Wenhua looked at the scene before him, feeling somewhat baffled. Nothing. Just three reckless kids. A little lesson is all they need. Qin Feng glanced at Lin Liang and Qin Wenhua, issuing a casual warning without giving the three any serious thought. But the woman whose face had been beaten into a pig's head suddenly lit up upon seeing Qin Wenhua. Uncle Qin! Uncle Qin, I finally found you. Where have you been all these years? Please, you must save me today. The woman clung to Qin Wenhua's leg, wailing like a mourner. Qin Wenhua was utterly confused, but upon scrutinizing the woman, he suddenly froze. You're Qin Hua? Qin Hua. Qin Wenhua recognized her at that moment, and his entire body trembled with shock. Watching this dramatic reunion unfold before them, Qin Feng and Bald Wang felt a bit awkward. Uncle Qin. After we parted ways all those years ago, you just vanished. I waited for you at the Qin family residence in Shadowy City for so long. How did you end up looking so old now? Qin Hua burst into tears upon seeing Qin Wenhua. To an outsider, it might have seemed like they shared a profound bond. In truth, it was merely because Qin Wenhua had held her as a child. But to survive this moment, she was now indulging in self-pity. Those few tears she squeezed out did stir up memories of the past for Qin Wenhua. Her incessant pouring out of words made Qin Feng frown. Hold on, you're saying after parting ways with Qin Wenhua, you've been living at the Qin residence in present-day Shadowy City? Qin Feng grabbed the woman, his voice sharp and menacing. Qin Hua was utterly terrified of both Qin Feng and the bald-headed man, two figures she viewed as harbingers of doom. Hearing Qin Feng's question, she immediately nodded frantically in response. Upon receiving her answer, Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected that by apprehending this troublemaking family for punishment, he would inadvertently uncover such crucial information. Qin Hua and Qin Wenhua had known each other all along, and now Qin Hua was living at the Qin family residence in Shadowy City. What did this imply? It meant that the Qin family in Jiangbei City, where Qin Wenhua resided, and this Qin family in Shadowy City were undoubtedly of the same lineage. All the conclusions he had previously drawn were wrong. The factory currently under construction and the contracts signed all belong to the Jiangbei City branch of the Qin family. Brother Qin, what's going on here? Lin Liang, standing nearby, had also grasped the implication and was momentarily dumbfounded. If these two Qin families were of the same lineage, why hadn't the Shadowy City branch retaliated? Why were they spending money to build factories for them instead? Was it because they were magnanimous, overlooking personal grudges? But Qin Feng had wiped out the entire Jiangbei City Qin family. Such a grudge would be unforgivable even for ordinary families, let alone a major clan like the Qins. The only explanation now was that old bastard Qin Yunfei, who escaped from Jiangbeiqing, along with Qin Er, never returned to the Qin family in Shadowy City. So the Qin family still doesn't know what's going on. Qin Feng stood to the side, calmly offering his explanation. You three get out of here immediately. Today serves as a lesson. If you ever pull something like this again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Bald-headed Wang glared at the family of three and barked his reprimand. He could tell Qin Feng and the others were about to discuss something important. These three were simply in the way. Granted a reprieve by the bald-headed king, the trio promptly took off. Forgetting their isolation in the wilderness, they clutched their child and sprinted forward, not daring to look back. Brother Qin, things have come to this. Should we still proceed with building the factory? Lin Liang looked at Qin Feng expectantly, waiting for his decision. Though they were currently partners with the Qin family, this matter would inevitably come to light someday. When that day came, the two families would inevitably become sworn enemies. Build it. Why wouldn't we? They're footing the bill while we reap the benefits. Since enmity is inevitable, let's seize every advantage before it happens. Qin Feng gave Lin Liang his orders, and Lin Liang understood the plan. Qin Wenhua turned to resume overseeing the factory construction, while Lin Liang approached him, his face betraying an unspeakable concern. Brother Qin, there's something I really need to tell you. In Jiangbei City, those three from Mushan are getting more and more aggressive. They've even started undermining the foundation, pressuring shareholders to hand over their equity. Lin Liang's cautious report made Qin Feng clench his fists. Those three reckless fools, it's time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 163, Luo Xan of the Luo family. Brother Qin, are we heading back to Jiangbeiqing? What about the factory here? Lin Liang's voice carried both relief and apprehension at Qin Feng's words. After all, he had played a part in establishing Jiangbei City. He hadn't even savored the taste of being the richest man for a few days before it was about to be snatched away. Naturally, he was eager to return quickly and restore justice. But this pharmaceutical factory in Shanghai City was also a very lucrative opportunity. Qin Wenshua alone, with his lack of experience, was simply incapable of managing it. Lin Liang wasn't about to give it up willingly. Don't worry. Just focus on running your operation here. Wang Ping Tu and I will handle things back in Jiangbei City. Qin Feng patted Lin Liang's shoulder and muttered. Then, accompanied by Flathead Wang, he got into the car and headed back to the city. Returning to Jiangbeiqing wasn't just empty talk after all. Shanghai City wasn't his hometown. Sooner or later, they would have to return to Jiangbei City or even Shenyang City. His own stronghold couldn't tolerate those three trampling all over it. Besides, Qin Feng harbored deep resentment toward these shameless scoundrels. He couldn't swallow his anger without going back to deal with them. Back in the city, the two headed straight for the villa. Mu Cheng and the others, who had been out all day, had already returned. Xiaonan was exhausted and had fallen asleep, leaving only Mu Qing and Qin Shan still busy preparing dinner. Mu Qing, Ping Tu Wang and I might need to return to Jiangbei City for a few days. You and Xiaonan stay here and be careful about everything. Qin Feng looked at Mu Qing as he shared his plans. Mu Qing feared Qin Feng might not handle things well and insisted on going back with him. But she couldn't bear to leave Xiaonan behind either. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. Don't worry. I'll be back in a few days. Just stay here and relax. Nothing will happen. Qin Feng repeatedly reassured Mu Qing. Behind the scenes, he had already instructed Ping Tu Wang to arrange for numerous skilled guards to provide protection. As long as no peerless master like Qin Yunfei appeared, there shouldn't be any major problems. The reason he hadn't left Ping Tu Wang behind was that he needed someone to run errands and handle matters upon his return to Jiangbei City. Now that Mu Qing was connected to the Qin family, ordinary people wouldn't dare harbor any ill intentions. Even if Qin Yunfei returned to report the situation to the Qin family, they would have to weigh their options, considering the pharmaceutical factory's influence. Besides, dealing with those three shameless Mu family members would take no more than 2 days at most. He'd be back soon. Alright, then. You two go early and return early. Be sure to stay safe. Mu Qing spoke again, her words filled with concern. Don't worry. You know my skills. Could those three really be a match for me? Qin Feng gave Mu Qing a reassuring look before following Ping Tu Wang out of the villa. They booked same-day flights and headed straight for Jiangbei City. By the time they landed, it was already late at night, so they had no choice but to return to the villa where they had previously stayed. Only on the way there did they realize they'd both forgotten to ask Mu Qing for the keys. But when they arrived at the villa, they realized worrying about this had been entirely unnecessary. The villa's doors and windows had been completely smashed. Graffiti in various colors covered the walls, scrawling insulting words. Qin Feng knew exactly who was responsible without a second thought. By the time they left, Mu Qing and Lin Liang had already made a name for themselves in Jiangbei City. That anyone would dare come here to do this now could only mean they were acting on orders from those three. Brother Qin, this is outrageous. Flathead Wang's eyes blazed with fury, but Qin Feng remained unmoved. Enough. It's just the sign outside that got wrecked. We'll make do for a few days. Qin Feng glanced at the shattered glass door before sidestepping it and walking inside. He ordered some takeout first, then called Ling Moran, hoping she could make time to come over. Upon receiving Qin Feng's call, Ling Moran didn't hesitate for a moment. Within 10 minutes, she drove to the location. Seeing the villa in disarray, she too was taken aback. Qin Feng, what happened here? Who upset you? Ling Moran dodged the shards of glass on the floor, sidestepped to the table, and sat down, assuming this was all Qin Feng's doing. Miss Ling, even if I had the worst temper, I wouldn't destroy my own home. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. Brother Qin and I came back suddenly just for this matter. Bald-headed Wan was the most carefree of them all. Though the living room was a complete mess, it hadn't dampened his appetite in the slightest. Moran, after we left Jiangbei City, did anything happen at the company? Qin Feng didn't spell it out explicitly, but Ling Moran understood his meaning perfectly well. Looks like you two have already heard the rumors. Those guys from the Mu family, using their connection to Mu Qing, have now seized control of the company. A hint of sadness flickered across Ling Moran's face as he spoke. But I'm baffled, how did these three manage to pull this off? They have no local connections whatsoever. Qin Feng asked over dinner. Though the commotion was considerable, in Qin Feng's eyes, it was nothing more than a minor disturbance. Those three from the Mu family are exceptionally clever. They first used their status as leverage, threatening shareholders that they'd report their mistakes to Mu Qing and employing all sorts of coercion. Eventually, those shareholders grew fearful of their connection to Mu Qing. What began as a modicum of respect gradually turned into complete obedience, allowing them to seize control of the situation. Though our families all harbored grievances, the authority you've established in Zhongbei City is too formidable. Everyone dared not speak out. Ling Moran recounted the latest developments in Zhongbei City to Qin Feng in detail. His words came as no surprise to Qin Feng. The enigmatic Qin family and the immensely powerful Mo family were the true aristocratic clans of Zhongbei City. Yet when confronted by Qin Feng's iron fist, they ultimately crumbled to dust. Who wouldn't fear such power? That's why, even though these three had caused an uproar in Zhongbei City, no one dared to speak up. But for these three to succeed so smoothly, there must be someone backing them, right? Qin Feng looked at Ling Moran and posed this crucial question. This was the primary reason she had summoned Ling Moran. Even if Mushan had connections, in a place like Zhongbei City, one couldn't get anything done without a penny to their name. Ling Moran seemed to have anticipated Qin Feng's question. After a long moment of contemplation, he let out a deep sigh. You're absolutely right. There is indeed someone behind these three, actively fueling their success. That person is? Luo Xian of the Luo family. Chapter 164, Nighttime Investigation of the Luo family. Ling Moran's revelation of the mastermind behind the scenes made Qin Feng pause mid-bite, his chopsticks frozen in mid-air. Luo Xian? Does he have the guts? I haven't done anything to offend him, have I? Qin Feng pondered the name carefully, his brow furrowing slightly. He certainly hadn't forgotten that name. The Luo family, ranked second in Zhongbei City, that young man with exceptional business acumen and traces of spiritual energy within him. But back when he declared war on the Mo and Qin families, this guy had been on his side. How could he have harbored such treacherous thoughts the moment I left? Qin Feng, do you recall your earlier promise? After eliminating the Qin and Mo families, you vowed to make the Luo family the foremost clan in Zhongbei City, didn't you? Ling Moran stared at Qin Feng, his expression growing grave. That's correct. I believe I did mention something along those lines. But Luo Xian offered not a shred of assistance in this matter. The progress in pharmaceutical development has exceeded my expectations. If the Luo family wants to claim the top spot, they'll have to earn it themselves. What does that have to do with me? Qin Feng couldn't fathom this kid's mindset. Easy for you to say. Your company's reputation in Zhongbei City is already unmatched, no one can surpass it. Luo Xian remembers the promise you made back then. Since he isn't number one in Zhongbei City now, he naturally holds a grudge against you. Ling Moran was no fool, he held nothing back from Qin Feng. Qin Feng pondered while eating. He'd thought Luo Xian was clever enough, but hadn't expected him to scheme over this matter. Alright, I understand the situation. The three from the Mu family are nothing but clowns. I'll go talk to this Luo Xian first. Qin Feng set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and rose to leave. Why the rush? You've just returned, and it's late at night. We should wait until tomorrow. I'll accompany you. Ling Moran glanced at the pitch-black sky outside, her tone tinged with gentle scolding. Ha! If I'm going to confront Luo Xian, it has to be right now. Any other time simply won't do. Qin Feng smiled faintly, then led Wang Ping-tu out of the villa, heading straight for the Luo residence. Brother Qin, don't try to stop me later. Once I get my hands on that Luo Xian, I'm going to beat the crap out of him. Bald head Wan was already itching for a fight in the car. The kid had beaten up quite a few people these past few days and was starting to lose control. Alright. Save your showboating. You might not even be able to beat this Luo Xian. Qin Feng glanced at the flat-top guy and couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Xian might not be strong, but he was clearly trained by a master. Despite his youth, there were faint signs of spiritual power emerging within him. Such a powerful hidden threat lurking in the shadows, if he truly came into his own, it would be absolutely deadly. As Qin Feng pondered this, the two arrived at the Luo family villa. Outside the villa, hundreds of meters of lawn stretched out, patrolled by numerous guards. Bright lights illuminated the area like daylight, leaving no blind spots for concealment. Qin Feng led Ping-tu Wang along the perimeter wall, searching for a spot while evading the guards' patrols. Brother Qin, why don't we just walk in the front? After all, we have some standing in Zhongbei City, right? Bald-headed Wang grumbled incessantly, yet he still followed Qin Feng stealthily. Qin Feng ignored his companion entirely, rolling swiftly into the grass. His movements were swift, far beyond the patrol guard's ability to track. Seeing Qin Feng move, the flat-top guy scrambled to follow. Though not as swift, his movements were more than sufficient to evade the guards. After weaving through twists and turns, the two entered the villa. Inside, Luo Xian sat on the sofa, cigar in hand, holding a glass of red wine. A secretary stood before the table, tablet in hand, as slides continuously flashed across the screen. Luo Xian was a workaholic, to say the least. Well, it seems Brother Luo is truly diligent. Even with the Luo family having grown to such prominence, you still work tirelessly around the clock. Qin Feng strode into the living room with the flat-headed Wang, his words carrying a light-hearted tone as he addressed Luo Xian on the sofa. Startled by Qin Feng's sudden appearance, Luo Xian abruptly set down his glass and stood up. How did you two get in? Luo Xian was utterly shocked. He had anticipated Qin Feng's return and reinforced security. Yet these two had already entered the living room without any notification from outside. Alright, Luo Xin, don't you know my strength by now? Those lowly grunts outside can't stop me. What's so surprising about that? Qin Feng looked at Luo Xin, completely relaxed as he plopped down on the sofa. The bald-headed guy, Wang, was even more forward, acting like bandits raiding a village. He grabbed the red wine bottle from the table and started chugging it down. Well then, old Qin, what brings you here so late at night? Luo Xin quickly composed himself, smiling as he struck up a conversation with Qin Feng. Seeing Luo Xin's feigned ignorance, Qin Feng didn't rush to expose him. Nothing much. Just came back with nothing specific on my mind, thought I'd catch up with you. Why are you standing there? Sit down and talk. Qin Feng gestured repeatedly to Luo Xin beside him. Luo Xin nodded to Qin Feng with a smile, sitting down though his posture betrayed his unease. Luo Xin, I've been wondering why has Jiangbei City been getting so chaotic lately? I heard 3 Mu family members from Chunyang City have been causing all sorts of trouble. What's going on? Can you fill me in? Qin Feng sat beside Luo Xin and asked slowly. The moment those words left his mouth, Luo Xin's brow furrowed. Though he said nothing aloud, curses were already flying in his mind. Who didn't know those 3 were Qin Feng's relatives? Qin Feng knew this better than anyone. By asking such a question, he deliberately feigned ignorance, leaving Luo Xin at a loss for words. What's wrong, brother Luo? Have you been so engrossed in business that you're unaware of this? Qin Feng stared at Luo Xin, pressing him further. Luo Xin rubbed his hands nervously, unsure how to broach the subject. He couldn't possibly admit to being the mastermind behind it all. But to claim he hadn't heard of it would be like confessing without being asked. Luo Xin sat on the sofa, his expression still for a long moment. Finally, his fists clenched tightly, his brow furrowed, and he abruptly stood up. Qin Feng watched Luo Xin's agitated state, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely his goal, to force Luo Xin into a confession, to push him to the brink of emotional collapse. Oomph. Qin Feng, you've gone too far. Luo Xin roared, snatching a wineglass from the table and smashing it to the floor. The deafening crash of shattering glass sent a group of guards rushing in from outside. Luo Xin had hired these men primarily to guard against Qin Feng's attacks. They had memorized Qin Feng's face long ago. Spotting him standing beside Luo Xin, every single one of them drew their pistols and aimed them squarely at Qin Feng. Chapter 165, Helpless. Well. Looks like brother Luo had this all planned out. Qin Feng stared at the dark muzzles before him, not the least bit flustered. Instead, he stood up and began clapping. Beside him, the flat-top-haired man had long since grown accustomed to such scenes, paying no heed to these small arms. Qin Feng, I know full well how formidable you are. Do you really think this is the only surprise I had in store for you? Luo Xin took a few steps to the side, creating distance between himself and Qin Feng, then continued clapping. 5 figures reappeared at the elevated vantage point on the 2nd floor. 4 of them held automatic rifles, while the 5th wielded a sniper rifle, all aimed squarely at Qin Feng's head. Seeing this, the Flathead King panicked. This firepower was no joke. Qin Feng nodded slightly at the sight. This was exactly the Luo Xin he knew. Despite his youth, this man possessed extraordinary intelligence. It was utterly implausible he'd merely reinforced the patrol guards. Watching the panicked expression on Ping Tu Wang's face, Luo Xin's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Qin Feng, you don't seriously think I, Luo Xin, am some useless fool, do you? The Qin family relies on ancestral heritage, the Mo family relies on the Qin family, but my Luo family has reached its current position solely through relentless struggle. Luo Xin's tone had shifted completely, all traces of earlier panic vanished. I had men staking out the airport long ago. The moment you and Ping Tu Wang stepped off the plane, I got the word. I knew you'd come to the Luo residence tonight. Those patrol guards outside were just a smokescreen. I've had my men lying in wait here all along, just waiting for you to walk right into the trap. Luo Xin stared at Qin Feng, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. In his eyes, this move was a masterstroke, and he was certain he had Qin Feng firmly in his grasp. Qin Feng, I know you're formidable, but that sniper rifle is no ordinary weapon. The bullet's speed is beyond your ability to evade. The moment you make any physical movement, he'll fire instantly and take your life. Luo Xin stared at Qin Feng, his threats relentless. Qin Feng remained completely still, fully aware of the weapon's lethal capabilities. With his current abilities, evading the bullet was utterly impossible. If that man pulled the trigger, he might truly end up bleeding out on the spot. Not to mention the pistols at the door and the 4 automatic rifles upstairs. If a shootout broke out, even if he could escape wounded, Ping Tu Wang would surely die. Well, Qin Feng? I imagine you've grasped the gravity of this situation by now? Luo Xin took a fresh wineglass from his secretary, filled it to the brim, and took a leisurely sip. Luo Xin, I don't think all this effort is just for my life, is it? Qin Feng remained seated on the sofa, his expression calm and composed. Though the situation appeared fraught with danger, it was ultimately a false alarm. If Luo Xian truly intended to eliminate him, there would have been no need for all this idle chatter. A simple gunshot would have sufficed. But now, after all this talk, these so-called weapons were merely to get him to sit down and talk. That's right. I won't kill you so easily. There's no irreconcilable enmity between our two families. Truthfully, I only came for one thing, a promise from you. Seeing the killing intent fade from Qin Feng, Luo Xian sat beside him and spoke slowly. Qin Feng, we made a deal back then. After eliminating the Qin and Mo families, you'd let me become the top dog in Jiangbei City. That's correct, isn't it? Luo Xian locked eyes with Qin Feng, arguing his case. True, I did say that. But you offered no help during that chess match. And now that the merchant bureau is in turmoil, how could I possibly destroy my own house just to prop you up? Qin Feng looked at Luo Xian and replied calmly. Even if he were to elevate a family, it would undoubtedly be the Ling family's Ling Moran, who held immense value to him. Not this Luo Xian, who'd been watching from the sidelines all along, only thinking about reaping the rewards. Don't waste my time with this nonsense. I want the top spot in Jiangbei City. I'm sick and tired of being the eternal runner-up. Luo Xian refused to listen to Qin Feng's reasoning, cutting him off abruptly. If you refuse to help me, then I'll claim the top spot in Jiangbei City myself. All I ask is that you stay out of my way during this time. I came here today to make it clear, Luo Xian isn't someone to be pushed around. I have more than enough capital to take you down. Luo Xian stared into Qin Feng's eyes, his expression brimming with arrogance. Yet beneath this formidable front lay a deep-seated fear. Luo Xian, I'm curious why you haven't killed me yet. Wouldn't eliminating me now be the surest way to eliminate future threats? Qin Feng regarded Luo Xian with genuine puzzlement. He knew Luo Xian intended to use this situation to intimidate him, but if the intimidation failed, he would face unimaginable danger. Cut the nonsense. Let me make this clear, taking your life is as easy as lifting a finger for me, Luo Xian. Today, I'm letting you live as a favor. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Get out. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Luo Xian dismissed Qin Feng. Faced with this situation, Qin Feng naturally had nothing else to say. Leaving now meant both men could walk away unscathed. If Luo Xian changed his mind later, whether Qin Feng could leave was uncertain, and Ping Tu Wang would likely be finished here. Go! Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Ping Tu Wang before taking the first step away. This was the first time since returning to Earth that he'd been forced into retreat. Stepping out of the villa, Ping Tu Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom why Luo Xian would let them go like this. Had he acted just now, it would have been the end of all trouble. Seems my display of force at the hotel last time has already intimidated Luo Xian. Only after getting into the car did Qin Feng finally come to his senses. Only now did he realize why Luo Xian hadn't made his move. Though he had appeared supremely confident moments ago, he had actually overestimated Qin Feng's capabilities. He even doubted that the firearms alone would be sufficient to take down Qin Feng. If firing hadn't killed Qin Feng, he would have been counterattacked for sure. He dared not take that risk. Brother Qin, looks like you really scared the crap out of Luo Xian last time. With all this firepower, he still didn't dare make a move. Sitting in the car, Flathead Wan listened to Qin Feng's analysis and felt a quiet satisfaction. You still have the nerve to laugh? If he'd attacked just now, I wouldn't have been able to escape. You would have been dead meat. Qin Feng looked at Ping Tu Wang and shook his head with a bitter smile. Though both men had narrowly escaped death, Luo Xian remained a persistent threat. And after today's ordeal, he'd likely be even more vigilant in the future. Luo Xian claimed he only wanted to become the top dog in Jiangbei City, but human ambition never truly recedes. The day he truly claimed the top spot in Jiangbei City would be the day he turned his full force against me. Therefore, no matter how difficult it proved, Luo Xian must be eliminated. Chapter 166, A Petty Troublemaker. Brother Qin, what should we do now? This Luo Xian is a tough nut to crack. Bald-headed Wang understood Qin Feng's thoughts and knew all too well that this matter couldn't be resolved in just a couple of days. There's no other choice now. Since the core problem can't be resolved immediately, let's deal with the clown on the surface first. Qin Feng muttered, his voice tinged with both resignation and melancholy. The two drove back to the villa. The shattered glass doors and windows had been replaced with brand new ones. The graffiti on the walls had been completely scrubbed away. The interior had been thoroughly cleaned, spotless and pristine. You two are back? Judging by your expressions, things must have been rough over there. Ling Moran observed Qin Feng and Bald Wang's expressions, the situation clearly matching his expectations. You did all this? Qin Feng looked around at the house, which was even tidier than usual, slightly surprised. What's there to say? Mu Qing isn't here, so of course I had to find someone to clean up for you. Otherwise, you two grown men would turn this place into a pigsty. Ling Moran teased them playfully, though Qin Feng found it odd that Mu Qing had anticipated their defeat. No need to wonder. Luo Xian is young, yet he's secured the second highest position in Jiangbei City through his own abilities. He certainly has the skills for it. Mu Qing chuckled as she poured water for them. Qin Feng sat speechless at the table, his mind racing with plans. For the time being, it seemed impossible to move against Luo Xin. This guy had overestimated his own strength, which was precisely why he hadn't dared to act rashly. Facing an enemy he perceived as so formidable, someone as sharp as Luo Xin would undoubtedly have fortified his defenses to the utmost. Here's the plan I prepared for you, along with the list of major shareholders who've been fully co-opted by the Mu family trio. Ling Moran said, pulling out the documents from the side and handing them all to Qin Feng. This caught Qin Feng off guard. He hadn't expected Ling Moran to have laid out a plan for him in such a short time. What astonished him even more were the densely packed names on the documents, over a dozen in total. Many of them were veterans who had been with Lin Liang since the early days of building the pharmaceutical factory. Who would have thought they'd now be in cahoots with Mu Shan? Great, great. Tomorrow we'll head to the company and give these three a big surprise. Qin Feng picked up the documents, his mind already forming a plan. Since the Luo family's defenses were impenetrable, he'd deal with these three shameless individuals first. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Feng in the villa, Ling Moran turned and left. Bald-headed Wang, exhausted from the day's work, retired early to his room for a deep sleep. Only Qin Feng remained in the living room, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Early the next morning, Ling Moran drove over to deliver breakfast for Qin Feng and the bald-headed Wang. After breakfast, the two continued their journey to the company in Ling Moran's car. Upon arrival, the entrance bustled with people. Each wore a suit, sporting black and blue striped ties, with small gold name tags pinned to their chests. The name tags prominently displayed the character Mu. These requirements had never been enforced before, proving that Mu Shan was indeed highly strategic. He knew the real power in this company remained firmly in the hands of Mu Qing and Lin Liang. But now, not only had he won over the shareholders, he was also subjecting all employees to this brainwashing-style preparation. His intentions were as obvious as the sun in the sky. He intended to ensure that the entire company, while outwardly operating under the facade of Lin Liang and Mu Qing, would have Mu Shan's name ingrained in its very core. Come on, brother Qin, this is our own company, what's there to worry about? Wang, the man with the crew cut, muttered as he strode straight into the company building. Qin Feng followed closely behind, but was stopped at the entrance. Gentlemen, entry is prohibited without our company badge. The security guard blocked their path, his expression utterly matter of fact. Hey, kid, you got that wrong, didn't you? I'm king of the flat tops. And this is Qin Feng, the husband of our big boss Mu Qing. We're going back to our own company, how can you stop us? Ping Tu Wang's temper flared at being blocked by security. How could he be stopped by outsiders just trying to get back to his own place? Following someone else's rules? That was ridiculous. I'm new here. I don't know any Mu Qing or Qin Feng. All I know is the company's chief steward, Mu Shan. This is his order. Without a badge, no one gets in. The security guard was clearly a new hire, completely unyielding. Chief administrator? Who appointed this so-called chief administrator? Did any higher-ups approve this? Qin Feng's temper flared at the sight of this security guard who clearly didn't recognize important figures. The company was painstakingly built by Mu Qing and Lin Liang. Neither of these leaders had heard anything about it, yet Mu Shan had somehow acquired the title of chief administrator. Who knew where he got the nerve? Enough, enough. The three of you stop wasting my time with this nonsense. I'll say at once, no badge, no entry. The security guard frowned and pulled the rubber baton from his waist. The tension was palpable, but Ling Moran quickly pulled 3 badges from his bag. It's fine, it's fine. We have badges, just put them on. Ling Moran swiftly handed one to the man with the crew cut, then turned to fasten it on Qin Feng himself. Just hold your temper for now. Don't make a scene. If Mu Shan inside hears any commotion and leaves, you might not even catch a glimpse of her. Ling Moran whispered softly into Qin Feng's ear as she fastened the badge. Qin Feng forced her own anger down. This Mu Shan was a slippery character, and judging by the situation, the entire company had been thoroughly brainwashed by the old fox. If she caused a scene outside, he'd surely slip away immediately. As long as she couldn't completely destroy his false authority in front of everyone, this crowd would continue to recognize the empty title of Chief Administrator Mu Shan. Seeing the 3 of them comply and fasten the badges, a smug, contemptuous smile spread across the security guard's face. Why didn't you just do this earlier? What's with all the tough guy act? Now get inside. Only after glancing at the Mu character on their chests did the security guard finally sway aside to let them pass. Fine. Arrogant enough, indeed. I'll go in and see this chief steward Mu of yours for myself. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws. The rage boiling within him had reached its peak. He had zero tolerance for these thieves who had stolen Mu Qing's fruits. With that, he strode directly toward the company building. Upon learning that Mu Shan was upstairs meeting with several major shareholders, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a perfect opportunity. Wang Pingtu and Ling Mo Ran couldn't keep up behind him. Qin Feng yanked the person out of the elevator and charged alone toward the conference room upstairs. Chapter 167, The Three from the Mu Family. The person yanked out of the elevator crashed to the floor. Qin Feng's strength was no match for them. Who the hell are you? What do you think you're doing? The suited men on the floor glared at the ascending elevator, their faces twisted with displeasure. What are you yapping about? This is my Qin brother's own company. What's wrong with taking the elevator? The already irritated man with the crew cut, glancing at the complaining suit and the conspicuous badge on his chest, grew even more impatient. What bull, brother Qin? This is the Mu family's company. The big boss is Mu Shan. What, brother Qin? What the hell does that have to do with me? The suit-wearing man, clearly brainwashed, dismissed the bald-headed man's words with utter contempt. The bald-headed man rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Had Ling Moran not stepped in to restrain him, trouble would surely have erupted once more. The two continued waiting for the next elevator downstairs, but Qin Feng had already arrived at the conference room door. Though Qin Feng felt anger welling up inside, he was no ordinary hothead. Though anger burned within him, it wouldn't cloud his judgment. If he stormed in headlong and didn't find Mu Shan in the office, it would only alert the enemy. He first approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen inside. Just as he expected. The conference room was now filled with the echoes of Mu Shan's impassioned speech. Shareholders, if you place your trust in me, I guarantee I'll keep our company firmly in the top spot in Jiangbei City and ensure your monthly profits. And as the company's chief executive, it's my responsibility to take us beyond Jiangbei City to make us number one in the entire province. Mu Shan spoke without a hint of embarrassment, constantly referring to our company. Each sentence ended with thunderous applause from the conference room. One might mistake it for some pyramid scheme brainwashing session. Qin Feng now confirmed Mu Shan's presence in the conference room. There was no need for hesitation. He charged straight at him and delivered a kick. The sheer force of the kick sent the wooden office door crashing to the floor. Everyone inside, still immersed in Mu Shan's speech, froze in shock. Even Mu Shan instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned toward Qin Feng. Well, what a stirring, powerful speech indeed. I wonder who bestowed upon you this title of chief steward. Qin Feng stared at Mu Shan standing before the desk, his words dripping with scorn, sparing him no shred of dignity. The current Mu Shan bore no resemblance to the disheveled figure who had first arrived in Jiangbei City. He was dressed in an expensive, immaculate suit, wearing a black and blue tie, with the character Mu on his chest gleaming brightly, clearly crafted from solid gold. Qin Feng? You? How did you get here? When did you return? Mu Shan was naturally startled by Qin Feng's sudden appearance. He knew Qin Feng's temperament all too well, and he knew exactly how Qin Feng felt about him. Even if Mu Qing had returned, he wouldn't have been this flustered. But seeing Qin Feng, the living devil himself, standing before him, Mu Shan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How did I come back? If I hadn't returned, this company would probably have become yours by now. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he stared at Mu Shan. Mu Shan pulled a towel from his pocket, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. But the surrounding shareholders were all dumbfounded, somewhat confused by the situation. Although Qin Feng was Mu Qing's husband, he genuinely had no interest in the company's affairs. Apart from Lin Liang, Mu Qing, and a few close associates, no one else had ever seen Qin Feng, let alone knew his identity. Now, witnessing Qin Feng confronting the chief steward with such intensity, while the chief steward dared not even argue back, truly puzzled them. Head steward, who is this person? None of us recognize him. Exactly. How dare such a young upstart show such disrespect to the chief steward? Utterly uncultured, what a disgrace. The shareholders had long regarded Mu Shan as their spiritual leader. Now this young upstart suddenly barges in, hurling scornful remarks at Mu Shan, who dares not utter a peep in response. It left them thoroughly displeased. Well, aren't they asking about my identity? Why aren't you telling them? Afraid? Qin Feng strode slowly toward Mu Shan, his voice drawn out and deliberate. Having been reprimanded countless times, Mu Shan was utterly terrified of Qin Feng. Especially now, with the overwhelming pressure radiating from Qin Feng's entire being, Mu Shan could barely catch his breath. Mu Shan's nerves were stretched taut, his speech stuttering as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Aren't they asking you, the chief steward? Tell them who I am. Speak. Qin Feng's thunderous roar sent Mu Shan's shoulders trembling. Yes, who am I? I'll tell you, who am I? Mu Shan was utterly flustered by the furious Qin Feng before him. Qin Feng had asked him to introduce himself, yet the old man merely repeated his own words, leaving Qin Feng momentarily at a loss for words. This is outrageous. Do you think the company conference room is your dining table? One shareholder couldn't bear to watch any longer and abruptly stood up. As one person stood, the rest followed suit. What the hell? Do you have any idea how many people in all of Jiangbei City beg for an audience with our chief administrator? Do you know how exalted his status is? And you, some wet-beard brat, dare to bark orders around here? What the hell kind of scum are you? Several shareholders pointed at Qin Feng, spittle flying from their mouths. Their eyes bulged and mouths gaped, as if they wanted to skin him alive. But Qin Feng paid them no mind whatsoever, his eyes fixed solely on Mushan. I told you to tell them who I am. Didn't you hear me? Speak. Qin Feng's thunderous roar sent Mushan stumbling backward, collapsing into his chair. He's my son-in-law. My son-in-law. Mushan stammered for a long moment before finally managing to utter the word son-in-law. The moment those two words left his lips, the surrounding shareholders visibly relaxed, though their eyes brimmed with contempt. Qin Feng had been raging since he entered, and Mushan hadn't dared to speak up. They had expected some formidable figure, only to discover he was merely a son-in-law. This only fueled their anger further. Qin Feng watched Mushan, pale-faced yet stubbornly defiant in his chair, a cold smile spreading across his own lips. The commotion had drawn the attention of employees outside. Mu Yuxia and her mother-in-law, Wang Li, rushed in at once. Seeing Qin Feng standing in the office, they both paused in surprise. Chapter 168, Identity Revealed. Like Mushan, these two were now unrecognizable from their former selves. Gone were the tattered clothes, they were now uniformly dressed in expensive designer brands. Mu Yuxia and Wang Li were particularly adorned with jewels and precious stones. Emerald earrings and pendants adorned their necks, while dazzling platinum bracelets encircled their wrists. The Mu insignia pinned to their chests shone with dazzling gold. Qin Feng? What are you doing here? Who told you to come? Mu Yuxia's first words upon seeing Qin Feng were a question. His words struck Qin Feng as utterly ridiculous. This was his wife's company, yet these usurpers had the nerve to question why he was here. Madam, miss, you two know this son-in-law too? The moment he walked in, he started yelling and even scolded the head steward. What exactly is his status? Several shareholders, upon seeing Mu Yuxia and Wang Li arrive, adopted an extremely respectful demeanor. Though these two had little real ability, the airs they put on at the company were even more arrogant than Mu Shan's. Thus, every shareholder showed them utmost respect. Oh, that young man? He is indeed my family's son-in-law, but he's a good-for-nothing. His family has no money, and he's just freeloading off the Mu family. Mu Yuxia had always disliked Qin Feng, and now that she was in this position, her arrogance knew no bounds. Hearing Mu Yuxia's words, the shareholders' anger erupted. One after another, they slammed tables and threw chairs. Damn it! So he's just a worthless son-in-law. What a big shot he thinks he is, acting all high and mighty here. Get the hell out. Get out. Several shareholders lunged forward, but Qin Feng deftly dodged their blows and turned his gaze toward Mu Yuxia. I've slapped you so many times, yet you still haven't learned your lesson. Still can't control your mouth, huh? Qin Feng stared at Mu Yuxia's despicable face, his gaze icy cold. But Mu Yuxia was no longer the same as before. She eyed Qin Feng up and down, a hint of mocking amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. What are you pretending? What are you so cocky about? You're wearing the same badge we designed on your chest, aren't you? Too bad yours is made of copper, while mine is pure gold. That's what defines our status. I was born noble, while you're nothing but a lowly, worthless dog. Mu Yuxia stepped right up to Qin Feng, her mouth spewing filth. Still say that? Since you love badges so much, I'll make sure this one shuts your mouth good and tight. Qin Feng swiftly tore the badge from his chest and shoved it into Mu Yuxia's mouth. The motion was so swift that Mu Yuxia couldn't react in time. The moment the bronze badge touched her lips, Mu Yuxia instinctively tried to spit it out. But how could she defy what Qin Feng intended to do? He immediately reached out and firmly covered her mouth. His other hand pressed against her throat, applying just a light squeeze. The hard, sharp badge instantly plunged into Mu Yuxia's throat. She couldn't swallow it, couldn't spit it out, the agony was unbearable. How about it? One badge isn't enough to shut you up? Then taste what this real gold and silver feels like. Qin Feng tore another badge from her chest and repeated the trick, shoving it down her throat once more. Mu Yuxia's face flushed crimson as she clutched her throat, the agony forcing her to her knees. This series of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before anyone around could react, Mu Yuxia was already kneeling on the ground. How dare you? How utterly insolent! Mu Shan, witnessing his daughter's torment, could no longer maintain his composure. Though Mu Yuxia was the one suffering, it was his reputation that was being tarnished. Wang Li, beside them, had now completely lost her mind and charged straight at Qin Feng. You bastard! You took our company in Shenyang City, and now you're trying to take this too. I'll fight you to the death. Wang Li, the mother-in-law who refused to listen to reason and spouted nothing but twisted logic, had also lost her mind. Seeing Wang Li charging at him, Qin Feng showed her no mercy whatsoever. He was already teetering on the edge of explosion, his boiling rage finding no outlet. This crazy woman charging at him was, in his eyes, nothing short of suicide. Steal your company? You've got some nerve bringing that up. Qin Feng watched Wang Li charging toward him and kicked her without mercy. The kick landed squarely on Wang Li's chest. Her frail frame couldn't withstand the force, sending her flying backward. She crashed into several chairs before finally coming to a halt. Dust covered her body, her hair a tangled mess. This kick effectively kicked Wang Li back to her true form, restoring her to her usual disheveled state. She slumped against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes vacant. She knew Qin Feng held no respect for her whatsoever. She knew charging at him wouldn't win her any respect, but she never imagined Qin Feng would strike her with such unrestrained force. You actually hit me this hard? I'm still Mu Qing's mother. Wang Li clutched her chest, glaring at Qin Feng as she stood, her voice sharp with accusation. Let me clarify, stepmother. And a tyrannical, ungrateful stepmother at that. Qin Feng didn't even glance at Wang Li as he spat out the words. After hitting Mu Yuxia and kicking Wang Li, the onlookers could no longer sit idly by. One by one, they sought to make a show of themselves before Mu Shan. How dare you? Bullying people right here in our company? We're the top dog in Zhongbei City. We'll teach you a ing lesson today. We'll kill you. Shareholders began hauling chairs and stools, their fury boiling over. The tension was palpable. Just then, Ping Tu Wang and Ling Moran finally arrived. Seeing the scene before him, Ling Moran bellowed at the top of his lungs. Stop. Everyone stop. At Ling Moran's shout, everyone turned to look. Though they didn't recognize Qin Feng, Ling Moran was no stranger to them. Because the two families had a close relationship, after the company grew, Mu Qing ordered that only Ling's family be supplied with drugs for distribution. Mr. Ling, what brings you here? This brat came to our company to cause trouble today. We need to teach him a lesson first. If there are any cooperation issues, let's deal with this kid first, then sit down and talk properly. The shareholders assumed Ling Moran had merely arrived by chance and offered a polite refusal. You've got some nerve. Don't you want to keep your jobs? Do you know who he is? Ling Moran had always been gentle and composed with Qin Feng, but facing these shareholders, an intense aura suddenly surged from her. Several shareholders, seeing the look on her face, were all stunned. Who else could it be? Isn't he just the useless son-in-law of the Grand Steward? The shareholders dismissed the repetitive question with disdain. True, he is Mu Shan's son-in-law. But his wife is none other than the company's founder, Mu Qing. At Ling Moran's words, all the shareholders took a step back. Chapter 169, Playing with Fire. Qin Feng's gaze swept across every shareholder in the conference room, his eyes as cold as ice. Still want to keep shouting? Weren't you all so full of spirit and momentum just a moment ago? Qin Feng stared at the shareholders around him, showing them no mercy. In truth, this company was unlike conventional businesses. These shareholders had only invested small amounts of capital at the time, holding a minuscule percentage of the shares. After all, with Lin Liang a seasoned veteran of the business world at the helm, he had maintained ironclad control over the distribution of power. Lin Liang held 40% of the company's shares, while Mu Qing held 50%. Even if all the current shareholders banded together, they wouldn't amount to much. Getting rid of them would be as easy as saying the word. Thus, Mu Qing's name still held significant weight among these individuals. Observing Qin Feng's imposing demeanor, the shareholders all turned their gaze toward Mu Shan. Chief Administrator, will President Mu Qing ultimately heed her husband or you, her father? The shareholders were all sharp as tacks. They posed this question that could sway their allegiance. If Mu Qing sided with Mu Shan, they would continue supporting him. After all, Mu Shan had reached his current position entirely because his daughter was the company's top boss. But if even Mu Shan admitted that Mu Qing followed her husband's lead, these fickle opportunists would instantly rally behind Qin Feng and demand the trio be kicked out of the company. Before Mu Shan could respond to this question, Wang Li hastily rose from the floor. What's there to ask? Of course Mu Qing listens to her father. If she doesn't listen to her dad, does she listen to that useless man? If her father says the word, he could hand over this entire company. Wang Li stood with her hands on her hips, loudly addressing the assembled shareholders. Seeing her confident demeanor, the shareholders seemed to be reassured. You fools! Qin Feng built Mu Qing's entire company for her. Who do you think she'd listen to? If you had any sense, you'd go to Qinyang City and find out what kind of figures the third-ranked members of the Mu family really are. Ling Moran couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted at the shareholders. She knew full well the pivotal influence Qin Feng wielded. Compounded by her own inexplicable feelings for him, she simply couldn't stand by and watch so many people slander Qin Feng like this. What are you yelling about? You're an outsider, what business do you have shouting here? Don't we know our own family affairs better than you outsiders? What business is it of yours? The shareholder who had been speaking most frequently and gesticulating most wildly stepped forward again. With his potbelly and thick-rimmed glasses, he looked just like Donald Duck from the cartoons. He was a staunch supporter of Mu Shan, utterly devoted to him. You're no outsider? How much do you really know? Qin Feng had long disliked him. Now stepping forward, he rebuked him. If you're so knowledgeable, then tell me what's your name. Qin Feng knew further words were pointless. He intended to make an example of him publicly, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. My name is Tang Baowan. So what? You still want to find someone to take revenge on me? I'm one of the founding shareholders of this company. I've got clout in this city. I'm not afraid of some loser like you seeking revenge. Got the guts? Let's settle this. Tang Baowan stared at Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with contempt. Fine, just wait. Tang Baowan, huh? I'll make you understand whether your million is money or debt. Qin Feng picked up the phone and dialed Lin Liang's number. Seeing Qin Feng make the call, the others all rolled their eyes, not taking it seriously at all. They'd seen this kind of petty tactic of calling for backup countless times before. Besides, they didn't believe that someone as insignificant as Qin Feng could summon anyone capable of making them truly afraid. Lin Liang was Qin Feng's loyal right-hand man. Before the phone even rang 3 times, Lin Liang's voice came through. Brother Qin. Everything going smoothly in Zhanbei City? If you need anything, just give the word. Lin Liang, there's this shareholder named Tang Baowan who's been acting pretty arrogant. See if you can handle him. Qin Feng spoke into the phone, his tone inquisitive yet carrying an unquestionable command. No problem, Brother Qin. I'll handle it immediately. Lin Liang responded briefly before hanging up. This is laughable. Lin Liang? Deal with him? With Mu Cheng and Lin Liang both gone from this company, who has the guts to mess with me? You think a phone call from some greenhorn will scare me? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Are you out of your mind? Tang Baowan couldn't care less about Qin Feng. You'll find out soon enough if I'm really capable. Qin Feng didn't want to waste words on the clown before him. After all, Tang Baowan was about to leave the company for good. Every extra word spoken to him was a waste of breath. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a knock sounded at the door. A female secretary entered carrying documents, her face frozen in terror, clearly terrified of Tang Baowan as well. What do you want? Spit it out and get out. Tang Baowan glared at the secretary, his tone harsh. This was precisely why Qin Feng had personally returned, though Lin Liang could make decisions from thousands of miles away with a single phone call. But the entire company had been taken over by these shareholders and Mu Shan. Even if orders were issued, they might not be carried out. It required someone like Qin Feng, a man with decisive authority, to return and properly deal with this group. Mr. Tang, this is the document just issued, announcing your expulsion from the company. The secretary feared Tang Baowan, yet timidly conveyed Lin Liang's message. Tang Baowan flew into a rage the moment he heard this, snatching the document right out of the secretary's hands. What? Expel me from the company? Are you kidding me? I'm a founding shareholder of this company. Clutching the agreement, Tang Baowan was overcome with shock and fury. Seeing the astonished look on Tang Baowan's face, everyone around him knew this agreement was genuine. Everyone's attention shifted slightly toward Qin Feng. Well, Mr. Tang, aren't you supposed to be so powerful? Now you're being kicked out of the company. What are your thoughts? Aren't you going to ask your big boss for help? Qin Feng looked at Tang Baowan, his tone laced with a mocking smile. With just that one sentence, he thrust the powerless Mu Shan into the eye of the storm. Chief Administrator. Chief Administrator, look at this agreement. What's going on here? You have to help me. Tang Baowan rushed toward Mu Shan, agreement in hand. At that moment, Mu Shan couldn't even bring himself to look at the agreement, his mind in utter chaos. He had no authority whatsoever. What help could he possibly offer? Chapter 170, In the Eye of the Storm. That's right, Chief Administrator. This Qin Feng keeps babbling nonsense here, and with just a few words, he kicked Brother Tang out of the company. You absolutely must speak up and take charge. Under Qin Feng's guidance, the surrounding shareholders began pleading for help from Chief Steward Mu Shan. This was precisely what Qin Feng wanted to see. Mu Shan merely wore the cloak of being Mu Qing's father, feigning his own prominence and authority. Now Qin Feng was forcing everyone to make him do something concrete. As long as Mu Shan admitted he was powerless, the facade of his status would crumble on its own. This. Surrounded by questioning eyes, Mu Shan frantically wiped sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. His face drained of color as panic tangled his thoughts into a chaotic knot. He resembled a child whose lies were about to be exposed. Hey, Chief Steward Mu, aren't you the one who claims to control Mu Qing? Why not just give her a call right now? Lin Liang may be formidable, but Mu Qing holds the largest shareholding. Why not leverage your father's authority now? Qin Feng watched the flustered Mu Shan, pressing him relentlessly, step by step, pushing him toward the edge of the cliff. Exactly. Chief Steward, call President Mu immediately. It's just a matter of you saying the word, isn't it? The surrounding shareholders nodded in agreement at Qin Feng's words, especially Tang Baowan, who leaned closer to Mu Shan. Chief Administrator, you absolutely must help me. I've sacrificed everything to reach this position. You can't just kick me out of the company like this. I've always been loyal to you. Tang Baowan was now panicking, pinning all his hopes on Mu Shan. Pushed to the brink of this storm, Mu Shan was utterly helpless. The only thing he could do now was grit his teeth, pull out his phone, and dial Mu Qing's number, a last-ditch effort. Fine. Since all the shareholders have spoken, this old man must grant you the courtesy. Rest assured, Mr. Tang. Given our friendship, I'll do everything to keep your position secure. Just trust me on this. Mu Shan pulled out his phone, heaved a deep sigh, and continued to bluff. Since he had to make the call anyway, he might as well put on an air of utter confidence. Deep down, he believed that no matter how much Mu Qing hated him, no matter how intense their conflict, he was still her father. Besides, Tang Baowan's position as a shareholder wasn't that important. At worst, he'd just have to swallow his pride and beg Mu Qing properly. Maybe then, things would work out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Mu Shan dialed the number and pressed speakerphone. Unfortunately, the call didn't even connect. Only a cold automated message came through. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. The message ended abruptly, followed by the line going dead. The office fell into complete silence. No one knew what had happened. Maybe Mu Qing is busy with something right now? She can't answer immediately. Mu Shan forced a smile, trying to justify himself. Come on, Mu Shan, stop fooling yourself. Even if she's busy, she'd let it ring a few times. Hanging up immediately like that can only mean one thing. That's because Mu Qing has already blocked your number. Qin Feng cut straight to the chase, ruthlessly exposing Mu Shan's excuse. At those words, Tang Baowan's face turned ashen, and the shareholders fell silent. Mu Shan had been ready to swallow his pride and beg Mu Qing for forgiveness, only to find his agonizing preparations utterly wasted. She'd already blocked him. But having his bluff called so ruthlessly by Qin Feng left him utterly humiliated. You're talking absolute bull. Mu Qing is my daughter. How could she block me? Stop trying to sway people here. Mu Shan clenched his phone tightly, glaring at Qin Feng with such fury he could have eaten him alive. Yeah, this kid's full of it. I believe the chief steward, try calling again later. Tang Baowan, hearing Qin Feng speak up, rushed over to back him up, defending Mu Shan's dignity. After all, Mu Shan was the only person he could rely on now. Back then, no one had faith in Mu Qing, and he'd been at his wit's end, pouring every last penny into the venture. It was sheer luck that he'd barely secured a minor shareholder position. Now he lived in luxury, and everyone in Jiangbei City's business circles gave him some face. But if he were truly kicked out today, he'd have nothing left, only utter humiliation. Fine, you're not satisfied, huh? Still put your faith in your so-called chief steward, huh? Today, I'll make you give up hope once and for all. Qin Feng watched the shareholders, whose resolve was already wavering, as he slowly pulled out his phone. With Qin Feng stirring things up like this, the shareholders were already wavering. Only Tang Baowan, with nowhere else to turn, still clung to illusions about Mu Shan. Qin Feng dialed Mu Qing's number with deliberate slowness. Hello? Qin Feng, why are you calling out of the blue? Is something wrong? Mu Qing's gentle voice came through the phone. Though merely a greeting, it caused Mu Shan to collapse completely, his body going limp. The wavering shareholders now shuffled nervously behind Qin Feng. Nothing. Mu Shan just tried calling you but couldn't get through, so I thought I'd check in and see what happened. Having achieved his goal, Qin Feng showed no intention of hanging up. Today, he intended to crush every shred of Mu Shan's dignity and standing. He would expose Mu Shan's false identity to the entire company, turning him into a laughingstock. Mu Shan would never set foot in the company again, his every malicious thought severed. Oh, you mean Mu Shan's calls? I blocked him ages ago, so he can't get through. What's up? Is it something urgent? Should I call him back? Mu Qing was puzzled by Qin Feng's abrupt question. It's nothing. No need to unblock him. Let him stay on the blacklist. I'll call you back when I have time. Qin Feng chuckled playfully before hanging up the phone. The entire office fell into an eerie silence. Mu Yuxia had been rushed to the hospital, and Wang Li was too embarrassed to lift her head. Mu Shan sat frozen in his chair, still clutching the phone. His posture hadn't changed, but his expression shifted constantly. No one spoke to break the silence, yet the awkwardness fermented steadily. In the office, one could almost hear the sound of slaps landing on Mu Shan's aged face, filling him with rage and resentment. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Before anyone else could speak, Mu Shan played the victim, lashing out first. He slammed his phone down and sprang to his feet with a sharp jerk. Chapter 171, Changing Course with the Wind. The shareholders had seen through Mu Shan's true colors and were preparing to confront him. But unexpectedly, the bastard blew his top first, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Mu Shan, stop throwing a tantrum out of sheer embarrassment. If you don't want to lose even more face, I advise you to voluntarily leave the company right now. Qin Feng watched the impotently furious Mu Shan, a trace of contempt playing at the corners of his mouth. Mu Shan knew he could no longer stir up any waves. The situation before him was beyond his control. Yet the bitter resentment in his heart boiled over into nameless fury. He had voluntarily abandoned everything in Shenyang City, all for the sake of securing the lucrative Jiangbei City project. If he had never gotten it in the first place, he wouldn't be suffering this much. The most agonizing part wasn't the inability to possess it, but the fact that he had already possessed it only to have it brutally snatched away again. These past few days, he'd occupied a position of power, with everyone around him addressing him as chief administrator. Throughout the entire company, even visiting executives from partner firms were required to wear the lapel pins he had designed. This series of events had inflated his long-deprived ego to its absolute limit. Yet just as he basked in this spring-like warmth, Qin Feng reappeared and kicked him back into being a worthless good-for-nothing. How could he possibly accept this? Gentlemen, do you all wish to follow Tang Baowan's example and be kicked out of the company? Qin Feng glanced at the surrounding shareholders with a dismissive look, muttering under his breath. He wouldn't stoop to personally tangling with this old codger. He wanted those who had personally elevated Mu Shan to his position to be the ones to pull him down from his seat. Only then could he vent his pent-up resentment. Only then could he shatter Mu Shan's illusions completely. The shareholders, still reeling from Qin Feng's words, turned to look at each other in disbelief. Looking at Tang Baowan sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, who among them wanted to end up like him? Right. Mr. Qin is absolutely right. Absolutely right. You shameless old bastard. Do you still think you can strut around this company? We've had it with you for ages, get out. The shareholders, overcome with emotion, ripped the name tags from their chests and flung them to the ground. Not only did they spit on them, but they stomped on them with their feet. Right, exactly right. Get out of the company, you old bastard. Get out of the company. Several shareholders feared their earlier words might lead to the same fate as Tang Baowan. At this moment, each of them used the opportunity to stomp on Mu Shan, trying to prove themselves in front of Qin Feng. Seeing Mu Shan remain motionless for an extended period, several shareholders rolled up their sleeves, ready to beat him senseless. Wang Li, watching the shareholders flip-flop faster than turning pages, immediately rushed to Mu Shan's side. What the hell is wrong with you all? You weren't like this before. The moment that good-for-nothing Qin Feng shows up, you all switch sides in a heartbeat. You bunch of turncoats. Mark my words, I'll have Mu Qing fire every last one of you. Wang Li couldn't accept the reality unfolding before her eyes, even bringing Mu Qing into the argument. Shut the up, you shrew. Shut your damn mouth. Hearing Wang Li insult Qin Feng, the shareholder charged forward and slapped her across the face. Watching the men who once fawned over her like lapdogs now raise their hands to slap her face, she stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned. You're just a minor shareholder. How dare you hit me? How dare you lay a hand on me? Wang Li hadn't yet stepped out of her role as a high society lady. I slapped you. The shareholder knew this was her moment to shine in front of Qin Feng, so she grabbed Wang Li and slapped her several more times. Qin Feng ignored the chaos unfolding before him, knowing this farce was about to end. Enough. If you want to save what's left of your old face, you'd better get the hell out on your own. Qin Feng looked at Mu Shan, issuing his final order to leave. If this guy still refused to take the hint, Qin Feng would let the shareholders have their way and let them humiliate both of them to their heart's content. Qin Feng. You just wait. I'll get my revenge someday. Mu Shan grabbed Wang Li's arm, hurled threats at Qin Feng, and stormed out of the conference room. A smile played across Qin Feng's face. He knew exactly what Mu Shan meant. This guy had Luo Xian backing him up. Now that he'd been struck down like a mad dog, he'd surely go running back to his master with his tail between his legs. After the two had departed, Tang Baowan, that deadbeat, was also dragged out. Only after everyone had departed did all the shareholders pile up smiles and crowd around Qin Feng once more. Mr. Qin, we were blind before. Now we all see you are the true leader of this company. Exactly. I'll issue an announcement right away, instructing all employees to wear badges with the character Qin on them. What do you think? Some shareholders poured water, others offered cigarettes. Some had even begun designing a badge specifically for Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave a wry smile, waved his hand, and shook his head. Enough. Just focus on your own responsibilities. No need for all this superficial nonsense. If I catch anyone harboring any ulterior motives, their fate won't be as fortunate as Tang Baowan's. I'll make sure they vanish from Jiangbei City entirely. With that ominous warning, Qin Feng turned and left the conference room, accompanied by Ling Moran and Bald Wang. The warning he'd sounded to the shareholders today had served its purpose. Brother Qin, you were absolutely brilliant today. We didn't lift a finger, just 2 phone calls, and everything was settled. I thought we were in for a bloody fight today. Bald Wang rubbed his slightly itchy fists and gave Qin Feng a thumbs up in the elevator. Not everything is solved with fists. Sometimes, the right strategy is far more effective than brute force. Ling Moran chuckled as he muttered this, then removed his name tag from his chest, stepped out of the elevator, and tossed it into the trash bin. The three of them left the company laughing. Qin Feng now had only one thing on his mind: how to deal with Luo Xian. As they reached the exit, they encountered the same security guard again. The guard's eyes darted straight to their chests. Seeing no badges, his brow instantly furrowed. Damn it, are your ears stuffed with chicken feathers or something? I told you to wear your badges. Do you not understand human speech? The guard, wielding a rubber baton, blocked their path outright. This lowly security guard clearly had no idea what had just transpired in the conference room. His mind was still fixated on that so-called big boss. Kid, from now on, no one in this company is wearing any damn badges. Get lost. Bald-headed Wang glanced at the badge on the guard's chest and found it laughable. How dare you mock the chief administrator? You'll learn your lesson. The security guard raised his baton, ready to strike. In that very instant, a group of shareholders poured out from the doorway. Chapter 172, A Brilliant Plan. They had been following him since the moment Qin Feng stepped off the elevator. They were terrified this troublemaker might cause further chaos within the company. Only after safely escorting this living devil out of the company could he finally breathe a sigh of relief. But just as things were about to wrap up, he unexpectedly ran into that clueless security guard at the entrance. Everyone had just witnessed Mushan leaving the company in disarray. Anyone with half a brain could figure out what was going on. But this security guard at the entrance was deeply devoted to the company culture. Like someone brainwashed by a pyramid scheme, he held unwavering faith in Chief Executive Mushan, even going so far as to try to assault Qin Feng. Stop right there. Stop it. The fastest shareholder sprinted like a sprinter, catching the security guard off guard and delivering a flying kick straight to his back. The security guard, still reeling from shock at the sight of the shareholders, was sent sprawling face first into the dirt by the powerful flying kick. Boss? Gentlemen, what on earth is going on? The security guard lay sprawled on the ground, staring up at the furious shareholders, utterly bewildered. I'm not your boss. You're fired. No, get the hell out of this company right this very minute. We don't have an employee by that name. The shareholder glared at Qin Feng, whose face was as cold as iron, and his scolding of the security guard grew even more intense. Boss, what's going on here? These three weren't wearing badges. I was just following the chief administrator's orders. The security guard was stubborn as a mule, staring blankly at the shareholders. Bullhead steward. This gentleman is Mr. Mu's husband. The head steward was already kicked flying by Mr. Qin. You can pack your bags too. The shareholder glared at the security guard and issued a final, uncompromising order. These words were utterly devastating to the security guard. He collapsed to his knees, wailing like he'd lost his faith. Anyone watching would have thought he'd lost his own parents. In the end, he was ruthlessly dragged away by several security guards. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry, so terribly sorry. It's all my fault for failing to discipline him properly. I've already punished him. Please don't be angry. The shareholder, fearing Qin Feng's wrath, kept bowing his head in apology, his face covered in beads of sweat. I never want to see anyone supporting Mushan in this company again. Understood, understood. We all understand. We'll handle it immediately. The shareholders had nothing more to say, merely nodding vigorously at Qin Feng. The group left the company and returned to the villa. Brother Qin, today's incident really let off some steam. Mushan won't dare act so arrogantly anymore, right? Bald Wang sat on the sofa, grinning like a Cheshire cat. He'd long disliked Mushan, and imagining the look on his face today brought him immense satisfaction. But Qin Feng felt no triumphant joy. Mushan was merely a pawn on the surface. The real adversary was that troublesome Luo Xin. Though young, he was the most troublesome presence Qin Feng had ever encountered. Mo Ran, does this Luo Xin have any relatives or connections outside? Qin Feng glanced at Ling Mo Ran beside him, his mind already scheming. I've already looked into this for you. Luo Xin leaves no loose ends. Any relatives he cares about are under strict protection now. Ling Moran swiped through her phone, fully aware of Qin Feng's thoughts. This Luo Xin is truly a tough nut to crack. I honestly can't think of a way to deal with him right now. Qin Feng sat in his chair, sipping tea, deep in thought. Wait, I recall Luo Xin had a high school sweetheart. She doesn't fall under the category of his protected family members. Rumor has it he still can't let go of her. If we could find her, it might be useful. Ling Moran watched Qin Feng, frowning as he spoke. Even after racking his brain, this was the only solution he could come up with. Fine. As long as we can confirm she's still alive. Luo Xin may be clever, but he's inherently suspicious. We don't need to find her, just knowing her name will be enough to threaten him. Qin Feng placed his teacup on the table, a faint smile playing on his lips. This is merely my conjecture. Don't treat it as a talisman. If it fails to intimidate Luo Xin, you two might well lose your lives. Fearing Qin Feng might risk his life recklessly, Ling Moran hurriedly warned him. But Qin Feng merely smiled. No need to worry about me. Luo Xin can suppress me with his formidable firearms. Tell me, who does he fear discovering these weapons most? As Qin Feng spoke, Ling Moran suddenly understood. These firearms were all contraband. If the authorities found out, even someone as powerful as Luo Xin would face ruin. After all, no matter how formidable his arsenal might be, it couldn't compare to tanks or aircraft. Alright, since we've got the upper hand, let's pay the Luo family a visit tonight. Qin Feng stood up, cracking his slightly stiff neck. The Luo family again? Didn't we already teach Mushan a lesson today? Why go back to the Luo family? You're not planning to go after Luo Xin, are you? Ling Moran stared at Qin Feng, his brows furrowed. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. Mushan's defeat today would surely prompt him to return to the Luo family for news and assistance. And I intend to expose his connection to Mushan right in front of Luo Xin, leaving him no room for denial. Though this wouldn't accomplish much, it would sever his trust in Mu Shan entirely. It would leave those three troublemakers utterly powerless, forcing them to get the hell out of Jiangbei City. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. I have a plan for everything. Qin Feng looked at Ling Moran, giving her a reassuring glance. Though Ling Moran's face betrayed her worry, she held her tongue. She understood well that once Qin Feng made a decision, it was nearly impossible to change his mind. All she could do was prepare dinner for the two of them. After eating their fill, Qin Feng and bald-headed Wang set off once more for the Luo family. Little Wang, this time we're going in, and there's a good chance we won't come back alive. Are you scared? Qin Feng asked with a smile as he looked at Ping Tu Wang, who was driving. Brother Qin, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, this bald-headed Wang would have lost his life long ago. If I can die alongside Brother Qin, this bald-headed Wang would die without regret. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wang the bald-headed laughed cheerfully, showing not a hint of awareness of the danger ahead. His carefree expression drew a wry smile from Qin Feng. The car sped along, and soon they arrived at the Luo family villa. Seeing the car parked at the entrance, Qin Feng knew that old codger Mu Shan was probably already comfortably seated inside. Let's go. Since Mu Shan's already here, we can't be late. Let's head in and join the fun. Qin Feng chuckled to himself, striding confidently through the main entrance. Chapter 173, Effortlessly Diffused. Qin Feng took the risk, with Ping Tu Wan following close behind, showing not a hint of fear. Before they had taken more than a few steps, security guards blocked their path. What are you doing here? Who let you in? The security guards' alertness shot up at their sudden appearance. Don't worry, Brother Qin. These lowly guards? Leave them to me. Bald-headed Wang grinned, flexing his fists. He was prepared to die. He couldn't handle the guns inside, but these guards outside? He didn't give a damn about them. The guards never expected them to charge in without a word and attack immediately. Combined with the shaved head king's astonishing combat prowess, they were caught completely off guard. Qin Feng didn't even glance back, simply striding toward the villa. Within mere moments, the bald-headed king had disposed of the guards, following Qin Feng without breaking a sweat. Upon reaching the door, neither paused for a moment, they simply pushed it open and entered. In the living room, Luo Xian sat on the sofa with Mu Shan, sipping tea and chatting cheerfully. Mu Yuxia and Wang Li stood behind them like maids, merely offering polite smiles. Qin Feng's sudden appearance startled both men. Qin Feng. You, how did you track us here? Mu Shan was the first to react, leaping up from the sofa in a flash. Luo Xian, however, whipped his head around, glaring at Mu Shan and the other two with eyes brimming with suspicion. Mu Shan, did you bring them? Luo Xian, naturally suspicious, began by confronting Mu Shan. Hearing this, Mu Shan grew even more flustered, waving his hands frantically. No. Young Master Luo, even if you gave me 3 times my courage, I wouldn't dare. This really has nothing to do with me. Mu Shan grimaced, his brow furrowed as he waved his hands frantically. But Luo Xian's face remained cold, all trust in Mu Shan completely gone. Luo Xian, you really have a knack for scheming. I don't care if you want to be the top dog in Jiangbei City, but holding my relatives hostage and harming me? That's a bit much, don't you think? Qin Feng's expression remained impassive as he spoke calmly. Luo Xian's expression darkened slightly at his words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. This matter has nothing to do with any professional connection between Mu Shan and me. It was merely a bit of private tutoring. Even if you drive the Mu family out of Jiangbei City, it won't affect me in the slightest. Luo Xian now despised the Mu family trio intensely and naturally refused to acknowledge any connection to them. Moreover, facing Qin Feng, he refused to admit any connection to this matter. Though the firearms had given him the courage to stand toe-to-toe with Qin Feng. Facing such a formidable opponent as Qin Feng, he genuinely didn't want to provoke him further. His words might have passed without incident, but Mu Shan, standing nearby, would not tolerate it. The smile vanished instantly from his face, hardening into a stern expression. Young Master Luo, what do you mean by that? Didn't you just say you'd help us make a comeback? Why are you turning on us now? Mu Shan, consumed by his obsession with revival, had lost all sense of reason and propriety. Luo Xian was his only remaining lifeline. If even Luo Xian abandoned him, he'd likely be forced to return to Chunyang City and face a life of extreme hardship. Luo Xian hadn't expected Mu Shan to be so tactless, blurting it out and making him lose face. You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? I only asked you over for casual conversation. Who said anything about secretly funding you? Don't try to pin this dirty work on me. Luo Xian glared at Mu Shan, shouting loudly while winking and nodding at the same time. After all, Qin Feng was present now. Any serious matters would have to be discussed privately. But the Mu family was already in a panic, their backs against the wall. They couldn't care less about his subtle hints. Young Master Luo, you can't be so unreasonable. You clearly said it just now, we can all vouch for it. Wang Li and Mu Yuxia, equally oblivious to the situation, rushed to Mu Shan's side to back him up. You, all of you, get out. Luo Xin, being a sharp individual, couldn't help but flare up in anger at these fools. Get out! Seeing them still standing there, Luo Xin roared again. He had to get these idiots out of here fast, any longer and things would only get worse. Mu Shan and the other two shot Luo Xin a vicious look. Though they felt resentful and unwilling, the Luo family was no ordinary foe for three outcasts like them to provoke. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave the villa with their tails between their legs. Only after the family had passed did Luo Xin finally exhale in relief. Xin Feng, if you came here today merely to confront me, then I believe I've given you a satisfactory response. You may leave now. Luo Xin pointed toward the door, effectively issuing his dismissal. Luo Xin, I advise you to stop targeting our company. We can't control what you stir up in Jiangbei City, but if you ever reach that far again, I'll make you pay the price. Xin Feng stared at Luo Xin, his words dripping with menace. Luo Xin met Qin Feng's gaze without flinching. Mr. Qin, it seems you truly have a short memory. Have you forgotten the firearms upstairs? And you still dare to speak so boldly here? Luo Xin bellowed at Qin Feng. Another group of men stormed in, all wielding automatic rifles, while several sniper rifles were raised from the upper floors. Faced with such threats, Qin Feng felt not a shred of fear. But in Luo Xin's eyes, he now held the trump card to negotiate with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I never intended to force this out in the open. But it seems you've walked right into my trap. Since you're here today, don't leave empty-handed. Sign a contract to supply medicine to the Luo family. Luo Xin waved his hand, and his secretary promptly brought over the pre-drafted contract. This contract had originally been intended for Mu Shan to sign once the timing was right. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng had emerged so quickly to disrupt their plans. Now, they had no choice but to force the issue with him. After all, for the Luo family to progress, there was no alternative but to rely on Qin Feng's company's pharmaceuticals. Qin Feng glanced at the contract handed to him by the secretary, then coldly tore it to shreds. Qin Feng, don't push your luck. With a single word from me, both of you will lose your lives. Luo Xin watched Qin Feng's arrogant demeanor, his own resolve hardening. Luo Xin, do you really think these iron toys can make me surrender? Even if I slap you a few times here today and teach you a lesson, you wouldn't dare fire a shot. You believe that? Qin Feng stared into Luo Xin's eyes, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha. Utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. You, Qin Feng, are nothing but an ant in my palm now. I could crush you anytime I please. And you say there's something I wouldn't dare do? Luo Xin looked at Qin Feng, seeing only arrogance. Fine then, go ahead and shoot. Once that gunshot rings out, let's see if those people outside will spare you. Qin Feng sneered coldly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the piercing wail of police sirens echoed from outside. Chapter 174, Complete Defeat. Luo Xin's heart skipped a beat at the sound. The guards, who had been brandishing their weapons with fierce intensity, were now frozen in shock. The weapons in their hands were no longer formidable tools, they had become red-hot irons. With outsiders now storming in, not a single one of them could escape. Luo Xin was now truly panicking. Even in his current state of disgrace, he still belonged to the second most powerful family in Jiangbei City. If anyone discovered he possessed such firearms, it wouldn't just be the Luo family falling from grace. He, Luo Xin himself, would likely be arrested and sentenced to death. Qin Feng, what exactly do you want? Are you really prepared to go down with me? No matter how hard Luo Xin tried to feign composure, panic had now overtaken him. Calm down, young Master Luo. I haven't leaked any other information to outsiders. I merely asked them to patrol the vicinity. But if you fire a shot here, that changes everything. Qin Feng's threat carried no hint of concealment as he steadily advanced toward Luo Xin. Seeing Qin Feng closing in, Luo Xin knew firing today was impossible. His trump card had become meaningless. Fear gripped him, forcing him to stumble backward. The memory of Qin Feng descending like a killing god at the hotel last time flooded his mind. The crushing weight of impending doom made him swallow hard as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Qin Feng, what are you doing? What do you want? Luo Xin backed away as he asked, already cornered against the wall, his voice reduced to a stuttering repetition of the question. Don't you know what I'm going to do, young Master Luo? I made myself perfectly clear just now today. I'm going to slap you across the face a few times and teach you a lesson. With that, Qin Feng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Luo Xin's face. The blow held no restraint, carrying the full weight of Qin Feng's seething fury. If it weren't for Luo Xin stirring up trouble, he'd still be in Xiahai City, enjoying happy times with his wife and children. Fueled by this emotion, Qin Feng's slap was anything but light. Luo Xin spun around on the ground and plopped down onto his butt. The blow instantly swelled his left cheek, though the stinging pain was secondary. The secretaries and guards around him had witnessed it all. Such a humiliating incident was something Luo Xin had never experienced in his entire life. Qin Feng. I warn you. Don't push your luck. I, Luo Xin, am no pushover. If you keep pushing me like this, I won't hold back. Covering his face, Luo Xian craned his neck to shout at Qin Feng, as if doing so could somehow bolster his courage. You've got some nerve. Intimidating. You won't hold back. Qin Feng repeated Luo Xian's words 3 times in succession, simultaneously delivering 3 more slaps, delivering a balanced blow to both sides of his face. Luo Xian's face was now swollen like a steamed bun, yet not a single guard dared to fire. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. Enraged by Qin Feng's relentless blows, Luo Xian leapt from the corner and lunged at him, wildly swinging his fists. But his feeble blows were utterly insignificant in Qin Feng's eyes. With a slight sidestep, Qin Feng delivered a swift kick straight to Luo Xian's chest. Luo Xian, who had barely gotten back up and swung a few times, was sent crashing back into the corner with a single kick. The force of the impact made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding guards, witnessing Luo Xian being beaten so brutally, could barely contain themselves. They cocked their firearms in unison. Qin Feng whipped his head around, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade, piercing through everyone's hearts. What? Can't hold back any longer and want to shoot? Go ahead, fire. Think about the consequences after you pull the trigger. Qin Feng's warning made all the guards hesitate, and even Luo Xian, beaten in the corner, suddenly snapped to attention. Don't shoot. None of you shoot. Whoever fires first, I'll kill them first. Luo Xian kept shouting at the crowd. Qin Feng stared at Luo Xian in the corner, feeling not a shred of pity. Luo Xian, you miscalculated. You thought that by fortifying this place, you could defy me. But you didn't anticipate that while this is your fortress, it's also an immovable powder keg. If I, Qin Feng, choose to detonate it, you can run but you can't hide. In this game of wits, you've lost. Qin Feng watched Luo Xian, a cold smile curling his lips. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Luo Xian collapsed to the ground. Deep down, he knew he was defeated. If he didn't remove all these firearms, Qin Feng would forever hold his life in his hands. Should Qin Feng ever wish to eliminate Luo Xian, a single phone call would suffice to wipe out his entire operation. But if he eliminated this threat by removing all the firearms, he would have no trump cards left. The Luo family estate would become Qin Feng's playground, and his head would be as good as on a platter. No matter which path he chose, he remained firmly in Qin Feng's grasp. I've lost. I've lost. Luo Xian, who had been cunning all his life, finally fell to Qin Feng, his sharp mind utterly shattered. Enough. I'm done wasting my breath on you. Pack your things tomorrow and leave Zhangbei City. I don't want to see the Luo family here anymore. Qin Feng left only this harsh warning before departing the villa with Ping Tu Wang. From that day forward, the Luo family would cease to exist in Zhangbei City. Qin Feng felt confident enough to leave because he saw in Luo Xian's eyes that he had utterly crushed him. Consider this, a business prodigy who hadn't tasted defeat in over 2 decades. His sharp intellect and fierce pride must have been overwhelmingly formidable. Qin Feng's single blow had shattered not only the Luo family, but also Luo Xian's very soul. The so-called business prodigy Luo Xian would likely never recover from this day forward. Even if he possesses the resilience to recover mentally, he would be incapable of achieving anything significant. Facing a hollow shell like Luo Xian, he felt no lingering caution or fear. Brother Qin, you're the real deal. You took down that Luo Xian guy without breaking a sweat. And we even got to beat him up for free. What a stroke of luck. Sitting in the car, Ping Tu Wang couldn't help but laugh again as he looked at Ling Moran in the back seat. In truth, no authorities had arrived at all. Even if they were powerful, they lacked the authority to mobilize such forces. It was all Ling Moran's doing. He'd bought a loudspeaker, and upon receiving Qin Feng's covert command, he'd immediately broadcast the siren sound from it. Alright, everything's been handled perfectly. Let's head back to Shaohai City tomorrow. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. But the moment he closed his eyes, the car slammed to a sudden halt. Qin Feng opened his eyes to find 3 figures blocking the road ahead, none other than Mu Shan and his 2 companions. Chapter 175, What a coincidence. Brother Qin, these guys must be crazy. If I hadn't hit the brakes just in time, I would have run them over. Bald-headed Wang gripped the steering wheel with one hand while wiping sweat from his brow with the other. He knew Qin Feng didn't get along with the family, and even Mu Qing despised them intensely. But if he'd run all 3 of them over, that would be a whole different story. No matter how it played out, he'd be branded Mu Qing's father's murderer. How could he possibly continue working for Qin Feng afterward? They've gone mad. For that little bit of power and money, they've thrown caution to the wind. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat, coldly observing everything unfold before him, consumed by the desire to erase the Mu family trio from existence. Qin Feng, get out of the car. Get out now. Mu Yuxia's mouth gaped wide as she pounded the window with her fists, screaming curses. Brother Qin, should I get out and chase them away so we can leave immediately? Bald-headed Wang, seeing Qin Feng's grim expression, assumed he was hesitating and offered to help resolve the situation. No need. With our combined strength, do you think we'd fear them beating you? Get out. Qin Feng gave Wang a quick smile before pushing open the door and stepping out. Seeing Qin Feng move, Ping Tu Wang couldn't just stand by idly. He quickly followed suit. Ling Moran remained seated inside the car, knowing that getting out now would serve no purpose and might even become a liability. What's all this noise? What do you three want? Do we have to teach you a lesson before you'll behave? Bald-head Wang glared at the three from the Mu family, his fists clenched as if ready to strike. Qin Feng, we're family after all. This matter, no matter how you slice it, is our family's business. How dare you let an outsider speak to me like this? Mu Shan dared not challenge the flat-top king, knowing the young thug was quick to resort to violence. He could only shift his anger toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng had heard this line so many times his ears were practically calloused. Before the man could finish, he waved his hand impatiently. Enough, enough. Cut the crap. I don't give a damn about your feelings. Spit it out already. Qin Feng eyed the group blocking the car, his brow furrowed in impatience. Observing Qin Feng's arrogant demeanor, Mu Shan's lips curved into a subtle, intriguing smile. Qin Feng, I advise you not to play tough with me here. I've uncovered your secret. Mu Shan walked up to the car, his voice steady and confident as he addressed Qin Feng. That's right. We just witnessed that woman broadcasting the police siren through the loudspeaker. If we relay this information to Luo Xin, do you really think he'll still fear you? Wang Li stood nearby, a wicked grin spreading across her face. The entire family believed they had finally caught Qin Feng red-handed. Facing their threats, Qin Feng merely smiled faintly, his expression brimming with disdain. I thought you had something substantial. Just uncovering a few scraps of evidence, and you have the nerve to show off in front of me? Qin Feng listened to their threats, utterly unconcerned. What? You don't believe we'll tell Luo Xin? Mu Shan was somewhat surprised by Qin Feng's complete lack of panic. Based on his previous assumptions, Qin Feng should have begged for mercy after he played this trump card. But now, the contempt on Qin Feng's face showed no sign of surrender. Instead, he seemed ready to teach them a lesson. Qin Feng, stop pretending to be so calm in front of me. I'm laying out my demands now. If you dare say no to a single one, I'll go straight to Luo Xin and tell him. You believe me? Mu Shan's mind was already a tangled mess. He now craved power intensely, desperate to use this as leverage to force Qin Feng into submission. Alright. Of course I believe you'll go tell Luo Xin about this. But have you considered whether Luo Xin would even believe you if you told him about this? Qin Feng looked at Mu Shan, a faint smile playing on his lips. The moment he had appeared, Luo Xin had already suspected that it was this spineless coward, Mu Shan, who had betrayed him. Combined with his naturally suspicious nature, it was now practically impossible for Mu Shan to set foot inside the villa. You, stop trying to intimidate me. Qin Feng, what I'm asking for isn't unreasonable. In Jiangbei City, I can stay out of your messes. All I ask is that you return the Chunyang City Company to me. Let me become the top dog in Chunyang City. I'll retire there. Surely that's reasonable? Mu Shan knew that continuing this conversation would only worsen his predicament, so he hurriedly blurted out his demands. It was less a threat and more a plea to Qin Feng. In the past, Qin Feng would have agreed immediately, eager for these three shameless individuals to scram back to Chunyang City, preferably never to return. But now, he had changed his mind. A man like Mu Shan was greedy to his very core. Letting him return to Chunyang City as the top dog would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Once the old fox grew comfortable again, he'd surely pounce and bite him once more. No! You've long since forfeited any right to negotiate with me. Go back to your Chunyang City and retire quietly. Stop thinking about all this nonsense. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, and turned to head back to his car. Qin Feng, you have to leave me some way out. My family needs to eat and drink. You can't just watch us starve to death, can you? Mu Shan was now panicking, knowing Qin Feng was as cold as stone. For Mu Qing's sake, I'll let your family run a supermarket in Chunyang City. Just live quietly. Qin Feng left it at that, saying no more. He turned and climbed into his car, speeding away without a second glance. Hey, old man, are we really just going back to Chunyang City? Running some damn supermarket? Your daughter is the richest woman in Jiangbei City. Wang Li, her greedy heart still burning, repeated the key points over and over, her eyes filled with resentment. Exactly. They're rolling in it. Even if we just sip the broth, we could be Chunyang's richest family. How could he be so heartless? Mu Yuxiao chimed in beside her, her tone dripping with pity for their plight. But standing there by the roadside, no matter how fiercely they argued, it couldn't change the outcome. Qin Feng had already arrived at the airport, boarding the flight with Ling Moran and Bald Wan, heading back to Shanghai City. The matter in Jiangbeiqing was finally settled, and Qin Feng dared not linger for a moment. After all, Shanghai City might seem calm on the surface, but beneath it all, danger lurked everywhere. Moran, why are you coming with us to Shanghai City? On vacation? Qin Feng looked at Ling Moran with a puzzled smile. Of course not. The market in Jiangbeiqing is saturated. I've secured a partnership in Shanghai City and plan to check it out. Ling Moran pulled documents from his bag and flipped through them. Which company is it? Tell us, maybe we know them? Wang, who had been to Shanghai City before, couldn't help but show off. Shanghai City. The Long Family. Chapter 176, Learn from mistakes, not punishments. The moment Ling Moran uttered those words, Qin Feng and the flat-top guy froze in place. What? Could it be you two actually know them? Could you help me make an introduction? Maybe that would make our cooperation smoother. Ling Moran observed their stunned expressions and spoke with a smile. But Qin Feng's face betrayed a hint of reluctance. Well, we do know each other, but I'm afraid I can't help you make the connection. A faint, bitter smile played on Qin Feng's lips, his tone brimming with resignation. What do you mean? Ling Moran furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something was amiss. Then, the man with the crew cut began his dramatic recounting to Ling Moran. He recounted how Long Sanping had provoked a fight at the KTV, leading to a brutal beating, then stirred trouble at the amusement park, culminating in the violent assault on Long Yuan. If there were enemies of the Long family in Shanghai City, Qin Feng and the bald-headed king would rank first among them. From nephew to uncle, from uncle to employee, they'd beaten them all senseless. Honestly, I'm truly amazed by the two of you. From Chunyang City to Zhangbei City, you've stirred up such a huge mess. And now, how long has it been since you came from Zhangbei City to Shanghai City? You've already turned everything upside down again. I really don't know what to say. Ling Moran frowned slightly, clearly exasperated. Her relationship with Qin Feng was beyond explanation. With both of them having such a feud with the Long family, her collaboration could be considered ruined. That Long Sanping, one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. There are 3 other families as powerful as his. If they unite against you, it'll be more than enough to give you headaches. Seeing Qin Feng and bald-headed Wang's unconcerned expressions, Ling Moran couldn't help but offer a warning. But Qin Feng couldn't care less about such words. Don't you know what I'm capable of? Even if every faction in Shanghai City joined forces, I, Qin Feng, wouldn't be afraid. Qin Feng chuckled, utterly unconcerned. Though Ling Moran was aware of Qin Feng's capabilities, her expression remained as stern as ever. Her purpose in traveling to Shanghai City was to sign a cooperation agreement with the Long family. Now that the deal was off the table, sitting on this plane felt like a complete waste of time. Qin Feng noticed Ling Moran's disappointment and felt a twinge of pity. About that cooperation with the Long family. I really can't help you with that. However, I can help you negotiate a partnership with the Qin family. Would you be interested? Qin Feng looked at Ling Moran, his words forming as he pondered. Ling Moran's eyes lit up slightly at his words. You mean the Qin family from Shanghai City? You could really connect me with them? Ling Moran's reaction caught Qin Feng off guard. Judging by your reaction, could it be that the Qin family in Shanghai City is even more powerful than the Long family? Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, his emotions becoming somewhat complex. The Qin family's power in Shanghai City meant their factory held an even more formidable position, capable of resisting the Long family's provocations. But if his connection to the Qins were ever exposed, the crisis he'd face would be incomparable to anything the Long family could bring. Is that even a question? Why does Long Sanping call himself one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai? Why add the word young? Ling Moran looked at Qin Feng, posing 2 questions while simultaneously answering his own query. Qin Feng was no fool. Hearing Ling Moran's 2 rhetorical questions, he instantly grasped the situation. The Long family held considerable influence in Shanghai City, yet it was undeniably a notch below the Qin family. He called himself the 4th young master because Shanghai City had 4 major families, and the Qin family was one of them. This gave Qin Feng a slight headache, but since nothing had happened yet, creating opportunities for profit was a good thing. It should be fine. Once we arrive in Shanghai City, you can stay with us. I'll make the arrangements with the Qin family, it's a sure thing. Qin Feng's words served as a reassuring pill for Ling Moran. After chatting for a while longer, the plane touched down in Shanghai City. Bald Wang, familiar with the route, restarted the Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked outside the airport and drove straight to the villa with Qin Feng and Bald Wang aboard. The car raced like the wind, but upon arriving at the villa, something felt off. The villa, usually open and welcoming, now stood with all doors and windows tightly shut, yet lights still burned inside. On the ground near the entrance lay animal carcasses and scattered bricks, heightening Qin Feng's unease and prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the villa, they found Mu Qing and the others sitting in the living room, looking terrified. Brother Qin, you're finally back. Lin Liang rushed toward Qin Feng as if he'd spotted a savior. What's going on? What happened? Qin Feng looked at Mu Qing, who sat on the sofa with a tense expression, and knew something must have happened. Brother Qin, the Long family's people have gone too far. They bring people over to cause trouble at this time every day. We've been bullied so badly we haven't left the house in 3 days. Lin Liang was the quickest to speak, immediately recounting the events of the past few days to Qin Feng. After Qin Feng left, the Long family launched a vicious retaliation against everyone. Old man Qin Wenhua had been beaten so badly he ended up in the hospital. Mu Qing and the others were practically imprisoned in the villa, too scared to go outside. Yet even then, the thugs wouldn't let them be. Every night, they'd show up at the same time to provoke them, like a recurring nightmare. I think we should turn off the lights. They'll be here any minute now. Shin Wenshua sat to the side, his head still wrapped in bandages. He'd only spent one night in the hospital before rushing back to recover at home, terrified they'd track him there too. Turn off the lights? What the hell are you talking about? We're all back now, why should we be afraid of them? This is just too much. Bald Head Wang was notorious for his explosive temper. Just hearing Lin Liang's account had already made him furious enough to make his blood boil. Don't worry. Now that we're back, everything will be fine. Xin Feng looked at Mu Qing, his promise firm and unwavering. His words seemed directed at Mu Qing, yet echoed as if addressed to everyone present. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud thud echoed from the doorway. Startled, everyone instinctively jerked their heads toward the entrance. A rock struck the glass door squarely. Even though the glass door was of excellent quality, several cracks appeared. Xin Feng and the bald-headed king walked to the entrance and peered outside, where they indeed saw a group of people standing there. Leading them was none other than Long Sanping, the very man Xin Feng and Ping Tu Wang had soundly beaten along with his uncle, Long Yuan. Behind them trailed a gang of thugs. They clearly forgot the fear of Qin Feng's dominance, each wearing a cocky grin as they kept hurling stones this way. A bunch of forgetful bastards. Looks like you've forgotten the pain once the scars fade. Qin Feng clenched his fists, frowned, and pushed open the door to step outside. Chapter 177, Instant Humiliation. Outside, the crowd was happily hurling stones when they suddenly froze, stunned to see someone emerge. Damn it, those cowards finally showed their faces. Long Yuan glared at the figure at the doorway and shouted angrily. Days of mere taunting had long since grown tedious for them. Now that someone had finally emerged, they roared like bandits spotting innocent villagers. But Long Sanping, standing beside him, recognized the figure and took a few startled steps back. Uncle, that looks like that bastard Qin Feng. It really is him. Maybe we should just leave now. Long Sanping had been thoroughly beaten by Qin Feng before. The mere sight of him made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Before the uncle and nephew could react, Qin Feng strode over, accompanied by the man with the crew cut. Damn it, it really is Qin Feng. When did that kid come back? We've been provoking him for days without seeing him. How did he show up? Long Yuan felt fear upon seeing Qin Feng too. Qin Feng's warning from last time was still etched in his mind. The fact that they hadn't seen a trace of Qin Feng during their repeated provocations these past days had given him some confidence. But now, Qin Feng's sudden appearance hit him like a ton of bricks. You two really don't know when to quit. Still daring to come looking for death? Qin Feng stared at the uncle and nephew before him, his expression utterly devoid of kindness. Long Yuan forced himself to stand firm, clenching his trembling legs to maintain a tough front as he faced off against Qin Feng. But Long Sanping, standing beside him, lacked such mental fortitude. He turned and tried to run. His legs trembled violently, and after taking just 2 steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to stand due to his weak knees. This scene struck Qin Feng as utterly laughable. With such a weak heart, why not just stay home? Why come out looking for trouble? Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer at Long Sanping's ridiculous state. Qin Feng, you don't get too cocky. We've brought a lot of people this time. Long Yuan glanced at the 24 or so men behind him, trying to bolster his own confidence. Enough. Stop fooling yourself. Ask your beloved nephew Long Sanping how many men he brought last time. Didn't I still beat him to a pulp? A sneer curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as he spoke indifferently, shattering the last shred of stubbornness in Long Yuan's heart. Qin Feng, you're arrogant enough. Dare you let me make a call? Let's settle this once and for all. Long Yuan pulled out his phone while shouting at Qin Feng with feigned bravado. I've got all day. Bring whoever you want. Qin Feng crossed his arms, watching Long Yuan's awkward performance with eyes devoid of any emotion. He knew that if he didn't thoroughly subdue these two today, trouble would never cease. Today, he wasn't just going to make these two submit, he was going to make the entire Long family submit. As Long Yuan trembled with his finger dialing the number, he also sent a text to Wang Feng of the Qin family, inviting him to come witness the show. Last time Wang Feng signed the contract, he'd begged Qin Feng on his knees. Now, hearing trouble had come to Qin Feng's side, he guaranteed he'd be there within 5 minutes. Though not a direct member of the Qin family, Wang Feng held a high-ranking position within it, giving his word considerable weight. Wang Feng promised to arrive in 5 minutes, but clearly, Long Yuan's desperate call for help was faster. Several jet-black Rolls-Royces pulled up directly in front of the villa. A middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth stepped out of one of the cars. Sir, you're finally here. You're finally here. Legs trembling, Long Sanping watched the arrival and immediately crawled over, clutching the middle-aged man's calf. Qin Feng frowned slightly at the title. You're not the head of the Long family? Then what brings you here? Qin Feng regarded the man before him with a hint of disdain. After all, his target was the head of the Long family, Long Sanping's father. Now some random guy was showing up, and it rubbed him the wrong way. Oomph. You're just some upstart from another province, yet you talk big. You want to see the head of the Long family? Do you even have the qualifications? I am the chief agent of the Long family company. My name is Long Jinfei. The middle-aged man flicked his cigar onto the ground, crushing it out with his toe. His gaze toward Qin Feng held a hint of contempt. I don't know what kind of position a chief agent is, but you probably don't even have the right to speak today. Qin Feng remained unfazed by the man's arrogant demeanor, his tone deliberately casual. He had gone to the trouble of leveraging Wang Feng's connections specifically to give the Long family a proper warning. Now, this so-called chief agent had shown up, making him feel like he was using a cannon to swat a mosquito, a case of overkill. Kid, you'd better open your eyes and see clearly. This isn't some second-rate city like your Zhangbei. This is Xiaohai City, the Long family's turf. Long Jinfei was thoroughly infuriated by Qin Feng's attitude. Though he was the general agent, his status was no ordinary one. In Xiaohai City, everyone still gave him a measure of respect. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a young man stepped out of another car parked by the roadside. He impatiently picked at his ear. Long Jinfei's booming voice had clearly reached him too. Since when did Xiaohai City become your Long family's turf? How come we Qins never heard about this? Wang Feng shot Long Jinfei a dismissive glance, his tone laced with mockery. Long Jinfei, who had been brimming with arrogance moments before, immediately wilted at the sight of Wang Feng. His once straight back now bent slightly. Brother Wang? What brings you here? Just passing through? Long Jinfei rushed over to greet Wang Feng warmly. Judging by appearance alone, Long Jinfei looked 8 or 9 years older than Wang Feng. Yet now he addressed him as Brother Wang with every other word, acting as warm and friendly as could be. Don't you know why I'm here? Didn't you just claim Xiaohai City is the Long family's turf? Go on, keep talking. Wang Feng strode over to Qin Feng in a few quick steps, glancing at Long Jinfei as he spoke with a hint of mockery. The moment he saw these two standing together, even someone as dim-witted as Long Jinfei understood what was happening. He truly hadn't expected this unassuming Qin Feng, this outsider from Jiangbei City, to actually know someone like Wang Feng. But now he was in too deep to back out. He could only force a smile across his face. Brother Wang, I was just joking with Mr. Qin earlier. We're actually good friends. I came here specifically to invite Mr. Qin to our place for dinner or something. At this moment, Long Jinfei had no idea what to say. His only recourse was to muddy the waters, hoping Qin Feng would let the matter drop. But in Qin Feng's eyes, Long Jinfei was hardly worth considering a significant figure, and he certainly wouldn't spare him any face. Who said we're good friends? Just now you were threatening to teach me a lesson, weren't you? Didn't you just claim Xiaohai City was your Long family's turf? Why aren't you acting cocky anymore? Qin Feng's words were ruthless, delivering a direct counterpunch. Chapter 178, A Persistent Ghost. Seeing Qin Feng refuse to give him any face, Long Jinfei's expression shifted several times, leaving him feeling humiliated. After much deliberation, he turned his gaze to Long Sanping, who was still clinging to his leg. You little brat, get the hell out of my way. With no other options left, Long Jinfei lashed out at Long Sanping, kicking him hard enough to send him tumbling twice. He then turned to Long Yuan, who stood frozen nearby, and delivered another kick straight to his chest. You two idiots! Who told you to cross Qin Feng? Don't you know Mr. Qin is a close friend of the Long family? You two blind fools, I'll beat you to death. Long Jinfei was beyond furious, kicking Long Yuan and Long Sanping relentlessly until they were rolling around clutching their heads. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would surely step in to plead and break up the fight. But Qin Feng remained silent, watching Long Jinfei's performance with cold detachment. The relentless blows sent the uncle and nephew tumbling across the floor. Even Long Jinfei's forehead glistened with sweat, panting heavily from exhaustion. Mr. Qin, have you calmed down now? These two good-for-nothings are blind as bats. I'll keep a close eye on them from now on and never let them sully Mr. Qin's eyes again. Long Jinfei dumped all his resentment squarely onto the uncle and nephew. Enough with the act. You weren't the only one looking down on me just now, were you? Qin Feng shot Long Jinfei a withering look, his tone dripping with irritation. To his surprise, Long Jinfei raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. That's right. Just now, Long Jinfei, was blind too. Please don't take it to heart, don't take it to heart. Long Jinfei had completely lost all sense of shame. As long as he didn't offend the Qin family and could preempt Qin Feng's desire for revenge, sacrificing his dignity was no big deal. Enough. Get out of here with all your men. I'll settle accounts with your Long family personally tomorrow. When I arrive at the Long residence, I expect to see the head of the Long family, not some so-called chief agent like you. Qin Feng shot Long Jinfei a withering look before turning and striding into the villa with Wang Feng. Long Jinfei stared at Long Yuan and Long Sanping before him, his eyes filled with disappointment. They'd thought being summoned here would be a chance to show off. Instead, they'd managed to offend such a formidable adversary. Not only had they made him lose face, but when Qin Feng came calling tomorrow and actually met the head of the Long family, if he brought up this incident, Long Jinfei's future prospects would likely be ruined. After all, offending the Qin family was no small mistake. Long Yuan and Long Sanping had brought this upon themselves, yet dragged him, the chief agent, into the mess as collateral damage. He was both furious and resentful. But inside Qin Feng's villa, the scene was entirely different. Lin Liang and the others treated Wang Feng with great courtesy, while Wang Feng himself was exceedingly polite toward Qin Feng. Everyone, please don't treat me with such deference. Mr. Qin and I are practically friends. Let's just interact normally. Otherwise, it would feel too distant. Wang Feng had a keen eye for people and knew Qin Feng was no ordinary figure. Building a good relationship with him would surely bring benefits in the future. Seeing Wang Feng, a high-ranking executive at Qin's company, act so approachable, everyone else relaxed as well. Hey, Mr. Qin, how did you end up clashing with the Long family? Those people aren't exactly upstanding citizens. They have a bad reputation in this city and are always scheming behind people's backs. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Feng harbored deep resentment toward the Long family's group. The Longs are just a bunch of small fry. Brother Wang, if anything major happens with the Qin family lately, you've got to let me know ahead of time so I can prepare. Qin Feng asked with a smile, testing Wang Feng. Wang Feng found this odd and furrowed his brow slightly. What rumors have you heard, Mr. Qin? The Qin family hasn't been making any moves lately. Just focus on your factory. Our company treats its partners with the utmost courtesy. Wang Feng engaged Qin Feng in conversation for quite some time. Qin Feng took this opportunity to introduce Ling Moran to Wang Feng, hoping to facilitate a collaboration. As for the person Qin Feng introduced, Wang Feng accepted without hesitation. They arranged to meet at the Qin family's company the next day to sign the contract before finally leaving the villa. From his words, Qin Feng had clearly understood. Qin Yunfei and Qin Er had vanished without a trace, leaving no clues to their whereabouts. Moreover, despite being under surveillance in Xiahai City for so long, there was absolutely no sign of them returning. Qin Feng, I never would have guessed you'd be so well connected everywhere. You managed to secure this partnership for me with just a few words. Ling Moran watched Wang Feng's departing figure, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. Without Qin Feng's assistance, gaining access to the Qin family would have been virtually impossible. That would mean her trip had been for nothing. A partnership with the Qins would be far more advantageous than one with the Longs. Alright, that bunch won't be causing trouble anymore. Let's get some rest. Qin Feng took Mu Qing's hand, her face worn with exhaustion, on the sofa and muttered before heading upstairs. Regarding Mu Shan's situation, no matter what, he still needed to inform Mu Qing of the final resolution. As for Qin Feng securing a supermarket for their family, ensuring they behave themselves from now on, Mu Qing was thoroughly satisfied with this resolution. Early the next morning, Qin Feng took Ping Tu Wang and Ling Moran to the Qin family company. Now that everything had settled, all that remained was to help Ling Moran finalize the partnership agreement before life could return to normal. Those old fools like Mu Shan should stay quiet for a while too. Even if they wanted to stir trouble, they probably wouldn't be able to. After all, it was just a small supermarket, let them make a fuss all they wanted. As the trio headed to the Qin residence, Ling Moran felt a slight flutter of excitement. This was her first time negotiating a partnership with such a large company, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Qin Feng reassured her all the way there. Once they arrived at the company, Ling Moran went upstairs to find Wang Feng on her own, while he and the man with the crew cut sat in the lobby resting. If he followed her upstairs, Wang Feng would surely drag him into small talk for ages. Just as the two sat bored in the living room playing with their phones, several familiar figures entered their field of vision. Qin Feng and Flathead Wang's eyes were instantly drawn to them. Though the three were clad in ragged clothes, their faces dusty, those faces were all too familiar to Qin Feng. Seated in his chair, his fists clenched and teeth gritted. The figures wandering the hall were none other than the three from the Mu family. Chapter 179, Off to Work. Seeing these three scoundrels loitering about again, Qin Feng couldn't help but boil with rage. They were like plagues, clinging like ghosts that refused to vanish. Even Wang Ping, the bald-headed man, stared in disbelief at their appearance. Brother Qin, I've been with you this long and never seen such stubborn individuals. Is this never ending? A faint irritation began to stir within Ping Tu Wang's heart. But when Qin Feng heard his words, only a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. The reason he had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. That was because when Qin Feng faced others, he always eradicated them completely, never giving them a second chance to strike back. But Mu Shan and the others were, after all, Mu Qing's blood relatives. It was precisely for this reason that he had repeatedly shown restraint, stopping short of delivering the final blow. Yet these three scoundrels, demoted by him to run a supermarket in Shenyang City, still dared to stir up trouble. The first instigated Gongcheng to come here and leak information, trying to create trouble for him. Now, after being taught a lesson, they'd brought their entire families to cause trouble in person. If they were allowed to meet the Qin family's high-ranking members and spill everything about what happened in Jiangbei City, it would undoubtedly bring danger one step closer. Wang, grab them all and bring them to the back. Qin Feng's expression was icy as he barked the order before striding out of the company building. He hadn't been in the secluded spot for 5 minutes. Bald-headed Wang dragged the 3 members of the Mu family over and slammed them hard onto the ground. The moment the trio saw Qin Feng, their legs instantly went weak. They never imagined such a coincidence running into Qin Feng here of all places. Speak up. Why aren't you running that supermarket properly in Shenyang City? What brings you here? Xin Feng stared at them, his voice icy cold. The trio stared at Xin Feng as if they'd seen the devil himself, none daring to lift their heads. Mu Shan cursed inwardly over and over. He truly never imagined he'd keep running into Xin Feng, that unlucky star, no matter where he went. Xin Feng felt much the same way. He couldn't fathom why these three stubbornly refused to give up, like persistent ghosts refusing to rest. Xin Feng, we three were just bored at home and thought we'd come to Shanghai City to clear our heads. Mu Yuxia, fearing her father would give them away, quickly blurted out a lie. But Xin Feng's patience with them had long since run dry. He knew instantly that this was a hastily concocted lie, an outright insult to his intelligence. Xin Feng wasted no words. He grabbed her by the collar, slapped her hard across the face twice, then tossed her to the ground like a piece of trash. If I don't ask you, keep your mouth shut. Xin Feng shot a glare at Mu Yuxia beside him before turning his attention to Mu Shan at his feet. Speak. Why abandon the supermarket in Shenyang City to come meddle with the Qin family here in Shanghai City? Xin Feng fixed his gaze on Mu Shan and barked the question again. Mu Shan opened his mouth, stammering as he searched for some other excuse. You'd better think carefully before you speak. If it's another lie, your fate won't be much better than hers. Xin Feng had completely lost his patience. Even when speaking to Mu Shan, not a shred of respect remained. In his eyes, Mu Shan was no different from the usual fools who came looking for trouble. If he persisted in clinging to life, Xin Feng would show no further tolerance. He would choose an opportune moment to quietly orchestrate an accident, making these three vanish from the world entirely. But he wouldn't let Mu Qing bear such heartbreak until the very last moment. We sold that supermarket in Shenyang City and came to the Qin family to see if they could help us out. Mu Shan hesitated for a long time, never daring to mention that they had come to the Qin company to expose Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng delivered a swift kick to his shoulder. The force sent him tumbling backward. Can't bring yourself to say it, huh? Fine, I'll say it for you. You just wanted to come to the Qin family in Shanghai City, file a fierce complaint against me, and have the Qin family deal with me using someone else's knife to kill, right? Qin Feng showed the old man no mercy, unleashing a torrent of abuse. Mu Shan trembled, unable to respond. Fine. You sold the supermarket, right? You wouldn't settle for a simple life. You had to stir up trouble. Well, stir it up to your heart's content. Wang, take them to the pharmaceutical factory. Make them work alongside the laborers live and eat there. Tell Lin Liang, if anyone slacks off, beat them. Xin Feng surveyed the three figures on the ground and barked his orders. Since they refused to live the good life he offered, they'd all be sent to the factory as laborers. Since they were brimming with energy with nowhere to vent it, he'd make them vent it properly. In the hands of the bald-headed king, Mu Shan and his two companions were like helpless chicks unable to struggle. They offered no resistance, utterly unaware of what awaited them. The factory work was meant for young, strong laborers. With Mu Shan's old bones and the frail frames of Mu Yuxia and Wanli, 3 days on the job would surely leave them broken and battered. Bald-headed Wang grinned as he watched them, hoisting them into the truck and driving them toward the factory on the outskirts. Xin Feng hurried back to the company just in time to see Mu Yuxia and Wang Feng coming down the stairs. Mr. Qin, we owe you a huge debt of gratitude this time. If it weren't for you bringing in Miss Ling, the Qin family wouldn't have known how to break into the Jiangbei City market again. Wang Feng and Ling Moran both wore faint smiles. Unintentionally overheard, Xin Feng pondered Wang Feng's words, his brow furrowing slightly. What did you just say? Reopening the Jiangbei City market? Could it be that the Qin family had a market presence in Jiangbei City before? Xin Feng's seemingly casual question revealed a significant mystery. That's correct. The Qin family did have a branch in Jiangbei City before. It's just that we've lost all contact recently. We've sent people to investigate, but there's still no result. I really don't know what's going on with those people. How could they all vanish so suddenly? Wang Feng pushed his glasses up his nose, equally puzzled. Yet these words sent shockwaves through Qin Feng's mind. So it wasn't just him who was in the dark. The Qin family in Shanghai City had always maintained contact with the Qin family in Jiangbei City. Here he was worrying someone might leak information, only to discover they'd already sent people to investigate. But the commotion he'd caused back in Jiangbeiqing was no small matter. If someone had truly been sent to investigate, news should have reached them quickly. If that were the case, the Qin family should have heard rumors by now. He couldn't understand why the Qin family hadn't launched an investigation against him, but instead helped him build a factory. Even now, everything appeared calm on the surface, so calm that he himself had begun to believe nothing had happened. The more Qin Feng pondered it, the more bizarre it seemed, as if some colossal mystery lay hidden beneath the surface. Chapter 180, Unraveling the Conspiracy. Mr. Qin? What are you thinking about? Wang Feng noticed Qin Feng staring blankly and couldn't help but give him a gentle shake. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about something else. Qin Feng gave a slight smile, successfully concealing his earlier distraction. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Feng began dissecting everything in his mind, a persistent sense of unease gnawing at him. He summoned everyone back to the villa. He then shared all his deductions with them, and the expressions on everyone's faces grew grim. Brother Qin, if what you say is true, then the Qin family must have known about us all along. Why didn't they seek revenge? Why did they help us instead? Lin Liang sat at the table, scratching his head in frustration, utterly baffled by the situation. But his words struck a chord with Qin Feng. Even if the Qin family hadn't found the body yet, they certainly wouldn't have offered to help Qin Feng. Yet now, they were doing the exact opposite, choosing not to act. That was precisely where the oddity lay. It was highly likely the Qin family wanted something from him. Namely, the 3 medicines capable of dominating the pharmaceutical market in Jiangbei City. His current assistance in establishing the factory was undoubtedly driven by this lucrative business opportunity. But once the factory is operational and production begins, that will likely be the moment the Qin family strikes back. Lin Liang, has the Qin family been pressuring you lately about the factory's progress? Qin Feng looked at Lin Liang and asked, hoping to validate his suspicions. You're right, Brother Qin. But how did you know? They've been calling almost daily lately, as if they're desperate for the medicine to save their lives. Lin Liang knew Qin Feng must have uncovered something, so he quickly added. Then there's no doubt about it. The Qin family likely knew about our actions long ago. The day the pharmaceutical plant is completed will be the day they begin their revenge. Qin Feng voiced his suspicion aloud, and the room fell silent in an instant. The Qin family's influence goes without saying, and this is Shanghai City, their turf. If the Qins truly moved against them, they'd be utterly defenseless. Brother Qin, speak your mind. If it comes to it, we'll return to Jiangbei City, at least it's our turf. We'll fight them to the end. Lin Liang had been interacting with the Qin family the most recently. The more he learned, the clearer he understood the Qin family's terrifying local power. No. Now that we're in Shanghai City, we can't just leave. Sitting back and waiting for disaster in Jiangbei City is worse than building connections here in Shanghai City. After all, the Qin family isn't the only powerful force here. Qin Feng scanned the group, his mind already forming a plan. Brother Qin, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. The man with the flat top stood beside Qin Feng, his face showing not a trace of fear. In his eyes, if Qin Feng gave the order, he'd charge headlong into a sea of fire and swords without hesitation. Lin Liang, it'll take at least another month to finish that side, right? You can stall for time, no problem? Don't worry, Brother Qin. Leave it to me. No problem. Lin Liang patted his chest, guaranteeing Qin Feng. The rest of you, use every channel to contact every major and minor family in Shanghai City. Use our pharmaceuticals to establish connections with them. If we can connect with families more powerful than the Qins or even on par with them, we'll have nothing to fear from the Qins. Qin Feng looked at the others as he issued his orders. Everyone understood his plan now. If it were just Qin Feng alone, even if the entire Shanghai City stood against him, he would fear nothing. But now it was different. He couldn't be everywhere at once, facing such a vast family. Even if he could fight 10,000 alone, he couldn't protect everyone. His only option was to forge alliances with powerful families, ensuring they could protect his loved ones so he could turn his full attention to confronting his enemies. The plan was finalized. Early the next morning, everyone sprang into action, while Qin Feng headed to the factory. If his deduction was correct, the factory's perimeter would undoubtedly be swarming with Qin family spies. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng arrived at the pharmaceutical factory early. From afar, he could see a group of workers bustling about. Mu Shan, however, sat leisurely to the side, sipping from a thermos while gesturing with his arm to direct the laborers. Get your hands moving faster. Pick up the pace. Listen up, this is my daughter's operation. Anyone who doesn't perform well won't get off easy. Mu Shan stood by like a foreman, barking orders left and right. Beside him stood a man in a white cap fanning him, looking every bit the henchman. I told you to work. What are you doing acting like some big shot? Qin Feng's voice echoed from behind, startling Mu Shan into an abrupt stand. Qin Feng. Spotting Qin Feng, Mu Shan hastily set the water cup down on the ground. The man beside him, however, wore a stern expression. How dare you speak to our chief steward like that? The man in the white hat looked utterly arrogant. Head overseer? You really haven't changed a bit. Get back to work. Qin Feng's angry rebuke sent Mu Shan scurrying back to work alongside the laborers. The man beside him now noticed Qin Feng's unusual status, his eyes constantly sizing him up. Qin Feng observed the man as well. He hadn't seen him when he arrived earlier. Moreover, the man carried himself with a distinctly shifty demeanor. Though he concealed it well, it couldn't escape Qin Feng's keen eyes. Mu Shan, come here for a moment. Qin Feng beckoned to Mu Shan. The old man was now utterly terrified of him and scurried over at once. Spill it. Who is this guy? What's his background? Qin Feng pulled Mu Shan into a corner and pointed at the white-capped man who was still observing him out of the corner of his eye. I don't know him. He approached me the moment he heard I was Mu Qing's father, asking all sorts of questions. I was tricked by him. I'm usually a hard worker. Mushan desperately tried to prove his innocence, spilling everything he knew about the white-capped man. Xin Feng noticed the guy was still eyeing him and waved him over. The white-capped man scurried over eagerly. "Brother Qin, what do you need from me?" The white-capped man greeted him warmly as soon as he arrived, as if he already knew exactly who Qin Feng was. "You know my name is Qin Feng, right?" Qin Feng opened with a warning tone. I heard it from the old man all the time. I was sent by Brother Lin. Following the old man is purely out of respect for elders and care for the young." The white-capped man rattled off a string of words, as if he'd memorized them long ago. "Oh, really? Then what do you know about the Qin family?" Qin Feng cut straight to the chase with his question, catching the white-capped man off guard. "The Qin family? Isn't that your family?" "I don't know anything about the Qin family." The white-capped man waved his hands repeatedly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. "Friend, you're overacting. In Xiaohai City, it's actually more suspicious if someone doesn't know the Qin family." With that, Qin Feng grabbed the white-capped man and lifted him off the ground. Chapter 181, The Long Family's Decision. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The man in the white had struggled violently. Mushan, standing nearby, had no idea what was happening but dared not intervene. Qin Feng dragged the white-capped man into a secluded corner. "Spill it. The Qin family sent you, didn't they?" Qin Feng lit a cigarette and gave him a dismissive glance. "I don't know what you're talking about." The white-capped man shook his head again. Qin Feng wasted no words. He grabbed a steel rebar from the ground and plunged it directly into the white hat's thigh. A blood-curdling scream pierced the factory air. "I'll ask one more time, did the Qin family send you here?" I'm not." The white-capped man's face drained of color, yet he clenched his teeth and refused to confess. Qin Feng wasted no time, grabbing another rebar and plunging it into the other thigh. Final warning. If you don't speak now, you'll likely die childless." Qin Feng picked up another steel rod. With both thighs now in his grasp, the white hat instantly understood Qin Feng's next move, his face turning deathly pale. I'll talk. I was indeed sent by the Qin family to spy." The white-capped man finally broke down, collapsing onto the ground like a deflated balloon. "I thought you'd keep talking tough." Qin Feng tossed the cigarette butt aside, stubbed out his smoke, and turned to leave. "Brother Qin, please don't tell anyone about this. If the Qin family finds out I leaked information, I'll die a horrible death." The white-capped man lay sprawled on the ground, clutching Qin Feng's calf with both hands as he pleaded incessantly. "That depends on your performance. Keep an eye on the Qin family for me, and you'll be safe forever." Qin Feng tossed his phone number to the ground and walked away. Truthfully, he couldn't force the white-capped man away. He couldn't risk alerting the enemy prematurely. Injuring him was acceptable, but he absolutely couldn't let him leave the factory. Turning him into a pawn to infiltrate the Qin family would also buy him valuable time. Qin Feng didn't expect much from him anyway. His visit was merely to confirm his suspicions. Now, he needed to find someone who truly understood the Qin family. After all, knowing both the enemy and oneself ensured victory in every battle. Qin Feng stood below the Long family company building, his gaze slightly subdued. The Long family was a long-established local clan. Though the two families were at odds, they were, after all, enemies of a common foe. You can always get something out of them. Qin Feng entered the lobby, inquired about the office location, and took the elevator directly to the top floor. Step by step, he traversed the quiet top-floor corridor and soon located the chairman's office. A loud, chaotic argument was erupting inside. "Big brother, you have to avenge us. That Qin Feng is despicable." "Exactly. Look how badly he beat us up. Even if he knows the Qin family, he shouldn't bully us like this." Standing at the doorway, Qin Feng could clearly hear Long Yuan and Long Sanping's complaints. These two were the kind of people who were good for nothing but causing trouble. Qin Feng didn't want to waste time. He swung his leg and delivered a kick. With a loud crash, the office door came crashing down. "Are you here to get revenge on me?" Qin Feng stood at the doorway, smiling as he scanned the office. Long Yuan and Long Sanping leapt to their feet as if they'd seen a demon. Seated behind the desk was a somewhat middle-aged man, more than half his hair already snow-white. His face bore a ruthless expression, yet it was not reckless. He was none other than the head of the Long family, Long Hu. "Big brother, it's this kid. You have to avenge us. You must avenge us." Long Yuan stared at Qin Feng, his voice rising as he lodged his complaint. Long Jinfei stood silently by his side, head bowed. "You're the head of the Long family, right? Tell them all to get out. I need to talk to you." Qin Feng cut straight to the point, issuing his command without preamble. But Long Hu's brow furrowed deeply at those words. "Kid, you're getting way too cocky. This is my Long family's territory. How dare you come here acting all high and mighty?" Long Hu roared with rage, slamming his palm down on the table. The thunderous crash drew a swarm of security guards rushing in from outside, instantly surrounding Qin Feng. Seeing the situation unfold, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. "Sigh, why must one always suffer hardship before being willing to sit down and talk properly?" Qin Feng sighed. After all, he hadn't come here today intending to resort to violence. Cut the nonsense. You injured my brother and my son, and now you dare cause trouble at my company. If I don't teach you a lesson today, people will think the Long family has lost its edge. Long Hu roared, and all his thugs surged forward. But Qin Feng had no interest in sparring with them now. He merely glanced indifferently at the crowd charging from behind. His spiritual energy surged, and with a swift backhand flick, a powerful surge of force erupted, sending the dozen or so men crashing into the wall as if struck by an invisible giant hand. They were instantly incapacitated. Witnessing this, the group fell dumbstruck. Previously, it had mostly been Qin Feng's henchman, the flat-top Wang, who had done most of the fighting. They never imagined Qin Feng possessed such terrifying strength. Well, can we sit down and talk properly now? Qin Feng glanced at them once more. Big brother, can't we just let this slide? Long Yuan remained stubborn, still trying to offer advice to Long Hu. Get out! Long Hu kicked Long Yuan hard. Long Zhenfei dragged these two along, scrambling out of the office in a hurry. Only after everyone had cleared out did Qin Feng leisurely sink into his chair. Who the hell are you? What do you want from me? Long Hu eyed Qin Feng warily. His fighting skills alone made it clear that Qin Feng was no bumpkin from Jiangbei City, as Long Sanping and his nephew had claimed. I can make you replace the Qin family as one of the four great families. Are you willing to take a chance? Qin Feng merely glanced at Long Hu before posing the question. Long Hu fell deep in thought upon hearing this. If an ordinary person had made such an offer, he would have dismissed them as a crazy little darling. But the man sitting before him now was no ordinary person. The Qin family wields immense power locally. Toppling them won't be easy. Long Hu, no fool himself, responded with a measured question. Where there's profit, there's risk. If it were simple, wouldn't anyone be able to do it? Qin Feng offered no rebuttal, merely murmuring the words softly. Long Hu furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a long moment. What makes you think I should follow you? You've surely heard of Jiangbei City Pharmaceuticals, right? Follow me, and I'll give you access. At those words alone, Long Hu slammed his fist on the table. Fine. The Long family is in. Chapter 182, The Yin Family Banquet. Most of the Long family were fools, but who would have thought there was someone as clever and decisive as Long Hu? Alright, since you've agreed, I'll certainly fulfill my promise. Now I need you to tell me everything about the Qin family, including their enemies and their partners. Qin Feng sat across the table, his gaze fixed on Long Hu as he spoke calmly. This was precisely why he sought an alliance with the Long family. Otherwise, the Long family wouldn't have the qualifications to stand against the Qins alongside him. Though the Long family was weak and full of incompetence, Long Hu was no ordinary figure. The Long family had reached its current standing solely through his efforts. His keen eye instantly recognized Qin Feng's potential. Through his introduction, Qin Feng instantly grasped the power dynamics within Shanghai City. Qin, Chu, Yan, and Han formed the four great families of Shanghai City. It sounded reminiscent of the Warring States period in history, yet their power rankings were completely reversed. The Han family held the strongest position, followed by the Yan family, then the Chu family, with the Qin family bringing up the rear. The Qin family aligned itself with the most powerful Han family, while maintaining hostility toward the Chu and Yan families. The four major families could be seen as divided into two factions, each holding their own and evenly matched. It seems the Qin family will be quite difficult to deal with. To bring them down, we'll have to take on the Han family as well. Qin Feng raised his head with a faint smile, a trace of resignation in his expression. It seemed a fierce battle was brewing ahead. Mr. Long, regarding our partnership, it's best you keep it confidential from your son and brother. You know exactly what kind of people they are. After gathering all the necessary information, Qin Feng turned and left the Long family's company. Long Hu stood by the window and sighed softly. How could he not know the true nature of these two good-for-nothings? The entire Long family rested on his shoulders alone. If he were to die, there wouldn't even be a suitable heir. Given the Long family's standing, his sons and younger brothers simply couldn't survive. His agreement to oppose Qin Feng and the Qin family was merely laying groundwork for the future after his own passing. Even if he hadn't agreed to Qin Feng, the Long family would still be squandered by these men after his death. Better to take a gamble while he still had life left in him. Qin Feng left the Long family company and returned to the villa, his mind racing as he contemplated future plans. Upon his return, Lin Liang and the others were already seated around the table, sharing the information they'd gathered while eating. Brother Qin, I made contact with the Han family today. I hear they're quite influential in this city. Should I pursue further communication? Lin Liang looked at Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng was slightly startled. He hadn't expected Lin Liang to have made contact with the Han family, the most powerful family in Shanghai City, in just one day. No. Don't contact the Han family yet. I just received word that the Qin family is already in contact with them. Qin Feng spoke up, cutting off Lin Liang's plan. If he truly established a connection with the Hans, word would likely reach the Qin's ears very quickly. Then his plan to sneak in through the back door would likely be ruined. I've heard rumors about this too, but apparently the Chu and Yin families are at odds with them. We could approach through those two families instead. I've secured a way to contact the Yin family. Tomorrow is the birthday of the old patriarch's granddaughter, and I plan to drop by and join the festivities. Mu Qing's information channels were remarkably swift. Xin Feng watched this group with some surprise. He hadn't expected that in just a single day, they'd managed to gather so much information. Especially Mu Qing, she'd even managed to find an opportunity to connect with the Han family. Xin Feng surveyed the group gathered around the table, a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. With such a team by his side, even if 10 Qin families came after him, what would he have to fear? Xin Feng shared all the intelligence he'd gathered from Long Hu with the others. After exchanging information, they all gained a rough understanding of the factions in Shahdai City. That's settled then. Tomorrow, Mu Qing and I will meet with the Yin family to see if we can establish a connection. Xin Feng gave the order, and everyone returned to their respective tasks. As night fell, everyone returned to rest. Come dawn the next day, Xin Feng accompanied Mu Qing to attend the Yin family banquet. Mu Qing's approach to things was entirely different from Qin Feng's. If Xin Feng had attended this banquet, he would have charged in with his head held high. But when they arrived at the hotel entrance with Mu Qing, she pulled out various invitation cards from her bag. Though the verification process was a bit tedious, she eventually guided Xin Feng into the hotel lobby. How did you manage to get all these? Xin Feng looked at Mu Qing, his curiosity piqued. He'd never realized before that Mu Qing could handle things so independently. Getting invitations in Shahdai City isn't that difficult if you're willing to put in the effort. But I know you hate hassle, so I handled everything for you. Mu Qing took Xin Feng's hand and walked into the lobby with a smile. The hall was now packed with Shahdai City's elite prominent figures of high standing. Though Mu Qing had secured the invitations, they alone couldn't command the Yin family's direct attention. Though everyone held invitations, these were tiered and graded. Those with golden invitations naturally occupied the front seats, granted the opportunity to converse and toast with the Yin family patriarch. Those with silver invitations occupied the middle seats, where they could mingle and converse with some of Shahdai City's influential figures. Those like Xin Feng and Mu Qing, who had gone to great lengths to obtain bronze invitations, were simply not in the same league. They were merely there to fill the numbers, to make up the crowd. Honey, don't you think we're seated way too far back? We won't be able to strike up a conversation with anyone from the Yin family from here. Xin Feng stared at the elevated platform 150 meters away. Even if he shouted from here, old Master Yen might not even know who was calling out. But Mu Qing told Xin Feng to be quiet for now. He had his own plan. Then the banquet officially began. A stooped old man, leaning on a cane, was escorted step by step by a young girl. The moment he appeared, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, clapping and cheering in a deafening roar. All right. Today is my granddaughter's birthday. This old man isn't here to steal the spotlight. The old man waved cheerfully at the crowd, finally calming the room. This old gentleman started as nothing more than a lowly assistant boiling herbs in a pharmacy. Now he's grown into one of the most influential figures in Shahdai City. He is the head of the Yin family, Yin Hasong. As Mu Qing introduced him, Xin Feng also turned his gaze toward the stage. Though Yin Hasong was advanced in years, his back bent so severely he could barely stand straight. His aged eyes were far from cloudy. Instead, they burned with an intense, piercing clarity. Chapter 183, 10 Years of Life. Old Master Yen, may you live 10,000 years. Master Yen, may your blessings be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity rival the southern mountains. In that moment, everyone forgot this was a birthday banquet, transforming it into a feast celebrating Yen Hasong's longevity. Yen Hasong differed from the other three major families. The other three families were native to Shahdai City, built through generations of business. Only Yen Hasong, born into the humblest of origins, now stood as the second most powerful figure in Shahdai City. This alone spoke volumes about the old master's extraordinary drive. Old master, here is the gift I prepared for you. Before the banquet commenced, everyone brought their gifts forward and piled them beside the raised platform. This gesture was open to anyone, regardless of the rank of their invitation. To outsiders, the greater the pile of gifts on the platform, the more it signified the prestige and influence of the family. It also provided everyone with a chance to get up close to Yin Hasong. Honey, I suppose this is the opportunity you mentioned, right? Xin Feng now seemed to understand Mu Qing's plan. Exactly. This is the chance. I bought an extremely expensive gift just for this moment. Mu Qing pulled a shimmering blue necklace from her bag. Just by its color and transparency, one could tell it must be exorbitantly expensive. I thought you had something spectacular planned. This is it? Xin Feng stared at the gift in Mu Qing's hands, expecting something spectacular that would captivate everyone's attention. What's wrong? Isn't it beautiful? I paid a fortune for this. Mu Qing found Xin Feng's reaction rather puzzling. Xin Feng sighed softly. Attracting old Master Yan's attention certainly wasn't something that could be achieved through financial means alone. Shahdai City had no shortage of wealthy individuals, and someone like Mu Qing was merely one among hundreds. Even if he did give her the gift, it wouldn't make the slightest difference. Alright, put this away. Save it for our daughter's birthday present. Leave it to me. Qin Feng tucked the expensive gift from Mu Qing's hands into his bag. His own daughter had never seen such fine jewelry in her life. How could he let some stranger get away with it? The moment he saw everyone rushing to pile gifts on her, Qin Feng had already devised a plan. And hearing that Yan Hasong had once worked as an assistant in a medicine shop before making his fortune only bolstered his confidence. Watching the bustling crowd jostling forward, each person desperate for a glance from Yan Hasong. After all, this was Shanghai City. A single word from Yan Hasong could transform someone's life within 5 minutes. Amidst the crushing crowd, Qin Feng pushed his way forward, then slowly pulled a pill from his pocket and held it aloft. I am Qin Feng, offering Elder Yan 10 more years of life. Qin Feng's shout, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the entire hall. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Every head turned toward Qin Feng, wondering where this madman had come from. Even Yan Hasong and the young woman beside him stared intently. What kind of lunatic is this? Get him out of here immediately. The young woman frowned slightly at Qin Feng, who looked every bit the troublemaker. Several security guards entered the hotel lobby at her call. Mu Qing, seated at the back, hurried forward to defuse the situation. He couldn't understand why Qin Feng always acted so recklessly. But Qin Feng knew this world held nothing he needed to fear the consequences of. Old man, I hear you used to work at a pharmacy. You must have heard about the miraculous properties of elixirs, right? Qin Feng's voice boomed once more, causing everyone to freeze in shock, their necks jerking back in sudden fear. They all knew about old Master Yan's background, but no one dared speak of it openly, only whispered about it in private. In their subconscious, the trivial matters before one achieved fame were considered embarrassing chapters of life. Who would dare speak of them in front of the old master? His every word and action instantly made him the center of attention in the entire inn. How dare you? How dare you? How dare they let such a lunatic into the Yin family banquet? Throw him out. Throw him out. The petite girl, dressed in a school uniform and knee-high white socks, radiated fury from her small frame. Security guards swarmed toward him, while onlookers pointed and whispered at Qin Feng. Good heavens! Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he speak disrespectfully to old Master Yan? Break his legs. Exactly. This sort of person is utterly despicable. We absolutely cannot let him get away with this. The crowd around them joined in, each voice adding to the chorus of condemnation directed at Qin Feng. One after another, they were eager to take revenge for the Yin family, hoping to win Yan Hasong's favor. Yet Yan Hasong merely furrowed his brow slightly. His resolve to climb from such humble origins to his present position was far beyond that of ordinary men. If he were the sort to fly into a rage over a few harsh words, he would never have reached his current position. Back when he worked as an apprentice in the herbal shop, he had overheard the owner mention that the world held many miraculous elixirs, though most had been lost to history. Now, facing the end of his life, he naturally craved these elixirs that could extend his lifespan. Everyone, stop! Stop! Yan He's loud shout instantly silenced the noisy crowd, and the security guards froze in their tracks. Even Mu Qing, who had stepped forward to mediate, froze in place. Supported by the young woman, Yan Hasong slowly made his way toward Qin Feng, leaning heavily on his cane. You say this pill is real? Yan Hasong looked up at Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with longing and desire. Qin Feng didn't answer his question, merely offering a faint smile. Your 5 vital organs are failing. You're barely holding on today. The doctors must have told you your days are numbered. What choice do you have? Yan Hasong was utterly shocked by Qin Feng's words. To prevent internal turmoil and external threats, he had kept the doctor's prognosis secret, telling no one. Yet now, Qin Feng had discerned it at a glance. It was clear he was dealing with someone extraordinary. And just as Qin Feng had stated, his remaining lifespan was indeed less than a month. He had no choice. Staring at the pill in Qin Feng's palm, Yan Hasong hesitated not a moment longer. He pinched it up and popped it straight into his mouth. Everyone gasped in shock. Old master, how could you just take it like that? Yes. What if this man is a fraud? What if it's poison? Spit it out. Spit it out now. The crowd around them was stunned by Yan Hasong's actions. Only Qin Feng met Yan Hasong's gaze directly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 184, Revealing the Truth. Ugh. Just as others were growing concerned, Yan Hasong's eyes widened in shock, and the walking stick in his hand dropped to the ground. Seeing Yan Hasong's sudden, abnormal behavior, everyone was shocked. If he were to die right here at the banquet, it would truly become the biggest news in Shanghai City. Seize him. Seize that man. The young woman sensed something was amiss and immediately ordered his arrest. The security guards didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately moved to restrain him. Hold on. Just as everyone was about to label Qin Feng as the murderer, old Master Yan slowly rose from the ground. Hold on. Young friend, please come with me to the back for a word. Yan Hasong, having regained his composure, now looked flushed and even stood slightly straighter. The crowd stared at the old man, utterly dumbfounded. Those who had been screaming the loudest moments before now stood there looking like fools. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Xin Feng took Mu Qing's hand and followed Yin Hasong into a private room behind the elevated platform. The private room was elegantly quiet, clearly prepared by Yin Hasong for his family. Yet now, only the grandfather and grandson, along with Xin Feng and his wife, occupied the space. Young friend, I've dabbled in medicine myself. I just took my pulse and discovered that the ailments within my body haven't vanished, they're actually worsening. Why does my body feel more comfortable than ever, as if these ailments had vanished long ago? What kind of medicine did you give me? Yin Hasong looked at Xin Feng, his eyes filled with confusion. His life was nearing its end, yet the Yin family couldn't find a single capable heir. Desperate to prolong his days, he had consulted every renowned physician, only to find them all helpless. Xin Feng, who had suddenly appeared, was his lifeline. Naturally, he held him in the utmost respect. You're right, old master. That pill I gave you just now couldn't cure your illness, but it can extend your life. As I mentioned earlier, it grants you 10 more years of life. This pill serves as the vital energy to sustain you for another decade. Xin Feng spoke, unraveling the mystery in the old man's heart. Then if you give me another pill after 10 years, would that mean I could? Yin Hasong gazed at Xin Feng, his eyes brimming with longing. Even without him saying it, Xin Feng knew exactly what the old man was thinking. Old man, human life is fleeting as autumn grass. These 10 years are a gift of extra time. How can you still cling to life? Xin Feng's words weren't a refusal, yet they made Yin Hasong slump back into his chair with a heavy sigh. Having lived hundreds of years in the immortal realm, Xin Feng understood that feeling all too well the loneliness of being the last one standing. Yin Hasong understood this all too well. From a humble shop assistant in a herbal pharmacy to the business tycoon he was today, his legendary life held no regrets. Yet his heart remained tied to the Yin family. He could not simply depart this world, leaving the clan without an heir. Alright, old man. 10 years should be enough time for you to finish what you need to do. Xin Feng's words were clear enough. His elixir indeed possessed such power, capable of sustaining life for at least 3 more cycles without significant diminishment of its potency. But for Yin Hasong, it was entirely unnecessary. Enough. 10 years, I'm already profoundly grateful for that. The girl overheard their conversation. She rose silently and poured Xin Feng a cup of wine. I apologize, sir. I was too anxious earlier and offended you. Please forgive me. The girl stood up, poured the wine, and apologized politely. It was hard to imagine that this girl in a school uniform possessed such composure. Moments ago, she had been chattering and fussing like a child, yet now she instantly composed herself to offer an impeccably polite apology and toast. Her actions were perfectly measured, not embarrassing the Yin family, yet soothing Xin Feng's heart. How old are you this year? Xin Feng asked instinctively, looking at the girl. The girl smiled faintly. 20. The moment the number left her lips, Xin Feng was startled. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Xin Feng murmured twice, and a look of satisfaction spread across the old man's face. Enough chatter, young friend. I won't let your medicine go to waste. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Yin Hasong didn't beat around the bush either, getting straight to the point. Truthfully, everyone understood that such pills were priceless. Giving them away for nothing meant there must be an ulterior motive. And Xin Feng wasn't one for empty pleasantries. I want the Yin family to help me destroy the Qin family. Xin Feng's declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Even Yin Hasong, who had weathered countless storms, froze in surprise. The young woman beside him sprang to her feet. A heavy silence hung over the private room for a long moment before Yin Hasong finally sank back into his chair. Young friend, you're not joking, are you? The Qin family you speak of, is it the Qin family of Shadowy City? Yin Hasong frowned at Xin Feng, almost unable to believe his own ears. Indeed. I am referring to the Qin family, one of the 4 great families of Shadowy City. Xin Feng sat at the table, his composure unshaken, his resolve unwavering. May I ask, young friend, who exactly are you? Yin Hasong sat in his chair, offering a slight bow toward Xin Feng. The old man knew practically every rising star in Shadowy City, and there was absolutely no one by the name of Xin Feng. And to declare the annihilation of an entire family, this wasn't something one could casually threaten like disturbing a hornet's nest. The 4 major families had been vying for dominance in Shadowy City for decades, their power ebbing and flowing. Even at their most formidable, they could only cause the others' stock to plummet, inflicting massive financial losses. Yet no one had ever dared utter words of annihilation. After all, the accumulation of manpower and wealth required for such an endeavor wasn't something one could simply command into existence. The sheer wealth of these families alone would burn for 3 days and nights without end. And that's not counting their intricate, far-reaching influence across the land. The word destroy carried far too many implications. My name is Xin Feng. I merely own a pharmaceutical factory in Jiangbei City. Xin Feng spoke slowly, a faint smile still playing on his lips. As if annihilating an entire family were no more than casual conversation to him. I've heard of Jiangbei Pharmaceuticals, it's indeed formidable. But that alone won't convince me to help you destroy the Qin family. Unless you present me with a genuine trump card, young friend, I would rather take my own life in a month to repay my debt than risk the Yen family. Yen Hasong was a ruthless man, fully aware he had only a month left to live. He would rather take his own life in a month, as if he had never taken the medicine or owed anyone a favor, than jeopardize the Yen family. Seeing the old man's unwavering resolve and sheer force of will, Qin Feng knew he had found the right person this time. Qin Feng nodded slightly, glancing at Mu Qing. She sensed the hint and rose to leave. At the old man's wave, the young woman also stood and departed. The private room was left with only Qin Feng and the old man. Old master, watch closely. Qin Feng smiled faintly, suddenly spreading his palm flat. Within his palm, streaks of light danced and flickered, flashing by in an instant. Chapter 185, Testing Authenticity. Yen Hasong stared at Qin Feng's palm, his eyebrows twitching in shock. What is this? Old master, since you know a bit about medicine, you must have heard of qi. Qin Feng turned to Yen Hasong, steering the conversation toward medical knowledge. In medicine, qi refers to vital energy, yet it is an entirely different concept. If one could refine qi into tangible form, they might ascend to the legendary realm of immortals, a place steeped in myth. Legend held that mastering qi could make one invincible, and that qi possessed healing properties. Qin Feng only told Yen Hasong that this was the qi of medicine. Had he revealed the truth that this was the very spiritual energy of the legendary immortals, the old man would likely never have accepted it. Even now, merely calling it qi had left him so astonished that he kept examining Qin Feng's palm. Young Master Qin, this is real? This is truly qi? The old man's hands trembled. To witness someone like Qin Feng in his lifetime meant he could die without regret. Indeed. Without such power, how could I possibly create such potent elixirs? So, old man, do you feel confident enough to help me now? Qin Feng smiled as he withdrew his arm, his gaze fixed on Yen Hasong, watching for any shift in his expression. Very well. Since you possess such prowess, I, Yen Hasong, shall accompany you on another venture. It'll also give my granddaughter a chance to make a name for herself. Yen Hasong and Qin Feng reached an instant agreement. Qin Feng had long since discerned that the old man's chosen heir was that young girl. But she was too young. Even with the ability, she lacked the authority that was the old man's concern. Yet if Qin Feng's plan ultimately succeeded, not only could the Yen family devour the Qin family to become the top force in Xiahai City, but they could also use this opportunity to establish an unshakable reputation for his granddaughter. The two men instantly agreed, ultimately forming a partnership. The young girl remained unaware of why her grandfather had agreed to such a risky plan with Qin Feng, and she continued to strongly oppose it. In her eyes, the price of so-called clan annihilation was far too high. Yet under Yen Hasong's insistent demands, she could only comply. Young friend, here is my card. You'll likely be visiting my Yen family quite often from now on. Swear, give Mr. Qin your number. If he has any issues in the future, you must handle them for him. Yen Hasong signaled Yen Shuer to step forward and provide her number. His intention was clear, to have Yen Shuer, the future heir, build a strong relationship with Qin Feng. After all, he himself would depart in 10 years. Yet he understood that someone like Qin Feng would undoubtedly grow into a formidable force by then. If his daughter could ultimately establish a strong connection with Qin Feng, then even if the Yen family faced turmoil after his death, Qin Feng's intervention alone would be enough to deter any threats. Rest assured, old master. Now that we're allies, I won't stand idly by when it comes to matters concerning your Yen family. Qin Feng left these words to reassure Yen Hasong before departing the hotel with Mu Qing. The birthday charade continued, the hotel still bustling with guests. Yet at this very moment, Xiahai City was about to undergo earth-shattering changes. After Qin Feng departed, he sensed the situation was nearly resolved. He now possessed sufficient leverage to confront the Qin family. Meanwhile, progress at the pharmaceutical factory slowed considerably under Lin Liang's direction. The goal was to buy time for the Qin family. Qin Feng spent several days at home, where all was calm. With the Yen family shielding him from the front lines and his former adversary, the Long family, now allied with him, they wouldn't dare come causing trouble again. The initiative had fully returned to his hands. Ring ring. Just as Qin Feng sat on the sofa deep in thought, his phone rang in his pocket. Hello? Qin Feng stared at the unfamiliar number, having no idea who it could be. Is this Brother Qin? It's the white hat hacker from the construction site earlier. They just called me and said they're coming here for an inspection. Should I hurry over? The white hat's voice sounded timid over the phone. This wasn't loyalty to Qin Feng at all, it stemmed from sheer terror of the Qin family. He had already told Qin Feng the whole truth. If the Qin family found out about this, they wouldn't let him off the hook. His only option now was to cling to Qin Feng, hoping to survive by relying on him. Alright, I got it. Keep monitoring the situation. Qin Feng hung up the phone and gave a slight wave to the man with the crew cut who was cracking sunflower seeds. What's up, Brother Qin? Need something? Let's go. We need to head to the factory. The Qin family is on their way, and I'm worried Lin Liang can't handle them alone. Qin Feng muttered casually. The bald-headed man didn't hesitate, climbing straight into the car. The two drove straight to the factory. They had barely arrived and hadn't even stepped inside when another luxury car pulled in. The man stepping out of the car was none other than Wang Feng. Qin Feng found Wang Feng's role somewhat peculiar. If he were truly part of the Qin family, he would never have revealed to Qin Feng that the Qin family had sent people to investigate Jiangbei City. Yet it was precisely his words that had awakened Qin Feng to the truth clearly. Wang Feng was merely an employee of the Qin family, unaware of the conflict between Qin Feng and the Qin clan. Well, Mr. Qin, what do you know? You've come to inspect the factory too. Wang Feng greeted Qin Feng with a cheerful smile, politely offering him a cigarette. Mr. Qin, our superiors sent me to check on your progress. The company has already secured all the sales channels and market access. We're just waiting for your production to begin. Wang Feng didn't beat around the bush, laying out his purpose for coming out right. Qin Feng knew Lin Liang's scheme had worked. The Qin family was already getting impatient. They were desperate to squeeze every last drop of value from Qin Feng before unleashing their fury upon him. Looking at Wang Feng before him, Qin Feng found himself torn. He couldn't discern whether, once the conflict truly erupted, the man before him would become his enemy or his ally. Wang Feng, what do you think of me? Qin Feng stared at Wang Feng before him, deciding to take a chance. After all, even if Wang Cheng became his enemy, it would merely add another insignificant opponent. But if he could be won over to his side, he would become a dagger plunged into the heart of the Qin family, a sharp blade capable of delivering a devastating blow. Mr. Qin, why would you say such a thing? In my eyes, you are absolutely a friend. Starting from nothing and treating those around you so well, that's truly a once in a thousand years kind of person. Wang Feng held profound admiration for Qin Feng, his words brimming with envy. Chapter 186, Bowing in Submission. But what if my business deal with the Qin family falls through and something major goes wrong? Whose side would you take? Qin Feng looked at Wang Feng and asked tentatively. Wang Feng froze at the question, taking a moment to process it. Mr. Qin, surely you're joking? Our two families are the best of partners. If anyone dares to offend Mr. Qin, we'll be the first to step in and handle it. Our friendship shouldn't be in doubt, right? Wang Feng felt a twinge of discomfort at Qin Feng's question. After signing the contract that day, Wang Feng conducted a thorough investigation into Qin Feng's background. It could be said that Qin Feng's life was nothing short of legendary. Moreover, he harbored no greed whatsoever for power or wealth. He distributed all of it to the people who followed him. In Wang Feng's eyes, this was the most qualified kind of boss, the very person he most wanted to follow. Therefore, he did not wish to have any conflict with Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, what exactly do you mean by that? Is there some issue with our partnership? You can bring it to my attention immediately. Wang Feng didn't rush to answer Qin Feng's question, instead choosing to probe indirectly, for he had already sensed something was amiss. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I was merely using an analogy. If you're uncomfortable answering, no need to dwell on it. Qin Feng waved dismissively with a cheerful smile, but Wang Feng's expression turned serious. Mr. Qin, if there are any problems, you must communicate them to me promptly. If things ever come to a breaking point over something, I'll stand with the Qin family. And I'm warning you, you can't take on the Qins. Wang Feng knew something was definitely amiss, but since Qin Feng refused to speak of it, he couldn't force the issue. Still, he made his position clear at that moment. All right. I was just joking. Come on. Let me show you around the factory, it'll be finished soon. Qin Feng pulled Wang Feng along as they continued wandering through the factory, guiding him to inspect the facilities. But the sobering reality that followed was filled with awkwardness. Wang Feng was deep in thought the entire time, completely tuning out everything Qin Feng said. Even after Wang Feng left, he still got into the car in a daze. Brother Qin, why did you speak to him like that just now? If that kid really picked up on something and went back to tell the Qin family, wouldn't we be in a bit of trouble? Bald-headed Wang stood beside Qin Feng, watching the departing car with concern. It's fine. If he's an enemy, he'll be one sooner or later. If he's a friend, he'll be a dagger in the heart of the Qin family. Qin Feng was now deep in thought. This turn of events had indeed caught Qin Feng off guard. He had assumed Wang Feng was his for the taking, but never expected him to choose the Qin family today. After leaving the factory, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. If Wang Feng immediately reported to the Qin family, a storm would likely erupt today. But late that evening, Wang Feng unexpectedly sent Qin Feng a text message. It instructed him to go to a certain location. Brother Qin, we shouldn't go there. I think it's a trap, they've set it up. Bald Wang kept trying to dissuade Qin Feng. In his eyes, Wang Feng was in cahoots with the Qin family. This must be a trap Wang Feng had set for Qin Feng. But Qin Feng remained unfazed. With his abilities, why would he fear any ambush by the Qin family? Enough. I'll handle this myself. This time, Qin Feng chose not to bring Ping Tu Wang along, sensing something deeply suspicious about the situation. Though Ping Tu Wang grumbled at being left behind, he obeyed the order. Qin Feng set out alone and reached the location Wang Feng had mentioned in just over 10 minutes. It was a secluded little restaurant, rarely frequented and quite hidden, hardly the sort of place one would expect an ambush. Qin Feng stepped inside. As soon as he mentioned his name, the proprietress led him to a small private room at the end of the corridor. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw Wang Feng sitting alone at the table. Their eyes locked, and a heavy silence hung in the air. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense but detected no suspicious figures. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Wang Feng abruptly stood up, then immediately dropped to one knee. "Brother Qin, if you don't look down on me and deem me worthy, Wang Feng will serve you faithfully from now on. I'll go through fire and water for you without hesitation." Qin Feng froze, staring at Wang Feng kneeling before him. He had imagined countless scenarios, but this moment caught him completely off guard. The Wang Feng before him now bore no resemblance to the man he had encountered earlier that day. After all, Wang Feng had clearly stated his position earlier that day. This sudden reversal left Qin Feng genuinely taken aback. He even wondered if some hidden scheme lay beneath this. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Feng seemed to sense Qin Feng's unease. "Brother Qin, please don't misunderstand. I actually saw through your thoughts earlier today, but with members of the Qin family present, it wasn't convenient to reveal my true feelings at that moment." A faint trace of regret flitted across Wang Feng's face. This line of reasoning hadn't even crossed Qin Feng's mind. If he truly won Wang Feng over, he would inevitably place him within the Qin family. But if he had openly declared his allegiance in front of everyone, he would have been eliminated by the Qin family first. Learning of Wang Feng's true intentions, Qin Feng hurried forward to help him up. As their conversation deepened, Qin Feng learned that Wang Feng had long harbored grievances toward the Qin family. He had worked tirelessly for the Qins, generating unimaginable wealth for the family. Yet he held only the position of project manager. This situation was actually within Qin Feng's expectations. It was the inherent flaw of family-run conglomerates. They only entrusted important positions to their own blood relatives. No matter how talented others might be, they were viewed as outsiders whose loyalties were suspect. Qin Feng's approach of appointing capable individuals regardless of background deeply resonated with Wang Feng. According to his investigations, long ago, Lin Liang was merely a pretty boy riding the coattails of a wealthy woman, while Ping Tuan was nothing more than a street thug. Yet now, one had become Qin Feng's trusted confidant, while the other had risen to become a powerful and influential tycoon. A leader who judged by ability like this was precisely the kind of person Wang Feng most wanted to follow. Their conversation stretched into the late hours, finalizing a meticulously detailed plan targeting the Qin family. Wang Feng's meticulousness in handling matters was so flawless it astonished even Qin Feng. He was profoundly grateful that the Qin family had thrust such a talent into his hands. As they left the restaurant and stood at the entrance, preparing to part ways, Wang Feng clenched his fist, gazing at Qin Feng before him. "Brother Qin, the day the Qin family falls will be the day I turn my back on darkness and embrace the light." Chapter 187, straight to the point. Without further delay, Wang Feng uttered these words and departed decisively. This was his vow to Qin Feng and the beginning of his journey as an undercover agent. This insignificant figure, whom the Qin family had never taken seriously, would become the dagger plunged into the heart of the Qin clan. Qin Feng left the restaurant and returned to the villa. Everyone was gathered around the table, their faces filled with anxiety, especially Mu Qin, whose worry was written all over her face. Seeing Qin Feng finally return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Qin, did that kid Wang Feng give you a hard time? You should have brought me along. I would have taught him a lesson." Bald-headed Wang sidled up to Qin Feng, rolling up his sleeves and flexing his fists. Enough. Let's not talk about him. He won't be a threat to us in our fight against the Qin family." Qin Feng glanced at the fiery-tempered Wang with a wave of his hand and dismissed the matter with a simple remark. After all, Wang Feng's identity couldn't be revealed, yet it was crucial to his own safety. Qin Feng couldn't casually expose him. By this point, Qin Feng's preparations were complete. He was fully equipped to weather the storm unleashed by the Qin family. "Lin Liang, you can push for the pharmaceutical plant to be completed as soon as possible. We no longer fear the Qin family." Ping Feng sat at the table, sipped from his teacup, and issued orders to the assembled group. Everyone wore cautious expressions. After all, this was one of the four major families of Shanghai City. This would be the most formidable adversary they had ever faced. Several more days of quiet passed. But this morning, Qin Feng and the others gathered together, all dressed formally. Today marked the grand opening of the pharmaceutical factory. They sped to the factory in 2 cars, only to find 7 or 8 black luxury vehicles parked at the entrance upon arrival. "Brother Qin, look at this." Lin Liang stared at the vehicles before them, his expression growing anxious. It seems the Qin family's speed is truly faster than expected. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the cars by the roadside, a hint of disdainful amusement curling his lips. For all of this had unfolded exactly as they had anticipated. The day the factory was completed would be the day the Qin family declared war. As soon as the group entered the factory, they saw a man in a suit negotiating with Mu Shan. "Oh, Qin Feng's here. Come over. These are representatives from the Qin family." They're here to formally take over the pharmaceutical plant. Hurry over and sign the contract. Spotting Qin Feng, Mushan hurried over, tugging and pulling him along. The smile on his face was impossible to hide, as if this matter were of immense personal significance to him. Mushan, what does our family's factory opening have to do with you? Is there really any need for such an enthusiastic smile? Qin Feng looked at Mushan before him, his tone devoid of respect and tinged with faint mockery. His words seemed like a tease directed at Mushan, but they felt more like a provocation aimed at the middle-aged man. That's quite amusing. This isn't your Qin Feng's pharmaceutical factory, it's the Qin family's enterprise. The middle-aged man didn't even turn his head, but a cold snort escaped his lips. That's right. Let me tell you, Qin Feng, don't get cocky here. The gentleman before us is none other than a high-ranking figure of the Qin family, Qin Huaihai. Mr. Qin has already agreed to appoint me as the pharmaceutical factory's director. Stop putting on airs and sign the transfer contract immediately. Standing beside Qin Huaihai, Mushan embodied the phrase "a dog barking at its master's command" to the fullest. Watching Mushan cling to his new patron and once again barking orders, Qin Feng felt nothing but pity and amusement. Alright, stop standing there like a fool. Every penny spent on building this factory came from the Qin family. Get over here and sign the contract to hand over control. Qin Huaihai stood arrogantly, his tone commanding from start to finish, showing Qin Feng no respect whatsoever. My apologies, Mr. Qin. We decline to partner with the Qin family on this pharmaceutical plant. Here is all the funding for its construction, not a single penny has been touched. A faint smile played on Qin Feng's lips as he tossed a bank card at Qin Huaihai's feet. This was precisely the outcome they had anticipated from the start. Not a single penny from the account had been touched throughout the entire construction process. It was entirely self-funded. But Qin Huaihai merely glanced at the bank card by his feet before a faint smirk touched his lips. Enough with these petty maneuvers. The contract states clearly that this pharmaceutical plant belongs to the Qin family. Qin Huaihai stood with his hands behind his back, his expression inscrutable. Qin Feng didn't argue with him. He snatched another stack of contracts from Lin Liang's hands and tossed them at Qin Huaihai's feet. Look closely. The contracts state the factory's ownership belongs to the investors. I haven't touched a single penny of your in-laws' funds, so this factory has absolutely nothing to do with you. At this moment, Qin Feng was utterly confident. By altering just 2 words in the contract, he had stripped the Qin family of any grounds for claiming ownership. This loophole had been meticulously planned during his discussion with Wang Feng in that private dining room at the restaurant. Staring at the contract at his feet, Qin Huaihai could no longer feign composure. He quickly picked it up and began flipping through it frantically. With each page turned, the expression on his face grew increasingly grim. This can't be possible. This contract must be fake. Qin Huaihai was furious with shame. He had assured numerous high-ranking members of the Qin family before coming here, yet now faced this situation. How could he possibly account for this? Enough. This has nothing to do with your Qin family. Get out of here. Besides, I think you've already figured it out. The people you brought aren't a match for me. Don't go looking for trouble. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the bodyguards surrounding Qin Huaihai, his words dripping with contempt. There was no point in hiding the truth any longer. He might as well lay it all out on the table. Qin Huaihai clenched the contract in his hand so tightly his knuckles turned white. Qin Feng's words meant he knew their entire plan, finally bringing their long-hidden grudge out into the open. Qin Feng, do you truly believe you can take on the Qin family here in Xiaohai City? This isn't Jiangbei City, and it certainly isn't the Qin family branch in Jiangbei City. Qin Huaihai knew the outcome was inevitable, and his words held no more pretense. Hearing his threat, a trace of contemptuous amusement flickered across Qin Feng and the others' faces. They had spent a full month preparing to confront the Qin family. Now, Qin Huaihai's threats sounded more like a joke to their ears. And you, Qin Wenhua. As a member of the Qin family, you dare to side with Qin Feng? You're nothing but a traitor with a heart of stone. Seeing his verbal attacks fail to sway the others, Qin Huaihai shifted his focus to Qin Wenhua. But old man Qin Wenhua showed no hesitation, his brow furrowing deeply. When I was part of the in-laws, did any of you ever treat me as family? I know nothing of all these secrets. Faced with such a Qin family, I choose to stand with Qin Feng. Qin Wenhua's words rang out with unwavering conviction, leaving Qin Huaihai standing by the roadside, utterly bereft of any ground for further argument. Chapter 188, Direct Confrontation. Fine. You've all done well. Just you wait. The Qin family will not let this go unpunished. Since you're stubbornly refusing to leave, don't ever expect to live another day outside of Xiaohai City. Qin Huaihai spat out the threat before turning to leave. He knew staying any longer would gain him nothing. But just as he was about to leave, Mushan stepped in. Mr. Qin, please don't leave. Didn't we agree I'd take charge of the pharmaceutical factory? If you just leave like this, what am I supposed to do? Mushan wore a pained expression, clutching Qin Huaihai's arm tightly, refusing to let go. He'd just finished putting on airs, and now he hadn't gotten anything out of it. Yet Qin Huaihai was turning to leave. Once he was gone, Qin Feng and the others would surely come down hard on him. Get lost. The factory's gone, what's the point of talking about a manager? Get lost. Qin Huaihai was seething with rage. Seeing Mushan persistently tugging at him only fueled his fury further. He delivered a sharp slap that sent Mushan crashing to the ground. But Mushan was now frozen in utter terror. He remembered Qin Feng's warning last time: if he caused any more trouble, Qin Feng wouldn't spare him out of family ties and would silence him for good. If not for Qin Huaihai's appearance giving him some courage, he wouldn't have dared challenge Qin Feng again. But now that he'd played his bluff, Qin Huaihai was about to walk away, leaving him behind. Though he'd been slapped, he clung desperately to Qin Huaihai's calf, his last lifeline. Mr. Qin, you really can't leave. What am I supposed to do if you go? Mushan's face twisted with desperation, on the verge of tears. I don't even know how I'll explain this back at headquarters. What are you crying about here? Get lost. Already irritable, Qin Huaihai was further enraged by Mushan's persistent tugging. He lashed out, kicking the unfamiliar head several times hard enough to leave Mushan dazed and release his grip. In that split second of distraction, Qin Huaihai jumped into the car and sped away. The moment Qin Huaihai was gone, Qin Feng and the others closed in, surrounding Mushan. His eyes filled with terror as he stared at them, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Qin Feng, this is a misunderstanding. Mushan swallowed hard, forcing an explanation. His words stumbled, but beside him, Mu Qing had already turned away. She had reached the absolute limit of her disappointment in her father, unwilling even to turn her head to watch any longer. Get up! The bald-headed man showed no mercy, grabbing his collar and yanking him upright. Qin Feng, I really am on your side. I was trying to infiltrate the Qin family through Qin Hui to help you. Mushan was overcome with terror, utterly at a loss for excuses to extricate himself. Enough! Cut the nonsense. You're coming with me. Bald-headed Wang carried Mushan like a chicken, striding straight toward a corner of the factory. This time, he intended to teach Mushan a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Alright, everyone. Our battle with the Qin family has officially begun. I want you all to be extra careful when you go out from now on. Have Flathead Wang accompany you. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the group as he issued his final instructions. Then, upon entering the pharmaceutical factory, everything resumed normal production. Qin Feng first signed a cooperation agreement with the Long family. Though the Long family couldn't compare to the Qins, they were still one of the four minor clans. With his support, it wouldn't be long before they too rose to prominence, rivaling the Qin family. With the Yan family's backing, the Qin family's dominance was assured. Qin Feng was well aware that his most formidable adversary was the Qin family's formidable backing, the Chu family, the foremost clan in Xiahai City. After a period of busy work at the pharmaceutical factory, all operations had settled into a routine. Leveraging the medicines provided by Qin Feng, the Long family quickly gained a foothold in the pharmaceutical market. The Long family's growth accelerated at an unprecedented pace, prompting even the Qin family to grow wary. After all, the rapidly expanding Long family now posed a serious threat to the Qin family's fourth-place standing. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Xiahai City, a major storm was brewing. After just 3 days of relative calm, Long Hu could no longer hold back. Hello, Mr. Qin? You need to come over immediately. The Qin family has come to our door. Long Hu's voice sounded panicked over the phone as he repeatedly urged Qin Feng. Alright, just stay calm. I'll be there immediately. Qin Feng gave a brief instruction before immediately instructing Ping Tu Wang to prepare the car and head to Long's company. While the Long family wasn't exactly a powerful ally, it served as Qin Feng's first line of defense against the Qin family. He couldn't afford to lose this crucial frontline pawn so quickly. With the car racing at breakneck speed, Qin Feng soon arrived at the Long residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw a crowd gathered there, with Long Sanping and Long Yuan blocking the doorway. Everyone, please calm down. It's Qin Feng who's offended you. Go settle your scores with him. Why are you picking on us, the Long family? Long Yuan pleaded with a pained expression, trying to divert the conflict onto Qin Feng. Little did these two know how solid the current partnership between Qin Feng and the Long family truly was. Look! Qin Feng is here. He's right over there. Go get him. Long Sanping spotted Qin Feng approaching and immediately began shifting the blame. The Qin family members who had come to cause trouble froze in their tracks upon seeing Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you'd best stay out of this. This is between us and the Long family. The leader of the Qin faction was actually acquainted with Qin Feng, none other than Qin Huaihai, whom he had met once before. It wasn't until Qin Feng appeared that Long Hu, who had been hiding in the office building, finally dared to show his face. Enough, Qin Huaihai. There's no need for us to beat around the bush. You already know about the Long family's current partnership with me. I absolutely must intervene in matters concerning the Long family. Qin Feng regarded Qin Huaihai with a faint smile. Both Long Yuanhe and Long Sanping were stunned. They had no idea the Long family had any partnership with Qin Feng. But Qin Huaihai merely smiled at his expression, as if he had come prepared. Qin Feng, I'm telling you this matter is none of your business. None at all. This is our cooperation contract with the Long family. They are suspected of violating the terms outlined in the agreement. These clauses were all stipulated by the four great families back then. I doubt you have any say in this matter, do you? Qin Huaihai held the contract in his hand, his arrogance reaching its peak. Qin Feng observed his affected posturing and merely smiled faintly. Several luxury cars pulled up behind them. A young woman stepped out, none other than Yen Hasang's granddaughter, the future heiress of the Yen family. Chapter 189, The Qin-Yen Alliance. Mr. Qin has no right to interfere with contracts established by the four great families. But I, Yen Shuer, should have that right, shouldn't I? Yen Shuer walked step by step toward Qin Feng under the gaze of the crowd. Everyone was stunned by her appearance. Who didn't know that Yen Hasang had a most cherished granddaughter? At every banquet, grand or small, that young lady was always by his side. Though no formal decision had been made, it was widely understood he would become the future head of the Yen family. Miss Yen, this is a matter between the Qin family and Qin Feng. There's no need for you to get involved. Qin Huaihai still harbored some apprehension toward the young woman before him. After all, they were the Yen family of Xiahai City, whose power far surpassed that of the Qin family. Watching the titans clash before them, the Long family members could only lean against the wall, keeping silent. I'm afraid not. Qin Feng is our Yen family's closest partner. What concerns Qin Feng concerns us all. If you wish to make things difficult for Qin Feng, you are making things difficult for my Yen family. Yen Shuer's words left everyone stunned. They had assumed Qin Feng's strength was merely exceptional. Though the pharmaceutical factory had slipped through their grasp, it was insignificant to the Qin family. After all, a small pharmaceutical factory wouldn't alter the Qin family's overwhelming dominance. But now, to everyone's utter surprise, the Yen family had thrown their weight behind Qin Feng. Such formidable backing forced the Qin family to reconsider their plans against him. What are you all standing around for? Do you really want me to bring out the old man? Though petite in stature, Yen Shuer now radiated an aura that even Qin Huaihai couldn't match. Very well, very well. Qin Feng, you've proven yourself quite capable. We'll see how this plays out. Qin Huaihai shot Qin Feng a fierce glare before turning to glance at the Long family members. Then, he turned and walked away. Yen Shuer said nothing more, merely exchanging a glance with Qin Feng and giving him a slight nod before returning to the car and driving off. The three members of the Long family stood dumbfounded. Long Hu hurriedly approached Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I never imagined you knew someone from the Yen family. With such a trump card up your sleeve, why didn't you tell me sooner? Long Hu, having just escaped a false alarm, wiped the sweat from his brow as a wave of relief washed over him. His Long family was but a minor player, how could they possibly stand up to the Qin family head-on? But now, his mind was filled with questions about Qin Feng. With the Yen family's backing already secured, why did he insist on involving the insignificant Long family? Enough, enough. Since I've agreed to aid your Long family, I won't stand idly by. Let's discuss this inside. Qin Feng spoke indifferently before striding into the company building on his own. Long Hu dared not show the slightest delay, following closely behind. Only Long Sanping and Long Yuan, uncle and nephew, stood dumbstruck in place, still reeling from the shock of what had just transpired. Uncle, what the hell is going on here? How did Qin Feng end up siding with my dad? And what's the Yin family doing here? Long Sanping scratched his head, utterly baffled by the unfolding scene. The two stood at the doorway like little cuties, utterly bewildered. Qin Feng and Bald Wan were now seated in Long Hu's office. Long Hu, shedding his usual bossy demeanor, busied himself serving tea, offering cigarettes, and fanning Qin Feng, lavishing him with attentive care. Mr. Qin, is there anything else you required during this visit? Whatever command you give, I, Long Hu, will follow through without hesitation. Long Hu had now fully grasped Qin Feng's capabilities. He understood clearly that by clinging tightly to Qin Feng's coattails, the Long family would undoubtedly rise to new heights. Long Hu, I hear the Nong family's pharmaceutical business is thriving. Are you interested in joining the ranks of the four great families? Qin Feng took a sip of tea and asked casually. Long Hu's face lit up with unhidden delight at the suggestion this was a position he'd dreamed of occupying. Brother Qin, are you joking with me? What company in Shanghai doesn't aspire to join the ranks of the four great families? My Long family has been stuck as one of the four minor families for decades. We just can't seem to break through. Brother Qin, do you have any magic formula? Long Hu sensed Qin Feng's hint and immediately leaned in to curry favor. I do have a way to get you into the top four families. But I wonder if you have the courage? Qin Feng studied Long Hu's expression. He didn't want a teammate who might betray him at the critical moment. Brother Qin, saying that means you don't trust me. I dare defend the Qin family today, what else could I possibly hesitate to do? If you won't disown me, even if you ask me to go head-to-head with the Chu family, Long Hu won't utter a single word of fear. Recognizing Qin Feng's intent to elevate him, Long Hu pounded his chest emphatically to demonstrate his resolve. Good. That pledge is enough. Now go and absorb the remaining three minor clans. Build your strength and await my orders. Xin Feng dropped that statement, placed his teacup on the table, and rose to leave. Wait, Brother Qin, wait. Those 3 minor clans each have powerful backers. If my Long family moves to swallow them up, others won't just stand by and watch. Watching Xin Feng take his first step toward the door, Long Hu's heart sank in panic. Having dreamed for years of joining the ranks of the 4 great families, how could he not understand the strategy of devouring others to grow stronger? But the other 3 families weren't pushovers either. Their strength was nearly on par with the Long family. If he shows any inclination to swallow others whole, he will inevitably be torn apart by the other 3 clans. The solution Xin Feng offered in a few words was, to Long Hu, nothing short of courting death. You just need to let go and focus on executing the plan. I'll handle any external interference. Xin Feng left only this statement before departing the office with Ping Tu Wang. This was indeed a challenge for Long Hu. It seemed Xin Feng was testing whether this man truly had the resolve to stick with him. If Xin Feng could successfully eliminate external interference and merge the remaining 3 minor clans, it wouldn't be difficult for Long Hu. After all, with his pharmaceutical partnership now rapidly expanding, his strength far surpassed that of the other 3 families. Xin Feng wanted to see if Long Hu would sever his own escape routes, showing unwavering resolve to confront the Qin family. After Xin Feng left, Long Hu sat in his office, deep in thought. Wang, the bald-headed man who had walked out of the company, approached Xin Feng. Brother Qin, what's going on here? When did you get to know the Yen family? Why didn't you tell me anything about this? Sitting in the car, the bald-headed Wang grinned at Xin Feng. The young man had expected to fight today, a chance to stretch his legs and throw some punches, only to find Xin Feng had settled everything with a single phone call. It was truly astonishing. Right now, it's not the Qin family we should be worried about. You need to keep a close eye on this Long Hu. Right now, we can't afford any betrayal. Xin Feng gazed out the window, his mind far from at ease. Chapter 190, Initial Resistance. Don't worry, Brother Qin. I promise to keep a close eye on that kid every single day. The moment he makes a move, I'll report it to you immediately. Bald-headed Wang chuckled, pounding his chest emphatically. Xin Feng had complete confidence in Ping Tu Wang's reliability. The two then returned to the villa, where things seemed relatively calm. But back at the Qin residence, all hell had broken loose. They had no idea how Xin Feng had managed to hook up with the Yin family again, and for the moment, they dared not make any rash moves. Xin Feng, we won't be able to leave anytime soon. Why don't we find a school for Xiaonan? It's not right for her to just stay home like this every day. Mu Qing sat on the sofa, watching Xiaonan happily playing with her toys, her brow slightly furrowed. Leave that to me. Xin Feng sighed softly. Though the surface appeared calm now, the underlying dangers were known to everyone. At this critical juncture, Xin Feng absolutely could not send Xiaonan back to Zhengbei City for school. Even in Xiahai City, danger lurked at every turn. Her in-laws were now desperate, capable of any cruel deed. Yet watching Xiaonan waste away day after day was unbearable. Children her age were particularly vulnerable. Prolonged idleness could easily foster an introverted personality. No matter how difficult the current predicament, Xin Feng must find a way to resolve Xiaonan's situation. Daddy asks you, would you like to go play with the other children? Xin Feng leaned close to his daughter and asked softly with a smile. Little Nan heard this, set down her toy, and her eyes lit up. Xiaonan's stuck at home every day, it's so boring. Daddy, can I go back to kindergarten? Xiaonan looked at Xin Feng with pleading eyes. Seeing his daughter's pitiful expression, Xin Feng felt a pang of pity. This was a battle between adults, yet the child had been dragged into it against her will. No matter what, he would give his daughter a perfect childhood. Of course. Today Daddy will take Xiaonan out to find a kindergarten. Shall we make some new friends? Xin Feng affectionately stroked Xiaonan's head, smoothing out her messy hair. Xiaonan nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain at his words. Okay. Let's go, Daddy. I've even got my backpack ready. Xiaonan said, hoisting the adorable backpack from the sofa one he'd brought all the way from Zhengbei City. Though he didn't know what his parents did every day, he kept his little wish tucked away in his heart, never uttering a word. That little backpack he'd tidy it 2 or 3 times a day, his longing for the outside world unspoken yet evident. Lin Liang, go start the car. We'll take Xiaonan out to see if we can find a suitable school. Xin Feng called out to Lin Liang before picking up his daughter and heading toward the door. The top priority in selecting a school was proximity to home. Only under his watchful eye could Xin Feng feel at ease. Brother Qin, I've already looked into this. Just 2 blocks away, there's a really good kindergarten. Let's go check it out. Lin Liang grabbed the car keys and headed out cheerfully. Unlike Wang the Bald, Lin Liang was unwaveringly loyal. If Xin Feng told him to go east, he wouldn't go west. If he was told to fight to the death, he wouldn't retreat. Though he was a man willing to sacrifice himself for the cause, he lacked Lin Liang's shrewdness. Lin Liang was more like a meticulous strategist, always weighing every angle. When Xin Feng gave the order, he could handle the situation with calm efficiency. Alright, let's go check out this school you found. Xin Feng merely nodded before lifting his daughter into the car. The place Lin Liang had chosen was indeed not far from their home. Just a 5-minute drive brought them to the entrance. First-tier cities were different. Even though it was just an ordinary kindergarten, it was several levels above the one Ling Moran had previously attended. Just as the two were about to step inside, a bespectacled teacher happened to emerge from the building. "Are you here to enroll your child?" The female teacher glanced at them, and Qin Feng and Lin Liang noticed the little girl in her arms. They simply nodded, and the teacher ushered them into the office. The enrollment process was remarkably straightforward. After all, a kindergarten didn't require extensive paperwork. As long as you had the money and met the basic requirements, there were no issues. Xiaonan pulled toys from his backpack to share with the other children and quickly blended in with them. No sooner had they completed the enrollment paperwork than he sat down in the classroom and refused to budge. Seeing his daughter's face beaming with joy, Qin Feng couldn't bear to interrupt her happiness. "Teacher, here's my phone number. Just give me a call if anything comes up." Qin Feng, fearing any mishaps, insisted the teacher save his number in her phone. He then returned to the villa, leaving Lin Liang behind to watch over things. It must be said that in his efforts to deal with the Qin family, he had left absolutely no loose ends. But if there was one flaw, that weakness was Xiaonan. And the Qin family was undoubtedly well aware of this fact. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Feng exchanged greetings with Mu Qing. Learning his daughter had returned to school, a faint smile touched his lips. Just as the two were savoring a rare moment of leisure, Qin Feng's phone rang in his pocket at the most inopportune moment. He was about to silence it when he recognized the caller ID, Long Hu. His brow instantly furrowed. "Alright, go ahead and take the call. I'll go pour you a cup of tea." Mu Qing understood that Qin Feng didn't want to disrupt the pleasant atmosphere, but she didn't want to put him in an awkward position, so she proactively got up to pour tea. Qin Feng could only offer a faint smile as he answered the call. Though the caller ID showed Long Hu, the voice that greeted him upon answering belonged to Ping Tu Wang. "Brother Qin, we're at the Wang family's company and ran into some trouble we can't handle. Come over quickly." Though Ping Tu Wang tried to keep his voice steady, Qin Feng detected the panic beneath it. The Wang family, like the Long family, was one of the 4 minor clans. But Qin Feng couldn't imagine who would dare interfere with his plans at this moment. "Unsolvable trouble? With the Yen family as our trump card, who could possibly intimidate you?" Qin Feng felt puzzled and asked casually. "We've run into a tough nut to crack, the Chu family, one of the 4 great families." The moment Ping Tu Wang's words came through the phone, Qin Feng suddenly understood what was happening. The Chu family wasn't some minor clan to be trifled with. But the Yen family and the Chu family were partners. And now he was in the same boat as the Yen family. Why were they being obstructed by the Chu family? This puzzled Qin Feng. "Alright, I got it. I'll head over right now." Qin Feng hung up the phone, took a sip of the tea that had just been brought over, and then stepped out the door. Chapter 191, Caught Off Guard. With everyone else occupied with Qin Feng, he had no choice but to hail a taxi and head to the Wang residence alone. Arriving at the company entrance, he saw a bustling crowd, but neither Ping Tu Wang nor Long Hu was among them. After pushing through the crowd and asking around briefly, he headed straight for the conference room upstairs. The corridor was now packed with employees of all ranks, each wearing a grim expression. From the open conference room came waves of roaring voices. "With Chu Chao here today, I'll see who dares touch the Wang family." A resonant voice echoed repeatedly within the conference room. Qin Feng spotted the middle-aged man spouting such bold claims the moment he reached the doorway. Though nearing 40, he sported a strikingly fashionable red dye job. "Chu Chao, is it? Do you know what you're doing? Are you trying to destroy the cooperation between the Yen and Chu families?" Qin Feng showed no leniency toward this blustering fool, delivering a sharp rebuke. This heavy accusation suddenly landed on Chu Chao's head, startling him instantly. "And who are you? What business do you have speaking here?" Chu Chao studied Qin Feng before him, finding no trace of this man in his memory. They had never met before, yet a faint smile played at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. "How dare you? This is our leader, Mr. Qin Feng. Surely you know of his friendship with old Master Yin?" Bald head Wang would brook no disrespect toward Qin Feng. Hearing Chu Chao's words, he immediately stepped closer to Qin Feng and launched into a grand introduction. But to his surprise, Chu Chao remained completely unmoved. Instead, a trace of contemptuous amusement flickered across her face. "So it's you. Just the one who's been cozying up to old Master Yin lately, huh? No matter how close you are to the Yin family, could it possibly rival the ironclad bond between my Chu family and theirs? What gives you the nerve to act so arrogant in front of me?" Chu Chao was a tyrant who relied on the Chu family's ties to the Yans. He'd played this trump card countless times over the years. Now, with Qin Feng suddenly demanding respect, he wasn't about to back down. Qin Feng studied Chu Chao before a faint smile touched his lips. Clearly, this fool had no idea what immense turmoil lay hidden behind his alliance with the Yin family. "So what does young Master Chu intend to do? Are you really going to confront me head-on?" Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with further pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. The middle-aged man beside him flushed crimson. No words were needed to guess his identity. He was undoubtedly a member of the Wang family. Of the 4 minor families in Shanghai City, the Long family had already swallowed up 2. Only the Wang family remained as the last surviving branch. Cut the crap, kid. With me here today, no one touches the Wang family. Chu Chao, clearly having received favors from the Wang family, now adopted an air of superiority, determined to argue his case to the end. Fine. Very well. You've got some nerve. Then let's go find old Master Yen at the Yen family estate and settle this properly. With that, Qin Feng turned and walked away, accompanied by Ping Tu Wang and Long Hu. Watching Qin Feng's dashing retreat, Chu Chao naturally refused to be outdone. What's so great about him? Who's afraid to go to the Yen family? What's with the big talk? Once we get there, I'll make sure he knows exactly where he stands. Chu Chao strode out with confidence, and the Wang family members, not wanting to be left behind, hurried to follow. After all, this matter concerned whether the Wang family would be swallowed up by the Long family. With the family's future at stake, they dared not take it lightly. The two arrived at the Yen family's company, one ahead and one behind. Chu Chao showed not a hint of panic throughout the journey, repeatedly reassuring the head of the Wang family beside her. After all, the relationship between the Chu and Yen families was something Qin Feng could never hope to match. Both groups took the elevator straight to the office. As the doors opened, they saw the old patriarch, Yen, and Shuer standing by the desk. The old patriarch held a contract in his hand, seemingly instructing the young woman on some important matter. Both men paused slightly at the sudden appearance of Qin Feng. Young Mr. Qin, what brings you here today? A faint smile touched Yen Hasong's face. He knew Qin Feng had come today for a reason, but he offered polite small talk first. You flatter me, sir. I've been busy with company matters lately, but someone came looking for justice. Qin Feng didn't mention any names, merely maintaining his smile. Hearing this, the old man's brow furrowed, his face radiating an imposing presence without a trace of anger. Who is so blind as to not even give my Yen family the courtesy of respect? The old man snapped angrily. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chu Xiao entered, accompanied by the leader of the Wang family. Grandfather, grandfather. It's your Chu Chao. I've come to see you. Upon seeing Yen Hasong, Chu Chao shed his earlier arrogance, his face now humbly smiling. But Yen Hasong offered him not a single smile in return. At his advanced age, he was as sharp as a fox. He instantly understood who Qin Feng was referring to. Why aren't you staying put at the Chu residence? What business do you have meddling in my affairs? The old man gave Chu Chao a cold glance, his expression unwelcoming. What are you saying, old master? Surely I needn't remind you of the relationship between our two families. Today, it's this young upstart Qin Feng who actually allowed the Long family to swallow up the Wang family. I simply cannot stand by and watch such bullying. What's even more infuriating is that he's been parading around using your name as a shield. Isn't that like draping a tiger's skin over himself to disgrace you? Unable to decipher the old man's expression, Chu Chao hurriedly stepped forward to lodge her complaint. As he listened, Yen Hasong's expression darkened. Seeing the old man's expression change, Chu Chao assumed Yen Hasong had finally lost his temper with Qin Feng. Grandfather, I knew you couldn't stand it either. That good-for-nothing Qin Feng, how many days has he even been with the Yen family? What's he pretending to be? He? Chu Chao ranted on and on, while Boss Wang stoked the flames from the sidelines. Get out! Old Master Yen Hasong's rage erupted, and he delivered a sharp slap across Chu Chao's face. Caught off guard, Chu Chao staggered backward and fell flat on the floor. He truly hadn't expected Yen Hasong to strike him. Even as he lay on the ground, clutching his stinging right cheek, he still couldn't quite process what had happened. Old man, what's gotten into you? You actually struck me over a mere Qin Feng? This is... Chu Chao braced himself with one hand on the ground. Though struck, he dared not show disrespect toward Yen Hasong. A mere Qin Feng? Do you even have the right to speak his name so casually? Qin Feng saved my life. You, a mere junior of the Chu family, what do you think you are? Yen Hasong glared at Chu Chao, his voice boiling with fury. This rebuke sent Chu Chao into a panic as she lay on the ground. Even the chatty Mr. Wang wiped sweat from his brow. Chapter 192, Overstepping Boundaries. Yen Hasong had trampled Chu Chao's dignity into the dirt, leaving him utterly humiliated. Old master, you're siding with outsiders. I'm still part of the Chu family. We're partners, not master and servant. How dare you treat me like this? Do you think I won't call my father over? Chu Chao seethed inwardly, raising his phone to make the call. Yen Hasong's lips curled into a dismissive smirk at his words. He was right on the surface, the Chu and Yen families were partners. But he was too young. Calling it a partnership was merely a matter of saving face for both sides. After all, they were all part of the 4 great families. Much like the Qin and Han families, they called it cooperation, but it was really about seeking the protection of a stronger ally. The Chu family, too, hid under the Yen family's protection. Yet the Chu Chao before him had clearly been spoiled rotten, presuming to place herself on equal footing with the Yen family. Fine, if you're so mighty, go ahead and fight. Let your father come see what a disobedient son you've become. Yen Hasong coldly rebuked Chu Chao before turning away. Young Master Chu, I see this Qin Feng is quite formidable. It seems you can't afford to offend him. Perhaps we should just drop this matter. Mr. Wang stood by, his face etched with distress. Though he offered advice, his words carried a subtle hint of mockery, implying Chu Qiao was no match for Qin Feng. Chu Qiao's rage flared at these words. Enough! Don't try to talk me out of this. I'm going to settle things with that Qin fellow today. Chu Qiao, now enraged, brandished her phone and began shouting orders. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was pulled aside by Yen Hasong to drink tea. The two chatted and laughed, paying Chu Qiao no mind whatsoever. Yen Shuer, the heiress of the Yen family in the eyes of ordinary people, stood beside them, busily serving tea and water. It was well known in their circles that this young lady had a notorious temper. Her age dared not provoke her. Yet here she stood beside Qin Feng, serving him with the attentive grace of a court lady. This unexpected turn of events left Chu Qiao, having just finished her call, slightly perplexed. Young Master Chu, this Qin Feng seems truly extraordinary. Perhaps we should reconsider. Offending him won't end well for you. Mr. Wan was shrewd to the extreme. Noticing Chu Qiao's slight hesitation, he immediately began to speak in a sarcastic tone. You're talking utter nonsense. Today, I'll make that Qin Feng kneel on the ground begging for my forgiveness. Back in Shanghai City, Chu Qiao could get whatever he wanted thanks to the Chu family's influence. To have him humiliated in front of Boss Wang now would be worse than death. Seeing Qin Feng's smug grin only made her grind her teeth in fury. Within 10 minutes, the man from Chu Qiao's phone call stormed into the office. It was none other than Chu Qiao's father, Chu Yangqian. As the main player finally arrived, Qin Feng and Yen Hasong's gazes shifted to him. Chu Qiao regarded him as her savior. Spotting her father, she immediately rushed forward. Dad, you finally made it. Someone's bullying your son. It's this Qin Feng. He dares to disregard me. Doesn't he think he's looking down on our Chu family? And especially old Master Yen. He actually took sides. How could someone like this be our Chu family's partner? If it doesn't work out, we should just collaborate with the Han family instead. Chu Qiao couldn't help but vent her resentment toward Qin Feng, her words brimming with dissatisfaction toward Yen Hasong. He even threatened to switch allegiance to the Han family. He didn't know his own limits, speaking such words with a smug look on his face. But standing beside him, Chu Yangqian's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. You damn fool! What the hell are you spouting? Chu Yangqian was so flustered he couldn't find words. His first words were a furious curse, followed by a sharp slap across the face. Chu Qiao was knocked back to the ground by the sudden blow. Clutching her right cheek, she stared in stunned disbelief. Dad, why did you hit me? You should be helping me fight Qin Feng. I'm the one being wronged here. Chu Qiao was still reeling from the shock, feeling utterly humiliated in front of Mr. Wang. But at that moment, Chu Yangqian couldn't care less about Chu Qiao's worthless pride. Shut your mouth. Qin Feng is a nobody. Who do you think old Master Yin is? Do you think you can just casually mention his name? Chu Yangqian's face twisted with shock and fear as he berated Chu Qiao relentlessly. Chu Qiao acted recklessly without understanding the stakes, but he knew better. If the Chu family lost the Yin family's protection, it wouldn't be long before someone pulled them off their seats among the four great families. Such a pivotal figure in the Chu family's fate, how could he afford to offend him? Dad, what are you doing? That guy is just our business partner. If it doesn't work out, we'll just stop working with him. Chu Qiao remained sprawled on the floor, still acting disrespectfully. Enraged, Chu Yangqian delivered several more hard slaps. Enough, enough. Children being ignorant is normal, but if you, as an adult, can't discipline them properly, that's your problem. Yen Hasong set down his teacup and strolled over leisurely. Old man, now you're talking. You must forgive me. That brat, just wait till I get home. I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Chu Yangqian knew Yen Hasong was offering him a way out, so he promptly slapped Chu Qiao several more times. The one you need to seek forgiveness from isn't me, but young Master Chu. After all, your son has caused quite a bit of trouble for him. Yen Hasong stepped aside, gesturing for Qin Feng, the central figure in this incident, to step forward. Mr. Qin, your name is renowned far and wide. My son was indeed in the wrong this time. I beg your understanding. Chu Yangqian remained unaware of the schemes brewing between Qin Feng and the old patriarch. He cared little for matters unrelated to himself. His sole concern was preventing unnecessary turmoil within the Chu family. Mr. Chu, you're too kind. Regarding the Wang family's impending acquisition by the Long family, Qin Feng, having gained an advantage, did not press his luck. Since Chu Yangqian had spoken so plainly, he couldn't push his advantage too far. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. Matters unrelated to my family will never be interfered with. Proceed with your affairs without concern. Chu Yangqian patted his chest repeatedly, offering assurances to Qin Feng. Seeing the matter resolved, Chu Yangqian pulled Chu Qiao toward the exit. But as soon as he saw the father and daughter about to leave, Boss Wang beside them refused to let them go. After all, Chu Qiao was his last lifeline. If she left now, it would mean the fate of his Wang family was sealed. Young Master Chu, don't leave. You must fight Qin Feng to the bitter end. My Wang family can't be wiped out. Mr. Wang had shed his usual insinuating tone, revealing his true colors. Chu Chao, who'd inexplicably taken several slaps, was now seething with rage. Seeing the relentless Mr. Wang only fueled his fury further. You! Can't you see what state I'm in? Chu Chao roared back, slapping Mr. Wang hard enough to send him crashing to the floor. Chapter 193, Demonstrating Strength. It should be noted that the Wang family's affairs had nothing to do with him whatsoever. He'd only wanted to brag, show off his strength, and act cocky. Right up until now, it was this Wang boss who personally put him on a pedestal at the Yin family's place, leaving him with no way to back down. The entire situation had escalated solely because of this jerk. In the end, he'd ended up with a few slaps across the face and made a complete fool of himself. Yet this bastard still wouldn't let him off the hook, leaving him seething with rage. Mr. Wang lay stunned on the ground, knowing he couldn't change anything now. Only after the Chu family father and son had departed did Long Hu slowly place a contract before Mr. Wang. Sign it. This money will keep your family afloat for generations. Long Hu didn't take advantage of his position to humiliate him. He paid Wang boss the exact amount they had originally agreed upon. The sum was sufficient for them to live anywhere on earth without a care in the world. But the Wang family would likely fade from Shanghai City's business scene. There was no way around it. After all, a major shakeup was imminent here, and the Wang family wouldn't be the first nor the last to fall. Mr. Wang now looked as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant, reluctantly signing his name on the contract. This marked the emergence of another powerful family in Shanghai City, one capable of challenging the Qin family, all orchestrated by Qin Feng. After exchanging a few more words with the old patriarch, Qin Feng led his entourage out of the company. Wang Long, whom they found at the company, was now grinning from ear to ear. Just last month, the Long family had been one of the four minor families, a clan with some minor renown in Shanghai City. Faced with a colossus like the Qin family, they'd have crawled on their knees to grovel. Yet in just 1 month, they had gained the strength to stand against the Qins. The Long family's rise to this point had completely surpassed his expectations. Alright, look at that grin on your face. Now you know just how formidable our brother Qin is, huh? Bald-headed Wang observed Long Hu's smug expression, seeing echoes of Lin Liang's demeanor reflected in him. Brother Qin, I, Long Hu, can never repay your immense kindness. Whatever you ask, I'll do it. Rest assured, even after my family grows powerful, I won't betray you. If you could elevate the Long family to this stature in a single month, I trust you could also erase us from existence within the same time frame. Long Hu spoke first, repeatedly pledging his loyalty to Qin Feng. After all, he had been rolling in the mud of Shanghai City for decades. His strategic mindset far surpassed that of Lin Liang, a small-time boss raised in Xunyang City. He knew his current level of growth was entirely due to Qin Feng's influence. And now that he possessed such immense power, Qin Feng's sole concern was that he might turn against him. Therefore, before Qin Feng could speak, he took the initiative to declare his loyalty, dispelling any lingering doubts. Upon hearing his words, Qin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Clearly, Long Hu was a shrewd man. He understood perfectly well that just as Qin Feng had the power to lift him up, he also had the power to bring him crashing back down. With such a man, no further words were needed. Good to know. Go back and get the company in order. Await my orders. Qin Feng spoke only these few words before climbing into the car and driving away. Watching the car's retreating silhouette, Long Hu let out a slight sigh of relief. Everything he had just said was sincere. There wasn't a shred of deception intended toward Qin Feng. For him, this man was too mysterious, too terrifying. He had only been in Shanghai City for a short while, yet he had already turned the place upside down. Regardless of whether he ultimately succeeded or failed, someone with such formidable abilities was absolutely not someone Long Hu could afford to offend. Brother Qin, do you think we're considered big shots in Shanghai City now? Bald-headed Wang smiled at Qin Feng as he drove. This kid came from a street thug background. He'd never experienced such treatment before. Earlier, when Long Hu addressed him as Brother Wang, the kid put on a nonchalant front, but inside, he was over the moon. Back when he was a thug in Xunyang City, who would have treated him like a human being? But now, tagging along with Qin Feng, he felt like he'd finally made it. Alright. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and pick up Xiao Nan from kindergarten. We'll head home for dinner. Qin Feng could see right through Ping Tu Wan's little schemes, a faint smile playing on his lips. The moment they arrived at the kindergarten, they saw a crowd gathered in the yard. Parents, children, and even street vendors had gathered to watch the commotion. A bad feeling washed over Qin Feng as he pushed his way through the crowd with Ping Tu Wang. Sure enough, this incident was indeed related to him. Xiaonan hid behind Lin Liang, confronting another family. You bastards have no respect for the law. You hit my kid, and now you dare hit me? Do you know who I am, Wang Jin? A middle-aged man in a suit, dragging a boy by the arm, bellowed at Lin Liang. But the man's face was covered in bruises and welts, clearly having gotten nowhere with Lin Liang. The little boy he was holding on to now had a bright red handprint on his cheek. What the hell is going on here? Seeing his daughter handle the situation, Qin Feng immediately stepped forward. Seeing his boss arrive, Lin Liang instantly felt more confident. That kid stole Xiao Nan's toy, and when I caught him, he wouldn't admit it. Honestly, a toy isn't a big deal to me. But when he tried to hit Xiao Nan, I didn't hold back, I slapped him. Lin Liang didn't hold back, telling Qin Feng the entire story without reservation. The injury on Huang Zhen's face needed no explanation, it was clearly Lin Liang's doing. You're this kid's father, right? Let me tell you, you're finished. You dare mess with me, Huang Zhen, in Xiaohai City? You must be blind. Huang Zhen yelled at Qin Feng, as if she were some kind of important figure. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. His child had stolen, yet instead of disciplining him, the parent chose to shield him, truly repulsive. Enough. It's just kids' business. I don't want to waste my time arguing with you. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered wasting time on such people. He scooped up Xiao Nan and turned to leave. You think stirring up trouble is that easy? Didn't you hear what kind of person I am? You dare provoke me here? Looks like you've had enough of living. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's restraint only fueled the man's arrogance to its peak. Even nearby parents and teachers began pointing fingers at Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew that if today's incident wasn't handled properly, Xiao Nan would likely face unfair treatment at school from now on. Fine. Since you insist on making a scene, I won't hold back. As he spoke, Qin Feng handed his phone to the man with the crew cut beside him. Make the call. Get every influential person you can think of over here. Qin Feng's casual command sent a chill down the spines of both the flat-top man and Lin Liang. Chapter 194, Stunned. To ordinary people, Qin Feng's words might seem like nothing more than an attempt to save face. But Lin Liang and the bald-headed man understood its true weight. After all, Qin Feng was no longer the unknown nobody he once was. His network of connections in Xiaohai City had grown to an immense scale. Since Ping Tu Wang alone could handle Xiaonan's matter, they found Qin Feng's move somewhat over the top. Yet how could they possibly fathom Qin Feng's true intentions? Securing the best possible treatment for his daughter was merely one part of it. Qin Feng intended to use this opportunity to demonstrate his true capabilities to the outside world. He wanted all those who coveted his position or plotted against him to think twice. This way, he could also spare his family unnecessary trouble. Brother Qin, are you serious? If we really brought everyone here to this small place, it would probably cause an uproar. Lin Liang felt a pang of anxiety as he asked Qin Feng again. After all, every single person Qin Feng knew could make Xiaohai City tremble. Stop pretending. Your clothes don't exactly scream rich. What are you playing at? Think you can scare me, Wang Zhen? Let me tell you, I've already made the call. You lot aren't getting away. Just wait. Huang Zhen, listening to their conversation nearby, found it utterly laughable. He assumed Qin Feng and his crew were already scared of him, so they were putting on this show to intimidate him. See how he acts? You know whether it's real or not. Go ahead, make your call. Xian Feng, observing Huang Zhen's utterly arrogant demeanor, waved dismissively and exchanged a knowing glance with Ping Tu Wang. Upon receiving Qin Feng's command, the bald-headed king's face broke into a faint smile. He gave Huang Zhen a dismissive glance before sighing. Kid, you could have picked on anyone else, but you had to mess with our Qin brother. This time, you're really screwed. Shaking his head and sighing, the flat-top guy took Qin Feng's phone and walked off to the side. Kid, stop pretending. Don't you know your own limits? If you're willing to kneel down right now and kowtow to me publicly, apologizing, I might just let you off the hook. Huang Zhen crossed his arms, his eyes constantly sizing up Qin Feng, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qin Feng had lost all interest in refuting these arrogant, insolent words. This kind of person, lacking any real strength yet trying to act tough, wasn't even as good as a character like Chu Qiao. Every word exchanged with him was a humiliation. Within 10 minutes, several battered minivans sped up from the distance. Some had even lost their bumpers entirely. Yet Huang Zhen's eyes lit up at the sight of these wrecked vehicles. Kid, even if you were to kneel down and apologize to me now, it's too late. Get ready to face my boss's wrath. Huang Zhen's face lit up with excitement, while those around him looked at him with apprehension. Several teachers even discreetly jotted down Huang Zhen's name, considering whether they could curry favor with him later. The van sped up and pulled up in front of the group. The doors swung open, and over a dozen men carrying clubs got out. From their attire to their physiques and weapons, these men were unmistakably street thugs. At least the opponents Qin Feng had faced before wore suits and carried proper weapons. But these men were clad in ragged clothes, wielding sticks that looked like they'd been picked up off the street. Old Huang, who's got the guts to mess with you? The leader yelled at Huang Zhen, simultaneously pulling a pack of cigarettes from Huang Zhen's pocket and distributing them to the surrounding men. Qin Feng couldn't help but be utterly shocked by such an extraordinary character. These people were so desperate they couldn't even afford cigarettes. How Huang Zhen found the courage to confront them was beyond comprehension. Big head, it's this kid. Not only did he send men to beat up my son, but he beat me up too. You've got to get me some justice today. Huang Zhen addressed Big Head with respect, then eagerly pulled out a lighter to light his cigarette. Big Head's hair was unkempt and greasy, as if it hadn't been washed in ages, making his head appear disproportionately large. Exhaling smoke, he eyed Qin Feng with disdain. Who the hell are you? You know he's my little brother, right? You wanna die? Big Head yelled at Qin Feng, his demeanor mirroring that of a self-important schoolyard bully. When he saw the guy actually reaching out to shove him, Qin Feng quickly stepped back to dodge. The guy's sleeves were already shiny from repeated use, and Qin Feng had no desire for any physical contact with him. Big Head, huh? Just wait. My people will be here soon. Qin Feng said it casually, already picturing this gang's fate today. Whoa, you dare call for backup? What kind of nobody are you? Calling for backup? Big Head, cigarette dangling from his mouth, reveled in the attention he was getting from the crowd around him. He shouted orders at Qin Feng, putting on an air of superiority. Under his gaze, several henchmen gradually closed in, surrounding Qin Feng. Xiaonan gripped Qin Feng's sleeve tightly, fear creeping into her eyes. After all, she was just a child, and the scene before her was understandably frightening. You'd better not make any rash moves. The consequences won't be something you can handle. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold as he stared back at Big Head. He had called for backup precisely to avoid a confrontation here, but if these reckless fools continue to press their advantage, then he really wouldn't hold back. Ha ha ha. He's trying to scare me? A guy like him trying to intimidate me? That's laughable. Big Head took a deep drag on his cigarette, puffing smoke into the air as he roared with laughter. His teeth, stained yellow from years of smoking, were particularly revolting. Just as Flathead Wang clenched his fists, ready to step in and handle things for Qin Feng, the sound of car horns blared again from the distance. A long convoy of vehicles approached the kindergarten. Each luxury vehicle radiated the gleam of wealth, with even the most modest model costing well over $1 million. At least a dozen vehicles, front and back, formed a neat line and pulled over to the roadside. These gleaming vehicles stood in stark contrast to Big Head's dilapidated minivans. The onlookers were all dumbfounded, even Huang Zhen's mouth hung open. They'd never witnessed anything like this before. The first to step out of the lead vehicle was none other than Long Hu, the head of the Long family. Brother Qin, I heard from Brother Wang that someone's been acting cocky around here? Who's the fool? Long Hu, wearing sunglasses, bellowed as he stepped out. He was followed by a group of burly, muscular men nothing like Big Head's crew. That's right. Let me see who dares mess with my Yin family's friends. Yan Shuer's voice echoed from behind Long Hu. Everyone nearby, including Big Head and Huang Zhen, sucked in a sharp breath at the mention of the Yin family. Chapter 195, Utterly Awkward. In Xiahai City, who didn't know the Yin family, one of the 4 great families? Especially that colossal mall in the city center. That iconic landmark was the Yin family's property. The moment Qin Feng saw Yan Shuer, he too froze for an instant. Though he intended to demonstrate his strength at this moment. But she wasn't exactly someone who couldn't be handled. Judging by the state of Big Head and Huang Zhen, Yan Shuer wouldn't need to intervene personally. Simply having the Yin family send someone to stake their claim and assert their identity would be enough to scare the living daylights out of them. Yet, unexpectedly, Yan Shuer had personally come for such a minor matter. It could be said she was giving Qin Feng ample face. Big Head, you absolutely must handle this for me. Money is no issue, I'll pay whatever it takes. Huang Zhen, holding the child nearby, was nearly scared out of her wits. She'd assumed Qin Feng was just bluffing, but now she realized he was dealing with a colossal force, one she couldn't possibly provoke. At that moment, Big Head had only one thought: get the hell out of there as fast as possible. But when he heard Huang Zhen mention money, it anchored him in place. Fine. I didn't want to get involved in this mess originally, but for our sake, I'll give it a shot. Big Head still put on an act, strolling leisurely over to Long Hu's side. Bro, have a smoke. Big Head pulled out a pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, intending to offer one to Long Hu. But Long Hu slapped it out of his hand, sending it crashing to the floor. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to offer me a cigarette? Long Hu now put on airs, refusing to let Qin Feng lose face. Bro, we're all just hustling out here. How about you give me some face today? Once this kid pays me up, I'll split Big Head's share with you all. How'd you like that? Big Head clearly hadn't seen much of the world, as he actually tried to negotiate a deal with the others. Qin Feng watched his greedy, opportunistic demeanor and couldn't help but find it utterly laughable. Open your eyes and look around. Do you really think these people need your measly money? Qin Feng looked at the scruffy Big Head standing before him and felt nothing but pity for the man. His words sent Big Head into deep thought. Though he had no money himself, he could tell the cars around him were worth a fortune. Bro, you can't talk like that. We're all just trying to get by. Give me some face, just this once, okay? Big Head remained stubbornly unreasonable, still pleading for a little face. Qin Feng lost his patience and shot a look at Flathead Wang. The bald-headed guy wasted no time, charging straight up and landing a punch squarely on Big Head's head. You! Who the hell do you think you are? What the hell face do you have to show? Bald-head Wang had a fiery temper. That punch sent Big Head crashing to the ground, his head spinning. His henchmen watched their boss get beaten but dared not intervene, instead taking a few steps back. They knew full well what kind of character Big Head was, just someone who could bluff people like Huang Jin. These underlings were all local vagrants who followed Big Head, going hungry 8 days out of 10. And the people standing before them were clearly not the kind they could afford to provoke. What are you standing around for? Can't you see the boss getting beaten? Get moving. Big Head sat on the ground clutching his head, feeling utterly humiliated, and shouted at his henchmen. Boss, we can't take them on. We're getting out of here. You're on your own. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the henchmen abandoned Big Head, jumped into the van, and floored the gas pedal. They didn't even bother checking if the traffic light ahead was red or green, they just floored it and never looked back. The entire sequence took less than 3 minutes before the dilapidated vans vanished from sight. Big Head, sitting on the ground, and Huang Jin, standing nearby, were both dumbfounded. Even Flathead Wang, who had thrown the punch, found the two men before him utterly ridiculous. Under the gaze of the crowd, they looked like nothing more than a pair of living clowns. Big brother, I know I messed up. Today's incident had nothing to do with me. That kid called me over, I didn't know anything. Big brother, I don't have any money. Those vans were borrowed from the repair shop. Please spare me. I'll never do anything like this again. Big Head knelt on the ground, clutching Qin Feng's calf and repeatedly kowtowing in supplication, snot and tears streaming down his face. Get lost. Don't stand there blocking my view. Get out of here. Qin Feng kicked him away with a look of disgust. Hearing Qin Feng actually offer to spare Big Head without hesitation, he scrambled to his feet with a thud and bolted away at full speed, vanishing from sight. Now only Huang Jin remained. The crowd closed in slightly, surrounding him in the center. The crowd of onlookers grew thicker, shattering Huang Jin's mental defenses. This wasn't the first time he'd pulled off such a bluff. Previously, everything had gone smoothly. Whenever Big Head stepped in, the other party would avoid trouble and admit their mistake. But even if it were a mere kindergarten, he never imagined he could cross someone like this. You calm down. I'm warning you, I know more than just this one big shot. I also know people from the Qin family. You better not get too cocky. Huang Jin's legs went weak and his speech began to falter. Originally, the group had only intended to give him a warning, using him as a pawn to demonstrate Qin Feng's power. They wanted to deter those lurking in the shadows from making a move against Qin Feng. But they never expected this guy to blurt out the Qin family's name. This was their primary target. Qin Feng had been struggling to find a reason to fire the first shot at the Qin family. Now, here they were, practically walking right into his trap. Who'd have thought? You actually know someone from the Qin family. Why don't you bring them over for a chat? A sinister smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. But Huang Jin, seeing that mentioning the Qin family had made the other party stop, thought she'd found her savior. Little did she know she was walking straight into the trap Qin Feng had meticulously laid out. Fine. You just wait. You'll all pay for this. Huang Jin now felt emboldened, pulling out his phone once more to make a call. The moment the kid pulled out his phone, Qin Feng understood what it meant to be caught in an inescapable chain of events. First, he called one of his friends to come over. That friend then called his own boss. The boss who arrived then contacted his immediate superior. After the boss arrived, he pulled numerous strings until finally, a call reached the Qin family. Watching the other guy's little show, Ping Tu-wan laughed so hard he clutched his stomach and couldn't straighten up. Even Long, who beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time he'd encountered such a peculiar character. Chapter 196, Absurd and Ridiculous. After these calls, a dozen or so people arrived in a flurry. After a full half hour of commotion, a luxury car that looked the part finally rolled up slowly. You're all finished. I've fully activated my connections now. Prepare to face my wrath. Huang Jin watched the car approach, suddenly brimming with confidence. The jet-black luxury car pulled over to the curb. It seemed to catch sight of Qin Feng's vehicle, but after a brief pause, it started up again under Huang Jin's expectant gaze, preparing to drive off. This scene left Huang Jin utterly dumbfounded. But now that they were here, there was no way Qin Feng would let them off so easily. With just a glance to the flat-top guy, the latter charged forward and yanked open the car door. Before the engine had even fully revved, a young-looking man was yanked out of the vehicle. Qin Feng had expected some big shot, but seeing this young rich kid left him deeply disappointed. Big brother, you finally made it. They bullied me, you have to get me justice. The dozen or so people who had called Huang Jin all crowded over at once. The young man glanced at Qin Feng, then at Yen Shuer standing nearby, his face turning pale with fear. No. I'm not the person you're looking for. I don't know them, I have nothing to do with this. Held by the man with the crew cut, the young man waved his hands frantically, vehemently denying any connection to Huang Jin and his group. Meanwhile, Long, who had moved closer to Qin Feng. Brother Qin, I know this kid. He's Qin Huaihai's son, Qin Shiwu. Hearing Long Hu's words, Qin Feng merely gave a faint nod. They'd intended to grab an older guy to provoke a fight, but instead, after making a dozen calls, they'd ended up with this kid. Big brother, why are you pretending not to know us? They're the ones bullying us. Hurry up and avenge us. Huang Jin grew anxious seeing the young man feigning ignorance. Get the hell out of here. Who the hell do you think I am? Get lost. Without another word, the young man slapped Huang Jin across the face. These guys were blind as bats, but the young man was from a prominent family after all. How could he not know the Yin family's standing in Xiahai City? How could he not know what kind of figure Qin Feng had become? To risk offending these two powerful figures over a bunch of worthless nobodies? That'd be suicide. Enough. Tell him to get lost. Qin Feng watched the young man shouting himself hoarse, desperately trying to prove he wasn't a member of the Qin family, and grew increasingly impatient. This kid was useless. The moment Flathead Wang released his grip, the youth shot into the car like an eel slipping from grasp. With a roar of the engine, he vanished from sight. Learn your lesson. Not everyone can be offended with impunity. Qin Feng issued the order before scooping up Xiao Nan and climbing into the vehicle. But the men behind them pinged Tu Wang and Long, whose crew weren't about to let Huang Jin and the others off so easily. The mob descended upon them, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Huang Jin and the others screamed in agony, but Qin Feng couldn't hear their cries anymore. He was now sitting in Yan Shuer's car, holding Xiao Nan as they headed back to the villa. Yan Shuer, seemingly prepared, pulled a lollipop from her bag and handed it to Xiao Nan, striking up a friendly rapport. Mr. Qin, if anything like this happens again, just let me know. No need to worry about the trouble. Though young, Yan Shuer had clearly noticed Qin Feng's earlier surprise. I just didn't expect such a minor matter to involve you. Qin Feng, holding Xiao Nan, responded with a smile. Yan Shuer knew he was merely being polite, and a faint trace of disappointment flashed across her face. Mr. Qin, my grandfather asked me to treat you as a friend, not just a business partner. I hope we can become friends. Moreover, your affairs are considered the top priority for our Yin family. Whatever you need, the Yin family will fully support you. This is my grandfather's personal order. Yan Shuer patiently explained to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback by her words. He hadn't expected the old man to hold him in such high regard. It seemed that the skill he'd displayed earlier had indeed made a profound impression on old Master Yan. As they spoke, the car had already pulled up to the entrance. Qin Feng stepped out holding the child, while Yan Shuer followed behind him into the villa. What? Don't you welcome me as a guest in your home? Seeing Qin Feng's puzzled expression, Yan Shuer stood on tiptoe with her hands behind her back, her face breaking into a smile uniquely youthful. Of course not. Come on and you're staying for dinner. Qin Feng smiled faintly and hurriedly gestured for Yan Shuer to come inside. He knew that despite her youth, Yan Shuer had many responsibilities to juggle. Yan Hasung was getting on in years and had largely stepped back from the family affairs. The affairs of the Yan household, big and small, now depended on her care. Yet she was willing to make time to have dinner at Qin Feng's home, which did surprise him slightly. Upon entering the villa, he explained Yan Shuer's identity to Mu Qing and Qin Shan, leaving both utterly astonished. Seeing Mu Qing's polite demeanor made Yan Shuer feel a bit awkward. The young girl rolled up her sleeves and headed straight into the kitchen, joining Mu Qing to help with the preparations. This left Qin Feng utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined this pampered young lady would have such a down-to-earth side. Lin Lianglonghu and Bald Wang, who had rushed back in a hurry, were dumbfounded when they saw Yan Shuer carrying dishes out of the kitchen. What's going on here? Longhu stood at the doorway, his lips trembling in shock. Lin Liang and Bald Wang were perhaps less affected as outsiders, their impressions of the Yin family weren't as deeply ingrained. But Longhu was a native of Xiahai City, born into a prominent family. He knew full well the Yan's formidable reputation. He knew all too well the immense power hidden within the body of this young girl, Yan Shuer. Apart from the Han family, there was truly no one this young lady would deign to acknowledge. Yet this girl, whose power was off the charts, was now carrying dish after dish out of Qin Feng's kitchen. It couldn't help but make him admire Qin Feng a little more. Xiahai City simply didn't have anyone this impressive. Alright. Dinner's ready. Everyone, come on over and eat together. Qin Feng gestured for them to come over, then sat down at the table without waiting for them. Longhu and the others watched Yan Shuer with extreme tension. Only Qin Feng remained utterly unfazed. Yan Shuer could indeed inspire fear in others, but this little girl didn't seem particularly terrifying to him. After all, he was the immortal lord returned. Mr. Qin, after we finish eating, could you come to my car? I'd like to speak with you privately. Yan Shuer suddenly spoke up from across the table. The words nearly made Longhu's hands shake so violently that his rice bowl fell to the floor. Chapter 197, The Auction. Yan Shuer's words stunned everyone present, especially Mu Qing, whose expression shifted slightly. Only then did Yan Shuer realize her words had been abrupt. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to discuss some work matters with him privately. Yan Shuer's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly offered an explanation. Hearing her words, Mu Qing smiled gently. She did trust Qin Feng on this point. It's fine. I didn't think much of it. Work matters are always important. Mu Qing brushed off the awkwardness with a simple smile. After dinner, only Qin Shan, Mu Qing, and Qin Feng seemed relatively normal. Long Hu, Ping Tu Wang, and the others all looked extremely uncomfortable. After all, the chance to dine at the same table as this young lady was a rare occurrence. Moreover, today's Yen Shuer had completely shattered the image they had built up in their minds. The Yen Shuer they remembered was a fiercely decisive young woman whose mere gaze could send shivers down one's spine. Yet at the dinner table today, she was almost excessively well behaved, even smiling as she kept serving dishes to Shan'an. After the meal, Qin Feng naturally followed Yen Shuer to his car. "You didn't come here just for dinner today, did you? Is there something important?" Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "What? Can't I just drop by your place for a visit sometimes?" Yen Shuer was practically unrecognizable, even teasing Qin Feng playfully from time to time. Qin Feng merely smiled and waved his hand, choosing not to press the matter further. Yen Shuer wasn't one to joke endlessly either. After a single playful remark, she pulled an invitation card from her pocket. Qin Feng assumed it was another banquet hosted by Old Master Yen, but upon closer inspection, he spotted the words auction printed on the invitation. This made him frown slightly. He had little interest in antiques and jade artifacts, and he doubted the Yen family would attend such an auction without reason. Is this the triennial auction in Xiahai City? Only prominent families receive invitations to such auctions. It's also a means for the major families to compete against each other annually. All the antiques and jade pieces up for auction come from the major families themselves. They bid against each other to gauge each family's growth over the past 3 years. Yen Shuer didn't keep him in suspense any longer, revealing the entire truth to Qin Feng. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and grasped the underlying logic. Essentially, it was a triennial citywide competition among Xiahai's families. They had transformed this competitive format into an auction. It was understandable, after all, since auctions were an excellent way to showcase one's wealth. But he didn't understand what the Yen family meant by giving him this. Even if they were opposing another family, it made no sense for the two families to join forces and have him participate in this competitive auction. After all, Qin Feng doesn't belong to any of Xiahai City's major factions. Beyond the 4 great families, Xiahai City hosts over 100 factions of varying sizes. During the annual auction, these smaller factions choose to align themselves with larger ones, and their participation strengthens those factions. Listening to Yen Shuer's explanation, Qin Feng finally grasped Old Master Yan's intention. The Han family's formidable reputation in this city wasn't earned lightly. If they demonstrated their strength again today, it would inevitably attract more allied families. Strengthening the Han family would naturally bolster the Qin family's standing in the future. Therefore, he hoped Qin Feng would also participate in this auction to help the Yen family attract allies. The more minor families they could draw in, the more they could bolster their own strength, which in turn meant weakening the Han and Qin families. "Alright, I understand. I'll be there on time." Qin Feng accepted the invitation and nodded in agreement. Only 3 days remain. To gain entry to the auction, one must present at least 10 valuable antiques. An invitation alone is insufficient. Though young, Yen Shuer now looked almost like a matriarch as she earnestly briefed Qin Feng. Alright, I understand. I'll go tell the old man and put his mind at ease." Qin Feng smiled as he ruffled Yen Shuer's hair before pushing open the door and stepping out of the car. He didn't dwell on it much after all, his own child was a girl too, and when she grew up, she'd likely be much like Yen Shuer. His hand on her head was purely a natural psychological reaction. But for Yen Shuer, it carried a different meaning. She remained sitting on the seat, dazed, even after Qin Feng had gotten out and walked away. From childhood onward, he'd been raised by his grandfather, surrounded by people who treated him with utmost respect. Yan Chisong had always treated her as the heir to the Yen family. No one had ever treated him like a real girl, with such tender care. That's why she felt something different around Qin Feng, an unprecedented sense of ease, as if he could finally let his guard down completely. "Miss, shall we head home now?" the driver asked, noticing Yen Shuer's distracted state. "No need to rush. I'll sit here for a while longer." Yen Shuer sat in her seat, gazing through the window toward the villa, her mind drifting slightly. What's going on with Brother Qin? How did the Yen family's eldest daughter end up having dinner with us? Wang, the man with the crew cut, spotted Qin Feng returning and hurried over to ask, his face etched with deep confusion. "What's the big deal? With our partnership with the Yans, isn't it perfectly normal for her to come here for a meal?" Qin Feng shot a disapproving glance at Ping Tu Wang's gossipy expression. "Alright, get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow, you're coming with me to check out the nearby antique market." Qin Feng sat down at the table, picked up his tea, took a sip, and gave Ping Tu Wang another order. His words indeed startled everyone around them. "Brother Qin, since when did you develop such a hobby?" Lin Liang found Qin Feng's words rather peculiar. Facing the others, Qin Feng held nothing back, revealing everything Yen Shuer had told him. Lin Liang's excitement surged the moment he heard Qin Feng's words. An auction only open to major families, this was a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. "Brother Qin, leave this to me. I'll find you the best antique market tonight." Lin Liang immediately stood up, taking the task upon himself. Bald-headed Wang remained silent throughout. Having someone else handle inquiries for him couldn't have pleased him more. Then everyone should get some rest. Tomorrow, the three of us will head to the antique market to browse. Let's aim to find some decent antiques that can hold their own. Xin Feng chuckled as he gave his parting words, then headed upstairs alone to his bedroom. Though he was an Immortal Sovereign with little expertise in antiques, an Immortal Sovereign remained an Immortal Sovereign. Nothing could truly stump him. Chapter 198, The Rusty Sword. Early the next morning, Lin Liang was the first to rise, brimming with excitement. At the breakfast table, Lin Liang kept pouring out all the information he'd gathered to Qin Feng. The entire meal, the kid didn't stop talking. It must be said, Lin Liang's skill in gathering intelligence was truly commendable. After breakfast, Mu Cheng dutifully began clearing the table while Qin Shan personally walked Shan'an to school. Qin Feng and the other two got into the car and headed straight for the antique market Lin Liang had scouted out. Brother Qin, this place I found is absolutely amazing. It's practically an antique market, an entire building plus the pedestrian street below, all packed with antique dealers. You're bound to find some real treasures. Lin Liang climbed into the car, still chattering away to Qin Feng. The bald-headed one was thoroughly fed up with all this. Hey, Lin Liang, you've been talking nonstop the whole way. We're going shopping today, did you bring enough cash? Bald-headed Wang asked as he drove. After all, while he had enough cash for daily expenses, it certainly wouldn't cover those expensive antiques. He knew Qin Feng's personality all too well. He never carried cash when he went out, so the only one who had money was Lin Liang. Relax. With our current status, how could we possibly be short on cash? The moment Lin Liang heard Ping Tu Wang mention money, a faint smile spread across his face. Hold on. We've got the cash in the place now, but neither of us knows anything about antiques. Lin Liang, sitting in the back seat, seemed to have thought of something crucial. Bald-headed Wang froze upon hearing this. All he knew was driving and fighting antique appraisal was beyond him. Alright. You two don't need to worry about this. Just focus on driving. Lin Liang will handle the bargaining later. No need to overthink it. Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter as he watched the two look anxious and fearful. Neither of them had ever seen Qin Feng show any interest in antiques or such things. But hearing Qin Feng's words, both of them felt a wave of relief wash over them. To them, Qin Feng was practically a god. If Qin Feng said it would be fine, then they felt absolutely no issues with the matter. As they spoke, the car had already arrived at the location Lin Liang had mentioned. They had barely reached the intersection when the car could no longer proceed. From a distance, the street was teeming with people, packed shoulder to shoulder. Both sides were lined with street stalls displaying all manner of antiques and collectibles. At the end of the street stood a massive 17-story shopping mall. Hanging from the rooftop were 3 enormous red characters spelling out Antique City. Holy crap, where the hell are we? Is this place just full of these kinds of shops? Bald-headed Wang surveyed the surroundings like a street thug who'd never seen the world before. Let's go inside and take a look. Qin Feng got out of the car and walked into the crowded crowd, while Lin Liang quickly locked the vehicle. Don't miss out. This is a bronze cauldron from the Zhou dynasty, come take a look. I've got Song dynasty porcelain here, absolutely authentic. Come take a look. The surrounding street vendors instantly recognized that Qin Feng and his two companions were definitely deep-pocketed customers. Especially Lin Liang, whose wrist still sported a gleaming luxury watch. Even a little kid could tell he was loaded. Qin Feng now gently circulated his spiritual energy within, channeling streams of it into his eyes. Under the sunlight, a faint glow emanated from his pupils. When he turned his gaze back to the antiques, a faint, ghostly glow began to emanate from them. It seemed like traces left upon them by the long river of history. When he looked at the Zhou dynasty bronze cauldron the shopkeeper had mentioned, however, it bore no such glow. This proved beyond doubt that it was merely a replica. The group walked from the entrance of the antique street all the way to its final highlight. Along the way, they passed objects that also emitted flickering, faint glows. However, the glow was extremely faint, indicating they were not very old. While they held some value, presenting such items at that auction would be downright embarrassing. Brother Qin, we've reached the end of the street. Haven't we found a single piece worth taking? Wang, the guy with the crew cut, was already feeling overwhelmed, his eyes darting around in a dizzying blur. Coming from a background as a petty thug, he'd never seen anything like this before. Moving from stall to stall, everything seemed exquisitely novel to him. But every time he held something up for Qin Feng would just shake his head slightly. Let's go. There's nothing worth buying here. We should head into the antique mall instead. Qin Feng sighed inwardly before turning and stepping into the antique mall. He felt a bit disappointed. There were at least dozens of shops on this antique street. Yet he couldn't find a single item worth taking home. Given how rare such items were, Qin Feng began to worry whether he could find 10 pieces within the 3 days allotted. After all, this auction wasn't just about funding through bidding to gauge individual capability. What kind of fine antiques each person could present was of paramount importance. It signifies your family's discerning eye and extensive connections, enabling you to acquire superior antiques. The ability to present exceptional items was arguably more crucial than having sufficient funds to bid on them. As they entered the antique market, Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang were dazzled by the sheer variety. Xin Feng visited several shops, and the quality of the antiques here was indeed significantly better than what was available elsewhere. Yet, nothing had caught Xin Feng's eye. "Brother Qin, what kind of antique are you looking for? We've seen so many, isn't there a single genuine piece?" Lin Liang watched Xin Feng scratch his head repeatedly, growing a bit anxious himself. A place this big must have plenty of genuine pieces. "But we're not here to snag a bargain. I'm looking for an antique that auction house folks can't afford, something that, even if I can buy it, will make them bleed." Xin Feng's thoughts were meticulously planned. He wanted to find a genuine treasure that even his own family couldn't afford. Even if the Han family went all out to show off their wealth, they'd still lose a fortune. While fine antiques hold great value, they remain worthless unless sold. If the Han family bought it at a high price and then urgently tried to sell it off, wouldn't that mean they had to scramble for funds just to acquire an antique? Xin Feng intended to use such an item to humiliate them. Whether they win the bid or not, they'll suffer heavy losses either way. Wang Ping and Lin Liang followed closely behind Xin Feng, their eyes dazzled by the dazzling array of treasures along the way. Xin Feng, relying on his spirit-infused eyes, didn't pause his steps once. It wasn't until he passed a shop with dismal business, or a tattered long sword hung on the wall, that he abruptly halted in his tracks. Chapter 199, The Art of Manipulation. "Brother Qin, did you find something good? But this place looks dead." Flathead Wang was startled to see Xin Feng finally halt his pace. But when he took a closer look at the shop, his expression darkened. Compared to the bizarre antique shop, this place was utterly desolate. You could even see a layer of dust covering the items inside, as if they'd been sitting there untouched for ages. The group stood at the entrance observing, yet the shop owner remained glued to his computer, showing no intention of welcoming them. It was clear even the owner had lost faith in his own shop. Even when they stepped inside, the owner merely glanced up before returning to his screen, paying them no further attention. "What's wrong with you, owner? Didn't you see customers come in? You could at least come over and say hello." Bald-headed Wang felt a surge of irritation at the owner's dismissive attitude. But the shopkeeper merely smiled faintly at his words, leisurely lighting a cigarette. "Guys, can't you see what kind of place this is? Hundreds of people walk by here every day. If I greeted every single one who bought something, I'd be exhausted." The owner exhaled smoke in a leisurely manner, convinced his reasoning was sound. "With that kind of attitude from a shop owner, isn't it no wonder you have no customers? I've never seen anyone run a business like yours. Aren't you afraid you'll drive yourself out of business?" Lin Liang was a born businessman, and the shopkeeper's approach to running a business grated on him. "Whatever. I'm quitting next month anyway. I couldn't care less." The boss remained sprawled in his chair, flicking cigarette ash from his fingers. Lin Liang's words didn't make him angry at all, instead, they gave him a sense of reckless abandon. Xin Feng couldn't care less about these people's conversation. His gaze kept stealing glances at the long sword hanging on the wall. The blade was thickly coated in dust, and the scabbard was tattered, clearly neglected for a long time. Yet in Xin Feng's eyes, the sword now emitted a piercing, eerie glow. To others, it was merely a dusty, broken piece of junk, but to Xin Feng, it shone with dazzling brilliance. Xin Feng kept his fascination hidden. Though he wasn't much of an antique enthusiast, he understood the unspoken rules of the trade. In the antique market, the worst thing you could do was show excessive fondness for an item. The moment others sensed your interest, the price would skyrocket. Xin Feng scanned the other antiques around him, casually picking one up to ask the price. To his surprise, the owner sitting at the computer didn't even look up. 20,000 each. Take it or leave it. The guy hadn't even looked at what Xin Feng was holding before blurting out that price. This pushed Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang over the edge. They lunged forward, ready to fight. Xin Feng quickly stepped in to restrain them. "Hold on. 200,000, right? I'll take it. Lin Liang, pay up." Xin Feng held a beat-up antique in his hand, didn't haggle at all, and just told Lin Liang to pay up. This left everyone dumbfounded. Even the owner sitting behind the desk was stunned. His shop hadn't made a single sale in the past year. He just blurted out the 200,000 figure on a whim, never expecting Xin Feng to agree so readily. "What are you all standing around for? I've agreed to 20,000. Pay up." Xin Feng shot Lin Liang a look and pressed him again. Reluctantly, Lin Liang pulled out his card and stepped forward to make the payment. After all, how could he dare defy Xin Feng's words? Even if Xin Feng told him to spend that 200,000 on a toothpick, he'd have to go buy it. But just as he pulled out his card to pay, the boss sitting at the computer panicked. Hold on. Wait a minute." The owner scurried over to Xin Feng, snatching the shabby antique from him without a word. "I'm so sorry, I didn't realize what kind of antique it was. This piece is our shop's crown jewel, it's worth at least $1 million. Cradling the small bronze tripod Xin Feng had just picked up, the owner grinned as he quoted an exorbitant price. Xin Feng's immediate offer of 200,000 yuan conveyed two messages to the shopkeeper. First, Qin Feng was clearly wealthy, willing to fork over 200,000 yuan without batting an eye. Second, this guy clearly didn't know his stuff. He personally sourced this bronze tripod, it was a fake. How dare you jack up the price like that? You just quoted 20,000. Lin Liang, hearing the price quintuple on the spot, flat out refused. But the boss had set his sights on Qin Feng and wouldn't budge, insisting on 1 million. Qin Feng smiled faintly. So you're saying it absolutely has to be 1 million, not a penny less, right? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the owner clutched the item tightly and nodded emphatically. Fine. Since you refuse to budge, you won't get that 200,000 either. I don't want it. Let's go. Without even attempting to bargain, Qin Feng motioned for Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang to turn and leave. The boss was stunned by Qin Feng's move. He'd been counting on fleecing this sucker, but the moment he heard no deal at 200k, the customer turned and walked away completely outside his playbook. Watching the 200,000 yuan slip through his fingers, panic instantly seized the shop owner. Wait. Don't go. We can talk this over. I'll take 20,000. I'll sell it to you for 20,000. The owner clutched the antique in one hand and grabbed Qin Feng's arm with the other, refusing to let go. Qin Feng knew his plan had worked, and a faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I won't buy it for 200,000 either. I find your attitude quite poor. After saying this, Qin Feng still made as if to leave. No. I'll give you a discount, I'll sell it to you for 100,000. How about I throw in a few more antiques for free? The shopkeeper was now desperate, pleading incessantly with Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew his scheme had succeeded. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the tattered long sword hanging on the wall. Actually, I do like these weapons, but I like this tripod even more. Qin Feng muttered nonchalantly. Hearing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly took down the sword and thrust it into Qin Feng's hands. You can have both for 15,000. Deal? The shopkeeper was still hoping to squeeze out a little more profit. 10,000. If you keep haggling, I'm walking out right now. Qin Feng deliberately let his expression turn cold again. This time, the shopkeeper dared not push his luck and quickly agreed. Lin Liang eagerly paid up. The moment they stepped outside, Qin Feng tossed the bronze cauldron he'd bought for 100,000 yuan into a trash bin and turned his attention to admiring the ancient sword in his hand. Chapter 200, Entrusting the Family, Surrendering Power. Damn it. Qin, what the hell are you doing? This is the treasure we bought for 100,000 yuan. How could you just throw it away like that? The money-grubbing Lin Liang, seeing Qin Feng had actually waited for the bronze cauldron, rushed to the trash bin and pulled the antique out. Enough. It's just a pile of scrap metal, worthless. Qin Feng watched Lin Liang's miserly antics and shook his head with a wry smile. What? Fake? But we paid 100,000 for this. Lin Liang stared at the 10,000 yuan item in his hands, now dismissed as scrap metal by Qin Feng, and felt utterly devastated. The 100,000 yuan wasn't a huge sum to him. It was hard-earned money, and the thought of losing it stung like a knife. Lin Liang, you've been in business this long, you should have some sense by now. The real treasure is right here. Qin Feng drew the sword from its scabbard. Its gleam was sharp and fierce, as if it were a newly forged treasure. Brother Qin, you mean you were feinting east to strike west? The bronze cauldron was just to distract that shop owner? Our real target was this sword? Lin Liang was no fool. He instantly grasped the meaning behind Qin Feng's words. He rushed to Qin Feng's side, admiring the ancient sword in his hand. Though Lin Liang knew next to nothing about antiques, if Qin Feng said it was good, it couldn't be ordinary. After all, Qin Feng had scoured nearly the entire antique market earlier and hadn't found anything worth his attention. If this item had made him go to such lengths, it must be a rare treasure indeed. Brother Qin, how much do you think this sword is worth? Lin Liang stared greedily at the private room, his eyes practically glowing green. Let me tell you, this antique is priceless. Qin Feng smiled faintly, finally offering his answer. The moment Lin Liang heard this, he snatched the ancient sword into his own hands. Though he couldn't discern what made it so special, it felt utterly satisfying to hold. After all, it was a priceless treasure. Alright, let's keep wandering around. We've already found the piece de resistance. We'll just pick up a few more pieces to round out the collection. Qin Feng tossed the ancient sword to the bald-headed man and continued strolling through the antique market with Lin Liang. After all, the number of antiques required to enter the auction house was strictly regulated. With nearly half a day left, Qin Feng finally found a few more decent-looking antiques to meet the quota. Though the faint glow emanating from these new acquisitions couldn't compare to that of the ancient sword, they were still passable. Brother Qin, we've really loaded up with all these bags and packages. We'll really make a splash at the auction the day after tomorrow. Lin Liang and Wang followed behind Qin Feng, their arms laden with bags and bundles of their purchases. Thinking about the auction in 2 days, and recalling the priceless treasure Qin Feng had mentioned, Lin Liang, who always liked to act big, couldn't contain his excitement. You'd think they were inviting him to go show off in person. Alright. Hurry back and get ready properly. The auction the day after tomorrow won't be a simple affair. will likely face many challenges. Qin Feng got into the car and sighed softly. He wasn't as carefree as Lin Liang or Bald Wang. He knew the auction in 2 days' time was far from ordinary. Now, the conflicts between everyone had been laid bare. Qin Feng's arrival had shattered the decades-old family equilibrium in Xiahai City. As the instigator of this chaos at the auction in 2 days, he would not only face the Qin family, his old adversaries, but also the Han family, the true patriarchs of the city. This confrontation would be anything but easy. By the time the group finally made their way back to the villa, night had fallen. Before Qin Feng could speak at dinner, Lin Liang launched into a vivid, animated explanation of the remarkable qualities of these antiques. His incessant chatter made him sound like a seasoned expert to anyone unaware. After a bit more casual conversation that evening, everyone retired for the night. Early the next morning, just as Chu Yun rose to prepare for the upcoming auction, the Yan's car pulled up at the gate. Mr. Qin? Our patriarch, Mr. Yan, requests your presence to discuss tomorrow's arrangements. The driver who came to pick up Qin Feng spoke with great courtesy. Qin Feng had no reason to refuse such an invitation. For anyone else, a personal phone call would have been considered generous enough. But old Master Yan had sent someone personally to fetch him, clearly demonstrating how highly he regarded Qin Feng. Since he himself wanted to learn more about tomorrow's auction, he simply informed Mu Qing and got into the car. The car sped along at breakneck speed, and Qin Feng soon arrived at the Yin family villa. The moment he stepped into the living room, the scene before him caught him slightly off guard. He had assumed the old master merely wanted to chat, with perhaps Yin Shuer nearby to attend to him, serving tea and water. But upon entering the living room, he discovered a massive revolving table set up, with over a dozen people seated around it. Come, young friend Qin. These are all members of my Yin family. Today, let them get to know you. Yen Hasong, upon seeing Qin Feng, warmly took his hand. Forgetting all formalities, he pulled Qin Feng to sit beside him. Everyone, take a good look. This is the Qin Feng I've often spoken of. From now on, whatever he says in our Yin family is as good as my word. If anyone dares to disobey young Master Qin, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Yen Hasong's gaze swept over the dozen or so people seated at the table. His expression turned stern, causing those around him to tense up. They hurriedly nodded in agreement, and several even rose to pour wine for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. He knew full well the weight behind old Master Yen Hasong's words. This was practically equivalent to sharing the Yen family's entire estate with him. Upon reflection, Yen Hasong's words even placed Qin Feng's status above that of Yin Shuer, the heiress. Suddenly receiving such esteem from the patriarch left Qin Feng feeling utterly bewildered. But Yen Hasong kept holding his hand throughout the entire meal, leaving him no chance to pull away. Qin Feng forced himself to endure the meal, though throughout the entire meal, Yen Hasong didn't mention a single word about the auction. Instead, he spent the entire time emphasizing Qin Feng's importance to the Yen family. He repeatedly admonished and warned the others, declaring that anyone who disobeyed Qin Feng would be opposing the Yen family. This left the others feeling as though Qin Feng was the future heir of the Yen family. Only after the banquet concluded did the old patriarch pull Qin Feng and Yin Shuer into his study. Chapter 201, The Auction Begins. Old master, didn't you summon me today to discuss the auction? What's going on here? Once inside the study, with no one else present, Qin Feng voiced his confusion. The old patriarch merely glanced at Qin Feng, a faint smile playing on his lips, before pulling Yin Shuer to stand before him. Shuer, you will be the heir of the Yin family, the future head of the Yin household. But today, I must tell you something you must remember for the rest of your life. Whatever Qin Feng asks you to do, you must obey. Even if it means the Yin family's ruin and disgrace, you must spare no effort. Yen Hasong's words carried immense weight, almost as if he were handing the Yin family over to Qin Feng. Yin Shuer merely nodded in response. Old master, what exactly do you mean by this? I truly don't understand. If there's something you need, just say it plainly. Qin Feng was thoroughly bewildered by Yen Hasong's maneuvers. He had clearly given the old man the elixir. Living another decade shouldn't be a problem. Why was he suddenly making these arrangements now? Qin Feng, many families will attend tomorrow's auction. At our level, pure friendship is rare. Everything is driven by interests. You may well receive more generous offers, but I assure you, no other family will ever place such trust in you as the Yin family does. Yen Hasong's words were deliberately vague, yet Qin Feng grasped their meaning instantly. In short, a Han family more powerful than the Yans would be making an appearance at tomorrow's auction. Although Qin Feng and the Qin family were now locked in an irreconcilable conflict, the Han family, upon recognizing his formidable potential, would inevitably seek to court him, perhaps even offering to help him confront his own clan. For them, there were only permanent interests, no permanent enemies. Yen Hasong intended to warn Qin Feng, no matter how formidable the Han family might be, they would never be as reliable as the Yin family. He was laying his cards on the table for Qin Feng. Old master, I understand your meaning perfectly. You help me eliminate the Qin family, and I help you bring down the Han family. That's our deal, set in stone, it will never change. Qin Feng smiled as he addressed the old man, effectively putting his mind at ease. With Qin Feng's assurance, Yan Hasong finally relaxed, a faint smile spreading across his face. Ah, what a pity you're already married. Otherwise, I truly consider marrying my granddaughter to you. Yan Hasong nodded with a chuckle, finally managing to squeeze out those words. Yan Shuer, standing nearby, heard this but didn't speak up to refute it. Qin Feng thought to himself, isn't this just another Ling Moran? And if old man Yan Hasong went on to suggest she could be a concubine, it would truly leave Qin Feng utterly embarrassed. With that thought, Qin Feng just wanted to get out of there fast. Alright, old man, I understand your meaning perfectly. I'll be waiting for you at home tomorrow morning. Qin Feng clasped his fists in farewell. The old man smiled and nodded, letting out a soft sigh before Qin Feng departed. After leaving the Yan residence, Qin Feng sat in his car, lost in deep thought. Yan Hasong's concerns were justified. His goal was nothing more than eliminating the Qin family as a potential threat. But if the Han family agreed to stop sheltering the Qins and instead helped Qin Feng eliminate them, then with his influence, it would likely take less than 3 days for the Qin family to be destroyed and driven out of Shanghai City. This prospect was deeply tempting to Qin Feng. But if the Han family could truly do such a thing, they would not hesitate to turn on him themselves when faced with greater interests in the future. This wasn't finding an ally at all, it was planting a ticking time bomb beside him. Rather than risking a partnership with such people, it would be wiser to stick with the Yan family. Progress might be slower, but Qin Feng wouldn't have to worry about them stabbing him in the back. Returning to the villa, afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. He picked up his daughter from school, and the family enjoyed a harmonious evening together. Their newly opened pharmaceutical factory was booming, business was booming, and the family had finally found some stability. Under the lamplight, Lin Liang had already begun polishing his gleaming leather shoes, preparing to make an appearance at tomorrow's auction. This kid was great in every way, but he just couldn't shake that bad habit of loving to show off. Even having risen to his current position, he still craved that sense of vanity. But everyone had their little quirks, and he couldn't be bothered to say anything. Early the next morning, the Yan family's car arrived punctually to pick them up. Lin Liang wore an expensive suit, 2 gold rings, and a large, gleaming gold watch. His leather shoes reflected the morning sun. Brother Qin, if I show up at the auction dressed like this, don't you think they'll all think I'm loaded? Lin Liang sat in the car, grinning from ear to ear. Both Wang Ping and Qin Feng stared out the window, paying no attention whatsoever to the guy's chatter. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the auction venue and met up with the Yan family. Before them stood a towering hotel, but today it had been entirely reserved for this grand auction. Mr. Qin, you're finally here. Let's go inside. The moment Yan Hasong saw Qin Feng, a warm smile spread across his face as he warmly took hold of his hand. The elder and the younger man walked in together, leaving Yan Shuer no choice but to follow close behind Yan Hasong. Inside, Lin Liang's flashy attire certainly drew a lot of attention. But the glances were not admiring, they carried a hint of disgust. Everyone here was wealthy, yet dressed plainly. Even those leaning on canes had only gemstones inlaid on them, a taste for understated luxury. Lin Liang, glittering from head to toe, looked like a complete nouveau riche to everyone else. Yet Lin Liang remained oblivious, actually relishing the sensation of being stared at. Guided by Yan Hisong, Qin Feng handed over all 10 of his antiques to official custody. All items appeared normal until they reached the ancient sword. Even the appraisal experts frowned, clearly perplexed. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Feng asked him, speaking calmly. This sword is indeed ancient and authentic, but I can't discern anything special about it. I'm considering whether it qualifies for auction. The appraisers scrutinized the sword repeatedly, utterly perplexed. Mr. Qin was personally invited by Yan Hasong. I vouch for his items, absolutely no issues. Yan Hasong spoke with authority, vouching for Qin Feng outright. Upon hearing that old master Yan Hasong himself had come, the appraiser dared not say more. But Qin Feng didn't bother correcting the appraiser's lack of expertise. Today, he intended to rely entirely on this ancient sword to make a grand display of his prowess and awe the crowd. Chapter 202, The Deadweight. As attendees filed in one by one, everyone took their seats and the lights dimmed. Being in auction, everyone remained exceptionally quiet. Over there are the Han family and the Qin family. Old Master Yan Hasong leaned close to Qin Feng's ear, pointing toward the distant seats as he offered the reminder. Though the lighting was dim, Qin Feng's eyesight was flawless. From afar, he could see a middle-aged man seated on the platform, radiating a steady presence. What surprised him slightly was that the man was also staring in his direction. Snap! Bright lights illuminated the elevated stage, drawing everyone's attention. The host appeared on stage holding a microphone. Good evening, distinguished guests. Welcome to today's auction. Without further ado, let's bring out the first item. Though the auctioneer appeared relaxed, he was actually nervous as hell inside. After all, he was facing the most influential figures in Shanghai City. A single word from any one of them could make him vanish from Shanghai City. He dared not waste words, fearing to offend these powerful figures, and plunged straight into the proceedings. As his words concluded, the red cloth was pulled away, revealing a blue and white porcelain vase on the stage. Anyone familiar with antiques knew that porcelain held the highest value in the collectibles world. As the host introduced it, the audience learned this was a narrow-necked, wide-bellied jade-like vase from the imperial kilns of the Song dynasty. Under the pure white lights, this porcelain artifact, having endured 1,000 years, still radiated a jade-like luster. Its pristine jade-like hue resembled the skin of a young maiden. Even from its appearance alone, this porcelain vase was clearly priceless. This piece comes from the Qin family collection. Starting bid, 7 million. The auctioneer's words elicited gasps from the entire audience. Seated in the audience, the members of the Qin family wore satisfied smiles. After all, this was a tribute to their family's prestige, their moment to shine. They had exerted considerable effort to secure this vase for the auction, eager to make a splash. The Li family bids 8 million. The moment the auctioneer finished speaking, a bid came from the crowd. The bidding Li family was on relatively friendly terms with the Qins, and this bid was a significant show of respect. For the first 10 minutes, none of the major clans had spoken, leaving only the minor families to bid. While this auction served as an opportunity for major clans to showcase their strength and attract smaller clans to align with them. But the major clans weren't junk collectors. Not every minor clan was worthy of their patronage. Thus, these smaller families eagerly demonstrated their capabilities in the early stages. This served as an opportunity for mutual evaluation. When the bidding reached 37 million, the major clans finally signaled their intent to enter the fray. First up was the Chu family, longtime collaborators with the Yin family. The Chu family offers 40 million. The Qin family bids 50 million. The true contest among the great families had only just begun. In truth, though this antique was exceptionally valuable, its current price far exceeded its worth. Even the finest Song dynasty porcelain vase would fetch no more than 20 million, and only if encountered by a passionate collector willing to pay such an exorbitant price. Yet now the bidding had reached 50 million, with no sign of slowing down. This was the true bidding phase. It wasn't until old Yen beside him shouted the staggering price of 100 million that the auction for this item finally concluded. Truthfully, everyone knew this item was nowhere near worth that amount. Yet Yen Hasong remained utterly unfazed as he shouted that figure, prompting whispers among the surrounding families. I heard the Yen family recently partnered with someone named Xin Feng. They've taken over the pharmaceutical market in no time. Pretty impressive. Exactly. I heard about that too. And the Yen family was already the second-ranked major clan. Now that they've taken over the pharmaceutical market, they must be incredibly powerful. Should we consider aligning ourselves with the Yen family? Some lesser clans had already begun whispering among themselves about Yen Hasong's bid to secure the antique. After all, this was truly astonishing for them. Especially when Yen Hasong announced that astronomical price, he didn't even bat an eye. The formidable presence radiating from the old patriarch made everyone sense his immense confidence. Alright, the final winner of this porcelain piece is Mr. Yen of the Yen family. We now present the next item, a bronze tripod with 2 handles. The auctioneer here was merely a tool, not daring to draw attention to himself, simply providing a straightforward introduction to the item before them. This piece comes from the Chu family's collection, a bronze tripod with 2 handles. Starting bid, 5 million. As the auctioneer announced the starting bid, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. After all, the Qin family ranked 4th among the clans. While the Chu family was 3rd, they were still at least 1 tier above them. Earlier, the Qin family's item had a starting bid of 7 million. Now the Chu family brings out a bronze tripod, starting at 5 million, a full 2 million less than the Qin families. This was nothing short of slapping themselves in the face. Yen Hasong immediately turned to glare at the Chu family members, his eyes burning with resentment. He'd spent a fortune building these connections, only for the Chu family to step in and undo all his hard work. They were nothing but a liability. Under Yen Hasong's glare, the Chu family members all lowered their heads, not a single one daring to meet his gaze. This outcome, however, was entirely within Qin Feng's expectations. Ever since the incident with Chu Chao last time, he had seen through them. The Chu family was fundamentally complacent and unambitious. They were perfectly content with their current position as the 3rd-ranked family. All they wanted now was to live their quiet little lives without meddling in others' affairs, a rather petty mindset. Therefore, the Qin family, a clan not particularly powerful to begin with, was willing to invest heavily in purchasing antiques just to make a name for themselves at this auction. But the Chu family hadn't given this auction a second thought. They were merely going through the motions. Although bronze cauldrons predate porcelain by centuries. But there's an unwritten rule in the antique world: the more valuable an item is, the more its worth increases over time. The less valuable it is, the less its worth changes over time. It's like an old peasant's cracked clay bowl. You could collect it for centuries, and it would still be worthless junk. This bronze cauldron is so crudely made it can't hold a candle to the porcelain the Qin family brought out. This bunch of bastards. I just wasted 100 million. Yen Hasong sat beside Chu Yun, his expression unchanged, but his fists clenched tightly, his anger undiminished. The old man's fine, I've got his back. Relax. Xin Feng glanced at Yen Hasong and chuckled under his breath. Chapter 203, Putting on Airs. He harbored no expectations whatsoever for the Chu family. In truth, he didn't even expect the Yen family to produce anything truly remarkable. The treasure sword he had discovered was already sufficient to outshine all other treasures. Moreover, Qin Feng was utterly certain that within the entire city of Xiahai, there was likely no other treasure that could match his own. Rest assured, old man. Do you really think Qin Feng is exaggerating? Qin Feng saw through the old man's feigned toughness and kept reassuring him. Seeing the faint smile on Qin Feng's face, Yin Hasong sighed softly and chose not to press the matter further. After all, he knew Qin Feng well, a man shrouded in mystery, yet once he made a promise, he delivered with near-perfect reliability. Qin Feng's words lifted the old man's spirits, and he began bidding aggressively on the next few antiques. But it must be noted that the Chu family had prepared 10 antiques, each one inferior to the last. The old man's lavish spending was precisely to balance out the Chu family's missteps. The Chu family's offerings had left both the Han and Qin families inwardly seething with frustration. They only needed to bid on a few pieces to achieve an impact far surpassing the Yan's display. Though the old patriarch was doing his utmost to salvage the situation, the crowd's favor still leaned heavily toward the Han and Qin families. As the auction neared its end, the host announced a 2-hour intermission. After all, the auction was scheduled to last all day, and attendees needed time to rest and have lunch. The finest antiques were saved as the grand finale, to be presented during the second half. The hotel had prepared meals in the main hall for attendees, providing an opportunity for discussion and networking. The two Yin family granddaughters, Qin Feng and his group, along with the Chu family members, sat at one table. The Chu family members remained silent, their patriarch's face dark and sullen. Is this how your Chu family conducts business? Do you think if the Han and Qin families rise to power and our Yin family falls behind, your Chu family will fare any better? Yin Hasong's words carried a hint of anger, yet each point was undeniably valid, leaving the Chu family members unable to refute him. Qin Feng, seated nearby, remained silent. He could see that although the Chu family didn't argue and privately agreed with the patriarch's words, they would still proceed as planned. For they harbored no genuine spirit of cooperation. Their allegiance to the patriarch was solely to secure their position as the second-ranked family. Even if Old Master Yen truly fell to the Han and Qin families, the Chu family would at worst slip from 3rd to 4th place. To them, this was utterly insignificant. Old Master Yen could see right through their thoughts and felt no need to waste breath on a pointless argument. Just as the tension here began to ease, the Han family stirred up trouble. Qin Feng had barely taken 2 bites of his meal when Qin Huaihai, an old acquaintance, approached him. Mr. Qin, our boss, Han Yuchen, requests your presence. He'd like to have a word with you. Qin Huaihai extended the invitation to Qin Feng, not even acknowledging Old Master Yen with a glance. Today's auction had filled him with confidence, making him feel as though the Qin family was already soaring high. He had crushed Old Master Yen's momentum, even feeling as if he was on the verge of surpassing the Yen family. Old Master, I'll go see what he wants to say. Qin Feng first sought confirmation from Yin Hasong. The elder nodded, and only then did he rise. His apparent humility was entirely to reassure Old Master Yen. After all, the auction setback had left their side demoralized, creating a prime opportunity for rivals to court their allegiance. Moreover, Yin Hasong had already voiced such concerns. Qin Feng deliberately sought Yin Hasong's opinion first, ensuring the old man knew he remained loyal to the Yin family. If the old man shook his head and said it was unacceptable, Qin Feng would absolutely refrain from any private communication with the Han family. But since the old master trusted him, he couldn't afford to appear petty at this moment. After giving the old man a reassuring glance, Qin Feng finally stepped toward the Han family's table. Upon reaching the table, he didn't bother with excessive pleasantries toward Han Yuchen. He simply sat down. Han Yuchen, dressed in a suit, merely glanced up at Qin Feng once, his knife and fork never pausing. So you're that Qin Feng? You're the one daring to oppose both the Han and Qin families? You've got some nerve. Han Yuchen's tone was condescending, dripping with contempt. He clearly held no regard for Qin Feng. From his tone, Qin Feng instantly understood that this guy had absolutely no intention of courting him. Kid, you've got some nerve. A country bumpkin from another city, daring to challenge us major clans? Don't you want to live? Han Yuchen finally looked up at Qin Feng, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Qin Feng stared right back at Han Yuchen, his eyes showing no trace of retreat or fear. Kid, I know about your grudge with the Qin family. Now get back to your Zhongbei city. I'll settle your score with them, wipe the slate clean. Han Yuchen frowned at Qin Feng, who stood before him without fear, laying out his terms. This statement drew murmurs of dissent from the Qin family members present. They had no intention of letting Qin Feng off so easily. But Han Yuchen was, after all, the head of Xiahai City's foremost family. His word was law, and the weight of his authority silenced the Qins, who dared not interject. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly at Han Yuchen's ultimatum. Sorry, I can't accept your terms. Besides, I have no intention of leaving Xiahai City. Qin Feng's face showed utter indifference as he flatly refused Han Yuchen. Hearing Qin Feng's refusal, Han Yuchen's face twisted into a cold smile. Kid, you think I'm trying to recruit you? Han Yuchen abruptly shifted topics, firing off this unexpected question. Xin Feng didn't respond, but he could already sense the hostility radiating from Han Yuchen. You saw today's auction. The Yen family you rely on isn't even a match for me. To think my Han family would recruit a worthless nobody like you? You're seriously overestimating yourself. Han Yuchen wiped the corner of his mouth, his expression toward Xin Feng dripping with contempt. Beside him, Xin Huaihai wore a cold smile, his eyes brimming with scorn for Xin Feng. Far from angered by their mockery, Xin Feng's face actually softened into a faint smile. Han Yuchen, right? The truth is, you called me here because you're already scared. If you're so confident in your victory, why bother trying to persuade me? The moment Xin Feng spoke, Han Yuchen's brow furrowed, and he opened his mouth to retort. Enough, Han Yuchen. No need for empty words. This afternoon's auction will prove whether I have the capability to stand against you. Chapter 204, Pushing It Too Far. Xin Feng's attitude was utterly arrogant. He tossed out those words, rose, and walked away with a flourish, not even glancing back or acknowledging Han Yuchen's reaction. Watching Xin Feng's retreating figure, Han Yuchen felt utterly speechless and seething with frustration. Throughout all of Shanghai City, who didn't know Han Yuchen's status and standing? Across the entire city, who dared speak to him like this? Who dared address him by name? Yet this Xin Feng, who came from some backwater town, didn't even consider Han Yuchen a figure worth acknowledging. I told you, Boss Han. This Xin Feng is utterly arrogant, nothing but a country bumpkin begging for a beating. We absolutely cannot let him off the hook. We must teach him a lesson he won't forget, so he understands the standing of the Han family in Shanghai City. Xin Huaihai stoked the flames relentlessly, desperate for the Han family's fury to crush Xin Feng completely. He certainly didn't want to see Xin Feng actually bow to the Han family and let this conflict fade away. Their hatred for Xin Feng had reached its peak. They wanted nothing less than to tear him limb from limb and devour him alive. That insignificant Xin Feng, relying on the second-ranked Yin family, dares to ride roughshod over me. I'll make him regret it bitterly. Han Yuchen glared at Xin Feng's retreating figure, grinding his molars so hard they creaked. After leaving Han Yuchen's table, Xin Feng returned to old master Yen Hassan's side. Though the old man trusted Xin Feng, he had still pricked up his ears to listen to the commotion over there. The two tables were not far apart, and with Xin Feng's passionate, resonant voice, every word reached Yen Hassan's ears. Young Qin, you needn't fear him. With this old man by your side, I'll make sure they don't dare touch you. Yen Hassan hurriedly poured Xin Feng a cup of tea. Xin Feng's recent actions had completely dispelled any lingering doubts in his mind. He knew the enmity between Xin Feng and the Qin family was irreconcilable. Moreover, given his attitude toward Han Yuchen just now, the two could never become allies. He knew Han Yuchen's character all too well. Having long occupied a position of power, Han Yuchen had become a tyrant in Shanghai City, acting with utter recklessness. Yet today, Xin Feng's actions showed he didn't regard him as anything special. Given Han Yuchen's temperament, he would undoubtedly be consumed by a thirst for revenge. Rest assured, old man. You should know what kind of man I am. Since I pledged to oppose the Han family, I won't relent until my goal is achieved. Xin Feng lifted his teacup, took a small sip, and spoke with a smile. Yen Hassan felt no fear toward the Han family. He was a self-made man, bold and decisive. His only regret was not being born decades earlier. Had he come into the world 20 years sooner, even the Han family would have been trampled underfoot. Thus, despite the Han family's top ranking, old Master Yen had never harbored fear in his heart. Had it been otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Xin Feng's request to join forces against them. Rest assured, this afternoon's auction will show them just how formidable we are. Xin Feng held his teacup and spoke again, a faint smile playing on his lips. Now, young friend Qin, what sort of grand finale treasure have you prepared to inspire such confidence? The old man couldn't help but feel curious, seeing Xin Feng's unwavering confidence. He'd heard Xin Feng making such assurances repeatedly since the morning auction. Even with his typically steady temperament, the old man found himself deeply intrigued. It's that ancient sword you helped me secure earlier. What true secrets it holds we'll find out this afternoon. Xin Feng didn't elaborate further, choosing instead to keep the old man guessing. After all, he couldn't very well explain how he'd infused his spiritual energy into his eyes to see the faint glow. Even if he did, the old man wouldn't grasp the subtleties involved. The two enjoyed a most pleasant meal together, and the old man had now confirmed Xin Feng's reliability. The afternoon auction commenced swiftly, and tensions among the competing houses had reached a fever pitch. Han Yuchen sat at a distance, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The rage blazing in his eyes seemed capable of reducing Xin Feng to ashes. The same auctioneer from the morning maintained his earlier demeanor, mechanically introducing the antiques as they were brought out. During the afternoon auction, the Han and Qin families went all out, bidding relentlessly. Nearly every antique that came up was secured by them. Xin Feng had been holding back the old man, preventing him from bidding, so 2 hours passed without a single bid from their side. The gazes of the surrounding crowd began to gravitate toward the Han family. In just 2 or 3 short hours, they had already spent billions. Such extravagance was likely unmatched in all of Xia. Only the Qin family possessed such financial might. He basked in the admiring gazes around him, savoring the respect directed his way. Though his expression remained composed, maintaining that same calm and collected demeanor. But deep down, his heart was already trembling. After all, this was cash that had to be produced immediately, not some abstract figure of personal assets. Pulling out billions at once far exceeded his budget for the day. The Chin family beside him was going all in, bidding relentlessly. The entire afternoon felt like it had become their private arena. Young Master Chin, what's the meaning of this? Why won't you let me bid? The situation is completely tilting in favor of the Han family now. If this keeps up, won't we have come here for nothing? The old patriarch knew Chin Feng must have a trump card up his sleeve. This trump card was hidden far too deeply, leaving the old patriarch feeling uneasy. Truthfully, Chin Feng himself was puzzled. Based on the sequence of antique appearances, the later treasures had higher starting bids. Yet when Chin Feng's ancient sword entered the auction, even several appraisers dismissed it. Logically, it should have been pulled out long ago as filler. Yet its prolonged absence now had Chin Feng growing increasingly suspicious. Even as the auction drew to a close and the host stepped up to take his bow, that ancient sword still hadn't made an appearance. Young friend, what on earth is going on here? The old man was now visibly flustered. He had placed immense trust in Chin Feng, but this outcome left him thoroughly dissatisfied. Even Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang beside him were losing their composure. After all, that ancient sword had taken the three of them considerable time and effort to finally locate. Now it vanished without even making it to the stage. How could anyone tolerate that? The auctioneer finished his closing remarks, bowed, and prepared to step down. The businessmen who had attended the auction were now rising one after another, preparing to depart. Chin Feng's brow furrowed. Unable to contain himself any longer, he abruptly leapt to his feet. Hold on. Chapter 205, Imperial Sword. Chin Feng's thunderous shout echoed jarringly throughout the auction hall, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. Chin Feng, the auction has concluded. Your family clearly lacks the strength to match ours. What mischief are you still plotting? Han Yuchen, assuming Chin Feng was desperate in lashing out, couldn't resist speaking up. The small business owners attending the auction also shot him disdainful glances. The Han family's lavish spending had already left them utterly stunned. They now tacitly acknowledged the Han family as the most formidable force and had already made up their minds to align themselves with this powerful clan. To become part of the Han faction, one must first oppose Chin Feng and the Yen family. Facing the collective disdainful stares, the old patriarch's expression grew noticeably uneasy. While he didn't fear the Han family's colossal power, he dreaded becoming the target of everyone's hostility. If the Han family chose to confront him, he could at least put up a fight and avoid being completely overwhelmed. But if all the major and minor factions in Shadowy City united against him, that would be the day the Yen family vanished from Shadowy City entirely. I'm reporting unfair practices at this auction. Why wasn't the antique Chin Feng, prepared to auction present? Chin Feng saw no point in beating around the bush with the Han family. He cut straight to the chase, voicing his concern. The host merely smiled faintly upon hearing the question, showing no trace of panic. Clearly, he was well aware of the situation. Meanwhile, Han Yuchen, standing nearby, heard Chin Feng's protest and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Enough. That worthless ancient sword of yours, who knows what junkyard it was dug up from, and you expect it to be worthy of appearing here? Han Yuchen's words instantly sent Chin Feng's temper flaring. Sure enough, these guys had colluded behind the scenes, deliberately passing his item early on. Seeing the host's contemptuous expression, it was clear that the Han family had stolen the spotlight today. They'd all but decided no one could rival the Han family. Chin Feng, this sudden interloper, was likely nothing more than a clown to be dismissed. Therefore, they paid no heed to Chin Feng's thoughts, acting entirely on their own initiative. Mr. Chin, your ancient sword has already been examined by over a dozen experts in succession. Their conclusion is that the item's value is simply insufficient to warrant a place on this auction stage. Therefore, we felt it unnecessary to waste everyone's time and decided to remove it from the auction early. Though the host's words were polite, his tone carried a distinct hint of contempt. Those around him also began commenting on Chin Feng's performance. That kid is such an embarrassment. The thing he brought out isn't even worthy of being on the auction block. How humiliating. Exactly. How did someone like this even get in here? Look at those two with him, they're dragging down our reputation. It was a case of everyone piling on when the going got tough, and people even started pointing fingers at the individuals accompanying Chin Feng. They knew the Yen family's fortunes had peaked. Though they dared not openly attack Old Master Yen, they directed all their fire at Chin Feng. For they were all well aware of the deep-seated feud between Chin Feng and both the Han and Chin families. Now, whoever displayed the most hostility toward Chin Feng stood to gain greater favor with the Han family. Get lost already. Stop embarrassing yourself. That's right, get lost. Go crawl back to your little town. Shadowy City isn't a place for scum like you. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly heated, launching personal attacks at Chin Feng. Yen Hasong, standing nearby, couldn't just stand by and watch. Chin Feng held no standing here, these people wouldn't even get a chance to speak. But he still held some authority in Shanghai City. With a stern expression, he stepped forward. "Shut up, all of you. This is an auction, not your company meeting. Let young Master Qin speak." Yen Hasong's thunderous roar silenced everyone except Han Yuchen, whose expression remained unchanged. Qin Feng's gaze swept over this crowd of turncoats, and he gave a cold snort. "Summon your appraiser. Bring my ancient sword up here." Qin Feng's expression darkened to the extreme, his voice icy cold. He used the word bring when addressing those so-called appraisers, yet employed present when referring to his own ancient sword. The very phrasing dripped with contempt for these so-called appraisal experts. Though the host held Qin Feng in utter contempt, he dared not utter a single word of refusal to Yen Hasong's command. Under Qin Feng's watchful gaze, over a dozen experts filed in one after another, and the ancient sword was brought forward. The crowd, who had already dispersed and departed, now halted in their tracks and returned to their original seats. After all, this was a rare spectacle. While everyone knew the Han and Yen families were at odds, during the annual auction, both sides usually restrained themselves and avoided major incidents. This time, Qin Feng had become the spark, marking the first genuine confrontation between the Yen and Han families. "Young man, we don't deny that this ancient sword is indeed an antique, but we cannot determine its exact age. Even if we could, it's merely an ordinary forged blade, nothing of significant value." Several experts pushed their glasses up their noses and began lecturing Qin Feng. "Oh, is that so? Your claim that this piece holds no value only exposes your own lack of expertise." Qin Feng wasted no time on pleasantries. As he spoke, he strode onto the stage and picked up the sword from the table. With that, he drew the blade from its scabbard. Though the surrounding light was dim, the blade gleamed with a cold, piercing brilliance, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The rarity of this sword is such that even across the entire city of Shanghai, or even the entire nation, it would be difficult to find another like it. Qin Feng held the sword aloft, his resonant voice echoing throughout every corner of the auction hall. Everyone stared at Qin Feng in stunned silence, as if gazing at a cute little thing. Has this guy lost his mind? I agree. Probably got too shaken up today and just lost his mind. The crowd below the stage watched Qin Feng as if he were a cute little thing. For the value he mentioned, this item must be at least national treasure level. But such a treasure, how could it possibly end up in Qin Feng's hands? After all, in their eyes, Qin Feng was nothing more than a country bumpkin from out of town. His very presence at this auction was only thanks to the favor of Elder Yen Hasong. "You blind fools! How could you possibly recognize this as an imperial sword?" Qin Feng roared, his wrist jerking violently. Iron filings suddenly fluttered down from the hilt, revealing 4 dazzling characters. Imperial Sword. Chapter 206, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Qin Feng's resounding shout left everyone around him dumbfounded. Then, a wave of loud laughter erupted. Everyone stared at Qin Feng as if they were all eager to see a cute little thing. Spectators in the stands laughed until they clutched their sides, while even Yen and Song beside him turned pale. Qin Feng's words were truly shocking. Han Yuchen, whose face had been as cold as ice, now let out a faint, chilling smile. "I knew he was a bumpkin. Where did he even get that piece of junk? Calling it an imperial sword. Absolutely ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous." Han Yuchen's voice boomed loudly, his heart bursting with glee at the unexpected turn of events. Watching Qin Feng's deranged behavior, he felt certain of victory. He even felt confident enough to take action against the Yen family after today's auction. Facing the barrage of scornful remarks, Qin Feng remained silent, offering no defense. These people were mere amateurs. Arguing any point with them would be utterly pointless. They were filled with malice toward him from the start. Anything he said now would only lead to pointless arguments. After the iron filings settled, the words "extremely fair" were revealed. Though the crowd scoffed, the dozen or so experts behind them were stunned. These spectators only knew how to sneer at Qin Feng, they had no clue whether an antique was genuine or not. But the experts in the back weren't there for nothing. They had no ties to these families, and at their level of expertise, they instantly recognized quality antiques when they saw them. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly agitated, hurling insults at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, however, turned to the dozen or so experts behind him, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Well, gentlemen, what do you make of this? I suppose you could enlighten everyone now?" At Qin Feng's prompting, the experts nodded emphatically. Their eyes now held a faint mix of admiration and apology toward Qin Feng. "Everyone, please quiet down. Quiet down." The most authoritative elder among the experts stepped onto the stage and spoke, and the crowd fell silent. "Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, we must apologize to Mr. Qin. It was our misidentification that caused him this trouble. Following our second appraisal, we can now confirm with near certainty that this item is undoubtedly genuine." The veteran expert's voice echoed throughout the auction hall, leaving everyone stunned. The once boisterous auction hall, filled with shouts and curses, now fell into a deathly silence. Thinking some might not have understood, the senior expert repeated himself, his voice even louder than before. "I mean, this imperial sword is genuine." The old expert's words echoed through the auction hall once more, leaving everyone stunned. "Holy, this is actually real. This must be a national treasure. Damn, this is too surreal. This is actually real? Could these old experts have misjudged it? The crowd in the seats was now completely dumbfounded. No one had anticipated such a dramatic reversal. Even Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang on one side, along with Yen Husong and Yen Shuer, were all dumbfounded. They had only heard Qin Feng say this sword was undoubtedly priceless, no mistake about it. But none of them imagined it would be worth this much. Old man, didn't my brother Qin tell you about this beforehand? With a treasure like this, why bother bringing it to auction at all? Lin Liang stared blankly at the cigarette box, stammering out a few complaints. Yet the pain in his eyes was plain to see. Such a treasure couldn't possibly be measured in monetary terms, yet Qin Feng had brought it to the auction today. If someone else bought it, they'd be losing out big time. But Lin Liang remained Lin Liang. He could only think this far, failing to foresee the even more brilliant move. Meanwhile, the old man beside him, who shared his heartache, wore a rare smile. After all, today had been nothing but a series of unpleasant events since morning, and the old man's expression hadn't been good for a single moment. Yet now, the smile on his face was utterly uncontrollable. In stark contrast, Han Yuchen, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now wore a far less pleasant expression. The old man paid no heed to Ling Liang's worries, for he had finally grasped Qin Feng's strategy. With the Han family riding high, he had to keep demonstrating his strength to uphold the authority he'd built. If Qin Feng brought out such a treasure and they immediately fell silent, then the tens of billions the Han family spent today would all be wasted, the effect lost. But the real dilemma was this: if the Han family were to actually put up such a treasure for auction, how much money would be appropriate? That was the thorny problem now placed squarely on their shoulders. Alright, now that everyone has confirmed its authenticity, let's proceed with our auction. Qin Feng merely glanced over as the veteran experts barked orders at the auctioneer. This fellow, who had previously paid Qin Feng no mind whatsoever, now became cautious and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Mr. Qin, what do you think would be a suitable starting bid for this item? The auctioneer looked at the priceless sword with a troubled expression as he asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. With so many experts here, why ask me instead of them? With that, Qin Feng tossed the difficult question back to the experts. Several elderly scholars scrutinized the object before them, scratching their heads and stroking their beards, unable to come up with a definitive figure. After much deliberation, they finally gathered around Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, after preliminary estimates, we've arrived at a figure. Would you consider 10 billion appropriate? The senior expert addressed Qin Feng cautiously, his tone laced with hesitation. They feared that if anything went wrong, Qin Feng might speak up again and drive the price up, which would leave them all red-faced. But Qin Feng wasn't the type to push his advantage. Since they'd changed their approach, he saw no need to be aggressive. He nodded slowly. After all, the item belonged to him. No matter the starting bid, they could always outbid the Han family. After settling the price through their discussion, the auction proceeded. The 10 billion yuan starting bid drew gasps from the surrounding audience. It was an astronomical figure, after all. I'm sure the sum is mere pocket change for the Han family. Exactly. I'm considering joining the Han family myself, and I'm confident they have the resources to match. The surrounding crowd kept hyping up the Han family, making Han Yuchen's face turn grim. He now truly embodied the meaning of being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Chapter 207, Complete Defeat. Alright, we'll now begin the auction for the final antique. Starting bid, 10 billion. The auctioneer's booming voice echoed throughout the hall as he held the microphone aloft. The moment he finished speaking, all eyes turned to the Han family. It felt as though if Han Yuchen didn't bid now, he'd be letting everyone down. 10 billion, 100 million. After agonizing for a long time, Han Yuchen finally uttered his bid with a grim expression. Gone was his earlier air of financial might. This time, his bid increased by a mere 10 million. This bid left the crowd of fervent Han family supporters around him momentarily stunned. What's going on? How can such a fantastic item only get a 10 million yuan increase? What do you know? This must be Mr. Han's strategy. I'm sure he'll get his hands on it. The Han family's supporters still clung to hope for the Qin family, offering themselves constant reassurance. 110 million. Yen Husong followed Han Yuchen's lead, immediately raising the bid. All morning, Han Yuchen had been running the show, putting on a personal spectacle where he'd simply shout out bids whenever an antique came up. He tossed out vast sums of money as if drinking water, earning immense prestige. But now it was Elder Yan's time to shine. If the Han family couldn't match this bid, Yen Husong would still emerge victorious today. Han Yuchen glared at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with hatred. He had been pushed to this point and truly didn't know what to do. With billions already spent, he had no remaining leverage to compete with Yen Husong over this piece. And judging by Yen Husong's stance, he was clearly prepared to go all the way. Mr. Han, if it really doesn't work out, perhaps we should just let this item go. Qin Huaihai, noticing the anguish in Han Yuchen's eyes, leaned closer and spoke softly. Even if I can't have this item, I will absolutely make the Yin family pay the price. Han Yuchen knew defeat was inevitable, but he intended to lose with dignity. Since old Master Yen was determined to win this item, it would keep driving up the price all the way to tens of billions, forcing the Yen family to bleed. That way, even if he lost, the Yens would pay a price. At least it would bring him some measure of satisfaction. No matter how high old Master Yen bid, Han Yuchen would only raise it by 10 million each time, clearly just to annoy him. 50 billion. Yen Hasong bellowed, uttering a staggering figure. The moment his voice faded, Han Yuchen's direction echoed with a new bid, just as before. 50 billion, 10 million. Han Yuchen wore a cold smile. His intentions as obvious as the proverbial Sima Zhao's heart, known to all. Yet when his words faded, the auction hall fell into a deathly silence. Old Master Yen, who had been relentlessly bidding moments before, now closed his mouth quietly. Beside him, Qin Feng wore a faint smile. Han Yuchen, who had maintained his smile throughout the silence, was now dumbfounded. Yen Hasong, Qin Feng, keep bidding. Han Yuchen glared at the silent pair, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists tightly. Qin Feng observed his flustered, furious expression and offered a faint smile. Since Mr. Han is so fond of this ancient sword, we've decided to part with it reluctantly and let you have it. Qin Feng's simple statement delivered a devastating blow to Han Yuchen. The surrounding audience weren't naive fools. They had seen through the entire scheme. First off, Han Yuchen never intended to buy this antique. His relentless bidding was pure malice, designed to bleed the Yen family dry. Little did he expect to be outmaneuvered by the Yen family and Qin Feng. Not only did he fail to make the Yen family pay, but he ended up bleeding money himself. To the crowd, this behavior represented far more than mere financial loss. They felt that the respected Mr. Han they admired had been utterly outmaneuvered and humiliated. Now, everyone's gaze toward him was filled with peculiarity. 50 billion 100 million. Going once. 50 billion 100 million. Going once. 50 billion 100 million. Going once. As the auctioneer's repeated words concluded, the wooden gavel struck the table with a resounding thud, signaling the end of the bidding. Han Yuchen now found himself in a predicament. The events of the day had already consumed nearly 10 billion in cash. Demanding such a massive sum outright would strain even his formidable Han family to its limits. Qin Feng, naturally, saw the hesitation in his eyes. Without giving Han Yuchen a chance to speak, he stood up first. Mr. Han, you truly are a man of immense wealth. Having spent so much tonight, I trust your standing wouldn't cause any delay in funds? Qin Feng smiled as he addressed Han Yuchen. The words sounded like flattery, but they were actually cornering Han Yuchen. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Would the Han family, a clan of our stature, ever renege on a debt? Han Yuchen now seethed with rage at the sight of Qin Feng, wishing he could grind him to dust. Very well. Since Mr. Han is so confident, let's settle this on the spot. It'll give us a chance to witness the Han family's financial might. Qin Feng was no soft-hearted soul. Knowing Han Yuchen was at his most vulnerable, he intended to strike while the iron was hot. All eyes were fixed on Han Yuchen. Under this public scrutiny, he knew he had suffered a complete and utter defeat. If he must lose, he would lose with dignity. If he showed any hesitation now, it would only tarnish his reputation further. Gritting his teeth, Han Yuchen reluctantly paid the enormous sum on the spot. Gazing at the priceless treasure in his hands, Han Yuchen couldn't bring himself to feel any joy. How could he possibly part with it at such an exorbitant price? Alright, thank you all for your support. This auction session is now closed. With the auctioneer's final words, the event drew to a close. Those who had previously favored the Han family now showed a clear tendency to align with the Yen family. Qin Feng, naturally, had little interest in these complex aftermath matters. Yen Hasong entrusted him to his granddaughter. After all, this was a rare opportunity for practice and an excellent chance to network with numerous families. Just as Qin Feng and old Master Yen were about to depart, a man in a suit blocked their path. Mr. Qin, our boss Han would like to request your presence. The man's words were cold, his tone lacking even a hint of invitation. Qin Feng merely gave him a dismissive glance, offering no sign of goodwill whatsoever. Who the hell do you think you are, calling me out? Tell that bastard Qin Huaihai to crawl over here himself and ask me. Qin Feng stared at the man in the suit before him, his words dripping with arrogance. Chapter 208, the show begins. The man in the suit clearly hadn't expected Qin Feng to speak so bluntly and froze in shock at the rebuke. But Qiu Hong Yuan, standing beside him, showed no leniency either. His momentum was at its peak now. Qin Feng had truly restored their pride today. Qin Feng's actions today made it crystal clear to everyone that the Han family's power wasn't unshakable. The Han family's top position did not grant them the power to crush everyone else. This blow to the Han family's authority gave Yen Hasong a surge of confidence. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what my young friend Qin said? Get out of here. Yen Hasong glared at the man in the suit and barked the order. The man in the suit, who usually relied on the Han family's authority, spoke in a commanding tone wherever he went, giving off an air of someone who was just a lackey. Over time, this manner of speaking had become ingrained, leading the uninformed to assume he was some important figure. But now, faced with the furious rebukes of both Qin Feng and Yen Hasong, he was utterly helpless. "Get out!" Yen Hasong glared at the suit-wearing man, who stood frozen in shock, and roared again. Humiliated by such a rebuke, the man could only turn and leave, his face a picture of disgrace. Only after watching the man's figure fade into the distance did Yen Hasong turn his attention to Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin, you absolutely must not go over there. Han Yuchen is boiling with rage right now. If you actually go over there, that kid might just lash out in desperation." Yen Hasong looked at Qin Feng, concern evident in his eyes. After all, in all these years, Han Yuchen had never suffered such a humiliating defeat or lost face so badly. Qin Feng had utterly humiliated him today. No one could predict what Han Yuchen might do in this state. "Don't worry, old man. Don't you know what I'm capable of? If Han Yuchen dares to cross me, he'll be the one paying the price." Qin Feng smiled at the old man, his eyes calm and composed. To others, Han Yuchen was a formidable figure who commanded respect throughout Xiahai City, but to Qin Feng, he was nothing more than an ordinary man utterly insignificant. The man in the suit hadn't been gone long when Qin Huaihai timidly approached. Qin Feng, Mr. Han requests your presence." Though Qin Huaihai's face betrayed his reluctance, he still pleaded with Qin Feng. These concise words represented the last shred of dignity he had left for himself. "Qin Huaihai, you didn't treat me like this before. Are you inviting me over, or demanding I come?" Qin Feng stared at Qin Huaihai before him, showing not the slightest intention of sparing his pride. Qin Huaihai had given him plenty of cold shoulders before. He had always been fiercely confrontational toward him. When Qin Feng faced harassment and coercion, Qin Huaihai sat in the audience laughing more heartily than anyone else. I'm inviting Mr. Qin to come." Qin Huaihai, ever the opportunist, clearly bowed to pressure from Han Yuchen. He actually bent his waist, making a gesture of invitation. Qin Feng merely shot him a dismissive glance, saying little else. After all, to him, Qin Huaihai was nothing more than a minor player hardly worthy of his time. The real decision-maker now was that guy Han Yuchen. He intended to observe what Han Yuchen was up to see if this notorious figure who had made a name for himself in Xiahai City might make rash decisions under extreme pressure. If he could thoroughly understand Han Yuchen's methods, dealing with him in the future would be much simpler. Guided by Qin Huaihai, Qin Feng soon met Han Yuchen. Han Yuchen sat before a coffee table in the lobby, holding a cup of coffee. Though the turmoil of the auction had passed, his expression remained as tense as ever. "Sit down." Han Yuchen shot Qin Feng a fierce glare, forcing himself to speak despite his simmering anger. Qin Feng showed no sign of unease, calmly taking a seat at the table. A server promptly brought him a cup of tea, which Qin Feng merely sipped lightly. "The auction matter is now concluded. What else did you need to discuss, Mr. Han?" Qin Feng didn't even glance at Han Yuchen as he asked indifferently. The aura he exuded was something even Han Yuchen couldn't match. "Qin Feng, I admit I was wrong to underestimate you before. I underestimated your capabilities. With your talent, staying at the Yen family is truly a waste of your potential. How about joining my Han family?" Han Yuchen set down his cup, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng as his tone grew measured. Qin Feng was slightly startled by these words. "Rest assured, I know all about your grievances with the Qin family. I'll ensure your entire family remains safe in Xiahai City. As long as you help me deal with the Yen family, I'll agree to any demand you make." Noticing the hesitation on Qin Feng's face, Han Yuchen pressed his advantage. Qin Feng studied Han Yuchen, searching his face for any hint of weakness. Though his expression remained impassive, the anger had not yet faded from his face, yet his eyes now held a faint, unmistakable calm. This reaction surprised Qin Feng. If Han Yuchen had erupted in fury the moment he sat down, even threatening to kill him, that kind of emotional outburst would have been what Qin Feng needed to feel relieved. But clearly, as a member of the Han family, his scheming was far from simple. Despite having just endured such profound humiliation and rage, he could still sit at the same table with Qin Feng, engaging in such a calm conversation. He could even set aside the hatred that had just flared up and calmly utter these words of enticement. "Mr. Han, I recall you didn't speak this way before, and let me make this perfectly clear, my decision is final. Expecting me to abandon the Yen family and partner with your Han family? That's nothing short of a pipe dream." Qin Feng stared intently into Han Yuchen's eyes, his words carrying unwavering seriousness. The moment those words left his mouth, Han Yuchen's pent-up fury erupted. He grabbed his teacup and slammed it onto the floor. The heavy glass cup shattered instantly upon impact, scattering shards across the floor. The deafening crash stunned everyone nearby, leaving the server who had just been pouring water frozen in shock. Qin Feng, you're completely out of control. Do you really think the Han family can't handle a mere nobody like you? Do you truly believe there's no one in this entire city of Xiahai who can rein you in? Han Yuchen's rage ignited completely. He slammed his fists on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Observing his furious expression, Qin Feng slowly set down his teacup, a faint smile playing on his lips. That's right, Mr. Han. That's exactly the attitude you should have. The angrier you get, the more interesting our upcoming game will be. Qin Feng set down his teacup with a faint smile before rising and leaving the room. Chapter 209, The Plan Begins. With those words, Qin Feng rose and departed. Amidst Han Yuchen's furious glare, he departed the company with utter composure. In truth, he never intended to join Han Yuchen's faction. His sole purpose was to provoke Han Yuchen. He sought to amplify the hatred burning within Han Yuchen's heart. Only such extreme emotion could cause a man like Han Yuchen to lose his judgment. Once Han Yuchen lost his judgment, Qin Feng and Yan Hassan would finally have the chance to crush the Han family. After all, the Han family was the most powerful clan in Xiahai City. Directly crushing them would prove far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Qin Feng had barely stepped out of the room when he spotted Yan Hassan waiting outside the hotel. The old man stared intently at the doorway, his eyes filled with worry. Seeing Qin Feng emerge from inside, Yan Hassan finally exhaled in relief upon catching sight of him. Don't worry, old man. I told you nothing would go wrong. I've got the Han family in the bag. Qin Feng watched Han Yuchen still raging in the hall, feeling almost certain of victory. Yan Hassan, standing nearby, noticed the madness in Qin Feng's eyes. His brows furrowed as he hurriedly spoke up to calm him. Qin Feng, this matter isn't as straightforward as you think. The Han family is a major clan, no matter how you look at it. To deal with them, we must plan carefully. No matter how capable or bold Yan Hassan might be, this was ultimately a battle for the survival of an entire clan, far more complex than Qin Feng imagined. Yet Qin Feng merely shook his head at Yan Hassan's words. This was an exceptionally rare opportunity, the perfect moment to strike against the Han family. First, there was the immense external pressure. Han Yuchen had just squandered a fortune. Even if it didn't cripple the Han family, it would at least leave them facing temporary financial difficulties. Internally, Han Yuchen's psychological defenses had been completely breached by him. Now, he was seething with rage. This was the optimal moment to strike. Alright, old man, leave this matter to me. The Yan family just needs to support me. Qin Feng looked at the old man, his face bearing only a faint smile. He didn't address the old man's concerns nor reveal his plan. After all, Yan Hassan remained immortal. No matter how persuasive Qin Feng's words might be, he couldn't possibly believe that Qin Feng's involvement alone could effortlessly eliminate the Yan family. Even if Qin Feng talked himself hoarse, Yan Hassan would remain skeptical. So all Qin Feng could do now was offer reassurance to calm the old man's fears. Meanwhile, Han Yuchen was in a state of extreme rage. At any moment, he might do something utterly reckless. Any sane person would avoid provoking the Han family right now. After all, Han Yuchen was now a rabid dog, one that no one in Xiahai City could afford to provoke. Then, old master, just wait at home for our news. We'll head back now. Qin Feng gave the old man a nod before turning to get into the car. Bald-headed Wang felt utterly indifferent toward any faction. At that moment, a cigarette dangled from his mouth, his face still wearing that carefree, devil-may-care expression. Brother Qin, are we finally going to take action against the Han family? You tell me. When should we strike, tonight or tomorrow night? Bald-headed Wang cared about nothing. The only thing that piqued his interest was the chance to unleash his fists. Let him have his fill of satisfaction. Better yet, arrange for a few dozen human punching bags. Enough. You just want a fight. If brute force alone could wipe out the entire Han family, why would we need you to step in? Lin Liang, watching the eager-to-fight flathead Wang, muttered irritably from the side. As someone from the business world, he naturally understood more than this hot-headed fool. And indeed, as he said, if the Han family could truly be wiped out by brute force alone, then Qin Feng's martial prowess in this world would be unmatched. If it were that simple, the entire Han family would have ceased to exist the moment they set foot in Xiahai City. Wang didn't say much in response to Lin Liang's scolding. After all, their relationship had long since changed from what it once was. A few playful jabs between them hardly seemed out of place. Alright, both of you cut it out. We've got a lot to prepare for tonight. I intend to crush Han Yuchen completely within 3 days. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Feng spoke these words with steely resolve as he mentally mapped out his plan. Hearing Qin Feng's words, both Ping Tu Wang and Lin Liang jolted. Bald-headed Wang's body trembled so violently he nearly mistook the accelerator for the brake pedal, while Lin Liang's forehead instantly broke out in beads of sweat. Brother Qin, you can't be serious? Taking on the Han family this soon? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Lin Liang was astonished by Qin Feng's decision, for they were utterly unprepared to confront the Han family just yet. Qin Feng offered no further explanation to the two men, merely sitting silently in the car as they drove back home. Upon arriving at the villa, he briefly discussed the day's auction with Mu Qing and the others, leaving them equally stunned. At dinner, everyone gathered around the table as Qin Feng revealed his plan to them. They would use the pharmaceutical factory they currently operated as the spark to formally launch an offensive against the Han family's enterprises. The Han family had interests spanning every sector of Shanghai City. Han Yuchen was currently seething with anger. If Qin Feng attacked his enterprises at this moment, his first instinct would undoubtedly be to fight back fiercely. But competing with Qin Feng in the pharmaceutical business? Even if Han Yuchen poured in more money than he had during winter break, it would be utterly useless. Moreover, the Han family had just spent heavily at an auction, leaving their finances somewhat depleted. If Qin Feng waited a few days for Han Yuchen's anger to subside, he would absolutely refuse to confront Qin Feng in the pharmaceutical sector. He certainly wouldn't engage in any business activities while funds were tight. But Qin Feng knew Han Yuchen was consumed by rage now. Rationality aside, any provocation would trigger a counterattack. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the others merely nodded slightly. Though their hearts were still filled with doubt, they chose to trust him. The next morning, the group's plan was set into motion. Lin Liang and Mu Qing personally rushed to the pharmaceutical factory first thing. Qin Shan, that exceptionally clever girl, would handle the initial market operations. Qin Feng led Ping Tu Wang to the Yin family, for such an ambitious scheme required backing from a prominent clan. Qin Feng's medicine was excellent, but the Han family's reputation in the area was too formidable. Someone had to step forward and lead the resistance against them. The Yin family was the most suitable candidate for this role. Chapter 210, The Patriarch Emerges. The auction had already established sufficient credibility for the rival. If he could now set a positive example in the pharmaceutical market, Qin Feng's products would undoubtedly gain widespread acceptance. By then, even if Han Yuchen poured in more money, it would be futile. Qin Feng arrived at the Yin residence, where old Master Yin was seated at the breakfast table. Yin Shuer sat beside him, surrounded by other members of the Yin family. Young Mr. Qin, why so early? Have you eaten? Please join us. The old patriarch was warmly welcoming to Qin Feng's arrival, promptly inviting him to join them. Yin Shuer, ever the thoughtful one, fetched a chair and placed it beside the old patriarch for Qin Feng. Given his relationship with the Yin family, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He smiled and sat down beside the old patriarch. Old man, preparations are nearly complete. Today depends entirely on the Yin family's performance, Qin Feng remarked cheerfully. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone at the table froze in shock. Even the old man and Yin Shuer were no exception. Young Master Qin, are you mistaken? Are you suggesting we take action against the Han family right now? The old man set down his chopsticks and bowl, his expression turning grave. Precisely. My people have already launched an offensive against the Han family in the pharmaceutical market. Therefore, we urgently need someone with prestige to step forward. If your Yin family steps forward to set a good example now, I believe everyone will follow suit. Perhaps this is the first step toward the Han family's downfall. Qin Feng spoke with a calm expression, as if annihilating the Han family were but a trivial matter to him. Before the old master or Yin Shuer could respond, the other family members seated nearby erupted. They leapt to their feet in unison. No, I refuse to agree to this. We absolutely cannot proceed this way. Exactly. Grandfather, you mustn't listen to this young upstart. If we proceed like this, our Yin family will be finished. Exactly. Why provoke the Han family when things are fine? Sticking your neck out invites trouble. It's far too dangerous for our Yin family. One after another, they rose to their feet, each voice echoing the same sentiment. Not a single one spoke in support of Qin Feng. Facing their opposition, Qin Feng remained silent, waiting for the old patriarch and Yin Shuer to speak. He knew these people were merely a rabble. The real decision-makers were the old man and Yin Shuer. If the old master gave his approval, even if this crowd risked their lives opposing it, their objections wouldn't amount to a thing. Yet even Yin Husong wore a grim expression now. Young Master Chu, you're not joking, are you? The auction just ended yesterday, and today we're launching the first wave of attacks against the Han family? Isn't this a bit too sudden? The old master looked at Qin Feng with concern, hoping he would reconsider. But Qin Feng's purpose in coming today was clear. He intended to push the Yin family to take this step. Old master, I've thoroughly tested your Yin family. Now it's time for your Yin family to show your sincerity. You're not going to back out at the last minute, are you? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, speaking bluntly to the old man. After all, Han Jia had extended an olive branch to him during the auction, and he had given the old man ample face. Not only did he flatly reject Han Yuchen's request, but he also infuriated him to no end. But if the old man backed down at this critical juncture, it would truly be treating Qin Feng like some cute little toy to toy with. No, I, Yan Hasong, am not the sort to go back on my word. Having promised young Master Qin, I shall press forward even through mountains of blades and seas of fire. The old man demonstrated remarkable resolve, slamming his hand on the table to seal his decision. Seeing the old man's resolve, the surrounding chatterers all fell silent. After all, in front of Yan Hasong, they had no room to argue. Very well, the Yan family has resolved to follow young Master Qin's lead and attack the Han family. The old man's word was as good as gold, once spoken. It commanded absolute execution. Soon after, the Han family's pharmaceutical market was swiftly overrun. Furious and humiliated, Han Yuchen indeed began pouring in vast sums of money, attempting to plug the gap and compete head-to-head with Qin Feng. But how could his ordinary products possibly compare to Qin Feng's? No matter how much money he poured in, it all ultimately vanished into thin air. Bastard! Bastard! That Qin Feng is nothing but a bastard. I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill him. Han Yuchen raged, pounding his fists on the desk as he screamed hoarsely. Although the Han family's businesses spanned numerous industries, pharmaceuticals represented only a small niche. But his hatred for Qin Feng had clouded his judgment. What could have been a negligible niche became the battleground for his final showdown with Qin Feng. He poured money into it relentlessly, determined to crush Qin Feng in this industry with a single blow. Yet things did not go as planned. In the pharmaceutical field, he was no match for Qin Feng. Having already poured in vast sums of money, there was no turning back now. His only option was to defeat Qin Feng in this endeavor. Failure meant the Han family's ruin. Yet judging by the current trajectory, even sacrificing his entire winter break likely wouldn't secure victory over Qin Feng. Mr. Han, please calm down. Let's figure something out. Qin Huaihai, watching Han Yuchen's furious expression, kept trying to calm him down. He understood the principle of mutual dependence after all. Qin Feng's true target was his in-laws. If Han Yuchen truly fell, the next crisis to confront him would be his own downfall. Calm down? How the hell am I supposed to calm down? Han Yuchen had descended into a frenzied rage, bellowing at Qin Huaihai. Though Qin Huaihai was being berated like a grandson, he dared not retort, much less show the slightest impatience. Amidst the office filled with shouts and incessant bickering, the wooden door slowly creaked open. An elderly man, supported by those around him, slowly entered the office. This man was none other than Qin Muhan, the true head of the Qin family. The old man's voice carried with authority. Even facing a top-tier figure like Han Yuchen, his expression remained composed. Who the hell is this old geezer? Why did he barge in? Who let him in? Han Yu watched the old man enter the office, feigning complete unfamiliarity. Qin Huaihai, upon seeing him, froze abruptly, his face turning deathly pale. Ancestor! Ancestor! How did you come out? Qin Huaihai addressed the elderly man before him with respectful reverence, but Han Yuchen beside him showed no mercy, continuing to hurl insults at the old man, venting his pent-up rage. Useless trash! How noisy! The old man merely shot Han Yuchen a glance filled with impatience before delivering a swift slap. The blow appeared light, yet its force was immense. It sent Han Yuchen's head spinning, and he collapsed instantly, lifeless as a corpse. Chapter 211, evenly matched. The scene before him left Qin Huaihai utterly dumbfounded. This was Han Yuchen, after all, the wealthiest man in Xiahai City. His Qin family relied on the Han family to get by in Xiahai City. He never imagined the old patriarch would step out and wipe out Han Yuchen with a single slap. Such an act was nothing short of shocking. Yet the old man paid no heed to the corpse on the floor, sitting down leisurely at his desk. How long have I been in seclusion that the Qin family has suffered such calamity? I secretly nurtured Hanjia all these years to protect my Qin family. Yet today, problems still arise. Why? Qin Muhong's voice was icy cold, his aura overwhelming. The moment these words left his mouth, Qin Huaihai was so terrified he immediately drew his gun and knelt on the floor. Ancestor, this isn't our fault. It's all because of that traitor Qin Feng. He destroyed us. Qin Huaihai wasn't naive. He could tell from the patriarch's words that the Qin family was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Facing Qin Muhong before him, he clung to him like a lifeline, spilling out every detail. But as he narrated, he couldn't resist embellishing and stirring the pot, painting Qin Feng as a thoroughly despicable figure. This is outrageous. A mere discarded son-in-law dares to bully us to such an extent. Qin Muhong slammed his fist on the table in fury, startling Qin Huaihai so badly he trembled all over. Upon learning of the crisis facing the pharmaceutical market, Qin Muhong immediately tossed 3 formulas to Qin Huaihai, insisting they held the solution to their immediate predicament. Qin Huaihai could tell the old patriarch before him was no ordinary man. so he nodded repeatedly and complied. Meanwhile, at Qin Feng's villa, the old patriarch and Yen Shuer had also arrived. Everyone wore expressions of anticipation, awaiting the arrival of victory. No matter how they analyzed it, no matter which angle they looked at it from, they already held the upper hand. The Han family was now nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn. They wouldn't be able to jump for much longer. Young Master Qin, you truly impress me. I never imagined someone so young could possess such boldness and capability. It seems your claim of crushing the Han family within 3 days was no empty boast. Faced with the unfolding scene, Yen Hasong lavished praise upon Qin Feng. Just as everyone was enjoying the moment, Lin Liang rushed in from outside, flustered and breathless. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Qin Feng's heart sank. In his eyes, everything had already been settled. For Lin Liang to be in such a state, something must have gone terribly wrong. Calm down. Speak slowly. Qin Feng first picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Liang. Brother Qin, we were almost there, we were about to win. But for some reason, another batch has suddenly appeared on the market, ready to compete with us. This batch of medicine is just as potent as ours. They've already formed a standoff with us, and it seems they're quietly trying to surpass us. Lin Liang explained breathlessly, pulling a sample box from his coat and placing it on the table. Hearing his words, the smiles vanished from everyone's faces. This was the perfect moment to crush Han Xia. If they let him catch his breath now, striking again later would be incredibly difficult. Qin Feng remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as still water. He knew exactly what his medicine was like. It was a formula brought from the cultivation realm. He looked at the brightly displayed medicine on the table, picked up a pill, and tasted it. But the moment he did, his brow furrowed deeply. For this medicine, too, originated from the cultivation realm. Seeing Qin Feng's grave expression, everyone's heart sank. Qin Feng's shock was no less than theirs. He had no idea where Han Jia had obtained this substance. Could it be that there were other cultivators in this world? Sitting on the sofa, Qin Feng's mind raced with thoughts. He recalled the venerable elder of the Qin family in Jiangbei City who possessed cultivation abilities. If even a branch family possessed such formidable combat strength, how could the main branch of the Qin family be inferior to the Han family? This oversight was his greatest mistake. How could he have failed to consider this possibility? How much longer can Lin Liang maintain his current market balance? Qin Feng kept this information to himself, instead turning to Lin Liang with a question. My brother can only hold out for another month. After that, it'll be a fight to the death. Lin Liang's expression darkened, fully aware of the looming crisis. The Han family's financial resources were unmatched by anyone else. Their current advantage stemmed from the element of surprise. Now that the opposition had countermeasures in place, if this standoff dragged on long enough, their financial resources would inevitably be depleted. That would be the moment of victory for Han family. Everyone, stay calm. Continue maintaining order in the market. Leave the rest to me. Qin Feng produced several potent formulas and handed them to Lin Liang, instructing him to take them back to the pharmaceutical factory for production. He, however, was determined to investigate what exactly was going on. As night deepened, Qin Feng opened the door and stepped out of the villa alone. This time, he decided to infiltrate the Qin residence under cover of night but without bringing along Wang the Bald. He had begun to sense that the man was no ordinary individual. If cultivators truly existed there, Ping Tu Wang's presence would offer no advantage, only become a liability. Within 10 minutes, Qin Feng arrived at the gates of the Qin residence. The place was eerily quiet, with not a single guard in sight. Qin Feng crept silently into the compound. The moment he scaled the wall, 3 figures stood before him, as if they had been waiting for a long time. You must be Qin Feng. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. The 3 blocking Qin Feng's path wore smiles, as if they had anticipated his arrival all along. Caught red-handed, yet not a trace of tension flashed across Qin Feng's face. The appearance of these 3 only solidified his suspicions. This affair was indeed the work of the Qin family, and behind them must lie a formidable power. Kid, since you dared to show up, we 3 brothers won't be polite. Tonight, you'll leave your life behind here. The trio roared in fury, striking instantly. Overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from their bodies. A combat power far beyond anything ordinary mortals could match. Recognizing this familiar spiritual energy, Bo Qin Feng wasted no time in revealing his own power. Just as the patriarch suspected, you are indeed a cultivator too. The trio showed not a hint of surprise at Qin Feng's display of power. Instead, their faces betrayed a hint of fervor. As they clashed, Qin Feng began to sense that these 3 were no weaker than he was at present. Had this been during his prime, they would have been no match for him. But now, with his powers severely diminished, he could only fight them to a standstill. Moreover, these 3 were clearly mere foot soldiers. The figure behind them was likely several cultivation realms above him. For the first time, Qin Feng felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 212, Setting the Trap. Kid, die. The three coordinated with perfect precision, launching a combined assault in an instant. Each targeted a vital point upper, middle, and lower, leaving Qin Feng with nowhere to evade, nowhere to hide. Faced with such a fierce assault, Qin Feng could only desperately defend himself. Gritting his teeth, he channeled every ounce of spiritual energy within him to withstand the deadly strike. But when the blow truly struck, Qin Feng realized he had gravely underestimated them. That single strike sent Qin Feng flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Spiritual energy is scarce in the mortal world. How could you cultivate to such a formidable level? Could it be you're also transplants from the cultivation realm? Qin Feng clutched his chest, his eyes fixed warily on the trio. If they truly were cultivators who had crossed over from the immortal realm, then with his current strength, his only option was likely to flee. He'd have to take his entire family to some uninhabited place to cultivate in seclusion. Only when he could rebuild his strength would he be ready to face them. What bull ****** immortal realm? Did you get your head bashed in or something? Enough, third brother. Why waste breath on this fool? Just kill him and let's call it a day. The trio clearly knew nothing of the cultivation realm Qin Feng mentioned, immediately launching another fierce assault. Qin Feng knew today was merely a test. If he continued to engage them, he might truly be trapped. The powerful figure behind them hadn't intervened, but was undoubtedly watching from the shadows. If he delayed any longer and drained his spiritual energy, he might truly meet his end here. With that realization, Qin Feng turned and fled without a word. The trio realized his intent instantly. Qin Feng's movements shifted, channeling spiritual energy to pursue him. Those three bastards. Qin Feng watched the relentless pursuit behind him. His storage ring flashed, and a golden light appeared. It was a profound-grade spirit talisman, possessing formidable offensive power. The golden light struck suddenly, clearly caught off guard by Qin Feng's unexpectedly potent attack. The trio instinctively dodged. That brief delay alone gave Qin Feng the time he needed to break free and escape. Only upon returning to the villa's front did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet upon seeing Qin Feng's severe injuries, everyone's expressions turned pale with shock. Qin Feng, what happened to you? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Seeing the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, they were all on edge. Even those around them were stunned. In their eyes, Qin Feng was an invincible war god who never lost a battle. No one in this world could lay a finger on him, especially Ping Tu Wang, who worshipped Qin Feng to the extreme. Seeing him injured now, they were utterly shocked. I'm fine, just a minor injury. You all need to pack up immediately and leave this place. Find somewhere safe to hide. No, my orders are clear, you must not come out. And old Master Yen, you must return and prepare immediately. Qin Feng wasted no words, treating the situation as a dire emergency and ordering everyone to retreat and conceal themselves. After all, it was now clear that their opponents were all cultivators. Whether they were sworn enemies or members of some clan, they simply lacked the strength to confront them. Staying here would only make them vulnerable. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, everyone knew he wasn't exaggerating. There was no time for questions. Everyone began hastily packing their belongings, and the old master immediately returned home to prepare. Let's go, Qin Feng. We're leaving this place together. After packing her belongings, Mu Qing grabbed Qin Feng's arm, ready to leave. But Qin Feng merely smiled and shook his head at her. They could all leave, but he alone could not depart. He knew the elite fighters of the Qin family would never let this go. The only solution was to eliminate them all. Sending them away was merely to ensure his battle could be fought without reservation. Mu Qing said nothing, only staring intently into Qin Feng's eyes for a long moment. 10 full minutes passed like this. Then he gave Qin Feng a big hug, picked up Xiao Nan, and turned to leave. He understood that Qin Feng never changed his mind once he made a decision, and there was always a reason behind it. After everyone had departed, Qin Feng sat alone on the sofa, lost in deep thought. The villa was shrouded in utter darkness, devoid of any light. The only thing he could deduce now was that the Qin family had many cultivators, far more than just those three. From their words, he could also tell that although these people possessed spiritual energy and were indeed capable of cultivating, they had never set foot in the cultivation realm. This meant the treasures within his own realm were things they had never seen, and thus his final trump card against them. As this thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, the ring on his finger suddenly flashed. Various treasures, formation arrays, spirit talismans, and elixirs all materialized within the living room. Surveying the array of treasures before him, Qin Feng felt profound relief. When he had returned from the immortal realm, he had debated whether to leave them behind there. After all, this was a world entirely separate from the mundane realm. But now he realized just how wise it had been to keep them. These treasures were no ordinary items, each had been gathered during the peak of his cultivation. Many of the talismans and treasures possessed the power to stand against a celestial sovereign. With proper planning, he could crush the Qin family in a single blow. Moreover, he knew the Qin family's probing of him had concluded. Their retaliation would likely come soon. After the others departed, Qin Feng no longer held back with his treasures and began making preparations. From the doorway to the walls, every surface was concealed with barrier arrays. Beneath his robes, he concealed numerous powerful, destructive artifacts. He even swallowed several supreme-grade elixirs, instantly healing his wounds and replenishing his spiritual energy. By the time he finished his preparations, daylight had fully broken. With nothing else to do, Qin Feng pushed the sofa to the center of the living room, directly facing the entrance, and settled himself upon it. He waited in silence until late into the night. His spiritual energy spread out, picking up every sound and movement in the surroundings. Just past midnight, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed outside. Qin Feng opened his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling his lips. They've mobilized their entire force. After all, seems the Qin family truly holds me in high regard. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, staring at the tightly closed door, a look of utter ruthlessness on his face. No matter how many members of the Qin family arrived today, he would leave not a single one alive. Chapter 213, The Dust Settles. The door was pushed twice, giving slightly before being kicked open with a forceful shove. A dozen cultivators surged in from outside, led by the same three from yesterday. They all paused slightly when they saw Qin Feng sitting calmly on the sofa. Who'd have thought you'd have the guts to stay put and wait for death instead of running? The sight of Qin Feng filled their faces with contempt. From last night's confrontation, they knew full well Qin Feng's strength was nothing to fear. Killing Qin Feng would be as easy as crushing an ant. Don't get too excited. Today, I'll make sure none of you leave alive. Qin Feng raised his eyes to meet theirs, his aura suddenly surging outward. Though they were all cultivators, Qin Feng had once reached the realm of Immortal Sovereign. The aura he carried was something no one else could match. How utterly arrogant. I'll take your life right now. Enraged by Qin Feng's defiant words, the three immediately lunged forward to kill him. Qin Feng remained utterly unflustered, swiftly popping 2 pills into his mouth. His power surged instantly, elevating him by 2 entire cultivation realms. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had no idea such pills existed, pills that could temporarily boost one's cultivation. Damn it! That brat has something this incredible? Don't kill him, take him alive. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of Qin Feng, greed took root in their hearts. But what they didn't know was that today, not only would they fail to take anything from Qin Feng, they would end up leaving their own lives behind. With the pill having elevated him by 2 entire cultivation realms, Qin Feng now moved with effortless ease among his opponents. Moreover, through combat, he discovered that while these men possessed spiritual energy, they had never cultivated any techniques or martial arts. They merely relied on raw spiritual energy to attack. A bunch of useless trash. Today, I'll show you what a true cultivator, a true immortal sovereign, truly is. Qin Feng stood in the center of the hall. His ring flashed, and an ancient sword materialized in his hand. Several individuals frowned at Qin Feng's seemingly magical display. Overlord sword technique. Qin Feng roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into the ancient blade. A colossal pressure descended from the heavens. Those who had previously dismissed Qin Feng felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had crushed them, their legs suddenly buckling under the pressure. What the hell is going on? What's happening? Why can't I move? What is this? Some kind of demonic trickery? These individuals, accustomed only to cultivating spiritual energy, had never encountered such a formidable display. They had no understanding of what true pressure truly meant. You shall die here. Qin Feng's gaze was icy cold, his words dripping with murderous intent. The attack within the ancient sword seemed to have reached its peak as the summit breeze slashed out instantly. That palpable killing intent transformed into a crimson streak of light, slicing through the night. Yet in that instant, those who had taunted and mocked hadn't even registered what was happening. They merely felt a faint chill at their necks before their heads were severed from their bodies in the next instant. With this single strike, Qin Feng had slain every challenger who had come to provoke him. What a formidable young man. You must not be from this world. After all of them had been slain, the true mastermind emerged from the shadows. This man was none other than Qin Muhan, the patriarch of the Qin family. Though the main figure had just appeared, Qin Feng's spiritual energy was already depleted. That single, devastating strike had demanded a tremendous toll. Boy, I care not where you come from, nor what secrets you conceal. But today, meeting me means certain death for you. Everything you possess will belong to this old man. The old man wasted no words, charging forward immediately, intent on finishing Qin Feng with a single strike. His strength was indeed beyond comparison to those who had faced Qin Feng before. Though Qin Feng's spiritual energy was now completely depleted, he had prepared an even better gift for this old creature. Formation. Activate! With a thunderous shout from Qin Feng, the entire room erupted in blinding light. Countless barrier runes flickered across the walls. The overwhelming pressure instantly pinned the old man in place. What? What is this? The old man clearly hadn't expected such an inauspicious start. Before the fight had even begun, he found himself utterly suppressed. Rage boiled within him, and he forced the spiritual energy coursing through his body to break free from this control. But his struggles proved utterly futile. Enough! Stop struggling. This formation can even subdue Immortal Sovereign level beings. To deal with you, I've brought out all my old tricks. Qin Feng advanced step by step toward the old man, the ancient sword held high. Endless terror surged within the old man's heart, for he knew Qin Feng spoke the truth. The spiritual energy within his body had been completely suppressed. He could sense the overwhelming power radiating from the formation, a force he could never hope to resist. Who are you? Who are you? Resentment filled the old man's heart. After all these years of cultivation, he had been so easily subdued by a mere youth. How could he accept this? You are merely a mortal who has barely scratched the surface of cultivation, while I come from the distant immortal realm. Qin Feng uttered these words before plunging his sword into the old man's heart without hesitation. The venerable patriarch of the Qin clan, such a formidable being, had met his end in such a humiliating fashion within the villa. After cultivating for so long, all because of his own reckless junior who had offended someone like Qin Feng, a being one should never provoke. His demise signaled that all matters would now be settled. From this day forward, Qin Feng would have no more enemies and face no further danger. This crisis only deepened Qin Feng's resolve to focus on his cultivation. He knew not what perils lay ahead, but the only path forward was to grow stronger, strong enough to stand against anyone. With the complete downfall of the Qin family, Qin Feng had firmly established his foothold in Shanghai City. The Yan family, having achieved their ambition of becoming the #1 family, now lived peacefully alongside everyone else in the city. Qin Feng watched his daughter grow day by day, his life growing increasingly peaceful. Qin Feng, if anything happens in the future, don't face it alone. Let's handle it together, okay? Mu Qing stood beside Qin Feng, leaning her head against his shoulder as they watched the dawn break together. Qin Feng simply nodded. In the years that followed, he rapidly elevated his cultivation to its former peak and beyond. His power as an immortal sovereign made Qin Feng realize he would have no equal in this world from now on, and he vowed to forever protect the family and friends by his side.